This young man originally possessed a bright appearance and handsome bearing, yet his fatal weakness was an empty wallet. Today marked exactly 1 month since Lam Tan and his girlfriend started dating. That person was Lu En Hat Tran, yet she did not hesitate in the slightest to break up with him, and she calmly stepped into a Porsche with another man. He even openly mocked Lam Tan for being poor and lowly. Hey, buddy, if you want to chase girls, you should have money first. Take a look at yourself. Do you think you are worthy? Lam Tan stood frozen, stunned on the spot. His gaze followed the supercar carrying that girl. Oh, now he had to call her his ex-girlfriend who was leaving him. Rage made Lam Tan collapse, his mind filled with countless doubts. Why had things turned out like this? Just because he was poor, did he deserve to be trampled on? Pain gradually turned into resentment, and he swore he would never again love anyone with such blind sincerity. At the height of his fury, Lam Tan accidentally activated a system called Billionaire counterattack, and it immediately bound itself to him. The system granted him 1 trillion yuan to turn the tables, while his actual assets amounted to only 138 yuan. The enormous disparity left Lam Tan gaping in disbelief. A black card containing 1 trillion appeared in his hand. The mechanism was simple. He could spend as much as he wished and receive 1% of the amount spent as personal assets. That meant if he spent all 1 trillion, he would gain 10 billion for himself. However, the counterattack funds could only be spent on women. Any other expense would be deducted from his personal money. Lam Tan was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. After who knew how long, he finally stood up straight and clenched the black card tightly. The counterattack officially began, and he was determined to play big. With money in hand, the first thing Lam Tan did was go to the mall to test the system. There, his eyes stopped on a long-legged girl with a striking figure who looked very familiar. She was Lu En Hat Tran roommate. The system immediately notified him that it had detected a high beauty value target and suggested starting a mission. An information panel appeared before him. Nhai, 21 years old, 167 centimeters tall, 46 kilograms. When favorability exceeded 90%, 10% of the spent money would be returned. At full favorability, the relationship status would change. Her current favorability toward Lam Tan was negative 20%, clearly influenced by her roommate. He stepped forward to greet her, but she did not look pleased. Are you asking me to help you pursue Lu En Hat Tran again? Forget it. She is dating a rich young master now. Lam Tan laughed and said he only wanted to treat her to a cup of milk tea today. Nhai was briefly surprised, then immediately refused because the two of them were not close. Moreover, the shop was collaborating with Hermes, selling only 200 cups a day, and each cost 199 yuan. 1 cup equals 10 days of your meal money. Can you afford it? She mocked. The people in line behind them began urging impatiently. Everyone wanted to buy quickly to take photos for social media. Lam Tan hated being pressured like that. Turned and asked the staff how many cups were left. The answer was 180. Immediately he took out his card and declared he would buy all the remaining cups and share them with everyone in Nhai name. Consider it her treat to everyone, Lam Tan said generously. Nhai was stunned. 180 cups was no small amount. She hurried to stop him, but it was too late. Lam Tan had already swiped the card. The system deducted 39,800 yuan, but that number was nothing compared to 1 trillion. Staff immediately began preparing the drinks amid the astonished gazes of everyone. Nhai did not understand what was happening, but her favorability toward him increased slightly. Lam Tan then said he wanted her help with another matter. Her voice had already softened, and his reply surprised her. Just need to help me spend money. At the same time, Lu En Hat Tran and her new boyfriend were also shopping in this mall. She stopped in front of the bag she wanted most. That man made excuses to decline, saying his mother disliked extravagance and that they could wait for another time. He even said that if she wanted her future mother-in-law approval, she had to be frugal. Lu En Hat Tran felt regretful but still believed him, thinking that enduring now would let her marry into a wealthy family. At that moment, she heard a familiar voice. Lam Tan, what do you think of this bag? This is a limited edition and the store main display item. It is very valuable. I will take it. You do not mind. Lu En Hat Tran turned around and saw Nhai standing beside Lam Tan. Her eyes widened in shock. Then she immediately showed disdain, thinking Lam Tan was unwilling to accept reality and had asked Nhai to put on an act to provoke her, telling him to stop following her. "Is following you. I am here to buy bags with someone else." Those words made her despise him even more, because in her eyes, Lam Tan could not afford to step into a Hermes store. At that moment, the system confirmed a new target and activated a counterattack mission against Lu En Hat Tran. Knowing she was greedy for money, Lam Tan remained calm and said that since they had broken up, they were no longer related, and she should not think he was the same as before. She mocked that in just a few hours he had become a young master. Her favorability was negative 25%, and her new boyfriend provoked him to buy that bag. Lam Tan pretended to think for a few seconds, then said buying one was not enough. He asked the staff to pack up all the remaining bags in the store. He declared he would buy every single one. Sales staff were stunned when they heard that. Both La Nha Hai and Lu En Hat Tran were speechless. Everyone was so shocked that they could only stare with mouths agape. Staff immediately obeyed Lam Tan instructions without hesitation. She brought over the POS machine with the widest smile possible. The total bill reached 11.32 million yuan. If the transaction went through, that amount would cover her sales quota for many months. Hearing that number, Lu En Hat Tran's new boyfriend burst into laughter, declaring that if Lam Tan could pay, he would stand on his head and eat sauce. Yet Lam Tan calmly swiped his card. When the payment success tone sounded, his face instantly turned pale. Did not expect young Master Wang to be so talented at performing. Why not let me broaden my horizons? This time Lam Tan switched roles and mocked him in return. La Nha Hai was utterly astonished. Her favorability soared by another 60%, reaching 42%. She could not help wrapping her arms around Lam Tan's neck and acting coy. You truly do what you say, unlike certain people who only talk sweetly but refuse to spend on their girlfriend. The words were clearly aimed at Lu En Hat Tran's boyfriend. Her favorability toward Lam Tan also increased by 30%, jumping from negative 25% to 5%. Lu En Hat Tran tried to save face and turned to her boyfriend, but he had no intention of paying. He disdainfully said there was no need to compete with show-offs. He claimed he was a genuine rich second generation and had to keep a low profile. Just then, an angry middle-aged woman voice called out Vuong Than. He turned around and saw a plump, wealthy woman standing before him, his face turning deathly pale. She slapped him fiercely. I give you money and cars, yet you dare to keep a mistress behind my back, you beast. Slap sent Vuong Than sprawling onto the floor, looking utterly miserable. Yet he felt no shame, crawled on his knees and clutched the wealthy woman's legs, begging and claiming he was innocent. He even blamed Lu En Hat Tran, saying she had seduced him. The sudden twist left Lu En Hat Tran stunned. The young master she followed turned out to be nothing more than a man living off a rich woman. Wealthy woman snorted coldly and said she would give him one chance. Slapped that woman twice and she would let it go. Otherwise, it would be over between them. Lu En Hat Tran had not yet understood what was happening. Vuong Than had already rushed forward and slapped her, knocking her to the ground. He held her face, too stunned to speak. He beat and cursed her for being materialistic, even snatching back the gold necklace he had given her. By reflex, Lu En Hat Tran staggered to her feet and threw herself into Lam Tan's arms seeking support. But he coldly pushed her away. He thought this action would make her feel guilty. Unexpectedly, she turned and ran away in tears, yet her favorability still increased by 1%. At this moment, La Nha Hai began to feel uneasy. She worried Lam Tan would soften because he had pursued Lu En Hat Tran for many years, so she probed cautiously. I did not expect young Master Wang to be like that. Tran is truly pitiful, is she not? Lam Tan replied calmly that those who crave money were not worth pitying, then asked what else she wanted to buy. Hearing that, La Nha Hai was very satisfied and acted coquettish. You treat me so well, I do not know how to repay you. How about you repay me with yourself? Lam Tan teased. She blushed and lightly hit him, but her favorability increased by another 20%. The number had reached 62%. It seemed conquering her would not be too difficult. Compared to Lu En Hat Tran, La Nha Hai was far more tactful. To keep Lam Tan, she was even willing to spend money on him. She pulled him along to go shopping, determined to change his appearance. In the past, Lam Tan dressed sloppily and cut his hair carelessly, wasting his naturally bright and handsome face, making everyone think he was poor and look down on him. Today, La Nha Hai was determined to upgrade him from head to toe. When Lam Tan stepped out of the fitting room, all the girls in the shop turned their eyes toward him. La Nha Hai favorability increased by another 10%. He secretly thought that after being polished up he was so handsome, truly a forgotten treasure. Since Lu En Hat Tran did not know how to cherish him, she would reap the benefit. Even Lam Tan was surprised at his new look when he examined himself in the mirror. He had even made La Nha Hai willingly spend nearly 10,000 yuan on him. The feeling was exhilarating. It was late at night when La Nha Hai finally returned to the dormitory satisfied. Lu En Hat Tran was brushing her hair, a red mark still visible on her right cheek. La Nha Hai pretended to be concerned and asked if her face was all right. Lu En Hat Tran said she was fine and even thanked Lam Tan for helping her see Vuong Than's true colors, smiling as if awakened. La Nha Hai held up the bag Lam Tan bought for her, acting shy on the surface, but actually showing off, reminding her to stay away from someone like young Master Wang. She said the bag was bought by Lam Tan. She would just keep it. La Nha Hai happily hugged Lu En Hat Tran, calling her a good sister, yet each harbored her own schemes. On the outside, they were close, but inside, both were jealous. Lu Nhat Tran believed Lam Tan was only sulking and would soon return, while La Nha Hai secretly rejoiced at the chance to keep this man. Lam Tan returned to the male dormitory, exhausted after a whole day out. He thought he could not continue spending recklessly like today if he did not want the other party to grow tired of it. On the stairs, he ran into several senior students, including Vuong Cam, who marveled at his new appearance. They asked if the outfit must be expensive, yet inwardly they sneered, thinking he was wearing knockoffs to pretend to be a young master. Vuong Cam feigned friendliness and slung an arm over his shoulder, whispering that he should stay clear-headed. He said chasing Lu Nhat Tran at such expense might as well be replaced by entering live-stream rooms to send gifts. Female streamers were even more sensible. The other two seniors nodded in agreement, hinting that Lam Tan might not even have the money to throw around gifts. Those mocking words unexpectedly gave him a new idea as he was worrying about how to spend money on girls. Right, he could completely enter live-stream rooms to find other targets. Thanks, seniors, Lam Tan smiled faintly, patted Vuong Cam on the shoulder and turned to leave. The three looked at one another in confusion. They had clearly mocked him, yet he was not angry and even thanked them. It seemed chasing girls too much had scrambled his mind. He no longer cared and prepared to return to their room to watch Goddess Tra Tra livestream. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was already lying quietly on his bed. He immediately downloaded a livestream app onto his phone. He gave himself an ostentatious ID, so poor that only money is left. In the past, Lam Tan was busy working part-time all day. How could he have time to watch such apps? Today was his first time watching a live stream, so he browsed the list of popular streamers. He vaguely remembered Vuong Cam mentioning the name Tra Tra earlier, so he searched for it. Sure enough, this streamer was live. Just a few sways of her hips made the comment section explode. Lam Tan was swept up by the lively atmosphere, only wondering whether interacting through a screen could trigger a counterattack mission. The system read his thoughts and explained that to activate a mission, the other party beauty score had to be above 80. But live streams used beauty filters, making it hard to determine true appearance. Therefore, he still had to meet in person to unlock conquest. Lam Tan found the system quite reasonable. On the app, Tra Tra looked above 90 points. Hopefully, in real life, she would not be too different. In any case, the counterattack funds were inexhaustible. Beauty did not matter much. Sending some money was nothing. At that moment, the screen displayed a notification that ID2 Thieu had gifted Tra Tra 5 golden leopards. The whole room erupted again, praising Tu Thieu for spending money like water. Soon, Tra Tra and streamer San Sang would start a PK. Whoever received more donations would win. The top donor, Tu Thieu, called on everyone to support Tra Tra. Lam Tan also saw an ID cam Vuong flattering him, guessing it was Vuong Cam, clearly clinging to a rich patron. He also wanted to send some gifts to attract attention, but since it was his first time watching, he did not know how to operate it. Thinking so, Lam Tan commented to ask how much money was needed for Tra Tra to reach the top, whether to buy gifts or buy the leaderboard first. His comment inadvertently interrupted Tu Thieu appeal, making Cam Vuong angrily retort and scold him for daring to interrupt when the big brother was speaking. On the other side, Tu Thieu was also annoyed at being cut off by a newcomer and immediately asked Tra Tra to kick Lam Tan out of the room. Tu Thieu had invested heavily in Tra Tra, so she relied on him to win the PK. Lam Tan spoke boldly, but as a new account without gifts, she coldly kicked him out. Being kicked out, Lam Tan was not upset at all. Instead, he switched to San Sang room. He was preparing to enter a PK match with Tra Tra. Before it began, she was even provoked by Tra Tra, who said without a big brother backing her, she should surrender to receive a lighter punishment. San Sang replied that she had many fans and was not afraid, just enter the match. Thus, the PK officially began. Both sides tried hard to show off their figures and win viewers' favor. As long as they received donations, they would accept any request. But in the early stage, San Sang was quickly left far behind by Tra Tra. A few rude people began to appear, made excessive demands, asking for seductive dances or private calls before they would donate. Unwilling, she reluctantly complied to pull in points. Suddenly, a golden dragon appeared on the screen. It was a gift from the ID so poor that only money is left, namely Lam Tan, sent to San Sang. Tu Thieu sprang up in shock, because the golden dragon was worth 15,000 yuan, far exceeding his 5 golden leopards worth 10,000 yuan. San Sang was so delighted she nearly jumped up. Tra Tra realized the one gifting her opponent was the very person she had just kicked. Her face immediately darkened. Lam Tan acted by sending the most expensive gift right away. He was already familiar with the controls, and the system black card made recharging extremely convenient. Since he had money, he had to show it thoroughly. Lam Tan began continuously sending golden dragons to San Sang. At first one, then 5, 10, then increasing to 20. The entire livestream room was stunned. It had been a long time since so many golden dragons filled the screen. The score gap was quickly erased. San Sang hurriedly reminded him that the current stage did not double points yet, so he should wait until the siege stage to send more. Thiu saw this and laughed smugly, thinking Lam Tan was just a newcomer who did not understand PK rules and was wasting money. But they had underestimated Lam Tan's enormous wealth. He did not care about rules and continued spamming golden dragons. The 15,000 yuan dragons flew across the screen non-stop. Thiu group began to tremble in fear. Time passed, no one knew how long. Perhaps because his hands were tired, Lam Tan finally paused. The entire room was stunned. Thiu had spent just over 3 million in a year watching Tra Tra. Yet in a single PK match, Lam Tan had sent 1,600 golden dragons, equivalent to 24 million yuan. San Sang was overjoyed, constantly thanking and confessing to Lam Tan. There was 1 minute left in the PK, but everyone knew the outcome was decided due to the huge gap. Comments exploded calling him Brother Money and President Money. They even joked that he had been kicked by Tra Tra and came here for revenge. Over there, they must be regretting it to the core. Needed to care about PK rules or tactics. President Money had only one move, spending money, simple and effective. After winning, San Sang smugly demanded that Tra Tra carry out a series of punishments such as swaying her hips, spinning, splitting her legs, and dancing through an entire song. Tra Tra trembled with anger, but still had to stand up and accept the punishment. While performing the punishment, she repeatedly apologized to Lam Tan on livestream. Brother Money, President Money, I was wrong. I should not have kicked you out. Please be generous and forgive me. Seeing her so exhausted, she was gasping for breath. San Sang and her fans were extremely satisfied. Not stopping there, Lam Tan left a comment giving Tra Tra 3 choices. 1 was to personally kick Thiu out of the room. 2 was to let him leave on his own. 3 was to have him pour money in the final 20-second siege stage to overturn the result. From having no rank, he had soared to become a level 27 King user. Previously, the entire platform had only 3 accounts at King level. Yet a newcomer like Lam Tan reached their level after just 1 PK match. Truly terrifying. Not long after he commented, the system notified that Thiu had left the livestream room. The audience watching the drama was thrilled. Thiu had been arrogant because of his money. Now he was forced to tuck his tail and retreat after being crushed by money. Finally, the PK match officially ended, and the result did not change. San Sang won. As soon as Lam Tan exited the app, he received a flood of messages. First was Vuong Cam apologizing profusely, admitting he was blind to dare mock him, even asking if he could become President Money underling. Next was San Sang thanking him and asking for his WeChat along with his phone number. Then Tra Tra begged for forgiveness, saying she intended to kick Thiu, but he had left first. Tra Tra also said she would come to Vientiane City in a few days for a photo shoot and wanted to invite Lam Tan to dinner to apologize. Though exhausted after the punishment, she still forced herself to message because she wanted to stay in contact with the new tycoon. Lam Tan no longer cared about being kicked. He even felt he had not spent enough to gain much return, so he agreed to Tra Tra's invitation. She was so happy that she sent kissing emojis repeatedly, arranging to meet Brother Money in a few days. The next morning, Lam Tan woke up at around 7:30. He felt refreshed. It had been a long time since he had slept so well. Indeed, having money made people relax. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a new message. As expected, it was from La Nha Hai. His roommates also woke up and asked him to go eat breakfast. Lam Tan shook his phone and said, "You guys go ahead. Someone is bringing me food already." The 3 of them looked at him in disbelief. He gathered in a corner to gossip, thinking he was talking nonsense after being dumped following 3 years of pursuit. They even planned to take him out for drinks that night to cheer him up. Lam Tan heard everything, but simply put on his jacket and went downstairs. The 3 were curious and followed him. Downstairs at the female dormitory, a group of boys lined up to deliver breakfast to the 2 goddesses Lu Nhat Tran and La Nha Hai. Coincidentally, they were roommates. Last night, Lu Nhat Tran posted on Weibo announcing she was single. So many thought this was her most vulnerable moment and took the chance to approach. La Nha Hai also posted a vague status, saying the one she had been searching for was actually behind her, making many boys fantasize she was referring to them. Vuong Cam was also present, and as soon as he arrived, he mocked that being a simp like Lam Tan would never end well. Everyone knew the story of Lam Tan chasing her for 3 years, only to be dumped after 1 month of dating. Someone asked Vuong Cam why he also brought breakfast for La Nha Hai. Proudly showed off macarons from the fabulous restaurant worth 600 yuan, completely different from the ordinary food others brought. He confidently said chasing girls required money, spending big brought faster results. Just then Lu and Hat Tran and Lo and Che Hai came downstairs holding hands, looking as if nothing had happened. Boys immediately rushed forward to offer their food. Lu and Hat Tran refused, saying she had already ordered, while Lo and Che Hai accepted Vuong-Cam macarons. This made Vuong-Cam smug, thinking his plan was about to succeed. At that moment, Lo and Che Hai saw Lam Tan walking past with his 3 friends. Before she could speak, Vuong-Cam spoke first to sneer. He mocked Lam Tan for still not giving up after being abandoned. Lam Tan remained expressionless, but his roommates were furious. They felt Vuong-Cam was going too far by constantly picking on Lam Tan. Suddenly, Lo and Che Hai held the pastry box and ran to Lam Tan, asking if he had eaten breakfast and reminding him of her earlier message inviting him. The 3 roommates were dumbfounded, not expecting the goddess to truly bring food for Lam Tan. Vuong-Cam and the others felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Lu and Hat Tran secretly gritted her teeth seeing her best friend openly approach Lam Tan, just as the delivery person brought the breakfast she had ordered. Lo and Che Hai handed the fabulous macarons to Lam Tan to taste. She repeated exactly the same promotional lines Vuong-Cam had just said. Bringing breakfast increased her favorability by another 7%, making Lam Tan both amused and speechless at how easy the mission seemed. Before he could take the macarons, Lu and Hat Tran stepped in, gently pushing Lo and Che Hai aside and raising the 368 yuan breakfast she bought for Lam Tan. She said she was wrong yesterday and wanted to make it up to him. She even moved closer, mentioning the 3 years he had cared for her and asking for forgiveness. Lam Tan frowned at the repeated trick. For 3 years, whenever he wanted to let go, she would coax him then continue keeping her distance so as not to lose other pursuers. He pushed her away and mocked that standing so close, was she not afraid her admirers would misunderstand? Despite being rejected, Lu and Hat Tran favorability increased by 50% because she thought he still cared about her. La and Che Hai also gained another 10%, believing he stood on her side. Lam Tan only saw the numbers rise without understanding what they were thinking, his mind full of question marks. His roommates and the simps were even more confused, as the 2 best friends fought over a man once seen as poor, unaware that before them stood a newly discovered gold mine. Neither girl would give in, both wanting him to accept her breakfast. Lam Tan calmly pulled over a nearby wooden chair and sat down. Lu and Hat Tran and Lo and Che Hai immediately followed. One sat beside him acting coy, wanting to feed him. The other squatted in front of him, also competing to feed him. Lu and Hat Tran and Lo and Che Hai took turns feeding Lam Tan, especially La and Che Hai, wearing a short skirt while squatting so close. From Lam Tan angle, he could almost see everything, one hand holding a bun and his mouth biting a macaron, making the boys both jealous and secretly take out their phones to record. Vuong-Cam was so furious, he bit his lip until it bled. This was the first time in over 20 years of life that Lam Tan enjoyed breakfast like a king. In front of him and beside him were 2 beauties competing to serve him. More importantly, he could tease freely without worrying about offending anyone. Seeing Lo and Che Hai feed the pastry she bought while acting cute with Lam Tan, Vuong-Cam was finally so enraged he coughed up blood. He had to be taken away by the school clinic for treatment. The scene quickly made the front page of the school news with clear photos. The forum exploded because Lam Tan was known as a simp, not a rich heir. How could he be served so devotedly by 2 campus belles? Many even suspected the photos were edited. At the same time, another piece of news went viral. Streamer San Sang received 1,600 golden dragons from a new big brother. Number 1,600 reminded people of Lam Tan words, but most did not believe he had that much money. While netizens debated, Lam Tan leisurely ate breakfast until his roommate said journalism students wanted to interview him, making him nearly spit out his bun in shock. He disliked trouble, so he immediately ran off, leaving the 2 beauties behind. As soon as Lam Tan left, Lo and Che Hai and Lu and Hat Tran began arguing, each blaming the other for making him uncomfortable. He ran all the way to escape, just as his phone vibrated. The message was from Tra Tra. She said she would land at Vientiane Airport at 7:3 tonight and wanted him to pick her up. Her beauty might not rival La and Che Hai. Having another person to spend money on made Lam Tan look forward to it. That night he appeared at Vientiane Airport. Shortly after 7:3 Tra Tra messaged that she had landed, but did not see him, making Lam Tan briefly worry she looked very different in real life. At that moment, he heard an argument nearby, a man insisting on taking her in his jeep while she kept refusing. Turning to look, Lam Tan saw Tra Tra being pestered by a bespectacled man. Fortunately, in real life, she was still beautiful and charming as expected. He stepped forward to block in front of her, claiming he was the one who had sent many gifts, causing that man to freeze. Tra Tra also recognized him, as brother money from the outfit they had agreed upon. Lam Tan did not deny it, and when that man realized he was the one who sent 1,600 golden dragons, he immediately panicked. He hurriedly apologized and retreated. Tra Tra seized the chance to pull Lam Tan away, explaining coquettishly that the man was just a clingy fan. He even flattered him, saying she thought President Money must be over 40, not expecting him to be so young and handsome, then tightly hugged his arm as if afraid to lose the opportunity. After carefully observing her appearance, the system immediately activated a new conquest mission. Real name was Lu Tiat Nha, 21 years old, 170 centimeters tall, 48 kilograms, with a pretty face and a hot figure. Her favorability toward him was currently at 30%. Upon reaching the airport exit, they encountered an elegant man. This man waved. Lu Tiat Nha happily pulled Lam Tan over and introduced him as General Manager Triu, one of her major patrons. She hooked her arm through Lam Tan and introduced him as the tycoon with the ID so poor that only money is left, who had gifted 1,600 golden dragons. Hearing this, General Manager Triu immediately became more polite and asked what car Lam Tan had driven here. Lam Tan honestly said he came on an old electric bike. Since he had spent too much yesterday, there was no need for a luxury car today. After hearing that, General Manager Triu looked awkward. Even so, he still invited both of them into his car and even tied Lam Tan electric bike onto the roof, drawing much attention. On the way, General Manager Triu secretly observed Lam Tan through the rearview mirror, seeing his ordinary clothes and feeling doubtful, yet he maintained a polite attitude. He said she had a lot of luggage, so taking his car was more convenient. Lam Tan simply nodded calmly. Lu Tiat Nha sat beside him, casting probing glances, beginning to doubt his true identity. Before long, the car stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. Lu Tiat Nha walked into a private room, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Inside, several bosses were already waiting, and she introduced Lam Tan to them as President Money. Everyone was surprised because he was so young. Lam Tan felt slightly displeased when he realized the apology dinner was actually a gathering of patrons. Clearly, this was her social banquet rather than something meant solely for him, typical of a calculating streamer. Out of respect for her, Lam Tan still sat down, but General Manager Triu soon mentioned his electric bike, causing the table to burst into laughter. Someone mocked that if 24 million was mere pocket change, then his assets must exceed 1 billion. He said he knew all the wealthy people in Vientiane and had never heard of anyone surnamed Lam like that. According to him, there was no tycoon in this city with that surname. The others chimed in. Even General Manager Triu showed displeasure, suspecting he was an imposter. Lu Tiat Nha favorability immediately dropped by 10%. She was indeed quite pragmatic. However, she had checked her phone and confirmed that ID belonged to Lam Tan, so she remained neutral, thinking he might be deliberately pretending to be poor. For her, any type of man was acceptable as long as he had money. She only worried he lacked the financial power to spend on her. Lam Tan smiled faintly because he understood she was pretending to defend him by asking if he was the young master of the Lam family in Motto. In reality, she was probing his background. Thinking so, Lam Tan calmly replied, "The Lam family lives in Motto. I am not very familiar, but in any case their wealth is certainly not comparable to mine." At this moment, the bosses no longer believed him and even thought he was boasting excessively. They guessed the 24 million spent yesterday was lottery money he still had on hand, and since he failed to make an appointment, he came here to deceive Tra Tra for a night of pleasure. The man called General Manager Za continued, "President Money says he is richer than the Lam family in Motto. So what car do you usually drive? How many supercars are in your garage? As for cars, I cannot even afford to own one. Tra Tra, just tell me which model you like and I will buy it for you immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Tan pulled Lu Tiat Nha into his arms. Hao Fong spoke up. Naturally, no one believed Lam Tan was telling the truth. Supercars were not vegetables in a market that could be bought at will. Lying in his arms, Lu Tiat Nha blinked playfully and said she liked the Ferrari Fa 60. If he could gift it, she would repay him with something worthy. Even so, her favorability secretly dropped by 15%. Lam Tan smiled faintly. On the surface, she appeared enthusiastic, but in reality, her affection had decreased sharply. With acting like this, it would be a waste to remain only a streamer. She should be in films. After reaching an agreement, Lam Tan left the table to choose a car. Lu Tiat Nha still held hope for a new car, but half an hour later he had not returned. The bosses mocked him as a fake rich second generation who had no money and made an excuse to slip away. She could hardly hide her disappointment. As the group prepared to leave the restaurant for karaoke, a dazzling beam of headlights suddenly shone directly at them. Lam Tan appeared amid an imposing lineup of Ferraris. Brilliant lights left everyone stunned in shock. Oh, all the general managers are here as well. Sorry, it seems I am blocking your way. General Manager New was too enthusiastic. When he heard I wanted to buy a sports car, he drove the whole lineup here for me to choose, Lam Tan said proudly. General Manager New respectfully replied that it was our duty. Our store is famous for attentive service. Moreover, young Master Lam assets have been verified by the Long Zing Black Diamond card. How would I dare be negligent? Phrase Long Zing Black Diamond card was enough to stun listeners, as only those with assets exceeding 1 billion could obtain it. A few directors still tried to believe Lam Tan rented the cars for show, but those who knew General Manager New immediately denied it, because to make him so respectful could only mean a truly wealthy tycoon. At this time, Lam Tan walked up to Lu Tayat NHA and said the Ferrari Fa 60 she chose was only a little over 15 million, too cheap to be worthy as a first meeting gift. General Manager New suggested that those who loved the Fa 60 often also liked the Ferrari LF series. Thus, before everyone's eyes, he swiped his card and bought the car worth 32 million yuan to gift Lu Tayat NHA. Tayat NHA eyes widened in shock. You really bought it. The Ferrari LF worth over 30 million and you paid in full. The others were just as stunned. 30 million paid at once. In less than 2 days, he had spent over 50 million. His financial power was terrifying. The sales staff were extremely attentive at Lam Tan generosity. Young Master Lam, is this a gift for your girlfriend? Would you like to buy one for yourself as well? He shook his head. No need. I want a more expensive one, but this is the highest priced here. Tayat NHA blushed at the luxurious gift. Thank you. The Ferrari LF is my dream. I never dared imagine owning one. It is nothing. I have too much money, so I spend it for fun. Lam Tan replied casually. Tayat NHA favorability soared by another 50%. He truly did not demand repayment and even left her a way out. Those who had mocked him hurriedly apologized. President Money, earlier was just a misunderstanding. We were truly blind, then respectfully treated him as an honored guest. Lam Tan ignored them and went with Tayat NHA to test drive. She acted coquettish. Come with me, but he refused. You can drive it yourself. Tayat NHA leaned close to his ear and whispered, I have thought it over. Such a big gift deserves a return. It is just that your gift is too valuable. Can I repay gradually? The first time should be somewhere only the two of us are present. Hearing this, Lam Tan felt heat rise. Indeed, a famous streamer who knew how to do what others dared not to arouse curiosity. Immediately after, the engine roared and the car sped off. Tayat NHA sat behind the wheel, while Lam Tan was in the passenger seat. Brother Lam Tan, can you sign your name on my thigh? The words made him pause, his hand lightly lifting the hem of her skirt. What lay beneath the skirt surprised Lam Tan even more. On Tayat NHA thigh, there was clearly a line of words, Brother Money, I am sorry. She looked at him enchantingly. Brother Money, are you satisfied? Lam Tan replied casually, it is acceptable, and the car continued speeding along the road. Finally, they stopped in front of a curtain hotel. Tayat NHA stood before the hood showing off the gift, greeting everyone. I came from Jiang. I did not expect President Money to gift me a car without hesitation. I am truly touched. The system displayed fan comments. It seems President Money has kept Tra-Tra. I do not believe it. Goddess Tra-Tra would not be conquered so easily by just a few tens of thousands. Shahan approached cautiously. President Money, in Jiang there is a group of wealthy magnates who wish to get acquainted with you. Before he finished speaking, Lam Tan nodded. Fine, add me in. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Hello, Lao Lai, the person on the other end said. Lam Tan, our class is holding a reunion tomorrow. Will you come? He agreed, sure, I have nothing else to do. Lao Lai also revealed that the campus belle of Jiang would attend. Upon hearing about a beauty, Lam Tan eyes lit up. Harangu Ayan had been in the same high school, but they had barely spoken. He only knew her family was very wealthy. Lam Tan rode his 2-wheeled vehicle to the 5-star Miladian Hotel. Truly luxurious. A classmate waved, Lam Tan over here. He was the only one riding, so he felt awkward. Lao Lai, Xiao Zhang, where do we park? They replied, we came by taxi, so we do not know. As he was about to look for parking, a strange noise suddenly came from behind. Damn it, why did it break down like this? Zaha seized the chance to curry favor. Being able to push President Money vehicle for a while is the honor of my life. Lam Tan simply said thanks and bid farewell to Tayat NHA. In his heart, he was still annoyed. Likely last night, General Manager Zhu handled the vehicle carelessly and caused damage. He must demand compensation. Bai Lian drove up in a convertible, laughing. Long time no see everyone. Bai Lian aura was dazzling. Everyone greeted him, and he looked at Lam Tan. Is your vehicle broken? Lam Tan replied vaguely, probably. Bai Lian continued smoothly. It is my fault. I will be more careful next time. I forgot the Miladian Hotel has no space for electric vehicles. When choosing the venue, I did not think someone would ride one. The sycophants immediately flattered. Brother Lian is truly impressive. This hall must cost millions. Is the Meliden Hotel also owned by your family? We knew you were rich, but did not expect this rich. Lam Tan ignored the flattery and told them to go in first. I will find parking. Alone, he pushed the electric vehicle for a while when his phone rang again. Lam Tan, where are you? Today is Saturday. Would you like to have dinner with me? He replied, not today. I am at a reunion with old classmates. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow works. These 2 days are not convenient for me. Hearing that, this straight man immediately misunderstood. Not convenient. Could it be her period? Yet he gently said, then remember to take care of yourself and drink more warm water. In that brief moment, NHA high favorability increased by 2%. The first stage completion of the counterattack plan reached 91%. After spending 11 million gold coins on La NHA High, the system returned 10% equivalent to 10,000 gold coins and transferred it directly to the host personal account. Just by spending a little time chatting with NHA High, he earned more gold coins. Lam Tan was delighted. Who said drinking warm water was useless? It was just a pity the spending was not strong enough. Only 113 million so far. To counterattack quickly, he had to spend even more boldly. The personal attribute panel was unlocked, receiving a reward that increased each stat by 1 level. Lam Tan enjoyed the sensation, as if a warm current spread throughout his body, indescribably comfortable. After that, he opened the system interface and tried a normal draw, hoping for a miracle. But the rewards were trivial skills such as literary appreciation, singing, and rap dancing. Lam Tan was speechless. When would these skills ever be useful? Truly useless. He could only head back to the hotel slowly, putting it aside for now and attending the reunion first. He really wanted to buy a car, but counterattack funds were not allowed to be spent on himself. Pushing the door open, he saw everyone inside chatting lively. Pulled a chair to sit beside Lao Lai and asked, has Harangu Hyan not arrived yet? Before finishing the question, Lam Tan asked if her family was very rich. Lao Lai nodded, saying it was normal. He did not know. Her family was scholarly and strict, always keeping a low profile. Others rushed to flatter Bai Lian, saying museums in the city were opened by her family, wealthy beyond words. Therefore, Lam Tan and Harangu Hyan were not of the same class. In Veem Jiang, only brother Lian was worthy to pursue her. Lam Tan calmly sipped wine, ignoring the chatter. At that moment, Ngu Hyan appeared at the door like a princess from a fairy tale. Sorry, everyone. There was traffic. All eyes turned toward her. Worthy of the campus belle, even with light makeup, she was radiant. Even the system rated her beauty at 94 points, nearly perfect. Lian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly invited Ngu Hyan sit here. He cleverly moved others aside to make room. Only the seat beside Lam Tan remained empty. Ngu Hyan smiled. There is still a seat here. She naturally sat down beside him. Lam Tan, long time no see. Smiled and replied, I thought you forgot my name. Ngu Hyan calmly said she still remembered every name in the class. The system simultaneously activated a new mission. When favorability exceeded 90%, it would return 10% of counterattack assets as personal assets. At 100%, it would convert status and change the relationship between host and target. Lam Tan secretly rejoiced. The beginning seemed smooth. Many classmates were astonished. Lam Tan dared call the campus belle to sit beside him, and she truly did. Lian's face showed anger, silently cursing Lam Tan for daring so much. He directly called his name, Lam Tan. I heard you chased your girlfriend for 3 years in university. Why not bring her for us to meet? Everyone is curious. Lam Tan calmly replied they had broken up a few days ago. Bai Lian was surprised, then mocked. After 3 years of pursuit, you broke up so easily. Or do you want to pursue Harangu Hyan, so you say that? Several people joined in mocking. Such a lie could only fool children. Lam Tan, you look quite ugly. We thought you were honest. In university, you turned into a scoundrel. Lam Tan expression darkened. Before completing the mission, he was already losing points. In contrast, Bai Lian looked smug. He turned to chat with Ngu Hyan, saying he recently bought the painting Maria by David from a famous collector. Would you like to appreciate it together? Successfully attracting her attention, the two admired the precious painting. Proudly, Bai Lian cast a contemptuous glance at Lam Tan. Know your place. Do not think of competing. If I want you to struggle finding work in Veem Jiang, it would not be difficult. Returning to a gentlemanly demeanor, he told Ngu Hyan he liked the painting very much, and that in 2 days the city would auction the work Angel Blessing by the same artist. As it matched her interest, Ngu Hyan asked further, I did not expect you also care about Renaissance art. May I take a closer look? Bai Lian immediately agreed, though inwardly he found these things boring. Suddenly Lam Tan interjected, Mr. Feng, I am also quite interested in David works. Smiled and asked if he could take a look as well. The system assisted, activating the relic appreciation skill. On the surface, Bai Lian agreed, but inwardly he sneered. He was only courting humiliation. Ngu Hyan looked at him curiously. If you also like David, then tell us your evaluation of this painting. Bai Lian deliberately applied pressure. The system skill was immediately activated with precision. Lam Tan analyzed that in David later period, he favored a glazing technique, mixing white varnish with little pigment and more vegetable oil to create a dreamy effect. While this piece had overly heavy pigment and lacked the soft lines at the corners of the eyes and mouth that were characteristic. Hearing him speak, Ngu Haiyan was stunned in surprise. Lam Tan looked at Bai Lian coldly. Unfortunately, this Maria is only a sophisticated replica. That conclusion left Bai Lian speechless for several minutes. He laughed mockingly. Outsiders may believe you, but I know you only memorized a few tricks to show off. The others echoed, telling Lam Tan not to pretend to be an expert like Brother Lian. Ngu Haiyan hair accidentally brushed lightly against him. She picked up the painting to examine it closely and said she had studied David works. Lam Tan was right. This was a high-grade replica. Only after her confirmation did everyone truly believe it and feel astonished. Ngu Haiyan unconsciously turned back, her face very close to Lam Tan. That moment made her slightly flustered as she asked how he knew so much professionally. Lam Tan seized the chance to display himself. Since childhood, I felt distressed that many national treasures were lost overseas, so I taught myself art knowledge. My goal is to redeem them and return them to the country. Those words made Bai Lian sneer. Antiques are not something you can buy just because you want to, Lam Tan calmly replied. When money reaches a certain level, nothing is impossible. The whole table burst into laughter. Money reaching a certain level, it sounded like a child talking. Yet Ngu Haiyan favorability increased by 5%, because when she was young, she also had such bold dreams. That was like a slap to the faces of those who had just mocked him. Lam Tan smiled and answered her. That is not distant fantasy, but a goal I will definitely accomplish. Bai Lian was so furious he felt his blood pressure rise seeing Ngu Haiyan return to sit beside Lam Tan, inwardly cursing that this man dared to show off in front of him. You even dare compete with me for Ngu Haiyan. I will make you lose all face so you understand the gap between us. Before long, a series of dishes were served with eye-catching colors, from Tuscan salad to Brussels-style chocolate souffle. Next came Canadian veal stewed with vegetables, then meat salad with purple onions and special seasoning. The luxury and scent of money in the air made guests exclaim continuously, "This is so lavish. I have never eaten such a high-class meal. Why are our dishes different?" Lian brushed back his hair stylishly, his voice full of bragging. This is not a fixed menu set. The chef once worked at a 3-star Michelin restaurant and decides freely, so each dish has strong personality. Looking at Lam Tan's simple portion, he pretended sympathy. It seems your luck today is not very good. Someone asked curiously, is this a steamed bun? What is going on? Lai Dao immediately mocked, probably molecular cuisine. Michelin chefs often make things like strawberries wrapped in foam. Lam Tan calmly began to eat, his heart tranquil despite the provocation. Indeed, it was just an ordinary bun with pickled vegetables. He had already guessed Feng Bai Lian would play tricks. While enjoying delicacies, Bai Lian mocked, "Is it tasty? If not, I can have it remade, but famous chefs require waiting." Someone beside him immediately flattered, "Eating Michelin dishes is worth waiting 2 hours." He became even more pleased. If we do not wait, it would be awkward to go karaoke hungry. The group laughed loudly while Ngu Haiyan gently said singing later would also be nice. That ridiculous exchange did not affect the harmonious conversation between Lam Tan and Ngu Haiyan. He discussed ancient culture, mentioning the patterns on both sides of golden masks were beautiful and concealed flaws. The wisdom of the ancients impressed him. Ngu Haiyan listened fascinated and praised his knowledge as nearly equal to her teachers, promising to appreciate art together another time. Favorability increased by 2%. Lian witnessed the scene feeling irritated, as if turned into a clown. His phone vibrated. He glanced and saw General Manager Zha inviting him into the Veem, Jiang Princes and Heiresses group, recalling he had joined the rich second-generation group last night. As soon as he opened the app, he saw everyone discussing President Money, confirming General Manager Zha had added him. Warmly welcomed, which made him think of sending a greeting gift. Thinking and acting immediately, he quickly operated, setting aside his meal and randomly selecting a girl in the group to transfer money. Immediately, a notification appeared. He transferred 18.88 million to Engin Bao with a smile. Afraid of misunderstanding, he added that WeChat could not send such a large red envelope, so he transferred randomly to treat everyone to tea. That action dispelled initial doubts, replaced by countless exclamations and thanks. A member excitedly messaged, "President Money is so generous. Where are you now? Would you like to come to Melaton for fun?" Calmly replied he was at Melaton. Immediately, the group grew lively, hoping to meet the mysterious tycoon. Seizing the chance, Bai Lian hurriedly messaged, "President Money, I am Feng Bai Lian, the eldest young master of Melaton. Today, all your expenses are on me." Recognizing the acquaintance but pretending not to know, he only asked what he meant. Lian thought he had made an impression and acted even more generous. saying, "Do not be polite," inwardly pleased thinking he had befriended a tycoon. When they arrived, it would be convenient to belittle Lam Tan. He even imagined meeting President Money, raising glasses in toast, and pretending to complain about an incompetent classmate who did not know his place. In his mind, he staged a script where President Money punished Lam Tan and even banned him from Jiang. Immersed in fantasies of befriending a tycoon and trampling Lam Tan underfoot, he enthusiastically invited everyone to the karaoke room and boasted he would introduce several big magnates. The group flattered him. The whole group moved to the luxurious golden hall, filled with the scent of wealth. Bai Lian represented them in shaking hands with Shu Dai, exchanging business pleasantries that made those following marvel at his connections. He introduced General Manager Shu to Ngu Haiyan, mentioning he was the top real estate tycoon. Shu immediately recognized her as the heiress of the Ha family and said he knew her father. Ngu Haiyan only smiled faintly, her ladylike aura evident as Shu Dai praised her beauty as rumored. While everyone chatted, a waiter leaned to whisper in Bai Lian ear. He pointed at Lam Tan and asked if that friend wanted to order Oloroso series wine. Should it be served? Bai Lian immediately raised his voice. "Lam Tan, you plan to order Oloroso series." Former classmates stirred and reproached. "That wine is very expensive. Even if someone is treating, you should not go too far." Only Lai Dao said perhaps there was misunderstanding. Lam Tan remained calm, confirming it was indeed that type. "Someone is treating, so just open it." Bai Lian laughed smugly, pretending to praise that he also knew tycoons, then open it. All eyes focused on the bottle, whispering about its price and origin. Seeing him silent, Bai Lian mocked. "This bottle is 250,000. If your tycoon friend cannot afford it, we will help you find coal mining work to repay." Lam Tan gently said 250,000. "I do not know much about wine. I thought the longer the name, the more expensive," his tone full of regret. Bai Lian continued mocking. "When showing off you looked impressive. I hope when paying you are not pathetic." After humiliating him, he remembered the main matter. President Money said he was at Melaton, yet we have not seen him. Shu Dai looked at his phone and said the group mentioned being in the Golden Hall. Coincidence made Bai Lian uneasy. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open. Zahan entered laughing loudly. "Oh, everyone is here. Sorry I am late." The group hurried to greet General Manager Sa and waited for President Money to appear. Bai Lian intended to go greet him, but saw Zahan stride past him. He walked straight to embrace Lam Tan. "President Money, so you arrived early. I kept you waiting, so I will punish myself with 3 drinks." Address President Money made the whole room fall silent. Everyone gasped in unison. Lam Tan is President Money. Only Ngu Haiyan was not overly shocked since she followed news little, merely surprised at everyone's reaction. Bai Lian looked as if soulless, stammering impossible. Lam Tan smiled lightly to confirm, "Yes, it is me." Immediately he became the center of attention. Tycoons surrounded, flattering him, praising his youth and asking if he had a girlfriend to introduce younger sisters. The old classmates were stunned, not expecting Lam Tan to be truly wealthy. Their attitude toward Brother Lian earlier completely different. Lian still refused to accept it, saying everyone was deceived. Lam Tan parents were only workers. He could not be President Money. Zahan angrily shouted, "Feng, shut your mouth. You are the most incompetent in the princes and heiresses group." He bluntly exposed him. Poor academics, weak ability, only knowing how to spend parents' money, investments never successful. Each word froze the air, stocks losing continuously, unable to earn a penny, a disgrace to the group. Lam Tan leisurely sipped wine, watching Zahan vent anger for him. "You even dare insult President Money." Finally, Zahan coldly announced he was kicking him out of the group. Bai Lian's face turned pale as he frantically begged. Before anyone recovered, Lam Tan had turned the situation around, confidently dominating the wine-scented atmosphere. "Did not young Master Feng say he would cover everything today? Bartender, bring the most expensive, everyone drink until satisfied." Someone else paying. The crowd immediately joined in cheering, thanking President Money and Brother Tan, truly generous. Only Bai Lian stood frozen, face ashen, feeling cornered. The dramatic reunion ended amid laughter, everyone repeatedly expressing thanks and arranging the next meeting. Outside the building, bodyguards were already waiting by the supercar. Ngu Haiyan saw her ride and proactively said goodbye. "I will leave first." That understated wealth made everyone feel the gap clearly. A stretched Rolls-Royce, yet still so low-key. If it were me, I would boast everywhere. Lam Tan watched the slender figure, his mind calculating non-stop. For a heiress accustomed to upper-class circles, his current status was insignificant. Favorability had not increased much. It seemed not easy. Yet that very fact stirred his will to conquer, an ideal target to test himself, excitement visible on his face. Zahan hurried over. "President Money, you do not like 30 or 40 million cars, right? I found one worth 80 million. There is not a second in the country." Lam Tan glanced at the image and interrupted, "Yes, that is the model." Receiving the nod, Zahan excitedly went to handle it, delivery in a few days. The speed of closing the deal made everyone marvel. Afterwards, he checked his account, the balance over 1 million, thinking he must quickly spend the counterattack funds. Night was quiet, only the rustling of leaves sounding slightly eerie. Under the dim yellow light, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting curled up. Tran. Beautiful girl sat on the cold grass, not caring about her disheveled appearance. Lam Tan, you finally returned. She approached pretending weakness. My father heart disease relapsed and needs 800,000 for surgery. Can you lend it to me? I was too familiar with that trick and bluntly refused. In 3 years you used family illness as excuse 5 times. Planning to buy luxury goods again, I will not give. Exposed, she could only stare speechless. Angry, she questioned. You gave La Nha high over 10 million but will not give me 800,000. He coldly replied his money was his to spend without her interference. Yet she still clung to their feelings. Are you truly so heartless? She brought up old stories hoping to rekindle feelings, but he cut her off, saying he had been living very comfortably these past few days. He had plans tomorrow, so she should stop bothering him. Tran burst into tears, her favorability instantly dropping by 20%. Seeing the notification, he turned completely cold. He had once thought she would change, but forget it. In any case, he would not spend money on her anymore. The next morning, the university campus was flooded with sunlight and bustling with streams of students. As Lam Tan walked, he thought about the location La Nha had sent, unsure whether she was inviting him or trying to interfere with his spending plan again. Suddenly, his phone vibrated non-stop with live-stream notifications. The assistant informed him that EA had invited him to send exclusive gifts. His irritation gradually faded, replaced by interest and new calculations. Livestream room lit up with a notification. A level 26 king had entered the room. Tyat Nha, dressed in tight workout clothes, immediately greeted him. Brother Tyne is here, I will dance for you, and the fans cheered along. Viewers teased, will we get a supercar like President Tyne? I lose. Without responding, Lam Tan began sending gifts. The screen flooded with God of Wealth effects. The exclusive gift, costing 880,000 each, was sent out continuously. The audience was stunned. 880,000 each time, even more expensive than the highest gift before. Tyat Nha was deeply moved and kept thanking him. But the system continued announcing gifts multiplied by 5, by 10, by 20. Money was thrown out like water. God of Wealth multiplied 50, 100, 200, 341 times. When he stopped, the total value had reached 300 million. She was stunned, sweat beading on her skin from excitement, her favorability increasing by 20%. Such generosity made her heart tremble. Whatever talent Brother Tyne wants to see, I will perform it just for you. But before she could say more, a notification appeared. The level 30 king had left the room. The atmosphere suddenly felt empty. Lam Tan did not care at all, only pleased that spending 300 million earned him a 30 million rebate, a huge profit. Tyat Nha drifted into thought. Did he give the car out of pride, or did he truly like her? If so, that would not be bad. She lightly slapped her cheek to sober herself up. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that men were unreliable. He was just an ATM. She would not fall for him. Yet she still secretly opened Lam Tan's photo to look at it, her face flushing red. Meanwhile, as Lam Tan followed Nha's location, he heard shouting ahead. Thug roughly pulled off Tran's mask. She was surrounded by a group of hooligans. She looked around for help and met his eyes. He turned away coldly, making her heart sink. She had no choice but to beg the creditor for 3 more days, but he cursed at her and refused to believe her. She promised she would borrow money. He sneered, saying yesterday she claimed her boyfriend would give her money. Where was the boyfriend? She lowered her head and said she had hurt him. Mocking words poured down. Telling her to call her boyfriend over, she weakly said no. He grabbed her hand and dragged her away. She struggled in fear and asked where he was taking her. That man laughed hideously, saying of course she would use her body to repay the debt. She screamed before her mouth was covered. He cried for help around her, but everyone avoided her. She was dragged away in despair. He even threatened that no one had ever dared to interfere before. Tears streamed down as she regretted hurting Lam Tan for the sake of money. As the car was about to drive off, she choked out an apology to him. At that moment, the car window shattered. The leader clutched his face in pain. The others panicked. Lam Tan opened the back door and shouted, "Get out of the car." Seeing him appear like a savior, she burst into tears of joy, her favorability increasing by another 40%. Urchok immediately pulled Hong Tam forward, intending to teach the other side a lesson. Brat, are you tired of living? Before he could even touch Lam Tan, he was struck straight in the face by a stack of cash. The man beside him had no time to help before taking the full force of another painful money throw. The whole group stood stunned, staring at the banknotes fluttering before their eyes. Lam Tan's eyes were icy with a hint of disdain, clearly wanting them gone. Here is 800,000, take it and get lost. While picking up the money, he warily asked if he was her boyfriend. Hearing that, Lam Tan grew impatient. I am not, why so many questions, take the money and leave. Dai In-hat casually shoved In-hat Tran aside, causing her to cry out in pain. Even after taking enough money, he still threatened viciously. Do not think the debt is settled. The money you used to hit my brothers must also be counted. After saying that, he sped off in the car, leaving Lam Tan standing behind with a dark expression. After a long while, she forced herself up and stammered, Lam Tan, I am sorry. He brushed past her calmly. If you know you were wrong, then stop clinging to me from now on. In-hat Tran sobbed as she watched his straight back, her favorability rising by 10%, determination swelling in her heart to make up for the 3 years she had hurt him. An ordinary car sped down the road, easily overtaking the others. Sitting in the back seat, Lam Tan focused on his phone. The live stream voice echoed, Thank you, Brother Tyne. I will shake my hips for you. Ika curiously started a conversation. You watch live streams too? Which platform? He replied casually, Dawangu, just sending a few gifts. The man bragged that he watched Jiang Bao and mentioned a tycoon who had just donated 300 million. Lam Tan paid no attention and kept scrolling, saying he also watched sometimes. A coquettish voice sounded again from the phone. Car radio suddenly broadcast news. A mysterious tycoon who was poor to the point of only having money left donated 100 million on Dawangu. After hearing that, Haika grew even more curious, wondering if that tycoon had moved to this platform. Seeing Lam Tan switch to Tao AM, he began making wild guesses, probably looking for free gifts to donate. Truly a poor man. The joy of looking down on others made him smug. He even pretended to advise, watching live streams is just for fun, do not spend money. Lam Tan merely nodded perfunctorily. Another notification sounded. The mysterious tycoon donated 100 million on Tao AM. Haika began to feel suspicious. The video switched to another platform again. The coincidence made him boldly glance back. Immediately afterward, the news announced the tycoon donating 100 million on Lakma, almost confirming his suspicions. Shocked to the point of losing focus, the car swerved. Lam Tan gently reminded him to drive steadily. Upon arrival, he stepped out with imposing momentum. Haika stared blankly, wondering if the young man was that tycoon. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Spending money while increasing exposure, plus another 300 million rebate. It felt amazing. After feeling smug, he realized the location looked familiar. Looking around, he remembered this was Nam Din village near Dai Hoc Vim Jiang, a cheap student rental area. NHA Hai had arranged to meet him here. As soon as he arrived, he saw NHA Hai in a tight silk dress, smiling brightly and calling out, Lam Tan is here. Her alluring curves made it hard for him to look away. While he was still standing there stunned, she pulled his hand, telling him to come in quickly. Inside the cozy room, he slowly looked around and made polite small talk. NHA Hai waited for his comment, asking how he felt. Enchanted by her seductive charm, he still replied with a single word like. She invited him to sit, saying this was a dish she cooked and to try it. After tasting it, he praised it as delicious, not expecting her cooking to be so good. Seeing him satisfied, she happily said she had rented this room for a long time and usually stayed here on weekends. She ambiguously mentioned that he was the first male student to come to her room and eat her cooking. Lam Tan pretended not to understand, smiling that he felt honored, then shifted the topic to the lilac pot on the balcony. She shyly admitted she bought it because she knew he liked the scent of lilac. He became wary. She had always loved money, so why was she suddenly so attentive? On the surface, he asked if she was doing well. NHA Hai said she lacked a sense of security because her parents divorced when she was young. She leaned against his arm, saying only money gave her a sense of safety, but he brought her what she truly longed for. Her soft body pressed clothes made him flustered. She continued expressing that he was loyal and generous without demanding anything. He coquettishly leaned on him, saying although she had loved a few times before, she had still kept herself. Her unfinished sentence was replaced by action, their lips nearly touching. At that moment, he suddenly remembered her favorability had reached 91%. She was already in love with him. His goal was the rebate money, and he gently avoided her. Then he reconsidered, since she had taken the initiative. He did not refuse, his hands beginning to respond. The contact made NHA Hai let out a soft moan. He pretended to worry and asked if he had been too rough. She replied it was fine and to do whatever he wanted. Receiving her permission, he boldly moved forward. The atmosphere grew heated, sweat soaking their clothes, when suddenly a shout came from outside. No, do not go. Sound made him pause. It was Chao Dong's voice. He went out to the balcony and looked down, seeing Chao Dong trying to hold onto Tran Na. He was immediately slapped so hard that his glasses flew off. Embarrassed by the surrounding stares, Tran Na scolded him not to make a scene. He turned and walked away, Chao Dong still shouting loudly while the crowd around whispered. Chow Dong was left behind, silently bending down to search for his glasses on the ground. It was unclear when Lam Tan had approached. He bent down to help pick up the items and casually asked, "Uncle Dong, what exactly happened?" His sudden appearance startled the other man, Lam Tan. Only then did he slowly stand up and sigh. "You know, Nana, we have been together for half a year originally." Before he could finish pouring out his feelings, Chow Dong's eyes locked onto the fiery figure beside him, his throat tightening before he blurted out, "La Nha Hai." His overly direct gaze made her shyly avert her eyes, while he shielded her and explained in a low voice, "She invited me to eat," he continued. He appeared very restrained, not asking further and continuing, "We originally planned to watch a movie. Then she said she wanted to buy things online. I said I did not have money right now, and she got angry and left." Hearing that, Nha Hai poked her head out from behind him to confirm, "Are you Tran Nana's boyfriend? I heard she has been seeing a very rich man recently." The news stunned Lam Tan, and Chow Dong found it even harder to accept being cheated on. "Impossible, Nana would never betray me." Nha Hai replied calmly, "Believe it or not, but the news within our sisters' circle has never been wrong." The sudden shock of being cuckolded made him stammer repeatedly, "Impossible. It cannot be like that. I do not believe it." Seeing his friend gradually panic, Lam Tan quickly thought of a way to calm him. "How about this? You call Tran Nana and say you want to give her cosmetics, and you ask your sisters' group if they have seen that man." He confidently arranged everything. "We must see her true face with our own eyes." Under the soft yellow light, thin smoke drifted slowly through the quiet space. Tat Lien lay naked, a cigarette between his fingers, his brows tightly furrowed into a line as he sank into heavy thoughts. Seeing this, Tu Van lying beside him gently asked, "Brother Lien, what is wrong?" The question opened the floodgate of his emotions and he poured out his thoughts. He truly did not know whether his life could change anymore. He recalled the humiliation at the wine party that night, his mind drifting away. He had almost been pushed out of the game, only staying because Lam Tan spoke up for him. But now no one in the group paid attention to him, as if he had vanished. Thinking of that, he felt even more empty and trapped. If this continued, he would surely sink deeper. This place was no different from hell. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table vibrated, cutting through Tat Lien's gloomy thoughts. He hurriedly picked it up and scrolled, his eyes widening with each notification that appeared. This is. Whatever the content was, after reading it, he sprang up in excitement, overjoyed as if he had won a grand prize. "The chance for me to turn things around has finally come." Turned out to be a message from Lam Tan and the crown princes of Veem Jiang Heiress Group. "Everyone who owns a shopping mall. I want to borrow one to help a friend." As soon as it was sent, the group buzzed with boasts of their properties. "Brother Tan, Silver Moon Plaza near Veem Jiang belongs to my family. You are always welcome." The lively exchange ended with a mutually beneficial agreement between Lam Tan and Tat Lien. "Silver Moon Plaza is perfect and nearby. I will trouble young Master Feng. Thank you, Brother Tan. I will definitely do well." Everything was quickly arranged. Right after that, Tat Lien drove the supercar with Tu Van beside him, while Tu Tun explained that he was going to meet President Tyne to receive the money and discuss a cooperation plan, conveniently letting her broaden her horizons. She was both excited and astonished at the rare chance to meet such a prominent figure, while he secretly calculated that bringing her along was only to prove to Lam Tan that he had absolutely no improper thoughts about Hang Ngu Hyen. A moment later, the car stopped in front of a crowded street food stall. He calmly announced they had arrived. The location President Tyne sent was exactly this place. She could not hide her excitement and anticipation, asking in surprise whether the legendary President Tyne was really here. Tat Lien curled his lips slightly toward a direction and confirmed that was indeed him. Following his gesture, Lam Tan appeared in dress pants and sandals, leisurely enjoying a simple meal. Tu Van widened her eyes at that unbelievably modest style. Was that truly President Tyne? Tat Lien, being experienced, automatically added a filter in his mind, feeling that he still stood out handsomely even in such a humble place like a firefly in the night. She awkwardly praised that he was truly outstanding. Immediately stepped forward to exchange greetings, remarking that someone who could spend hundreds of millions of dollars yet chose to eat breakfast so discreetly was truly admirable. Lam Tan politely responded, even inviting them to try the rice rolls before suggesting they head to Silver Moon Plaza to discuss business. He hurriedly agreed as he did not dare waste his time. Under the blazing sun, the skyscrapers seemed to be operating at full capacity. The central area of Silver Moon Plaza bustled with people coming and going endlessly. In a hidden corner, Chow Dong silently watched Tran Na outside the entrance, repeatedly reviewing the plan in his mind. He had asked her out first while La Nha Hai would bring that man over, so he could witness their relationship with his own eyes. Not letting him wait long, Tru Chu appeared and walked toward her, accidentally meeting the other party's gaze. In the crowd, they brazenly kissed as if erasing his final line of defense. The cruel truth left him unable to believe it. His anger surged to its peak. Chow Dong rushed forward to question whether Tran Nana had betrayed him for an older man. In response to that naive question, the man sneered and asked if he was the poor boyfriend Nana had once mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Tang called security. Hai Ji with his burly build quickly appeared. Tru Chu immediately accused someone of causing trouble and affecting the shopping experience, leaving Chow Dong stunned by the blatant slander. That man flexed his muscles threateningly and demanded he leave. Chow Dong trembled slightly, but still tried to argue that he had not caused trouble and that Tran Na was his girlfriend. Being called out unexpectedly, Tran Na immediately leaned close to that man and denied it, coldly laughing that Tru Chu was her boyfriend. His sincerity being trampled upon made Chow Dong cry out in pain, asking why years of affection were inferior to a man of unknown background. She showed no guilt, instead coldly saying he was only a VIP customer who received preferential treatment. Being his girlfriend was too exhausting. She had to think about her future, while Tru Chu embraced the beauty and mocked that youth should focus on making money before thinking about love. He helplessly watched them take turns insulting him, only able to murmur that he could not accept this reality. At that moment, Tat Lian drove the supercar in with imposing momentum, putting an end to the bullying. Tru Chu boasted arrogantly about his wide connections, saying that car belonged to young Master Feng, the owner of Meridian Hotel and Silver Moon Plaza, while Tran Na chimed in praising him as formidable. When they saw Tat Lian approaching, they became even more confident. Tran Na coquettishly insisted on greeting him together, and that man proudly agreed. With an eager expression, Tru Chu took the initiative to extend his hand, intending to greet young Master Feng warmly. But Tat Lian ignored that man, instead warmly embracing Chow Dong and asking if he had come to inspect the mall's operations. He spoke endlessly, draping an arm over his shoulder while painting a vision of investment cooperation, mentioning 2 upcoming shopping centers and expressing his long-standing wish to work with him. Those words made the couple stare in horror, stammering as they addressed President Chow and mentioning investment for young Master Feng. Before they could recover, 2 van dressed provocatively suddenly appeared, playfully reproaching Brother Chow for making everyone wait so long. He pressed close to his arm coquettishly, reminding him of his promise to buy her a Balenciaga bag and the newly released spring collection. Tran Na stubbornly refused to believe Chow Dong was that wealthy, mocking that he once could not afford luxury cosmetics. Tu Van merely gave a faint, sarcastic smile that left her speechless with anger. Chow Dong was still dazed when he suddenly noticed the familiar figure of Lam Tan. He stood aside observing, his calm gaze seeming to reassure him. Those 2 were clearly arranged by Lam Tan to help. Regaining his composure, he assumed the role of a successful businessman, stating he was inspecting operations and that the man had affected his experience despite claiming to be a VIP. Tat Lian immediately issued an authoritative order, declaring that man unworthy of VIP status, demanding the manager revoke his card, compensate 2 million yuan and expel him. Hai Ji had no choice but to comply, announcing the termination of all cooperation. Tru Chu cried out in panic and fear. That man roughly pushed Tran Na aside, frantically trying to salvage the situation after offending young Master Feng, then turned to beg President Chow and young Master Feng for forgiveness, even humbling himself to be treated like a fart. Seeing such a shameless plea for the first time, Chow Dong let out a mocking laugh. Just then the manager rushed over, and Tat Lian ordered them to remember the 2 faces and permanently blacklist them from Silver Moon Plaza. Now the immoral pair had to taste being oppressed. They hurriedly begged Brother Chow not to do this. He showed no mercy, coldly returning the insults once thrown at him, even reminding that man to take care of his health at his age lest he fall and never rise again. Anna cried miserably, while Tru Chu, seeing no hope, changed his tone arrogantly, claiming his company still had reputation in Jiang and many other connections. But at that moment, a series of supercars of all kinds parked densely in front of the center, as if blocking his path. Familiar young masters stepped out one after another, teasing each other while greeting, none willing to yield. The couple turned pale, Tru Chu trembling as he asked why all the top rich second-generation heirs of Jiang had appeared here. The presidents quickened their steps toward the front. As expected, they came to greet Chow Dong, calling him young Master Chow, even reproaching Tat Lian for hiding the opportunity. He smugly said assisting President Tyne was his honor. After the laughter and chatter, they all cast sideways glances at the ignorant man standing nearby. Under those icy stares, Tru Chu stiffened as if falling into an icy abyss. Facing the anger of the powerful figures, that man nearly fainted, his mind filled only with the thought that he was finished. After the impressive resolution, Chow Dong turned to thank Lam Tan, He simply smiled and said brothers needed no courtesy. What mattered was that he had vented his anger. Curiously asked how he knew so many rich people. Lam Tan waved his hand, saying they were merely extras working various jobs. Chow Dong believed it, nodded thoughtfully, and waved goodbye. He spoke about returning to school and bringing him fried rice. Lam Tan called after him not to add COVID, while the others gathered discussing and speculating about President Tyne. Among them, one person silently watched his figure for a long time, wondering what his true identity was. Lam Tan stepped forward to thank everyone for their support and invited them for spicy hot pot. The group responded in unison, laughing and surprised by the simple invitation. Tat Lian cut in suggesting his family bar on the 7th floor. Thirda laughed, saying this time he had to treat. Lam Tan nodded in agreement while secretly thinking he had never entered a luxurious bar before. Before long, the group arrived at Munsiver Plaza, a brightly lit, luxurious private room. Zahan praised President Tyne for earning hundreds of millions in a day and registrations exceeding a quarter. A young master beside him admitted he was far inferior. The atmosphere buzzed with flattery and speculation. Someone guessed President Tyne was the son of a hidden tycoon. Chu Nha eagerly continued. Only Thirda noticed Thich Engin silently drinking. He advised her that her project was costly and impractical. A newly established company could hardly bear it. She might as well follow President Tyne to make money and enjoy life. She coldly set down her glass, asserting that in her dictionary the word giving up did not exist. Thich Engin angrily said if they feared her father and refused to lend, she would seek President Tyne herself. Zahan whispered that even President Tyne would find it hard to invest in such a strange idea. Thirda could only sigh. The atmosphere quickly shifted as everyone turned to flatter Lam Tan, one boasting about Big Hot Nightclub, another inviting him onto a yacht, someone else asking if he was interested in investing in poker. He calmly sat in the middle of the banquet table, wine continuously poured full, his gaze sweeping over each face around him with composure. Faced with such excessive enthusiasm, he merely smiled and declined, saying the project sounded appealing, but he preferred spending money over investing, inwardly thinking these people only knew how to focus on work, truly wasteful. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs appeared in his view. A seductive voice asked that if President Tyne liked spending money, it was truly interesting. Thich Engin moved close to Lam Tan, smiling confidently as if granting a favor, softly asking whether he could invest in her. That statement immediately stirred the entire room. Thirda angrily scolded her for causing trouble again. Tat Lian reminded that last time they had given her over 10 million, had she spent it so quickly. Thian Hai hurriedly warned President Tyne not to listen because the project was crazy and could easily ruin others. Before he could finish, that man received a solid punch to the face from her, being shouted at to shut up immediately. In the chaos, Lam Tan spoke up asking if she was Engin Bao in the group and what she wanted him to invest in. At that moment, the system notification sounded, detecting a female target. The counterattack mission officially activated. Information appeared. Jiang Thich Engin, 25 years old, 172 cm tall, 49 kg. Current favorability 10%. Reaching 90 would refund gold. Reaching 100 would change identity and relationship. Lam Tan's eyes flashed. The opportunity to earn money from this mission lay before him, impossible to miss. Gaining seriousness, she looked straight at him and said she was researching technology chips. Sahan felt as if someone gripped his throat, shouting that President Tyne should not believe her because she was merely daydreaming. She calmly explained that theoretically the project was not wrong, and the company had pursued it for over a year. Only a few minor technical issues remained. Thian Hai still interrupted, criticizing that she had burned piles of money, and if successful might win a Nobel Prize. Before he finished, that man was covered her mouth and pushed aside by her, coldly told to get lost. Then she softened her tone beside Lam Tan, asking whether he wished to invest, yet inwardly worried he would mock her like the others. He smiled confidently, stating that technology chips were a promising direction. If successful, it would help our country compete with the United States, and declared his support for the project. Those words stunned the entire room. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief that he truly agreed. Thich Engin still doubted and asked whether he truly approved without researching the company and knowing the risk of losing a large sum. Lam Tan casually replied that no research was needed. He would transfer 500 million first. If it was spent, she could ask for more. Because among them, only she spoke seriously about entrepreneurship, so he trusted her the most. That sentence gently touched the softest place in her heart. Immediately, her phone notified that 500 million had been received. She stared at the soaring number in shock. He had truly invested. She looked up at Lam Tan in disbelief, just as the system announced her favorability increased by 20%. His bold decision earned everyone's admiration. Only President Tyne would dare spend 500 million so freely. spending money like water for her smile. After dropping the money bomb, Lam Tan excused himself for urgent matters and slipped away, encouraging Engin Bao to keep going. Thian Hai hurriedly nodded to see him off. Tich Engin remained standing watching his departing figure, an indescribable emotion rising in her heart. Shortly after, a staff member entered announcing that tonight's bill reached 330,000 and asked who would pay. Someone blankly asked whether President Tyne was not treating, but he had left. The group reassured themselves that someone who spent hundreds of millions surely would not mind a bill of a few 100,000. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was running with his head down, no longer looking like a tycoon, muttering that he did not have the money to cover everything. A few days later, at a luxurious villa, Engin leisurely rode a bicycle for exercise, her figure standing out under the sun. While exercising, she listened to a phone call. The person on the other end skeptically asked whether he had truly invested after hearing just one sentence. She happily said she was still astonished. She thoughtfully remarked that he was an unusual person. Yu Hyan congratulated her because her biggest financial problem had been solved. Suddenly remembering something, Tich Engin let out a soft cry. She recalled the days when her family opposed her, her father demanding she give up entrepreneurship and take over the family business before hearing her out, even threatening to freeze her car. She also remembered going to beg relatives, but receiving only advice to stay obediently at home and marry early because she was a daughter. Those things only strengthened her determination to succeed. Yu Hyan gently said she believed in her. After that, Tich Engin asked about her friend's class reunion. Yu Hyan said she thought it would be ordinary, but a skilled appraiser classmate surprised her. Tich Engin teased that Yu Hyan had taken interest in some young man, inwardly curious what he was like. Yu Hyan retorted that she too was paying attention to a man who trusted and spent money on her, making Tich Engin awkwardly deny it. At that moment, Lai Man opened the door announcing it was time to depart. Gu Hyan only gave a soft reply, reminded her that young Master Tao would be a future shareholder of the museum, so she needed to be close to him. Ngu Hyan calmly answered that she had heard it many times, and replied yes. At the male dormitory of the university, as soon as Lam Tan stepped into the room, he heard someone calling his name. He saw Ngo Tri lying there with a fever-flushed face. That man asked him to cover a shift and promised to pay 150 yuan. He said he did not need the money, told him to rest, asked where the uniform was. Ngo Tri weakly retorted a sentence. He changed clothes and thought that Ngo Tri worked the night shift at Veem Jiang Museum 3 times a week. Whenever his friend was busy, he would go in his place. Before leaving, he told him to lie still and rest. Ngo Tri weakly cursed back once. Not long after, at Veem Hung Museum, Lam Tan sat behind the reception desk thinking why it was so empty today. Perhaps it had been booked out, then casually continued sending gifts to several female streamers. Just after sending the gifts, a luxury car stopped at the entrance. The streamer thanked him profusely for the money. Tao Tuan stepped out with an arrogant air, his secretary following closely behind. Chen Nhi hurried out to greet him, informing that Director Ha was waiting upstairs. Tao Tuan nodded, signaling to lead the way. That man swaggered in like a leader inspecting the premises. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Tao Tuan shouted, asking whether the museum hired blind people who did not stand to greet guests. Lam Tan quickly stood up to apologize and welcome him. Shen Nhi explained that he was just a student working part-time. Nhi mocked that with that strap he would probably only be a security guard for life. Tao Tuan coldly demanded that the apology require a 90-degree bow. Lam Tan remained calm and replied that he hoped he would not judge people one-sidedly. Shen Nhi turned pale and rushed out to stop him, telling him to be quiet at once. But that man furiously shouted back that a poor wretch like him dared lecture him. From tomorrow, he did not want to see him again, even though he tried to explain that staff were lacking. That man was still overbearing like a petty tyrant, ordering everyone to shut up, saying even Director Ha had to listen to him, so what was that brat? Fire him immediately. Tao Tuan did not bother with reason. Shen Nhi had to change the topic and invite him upstairs to meet Director Ha, while Lam Tan felt uneasy fearing Ngo Tri would lose his job because of him, and suddenly realized the museum might belong to Ha Ngu Hyan's family, so he decided to find her and clarify. In the exhibition hall filled with rare antiques, Aimao walked out smiling to welcome him, warmly greeting young Master Tao. That man pretended to be modest and shook hands in return. The old man happily praised young Master Tao for being willing to contribute to cultural relics. After that, he turned to Ha Ngu Hyan, telling her to guide young Master Tao on a tour. She softly nodded in obedience. As she stepped away, Kai Mao sternly reminded that young Master Tao's investment was extremely important. This time, they relied on her. Ngu Hyan maintained her composure, and invited young Master Tao to follow as she introduced several treasures. That man curved a half-smile while looking at her, as if assessing merchandise. Stopping before a solemnly displayed painting, she introduced it as the only surviving manuscript of a Tang poet, over 2,000 characters long, depicting the lingering sorrow of farewell. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, a smile appearing as if she could feel the author's emotions when he set brush to paper. Seeing that man harbored ill intent, gently placing his hand on her shoulder while praising her beauty. Gu Haiyan immediately shook his hand off, her expression turning cold as she asked what he was doing. Tao Tuan pretended to be innocent and apologized, saying her appearance just now was too captivating so he could not restrain himself, making her angrily shout that he did not care about cultural relics at all, so why invest? That man laughed meaningfully, saying as long as it made profit it was enough. There was no need for interest. Gu Haiyan angrily replied that these relics could not be measured by money, yet her father allowed such a person to interfere. Tao Tuan revealed clear disdain, mocking her for living in dreams yet liking that distinctive temperament. Without waiting for her reaction, that man turned to Kai Mao declaring he would buy the museum for 6 billion on the condition that Ha and Gu Haiyan marry him. Kai Mao was briefly stunned, awkwardly saying that condition was somewhat excessive. Gu Haiyan immediately rejected every word, telling him not to dream. She loudly refused and demanded security be called. But Kai Mao hesitated because 6 billion was an enormous sum. Lai Man beside him was also worried. Finally, Kai Mao sighed, admitting the museum had suffered losses for 2 years, facing bankruptcy, and this time Tao Tuan came to acquire it, not invest. Those words struck her like lightning. Tao Tuan interjected, saying he was the last hope and promised after marriage to give her a better life. Gu Haiyan asked in a trembling voice whether her parents truly wanted to sell her to this man. Lai Man burst into tears, apologizing. Kai Mao said he did not want to force her to marry, but if they did not sell the museum, it would go bankrupt. Those words were like knives cutting her heart. She thought of the relics being sold cheaply or drifting into the black market, and her parents suffering, telling herself it could not be so. Childhood memories flooded back, when she once exclaimed in delight at beautiful antiques, and her father praised her for appreciating them from a young age. She still remembered her eyes shining when she first saw them, and felt the craftsman's devotion. Growing up, she heard many rich people boast of buying paintings and jade for profit, making her despise those who valued only money. Even those who pursued her only flaunted expensive perfume or sports cars. She always disdained them, believing money was not everything. But now she had to face the harshest reality and questioned whether that belief still held. She had clung to that belief in a chaotic world, but before cruel reality it became fragile. Tao Tuan seized the chance to promise that after marriage he would treat her well, and if she bore a son, he would buy her another museum. He tried to suppress the surging emotions, looking toward the calligraphy and the entire museum. In the end, she was forced to accept that unreasonable condition, softly saying she understood. Hearing that Kai Mao was overjoyed, saying his daughter had grown up, and urged signing the contract. In another room, the atmosphere was grave. Shen Nhi declared the contract would have legal effect once signed. Kai Mao agreed and said marrying his daughter to young Master Tao would surely bring happiness. Lai Man handed the pen to her daughter, urging her to sign quickly. Tao Tuan smiled sinisterly, as if victory was certain. Gu Haiyan trembled as she lowered the pen onto the contract, but the pen tip halted midair, tears filling her eyes. At that moment, the door burst open. Lam Tan strolled in, saying he heard someone wanted to buy the museum. His appearance astonished everyone. Gu Haiyan looked up at him and called Lam Tan. Tao Tuan flew into a rage, shouting for security to throw this bastard out. Nhi hurriedly explained that he was the museum's only night shift security guard. Hearing that man grew angrier and lifted his foot, intending to kick him. But before it reached him, that man's face received a punch that knocked out 2 teeth. That man collapsed onto the floor, screaming in pain like a slaughtered pig. Even so, that man still had the strength to shout about firing him, suing and sending Lam Tan to prison. Lam Tan paid no attention, only stepping to Gu Haiyan, who was still stunned. He gently wiped the tear at the corner of her eye. That gesture made her blush unconsciously. Kai Mao and his wife asked in surprise whether she knew this person. Gu Haiyan introduced Lam Tan as a high school classmate. Kai Mao advised him to focus on studying instead of being a guard, and demanded he apologize to Tao Tuan and compensate if necessary. Before he finished speaking, Lam Tan had already torn the contract into pieces. That action left the entire room silent. Kai Mao panicked and knelt to gather the torn paper, trembling as he asked what he was doing. Lam Tan declared loudly that he would buy the museum for 10 billion. Tao Tuan sneered that a mere security guard could not possibly have 10 billion. If he did, that man would eat excrement on the spot. Lam Tan frowned, saying someone had once said that and swallowed his words. My man worriedly asked her daughter whether this classmate truly had so much money. Ngu Hyan also replied in confusion that she did not know. At that moment, that man took out his phone, calling his subordinates to Veem Museum to deal with a troublemaker, making her anxiously advise Lam Tan not to get involved. Ai Mao took the chance to bargain that if Lam Tan could inject at least 500 million of the 10 billion, then the museum and Hyan would belong to him, making Tao Tuan shout angrily. Ignoring the shouting, the old man continued setting conditions that if there was not 1 billion, he would still sell to Tao Tuan for 6 billion. Lam Tan smiled faintly at that calculation. Then NHI quickly brought a new contract with the same content, only changing the name and amount. Lam Tan flipped through the densely printed pages, realizing the lengthy contract essentially reduced to 3 words: selling daughter. Tao Tuan stood beside him, constantly threatening that his men were about to arrive, and if Lam Tan did not break a few bones, they would not stop. The curses made his head buzz with irritation, a strange, suffocating feeling rising. His gaze suddenly stopped at the calligraphy on the wall, the desolate sunset with drained wine and tears soaking the robe. He gently touched the surface of the painting, a familiar sensation spreading. It was the soul of the relic. The entire room fell silent at that action. Without waiting for anyone to react, he loudly demanded the contract be revised. Looked straight at Shen Nhi, requesting a new clause be written, despite Kai Mao cutting and asserting the price could not drop a single cent. Amid the tense atmosphere, Lam Tan declared that 10 billion would only purchase the museum, excluding the relics. Everyone simultaneously cried out in shock, unable to believe their ears. He clearly stated that all relics were priceless and would remain under the Ha family's ownership as before. Lam Tan stood before Ngu Hyan, affirming that management of the museum would be entrusted to her. He would be the largest shareholder, but the owner remained Ha Ngu Hyan, and the contract would bear her name. He sincerely told her that if she lacked money or encountered trouble, she could come to him. The system immediately notified that her favorability increased by 20%. Lam Tan swiped his card to pay 10 billion, as lightly as paying for coffee. The successful transaction notification sounded, shaking the entire room. Tao Tuan trembled when he saw him easily produce 10 billion, realizing the strength was terrifying. Ngu Hyan quietly asked why he did that. Lam Tan smiled and repeated his promise to reclaim the lost relics because they were national treasures, not commodities. Tao Tuan slammed the table, cursing that he was only showing off. The collection was not even worth 100 million, and challenged him to go to Japan for the auction next month. That man aggressively mentioned treasures like 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, and the Lily Guanian statue, worth over 1 billion, to provoke him. Lam Tan gave a faint smile and agreed to participate, saying whoever did not go would be a grandson. Hearing that, that man did not dare say more and hurriedly left. Outside, La Nhi asked whether to continue fighting. That man shouted to retreat quickly because he feared someone who could spend 10 billion. At that moment, his phone vibrated. On the other end, came to ask about acquiring the museum to serve the East Asia collection plan. Tao Tuan turned pale and reported that a young Chinese man had taken it first. That man hurried to reassure that he had arranged for Lam Tan to join the auction next month so Kamda could personally make him submit. Kamda laughed, saying interesting, and reminded that real gold fears no fire. What belonged to him would not be taken. Tao Tuan echoed to save face, saying he would witness Kamda's power. In the museum, the atmosphere was joyful after the contract was signed, and Lam Tan became the largest shareholder. Kai Mao gratefully thanked him for saving the family from danger and invited him to dinner. Lam Tan firmly refused because he still had a night shift and said eating alone was fine. Ngu Hyan laughed at that attitude, and the system notified that her favorability increased by 10%. He followed behind, asking if next month he would truly go to Japan. Lam Tan answered with certainty. Ngu Hyan smiled with trust and asked to go with him. The next morning, sunlight shone into the lecture hall. Lam Tan yawned as he entered the classroom after a night shift, chatting with Ha Ngu Hyan until late. In his mind, he replayed the moment she fell asleep at midnight. As a result, he had only slept 2 hours, and dark circles were obvious. Seeing him tired, Nhai asked with concern, while Nhat Tran also called his name. The surrounding students immediately watched, as if enjoying a drama. Nhai gently touched his eyes, advising him to skip class and rest at her apartment. Nhat Tran frowned in opposition and said she would sit beside him during class. He shyly suggested letting him rest his head on her lap to listen and rest at the same time. Lam Tan coldly asked why she came again, but she quickly cut in, saying she remembered his words clearly. He showed sincerity, saying she loved him truly, not for money. Nhat Tran presented a paper crane, proposing to start over. He promised to cherish him and make up for past mistakes. The crowd cheered at the confession. She mentioned once throwing away 999 cranes he folded, and now personally folded one. But the system displayed favorability at 86%. Lam-Tan sneered at the 86%, while she still claimed complete love. Turned and left because he knew she pursued him out of unwillingness to lose. The lecturer entered, asking everyone to return to their seats. After class, the corridor was packed with students. Lam-Tan walked beside the two girls, NHA sweetly inviting him to her place to catch up on sleep. Tran immediately mocked that NHA should not casually bring a boy home when he was not her boyfriend. He instantly countered in a sugary yet suggestive tone, saying she and Lam-Tan had a special relationship, so she invited him. He was still single. She was only an ex-girlfriend. She would take good care of him. The atmosphere heated up as neither yielded, words flying back and forth like firecrackers, saying it was just a small quarrel, saying he valued loyalty so much he would save even injured cats and dogs. But a wise horse does not eat old grass. It chooses better grass. The two continued arguing fiercely before the curious crowd. Lam-Tan tiredly said not to drag him in. He did not want fame across campus for nonsense. That moment an engine roared. A girl driving a supercar rushed in like lightning. Car sped so fast that everyone moved aside, and in a blink Lam-Tan vanished. Regaining his senses, he realized his head rested on someone's smooth white legs. Tayat Nha smiled brightly, asking if he was hurt. Lam-Tan was surprised by her sudden appearance. In the speeding luxury car, he was in an awkward position about to sit up, but she kept looking forward, telling him to lie a little longer. Hearing that he comfortably adjusted on her lap and thanked her for arriving in time, Tayat Nha playfully asked if there was a reward. Lam-Tan immediately replied, of course, making her beam and telling him to remember his promise. Tran stood frozen watching the car disappear, wondering who that girl was to take Lam-Tan away before so many eyes. Crowd whispered about the 30 million Ferrari and wondered how Lam-Tan knew such a wealthy heiress. Tran gritted her teeth angrily, thinking once they knew he was rich the girls would compete to cling to him. Nha mocked that she had ignored his feelings before. Now regret was too late. Tran shouted back that the girl was richer than both of them. If Lam-Tan found new joy, it would not be Nha turn. Nha raised her head, proudly saying she and Lam-Tan had real progress. Other girls could not compare. Hearing that Tran widened her eyes in disbelief. He rushed to ask what trick Nha used and how far they had progressed, but only received a meaningful smile telling her to guess. Nha turned away smiling triumphantly, leaving Tran choking with anger. She began to speculate whether Lam-Tan as gentle as that could endure such encirclement for long. She stomped hard as if urging herself not to delay. Her face became confident, thinking she understood Lam-Tan best as his former girlfriend and resolved to win him back. At that moment, the system panel appeared reporting favorability, increased by 4%. Total reached 90%, completing the first stage, refunding 10% and deducting 80,000 yuan transfer. Notification made Lam-Tan jump up in shock because Tran had increased favorability on her own. The system continued reporting attributes rising to level 3, enhancing strength, physique, agility, and intelligence. He clearly felt his body become stronger. System opened skill options like long distance running level B, swimming level B, or jumping level D, making him hesitate. He saw the skill levels were not high, but his body had strengthened greatly, so long-distance running was unnecessary. Finally, he chose swimming, knowledge and sensation strengthening chest. Back and arm muscles instantly poured in. However, gaze was quietly observing him. It was Chin Duong standing upstairs looking down with an unreadable expression. A student union member came to remind the president to prepare for a meeting. The meeting room discussions buzzed about Lam-Tan, Tran, and Nha, along with the appearance of the supercar heiress. Chin Duong gritted his teeth when hearing that name. That man stood to speak about a male student and 2 female students causing noise, associating with social people driving supercars and damaging the school image. That man turned to Chu-Ha asking if they were from the literature department. Chu-Ha awkwardly confirmed the name Lam-Tan. Chin Duong reminded that Chu-Ha had been highly regarded by the previous president, so he must handle it strictly. Chu-Ha immediately stood, promising discipline. That man pretended generosity, saying as long as Lam-Tan sincerely corrected mistakes and did not repeat it was enough. Chu-Ha agreed to execute. The next noon Ngo Tri complained that the student union warned and ordered Lam-Tan to clean the swimming pool all semester. Lam-Tan just smiled, saying his friend drove too fast in school, so punishment was reasonable. He even thought this penalty was not bad, making Ngo Tri look excitedly toward the female students of the swimming department. Dukai praised Tiu Ngu's figure under the blue water, making her shyly tell her not to tease. Friend teased that Duong Lai kept staring at Tiu Ngu, and asked her boyfriend's standards. Tiu and Gu half-joking said he must swim faster than her, making her friend cry out because she was a national first-class athlete. Nearby, several female students discussed Lam Tan becoming famous and pursued by many. Tiu and Gu heard and inwardly disdained, thinking another boring boy. Suddenly, her ankle cramped painfully, realizing a cramp and panicking for help. Two girls by the pool thought she was practicing and even praised her diving technique. Meanwhile, Tiu and Gu struggled desperately, thinking she was about to drown. Lam Tan noticed an arm flailing underwater and realized she was in danger. Without hesitation, he dove into the pool to save her. Duong Lai also panicked, calling her name. Before anyone reacted, he swam like a fish approaching. He wrapped his arm around her waist from behind and kept her head above water. She panicked, struggling, shouting to let go, but he shouted to calm down and breathe. She calmed, he held her with one hand and powerfully stroked with the other, bringing both to shore at a speed that astonished her. She unconsciously pressed her face to his firm shoulder, cheeks flushed because it was the first time being so close to a boy. Finally pulled to safety, Tiu and Gu lay exhausted and gasping for breath. The crowd immediately rushed over, asking questions without pause. Lam Tan rolled up his sleeves to wipe the water from his face, revealing a firm six-pack body full of allure, casually reminding her to be more careful next time. Before she could steady herself, he had already turned and left indifferently. Du Kai hurried to comfort her. Tiu and Gu, are you all right? Even Duong Lai let out a sigh of relief. You scared us to death. People buzzed with discussion. That male student swam like lightning. He must have broken a record. I recorded it all. I will post it online. Tiu and Gu softly asked, his name is Lam Tan, right? Kai quickly replied, that is right, Lam Tan. He saved you and swims amazingly, exactly your type. After talking for a while, she noticed her friend's face red as a blooming flower and widened her eyes, asking, Tiu and Gu, why is your face so red? Du Kai might not understand, but Duong Lai saw through that expression and secretly gritted his teeth angrily. Tiu and Gu, have you fallen for him? In a short time, the clip spread wildly with a shocking title about a brave male student saving someone. Netizens praised endlessly. Is that not Lam Tan, so handsome? I saw him swim incredibly fast, like breaking a world record. Could it be his potential burst out to save someone? Chin Duong accidentally saw the post. His face darkened instantly, his eyes vicious as if wanting to swallow someone. Damn it, Lam Tan. He stared at the bottle of medicine in his hand with a sinister look, a cruel thought forming. I will make you lose everything. A few days later, the campus shone brightly for a lively dance party. Laughter of young men and women filled the air. This year there is also Blind Box. The student union invested heavily. Everyone dressed splendidly. I want to invite NHA High to dance. Someone overheard and laughed mockingly. Stop dreaming. Recently, NHA High is obsessed with Lam Tan and also Lu En Hat Tran. Suddenly someone exclaimed, look, they are here. Are they not rivals? Why so close? Girls' friendship is hard to understand. NHA High smiled gently, but her words were sharp as knives. Tran, you look beautiful today. Pity Lam Tan's heart is not with you. No matter how carefully you dress, it is useless. Hat Tran refused to lose. She playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, thanks for caring, just enjoy tonight. After tonight, everything will be different. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away, leaving her roommates secretly wondering what she was plotting. She quickly dismissed the thought, telling herself, never mind. I will prepare cake for Lam Tan. Once he arrives, we can use it. Tonight I must dance with him. Meanwhile, En Hat Tran quietly watched from behind, disdainfully thinking she knew those naive tricks too well. She swayed her hips gracefully as she walked, inwardly mocking her rival, thinking acting gentle could keep a man, not knowing men follow instinct. She moved closer to danger ahead, yet there were obstacles to overcome. Not far away, Tiu and Gu innocently searched for a familiar figure. Why has Lam Tan not arrived? I just want to thank him properly and get his contact. She anxiously sipped water, suddenly remembering the kiss that day, making her face red as a tomato. If not for him, I might have been in trouble. Hat Tran quietly appeared behind with a gloomy, frightening gaze, inwardly despising that she was merely saved conveniently, yet dreamed of climbing higher. Outwardly pretending to greet, making Tiu and Gu startled. Tiu and Gu hesitantly asked, who are you? She leaned down, oppressively introducing, I am Lam Tan's girlfriend, Lu En Hat Tran. Have you not heard of me? Those words struck her fragile hope. En Hat Tran continued, asserting ownership. My Lam Tan is warm and kind, so he often helps others. He deliberately bragged with a smug face. He pursued me for 3 years before I reluctantly agreed. No need to say more, we are still very affectionate. As she spoke, she deliberately pressed closer, showing off her hot figure, then concluded, in short, if you want to thank Lam Tan, it is unnecessary. After finishing, she thrust her chest provocatively before Tiu and Gu's modest posture, smiling falsely, saying, tonight he already has a date with me. After speaking, En Hat Tran revealed dominance to intimidate, asking, do you understand? Making Tiu and Gu stunned wide-eyed. never experiencing such a thing. Tiu Ngu panicked, stepping back, trembling, saying, I understand. Nhat Tran stood proudly with a victorious smile. Compete with me. At the same time, the system quietly notified favorability, increased by 1%. The dormitory, Lam Tan received notification that Lu Nhat Tran's favorability had reached 91%. He was surprised and confused. Why increase again? I did nothing. Could it increase without effort? Person beside him heard him mutter and seriously said, maybe you unknowingly offended someone. He immediately grew curious. Tell me. Shortly after, Lam Tan neatly walked to the dance. Thinking about the abnormal student president, it was Chin Duong. He liked to make trouble for those he disliked. Trin Hao had been implicated before. Interesting, tonight I will meet him. His phone showed a message from the class monitor. Lam Tan, come to the dance. The president said he will give you a small award for saving someone. Everyone is waiting. Lam Tan smiled meaningfully, knowing this might not be a celebration. If others do not offend me, I do not offend them. Chin Duong, tonight I will respond. Nearby, Duong Lai hid behind bushes holding a brick, filled with resentment. Finally waited for you. I should have been the one to save Tiu Ngu and gain both fame and beauty. His hand clenched with veins bulging, gritting his teeth angrily. You appeared from nowhere, stealing my credit and Tiu Ngu. I will knock you out and cripple your leg. Taking advantage of Lam Tan's distraction, he rushed out, swinging the brick with a cruel, mad face. Let us see if you dare compete with me. But things did not go as planned. Lam Tan's figure flashed swiftly, leaving a faint afterimage. For understanding, Duong Lai was grabbed by the head, his triumphant smile freezing. Lam Tan pressed his face to the ground without mercy. Only then did he recognize the attacker and frowned. It was her classmate. He coldly asked why attack from behind. Duong Lai stammered, blaming him. You injured me and stole my credit and my woman, making him frown, asking your woman. Lam Tan did not even remember who his crush was. Duong Lai angrily cursed Tiu Ngu with vulgar words, saying he pursued her long, yet she did not respond and blushed at others. Not wanting to hear filth, Lam Tan pressed his face harder into the ground, making his eyes bulge. He threw Duong Lai toward the nearby trash and turned away. Trash belongs in the dump. Meanwhile, the school dance floor shone brightly with lights, a lively atmosphere everywhere. Seeing Lam Tan appear, Nha Hai happily approached. Many girls around were attracted by his handsome aura. He quickly asked why so late. Lam Tan vaguely replied he heard there was something fun, so he came. Though not understanding, she eagerly invited him to dance. He indulged the beauty without hesitation. All right, let us dance. Nha Hai cast affectionate glances while dancing, praising his skill. On the outside, Lam Tan appeared calm, but inside was delighted because enhanced attributes were indeed useful. The talented couple blended with the music, attracting captivated gazes. As the first song ended, a boldly dressed girl invited Lam Tan to dance. Nha Hai proudly refused and held him back. The other girl sarcastically advised Nha Hai to rest. After sending one away, several more surrounded Lam Tan like bees to honey, making Nha Hai furious. The boys outside were jealous and annoyed. He only saved someone and got lucky. Why suddenly so many girls surround him? Dao Nam angrily said the president even planned to reward him. Does he deserve it? Ha Tan beside agreed, saying the president favored him too much. That moment, Chin Duong appeared with two cans, pretending to mediate, saying, do not say that. Lam Tan really saved someone. He approached, handing a can, and introduced himself as president, saying the school needed role models like him, and toasted on behalf of everyone. Lam Tan did not accept immediately, only glanced at the can cautiously. Seeing hesitation, he asked, what is wrong? Before he answered, Dao Nam pressured, saying refusing the president is impolite. Though not caring about whispers, he politely took the can. Since the president personally invites, how could I refuse? After speaking, he raised his head and drank it in one decisive gulp. Chin Duong smiled, praising his capacity. Exclamations sounded everywhere. Some girls admired him while boys secretly envied. Drinking a little alcohol is nothing. Only Nha Hai frowned, worriedly asking if he was all right. No one noticed the sinister smile flashing on Chin Duong's face, his eyes showing satisfaction like completing a trap. Put on a righteous look, inviting. Lam Tan, I have matters about the student union. Please come over for a moment. He responded without suspicion, all right, a private talk is fine. He led him into an empty meeting room, lights mostly off, the space dark and suffocating. Upon entering, the scene made him pause briefly. Unfortunately, he did not see the calculating smile behind him. Seeing Tiu Ngu lying motionless on the sofa, he immediately felt something wrong. Is this not the girl from the pool? Her face is abnormally red. He hurried to check and worriedly said she seems to have a fever. But before finishing, his head grew dizzy. My head is spinning too. Losing control, he fell onto Tiu Ngu and fainted. Seeing everything proceed as planned, Chin Duong smiled viciously. Good, the show truly begins now. He left with the key in hand, lips curling maliciously. Lam Tan, enjoy this time. Back in the hall, the crowd grew impatient because the main character had not appeared. Was there not an award? Why not start? Duong stepped on stage, calming them. Everyone stay calm, Lam Tan will arrive soon. Inwardly, he was eager to smear him. The drug must have taken effect. Even an elephant would fall. He signaled, since Lam Tan wants to speak through the screen, please look at the big screen. Please welcome Lam Tan. Waiting crowd immediately focused on the screen eagerly. Seconds later, Nha Hai widened her eyes in horror, as if witnessing something terrible. On the screen, a man and woman entwine, heavy breathing showing the frenzy. Someone reminded President, look. Chin Duong turned, pretending shock. Oh my, Lam Tan, what are you doing? Deliberately spoke loudly, dramatically. This is live broadcast. I know you are romantic, but you cannot be so unrestrained. Curses spread everywhere, disgusting. Go to the meeting room and catch him. Nam seized the chance to slander. I knew he was no good, born poor and lucky to save a beauty, so he thinks he is superior. Lam La agreed. Such moral corruption, I can tell. He specializes in flirting. Jealousy erupted. A group shouted to expel Lam Tan. Someone like him does not deserve to stay at Phim Jiang University. Chin Duong pretended to bow his head, disappointed. Lam Tan, I am truly disappointed in you. Seeing the president speak, the crowd shouted louder. Expel him. Suspend him immediately. No one noticed the barely hidden joy on his face hearing cheers. He raised his head, laughing like a ruler, satisfied with manipulating the crowd. This is the power of the president. Crushing others feels wonderful. Amid the heated atmosphere, Lam Tan's voice suddenly sounded. It seems I missed something interesting. Seeing him calmly walk on the red carpet, Chin Duong stared, stunned at the one who should not appear. His eyes reddened, a bad premonition rising like an alarm. All fell silent as he advanced leisurely. I only went to the restroom briefly, and it is lively here. Who are you expelling? He looked meaningfully at Chin Duong. What is wrong, President? Are you afraid seeing me? The crowd began whispering. Chin Duong turned pale, stammering. You are here, then who is in the room? Lam Tan curved his lips faintly. How would I know? Was that not the program the president prepared? That moment the camera zoomed in on the room, causing an uproar. Look, that is not Lam Tan. On screen, Duong Lai was embracing a mannequin, whispering vulgar words with the name Tiu and Gu. Someone recognized him as Duong Lai, who had pursued Tiu and Gu long. Lam Tan quietly watched the broadcast, his mind returning to 10 minutes earlier. Upon detecting an aphrodisiac, the system activated level 3 detoxification skill, automatically neutralizing the drug within 12 hours. He realized Chin Duong's trap when seeing the unconscious girl. Installed camera and locked door. With level 3 physique, the door was like paper. He easily broke it and carried Tiu and Gu out. According to plan, he judged she was heavily sedated and could not wake soon, so he quietly placed her safely in the women's restroom. Then he returned to the trash heap and dragged the drunken Duong Lai to replace the lead role. It had to be said this decision was perfect. His acting while unconscious was remarkably natural. Bringing him into the meeting room, he even forced him to drink the remaining water. The actor was in position. How could he disappoint the president who staged such a grand play? He also arranged a plastic mannequin brought from the dressing room as a co-star. The hairstyle identical to Tiu and Gu. With everything prepared, he snapped his fingers in satisfaction. The show began. Back to the present. On screen, Duong Lai was still drunkenly boasting to the mannequin. The entire hall burst into laughter seeing him strip and mutter, while Chin Duong could only shake his head, stammering impossible. He nearly went mad, shouting repeatedly that it was impossible. He had seen Lam Tan fall onto Tiu and Gu. Seeing him expose himself, Lam Tan said coldly, you confessed before being beaten. Those words allowed the whole hall to clearly hear Chin Duong's admission. Everyone stunned. Continued pressing. Tell me clearly how you saw me fall onto Tiu and Gu. Chin Duong was speechless. He stepped closer with icy eyes. You spoke boldly just now. Why silent now? At that moment, a short man entered from the door. Tun Min rushed in, shouting, outrageous. The students cheered because he was the notoriously strict department head. Contrary to expectations, he pointed at Lam Tan and scolded. You are not a class officer, yet dare question the president. If the president mistook someone, what is strange? Though unfairly accused, he calmly replied, mistook someone? Then how do you explain him saying I fell onto Tiu and Gu? He avoided Chin Duong's fault and blamed him for causing trouble, damaging the school's reputation, and deserving punishment to restore order. The student union members behind exchanged calculating glances, ready to add fuel to the fire. Dao Nam waved and shouted that such a serious crime deserved more than light punishment. Lam Lo incited, demanding Lam Tan be expelled immediately. The crowd was stirred and chanted, expel him, expel him. With the shouting, only Nha Hai realized the truth. Clearly, the president was framing Lam Tan. Seeing the situation favor him, Chin Duong leaned close, whispering with a twisted face. I bribed the department head. Those below are my people. What can you use to fight me? He loudly slandered that Lam Tan intended to flee. Disciplined team hold him. Students with red armbands rushed forward. Despite their effort to drag him, he stood firm like a stone statue, barely moving. Chin Duong seized the chance to rush in. Lam Tan, that is right. Resist me. That way I have reason to beat you half dead. Suddenly a hand shot out like lightning, making his face freeze, eyes bulging. Restrained, Lam Tan needed only one hand to lift him off the ground and sneered. Why hurry? The main act has not begun. Tun Min, having taken money, had to protect the pair. He shouted, he is assaulting someone. Security restrained him. Wave after wave rushed in, making him lose patience, his icy gaze sweeping around. Amid chaos, a majestic voice thundered. Everyone stopped. Everyone was stunned as the principal slowly entered. Behind him, Tat Neen and Trin Hao. Someone immediately bowed. Tun Min hurried to smile ingratiatingly. Principal, why are you here? He showed no courtesy, replying coldly, if I arrived later it might be too late. Thinking he had backing, Tun Min accused. This student caused serious trouble, damaging the school. We decided to expel and detain him. The principal grew angrier and struck him with his cane, making him cry out. Pointed the cane at Tun Min, shouting, the one damaging the school's reputation is a teacher who takes bribes like you. Chin Duong panicked, interrupting. Principal, you misunderstand. The troublemaker is Lam Tan. Director Tun only helped me. Trin Hao angrily kicked him down. It is not your turn to speak. Tun Min knelt, pleading. Principal, he is the young master of the Wei family. The Wei Kwang building was donated by his father. Hearing that, the principal grew more furious, kicking him over and shouting, shut up. At Neen beside Lam Tan smiled faintly. Such a big gift, Director Tun, making Tun Min realize young Master Feng was on the board and connected to Lam Tan. The principal coldly announced Chin Duong bribed teachers, causing serious impact. The board decided to expel and dismiss both. He turned proudly to Lam Tan. Fortunately, the school has an excellent student like you, exposing evil and restoring integrity to Veem Jiang. Hearing that, the two knelt pale with fear. The crowd murmured, so the president and department head were the villains. We were deceived. Lam Tan calmly said, everyone look at the screen. Footage from 40 minutes earlier showed a woman drinking sedated beverage. Chin Duong in the recording arrogantly boasted that Lam Tan would not know who harmed him even in death, proudly saying all students must look up to him. When his true face was revealed, students below were furious. So disappointing. Such a wolf heart dared deceive us. Anger erupted. They threw objects at him, shouting for expulsion and even imprisonment. Chin Duong trembled, kneeling, eyes empty. Everything of mine is ruined, all because of Lam Tan. He suddenly pulled a knife and rushed at him. Lam Tan, I will drag you down with me. The light sweep of his leg, he fell, and the knife was easily seized. Lam Tan calmly said with threatening eyes, President, you should go down now. After speaking, Chin Duong was thrown into the crowd below, panic rising as he was surrounded. Students like hungry tigers rushed in, beating and scolding. Act again. See if you can still smile, screams echoed. In moments he went from refined to miserable like a beggar. Curses everywhere. Someone like you does not deserve to be president, even drugging female students. Lam Law immediately suggested electing a new president soon. Bayan Jiang nodded. Principal smiled, asking Lam Tan, you bravely defended justice and removed evil. Do you want to be president? Students excitedly cheered. Nominated by the principal is amazing. We support him. Lam Tan slowly replied, thank you, principal, but Trin Hao discovered the plot and young Master Feng informed in time. Otherwise, consequences unimaginable. He recommended Trin Hao, once oppressed yet capable and suitable. He did not wish to bear such burden. Crowd went wild, such opportunity, yet he refused. Lam Tan is truly graceful, who dares speak ill. In Hat Tran watched from afar, face flushed with pride. Lam Tan is outstanding, worthy of being my man. Trin Hao quickly declared the dance continue, while Lam Tan quietly left to check if Tiu and Gu had awakened. The restroom was eerily quiet, silent enough to hear breathing. He approached Tiu and Gu, worriedly stroking her head, seeing she's still unconscious. He called her name repeatedly, unaware of movement above. How much sedative did she take? Suddenly he smelled a strange fragrance spreading, sensing something wrong. When Lam Tan collapsed, Hat Tran revealed herself, smiling triumphantly. He slowly approached, using all strength to drag his tall body closer. Without hesitation, she sat on his lap and tore off her obstructing dress. With gentle eyes she looked at him. Lam Tan, from now on you belong to me. Finally achieving her desire, Hat Tran could not hide excitement, soft whispers sounding. Remembering Tiu and Gu, she roughly grabbed her, shouting, open your eyes and look clearly. Lam Tan is mine. You will never have him. Then she changed tone, gently caressing Lam Tan. I will always be by your side. That moment Lam Tan suddenly woke, fully conscious, his strong hands lifting her. Hat Tran gasped in panic, stammering, wait, Lam Tan. She fearfully realized his state was different. He had not lost consciousness. Ignoring her words, Lam Tan increased strength, making her tremble. Her mind chaotic thinking, could this be instinct? As Climax approached, her face flushed, eyes gradually blurring. Even an outsider could feel the dense, ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Suddenly he halted as if awakening from a dream, eyes confused, not understanding. By reflex he scanned the room. What is going on? Smelling the strange scent and seeing her sprawled on the floor, Lam Tan realized, Lu En Hat Tran, damn it, this is an aphrodisiac. Anger surged violently. He clawed his hair to calm himself. That damn woman repeatedly scheming. Detox skill not yet cooled down and hit again, damn. Without hesitation, he lifted En Hat Tran and delivered heavy slaps to her buttocks, teaching a lesson. If not for you unconscious, I would not hold back. At that moment the phone rang urgently, interrupting him. Lam Tan frowned, answering. Thian Hai excitedly said, "Good evening, President Tyne. I saw young Master Feng boast in the group about helping you greatly. Why not call us to celebrate?" Glanced at messages, seeing intimacy with President Tyne increase. Helpless at their boasting, truly like to show off. Thian Hai continued, inviting. President Tyne, remember the private yacht party I mentioned? Tomorrow night in Veem Jiang with special program. Give face and attend. Hearing that he nodded, agreeing. Fine, mood not good, so relax on yacht. The other end immediately cheered. Two cold silver beer cans clinked crisply, foam spilling like shared laughter. Under warm streetlights, Chow Dong suggested drinks at the dance were bland, so go out for beers. Trin Hao, slightly tipsy, laughed, saying, I am president, everyone drink I treat. Lam Tan ahead shook his head. You said that 100 times tonight. Ignoring teasing, Trin Hao pointed to public restroom. I will use restroom. Friends chimed to go together. Lam Tan smiled, watching them leave, thinking enhanced physique made him hard to get drunk. Then behind a female voice shouted, let go. On nearby grass, 4 young men surrounded, teasing a hot girl. What, not allow touch? Did you not come to make money? She coldly replied, go away. N Chai greedily eyed her exposed white skin. She slapped his hand, warning, look, only not touch. Her words excited him more. I like hard to tame like you. Losing patience, they dragged her into bushes. I cannot endure want now. Rounded like wolves, and Gao Dong weakly pleaded, I am not that kind, you are breaking law. Chok Na Chai shouted, shut up. Since you aroused us, take responsibility. Unable to watch, Lam Tan spoke up. She refused, yet you force her, startling them to turn. Ngao Dong, hearing the deep voice, anxiously looked back. Lying on numbers, they surrounded him, cursing. Alone dare be hero, saving beauty. Watched too many movies. Get lost if you do not want beating. Seeing him not retreat, 2 swung fists to teach lesson, arrogantly shouting, die. She stood outside and anxiously reminded him to be careful. Lam Tan dodged lightly as the wind, causing the 2 punches to collide with each other. Already weak, they took the full force and immediately collapsed unconscious, the remaining accomplices staring in horror. Not giving them time to react, he grabbed the heads of the other 2 and smashed them together like striking a bell. The dizziness left Dai Man and Chok Na Chai lying motionless. Gao Dong stepped forward to check and concluded that they were all unconscious. Thinking he would be thanked, he was instead scolded sternly by her. Did he know how dangerous that had been just now? At that moment, the system notified that a beautiful female target had been detected, and a counterattack mission was unlocked. Information appeared on the blue screen. When Shen and Gao Dong favorability exceeded 90%, he would receive material and ability rewards. Reaching 100% would change the dependent relationship. After reading it, Lam Tan was slightly surprised. He had not expected to unlock this mission. She looked quite innocent, but unfortunately was a prostitute. Sighing in regret, he advised her a few words before leaving. She was so pretty and should not do this job anymore. Find a proper job instead. Leaving Ngao Dong startled as she asked what he meant. She watched his back and silently cursed the reckless man who had appeared out of nowhere to ruin the plan. Dai Man on the ground, still trying to reach out to grab her. Unexpectedly, the weak girl from earlier instantly changed her expression, stomped hard on that man's face, then turned and left. Gao Dong took out her phone to report to her subordinates that the suspects had been subdued, and they could prepare to close the net. The voice on the other end replied clearly, understood, Captain. The next morning, a speedboat carrying Lam Tan and Thian Hai skimmed over the blue sea toward the luxurious yacht ahead. The speedboat docked and Thian Hai waved his hand. President Lam, enjoy yourself. I will head to another boat to discuss business. He nodded and told him to go ahead with his work. Inside the spacious cabin, lively music blared. Wealthy men embraced fair-skinned beauties and laughed indulgently. Lam Tan swept his gaze around, then blended into the atmosphere. The party was quite lively, bikinis everywhere. A few steps away, and Gao Dong, dressed in a cat-maid outfit, listened to a report. How was the target, and had they closed the net yet? She replied that he had been marked, and they were ready to act. In her heart, she remained cautious. This time she had to be careful and not let anything happen like last night. She had nearly been ruined by that man. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lam Tan's cheerful voice. Is this free? I am thirsty. He stepped closer, looked carefully, then smiled, so it was her. Sudden appearance startled Ngao Dong. Why was he here? He did not answer directly, but said had she changed careers. Being a waitress was better than her previous job. She politely invited him to enjoy himself as long as he did not ruin her plan, when a male voice suddenly cut in calling for the waitress. A few meters away, Kim Van held two young girls in his arms and beckoned, "Come here." She walked over and asked if he needed more champagne, sir. Umai beside him mocked. Did the waitress not know what to do? If President Kim wanted to play something different, he would not treat her poorly. The other two laughed along. Who would have thought old Kim had so many tricks? Kim threw a wad of cash at Ngao Dong's face. Today he wanted a taste of innocence. This uniform was nice. Take the money and come here. Licked his lips lewdly and said each word, serve me well. Facing such a scene for the first time, she tried to stay calm. Anger boiling inside, but she endured for the sake of the mission. At that moment, Lam Tan stepped in front of her and coldly said sorry there were no special services here. That was illegal, leaving Kim stunned. Few seconds later, he flew into a rage and cursed, "You shabby waiter dare talk back to me." Lam Tan replied calmly that he was not a waiter. President Thian had invited him. Tumai seized the chance to flatter. He looked no different from a staff member. They had attended so many parties and never seen him. Where was his invitation? Casually picked up some food and said he had no invitation because the owner had invited him directly. If they did not believe it, they could ask. Ban snorted. The entrance fee was 100,000 per person. Who was he to claim he was invited? Haka mocked that a poor man had snuck onto the boat. Ma Van shouted to throw him into the sea. Kim said through clenched teeth that no matter who he was today, he had to kneel and apologize or his legs would be broken, and he would be thrown overboard. That woman would have to kneel in another way too. Others chimed in that once on this boat, there was no need to pretend to be pure. The crowd gradually surrounded Lam Tan and Ngao Dong, leering as they threatened to teach them the rules of the rich. Ngao Dong looked at Lam Tan back, calculating. The main target had not appeared, and closing the net now would ruin things. But no matter how capable he was, it would be hard to fight so many people. Ignoring her calculations, he calmly took out his phone and provoked them. Did they mean that whoever had money was right? Fine, he would call President Thian right now. Van, who had been holding the two girls, suddenly stiffened. The two beauties beside him also showed clear shock. As all eyes turned to Lam Tan, the automated voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Looked at the phone screen and reassured himself that President Thian was probably discussing business and could not answer. But the surrounding crowd immediately mocked him. Stop pretending. Someone like you dare call President Thian. You scared us for 3 seconds. Tumai sneered and taunted. Why not buy this boat outright, and then we would kneel before you? Kim Van chimed in that if he could buy it, then the waitress would belong to him. Today he would spare her, but did he have the money? Those provocative words suited him perfectly, and Lam Tan immediately nodded. Not a bad idea. He waved and called for the captain to come over. While she was still flustered, Kim laughed loudly and told her to call. Even if President Thian was absent, Captain Xiao Zhuang could handle it. They would see how far this poor man could act. Zhuang Ha hurried over when called and bowed. President Kim got straight to the point. Captain, this man wants to buy your yacht. Hurry and entertain him. Zhuang Ha glanced at Lam Tan, then smiled faintly. President Kim must be joking. This yacht was extremely valuable, and not just anyone could afford it. He looked Lam Tan up and down, and emphasized whether he truly had the ability. Without bothering to argue, he took out the power card and placed it on the table. Stop the nonsense and state the price. Hakar exclaimed in shock that it looked like a long zing black card, but more advanced, while Hyan Nhu stubbornly insisted it looked fake. Ngao Dong pulled his hand anxiously and suggested he should leave and not cause more trouble, already considering the worst-case scenario, and unable to let the mission be ruined because of her. Lam Tan tilted his head and said briefly, relax. Just those 2 words made her cheeks flush. The system immediately notified that favorability had increased by 5%. Afraid he would back out, Zhuang Ha quickly stated the conditions. If he truly wanted to buy it, the base price was 700 million plus 100 million expedited processing fee, totaling 800 million. Sign and transfer the money, and it would be done. While he was still reviewing the contract, the crowd was already clamoring. Swipe 800 million and let us see. President Kim urged that if he lacked the ability, he should leave the boat. Lam Tan put the paper down, sign. Of course he would not sign. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. They knew it. No need to act anymore. After they finished laughing, he pulled Ngao Dong closer. The one signing would be her. The entire group gaped and shouted in unison. What? He calmly explained that he would swipe the card and she would sign. This yacht was his gift to her. After asserting himself, he finally asked her name. She was still stunned as she replied that she was Shen and Gao Dong. Lam Tan swiped the card through the machine with flair and declared that this was the first gift he gave to Shen and Gao Dong. The machine chimed that the transaction of 800 million was successful. Kim Van and the others were speechless. He had really paid the full 800 million. Who exactly was he? Certainly not ordinary, indeed a guest invited by President Thian. Wang Ha immediately changed his attitude to one of respect. Miss Shen, from now on you two are the new owners of the yacht. The entire crew is at your service. The female staff all bowed to Miss Shen. Lam Tan turned to Kim and said, as you said he had bought the yacht. This waitress belonged to him, right? Kim nodded weakly while the two girls beside him seized the chance to get close to the young rich master. Ban immediately flattered that he had long disliked the Kim family. Hien and Hu quickly bent down to adjust a loose shoelace, while Ngao Dong remained immersed in shock. Who exactly was he? Han Biu watched the reversal and said in a deep voice that this time Zio Kim had misjudged. This kid was not simple. Kim hurried to apologize to Han Biu, but did not forget to incite him. When he slapped Kim, it was also a slap to Han face. If Boss Han helped deal with him, the Myanmar business deal would be handed over entirely. Fat bait delivered to his mouth made it hard to refuse. Fine, hand him over to me. This fat sheep must be handled by me. Han Biu clenched his fists and walked over, his voice arriving before he did. This young master was truly generous. He lowered his head to hide the sharp look in his eyes and said he was Han Biu. Everyone called him Boss Han. How should the young master be addressed? Lam Tan replied casually that his surname was Lam. Hearing that name, Ngao Dong expression changed. Han Biu was the boss of the Black Tiger Gang, the image of the notorious kingpin, specializing in smuggling contraband across Myanmar, and Laos suddenly surfaced clearly in her mind. As for M2, the man running the underground casino, their team had been hunting him for months, and tonight's target was him. Han Biu tried to appear friendly, smiling as he said the atmosphere tonight was wonderful, and asked whether Lam Thiu wanted to try a few rounds of 2 gold, but he waved it off, saying he did not like gambling and it was illegal, so he would pass. Failing to lure him in, that man switched to provocation, saying Lam Thiu had thrown out over 100 million without ever placing a bet. Perhaps the 800 million was already drained. Toomey joined in mocking, even saying that even if he ran out of money, Lam Thiu was still the biggest patron on this boat, so why speak like that? Lam Tan curled his lips slightly and corrected him that money was certainly not lacking. It was just that some people were as anxious as dogs guarding bones. Having money did not mean having guts. Those words struck his pride, and he shot him a gaze as cold as bullets. Kim seized the tense moment to step in, telling Han Boss to forget it. Some people had plenty of money but were stingy. Losing 200 yuan would cost them sleep, so let him play instead. Gao Dong worried he would fall into the trap and leaned in to whisper that he should not fall for provocation. She had heard Han Biu won big in casinos. Even 1 or 2 billion would not be enough to withstand him. Lam Tan only repeated softly, lose 2 billion. Hearing that key number, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he exclaimed that it was perfectly suitable, leaving her stunned into uttering a baffled sound. Without further thought, Lam Tan waved and called out to Han Boss, saying he suddenly felt playing a few rounds could be fun. Ngao Dong could not stop him and only let out a startled cry. Han Biu celebrated inwardly, knowing the prey had taken the bait. He turned to the girl beside him and assigned her a task, saying his luck had been poor lately. He could not even pull an SSS from gacha, so she should play. If she lost, he would pay. If she won, she would keep it all, and she was not allowed to refuse, leaving her stunned as she cried out. After assigning the roles, he dreamed of getting rich, letting her bet and lose 2 billion while he only lost 200 million, which was more profitable than sending gifts to female streamers, counting money until his hands were sore, ignoring her shouting that he was crazy and warning he would lose miserably. As he thought it was best this way, so later he could lie idle and never run out of money. Once everyone was seated, that man played the considerate host, saying baccarat was rather complicated and feared Lam Thiu might not understand and lose interest, so perhaps blackjack would be simpler. Lam Tan responded cheerfully that there was no problem. Murmurs spread about how a mere attendant was playing against Han Boss. This time Lam Thiu was finished. Ngao Dong clenched her hands and told herself she had to help since she had been given the boat. She could not refuse lest her identity be exposed. Amid whispers that even with money one had to call Kim Boss father, yet at the casino the money would still flow into Han Boss's pocket. Some said Lam Thiu was just a foolish, rich second generation. Toomey, in the role of dealer, enthusiastically announced the start of dealing. Looking at the two revealed hands, Han Biu feigned courtesy and said Lam Thiu's luck was not bad, asking whether he wanted more chips. Under Ngao Dong's stunned gaze, he generously pushed all his capital forward and firmly said he would go all in. When all the cards were revealed, I immediately declared the result. This round hand boss won. Lam Tan skillfully displayed a sorrowful expression and sighed regretfully. That man gathered all the chips toward himself but still pretended to comfort him, saying it was fine, he could win it back next round. He immediately played the role of a foolish rich man, saying next round he would bet 200 million, and by the way asked why the chips were of such small denomination. Exchange 2 billion for me, causing Me to flusteredly reply yes while Bin Hoa choked out a call. Crowd was stunned by the enormous number, stammering that 2 billion had not even touched the bottom of his wallet. Hanbiu clapped and praised the decisiveness, smiling brightly on the surface while already planning how to spend the money and restore his illegal businesses after winning big. From then on, the dialogue repeated in the same pattern, only the amounts of money kept increasing. First-hand boss won and Lam Thiu lost 200 million, then 500 million, then 1 billion. That man gathered chips until his hands were sore, his greedy eyes continuing to lure the prey to deposit more money. Lam Thiu asked whether he would continue. Lam Tan almost answered of course but was pulled back by Ngao Dong and had to change it to stop. The audience saw the sudden retreat and grew noisy, asking why the attendant had taken the initiative yet would not continue. She pushed him against the wall, blocking him with both hands, and demanded that even with money he could not squander it like that. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, asking whether he thought doubling the bet would recover losses. In a casino, there was no such thing as luck. Amid her scolding, the system coldly notified that favorability had dropped by 3%. Lam Tan felt dizzy and gave in, saying even if he lost he would not blame her, telling her not to be agitated, while secretly enjoying it as it was the first time being pressed against a wall by a beauty, only fearing that if he spoke too much she would run away, though she did not know that losing was how he made money. After scolding him, Ngao Dong realized she had gone too far, stammering that she was not agitated but only meant that she could not win. Secretly relieved she had nearly revealed her emotions. Lam Tan pretended to misunderstand and curiously asked why she could not win. Could it be Hanbiu could switch cards like in movies? Should he report it for a reward? She weakly replied that movies were just low-level tricks. She revealed the secret that the deck had sensor chips, so the dealer knew the result in advance and informed Hanbiu to place bets. The system had also detected external devices, but because of covert cooperation, that man was not exposed. Ngao Dong spoke in one breath and emphasized that therefore he could not win. Lam Tan feigned innocence and exclaimed that so that was the case. Gambling truly harmed people. Immediately after, he turned and pulled her back to the table, saying that now he understood the principle. It was simple, time to teach those gamblers a lesson, leaving her startled as she asked what. Based on what he had just heard, he loudly suspected the poker deck had been tampered with and requested an inspection. And Biu blindly trusted his trick and readily agreed, saying to check so Lam Thiu would accept his loss wholeheartedly. The crowd chimed in, whispering that he panicked after losing everything. Over $1 million was no small amount. Outside this boat he was probably broke. Fortunately, they had not partnered with him. Me swayed closer and suggestively offered that he could check her anywhere. But although Lam Tan understood, he politely thanked her and prioritized checking the table first. Her clothes could be checked tonight as well. He felt around the table several times, then suddenly slammed down with third-level force. Seeing everyone remain calm, he casually concluded there seemed to be no problem. Shrugging under greedy gazes, Lam Tan said to continue, but playing like this was no longer interesting. Hearing the provocation, Hanbiu's face stiffened in anger at being mocked for winning much yet betting like a woman, only daring a few thousand each time for fear of losing. The crowd echoed that a few thousand was not little, but it depended on the opponent. Compared to Lam Thiu throwing out tens of thousands each time, Han Boss was clearly stingy. Struck by the taunt, that man lost his composure and swept all the chips on the table, declaring a 1 billion bet and demanding the cards be dealt. Me immediately operated. From below it could be seen that the 9 of spades appeared first, but when it was pushed halfway, her finger suddenly froze. The abnormal action startled Hanbiu, and he shot her a suspicious look. Seeing their prolonged exchange of glances, Lam Tan grew impatient and urged what was wrong. Hurry up, I still want to recover my losses. I whispered into the earpiece that the sensing device suddenly stopped responding. Though furious, that man still signaled to continue dealing, not believing the opponent's luck could last. As soon as the words fell, she stammered that Han Boss lost and Lam Thiu won. He had been waiting for this moment and raised a finger in celebration. Everyone stared in shock before cheering that he had finally won. One round overturning everything, Han Boss's efforts going to waste. Blood rushed to his head and Hanbiu roared, cursing that the brat dared to play him. Lam Tan remained unmoved and calmly asked that when he won much it was fine, yet losing one round he went mad. It seemed the one who could not afford to play was Han Boss. Not knowing where he was provoked, that man pointed at Ngao Dong and falsely accused that she had just cheated, saying after years of playing nothing could escape his eyes, and she was an expert invited by him. The crowd joined without caring about right or wrong, saying cheating was unacceptable. Even on Lam Thiu's boat one must follow casino rules. Do not rely on money to act recklessly. She hurriedly denied they did not cheat, and the cameras could prove it. Pressing his advantage, Hanbiu pulled out a dagger and stabbed it hard into the table. The man immediately pointed a gun at Lam Tan's head and coldly declared that according to the rules, cheating meant cutting off one finger and confiscating all bets. Otherwise, he would be shot on the spot. Even with the gun at his head, he calmly spun the chip in his hand and asked that after years of training reflexes, was his gun faster or was his hand faster? Ngao Dong rushed forward in panic to stop him, telling him not to anger that man further. He truly dared to shoot. Before she finished speaking, a sharp gunshot rang out, the naked eye only catching a blur passing by. No one understood how. They only saw Hanbiu clutch his abdomen, kneel down, and spit out a mouthful of blood. The room erupted in screams. What had just happened? And Ngao Dong stood frozen, wondering what she had witnessed. In her mind, she replayed the moment, starting from when that man pulled the trigger, and he used the chip in his right hand to strike the gun hard. Immediately after, Lam Tan counterattacked in a flash, throwing 3 punches into the opponent's abdomen, the speed unbelievable. Kim was the first to recover, pointing at the man lying on the ground and shouting for security to seize him, saying he had cheated and assaulted. Just when needed, security appeared, but the one restrained was the troublemaker. Afraid the other party felt wrong, he stood up and calmly reminded that Kim Boss had forgotten he was the owner of the boat. Who did he think security would obey? Lam Tan even used his foot to push Han Biu's stiff body aside, emphasizing that the cheater was him. Surrounding people cried out in shock. What Han Boss cheated? Ngao Dong, though witnessing it herself, was still confused and leaned close to ask softly. He had no need to use cheap card switching tricks. How exactly did you win? He calmly replied to his own people that when inspecting the table he had secretly damaged the sensing device. The previous round relied purely on luck, and the other 2 cards were slipped into his hand while striking him. He covered her mouth and laughed, scolding affectionately that he was truly cunning. Just like that, favorability increased by 15%. The chaos, the captain hurried in asking what had happened. Everyone scrambled to say Han Boss had cheated at gambling and even fired a gun. That man ignored everything and ran to check Lam Tan, repeatedly asking whether he was hurt, whether he had been hit by a stray bullet or scratched, even as he spread his arms to show he was fine. While everyone was still stunned hearing the title President Tine, Ngao Dong quietly reported over the radio that the major target had been fully restrained and the next step could proceed. Captain generously made a formal introduction, confirming this was President Tine he often mentioned and had specially invited tonight. As soon as the words ended, the crowd immediately surrounded him, some seeking acquaintance, some inviting cooperation, others even asking whether his younger brother lacked a girlfriend. Fortunately, the commotion was soon suppressed as the police stormed in, ordering everyone to stand still to arrest the smuggling ring. Someone stepped forward to report to Ngao Dong that Han Biu and his subordinates had been completely restrained, and she immediately ordered them escorted away. While everyone still discussed the identity of that attendant, she looked around searching and suddenly realized he had disappeared, and his money also needed to be returned. The person she was thinking of had already slipped away like a cicada shedding its shell. Lam Tan sat on a speedboat, still trembling from nearly being caught gambling. The women's dormitory area, the entire building was immersed in peaceful sleep. Only Nha Hai lay on her stomach staring at her phone, muttering that she did not understand where Lam Tan had gone without replying to her messages. She curled her legs, telling herself she had planned to invite him to her rented room for dinner tomorrow, then hesitated for fear of being too proactive. Thinking about what had been interrupted the other day, she felt even more regretful and told herself she had to find another opportunity. Before she could think further, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor startled her. Hat Tran had just sat down and was already complaining of exhaustion. Turned to tease her roommate, saying Nha Hai looked as if someone had done something to her and she should be careful to protect herself. Seizing the chance, she began recounting that Lam Tan looked polite but was actually forceful, rubbing her waist and complaining of soreness, yet boasting of a sensation she had never felt before. Nha Hai rested her chin in doubt, saying she did not believe it since he did not seem rude at all. Perhaps that dress had even been torn by her own hand. Hat Tran lifted her skirt to reveal a handprint on her buttocks as proof, saying she was so weak that even opening a bottle cap was hard, if not convinced then look. Seeing Nha Hai tremble, she covered her mouth and laughed, teasing that if she did not want to catch a cold she should wear more clothes. Unable to bear the feeling, Nha immediately ran out. Watching her retreating figure, Tran smugly thought that if she wanted to compete for Lam Tan now it was already too late. Men always remembered their first woman. She lightly bit her finger as she recalled the lingering taste, secretly praising how formidable he was and hoping for another time soon. In front of the men's dormitory, Nha held her phone sadly as her messages and calls went unanswered, wondering whether he had already gone to sleep. Thinking carefully, she felt Tran did not seem to be lying, so she told herself she had to seize the opportunity more firmly. Her imagination drifted far away, picturing countless girls surrounding him. A man like Lam Tan, both rich and handsome and still without a girlfriend, would surely become the target of many women's pursuit. Nha clenched her fists, determined not to let go easily. Behind her, several men whispered about the scantily dressed girl waiting for someone, guessing she must have quarreled with her boyfriend. A day passed quickly, the gentle morning sunlight spreading everywhere. Lam Tan ate a hamburger while feeling listless, exhausted from gambling and fighting the previous night, only wanting to go back and rest. As he walked, he suddenly halted upon seeing a familiar figure. Nha, why was she here? He vaguely heard people discussing that they had seen her standing here last night waiting for someone. Could it be she had waited all night? Without hesitation, she rushed straight into his arms and called out Lam Tan. Fatigue on her face vanished, her voice filled with joy at finally seeing him appear. Remembering the gossip, he quickly asked whether she had waited for him all night. Nha gently replied that it was fine because waiting for him was what she should do, saying she understood everything, which startled him into asking what she knew. Leaning against his chest, she confessed that he was too outstanding, so many would pursue him. She only wanted to be the one who understood him best. Seeing the timing was perfect, she pretended to stagger and held her head, crying out in pain, leaving him bewildered. With no other choice, he lifted her up, awkwardly asking if she was all right and suggesting taking her back to rest. When the two of them had entered Nha's room, as Lam Tan adjusted her posture for her to lie down, she softly thanked him for bringing her back. He tilted his head and asked whether she was fully awake now. Nha drew her legs in, adjusted her clothes, then took his hand, her voice sweet as honey. Lam Tan, you treat me so well, leaving him not yet understanding what was happening. She did not let him finish speaking before propping herself up and hugging him coquettishly. You must have been busy yesterday. Let me massage you to relax first. Lam Tan's gaze unconsciously paused on her alluring figure. She had waited all night and was even so proactive. She was truly not simple. He felt delighted inside. How could he refuse when delicacy was offered to his lips? Though thinking so, he still asked aloud whether she knew how to massage. Nha gently sat on him and began to massage. Of course I do, just relax and rest. Lam Tan lay still enjoying the gentle care of the young girl. The feeling was truly pleasant. She changed posture, bending her leg to lightly press against his shoulder, then whispered that it could be even more comfortable. Closed his eyes, immersed in pleasure, then casually said this place was a bit far from school. In 2 days he would buy her a house closer and conveniently spend some money. Nha could not restrain her emotions, lowering her head to kiss his cheek. Really? You are so good to me, I love you. The system continuously displayed notifications. Favorability increased by 4%. Nha's favorability reached 95%. She hugged him tightly and whispered whether she could massage him every day from now on. Facing that expectant gaze, he could only nod in agreement. Rapid breathing echoed, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Then Lam Tan was cared for until he unknowingly fell asleep. Nha sat on the bed texting her roommate, saying Lam Tan had said he would buy her a house. Previously, he had given her a bag worth tens of millions, now even a house, making her wonder whether she should accept it. After reading it, Tran angrily shouted into her phone, "What, he is buying a house for that girl, does she deserve it?" She still replied hypocritically that since it was given she should accept it. Lam Tan had more money than he could spend. Whether raising pets or doing charity, it was all the same. Nha mischievously responded that they had only known each other for more than 10 days, and he had already spent so much, even teasing that she had not seen Lam Tan spend anything on her. Tran gritted her teeth in anger, but still forced herself to reply that what mattered was her compatibility with Lam Tan. Others could not understand it. After boasting, she lay looking at the screen with a smug smile, thinking that once Lam Tan bought the house she would take photos on the sofa and send them. Time passed swiftly like the wind, and in a blink it was already afternoon. Lam Tan stepped out of the bathroom refreshed. Having a massage in the morning, then sleeping was truly comfortable. After a few steps, his phone rang. He wondered who had sent a message. The screen showed 2 messages from yesterday. One from Tiu Hai Tich, saying she had something to tell him. Tran sent a provocative photo, saying her waist still hurt, but the feeling was not bad, asking when they would have a meal together. Today's messages included Engim, Bao saying he had found a professional team that wanted to meet. and Harang Gu Hyan saying she wanted to see him before leaving the museum. Looking at the dense string of messages, he was startled. Just one day without checking, and there were already so many. He scratched his head helplessly before no one replied to his messages. Now he did not even have enough time to chat privately with each person. Suddenly a message stood out. President Ra from the car dealership said the car he had ordered had arrived and asked when it should be delivered. He replied while thinking, recently too busy and forgot, but the money for buying the car was still not enough. Thinking of the free afternoon, he decided to go see in person whether the car was as beautiful as in the photos. Yanjiang Auto Exhibition. The exhibition area was packed with visitors, mostly from the upper class. Reception staff were busy welcoming guests without pause. Lam Tan walked in observing his surroundings. The exhibition was truly grand. President Ra knew how to promote by displaying supercars. It was his first time here, so there were many models he did not yet recognize. Glancing aside, he saw two tall men and quite a few foreign guests. Just as he was about to move elsewhere, he heard a voice calling, "Boss Steven has arrived." Steven appeared together with Sam Mong Van and Tu Khan with overwhelming presence. Tu Khan leaned close to flatter Mong Van, asking if she was thirsty so he could buy water. She coldly replied no. When staff reported good revenue today, he shamelessly asked if she was hungry to bring food. She refused again. A waiter invited Steven to have a drink, but he politely declined, while Lam Tan, tired from walking, ordered a cold Coke. Taking a sip of the cool drink, he remarked that the exhibition even provided such attentive service. Seeing the free ice cream counter, he silently exclaimed in delight because it was Haagen-Dazs, which normally sold for 30 yuan a small cup outside. He stepped forward with a smile and requested a cup of ice cream. Staff member Engai La showed disdain, thinking even a poor man dared to come look, while Han Ko was more polite and said sorry, the ice cream was finished. As he regretfully turned to leave, a foreigner asked whether there was still ice cream. Two staff members immediately changed attitude, warmly inviting the foreign guest to have ice cream. Lam Tan saw three girls come to ask for ice cream, but Engai La waved her hand saying it was finished. The two staff members smiled smugly as Enhan Na Chai left disappointed. Witnessing the entire discriminatory scene, he stepped forward and loudly asked them to wait a moment. He frowned and questioned why they said there was no ice cream for them yet gave it to foreigners. Were they choosing who to serve? Milo asked in surprise whether that was true when she saw the two foreign guests still holding ice cream. Engai La was displeased. Hanko hurriedly explained that today the quantity was limited and only designated guests were served. Lam Tan did not accept the explanation, asking whether designated guests meant only foreigners. Two sides argued back and forth. He demanded they open the freezer to check, while they insisted the last cup had already been given. The commotion drew Steven's attention as he asked who was causing trouble. Tu Khan volunteered to handle it since the other party was Chinese. He walked over confidently, turning back to reassure Mong Van. She remained cold because if not for cooperation with her brother, she would not care at all. Arriving there, Tu Khan asked what was going on. Engai La called the manager. Lam Tan immediately accused the staff of distributing ice cream only to foreigners. Tu Khan sneered and said so what? They had money while he only came to eat and drink for free and still dared to cause trouble. Lam Tan replied coldly that he came to pick up a car, causing them to burst into laughter. He asked whether it was that funny. Tu Khan mocked that he did not look like someone buying a car. At this exhibition, there was not a single car under 1 million, so stop dreaming. The surrounding crowd whispered that he was just someone sneaking in for free food and then making trouble. Seeing he had not left, Tu Khan mocked his thick skin. Lam Tan did not respond but reached into his pocket and took out a black card, saying President Sa gave it this morning. Everyone widened their eyes upon recognizing it as the Fire Diamond VIP card of the Yanjiang exhibition. It was said there were only 5 for those who spent over tens of millions and had assets exceeding 1 billion. Lam Tan glanced at Tu Khan, finally willing to stand still and let others finish speaking. Engai La and Han Ko realized they had offended the wrong person and hurriedly apologized, sweat pouring down, saying they did not know his identity, but he coldly asked whether they had apologized to the wrong person. He spoke loudly to make them understand the issue. The people they needed to apologize to were not only him, but all Chinese people present. This stemmed from worshipping foreigners and had nothing to do with whether he had money to buy a car. They were angry because their dignity had been trampled. The crowd behind applauded in approval, demanding the organizers give a reasonable explanation. Lam Tan turned back and gave Lin Sa a thumbs up, praising her as cool. while Toucan stood there grinding his teeth in anger. Suddenly Mongvan ran over from somewhere and hugged him, calling out Brother Lam Tan. He was bewildered, not recognizing who she was, yet she leaned close and reproached him playfully for coming without notice, even saying that later at the ribbon cutting he had to stand in the central position, leaving him even more confused. Seeing this, she hurriedly introduced herself as Sa Mongvan, President Sa's younger sister, saying she had always heard her brother mention him and greatly admired him, causing turmoil in his heart as he had not expected President Sa to have such an outstanding sister. Toucan stood beside them pale-faced, not understanding who this person was that suddenly appeared and seized Mongvan's attention. Mongvan turned to Toucan, reminding him the two staff members belonged to his Stephen company and demanded a clear handling. He inwardly lamented the trouble and had to consider a solution. Toucan immediately declared they were only temporary employees and the company would fire them at once to show its stance. The crowd followed the trend, and when Engai La tried to explain, he shouted at her to shut up. Mongvan was not satisfied and asked if dismissal was all. Hanko anxiously asked what more was wanted. She merely looked at Lam Tan, asking whether he needed to teach them a lesson, but he gently said to let it go. She turned to the two and said, "Consider it President Tyne's generosity in forgiving you. Leave quickly." They immediately bowed in thanks and withdrew. The two girls ran so hastily that they stumbled and fell, causing the crowd to laugh. Ikong curiously asked who President Tyne was that made President Sa's sister so proactive. Min Hao replied that he would never understand, while Toucan trembled in anger upon recognizing the one who had humiliated him on livestream. Everyone surrounded him, asking excitedly whether President Tyne was the one who had spent tens of millions on livestream, taking the opportunity to make acquaintance. Toucan went to Stephen and slandered Lam Tan, saying he was a mysterious rich second generation who liked causing trouble and had antisocial tendencies. He insisted Lam Tan had deliberately come to disrupt business. Stephen believed it immediately and said he would handle it personally. Stephen walked toward him, drawing curious gazes, and asked whether he was President Tyne. Introduced himself as Stephen, then mocked that although Lam Tan was known for spending money like water, he smelled the scent of fraud. Lam Tan scratched his head and asked what fraud meant. Mongvan explained it was an investment scam model devised by foreigners. After hearing that, he smiled and said so it turned out to be a product of you people. Stephen pointed and falsely accused that the model's hallmark was pretending to be a wealthy tycoon, spending lavishly to lure others into investing. Was that not exactly what he had been doing? During this, the crowd began to grow suspicious, thinking President Tyne might truly be a fraud. Mongvan refuted and demanded evidence, but Stephen asked in return whether he could prove his own innocence. Seeing him remain calm and even yawn, Stephen grew angrier, while Lam Tan said listening to this made him sleepy, and he wanted to get a drink. Stephen continued pointing at the three girls, saying they were his prey, which made Mongvan furious as she accused him of slander. That man threatened to call security if he did not confess. Lam Tan could not tolerate that attitude and directly asked whether he was Stephen. He shifted to a serious tone, declaring he had been provoked and would see this through. Mongvan also scolded that man for bullying women. Stephen clapped and said it was simple. As long as he proved he was richer than him, he would believe it, making Mongvan furious at such shamelessness. Kai Kong introduced Stephen as one of the 5 largest car dealers in Shanghai. Min Hao and Dai then believed the outcome was obvious, because he would find it hard to surpass him. Lam Tan calmly proposed a bet. If Stephen lost, he had to post an apology across Yanjiang to all Chinese people. Did he dare? During this, Stephen secretly rejoiced, his eyes lighting up. That man pointed at a passerby and promised to gift a luxury car worth 10 million for free, leaving the person stunned and thanking him repeatedly. Stephen turned to ask whether President Tyne dared to follow. Mongvan objected because he was the company owner and it was unfair. Stephen replied that all the cars were purchased with his own money, so there was nothing wrong, or perhaps President Tyne did not have enough money. Lam Tan patted Mongvan's head to reassure her that it was fine. He pointed at a 20 million supercar and said each girl here would receive one to compensate for their hurt. The payment confirmation sound rang out. A total of 60 million was paid. The crowd gasped as he paid decisively without hesitation. Who would still dare doubt President Tyne's wealth? Lo and the two girls bowed in thanks. Lam Tan said there was no need for courtesy since they were competing. Mongvan held his arm and praised him as truly cool. As soon as those words fell, both sides continued throwing money. Stephen declared he would gift another 10 million car to a passerby. Lam Tan immediately followed, deducting 12 million then 25 million in succession. When Stephen raised it to 30 million, he responded with 32 million, intensifying the duel. Toucan quietly reminded that there were no more cars above 10 million, and the losses were severe. Stephen's voice trembled in disbelief as he kept gifting double and triple and paying instantly. Seeing that man hesitate, Lam Tan reminded him whether he had run out of cars or run out of money. Stephen gritted his teeth and declared he would gift the globally limited Lamborghini LP74 priced at 40 million, asking how he would respond. Lam Tan merely replied indifferently that was so. Stephen challenged that if he could not find a comparable limited edition car, then it would count as a loss. Mong Van objected because the total value he had spent far exceeded that man's. The two sides arguing fiercely. The crowd again doubted Lam Tan, thinking the money might be fraudulent and demanding the limited edition be produced. Lam Tan walked to the Rolls-Royce supercar and asked Stephen whether he meant this one. I too recognized it as the Rolls-Royce Phantom display model not for sale. Stephen sneered that he was making excuses. Lam Tan silently listened to their ridicule before saying thank you for letting him clearly see their true faces. Stephen laughed loudly and told him that if he had seen enough he should kneel and admit he was a fraud. That man was still speaking when President Sa suddenly appeared to welcome President Tyne, shocking everyone. President Sa shook Lam Tan's hand and said the Rolls-Royce Phantom was exactly the car he had ordered, apologizing for displaying it without asking, and asked whether he wanted to test drive it. Stephen and Manhwa were stunned upon learning it was his car, unable to believe it. Lam Tan gently looked at Mong Van and said there was no need to test drive, then swiped his card to pay and gifted the car to her. Notification of an 80 million successful payment sounded, leaving Stephen dazed. The crowd was horrified at the figure of 80 million, the car costing double Stephen's limited edition, yet he gifted it without hesitation, everyone exclaiming they wished for such a gift. Sahan was still in shock, stammering amid the heated atmosphere, President Tyne, are you serious? You truly want to gift the car to my sister? Mong Van looked at Lam Tan with infatuation, her eyes full of admiration. Brother Lam Tan, you are amazing. Holding absolute advantage, he leisurely turned to Stephen and asked why he was still standing there. Would he continue? That man knew he could not compete and lowered his head in defeat. He curled his lips arrogantly, his cold gaze sweeping over that man as he urged that since he had lost he should carry it out. Sweat streamed down Stephen's forehead, regret filling him as he realized Lam Tan was no fraud but someone truly wealthy and frighteningly powerful. Before countless eyes, that man bowed low and admitted his mistake, saying he was a greedy capitalist who came to China to make money, but he coldly demanded he get to the point. As soon as he finished, surrounding guests angrily cursed, demanding refunds and declaring support for domestic brands. Lam Tan waved his hand and told him that was enough and to get lost. Stephen obediently left like a dog with its tail tucked. The customers who had been deceived would not let it go easily. They chased after him demanding compensation, forcing that man to flee in panic. Lam Tan sighed. Words of thanks and flattery sounded endlessly, praising him for exposing the foreigner's ugly face. The phone rang. Lam Tan answered, while Mong Van looked at him with infatuation, thinking he was truly charming. Acting on impulse, she boldly said she wanted to ask him out, but he had already left after the call, making her flustered as she asked where he went. Someone pointed, saying he had gone that way. Mong Van angrily blamed Sa Han for her hesitation that cost her such a good opportunity. Lam Tan stepped onto the boulevard, his gaze scanning around as if searching for someone. Ngim Bao saw him and waved. President Tyne over here. He smiled and praised her for becoming more beautiful. The compliment made her blush, her heart strangely joyful because only his words could move her. The system notified that favorability increased by 2%. Chiley asked her to help find an internship because the school required it. Ngim Bao understood and thought he wanted to be independent. He smiled in agreement, but inwardly thought it was simply because without enough credits he could not graduate. The car they chatted, she arranged for him a director position with an annual salary of 600,000, but he asked to be a regular employee with 5,000 a month. The modern office building with shining glass walls reflected the morning sun. Employees gathered whispering about the newcomer, arranged by the chairman, and hoping to build a good relationship. Vu appeared in a tight outfit, telling everyone to return to their seats, inwardly despising them. Dai Tri introduced the two new employees and asked them to introduce themselves. Van Mang stepped forward, showing off his gold watch, and introduced his name. Lam Tan smiled and said he was a student from Jiang Film University. Vu glanced over, judging one poor and one wearing a Rolex, assuming Van Mang was the arranged one. Dai Tri smugly thought his son would surely be formally hired, but the relationship must remain secret. As soon as Lam Tan sat down, he was handed a thick stack of documents and nodded to accept. When it was Van Mang's turn, he received only a few files, and Vu Vu gently asked if he needed help. Seeing the unfairness, he asked why his workload was several times greater. Vu Vu coldly replied that he must follow assignments and was not allowed to question. Lam Tan silently accepted, while she smugly thought of herself as a distant moon. Vu Vu turned to Van Mang and gently asked whether there was anything he did not understand. The clock pointed to 6 in the evening. Lam Tan brought the completed stack of documents to submit. He reviewed it and was astonished because the report was complete and exceeded expectations. A malicious intent flashed in her eyes. Vu Vu took Lam Tan's report and gave it to Van Mang to sign and submit, and that man happily thanked her. Lam Tan angrily asked why his hard work was being taken by someone else. Vu Vu disdainfully said that, as a student not yet graduated, he should learn more. He sneered and asked whether she was not afraid the president would find out. She mocked that he was not qualified to meet the president. He turned and left, saying he hoped she could maintain that arrogance. Van Mang and Vu Vu left the company together. That man thanked her for helping with his formal employment. She told him to call her Vu Vu and agreed to have dinner together. He nodded with a hidden smile, thinking she had secured this wealthy man. As Lam Tan reached the gate, he saw her standing right beside his car and inwardly lamented his bad luck. He walked over and asked her to move aside. She narcissistically assumed he was approaching to save face from earlier. She mocked that a toad dreaming of swan meat, just a poor student. She continued saying he had neither money nor power. Lam Tan had to raise his hand to interrupt that she had misunderstood. He even said he was not qualified to be her backup option. Unable to endure it, he gently pushed her aside and said she was blocking his way to get the car. At that moment, a red supercar sped over. Van Mang mocked that he drove a cheap car. Vu Vu pretended kindness and offered to let him ride along to experience a luxury car. Van Mang chimed in saying he would give him a ride out of respect for Vu Vu. Lam Tan did not respond, but calmly opened his own car door. Linga car brushed past close to her, causing Vu Vu to lose balance and fall flat, only managing to cry out, "Ah." Van Mang rushed out of the car in panic and hurried over to help the girl up. "Vu Vu, are you hurt?" She propped herself up, aching and aggrieved as she said she was fine. "That bastard could not vent his jealousy at you, so he took it out on me. This matter absolutely cannot be let go." As she rubbed her nose, she secretly calculated, truly a pitiful sort of man. If he cannot have it, he wants to destroy it. Disgusting. She must find a way to drive him out. Lam Tan curled his lips in a cold smile. Let that pair be smug for a few more days. The more arrogant they were, the harder they would fall later. The next morning, at the company office building, Vu Vu walked up behind him and began her retaliation in a commanding tone. "Lam Tan, go buy coffee for everyone in the office. Go now." He turned to look at her, unable to hide his confusion. "Why are you ordering me to go?" She put her hands on her hips arrogantly. New employees buying coffee for everyone is an unspoken rule. Hearing that he pointed toward that man and asked, "Then why does Hua Van Mang not do it?" She frowned, then quickly patched it up. "Today you buy, tomorrow he buys. Any more opinions?" That man smirked and cut in. "Students only know books. The team leader is giving you a chance to integrate. Or do you not want to build relationships with colleagues?" That provocation made the other employees begin to look at him unfavorably. Lam Tan crossed his arms and leaned against the desk, smiling faintly. "Is that so? Seems you two are quite enthusiastic." Van Mang stepped closer, slinging an arm over his shoulder in threat. "Lam Tan, watch your words in front of me. Whether you stay after the internship only needs my nod." He casually picked his ear and asked, and then, inwardly thinking that as long as he earned enough credits to graduate, he would leave. Who would want to stay here? That man crossed his arms arrogantly. "If you become my underling, I can help you stay." Vu Vu immediately echoed. "Van Mang treats you so well and you still do not thank him." Lam Tan curved his lips meaningfully. "I think the one who should say thank you might be him." He looked at them coldly, asking me to be your lackey. "I am afraid you would lose years of your life. I advise you to drop that idea, should you not thank me instead." Van Mang flushed red in anger and pointed at him, shouting, "What did you say?" He raised both hands calmly. "You are right, I am a student, so I have no money." Then he turned the tables. "When I get paid, I will treat everyone to coffee. This time let Van Mang go first. You are so rich, treating the entire 1,000 staff should not be hard." That man broke into sweat but still said stiffly, "Even 1,000 I can afford." He concluded at once, "Then get me a matcha, thanks," leaving that man speechless with only you on his lips. Vu Vu held his arm admiringly. "Thank you, Van Mang. Only generous people can make wide connections, unlike someone poor who does not even understand the rules." The crowd immediately chimed in. "Thank you, brother Van Mang." That man lowered his head, pretending modesty. "It is my honor to treat everyone." Lam Tan added coolly, "Then from now on, coffee is all on you." He could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Dai Tri appeared. Van Mang immediately shot him a look and complained, "Dad, that lunatic bullied me." He understood and nodded slightly to reassure, just relax. Without delay, he stepped into the middle of the room and spoke sternly, "Everyone pay attention. There is a major project." Vu immediately shouted, "The manager is here, quiet." The whole room fell silent. Dai Tri announced the company had received an 80 million project. Within 3 days, a proposal must be submitted. The selected plan would receive 800,000, form groups freely, and choose compatible partners. Everyone responded yes and quickly formed groups. Only Lam Tan was left with no one willing to team up. Mocking laughter rang out. No one wanted to cooperate with Lam Tan. He smiled faintly. "That is fine. What is the problem?" Van Mang returned to his seat and sneered. "Keep being arrogant and see how long you can laugh." Lam Tan leisurely ate lunch, occasionally glancing at the two of them busy working. At 6 in the evening, the entire office was tense with overtime. Only he calmly picked up his bag and left. 3 days later, he snapped his fingers proudly, finished. With third-level intellect, this proposal was effortless. He hummed cheerfully, irritating Vu. 3 days without overtime, and before the meeting still relaxed, Van Mang sneered. He must have been playing games. Lam Tan ignored them and walked toward the restroom. She put her hands on her hips watching, intending to secretly take a look. The moment she looked at the screen, her eyes widened in shock. Seeing her unusual reaction, that man asked at once, but her gaze remained fixed on the computer. "His proposal is highly professional, precise positioning, and a novel perspective." She stammered. "Compared to our 3 groups, it is far superior. Did one person really do this in 3 days? Van Mang frowned and guessed he must have paid someone else to do it. Vu grew anxious while scheming. "That is not it. The meeting is about to start. Absolutely do not let him present." Lam Tan returned and saw her standing by his desk, asking, "What is it?" She immediately changed her tone. "Half an hour to the meeting. You are the freest, so go to room and tidy up." Only uttered an "oh" and left. Behind him, Vu smugly thought, "We will take your proposal instead." In meeting room B, Van Mang confidently presented, pointing at the screen and speaking about the pod park-oriented development urban model linked with parks, water ecosystems, and hills. That man spoke incessantly, asserting this model would create a new consumption hotspot for education and elevate surrounding areas. But when moving to the next slide, the atmosphere suddenly stalled. He frantically pressed the controller to return to the previous page, muttering under his breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought luckily no one noticed. Truong Dai smiled in satisfaction, praising the proposal as excellent. Dai Tri responded modestly. Van Mang seized the chance to boast. "I graduated from MIT, so my capability must match." Vu applauded lavishly. Truong Dai gave a thumbs up, praising the talented MIT student. "Such a perfect proposal needs no revision." Dai Tri glanced at his son proudly. "You did well." He placed the documents before Truong Dai, asking if the contract could be signed. He reviewed and nodded. Dai Tri envisioned being promoted to general manager once this contract succeeded. Truong Dai prepared to sign. Van Mang rejoiced inwardly at the coming 800,000 to pay off his Rolex. Vu was also excited, calculating her share of 400,000 to buy a new Chanel bag. Before their joy could settle, Lam Tan stepped in and calmly said, taking someone else's plan and still daring to claim it. Dai Tri gritted his teeth, calling his name. Van Mang panicked and signaled, "Dad, hurry and throw him out." He immediately pointed and shouted that he was bold, arriving late and disrupting the signing. "Get out now." Lam Tan retorted that if he had not been tricked into cleaning room, then the one signing would be him. He looked straight at the two near the screen. Vu, you are Van Mang. Dare to take my proposal and deny it." Dai Tri roared angrily that the intern should shut up. "The team leader had no need to take yours. Dare to slander me and you are fired." Truong Dai then asked what he was saying. Lam Tan stepped forward, confronting them. "You Van Mang dare to open page 11 and look at the signature at the end." That man turned pale and stammered, "Why open it?" Vu hurriedly cut in, explaining that during discussion, Lam Tan had good suggestions, so she added his name. Now he was using that to frame them. Smooth lie made everyone murmur. Lam Tan did not work overtime for 3 days, yet produced such an excellent proposal. Who would believe it? Lazy yet trying to steal credit. Lam Tan laughed calmly, staring ahead. "Team leader, you are a bit hasty. The draft is still in my computer. I wonder how you will explain." Vu froze, speechless, her face visibly pale. At the same moment, Dai Tri curled his lips in a smile, calculation evident in his eyes. He looked at his bare wrist, then suddenly shouted, "My watch is missing." Immediately he pointed at him, deliberately accusing. "Lam Tan, did you take it?" "Search his seat." The father and son coordinated as Van Mang answered, "Yes, manager." In less than a minute, that man held up the watch, shouting he found it in Lam Tan place. He stole it. Lam Tan cold gaze swept across them one by one, shifting public opinion. Quite a clever move. Dai Tri and Van Mang exchanged a sinister smile, inwardly proud for having swiftly taken the watch while Lam Tan was distracted and instructing his son to pretend to find it. even if guessed it was useless. Dai Tri smirked arrogantly. The evidence is clear, what else is there to deny, but I am generous. If you kneel and apologize, I will not call the police, though dismissal is certain. Crowd was fueled and shouted together, call the police. Having such a colleague is frightening. Who knows when something will be lost? In Lam Tan, eyes a suppressed fury burned to the extreme. Before he could speak, that man shouted for security to drag him away if he did not confess. 2 guards immediately stepped forward, responding, yes, manager. But before they could touch him, a sharp voice rang out, stop. Thermai stepped into the aisle. Dai Tri froze and blurted, that is the president's secretary. He hurriedly bent and smiled obsequiously. Why have you come personally? Before finishing, he saw Tich Engin behind Thermai and cried out in shock, President. His arrogance vanished, replaced by exaggerated flattery. Why did the president come without notice? Thermai replied coldly, she may come whenever she wishes. He nodded repeatedly, admitting fault. Dai Tri hurriedly ordered someone to bring a chair and brew his finest long tin tea. When Tich Engin approached, Triwong Dai tried to greet and introduce himself, but she did not stop. Thermai stated the president had matters to handle. Dai Tri invited her to sit and took the chance to boast about just signing the 80 million project with President Triwong to report. Yet the one who sat down was Lam Tan, and Tich Engin personally poured tea for him. He calmly crossed his legs and answered lightly. The atmosphere froze, everyone stood like stone. He took a sip, then frowned slightly, saying it was too hot. She quickly took it back, apologizing to cool it more. She raised the cup to her lips and gently blew on it. Crowd eyes widened and mouths hung open, unable to understand what was happening. Those around began whispering, am I seeing wrong? Tich Engin smiled, gently asking if the temperature was fine. Lam Tan tasted it and nodded thanks. She said, rest assured, I will handle this matter. After speaking, she tilted her head, signaling Thermai. Thermai immediately questioned Hua Dai Tri whether he knew where he was wrong. He trembled, stammering about Lam Tan being arranged by the president. Just then, an employee brought documents saying they had been found. Thermai said nothing more and threw the papers at him. This is the draft plan from Lam Tan desk. See for yourself. After reading, he collapsed, admitting the plan was done by Lam Tan, and he had framed him. Thermai coldly listed each crime, such as colluding to seize a subordinate achievement, abusing authority to promote the incompetent Vu Vu as team leader affecting the department. He continued, pointing out secretly bringing his son Hua Van Mang into the company, and many other misconducts. Everyone exclaimed in shock, not expecting manager Hua to do such things. Thermai stepped closer and coldly declared he had offended President Tyne, and his luck had run out. He trembled, repeating President Tyne. Lam Tan still sat calmly. Thermai introduced him as the largest shareholder, investing 500 million. He was President Tyne. The three were stunned, unable to believe Lam Tan was President Tyne. Thermai announced the immediate dismissal of Hua Dai Tri, Vu Vu, and Hua Van Mang. He knelt, crying and begging for mercy. Van Mang gritted his teeth and glared at Vu Vu, blaming everything on her in his heart. That man angrily demanded whether she had a relationship with his father while also seeing him. She retorted that he had pretended to be a rich second generation to deceive her. 3 of them fell into a chaotic argument and fight, curses echoing through the room, a family shattered by infidelity and deceit. Thermai coldly ordered security to drag the 3 out amid their screams. The other employees lowered their heads and apologized to President Tyne, saying they had been misled by Hua Dai Tri and had always stood on his side. Tich Engin asked whether he was satisfied. Lam Tan smiled and said it was acceptable for now, but the company needed stricter hiring and to value character. He felt guilty for previously inviting him to be a director, which he had declined. He laughed and said he preferred to stay low-key. She took his arm and left, proudly mentioning the major progress of a new research project. He agreed to take a look while employees whispered about the gentle side of the female president. Entering Tich Engin office, Lam Tan remarked that it was luxurious. She said she spent most of her time in the tech department and introduced the latest achievements. Facing a screen full of data and code, Lam Tan felt dizzy and did not understand, but still praised it. He generously declared an additional investment of 500 million, his phone immediately confirming the successful transfer. The system notified that favorability increased by 10%. Tich Engin happily thanked him and promised not to disappoint, unaware her chair was wobbling. Suddenly a shrill scream rang out as the chair tilted. Lam Tan anxiously asked whether she was all right. She was stuck in the chair frame, panicking and calling for help, saying she could not get out. Image of Jessica putting clothes into a washing machine and humming suddenly flashed through his mind. She widened her eyes and cried out, oh no. A coquettish voice sounded saying, brother, I am stuck. It turned out to be only Lam Tan wild imagination. He wondered why such a strange image had appeared in his head. In truth, the situation was not much different. He stood there awkwardly. This is my first time encountering something like this. What should we do? It is urgent. The more anxious one was her. Lam Tan, I cannot move, hurry and help me. Hearing that he quickly stepped forward to assist, let me pull you up. But this way did not seem right. No, it hurts too much. Ambiguous sounds drifted outside the door, accidentally heard by Thermi, who was startled. She knocked repeatedly, asking anxiously, Director, are you all right? Do you need help? Inside only a brief reply came, it is fine. In reality, she was so embarrassed she wished to disappear. If others saw her like this, her long-maintained image would collapse. Lam Tan sighed. Being a boss is not easy. How about I carry you to the sofa and change position? With no other choice, she reluctantly nodded. Sorry to trouble you. Before she finished speaking, he had gently lifted her along with the chair. He felt slightly awkward holding the beautiful woman. Does it still hurt like this? Though the posture was awkward, his firm arms made her cheeks flush. It is bearable. Lam Tan placed her kneeling on the chair and guided her. Lie down and lift your waist a bit. I will hold here. Endure for a moment. Thermi overheard the vague dialogue and was deeply shocked. How could the strong director be like this? Perhaps she misunderstood. After some struggle, the chair finally separated from her. He breathed out. It is done. Yet her appearance now was even more alluring, making him stammer. Engin, are you all right? She gently rubbed the sore spot and softly thanked him. When she stood up, he noticed her dress was torn. She remained calm. It is fine, I have a dressing room, I will change. Stepping into the hidden inner room, he marveled at the luxury. Being poor truly limits imagination. His gaze stopped at a striking dress. This one is beautiful. She also noticed his look. After choosing clothes, she spoke from the bathroom. I will change quickly, please wait a moment. Faced with that request, he could only reply, all right. Unclear whether intentional or not, he turned his head to look. Through the frosted glass, her alluring curves faintly appeared, leaving him speechless. Such a rare opportunity. He told himself that even a gentleman should at least sit down and look clearly. Suddenly she called out, Lam Tan, are you still there? He flusteredly replied incoherently, I am not looking, no I am. She did not mind the small matter and smiled sincerely. I truly thank you. My family opposed my startup. Only you dared invest 1 billion without conditions and gave me full authority. With determination, she said, I swear I will not let your investment fail. Promise sounded touching, but inwardly he thought the opposite. I even hope you lose so I have an excuse to invest more. Yet aloud he gently said, I do not care about money. If you want to repay me, then spend boldly. He interpreted it differently. Spending money meant pouring capital into chip research to free the country from constraints. Lam Tan was truly a great example. The system chimed that favorability increased by 20%, now at 52%. He assumed it was because he had spoken romantically. It turned out spending money was the true secret to raising favorability. A few minutes later, she stepped out in a seductive dress. I am ready. May I treat you to dinner tonight? Lam Tan widened his eyes, recognizing the familiar dress. Was it not that one? Engin saw his excitement and smiled in satisfaction. She instructed Thermi to prepare the car to Kyaolong Mountain Hotel. Yes, chairwoman. Male employees seeing this sighed in despair. She had only entered the office briefly yet changed into such a dress. Could there be something between them? They sank into an indescribable sense of loss. Ignoring the gossip, Engin gently suggested that after dinner she would show him the research results. Lam Tan happily agreed. At the luxurious restaurant, she praised his proposal as outstanding. Hard to believe it was his first time. Under the dim lights, his handsome face was even more captivating. He replied softly that the project was fairly simple. Those words moved her. The system notified favorability increased by 15%. Engin favorability reached 77%. Time quietly passed into late night. Elsewhere, she removed her stockings while vaguely replying, I am not sure either, but Ngu Hyan. She winked and asked, you fly to Japan tomorrow, so why not sleeping yet? Perhaps excited because traveling with a classmate. Struck at the core, she blushed and denied they were just classmates. The other teased that she had already sold herself. Having no rebuttal, Ngu Hyan changed the topic and said good night. The other laughed and replied. After calming herself for a long time, she finally stepped out of the bathtub. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Japan was quietly stirring. In a room, a subordinate reported to Chairman Kameda that the capital was prepared. He asked how much. That man lowered his head, saying enough to buy anything at next week auction. Kameda nodded in satisfaction, then asked about the arrogant Chinese man. The subordinate said tickets were booked. He sneered, saying he would humiliate him at the auction, then deal with him. Looking at the fierce henchman, he grew more confident he would make the opponent remain here forever. 10 days later, the plane reached cruising altitude. The phone displayed news about the largest once in 4 years auction in Japan, attracting global collectors. While chatting, Lam Tan noticed Ngu Hyan seemed unusual. Fortunately, there were still economy seats, so they boarded in time. What is wrong? She sighed, saying she was both excited and worried after hearing the rival was backed by Kameda Group. Afraid if he lost, there would be trouble. Lam Tan smiled reassuringly. Whether I bid against him or not, I will still buy back Chinese relics. She could only nod in trust. Suddenly in the cabin, A little boy shouted noisily, pretending a car attack. Hao ran near them and stopped staring. Then the boy climbed onto the seat behind and kicked hard, startling her. Gu Haiyan turned and gently reminded him not to kick others' seats. But the boy laughed loudly and uttered crude words demanding to see her body. She froze, unable to believe her ears. "What did you say?" Hao brazenly knocked her phone to the ground. If not, then forget it, leaving her stunned. Lam Tan could no longer endure and stood up shouting at the brat. But Ngu Haiyan hurriedly pulled him back. "Forget it. He is just a child." He reluctantly sat down, glanced at her, and reminded softly that being too kind is not always good. A spoiled child without discipline will be harder to manage later. Thinking it was over, unexpectedly Thien Hao grabbed a robot and ran over, shouting and staging a noisy attack. Whether intentional or not, the robot caught on the hem of Ngu Haiyan's dress. The boy yanked hard, dragging her forward in shock. Robot tangled in the dress, causing her to lose balance and fall face down painfully. Seeing her dress torn apart, she hurriedly covered it. "My dress?" Lam Tan stood up furious and scolded. Brat held his cheek and wailed, saying it hurt. Pitiful in appearance, but not worthy of sympathy. Hearing the crying, a woman, likely his mother, rushed over anxiously. "What happened to my son? Who bullied you?" The man did not listen and immediately accused fiercely. "How dare you bully my son?" Lam Tan replied irritably, "This was because your son was misbehaving." Ngu Haiyan calmly said the child ran around and his toy caught her dress. She stubbornly defended him. "What is wrong with a child running a bit? Did you not run when you were young?" Ngu Haiyan gently advised that one should not run on a plane, but she became more aggressive. "Is the plane your house? Do you know how to teach children?" Dressed so revealing and blaming others. Ngu Haiyan was stunned by such rudeness. "Sister," she angrily responded, "what I wear is my right. Is this how you teach your child?" But her voice was drowned out. "My son is far more sensible than you." Thien Hao echoed, "Nonsense." Ngu Haiyan hurriedly covered the torn part, only to be mocked that the torn clothes were intentional. She even twisted it, claiming women like her corrupted children. Gentle girl could not compete with such marketplace aggression and could only stammer. Lam Tan could no longer remain silent, stepping forward to protect her and firmly refuting the mother and son. The man feared no one and shouted that they were trying to bully her and her son. She would call the flight attendant to throw them off. Lam Tan replied coldly, "Go ahead and call. I will also report that your son tore the dress and even made harassing remarks. Compensation will surely be required." Thien Hao was frightened for a moment, then began whining again. "Mom, scold him." Lam Tan asked if Ngu Haiyan was all right. She nodded lightly in admiration at how he left that woman speechless. The system notified that favorability increased by 5%. He said dealing with this kind of person required firmness. The man sneered again. "Only the poor sit in economy class. People like you will never touch first class in your lifetime." Her words angered the surrounding passengers. "So what if we sit in economy? Just because you have a little money, you look down on others." She kept rambling on. Lam Tan grew impatient and called a flight attendant to escort her back to first class to reduce the noise. The one who should have handled it was leisurely sipping a chestnut latte. La Quinn scrolled through social media complaining about the noise, posting a story to vent. Colleague Hawk Shuan subtly reminded Tiu Quinn that her makeup was a bit too heavy. La Quinn still arrogantly fought for the service duty. "Everyone looks after themselves. What rule says I must yield?" Fortunately, Ti Fuang stopped her, telling her not to make more noise because first class could hear, and even exposed that their goal was to approach Director Phi. Everyone knew Phi Nam was the second-generation heir of Veem Jiang, close to the leadership circle. So many people wanted to cling to him. Ti Fuang parted the curtain to look outside. Even the captain had come over to curry favor with President Phi. Hearing there was a dispute, Hawk Shuan urged La Quinn to handle it, and she walked over reluctantly. La Quinn had no choice but to leave her seat under the gleeful gazes of her colleagues. As soon as she arrived, she put on a professional smile and asked what assistance the passengers needed. Ngu Haiyan pointed at Le Man and accused her of coming down from first class to cause trouble. Lam Tan silently praised her skillful handling. Le Man boasted about being the wife of the chairman of a major corporation and asked the flight attendant whom she believed. Though inclined toward her, La Quinn still followed procedure and asked why she had come down to economy class to make trouble. Lam Tan saw through her implication. She thought first class was civilized while we were the troublemakers. She denied it, but her heart was full of contempt. The mother and son smugly flaunted their status and threatened to put them on the airline blacklist. Lam Tan calmly picked his nose and said he did not believe it. As she continued threatening, Phi Nam appeared and shouted, asking who was making noise. La Quinn hurriedly lowered her head to apologize to Phi Tong. saying she had already dealt with the economy passengers who were causing trouble. The man continued her intimidation, introducing Phai Nam as a wealthy heir familiar with the airline leadership. Turning to Phai Nam, she acted familiar and mentioned their previous meeting. He even blamed Lam Tan and Ngu Hyen as the ones who started the conflict. When Phai Nam looked at Lam Tan, he froze, and he enthusiastically shook hands. So it was President Tyne. I am the one who sells airplanes in the group. Lam Tan remembered. Oh, it is you, making Phai Nam overjoyed. Phai Nam called the flight attendant to upgrade the two of them to first class and charge it to his card. The three troublemakers were stunned in disbelief. Lam Tan politely declined, not wanting to move to first class and have to look at that woman's expression. Sitting in economy was better. Phai Nam immediately complied and said he would ask the airline owner to blacklist her. The man hurriedly claimed it was all a misunderstanding. That failed, she pretended to feel dizzy with heart pain and begged for mercy. Lam Tan said coldly, "Stop acting. What your son did insulting my friend cannot be ignored." Mother and son cried and said he was just a child. Do not hold it against him. Phai Nam sternly warned that disturbing order would be handled according to security regulations after landing. The man frantically begged. The surrounding passengers were delighted. They even found the flight attendant's post insulting customers and shared it widely. La Quinn did not need anyone to tell her that her career was over. It was truly finished. Her life was done. The plane landed at Neon Airport in Japan. The mother and son Laman were finally dealt with. Detained while crying and begging for release. I know I was wrong, let me go. Phai Nam took the opportunity to chat with Lam Tan, asking if President Tyne came to Japan this time for business talks. He frankly replied that in 2 days he would participate in the auction of Nhat Bon Duong and intended to buy back all Chinese antiques, which made the man deeply admire and praise him. However, he still gave a subtle reminder. President Tyne should beware of Kameda Kento. Everyone in the circle knew that man was a notorious Japanese tycoon, extremely obsessed with collecting Chinese antiques. At auctions, almost no one could defeat him. That man often used money to suppress and humiliate his opponents. Some who bid against him even encountered suspicious accidents caused by the ninjas and samurai he kept. This time, President Tyne would likely face him. Hearing this, Ngu Hyen grew more worried. So Tao Tuan provoked you to come here to push you into confronting Kameda. He is truly vicious. Perhaps we should go back. Lam Tan remained resolute. If I retreat, then the Chinese antiques will fall into Kameda's hands. I will not accept that. Besides, I can also conveniently make a huge profit. Both sides benefit. Phai Nam instantly became his ardent fan. President Tyne is truly impressive, and Ngu Hyen secretly admired him. At the same time, the system notified that favorability increased by 15%. While they were chatting happily, a figure quietly followed behind. She quickly identified the target she needed to track. A few days earlier, Kameda had assigned the mission. According to intelligence, Hang Ngu Hyen appeared with a wealthy Chinese man at the airport. She knew what to do. He mentioned his strongest subordinate, the shadow ninja Sato Tako. That man confidently promised to let that Chinese man taste the power of the Kameda conglomerate and kneel to show loyalty. He immediately reported through the intercom. The targets were Hang Ngu Hyen and the wealthy Chinese man accompanying her. At that moment, Lam Tan separated from them. I am a bit thirsty, I will buy some water. Do you need anything? Ngu Hyen shook her head, saying she would wait at the car. Tako stood at a distance and laughed inwardly. The opportunity had arrived. He had prepared poison smeared on her gloves. A light pat on the back would be enough to make the target fatigued for the entire day. She quietly approached, considering it a welcome gift for him. Before she could act, she was startled by a loud cry. This water costs 80 yuan, while in China it is only 2 yuan. That is daylight robbery. Very quickly, he found a cheaper solution, using the public water tap. He ran over and drank heartily, leaving Tako staring in shock. After finishing, he even refreshedly praised that free tap water was still the best. In stark contrast to her darkened face, was this truly the tycoon who once spent $1 billion to buy a museum? After a while, he came back out. Ngu Hyen, I am done. She suggested letting President Phai's car go first. This time, she wanted to experience something ordinary with him. In truth, she only wanted private time. Lam Tan agreed to take a taxi. He asked the driver how much to that address. Upon hearing 152 yuan, he exclaimed it was too expensive. Proposed taking the airport bus for only 30 yuan. Ngu Hyen happily agreed. On the way, he even explained that one should spend when necessary and save when appropriate. If not in a hurry, they could travel while enjoying the scenery, making Tako even more doubtful of his tycoon status. Following them to the hotel, the receptionist informed him his coupon deducted 10 yuan. He even took out another coupon requesting it be applied together to maximize savings. He explained that not using the coupons would be wasteful. They had saved another 30 yuan, and Ngu Hyen nodded, while Tako concluded in her mind with only 2 words, stingy. She became more and more certain that the person in front of her was definitely not a tycoon. He looked more like Ha Ngu Hyan's assistant instead. So where exactly was the wealthy Chinese man she had set her sights on? In her mind, she immediately mapped out her next move. It seemed the only way left was to pry information from that assistant. That night around 10 p.m., Lam Tan was playing games alone in the living room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He walked over to look through the peephole and asked, "Who is it?" Outside stood Taco with meticulous makeup and a seductive figure. "Hello, sir. I am a hotel staff member delivering your late-night snack." Seeing the beauty at the door, he immediately opened it with a smile. Perfect timing. I was just getting hungry. Yet a trace of suspicion flickered in his heart. Did I order this service? She maintained an extremely polite attitude and said gently, "Please enjoy." However, just as Lam Tan put a piece of food into his mouth, the system suddenly sent out a signal. Truth serum detected. The passive skill detoxification has been activated. All effects of the drug have been neutralized. He calculated quickly in his mind while remaining calm on the surface. Truth serum. That is something used in the military. It must be that tycoon came to pulling tricks. Since she wants to play, I will accompany her to the end. Suddenly, he clutched his head and pretended to feel dizzy. I feel a bit lightheaded. The system continued to notify. Beautiful woman detected. Counterattack mission activated. Seeing Lam Tan's reaction, Taco felt extremely pleased. Quickly tell me where the wealthy man surnamed Lam who attended the Apondo auction with Ha Ngu Hyan is. The system swiftly retrieved all of the other parties' information. Sato, Taco, 20 years old, favorability toward the host exceeds 90%. Refund 10% of counterattack gold in the form of personal assets. When favorability reaches 100%, identity and relationship will change. Current favorability minus 30%. Lam Tan deliberately revealed a lecherous expression. I like big-chested lolies. In his heart, he secretly cheered. It actually triggered the counterattack mission. Taco was momentarily surprised by that reaction. She speculated that some people with weak willpower after taking truth serum would lose control and reveal all their thoughts, no matter how vile. She took the opportunity to flaunt her fiery advantages to seduce him. "Really, I like you very much too. So can you tell me where that tycoon is?" Lam Tan leisurely patted his thigh as a signal. "I am so hungry my mind has gone blank. Feed me some more, maybe I will remember." Taco immediately complied without hesitation. Of course, no problem. She even attentively fed him pieces of fruit one by one. Is it good? At this moment, Lam Tan had both fine food and a beauty, so he was extremely delighted. "It is delicious." She seized the chance to ask again, "So have you remembered?" While chewing, he continued acting. "I remember. That tycoon said he would only appear when the auction officially begins. That way it has style." She secretly assessed that this information matched what Cao Tuan had said before. Having achieved her goal, she calmly sat directly on Lam Tan's lap. "So that is how it is." Then she suddenly leaned close to his face, making him blush. "How about we try something else?" Taco quickly restrained his body, making him yelp. "What the hell, you can even play like this?" Her expression instantly changed. "You have no more value, go to sleep." He was knocked unconscious right on the sofa. After confirming that he was unconscious, she hurriedly put her mask back on and suggested, "When you wake up tomorrow morning, you will forget everything." Immediately after that came the sound of the door closing with a click. But just as she left, Lam Tan sprang up. Truly someone professionally trained, that kick was not simple at all. If my arm had not reached level 3 strength, I would really have been knocked out. Kamda has already made a move before the auction day even arrives. That only makes me look forward to it more. Time passed quickly, and the day of the Apondo auction arrived. Everyone greeted enthusiastically. President Kamda. "Hello, President Kamda." Kamda appeared imposing, flanked on both sides by Cao Tuan and Taco escorting him. He respectfully reported, "Master, if he only shows himself today, I can ambush at the entrance and deal with him directly." But he immediately refused because he was certain of victory. Kamda said confidently, "Hua Zia has a saying about a turtle withdrawing its head. Does that not refer to the one who dares not show his face? His avoidance means panic in his heart. His momentum has already lost." Tuan also gloated, "If he dares to appear today, it will be his doomsday." Taco nodded disdainfully. "Exactly. People from Hua Zia are all cowardly and useless, like Ha Ngu Hyan's assistant yesterday." Just then she suddenly noticed unusual commotion ahead. "Why is there such a crowd over there?" Looking closely, she saw that at the center of the crowd was Ha Ngu Hyan, and the person standing beside her was. As soon as Cao Tuan caught a glimpse of that profile, he cried out in shock, "Damn it, Lam Tan." Stammered, "Has he not already arrived?" Taco was also stunned. "What, he is that person?" At this moment, Lam Tan led Ngu Hyan forward with a mocking expression. "All familiar faces. That fat man in the middle is Kamda, right?" Taco's face turned pale. "I was deceived. How did the truth serum become ineffective? Could it be that he discovered my identity long ago?" Kamda glared at her. as if he wanted to kill someone, useless thing. Tuan still arrogantly warned, Lam, daring to appear counts as guts. But in front of President Kameda, you are nothing. Lam Tan smiled with polite sarcasm. How would I dare to be presumptuous before someone like you? I am younger, so please go first. Kameda looked at him and smiled sinisterly. Welcome, young talent from Hua Zia. I hope later Mr. Lam will not disappoint me. He replied calmly, rest assured, I guarantee you will be surprised. The auction officially began. Midori solemnly introduced, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, please allow me to say a few words. The Appondo auction is the largest charity event in Japan and of international scale. Voice rang clearly throughout the hall. 90% of the proceeds will be donated to the United Nations World Relief Organization. First, we thank the distinguished families from all over for attending. The first to be introduced was Takeda Kameda, chairman of Japan's Kameda Trading Company. Next was the young man Andy John from the John family of England. Following that was the beautiful blonde girl Louisiana from France, and a Muslim gentleman named Bitch from the Middle East. Finally was Lam Tan from Hua Zia. Immediately the entire hall buzzed. Who is Lam Tan? Never heard of him. Ngu Hyan sitting beside him grew angry at the disparaging remarks. The Lam group does not have such a person. He must just be a nouveau rich here to show off. Lam Tan did not respond and coldly walked onto the stage. He took the microphone, preparing to say a few words. His deep and composed voice full of presence rang out. Sorry for disturbing everyone. I am Lam Tan from Hua Zia, a country that values Eastern etiquette. I should not overshadow the host, but for the sake of friendly exchange, I wish to express my stance. Gu Hyan listened proudly. First, I came here for Hua Zia cultural relics. Whenever I see artifacts of my homeland put up for auction, I will certainly reclaim them, especially those heritage pieces once plundered and scattered everywhere. Tako's expression changed at once. Second, since this is a charity auction, I will play big. No matter how much I spend today, I will contribute an equivalent amount for donation to the charity. Kameda's face also darkened. Third, I kindly remind everyone to consider carefully before bidding. Otherwise, I fear you will lose terribly. Do you think I am right, Mr. Kameda? People began whispering, this Hua Zia man is truly arrogant. He really does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But he said he would double the donation money. That does sound somewhat impressive. Kameda curled his lip in disdain. Clearly, he did not take him seriously at all, merely seeing it as empty grandstanding. What was there to fear from someone who liked to show off? Suda leaned close and whispered, President Kameda, everything has been verified. He frowned, continued. He reported, the John family brought 5 billion. France and the Middle East brought 4.8 and 4.5 billion respectively. We prepared 8 billion in capital, enough to sweep everything. He listened while stroking his beard, his face full of satisfaction. This auction is the key step in your plan to revive East Asian cultural relics. The front page of DG Company is ready. After the event, it will announce images and the grand project. Kameda stock will surely surge, and Mr. Matsumoto will move closer to the presidential seat next term. Kameda said smugly, very good on my broad road. Casually crushing an ant is not worth concern. On stage, when the first item was presented, Midori announced the opening. The opening item is an Edo period incense burner. Starting price 8 million. Kameda's side immediately raised the price to 30 million. Midori confirmed number one bids 30 million, any higher. He cast a provocative glance toward Lam Tan. At this moment, Lam Tan and Ngu Hyan were observing the artifact. Is this an Arhat statue exported from Japan to Hua Zia? The style does not match Hua Zia culture at all, and it can still be sold. She pointed to the image and explained, in ancient times, many countries produced goods for export, so the style would be adjusted somewhat to suit the market. After speaking, she shyly turned away. Sorry, you understand cultural relics better than I do, and yet I tried to explain. Lam Tan replied gently, I like your focused expression most when you talk about relics. People are most beautiful when they are serious. Hearing that, Ngu Hyan blushed even more and softly replied, me too. System immediately notified. Favorability increased by 5%. Tuan and the others stared wide-eyed at the two flirting back and forth, each of them clearly displeased. Kameda looked arrogantly at Lam Tan. Did he not claim to love his country? When the auction of Hua Zia relics begins later, I will see how he withstands my pressure. Next item was presented with exquisite carved patterns that drew admiration. The second item, a Hua Zia blue and white peacock plate, starting price 10 million. Lam Tan immediately raised his bidding paddle. All eyes in the hall turned toward him. Someone sneered, that arrogant guy is starting to tremble. Let us see how he performs. He calmly called out, 300 million. The entire hall was shaken, increasing several times over in a single bid. Who bids like that? Kameda maintained his look of contempt, believing that action only exposed the other party's weakness. Truly pitiful. Suda asked quietly, shall we continue bidding, President? He shook his head. This item is worth at most 180 million. If he likes to spend money, then let him buy it. No one bid further. Midori quickly announced that number 8 won the blue and white peacock plate for 300 million. Lam Tan turned to the beauty with a domineering president air. This plate is for you. It enhances your beauty. Everyone whispered, a 300 million artifact given away so casually. He really spends money like water. Ngu Hyen said awkwardly, actually it might be better to buy it for our museum. She still smiled brightly in thanks. In any case, I really like it, thank you. The surrounding audience was dissatisfied. They were at an auction, and yet he was publicly displaying affection. The auction continued. The third item was an 8-foot Kiangu jade from the Xuan Duck period of our nation. Starting price 8 million. Kamda was the first to raise it to 20 million. Lam Tan immediately pushed the price up to 500 million, hundreds of times higher. Tuan's group was furious. Did he not say he would only buy Hua Zia items? Clearly, he is deliberately provoking the president. Though enraged, Kamda forced himself to remain calm. Spending that much money just to provoke me, truly childish. No one continued bidding. Midori announced that number 8 won the 8-foot Kiangu jade for 500 million. Lam Tan stood up and looked toward Tako. This Kiangu jade I would like to gift to you, Tako Sato. Tako blushed at those words, my God, just because of that previous massage service. Kamda was furious at his subordinate's carelessness. Did you reveal your true identity to him? Tako hurriedly explained, Master, I did not. He used some method to investigate. Please believe me, I will refuse this gift. Kamda coldly stopped her. Refuse what? That is a gift he gives you. I order you accept it. Tako lowered her head and replied, yes, master. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Favorability decreased by 10%. Lam Tan was satisfied. Spending money and still making favorability drop, that was truly rare. He even savored Kamda's twisted expression. On Tako's side, she was irritated. He suddenly gave her a gift and made her be misunderstood by her master. Thinking it over carefully, she felt a twinge in her heart. After all, this was the first time anyone had given her a gift. The system reported that favorability increased by another 5%. Lam Tan was surprised. Why did it increase again? But recalling his actions, Tako grew angry again. Unfortunately, he was only a despicable man. System shifted once more. Favorability decreased by 3%. Lam Tan was puzzled. It dropped again. Notifications kept ringing out, plus 1%, then minus 1%. Darkened his face and tried to suppress his irritation. What exactly was she thinking? Seeing the auction gradually cooling down, he spoke up. I thought it would be intense. Why is no one bidding anymore? Thank you all for yielding. I am not interested in items that are not Hua Zia relics. Feel free to continue. Kamda cursed inwardly. Let him be pleased for a little longer. Soon the next item was brought out. Midori introduced a Kamakura period vase, starting price 5 million. Andy opened with 8 million. Louisiana quickly raised it to 10 million. Which was unwilling to fall behind and bid 30 million. Finally, Kamda's side raised it straight to 80 million. No one surpassed it. Midori announced that number 1 won the Kamakura vase for 80 million. The whole hall applauded endlessly. Truly impressive. Worthy of Mr. Kamda, congratulations. Tuan pretended to be knowledgeable and softly reminded, President, do not be swayed by the flattery of those tycoons. On the surface, they praise you, but in fact they are watching Lam Tan. Just now they saw his little finger move slightly and thought he would raise the price, so they stopped. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped hard by Kamda. Shut up. Tuan held his aching cheek and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, President, I spoke too much. Seeing that, Lam Tan added mockingly, so everyone was staring at me, rest assured. The next items are Hua Zia relics. I will definitely make a move. Kamda was furious to the point of choking, but had to swallow his anger. Midori continued. The fifth item is the map of mountains and rivers from the late Tang of Hua Zia. Starting price 80 million. The whole hall became lively. The price kept jumping from 100 million to 200, and then 300 million. Kamda calmly raised his paddle. Number 1 bids 800 million. Lam Tan joined in as well, yawning as he said, increasing by 100 million each time is too boring. I am getting sleepy, 2 billion. Instantly all eyes focused on him, 2 billion. Immediately afterward, the price was pushed to 2.5 billion. Kamda growled in anger. I bid 2.5 billion. Tuan still would not stop, President. Have you forgotten the strategy? We must gather as many relics as possible. Kamda roared, shut up. If we yield every time, where will the Kamda family's face be? Lam Tan refused to be outdone. Do you want to fight to the end? 3 billion. Kamda immediately raised it to 3.5 billion. Lam Tan was determined to follow through. 4 billion. The whole hall was in an uproar. A painting valued at 200 million had now reached 20 times that, truly throwing money out the window. Not only him, but the president as well. Seeing the tense situation, Suda hurried to stop him. Tako also stood up anxiously. Suddenly, Kamda revealed a meaningful smile. Then he decisively lowered his paddle. Said coldly, 4 billion is yours, Lam Tan. I will not follow. People discussed noisily. Some analyzed that Kamda deliberately pretended to be angry to lure Lam Tan into exhausting his finances. This move seemed simple, but required strong financial backing and steady nerves. Indeed, he was not ordinary. Yet Lam Tan remained calm, so that is your game. Kamda only curled his lip, but then addressed Mr. Lam. Midori struck the hammer to confirm. Number 8 closes at 4 billion for the map of mountains and rivers. Kamda immediately calculated a new plan. I will borrow more from the Sanling and Fuji Chambers of Commerce. Mortgage real estate to obtain 10 billion. Suda worried, is this really appropriate? He said confidently, after buying the other items I will lack funds for the final step. Lam Tan is arrogant and will certainly not let go of the final glazed Guanyin statue. That is the decisive card. Kamda's eyes were full of calculation. As long as I seize the glazed Guanyin statue, he will not withstand the shock. The perfect image he built will collapse. He will be forced to take risks. He made up his mind. As long as I hold the glazed Guanyin statue, I will have something to control Lam Tan. Suda also understood, having invested so much, Lam Tan would find it hard to withdraw. This concerned his reputation and stance. Perhaps behind him stood a wealthy, patriotic Hua Zia conglomerate backing him. Tako overheard the discussion behind them. This battle could only be won, not lost, so that was it. Began to waver, so he represented Hua Zia, appearing careless on the surface but actually bearing a heavy responsibility. The system notified, favorability increased by 5%. Tako immediately dismissed that thought. No matter who you are, as long as you are my master's enemy, you are my enemy. The system reported again. Favorability decreased by 2%. System sound kept ringing, plus 1%, then minus 1%. Lam Tan rubbed his temples tiredly again. What exactly was she thinking? Not long after, the 6th item appeared. A Song Dynasty Buddha head from Hua Zia, starting price 100 million. Lam Tan opened with 500 million. Kamda immediately raised it to 1 billion. The audience whispered, they are confronting again. Calmly raised it to 1.5 billion. Kamda suddenly withdrew, I will not follow. Many marveled. Kamda truly had skill in grasping the timing of withdrawal. If Lam Tan continued charging forward, he might push himself into financial danger. Everything seemed to follow Kamda's plan. Lam Tan continuously bought Hua Zia relics, but his finances had been drained to 6.8 billion. Meanwhile, Kamda used borrowed money to buy other items, still holding 12.8 billion in hand. The situation seemed more favorable. The auction gradually approached its end. Midori solemnly introduced the final item, a Yuan Dynasty glazed Guanyin statue from Hua Zia. The statue was brought out under the lights, starting price 400 million. Kamda laughed loudly. Finally it is here. This will be Lam Tan's greatest regret. Get ready. The real show is about to begin. Midori announced, the auction of the Yuan Dynasty glazed Guanyin officially begins. Starting price 400 million, each increment 10 million. Lam Tan opened again, 1 billion. After buying this last item we can go back, hurry up. Kamda raised his head high and replied 1.5 billion, brat. The game is only truly beginning now. Lam Tan merely uttered a soft sound. The audience watched excitedly. President Kamda had finally made his move. The momentum accumulated for so long was terrifying. Everyone thought this would be a fierce dragon and tiger battle. The Hua Zia youth was in big trouble this time. Lam Tan remained calm enough to tease. I hope you can maintain your composure. So many people are watching. If you lose, it will be embarrassing. He said disdainfully, I fear you will have difficulty holding your head high in Japan afterward. After speaking, Lam Tan raised the price to 3 billion. Kamda remained confident. Boast all you want. You have already spent 8.3 billion. How can you have more than me? He raised his paddle, 4 billion. Lam Tan replied calmly, so that is what you think. Those words made Kamda grind his teeth, then continue. Lam Tan steadily raised it to 5 billion. Kamda refused to yield 6 billion. It only made him more excited, 7 billion. Even having exceeded the budget, Kamda stubbornly raised it to 9 billion. Seizing the right moment, he delivered the decisive blow, 12 billion. Kamda refused to retreat, determined to fight to the end, 16 billion. Seeing the numbers skyrocket, Ngu Hyen worriedly reminded in a low voice, Lam Tan, this amount is too large. Suda also turned pale and tried to persuade President, we only have 12.8 billion. This has far exceeded the limit. Kamda shouted back, this is my dignity. What is a few hundred million? I still have estates and stocks. The crowd watched the terrifying bidding with mouths agape, truly immortals fighting. Even Midori on stage was sweating. 16 billion for the first time. Anyone else? Kamda gritted his teeth and stared at Lam Tan. Continue bidding, brat, are you scared? Midori raised the hammer. 16 billion for the second time. Suda's face was pale as he tried to persuade, President, the estates and stocks are your last capital. Are you really exchanging them for one relic? This price has far exceeded its true value. Once bought, we will go bankrupt. Showing tension, Kamda still roared, Lam Tan is just a pawn. Tycoons will compete to buy it. I will not lose but profit in Hua Nation. The museum will owe me. That is the brilliant move. Hearing that plan, Suda and Kautuan exclaimed in unison, so that is it. Only Taco remained uneasy and asked, what if Lam Tan does not want this item? Would we not be finished? Kamda, immersed in winning and losing, shouted back, are you doubting me? Just watch. Lam Tan will kneel like a dog and beg. This side Lam Tan pretended to be bored. Fine, I give up. That treasure is yours. Midori excitedly announced, 16 billion. Number 1 successfully won the glazed guanian. The entire hall was shaken. This price might not be broken even in 50 years. Suda let out a sigh of relief and turned to say, President, you won. Kamda was half pleased and half worried. Did I truly win? The group quickly stood up and moved forward. Kamda led his subordinates in front of him and mocked. Did you not say you would gather all the relics? Already out of breath with just a little money. You could not even afford the glazed guanian. How will you explain to those tycoons? He looked at the two with contempt. Your patriotism is not worth a cent. Then he raised his hand in a signal. Taco understood and respectfully brought the sword over. Kamda immediately took it. He drew the sword from its sheath and insulted, according to the spirit of Japanese samurai, a loser like you. He threw the sword down at his feet and said coldly, only by committing seppuku can you atone. Facing that threat, he calmly picked up the sword. Kamda turned to the crowd and continued mocking. You people cling to life and fear death. You certainly would not dare perform such an honorable act. I will give you a chance. When the statue was just brought out, Kamda tempted. You can borrow from everywhere. For 19.9 billion, I will resell it to you. He even laughed vilely. Once you complete your mission, you will not have to die of shame. How about it? Lam Tan pointed straight at him and sneered. I was only admiring your turtle hiding its head. Kautuan rushed up and cursed. You lost and still act arrogant. Kamda widened his eyes and shouted, stop pretending, trying to force down the price. Do not even think about reducing a single cent. Facing that loss of control, Lam Tan leisurely stood up. He even adjusted his tie calmly. With a disdainful gaze looking down, he said bluntly, Kamda, your dog truly ruined things. The other party was stunned. What did you say? He calmly asked, did Kautuan say that I wanted to buy all Hua Nation relics? Kautuan jumped in shock and shouted, what, now you are afraid and want to change your words? Lam Tan walked to the guanian statue, placed his foot on the pedestal, his voice meaningful. Remember carefully what I said back then. Hua Nation relics sold overseas. At that time, I said I wanted to reclaim all relics that were lost abroad. Did I not? Hearing this, Kamda's eyes widened. He swung his hand and slapped Kautuan across the face. That man fell backward dizzy. His eyes were filled with horror, Mr. Kamda. Kamda panted and said, you mean you only take back what Japan once plundered from Hua Nation? He stared at Lam Tan as if understanding. The glazed guanian was originally an item Hua Nation sold to Japan. To you it is worthless. Lam Tan smiled, not entirely worthless. It is still an antique. Stroked the statue teasingly. This kind of eyebrows and beard went out of fashion since the Tang. It was only made that way to sell to you people. Lam Tan stood straight and stated clearly, if you had grasped accurate information, you would not be so miserable. 16 billion to buy something worth at most 400 million. Now you are famous worldwide as a joke. He added mockingly, are you about to go bankrupt just to buy this? Truly impressive ability. Each word was emphasized slowly, making Kamda's face turn pale. From shame turning to rage, he roared, take Kautuan away. That man was dragged off still screaming miserably. Gu Haiyan, who had watched from the beginning, worriedly said, I thought you really wanted to fight for that statue. Lam Tan scratched his head and smiled. To deceive others, you must first deceive your own people. They quickly left the auction hall. They were immediately surrounded by the crowd seeking connections. Mr. Lam, I am an American businessman. I am a representative of a British museum. Would you like to tour Japan? Are you free tonight? Not only that, they even turned to ridicule Kamda. After so many years, someone finally defeated him. This news will surely cause a sensation. 16 billion for that statue is the real highlight. Utterly humiliated, Kamda ran off while shouting. But due to extreme agitation, his face twisted in pain. He trembled and clutched his chest in agony. He even collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. In the midst of pain, a pair of leather shoes suddenly appeared within the camera frame. Seeing his opponent struggling, Lam Tan cast a cold glance and reminded Mr. Kamda, are you all right? Remember to take care of your health. Watching the backs of the two young people leaving, he ground his teeth in fury. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Soon as the line connected, Kamda roared in pain. All warriors and samurai of the Kamda family obey orders. Thinking of the fighters under his command, he became even more ferocious. Act immediately. Seize all relics from Lam Tan and bring them here. I want him never to see tomorrow's sun. At the Hua Nation Embassy in Japan, in the heavily guarded office, Thien Kai spoke gently, Mr. Lam, I have understood the matter. You spent a large sum to recover Hua Nation relics lost abroad. On behalf of the embassy, I sincerely thank you. He smiled kindly and affirmed, Kamda is insidious. We will certainly do our utmost to ensure your safety. Lam Tan shook hands in response. Thank you, but I still have things to do. I need to borrow a car. Thien Kai asked in surprise, are you planning to leave the embassy? Gu Haiyan anxiously held his hand and pleaded, Lam Tan, do not go. It is very dangerous outside, I am afraid. Understanding her unease, he gently reassured, I will be fine, trust me. Though unwilling, she still nodded, trying to hold back tears. In the parking lot, Lam Tan moved cautiously step by step. Inwardly cursing came to hide. That man has already ridden on my head. He took out the car keys. As he walked forward, he silently resolved, if I do not deal with him this time, this trip will be in vain. Suddenly, two hidden weapons shot out from nowhere. Thanks to battle experience, he tilted his head and dodged cleanly. Tako stepped out from the shadows, two gleaming blades in her hands. Lam Tan tilted his head slightly and smiled. You came quickly. Why are you not wearing the jade I gave you? Tako was momentarily flustered, then replied, why should I wear it? He said gently, because it suits your eyes very well. Gaze hardened, I do not know why you gave the jade. If you want to bribe me, it is useless. Sato ninjas only obey the employer. He smiled confidently, so it is an employment relationship. Then I will hire all Sato ninjas. Whatever Kamda pays, I will pay double. He was furious, you are insulting us. We do not betray contracts. Lam Tan asked calmly, if the employer dies, the contract automatically ends, correct? Tako angrily shouted and charged forward. Shut up. In an instant, he spun nimbly and dodged the sharp blade. She thought in shock, he does not look like someone who knows martial arts. How does he dodge every time? Thought flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, Tako threw the grenade she had prepared. He froze when realizing her intention, surprise flickering across his face. The explosion thundered, filling the parking garage with thick smoke. Lam Tan scanned his surroundings, searching for her trace. A sense of danger struck. He detected killing intent from above. Tako plunged down at terrifying speed, locking his neck in a restraining hold. Without hesitation, she tightened the two blades to attack. His face turned pale. If the blade moved a little closer, his eyes would be blinded forever. He regained composure and exerted force to raise his hand and block, preserving his life. Tako frowned. Why is his strength so great? In this position, he should not be able to resist. But she still clamped his neck tightly. With a little more time, his brain would lack blood. Before she could finish the thought, she was bitten hard on the thigh by Lam Tan. He recoiled in panic, glaring as he broke free from the hold. Insulted, she angrily shouted, despicable, you dare use such vile tactics. Exhaled and adjusted his clothes. You are a professional assassin. I am just an ordinary person. As long as I win, any method works. After speaking, he lowered his center of gravity. Now it is my turn. Like an arrow, he rushed forward with blazing eyes. Tako was shocked by that speed, sweat pouring out. She immediately switched to a professional defensive stance. Before she could counterattack, her hands were firmly seized by him. With a single strong squeeze, she was forced against the car behind. Curled his lip, caught you. Tako still tried to launch a sneak kick, but it was blocked. You still want to attack my little brother. Immediately after, he slammed his head hard against her forehead. Two swords fell to the ground with a piercing metallic clang. Lam Tan sighed and rubbed his forehead. My current level 3 attributes are barely enough to fight one ninja, but dealing with many warriors and ninjas is not feasible. I must think of another way. After a while, he helped her lean against the car hood and searched her body. He discovered the hidden weapon compartment. Is this truth serum? Hiding it in the clothing seam is indeed discreet. He pulled down her mask and stuffed a pill into her mouth. Now tell everything, ninja lady. In her daze, she vaguely heard urging, wake up, I am in a hurry. She slowly opened her eyes, her mind still dizzy from the impact. She realized she was tied up. A cold voice sounded by her ear, I have given you truth serum. Now the interrogation begins. Trembling in fear, Tako forced herself to stand firm and replied, I admit I lost, but to be honest, I received formal training. You will not find it easy to harm me. Hearing that, Lam Tan frowned slightly, doubt clear in his eyes, is that so? In a flash, he swung his hand and sliced through the rope with astonishing speed, the movement decisive and unbelievably precise. Casually twirled the knife in his hand and said, in that case, tying you is meaningless. I will take the weapons. I still have to deal with Kamda. She is already suspicious of me in every way. You are really letting me go just like this, not going to ask anything. Lam Tan suddenly became unusually serious. I only want to know how to make you stop hunting me without getting hurt. Inwardly, he calculated, if you die, I will not be able to spend money either. Her heart skipped a beat, a faint blush rose to her cheeks, and his figure reflected unconsciously in her eyes. Tako turned her face away in confusion, her chest pounding. Why is he treating me so well, even giving me sweets, could it be? At that moment, the system reported that favorability had increased. Cleverly used a gentle approach to achieve his goal, then without hesitation turned and left. She hurriedly called out, wait, are you going to find Kamda alone? He pretended to be annoyed and replied, what other way is there? If I cannot get information from you, then I will have to find another assassin to ask. Tako immediately fell into the trap and quickly said in worry, Kameda is at the seaside villa number 21, Town 1, Higashi Atami. There are 8 gunmen and 6 ninjas guarding inside. Having obtained what he wanted, Lam Tan smiled. Very detailed information, thank you. Seeing him so calm, Tako became even more flustered. I said that only to make you understand that going alone is no different from courting death. In her mind flashed the terrifying image of Kameda, an extremely brutal man. Whether toward targets or subordinates, he was equally cold. I truly want to run away, but the Sato family rules are too strict. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Do not worry, I will go speak clearly with Kameda. Trust me, he will have to accept my terms. After speaking, he smiled and reminded her, find a safe place and hide. The engine sound echoed in the basement, then gradually faded, leaving behind a small figure standing there in turmoil. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Lam Tan. Why does every action of his exceed my expectations? I have never met anyone like him. At the same time, favorability continued to rise by another 20%. Suddenly, Tako's face turned pale as she sensed a familiar killing intent surrounding her, an aura identical to her own. A ninja suddenly appeared and coldly reported, the target has escaped, left the embassy through the east gate. Sato Tako failed the mission, suspected signs of betrayal. An icy voice came from the other end, bring her back immediately. Tako turned deathly pale, her whole body trembling at the voice that had haunted her for so long. The quiet night, Kameda's villa stood like a fortress amid the sea, surrounded by strictly patrolling yachts. Shouted irritably, you lost him. A ninja replied cautiously, we guessed he would come here and set up ambushes along the road, but he changed direction. By the time we found the car, the person was gone. He roared into the radio, useless. Transfer all ninjas from the embassy here, search thoroughly. Suddenly remembering the hostage tied nearby, Kameda immediately turned around. Without mercy, he grabbed her hair and interrogated, speak. Where did Lam Tan go? She tried to explain, I truly do not know, master. He disarmed me and revealed nothing of his plan. Ignoring her excuse, he activated the controller. Do you think I believe you? That man would let you leave intact. Ruthless current coursed through her body, making her convulse violently. Her scream tore through the air. Her face turned pale from exhaustion, her body trembling from the aftershock of the electricity. Kameda gripped her chin and threatened, I have many effective interrogation methods, but I must keep this perfect body without blemish to sell for a good price. She pleaded in panic, please do not. At that moment, chaos erupted outside the villa. We are under attack, only one person. Unclear where he infiltrated from. Ninja urgently reported over the radio. He has taken down several of us and is using our own ninja weapons. Kameda angrily ordered, it must be Lam Tan. Turn on all spotlights, ninja team deploy. Outside was chaotic like a battlefield. The swift footsteps alone sent chills down the spine. With a single lethal slash to the throat, Lam Tan cleanly eliminated those who dared block his path. Suddenly lights from above shone down, exposing his position before the ninjas. Target spotted, he cannot escape. They immediately closed in on their prey, each armed with sharp weapons, agile and ready for decisive battle. Without hesitation, hundreds of shurikens were launched at once, determined to finish the opponent in an instant. But he was not so easily defeated. His movement light as wind, nimbly dodging each hidden weapon embedding into the ground as if strolling. Immediately after, he dashed toward the cliff and without hesitation leaped into the void. Realizing his intent, the ninjas jumped into the sea in pursuit. They urgently reported to their master, the target has jumped into the sea. We are in pursuit. Kameda smiled strangely. Does he think jumping into the sea means escape? These 6 ninjas are Sato elites. Lam Tan is doomed. Underwater, they silently displayed assassination skills, frantically hunting like predators smelling blood. Closing in inch by inch, the ninjas gripped their shurikens, icy eyes locking onto the life before them. Suddenly the target vanished as if dissolved into the sea, leaving only faint ripples. Lam Tan suddenly reversed direction and appeared behind his opponent with a cold face. Without a second of hesitation, he decisively sent the opponent to hell with a fatal strike. No chance of return. The corner of his lips curled slightly as he silently shifted attack direction, fully controlling the situation. Sensing danger, the ninjas signaled immediately. He swims too fast. Do not scatter. Hold formation. He stared at Lam Tan gliding lightly as if strolling across a calm lake. So fast it was unbelievable. Can a human reach such speed? He thought confidently. On land I cannot defeat you, but underwater you cannot use hidden weapons. Why fear not taking you down? While enthusiastic, his cleanliness habit flared up. The sea here is not that clean. Staying long might be problematic. I must finish quickly. Thinking so, he acted immediately. unleashing a chain of attacks to eliminate all obstacles within minutes. The ninjas' faces gradually turned purple, breathing difficult from lack of oxygen. Finally, they could not endure, thrashing violently, kicking desperately for life. Unfortunately, Lam Tan was not merciful to those who wanted to kill him. He coldly finished them in an instant. Remaining ninjas panicked and swam to shore. This is bad. We have reached the limit. He is definitely not ordinary, swimming at high speed for 3 minutes without breathing. Came to relaxing inside the villa, was slightly surprised when the gunfire suddenly ceased. Thinking the plan had succeeded, he laughed loudly, truly foolish, alone and daring to confront me. Too bad I cannot witness your despair before death. Tako completely collapsed. In her heart, she could only pray endlessly for a miracle named Lam Tan to appear and save her. Suddenly, he remembered a crucial matter, then took out the prepared vial. The trouble is settled, now for the next step. She looked up at the burly man before her, lips trembling, wanting to speak, but fear choked her throat. No. Amda roughly forced her mouth open. Despite her resistance, he calmly dripped the anesthetic in. That man licked his lips sickeningly. After I enjoy myself, I will sell you to Thailand. For the Sato family, reporting that you failed and were killed by Lam Tan is enough. They do not care about a worn-out item like you. Tears silently slid down Tako's beautiful face. Lam Tan, when you said those words, I truly believed you could change my fate. She sobbed silently, unconsciously pleading, if there are gods, please create a miracle now. Stuck out his tongue greedily and advanced to grope. There are no gods in this world, but I can send you to heaven. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, making that man widen his eyes. I can send you to hell. Ignoring the wind and rain outside, Lam Tan calmly climbed through the window, his demeanor steady enough to inspire reassurance. Tako could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Lam Tan, at the same time, favorability surged by another 50%. He smiled reassuringly. Sorry for being late. Those ninjas were troublesome. Came to half believing, immediately contacted subordinates by radio. How is this possible? In an instant, a shuriken flew and pierced his wrist. The pain made him scream hoarsely. Without stopping, Lam Tan threw a punch straight into his abdomen. Sorry, your warriors are still foolishly standing on shore guarding the ninjas in the sea. Watching him writhing on the floor, he said with satisfaction, you had better stay quiet and not make noise. Kamda's mind was full of disbelief. Impossible, you clearly died. While untying Tako, Lam Tan replied, perhaps I just swim well. He turned gently and asked, do you want to deal with him personally? Panicked and knelt begging for mercy. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I truly know my mistake. Ignoring the pleas, Tako resolutely activated her hidden weapon mechanism, preparing to act. Without hesitation, she poured the torture poison directly into his mouth, a liquid capable of destroying both body and mind. She coldly watched him writhe. A single knife strike would be too easy for him. This entire bottle is enough to make him die miserably. After a while, the two left by boat, the engine sound tearing through the quiet night. Even far away, Kamda's screams still echoed faintly. Lam Tan swallowed hard, inwardly admitting that medicine was truly terrifying. Seeing Tako's strange expression, he asked worriedly, what is wrong? Her face gradually flushed. Kamda forced me to drink that. Before he could react, she suddenly embraced him. Sorry, I cannot endure anymore. Lam Tan could only stammer what. He awkwardly suggested, perhaps we should go ashore and find a safe place first. Tako firmly replied, just steer the boat, let me handle it. She utilized her flexibility and performed a bold posture. Lam Tan slowly guided, always maintaining initiative and leading the other. Skillful coordination gradually drew her along. The sound of waves murmured like accompaniment to the passionate love song in the empty night. Noticing the unusual expression of the girl in his arms, Lam Tan flustered and said, sorry, I will slow down. Tako's body softened like water, all words dissolving into faint tremors. She tried to whisper, eyes full of emotion toward him, do not keep the same pace. At that moment, the system reported an additional 10% favorability. Lam Tan excitedly cursed inwardly, damn. The sun gradually rose, the solitary boat on the sea becoming the highlight of the dawn painting. Holding the beauty in his arms, he could not help recalling last night and marveling at that novel experience. Tako slowly opened her eyes after the long night. Kamda is dead. The master-servant contract is over. I must return to the Sato family to receive punishment. Lam Tan sincerely advised, stop being a ninja, living on the edge of life and death every day. You are still young. Would a peaceful life not be better? She choked with tears in her eyes, but I do not know what else I can do. We were all orphans raised by Sato, trained harshly. Being a ninja seems like the only fate. As soon as she finished speaking, a black card was suddenly held out before her. Lam Tan said gently yet firmly, if you do not know what you want yet, then go find it. There is 1 billion yuan in this card, enough for you to explore what you desire and become who you want to be. From now on, live for yourself. Tako's tears immediately streamed down. She said emotionally, Lam Tan, thank you. The system quickly updated new data. Sato Taco's favorability reached 90%. Reward of 150 million yuan received. Attributes increased to level 4. And choose one of 3 skills, piano, fan dance, or Rubik Cube. In this city, all social media spread the hot news. Came to Kento died at his private villa. The scene was so horrific that content had to be censored. Many bodyguards also died, initially determined to be a ninja assassination, suspected to be orchestrated by a rival tycoon. The international airport was unusually crowded today. Security tightened supervision and inspection of inbound and outbound goods. Kai said happily, fortunately Kamda is dead, you returned safely. Thank you for your contributions to China. Lam Tan replied politely, thank you to the embassy for protecting us. As for Kamda, evil met its due. After turning away, he sighed and said to the person beside him, everything is over. It is a pity that coming to Japan so rarely I did not have time to sightsee or soak in hot springs. Nguyen comforted, next time we will return for cultural exchange. Reluctant, he nodded all right. Under the vast sky, Taco silently watched the plane disappear into the clouds. She smiled and silently promised, Lam Tan, once I settle my own matters, I will go to China to find you because I have found my purpose in life. At Gate B, loud reminders echoed, please be careful. These are all precious antiques. Suddenly familiar notifications appeared before Lam Tan's eyes. The system diligently operated, beginning the countdown for skill selection. Mastery of piano, mastery of fan dance, or mastery of artistic Rubik Cube. Only then did he remember. He almost forgot this important matter while comforting Sato Taco. After thinking it over, he decided to set aside the other 2 options. What are those anyway? Choose piano for style. It can show elegance. As if understanding his thought, the system immediately confirmed a level skill. Piano mastery has been activated. Lam Tan was stunned as countless musical notes seemed to fly before his eyes. Vast knowledge of piano flooded his mind, astonishing him. At that moment, a sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Lam Tan. Nhai walked over with a bright smile, eyes full of affection. I came to the airport to pick you up, surprised. He paused slightly, then laughed. No wonder you asked about my flight time earlier, truly thoughtful. She blushed and admitted, because I missed you. After speaking, she boldly kissed his cheek before everyone without a trace of shyness. She proactively planned first dinner, then house viewing. I chose a 90 square meter apartment around 1.5 million yuan. Lam Tan's eyes lit up, buying a house. At the mention of spending money, he became excited. 1.5 million is not enough. If gifting, then gift the most expensive. Nhai froze as if struck. He rejoiced inwardly. Buying a house spends a large amount. La Nhai's favorability is 95%. Wonder what happens at 100. Outwardly, he smiled. Let us go. She softly replied, the car I called has arrived. Just then Nguyen appeared from nowhere and asked, Lam Tan, where are you going? He awkwardly tried to explain, I am with a friend, but Nhai had already let go and ran to call the driver. He looked around blankly. Where did she go? She gently asked, your friend came to pick you up, you must be close. She suddenly kissed his cheek, leaving Lam Tan frozen. No, that is not what I meant. She shyly said, this trip to Japan was hard for you, and you even took such risks. After speaking, she ran off in embarrassment, leave arranging the antiques to me. He was still dazed, touching his cheek and murmuring, does this count as an indirect kiss? Nhai poked her head out of the car and waved, Lam Tan, get in. He thought to himself he had just escaped a storm. Nhai brought him to a vast villa district and introduced, this is de Enhat fam. She called nervously, Lam Tan. He immediately explained, I asked a friend earlier, he recommended coming here to see. In his mind flashed the advertisement, if you want the most expensive villa, come to de Enhat fam. Long Island number 1 worthy of a president. Nhai still worried. I heard the cheapest here is over 100 million. Ha Man stepped forward warmly. Hello you two, how may I assist? Lam Tan assumed a president demeanor. I want to see Long Island number 1. The staff felt displeased inwardly. Probably live streamers again, but still forced a smile. Sir, this is the consultant for Long Island number 1. Please review the design first. Nhai looked at the price and was shocked. Long Island number 1 is 300 million. Is that too expensive? To Lam Tan it was a small number. This is your first house. I do not want it done casually. If gifting, then gift the best. That smile and words moved Nhai. The system immediately added 3% favorability. La Nhai's favorability reached 98%. Shyly hugged him. Lam Tan felt delighted. Money spent and favorability increased. Suddenly footsteps sounded behind. Kim Fu walked in with Third Jia on his arm. He said sweetly, today I will show you how luxurious Long Island number 1 is. Third Jia's eyes sparkled. President Kim wants to buy it. He smiled suggestively. If you satisfy me, buying it is trivial. Kim Fu quickly recognized Lam Tan, brother also viewing villas. He smiled and replied yes. Nhai pulled his hand. Look at the balcony and pool. Though expensive, it is truly beautiful. Kim Fu heard and mocked. What a coincidence, you also aim for Long Iron number 1. Lam Tan replied casually, you also for Long Iron number 1. Quite coincidental. Hai said seriously, sorry, we already decided to buy, you may view another. Kim Fu pretended generosity. Is that so? Young and talented indeed, then we yield. Thurgia echoed, considerate making friends. Hai admired the model. Lam Tan asked, where is the restroom? The staff pointed, turn right there. After finishing, he leisurely washed his hands thoroughly. That moment, Kim Fu pushed the door open with a smug look. With only two present, he began. Brother riding a tiger hard to dismount. He lit a cigarette and exhaled calmly, then continued about Hai. The girl you are with has strong character. I think you cannot control her. Lam Tan asked directly, what do you mean? Kim Fu sneered, your fake rich second-generation act is too false. I fear you will not know how to end it. Look at me, a nouveau rich, yet I act perfectly. That excessive confidence surprised him. What? He put an arm over him. I feel affinity, so I teach you free. Look, Porsche and Lamborghini keys. Lam Tan stared. These are supercar keys. Kim Fu laughed loudly. What keys? These are prop lighters I use to show off. That girl outside thought they were Lamborghini keys, so she was easy to pursue. He looked him up and down. This outfit fools no one. A rich second generation needs aura. One glance shows you are still green. He rambled like selling a course. See how I build image. I have a 30-day course for 998. Later, I will even help you fail to buy the villa. Meanwhile, Thurgia and Hai quietly observed the model house. Thurgia spoke first with scrutiny. Your 2-meter bag imitation is quite similar. Hai frowned. My bag is authentic, purchased at Herm's store. Thurgia did not care and continued. Do not misunderstand. I am not an enemy. Our target is the same. You are just too young to judge people. Hai was confused. What target do I have? Thurgia said confidently, pretending to be a young lady to hook a tycoon. You cannot see it. He continued boasting. My level is different. This 120,000 Chanel bag was bought by him. Your rich second-generation boyfriend is fake. Thurgia patted Hai like a sister. Later, I will help expose him and conveniently dump him. Hai replied lightly, thank you. I think Lam Tan is very good. He even enthusiastically invited. I will add you to a young ladies group selling luxury goods, guaranteed entry to high society. Hai ignored and told Lam Tan, who returned, the more I look, the more I like Long Iron number 1. Hearing that, Lam Tan immediately told the staff, I want to buy Long Iron number 1. The other was stunned. You do not view first? He insisted, process it immediately. The staff replied quickly, yes at once. As soon as he finished, Kim Fu smiled confidently. Time has come. Let me help you handle this trouble. Thurgia also thought, it is time to expose the fake rich second generation. Lam Tan swiped the card firmly without hesitation. 300 million payment successful. After processing, he waved toward Hai and declared, put this lady's name on the contract. She instantly imagined the 300 million villa belonging to her and Lam Tan, eyes shining with happiness. The other three were stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. What? Lam Tan and Hai calmly followed the staff. Please come this way. I will take you to Long Iron number 1. Kim Fu and Thurgia could only stare at each other stunned. The clowns were themselves. Soon the couple stood before the massive villa with countless million-dollar views. Staff respectfully handed over the key, Mr. Lam. From now on, you are the owner of Long Iron number 1. He took it and nodded. Thank you. The villa gate opened automatically. Lao Hong was still drowsy, not understanding. Lam Tan's footsteps inadvertently created sound in the quiet space. The sound startled him awake. His nasal bubble popped. By reflex, he grabbed a stick and ran out, blocking. Who is it? Unauthorized entry forbidden to Long Iron number 1. Before he could threaten further, he was kicked down. I did that. In a blink, Lao Hong disappeared, replaced by Thurdu appearing seriously dusting hands. Good thing I arrived in time. Knew it would be like this. The two walked in calmly. He still stood outside congratulating, wishing President Tyne and the beauty happiness in the new home. Inside was golden, luxurious space, with servants waiting for orders. There was even a huge wine cellar containing various famous brands. Outside was a pool rivaling 5-star resorts. There was also a modern gym making Hai exclaim, truly luxurious. Lam Tan leisurely toured, a satisfied smile clear. The bathroom was large enough for 10 people comfortably, with a sauna beside. Suddenly the shower turned on, water pouring down. He turned back to see what had just happened. Turned out Hai was drenched like a soaked mouse, shyly saying she had accidentally touched the switch. The thin dress clung to her body, accentuating her allure and making Lam Tan blush. She should go take a bath or she would catch a cold. He was about to leave when she tugged at his shirt. I will go buy you a new set of clothes. She nestled close to him like a little rabbit, whispering meaningfully, do not go. The villa is so big and I am scared staying here alone. And the inevitable came. leaving only scattered clothes and hazy steam. The collision of their bodies ignited their emotions, their gazes entwined passionately. Lam-Tan lifted NHA high up with strength. The two of them moved on to another battlefield within the spacious room. In the frenzy, he pushed everything to an intense climax. NHA High was so intoxicated she lost all reason. Lam-Tan, I love you so much. System immediately notified an additional 2% increase in affection. A line of text appeared. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100% affection. From now on she is absolutely loyal. 300 million spent completed. Funded 30 million in cash and all upgraded attribute points. At the same time unlocking the option to choose one advanced skill. His eyes lit up. The counterattack succeeded. Lam-Tan secretly laughed in delight, meaning even if he pursued others she would not be jealous. He was busy now, so he would choose the skill later. His dream was about to come true. Before he could think further, NHA High had already hugged him tightly. Lam-Tan. Time passed quickly. The next morning at the apartment, Tran woke up to sunlight filtering through the window. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw NHA High appear leisurely and was startled. Where did you go last night? NHA High climbed onto the bed tiredly, not explaining much. I am exhausted. Check my social media. Tran immediately picked up her phone to check. Her profile was filled with sweet photos and a suggestive caption. Sunlight on my cheeks, love in my heart, by my side is him. She instantly recognized the person and frowned. Is that Lam-Tan? NHA High yawned and said, besides Lam-Tan, who else would I look at? That villa was bought for me by him. It is our home. Tran did not believe it and advised, you two have no foundation. Maybe he is just joking. Do not fall too deep. NHA High calmly replied, thanks for the reminder. But my love is so great you would not understand. Even if other women come willingly, I will not be jealous, because he knows I am always by his side. Confidence made Tran choke with anger. You are truly hopeless. NHA High turned her back and said no more. I am going to Lam-Tan. He exhausted me last night. If you like him, then pursue him. Tran gritted her teeth and calculated silently. The previous plan was not perfect, but this time Lam-Tan would see she was completely different from those women. A few days later, the phone rang loudly early in the morning. Yet Lam-Tan still slept soundly, as if unaware of the world. After a while, he drowsily picked up the phone. Who is it so early? A series of birthday messages appeared. La NHA High texted, my love, let us go out today. Lu Tran sent her wishes. The Crown Prince and heiress group of Veem Jiang and even Chuang Tich Engim all sent congratulations. He was moved to realize he had almost forgotten his own birthday. Before this, no girl had ever remembered this day. Lam-Tan quickly replied, thank you everyone, but today I have an appointment with my roommates for a meal next time. After sending the message, he tossed the phone aside. Dealing with so many people at once was exhausting. He was not a time management expert. As soon as he sat up, he saw his friends and Chao Dong appear. Today is your birthday. Tonight we treat you. He smiled and replied, then I will not stand on ceremony. The group exchanged meaningful smiles, as if they had prepared something special. Long after, Lam-Tan stood before a magnificent and luxurious building. He scratched his head in confusion. Were those three really treating him at such a high-end hotel? Even wearing simple pajamas, he still walked in because he had been here once with Engin Bao, remembering that Chao Dong and the other two were waiting on the third floor. Upon reaching it, he took out his phone to check in, chuckling as he snapped a photo as proof. He sent it to the group chat. I have arrived at the third-floor restaurant entrance. Have you all arrived? Suddenly, Lin Ha appeared out of nowhere and shouted, are you secretly taking pictures of me? Delete it immediately and apologize. Lam-Tan panicked and explained, I did not take any picture of you. Lin Ha snorted coldly. Every man who takes secret photos denies it like that. She pointed at him threateningly. I will count to 3. If you do not delete it, I will call the police. Her shrill voice attracted a crowd. She grew even more smug. Everywhere I go, I meet perverted men because I am too beautiful. He angrily opened his phone to show her. This is the message I sent my friends. I have arrived at the third-floor restaurant entrance. Lam-Tan pushed the screen close to her face. Open your eyes and look clearly. The people around could only laugh secretly. At that moment, NHA High waved and called out, Lam-Tan, you are here. He immediately turned and responded, NHA High. She affectionately pulled her boyfriend by the hand, ignoring the gazes around them. Let us go in. And he followed along. Ninha stood frozen in embarrassment. The surrounding guests even whispered, with such a beautiful girlfriend, how could he secretly photograph that woman? She is really making a fuss. Face darkened, inwardly furious. She was no worse than that girl, yet that man did not photograph her. Lam-Tan asked softly, why are you here? Where is Chao Dong? NHA High said frankly, today is your birthday. I wanted to be with you, so I asked them to help. He understood why those three had booked such a luxurious place. NHA High even smiled. They agreed immediately. They truly are your close friends. In his mind appeared the image of his friends grinning wickedly. We can only help you this much. Tonight you handle it yourself. As he thought that, she took out a high-end watch box, happy birthday. He beamed and thanked her. Suddenly someone called his name, Lam Tan. Lu En Hat Tran appeared with a luxurious gift box, happy birthday. The two of them were surprised. Lu En Hat Tran, why are you here? He stepped closer. This is a Versace belt I chose for you. It suits your temperament. Che Hai immediately retorted, that belt is only 50,000. The watch I gave is 200,000. En Hat Tran sneered, you received so much from him yet only bought 200,000. I may be poor, but this is everything I have. Lam Tan said decisively, take it back, I will not accept your gift. En Hat Tran interpreted it herself. You told me to take it back because you know I spent all my money. You still care about me. You love me too. The system displayed a notification. Affection increased by 3%. Lu En Hat Tran reached 94%. Lam Tan broke into a cold sweat. Refusing the gift even increased affection. What is wrong with her? En Hat Tran suddenly hugged him. I like you more and more. Che Hai became furious. What are you doing? Let go of him. Noisy scene in the restaurant made everyone feel embarrassed just watching. While he was still flustered, En Hat Tran used her final move. You do not need to say anything, I understand. He opened the gift box. Inside were adult toys and the bunny outfit he once mentioned. I remember everything. Lam Tan almost cursed aloud. Che Hai blushed and shouted, you are so shameless. En Hat Tran remained calm. If you love someone, you must dare to do this. The two women argued loudly while Lam Tan was caught in the middle enduring it. Lin Ha watched and thought that man truly was a scoundrel, fought over by two beauties. Suddenly Lin Ha stood up and invited En Hat Tran to the restroom. En Hat Tran agreed, and she secretly listened with a smug expression. Before long, the door to the women restroom closed. Che Hai went straight to the point. Lam Tan attitude is already clear. Why are you still being stubborn? En Hat Tran retorted, can you not see he has moved? The one who should leave is you. As the tension rose, Lin Ha cut in and shouted, you two stop arguing. She scolded harshly. That man is a poor fraud. Che Hai asked back, who are you to say that? He continued, you are both so beautiful. There are plenty of pursuers. Why fight over such an ordinary man? Girls help girls. The two women only looked at her with disdain. And they resumed arguing. Where is the one who said she would not be jealous? What if he likes me, and what if he hates you? Lin Ha was shocked at being completely ignored. Outside, Lam Tan intended to slip away. Whenever they met, they argued. What was the point of eating? As he was about to leave, he heard someone call Lam Tan. He turned around. Harangu Hyan, why are you here? He answered honestly, I had an appointment with my roommates, but they stood me up. Ngu Hyan smiled. My family is also eating here. Perhaps it is fate. He held his hand and spoke quickly. I have arranged the antiques. In 2 days, I will open my personal exhibition. Everything is settled. He praised. That is wonderful. Just then Lin Ha again caught him holding hands with another beauty. She widened her eyes. This one is even more beautiful than the other two. Why are beauties always surrounding that man? She must expose him. A moment later, they entered the dining area. Lam Tan asked, are you not eating with your family? Ngu Hyan replied, I came down to pick up a friend. He curiously asked, male or female? She laughed, female. We have known each other for many years. She exclaimed, they are here, Chuang Tich Engin. Before his eyes was a seductive girl in a tight red dress. She happily called out, Hyan Hyan. Ngu Hyan introduced her to her parents, and then intended to introduce Lam Tan. But when she turned back, he was already gone. She was bewildered. Tich Engin. This is the person I often mention. Where did he go? Manhwa quickly took photos as evidence. That man ran fast, but I captured everything. Let us see how you escape. Lam Tan ran while nursing a headache. The world is truly small. Harangu Hyan and Chuang Tich Engin are actually close friends. If they met and caused a scene like Che Hai and En Hat Tran, it would be a disaster. Unable to think of a solution, he saw the piano on the stage and thought hiding there might be safer. Lam Tan was overjoyed as if he had just found a treasure. Could everything really be such a coincidence? Moan Man stepped closer and slipped naturally into the role. Hey buddy, it is time to change shifts. The manager told me to take over. La Sam looked confused. Change shifts. Not giving him time to react, he swiftly stripped off the other man uniform. I forgot to bring my clothes. Let me borrow this suit for a while. I will return it later. Afraid of exposing his identity, he immediately used the power of money to settle it. By the way, the manager said, even if you have not worked a full day, you will still be paid for 1 full day. La Sam eagerly gave a thumbs up. Really? Then I will leave it to you, brother. I am heading out. Having gotten his way, he did not forget to praise himself. Doing this, no one will notice. I just need to play casually for a bit, and it will be done. Truly clever. Soon after, his fingers glided gently over the keys, the sweet mellow notes quickly spreading through the space. Suddenly, Lam Tan felt a strange sensation rising within him, his heart filled with confusion for no clear reason. Next, he seemed possessed. The more he played, the more brilliant he became. Diners around were captivated by the music. all turning their gazes toward him. Lam Tan immersed himself in every melody, the smile on his handsome face leaving many enchanted. Lin Ha, who had intended to find a chance to belittle him, froze for a few seconds. What is going on? Gu Haiyan heard the familiar melody and turned sharply toward the pianist. Is that not Golden Hall? Lam Tan hands moved gracefully across the keys, creating music that shifted from gentle to explosive. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the sound. People listened while nodding in admiration. This reminds me of my sweetest memories with my boyfriend. What is this song called? It is so captivating. Just then the two girls arrived as well. Nha Hai widened her eyes in shock. Is that Lam Tan? The crowd buzzed endlessly. I am about to cry. Though the melody was not sorrowful, it carried a magical feeling like wandering into a sunlit garden, bright yet tinged with faint melancholy. Before long, the two beauties were conquered by the piano. Nhat Tran could not stop exclaiming, "This piece is amazing. I did not expect Lam Tan could play the piano." When the climax came, Lam Tan made the entire space feel like a dream realm, the music becoming the language through which he expressed his heart. Faces flushed red, eyes filled with emotion as they looked toward him. Nhat Tran and Nha Hai were no better, mouths agape in astonishment. Each person sank into her own dream world. Gu Haiyan softly called his name as he gently lifted her. Lam Tan. In her imagination, even a magnificent wedding hall appeared. I want to be your bride. Nha Hai dreamed of waves murmuring on the beach. I cannot imagine life without you. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Nhat Tran. A mesmerizing sound echoed from somewhere. She imagined riding across green plains with Lam Tan. I cannot forget the feeling of you always protecting me from behind. The four beauties took turns praising him lavishly. It would be bliss to be by his side. He is as captivating as a living treasure. He always brings surprises that move my heart. I only want to belong to him. Wealthy and talented, yet humble and responsible. This man is too perfect. I feel unworthy. System immediately displayed a notification. All three increased their affection points. The current levels are 74, 87, and 99%. Suddenly, Lam Tan shivered. What the hell is this? Did I just touch the rhythm of their hearts? When the piano sound finally faded, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause. Crowds surged forward surrounding him like an impromptu fan meeting. You are so handsome. You play so beautifully. I almost cried listening. What is your name? I am a level 9 pianist, yet far inferior to you. How did you train? I want to marry you. I have never heard anyone play so brilliantly. Lam Tan could only force a smile. This is bad. I wanted to stay low-key, but now I am the center of attention. How can I retreat gracefully? He looked into the distance and caught their infatuated gazes, panic rising inside. Indeed, he had been discovered. Not only that he had gained a surge of affection thanks to the piano piece, even Lu Nhat Tran was only 1% away from turning the tables. Should he feel happy or worry? Suddenly, Lo Nam appeared, dispersing the crowd. Step aside, make way. Everyone immediately parted to let Lai Ditch approach. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, that is the renowned piano master of Veem Jiang, Lai Ditch Ditch. He removed his glasses and spoke gently to Recruit. The one who just played Golden HOR is a talent worth cultivating. If you join my team, I guarantee within 1 year. Yet in the next instant, Lai Ditch widened his eyes in shock when he realized Lam Tan had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Outside, he had already escaped in time, silently thanking the unknown savior. Luckily, the piano ambassador appeared to draw attention. Time to slip away. Thank you, Sir Ambassador. As for Lin Ha, after hearing it, she immediately changed her attitude completely, turning sentimental. My piano prince. I have fallen for him. When will I see him again? He ran while glancing back. They probably will not chase outside. Suddenly a shout rang out, causing him to halt. Be careful. A motorcycle suddenly sped toward him and nearly hit Lam Tan. Fortunately, he reacted in time and avoided danger. But the other person lost control and fell hard. This is bad. I hit someone. He hurried over to ask, are you all right? Turned out to be Ngao Dong. She groaned in pain. Seeing each other, they spoke at the same time. It is you, it is you. Seeing her condition, Lam Tan anxiously asked, can you stand up? Ngao Dong explained while instructing. My leg is stuck. Help me lift the bike a bit. It is quite heavy. When lifting, remember to turn the handle to one side. Keep close to the body and grip the rear firmly. Before she could finish, Lam Tan casually lifted the bike with one hand. It is done. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She stammered, how did you do that? This bike weighs 170 kilograms. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Maybe I am just a bit strong. Then his gaze fell on Ngao Dong's thigh that was bleeding. You are injured. She waved it off as nothing. It is fine. I get these wounds all the time. Last time I even broke a bone. This is the nature of my job. She just smiled it off. My goodness, she is truly brave. It is not easy for a woman to struggle like this. Since I ran into you here, she quickly thanked him for the yacht that day. Afterward, I could not contact you. The yacht you gave me, I want to return it. Actually, I am. Before she could finish, Lam Tan had already sprinted away. Use that money for charity for children in the mountains or those in need. No need to thank me. I just did a good deed, and Ngao Dong could only call out, hey. Lam Tan ran until he was out of breath, sweat beading on his forehead, truly exhausting. That girl was in such a state, yet still tried to act strong. Better to slip away early. Recalled Ngao Dong words, how did you lift a 170-kilogram bike? Lam Tan smugly raised his arm to show his muscles. But what exactly is level 5 strength? It is hard to understand. Tomorrow I should visit the gym to test it. The next morning at the gym, Lam Tan strolled leisurely past rows of modern equipment. Others were running tirelessly, drenched in sweat. He paused to observe, marveling that it was so crowded this early, truly diligent. His gaze unconsciously drifted to someone round firm hips, truly eye-catching. Suddenly someone approached to chat, beautiful right. Nguyen Long crossed his arms confidently. I can help you win her over. Lam Tan quickly waved his hands. No, I was just looking. But that man laughed loudly. We are all men, no need to be shy. Relax, I am not telling you to ask for her WeChat immediately. Took the chance to show off his muscular physique. As you are now, you stand no chance. Girls at the gym do not like weaklings. You need to be strong like me. Riding the momentum he pitched. Good news is I am the gold medal trainer of this gym, Nguyen Long. I will design a professional plan for you. Train for 3 months and you will see clear muscle gains. The fee is only 8,000 yuan. Lam Tan immediately waved to refuse. No need, thank you, Nguyen Long kept persuading. Do not decide so quickly. I will give you 2 free trial sessions first. Truly no need. I just came to try the machines. Seeing he could not persuade him, that man turned and left. Fine, I have another class to teach. Think it over and come find me later. Inwardly sneering, cannot afford personal training yet still comes to the gym, truly weak. A moment later, standing before the weight machine, he scratched his head thinking, how does this equipment work? Just then Lak Bang walked by. He gathered courage to ask, may I ask, do you know how to use this machine? She bent down to patiently guide him. This is a hack squat machine. Sit here, place your feet on the platform. The sides are weight adjustment pins. After hearing, he politely replied, I see, thank you. Suddenly the system voice sounded. High beauty value female target detected. Counterattack mission activated. Information about the person before him appeared clearly. Dai Lak Bang, 24 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, current affection 0%, surpass 90% to refund 10% of spent gold, reach 100% to change identity and relationship with the host. After reading it, Lam Tan could not help but be amazed. This system is truly powerful. She is wearing a hat and mask tightly, yet it still scans her. Does it have X-ray vision? The system calmly replied, as long as you are at close range, I can even check whether the other party has had cosmetic surgery. Returning to the machine, Lam Tan kept adding weights. In that case, let me try the heaviest level. Lak Bang thought he was just a novice and paid no attention. 600 kilograms, and he does not even know the concept. She did not know that behind her he was crazily lifting weights. A while later, Lak Bang entered Nguyen Long class. The trainer spoke. Good morning, you are here, warm up first. He removed her hat and mask. A face as pure as first snow was revealed. Nguyen Long standing behind marveled. So beautiful. Dressed like this, could she be an artist? Lak Bang began to squat. Nguyen Long observed and guided. Very good, lower a bit more. That man moved in too close behind her. That is right, go deeper, feel the muscle here tightening. As they trained, the distance grew ambiguous. He grinned lewdly. Relax, I will help you stretch. Lak Bang felt uncomfortable and questioned, trainer, is your movement a bit excessive? Nguyen Long shamelessly retorted, what do you mean? I am seriously assisting your warm-up. Do you think I am taking advantage? She replied coldly, if it continues like this in future sessions, then change my trainer. I am not used to too much physical contact. On the surface he agreed, fine, I will change the program, but inwardly plotted revenge. If I do not make you suffer a bit, it will not end. Immediately after, Lak Bang was forced into a series of high-intensity exercises, from push-ups to alternating jumps. He even shouted loudly, start jumping for 1 minute, burpees left and right alternately, hurry up, do another set. Before long, she was exhausted, yet still asked, trainer, is this intensity too much? It should increase gradually. Nguyen Long loudly justified, you paid me so I must ensure results. Otherwise it wastes your money and harms my gold medal reputation. That man continued provoking. Gym training requires endurance. If you complain about everything, how can I help you? Lak Bang, though dizzy from fatigue, still gritted her teeth. Stop talking, continue. She threw herself back into training, telling herself it was just a bit tiring. She had endured 2 years of being frozen by her company. Now that she finally had a chance to star in a web drama, she must maintain her best figure. Nguyen Long stood watching with satisfaction. You cannot endure much longer. Even female trainers would be exhausted by this set. As long as you admit fault and return to my original program, it will be over. His sickening gaze roamed over Lak Bang's sweat-soaked body. His mind filled with vile thoughts. It has been a long time since I met such a quality student. Sooner or later she will belong to me. But before he could do anything, she collapsed. He fell to the floor. Nguyen Long panicked. What is going on? Is your stamina that poor? He hurriedly shook Lac Bang unconscious shoulders. Wake up. Tan happened to pass by and was startled. Oh, is this not the girl the system just assigned? He immediately ran in and asked, what happened to her? Nguyen Long shouted, this is a private training room, get out now. Ignoring him, he knelt down to check her pulse and said, she has already fainted. What training are you talking about? Before he could do more, Nguyen Long pushed him aside. Move aside, let me perform artificial respiration. Lam Tan angrily shouted, her heart is beating fast, but she is still breathing. Do not act recklessly. People in the gym had gathered around. Seeing the situation unfavorable, that man reluctantly stopped. At that moment, Lac Bang, who was gasping, suddenly convulsed violently, her whole body trembling. Nguyen Long panicked. What is happening? She was only exercising. People around hurriedly shouted, call an ambulance quickly. Lam Tan rushed forward to hold her shoulders, sweating with worry. The ambulance will take at least 15 minutes to arrive. It might be too late. System, I want to choose a skill. The mechanical voice sounded with an interface panel. Since the host has reached 100% conquest, you may choose one skill from S to C rank. Do you want to open the skill library? He did not hesitate, gritting his teeth as he said, give me a skill that can save her right now. The system responded with a tone, skill mastery of traditional Chinese medicine selected. As soon as the notification ended, all medical knowledge flooded into his mind. Massive amount of information made Lam Tan clutch his head in pain. It hurts. This knowledge is overwhelming. After adapting, he opened his eyes brightly and looked at Lac Bang. The blood vessels in her body became clear in his perception. He immediately diagnosed, clear yang not rising, chi stagnation in the lower burner, blood deficiency, spirit not nourished. Without hesitation, he used his technique to press the Bai Hui, Guan Yuan, and Ni Guan acupoints on her body. Girl nearby wondered, what is he doing? Another replied, it looks like acupressure to save her. She still doubted. He is so young yet knows traditional medicine. Could he make a mistake? After a while, Lac Bang gradually regained consciousness, letting out a soft groan. Everyone around was stunned in astonishment. Lam Tan gently supported her. Your condition is not suitable for lying down. I will help you lean against the wall and rest for a while. Crowd immediately praised him. So young yet so skilled, saving someone convulsing like that will surely make the news. He smiled modestly and said, thank you, but please do not gather. She needs fresh air to rest. Lac Bang leaned against the wall weakly and asked, was it you who saved me? Thank you. The system displayed a notification. Lac Bang affection increased by 15%. Lam Tan asked with concern, your heart was beating too fast, which caused you to faint. Were you exercising intensely just now? She nodded lightly. The trainer said only this way would it be effective. During that he became angry. A trainee physical condition must match the training intensity. As a trainer, you should understand that clearly, making her train beyond her limit. Is it intentional or irresponsible? The onlookers whispered among themselves, is Nguyen Long not a gold medal trainer? How could he make such a basic mistake? He even tried to take advantage of her earlier. He does not even know basic first aid, yet calls himself a trainer. The murmurs made Nguyen Long furious as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Red with anger, he spun around and demanded, you dare question my professional ability? I hold a certified fitness trainer license. What do you even have? Giving Lam Tan a chance to speak, he shouted over him, you have nothing worth mentioning. I think you are just a doctor with shallow knowledge. She fainted because of a medical condition. She will wake up on her own. Stop talking nonsense like a blind cat catching fried fish. Seeing the pointless argument, Lac Bang pulled him back and glared coldly. Do not waste words on this kind of person. I will go to the front desk to cancel the class and demand a refund immediately. As the two were about to turn and leave, Nguyen Long pointed straight at them and yelled, hold on. You smear my reputation and think you can just walk away. Curled his lips arrogantly. I want to fight you to restore my honor. If you dare refuse, then do not ever step into this gym again. Hearing the challenge, Lam Tan accepted without hesitation. I agree, secretly pleased to have an excuse to act. Whether I return here or not does not matter. I was bored anyway and needed a reason to teach you a lesson. Group moved to the ring. Lac Bang anxiously worried for her man, while he remained confident as if victory was already in his grasp. The crowd quickly surrounded them, the cheers growing louder and heating the atmosphere by the minute. Sokka stood below with a mocking sneer. That skinny guy dares challenge Nguyen Long. He is seeking death. Nguyen Long is not just an ordinary trainer. Someone beside him grew curious. Could it be he has another identity? Recalled Nguyen Long past glory and sighed with emotion. Three-time underground boxing champion in Vientiane. Even after retiring for 2 years, he still trained regularly. His only goal was to use his fists as weapons to knock down opponents. Maintaining minimal courtesy, Nguyen Long asked if gloves were needed. Lam Tan calmly replied, no need. I am not used to them. That answer made the fence-sitters below even more delighted. This time the skinny one was surely doomed. As soon as the match began, Nguyen Long struck first, his footwork swift as lightning as he closed in. The moment he entered range, he threw a hammer-like punch straight at his face. Lam Tan reacted instantly, tilting his head to dodge cleanly, inwardly shocked by the terrifying speed. Unlike wide kicks that were easy to avoid, boxing focused on close combat. Short movements yet deadly, half a beat slow and you would be hit. Gave him no time to breathe, hooking another punch that was blocked. Lam Tan frowned slightly. This man was indeed no ordinary trainer. Nguyen Long lifted his chin proudly, curling his lips into a cold smile, goodbye. Hearing those 3 words, Lam Tan, who was guarding, suddenly sensed danger and quickly retreated. Nguyen Long pressed forward like a raging storm, forcing him to defend and step back bit by bit. Sokka and those on his side were ecstatic, eyes fixed on every punch with gleeful smiles. The neutral spectators stared in fear at the fierce scene. My heavens. Seeing him cornered and seemingly about to fall, Lak Bang panicked and shouted no. Yet after the flurry of attacks, he still stood firm. Only his palms reddened from the impact. He punched until his hands were nearly numb. Seeing him still standing, he exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? It was Lam Tan turned to counterattack, using Nguyen Long own boxing techniques to strike back. Thank you for the demonstration, I learned from it. The rapid punches left him unable to defend. His face struck painfully, teeth flying out before he fell backward. Lam Tan finished his combination. Nguyen Long was already knocked out, lying motionless on the floor. Those on his side widened their eyes in horror, faces pale. What is happening? On the other side, cheers erupted with joy seeing Lam Tan not only safe, but defeating the detestable man. The young man had won. Smiled in satisfaction, rubbing his wrist under Lak Bang's admiring gaze. Another group sighed as they carried Nguyen Long to the ambulance. Unexpectedly, the vehicle called earlier for her sister was now used for him. Lak Bang hurriedly pulled him away. I have something private to tell you. He returned to a quiet training room. She spoke hesitantly, leaving him puzzled. I have a somewhat excessive request. I hope you will consider it. After speaking, Lak Bang held her phone toward Lam Tan and pleaded, I will transfer you 60,000 yuan, including payment, and a bonus as agreed. My work is sensitive, so I do not want this incident exploited by the media. She looked uneasy. I know the amount is not much, but it is all my savings. I only hope you keep it confidential. I fear news of fainting turning negative will affect the upcoming film. I cannot endure any more risk right now. Seeing money offered so directly, Lam Tan was not foolish enough to refuse. When his phone confirmed receipt of 60,000, he smiled brightly. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Lak Bang was extremely grateful and bowed in thanks again. At that moment, the system panel displayed a notification of a 5% increase in favorability. Elsewhere, Tayat Nha used her familiar sweet voice to bid farewell to fans after the live stream. Thank you for the gifts. Love you all, goodbye. As soon as the stream ended, her expression changed. She sighed in disappointment that Lam Tan had not appeared today either. Even without sending gifts, he could at least stop by to greet her. Thinking of that, she blushed dreamily. Investors who spend money usually demand something in return, yet Lam Tan spent so much on her without asking for anything. Tayat Nha pouted and speculated, could it be he wants me to take the initiative and offer myself? Men are just my ATM. I will not go looking for him first. Though she said so, her hand had already dialed the number, casting aside her pride to call him. Hello, brother Lam Tan. Next week I will be in Veem, Jiang filming a short project. Will you come see me? A week later, as promised, he dressed neatly and arrived at the Veem Jiang set, suddenly hearing a honeyed voice call, brother Lam Tan. Tayat Nha rushed over from nowhere and hugged him with a radiant smile. Did you miss me? Lam Tan went along smoothly. Of course I did. Seeing you makes me as happy as seeing money. She hung an extra actor badge on him to legitimize his entry. With this you can move freely. Just then the director loudly called to prepare for filming. He responded with a smile and ran off, while he curiously examined the badge in his hand. Then a voice called from the other side, come here. The film she joined was a sweet romance, opening with a gentle beauty calling in the morning, wake up you lazy one. The male lead caressed her face. She transformed into a seductive fox spirit that made viewers unable to look away. Seeing the scene meet expectations in just one take, the director immediately called stop, good, change costumes. The makeup artist touched up her powder. She smiled smugly. The scene with my boyfriend gained over 1 million likes. He must be captivated. But reality was not like that. He turned and saw Lam Tan indifferent face and froze. What kind of expression is that? Tayat Nha nearly cried watching his back as he calmly walked away, inwardly screaming that she was so charming, yet he did not even glance at her. Her feminine nature made her imagine an entire romance from a single look. Perhaps he was jealous seeing her act intimately in public. Such possessiveness was truly annoying. That same thought, the system displayed another notification of a 3% increase in favorability, bringing Tra total to 88%. Lam Tan knew nothing of this. Strolling around with a bored expression, truly dull, there was no chance to spend money. Wandering through the set with vivid backdrops from various eras, he could not help but marvel. This place is vast. It feels like traveling through time. Suddenly a man shouted and called him over. "Hey, you in the shirt, yes you." Seeing the extra badge, he assumed he was a real extra and said, "Come be my male stunt double, 100 yuan a day." He waved to refuse, but he insisted, and raised it to 250 with a meal included. SUCH Chinese letter was rare. During that he agreed, "Fine, there is food and I can experience filming," calculating inwardly that it was quite profitable. Lam Tan followed director Lam into an enclosed building on the set with polished wooden floors. He looked up at the male actor in ancient attire, exuding the aura of a young hero. He could not help admiring inwardly. It truly feels immersive. The fight scene in the inn reminds me of the wuxia films I once loved. Suddenly a scream tore through his thoughts. He reflexively turned toward the sound as cries of pain rose from the crowd. Pushing inside, he heard Hamai scolding the staff. "Call an ambulance immediately. What is the props team doing? Do you not know how dangerous faulty props are?" Everyone gaze focused on the actor. On the wooden sword appeared a splinter about 2 millimeters long. Everyone thought it was serious, yet it was only a tiny thorn like a toothpick, while Enhat Pham acted as if he were about to faint from pain. Witnessing this, many forced awkward smiles at the exaggeration. Only Hamai kept shouting loudly, "This is a serious mistake. I can sue your props team. If something major happened, who would take responsibility?" Leaving the other side only able to bow and apologize. Meanwhile, Lam Dao brought Lam Tan before Enhat Pham and smiled. "I have found a stunt actor for your remaining action scenes." Enhat Pham pretended to be weak, replying perfunctorily before urging them to deal with the thorn. "Hurry, it hurts terribly." After that, he pulled Lam Tan to change clothes. "Remember the industry rules. Do not talk nonsense. You will have to sign a confidentiality agreement later." Being dragged away, Lam Tan accidentally caught sight of a familiar, beautiful girl, and she recognized him as well. Froze before reacting. Only their eyes silently met. No longer pressured, he nodded slightly in understanding that she was an actress afraid of media noise, so they would pretend not to know each other. She also felt relieved not to have mistaken him and could film at ease. The calculating words of capital still haunted her, but she told herself to be decisive. Having signed the contract, she must move forward. She only hoped this film would be a chance to save her career. Although the male lead was a popular star, he had severe star syndrome and poor acting. She feared it would affect quality. Lam Tan changed into costume and stepped out. His handsome appearance drew admiration from the surrounding female staff. So handsome, with this look he could play the male lead, not inferior to those trending young actors at all. Seeing this, Enhat Pham shot him an irritated glance. When it was time to film, Lam Tan skillfully gripped the sword and charged forward according to the script. Each step and swing was decisive, exuding the bearing of a righteous hero. The director called out in satisfaction, "Cut, very good, one take pass." Surrounding actors praised him generously. Even the sound when drawing the sword was realistic. "Have you practiced martial arts?" He only smiled shyly, while the director laughed heartily, saying he had talent. Action films lacked stunt doubles at 500 yuan a day. Work hard and there would be opportunities. Lak Bang observed everything, blushing in admiration. He not only knew medicine but also performed action scenes professionally. Thanks to that, the schedule was no longer delayed by Enhat Pham. Bring noisy fans outside. Enhat Pham irritably used it as an excuse to go out and interact. The obsessed fans crowded the barricade. As soon as they saw him, they screamed, "Brother Enhat Pham, I love you, look at me." They were ecstatic, holding signs, and continuously shouting his name and praising his looks. Seeing their idol in ancient costume made them even more frenzied. He waved in response, but the cheers did not stop. Some even boasted that spending several thousand yuan was worth it. Ko Yvin, being praised, grew smug. As a hardcore fan, she urged careful photo editing. When new posts appeared, they must trend daily, buy 10 albums, and support endorsed products. Others even borrowed money to buy all the albums. She immediately proposed that major fans donate at least 1 million for the idol birthday. Everyone agreed in unison, determined not to let their idol fall behind others. Back on set, Voduk checked his watch and called for the scene of the male lead returning to see his fiancée, then leaving. Scene 33, take 1. Lak Bang immersed herself in the role, tears glistening as she looked at Enhat Pham as the male lead. Upon recognizing her beloved, she smiled brightly like spring sunlight. She stepped closer, gently touching him and trembling as she said she thought they would never meet again. Lak Bang fully conveyed the deep longing in every heartfelt line. In contrast, Hat Fam stood stiff like a wax statue. Lam Tan, watching from outside, could not help but remark inwardly, facing a block of wood and still acting so well was true skill. Yet the obsessed fans continued praising their idol, saying his eyes were full of sorrow and his acting was superb, leaving Lam Tan bewildered about where that skill came from. Hat Fam stiffly caressed Lac Bang's cheek, stumbling over the lines and saying the wrong words which made her pause. The director immediately called cut. He ran over and questioned Lac Bang why her expression had changed. She could only explain that he had read the wrong line, so she thought it was cut. The director snapped, "Am I the director or are you? You stop only when I say cut." Then he turned and spoke gently to Hat Fam. "The line is haggard, not well fed." He complained that historical dramas were hard to memorize with so many unfamiliar words. Duck patiently explained that haggard meant one appearance, becoming gaunt from worry and sorrow. Curled his lip and said, "Is that not just being tired until ugly? Why is the script written so complicated?" That unreasonable remark made the entire crew sigh. The obsessed fans even chimed in, claiming the screenwriter was unworthy of writing for their idol. Duck had no choice but to yield and quickly move to the next scene. "Remember, it is the scene where you embrace the little ice charm." Hat Fam licked his lips with hidden meaning. Gaze toward Lac Bang revealed unmistakably impure intentions. The director clapped the board and called out scene 33, take 3, begin. Lac Bang, with tears brimming, rushed into his arms. "Why must we part just after meeting? I do not want you to leave." He lowered his head and smiled calculatingly. Taking advantage of the moment, he groped her, startling her into stepping back. She frowned and brushed his hand away, dampening his mood. Duck angrily called cut and shouted at Lac Bang, "What are you doing?" She could only swallow her grievance as she had no one to rely on. He endured and apologized, hoping to redo the scene. But the director warned, "My mood is not good. Do not cause more trouble." The fans outside kept screaming in defense of their idol, placing all blame on Lac Bang and demanding to spread slander about her to protect their man. Lam Tan heard everything and smiled meaningfully. So this actress was not as wealthy as imagined and carried many troubles. It seemed there was room to spend money. Seeing the favorable situation, Hat Fam pretended to leave and complained she was unprofessional. The archaic lines were lengthy and hard to memorize, so he did not want to film anymore. Though aggrieved, she still lowered her head to admit fault, saying she was not professional enough, that the lines were difficult and the costume thick and hot, but he stared at her chest and mockingly echoed the words "but." Sensing that gaze, Lac Bang avoided it and softly advised, "Your fans are supporting you quietly. The best results are the proper way to repay their feelings." Seeing her yield, Hat Fam immediately sneered, "That is right. I have tens of millions of fans. They all think of me, afraid I am tired, so they want me to rest more. And if you work so hard, how many fans do you even have?" Hearing those words, she froze, not knowing how to respond. He gave a cold laugh and pointed toward Lam Tan, startling Duck. "If not, then let him replace me. He looks quite professional." Duck could not endure it and stepped forward. "Stop joking, Hat Fam. Try a bit harder." But Hamai blocked him and said, "Director, keep your distance. Do not disturb his rest." Seeing the tension rise, the director broke into sweat, seeking reconciliation, while Lac Bang lowered her pale face, trembling, thinking only that the contract was finished. That moment, Lam Tan stepped forward, breaking the heavy silence. "Male lead, I am here." Duck shouted, "What does this have to do with you? Get lost." Director Lam hurriedly pulled him back. "Stop talking nonsense." But Lam Tan continued to provoke. "Did he not just say I could play the male lead? I heard it clearly." Duck angrily drove him away, saying, "You are no longer needed." But Hat Fam raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." He looked at Lam Tan challengingly. "Yes, I said it. You play the male lead." Duck protested in shock that this violated rules, while Lam Tan calmly replied, "Give me the script. I will learn the lines." Hat Fam laughed contemptuously. "Learn the lines? Do you think you are truly the male lead? Just stand there and count numbers." The director tried to persuade them. "This script is very valuable. Handing it to a passerby is a waste. If the investor finds out, it will be hard to explain." Hat Fam burst out laughing. "Who says it is a waste? Do you think I am stupid? Let him act once. Look at the fans over there." Duck turned to look, and the sight made him pale. The fangirls saw an unknown person daring to challenge their idol, and immediately became furious. Koivine glared while snapping photos repeatedly, grinding her teeth, saying she would post them online to smear him, call on fans to boycott, and even go to his house to cause trouble. Hat Fam wore a smug smile as everything went according to his plan. Duck remained incredulous. Lac Bang quietly handed the script to Lam Tan. "This is my part. It includes the male lead lines. Take a look." He softly said, "Thank you." Duck again used harsh words to belittle her, even handing the script to a stunt double. "You are just a low-tier actress frozen for 2 years. Do not think acting with Nhat Fam makes you a star. Hearing that, Lam Tan pondered, but upon reading her script he was surprised. Every emotional detail and pronunciation was meticulously noted. Seeing Lak Bang's seriousness, he felt only she truly wanted to do well in this film. Since that is so, I will give it my all with her. He eagerly called for the director to start. That attitude annoyed Vo Duck. Are you the director or me? The clapper sounded, and filming began. Lak Bang gently said, this is a safety charm I prayed for you at Guanyin Temple. Lam Tan looked up at the sky, then embraced the small object with reluctance. Dusk has fallen. I must depart. His immersion surprised her with fluent lines, though the opening sentence was simple. She quickly regained emotion, sadly watching his figure fade away, and recited poetry with deep longing. The wind lifted her hair, deepening the desolation of farewell. Lam Tan suddenly turned and tightly embraced the sorrowful Lak Bang. Gently lifted her face and continued the unfinished verse, each line filled with grief. The longing of a wife separated from her husband surged. Her tears streamed as she softly called her lord. Exchanged a gentle kiss, laden with love and yearning. The scene was so beautiful that even Nhat Fam-obsessed fans blushed in fascination. Koiveen stammered that it was truly stunning. Director Lam looked around and asked, was there a kiss in the script? Vo Duck stroked his chin and said no, but adding it at this climax was reasonable. The surrounding staff whispered comparisons. Nhat Fam acting was indeed far inferior, making him even more irritated. He gritted his teeth and clapped falsely, emphasizing that the original script had no kiss. His anger rising, he began nitpicking and accused Lam Tan of using filming to harass the female lead. Lam Tan calmly asked, then should we reshoot without a kiss, making Nhat Fam curse furiously. Lak Bang blushed, touching her lips. Just now she had been too immersed and did not notice the kiss was real. After calming down, she smiled and thanked him for the excellent scene. Lam Tan replied it was also his first time finding filming interesting, surprising her as she thought he was a professional actor. The system immediately notified that Lak Bang favorability increased by 12%. Ignored, Nhat Fam shouted, whether acting with me feels nothing so you praise someone else. I hate such strange people. Lak Bang hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, you misunderstood. I did not mean that. He arrogantly ordered the stunt double to get lost and demanded the director replace the female lead. Each word was like a knife stabbing her heart, leaving her dizzy. She trembled, apologizing, but Ha Mai and Vo Duck mocked her, saying she deserved the 2-year freeze and should relearn how to behave. Those harsh words frightened her into protesting that she had signed a contract and could not be replaced arbitrarily. Vo Duck coldly replied, I am the one who decides here. Whoever I want to replace will be replaced. Remembering the 100 million compensation clause in the contract, she stepped back in panic. Lam Tan quickly caught her staggering form. Be careful. He turned to look at Vo Duck with displeasure, truly hypocritical. Nhat Fam sneered that without money one is nothing. You are just a useless stunt double. Ha Mai echoed that the entertainment industry needs money, not nobodies like you. Koiveen also joined, demanding to call the police to arrest him, while Lam Tan calmly asked, what crime have I committed, as other fans continued to incite pressure. The ridicule, Lam Tan coldly declared he would stop pretending. I am not an extra and I do not lack money. Lak Bang contract I will handle. Everyone burst into mocking laughter at an extra claiming to produce 100 million, even telling someone to bring the machine for him to scan. He leisurely took out a black card and swiped it. The machine announced a successful 100 million transaction. Noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent, everyone frozen speechless. Lam Tan lightly waved the black card confidently. Hearing the successful transaction was exhilarating, making him want to recite poetry. Those who had mocked him now turned pale, tongue-tied as if slapped. Fans were also stunned, mouths agape, unable to speak, leaving only awkward silence. Then he turned to Lak Bang and softly reassured her everything has passed. It is fine now. At some point she had burst into sobs, yet they seemed tears of relief rather than despair. Vo Duck coldly declared he had called President Engim. From now on, Thai Lak Bang has nothing to do with Thin Hong Entertainment. The contract is void. Other companies will not dare sign her. Lam Tan did not care, only looked at her and asked softly, are you all right? Nhat Fam turned shame into anger and began slandering. So you are kept by a rich young master. That 100 million is your redemption money. Serving in bed must be exhausting. The obsessed fans immediately joined in cursing. What is so great about some dirty money? Stay away from our man. Quickly spread news that she broke the unspoken rules of the industry. Even freed from the contract, the insult still made Lak Bang panic. She covered her ears and crouched down, shaking her head in denial. Lam Tan calmly swept his gaze over the crowd and smiled disdainfully. making them uneasy. We should thank a certain fan for the reminder. Saying that, he took out his phone and opened the Thien Kim Crown Prince Veem group. He started recording and sent a message. Whoever has black information on Vo Nhat Fam, give me a price. As long as the evidence is authentic money is no issue. The fans still tried to reassure each other that their idol was clean, but Hong and Go turned pale with fear, though they told themselves no digging would find anything. Lam Tan remained leisurely waiting for a response from the group. Not long after, the boss of a film company replied with a price that satisfied him, and he transferred the money. After handling it, he calmly sat down under everyone's anxious gaze, while Lak Bang came over gratefully, saying she would find a way to repay the 100 million. Suddenly, Ko Evine's phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. Others hurried to open the news to check. Under astonished eyes, Lam Tan softly said it has arrived. The news feed exploded. Numerous keywords surged to the top, shaking the entertainment world. Hot Search posted sensitive videos of Nhat Fam with Hong and Go, the images shockingly clear. Nhat Fam stared at the screen, his eyes bloodshot with fear. Ko Evine screamed in denial, "Impossible, it must be fake. I do not believe it." NHU suddenly spoke up, "Wait, is the tattoo on that girl neck not Hong and Go?" Exposed, Hong and Go was rushed by fans who pulled her hair and beat her. She cried and begged for mercy. Ko Evine stopped them and discovered someone had filmed the fan riot and posted it online. The headline fans of Nhat Fam and the female lead scandal both surged to Hot Search. After watching carefully, she pointed at my NHU and shouted, "The person in the video is you." NHU immediately fought back, saying the FC leader had embezzled support funds and charity money under the idol name. Ko Evine flusteredly argued that taking a small management fee was nothing since the idol never opened the gifts fans sent anyway. The explanation only angered the fans further. They shouted for refunds, while Lam Tan watched the infighting with interest. Amid the chaos, a chair was knocked over and rolled across the floor. Nhat Fam panicked and tried to flee, thinking he must fly abroad immediately. Before he could get far, the police blocked him and demanded he return to the station for investigation. Hong and Go was also handcuffed and taken away. Nhat Fam kept protesting that the video was an AI product framed against him. Oduk held his head in despair, the male lead arrested, the female lead gone. How could the film continue? Lam Tan calmness in their eyes now felt like a nightmare. They could not understand who he truly was, that a single call collapsed a top star. He casually reminded them not to forget his stunt fee and meal allowance. When finished, he turned and patted Lak Bang's shoulder with a smile. "The drama is over, let us go." Cleared of blame, her eyes still carried lingering sorrow. She softly replied, "Everything is finally over." Seeing that expression, Lam Tan realized she truly loved acting. Sat before her and gently said, "Someone with dreams and ability like you being unable to film because of an unreasonable contract is too unfair." Those words touched her trembling heart, and he suddenly thought of an interesting way to spend money. He generously offered to invest in opening a film company for her, to build her own crew. During that, her face lit up as her sadness vanished instantly. The vast Veem Jiang studio with ancient walls formed a majestic backdrop. The two left the crew to stroll. She cautiously asked, "Do you truly want to invest in me?" Lam Tan smiled, encouraging her to believe in herself. He confidently stated, "My eye for people has never been wrong. You have great potential." Lak Bang imagined him as a mysterious tycoon wanting to reform the industry, while Lam Tan could only laugh inwardly, yet went along saying it is time for this field to change. Inwardly, he sighed that she was imagining too far, but outwardly remained serious. Lak Bang moved promise to make the best film and repay 100 million soon. Lam Tan immediately transferred another 500 million, telling her to build the largest company possible. She shyly asked his name. He replied Lam Tan, and they quickly exchanged WeChat. I at NHA happened to see the two intimate and froze. Seeing her approach, Lam Tan cheerfully greeted, "Have you finished filming the short video?" while she probed, asking who this girl was. Lak Bang politely introduced herself. Tai at NHA asked casually, but her eyes scrutinized, and Lak Bang only said she had just met Lam Tan. Tai at NHA immediately hugged his arm, boasting that within less than an hour of knowing her, he bought her a 30 million car, leaving Lam Tan signed. Lak Bang understood and excused herself to prepare the 500 million investment plan. That enormous sum shocked Tai at NHA. Just met and already invested 500 million. She quickly stopped Lak Bang, inviting her to eat since it was past 5. Lam Tan also warmly invited. Tai at NHA sarcastically remarked that dining with investors is normal, or is 500 million not honorable enough? Lak Bang blushed and hurriedly denied, then agreed to eat, saying she would treat this time. Tai at NHA felt satisfied inwardly, thinking she must watch the one trying to swindle Lam Tan money. Soon the three arrived at a luxurious villa. Inside before them was a lavish table of delicacies. Lak Bang enthusiastically recounted her difficult past. "Back then I was truly desperate. Fortunately, I met Lam Tan. Sitting opposite, Tayat Nha appeared indifferent, eyes fixed on her phone searching Lac Bang. The name sounded familiar, perhaps just a low-tier actress. Hot news appeared one by one, leaving her stunned. Lac Bang was climbing search trends, while Vo Nhat Pham was embroiled in scandal. She silently assessed the person before her. Graduated from Deakin Film Academy. Invited by many companies, yet chose Thien Hong to rely on her own strength. Watching Lac Bang chat happily with Lam Tan, Tayat Nha felt a hint of admiration, beauty, education, trending hot search, stardom nearly certain. Compared to herself as merely a somewhat known streamer, the gap made her heart sink. Suddenly her gaze stopped at a highlighted video under hot search. Curiosity made her tap it. The video opened, showing clearly the kiss between Lac Bang and Lam Tan. Tayat Nha glanced at them in shock. Just met and already so intimate. A sense of crisis rose, making her wary, imagining Lac Bang was using Lam Tan for fame. That thought made her tense, gripping her dress. If she did not hold Lam Tan tight, he would be taken sooner or later. Dinner ended, and the two escorted Lac Bang out. As Lam Tan prepared to leave, Tayat Nha quickly pulled him back. Wait. She hesitantly said she wanted to settle payment in installments now, deciding inwardly that if she liked him, she must take initiative. Lam Tan understood the hint. His cheeks warmed with anticipation. Seeing he did not refuse, Tayat Nha took his hand, saying, I booked a room. Let us live stream there, surprising him into asking we are still live streaming. She teased with a smile, is this not worth live streaming? Soon the private room lights were on. She called brother Lam Tan sit here. Relaxed into the chair, curious what she intended. Immediately the live stream began. Tayat Nha greeted viewers. Comments flooded the screen. We finally waited for you. Along with countless suggestive jokes. Ignoring them, she told Lam Tan she had something important. Though they had known each other briefly, she never thought she would like anyone because she did not believe in love. Now she realized her heart was filled with him. Lam Tan felt stirred. Was she confessing? Tayat Nha posed seductively, saying, if I had a tail, it would wag every time I am beside you. Scene excited him. He did not expect such a passionate confession. Remembering they were live, he softly asked, are you not afraid of losing fans confessing before them? She placed a finger on her lips, signaling silence. Do not let them know. Fans immediately speculated about the mysterious boyfriend. Only then did he realize the fans were part of her performance. Viewers shouted for more, wanting the boyfriend perspective to continue. Tayat Nha indulged them, smiling in agreement. She held the phone close to Lam Tan, whispering, this is my first kiss. Her alluring figure before the lens drove fans crazier. It is your first time too, right? Comments exploded with excitement. In reality, she gave him a passionate kiss. Both faces flushed red. She gazed at him, tenderly asking, what do you want me to do next? Lam Tan seized the chance, suggesting he wanted to see her wear fishnet stockings. Tayat Nha complied calmly, her slender legs wrapped in black mesh. Comments erupted again. Viewers continuously discussed the image, growing increasingly lively. She playfully placed her foot on his thigh, teasing him, then used her foot to lightly touch a wine bottle, creating an ambiguous scene. Lam Tan could not hide his excitement, thinking she truly knew how to stir things. Finally, he could not restrain himself and pulled her onto the bed. Tayat Nha did not resist and whispered, the live stream is off. Do not leave tonight. The system displayed a notification of increased favorability and completion of the counterattack stage, rewarding additional attributes and skills. The two sank into a fervent night. After a tiring night, Lam Tan slept deeply. The next morning he awoke, seeing Tayat Nha busy below. He startled and asked, what are you doing? Wearing a loose shirt, she held a piece of cake, saying, cheese fell onto the blanket, so I picked it up. He smiled, approaching to tease grown up yet still clumsy eating. Let me help. Suddenly the phone rang, breaking the atmosphere. Lam Tan turned away, annoyed, asking, who is it? A message appeared. Someone wanted him to test drive a car. Mong Van asked for help moving. He replied he would call a moving company. But Mong Van sent a suggestive message, making him blush. The image of a seductive girl arose in his mind, making his heart flutter. Decided to agree to help move. Lam Tan texted President Sa to drive to below Building 18 Nam Village. Remember to fill the tank. Inwardly he thought, if there is a free car, use it, saving rental costs. Soon he dressed neatly and left. Tayat Nha did not suspect and said after filming she would find him. As soon as his figure disappeared from sight, she began dreamily sketching a future in her mind. HMPH, as long as things continue like this, the relationship between me and Lam Tan will surely be unshakable. Not long after, from the apartment inside the building came Lam Tan voice calling out, so that is all, only 2 suitcases. Nha had not yet replied when a loud voice sounded from outside the door. Trung exclaimed, who is it? Door swung open and several familiar faces appeared, Manhwa smiling as she stepped toward her daughter. My daughter, we came to visit you. She froze and asked, Mom, Uncle, and Aunt are here too. Why did everyone come? She did not answer immediately but pointed at the unfamiliar young man in the house and asked suspiciously, who is he? Lam Tan looked at her and guessed inwardly. Nha Hai quickly introduced. This is Lam Tan. Mom, why did you not tell me you were coming? We were planning to move today. He politely stepped forward to greet them. Hello, everyone. I came today to help Nha Hai pack. The moment she saw this, her displeasure showed, her face darkened. Indeed, her intuition was right. Her daughter boyfriend was just a rustic young man. Memories from a few days ago resurfaced. In the high-rise apartment, her fierce protest echoed. I will not go on a blind date. I already have someone in my heart. Hearing that, Manhwa immediately interrogated her. Where is he from? Do, Ma do, or Yo do? Stubborn as always, she shot back, no, he is from Hoajiang. The moment she heard he was not from a major city, she erupted. Is Hoajiang not that poor countryside near Vientiane? Are you crazy to fall for a country bumpkin? He refused to back down and retorted, who I love is my choice. Just then notifications flashed continuously on the screen. Nha Hai favorability reached 100. Her relationship with the host converted. She is willing to do anything for the host. Seeing her daughter talk back, Manhwa's face flushed red as she brought up the hardship of raising her. I worked so hard to raise you all these years. Do you know how much your university tuition costs? I only hope you marry into a wealthy family and live comfortably for life. She kept talking just to change her mind. What future can someone from a poor rural place who did not even finish high school have? Do you think I do not know? He refused to listen further, turning to leave yet still declaring, I do not need you to understand. In this life I only love him. Whether he has money or not will not make me suffer. You never understand my feelings. In your eyes there is only money. Even if he has nothing, I still love him. Behind her curses rang out, break up immediately. Do not let him ruin your life. Come back here. The memory ended. The two young people now sat opposite Manhwa, who sternly said, so you are Hi boyfriend. I do not want to say much. Leave my daughter at once. Hearing that, Lam Tan showed slight surprise, then feigned innocence. I am not her boyfriend. That answer made her furious as she turned to question her daughter. What? He is your boyfriend, and you do not even dare admit it. Nha Hai clung tightly to his arm and defended firmly. I never said he was my boyfriend. Right now, I am not even worthy of him. Manhwa could hardly believe her ears, her eyes red with anger as she kept exclaiming. She grabbed her daughter's hand, pulling her over. Are you blind? With your conditions, even a rich second generation might not be worthy. Why choose a country boy? She struggled, demanding to be released. Su Dao hurried to mediate. Sister, calm down, talk slowly. But she shouted, what is there to talk about? The calmer-looking man observed Lam Tan from head to toe, then commented, he looks decent enough. My daughter does not fancy useless men, but marriage requires matching families. Can you explain yourself clearly? Lam Tan felt slightly embarrassed, yet nodded, yes, uncle, please ask. He immediately asked, what do your parents do? What is your job? Lam Tan answered calmly, an ordinary family, I am a worker, and the questioning continued. After a while, Su Dao turned to Manhwa and mocked, sister, Nha Hai boyfriend has nothing outstanding, lacking this and that, truly a jasmine stuck in cow dung. By deep seeing the tension said, enough, stop talking. Manhwa could no longer endure and shouted sharply, enough. She issued an ultimatum to her daughter. Leave that country bumpkin immediately or I will cut off all living expenses. Do you want to anger me to death? Nha Hai remained stubborn. I do not need your money. You are being unreasonable. Seeing Manhwa about to explode, By deep soothed, do not be angry. She is still young. While Su Dao sneered, Nha Hai, do not blame me for speaking bluntly. Your cousin Nhu is only 2 years older, yet far more mature. Then tried to stop her husband. I told you not to interfere in others' family matters, but he brushed her aside and shouted, when men speak, women stay silent. I am teaching my niece. Su Dao continued boasting. Nhu dated the son of Phi Chuang company owner for 2 weeks and received many expensive gifts. Your boyfriend probably has not given the family anything. Under such pressure, Lam Tan calmly proposed, if needed I can gift a refrigerator, dishwasher, water heater as a housewarming. But Nha Hai immediately objected. I love him for who he is, wealth does not matter. Manhwa choked with anger. Nha Hai said directly, I understand. You came today to force me to break up, and uncle came to show off cousin Nhu rich boyfriend arriving soon. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Dao held his phone boasting. Nhu must have arrived and called me to pick her up. Renting in a poor place like Fu Nam Din is hard to find. He put it on speaker for everyone to hear. Hello Nhu, where are you? Arriving late must mean you bought many gifts, right? Speak louder, Dad cannot hear. Instead a fierce male voice answered. Are you Nhu father? She is in my hands. Within 1 hour prepare 1 million yuan and bring it to the foot of V Min Mountain or I will kill her. The entire room fell into extreme panic. Only Su Dao angrily shouted, you are a scammer, do not think you can fool me. Immediately Nhu trembling voice sounded, Dad hurry, bring money to save me. Hearing that he panicked and shouted, Nhu. The man behind was Ta Chuang. He sneered, believe now, need me to make her scream more. Su Dao trembled, cursing, while NHU kept crying. Mom, Dad, save me, time is running out. Manhwa, flustered, suggested calling police, but Bai Deep stopped her. No, they will kill the hostage, he panicked. Must we truly prepare 1 million yuan? That is all our savings, she cried. Is money more important than our daughter life? Was she not with her boyfriend? How was she kidnapped? Lam Tan thought, then said, so you have never met that owner's son before? Before finishing, Su Dao snapped, shut up. Maybe he was targeted because he is too rich. Quickly contact Phi Chuang Company. Bai Deep tried calling, but her face turned pale. Cannot get through, he trembled. Does that mean we must prepare 1 million ourselves? She wept, trembling. Which is more important, daughter or money? Why do you not understand? Yet Su Dao still calculated. HMPH, after saving her and marrying into wealth, we will have money again. Everyone panicked. Lam Tan calmly analyzed. Earlier on the phone, there were motorcycle and strong wind sounds. What kidnapper holds a hostage in an open place with passing vehicles like that? NHU voice did not sound threatened. NHA High guiltily said, Lam Tan, sorry for today, maybe you should go first. He nodded and said, another day I will help you move. I suggest calling police first. Bai Deep asked, did you drive here? She awkwardly pleaded, time is urgent. Taking taxi to bank, then Veem Min Mountain may be too late. Can you drive me? I will pay extra. Lam Tan nodded. Su Dao still bargained. Is he not NHA High boyfriend? Helping a bit is nothing. She anxiously scolded. Be quiet, what time is it? NHA High gently advised. Aunt is worried, but handing money is dangerous. Better call police. Manhwa agreed. Thinking of her daughter, Bai Deep burst into tears. If NHU is harmed, I will never forgive myself. He shouted at Lam Tan, call police. And if something happens, who is responsible? Give me the keys, I will drive. Lam Tan calmly replied, I fear you cannot borrow this car. Hearing that, Su Dao grew angry. If you will not lend it, just say so. No need to say cannot borrow. He scoffed, I do not care for that junk car. Let us call our own ride. Then dragged Bai Deep away before she finished speaking. He looked around, muttering anxiously. Why is there no taxi? Bai Deep said, it is rush hour, stop talking. He still sneered, because he is poor, he treats the car like treasure. Then Su Dao looked at a nearby supercar, admiring. Look at that sports car. If we could use it, we would arrive in time. Manhwa exclaimed, this car is exquisite. Seems limited edition, worth a lifetime fortune. Just then Lam Tan held the key and stepped forward. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he calmly started that car. Manhwa and Su Dao stared wide-eyed. A single thought echoed, could this car be his? Cautiously asked, Lam Tan, is this car yours? Facing her shock, Lam Tan casually turned the key. It belongs to a friend who let me drive it for 2 days. Any problem? She thought this car costs at least tens of millions. What kind of friend is that generous? Regaining composure, Manhwa smiled differently, then whispered to NHA High. Daughter, which family young master is your boyfriend? Tell mom. She turned away, replying, Lam Tan is low profile and dislikes flaunting identity. As if recalling something, Manhwa froze, then hurriedly asked, where are you two moving to? NHA High folded her arms and replied indifferently, Villa number 1 at Long Island in Dalak Enhat Pham district, shocking her. What, that 300 million luxury villa? Su Dao widened eyes, pressing, that villa is not for rent. Did he buy it for you? She turned coldly, what do you think? The Su siblings instantly paled, fear rising. Someone able to buy such villa and drive supercar, yet they treated him harshly. He shared the same thought. This is bad, rich people hold grudges, quickly apologize. They awkwardly approached Lam Tan, forcing smiles. Young Master Lam, we are sorry, please do not be angry. Lam Tan looked calmly angry. What would make me angry? They hurriedly explained weakly. Those harsh words earlier, we truly apologize. Not intentional, old and foolish, misjudging people. Suddenly Bai Deep collapsed to her knees before the young man. Clutching her phone with tears streaming, she pleaded, classmate Lam Tan, please take me there. You may charge any amount. I cannot book a car anywhere. If delayed, I fear for NHU. Finally, Lam Tan no longer refused and nodded. All right, I will take you. He turned to NHA High, smiling and gently patting her head. I will be careful, wait at home. Inwardly thinking this is merely a staged kidnapping, perhaps he will watch a good show. Lam Tan glanced aside, reminding kindly, we are leaving, fasten your seatbelt. Manhwa hurried over flatteringly. Thank you, young Master Lam, you are truly kind. Su Dao anxiously asked, then you have accepted our apology. He did not bother replying, pressed the accelerator and drove off, leaving their calls behind. Young Master, wait, we know we were wrong. If you do not forgive, how can we live? Soon the car merged into dense traffic. Seeing congestion ahead, Bai Deep worried. With this crowd, how can we make it? Lam Tan reassured, do not fear, there is still a way. In his mind, he switched mode, his eyes gleaming amber as he activated advanced driving skill. After conversion, he ordered the system, locate and select the least congested route, even if longer. The screen displayed the route, estimated time 2 hours. Bai Deep cried out, what 2 hours? Lam Tan understood her urgency and softly said, rest assured we will still make it. As he finished speaking, his hands, deftly turned the wheel onto a new road. Once direction was set, he pressed the accelerator hard. The car shot forward like an arrow, changing lanes smoothly and racing ahead. With expert skill, Lam Tan weaved through traffic fluidly. Bai deep beside him was so frightened her clothes became disheveled from the speed. Seeing her worry, he asked if he should slow down, but fear for her daughter made her shake head. No, as long as we save my child. The car took sharp turns amid her cries mixed with resolve. Go as fast as possible. Soon the layered Veem Min mountains appeared ahead. The car skillfully followed the winding cliffside road. Lam Tan stopped and stepped out, looking at Bai deep panting. We arrived 5 minutes earlier than expected. Though trembling, she still shouted, NHU, NHU, where are you? Do not be afraid, Mom is here. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing them to freeze. Eyes turning forward, finally arrived. To NHU chewed gum, sitting arrogantly on a large motorcycle. Faster than I thought. Must have been hard for you, Mom. I deep stared wide-eyed. NHU, NHU, and young Master Ta too. She ignored her mother worry, draping arm over Ta Chuang and casually asking, what is wrong? Do you not recognize my boyfriend? The polite image from memory clashed completely with reality. Looking at the photo she once saw, she stammered, wait, you were not kidnapped, you are all right. To NHU paid no mind and immediately snatched the money bag from her mother's hand. Gleefully handed the bag to Ta Chuang. See if it is enough. His eyes lit up at the money, immensely satisfied. Now I have capital to gamble again, watch me win big. Bai Deep was still confused, trying to shield her daughter. NHU, NHU, what is going on? Why are you dressed like this? Did anyone force you? Mom is here, they would not dare touch you. He laughed boastfully. My family truly has a company. I do not let her lack anything. We even get to live for our passion every day. To NHU chimed in. Wait until he wins, then talk. He looked at her mother with a cold gaze and bluntly confessed, do you understand now? From beginning to end, I was deceiving you. His words were like salt rubbed into a wound. Bai Deep collapsed in pain. She sobbed in disbelief. We raised you with such care and you became like this. Lam Tan could not stand by any longer and stepped forward to help her up. Do not cry, maybe call home and inform them. Everyone must be worried. Feeling cared for, she choked up and looked up to thank him. NHU paid no attention to her mother and stared at Lam Tan. Who are you? He replied calmly. I am La Nha High boyfriend. She sneered, so you are the one my father planned to humiliate today. As her words ended, the system sounded a notification detecting a beauty, activating the counterattack mission. Lam Tan muttered helplessly, this system truly, even a female racer counts. Returning to reality, To NHU looked at him with contempt, her words venomous. Attracting NHA high is impressive, but with that obedient look you should go lie back in your mother's arms. While she was still posturing, an irritated voice cut in. How long are you going to talk? Speaker was Tai Chin Hung, young master of the Thai group, his fierce face shouting, money is taken, so start the race. Who are you performing family drama for? Being shouted at, To NHU refused to yield and mocked, impatient already. Then let us begin. He turned to Ta Chuang with trust. I believe in you, this time we must win. Dodge him at the curve and overtake on the straight. Your bike is stronger, he confidently declared. This time I bet everything, succeed or perish. A loud shout opened the scene, the race about to begin. On the cliffside road 2, motorcycles roared as curious onlookers gathered. Ta Chuang glanced at his opponent provocatively. Watch me win. As soon as he finished, the start signal rang and the race officially began. Not long after the result was announced, the winner was Tai Chin Hung. Ta Chuang unwillingly dropped to his knees. How could this be? To NHU hurried to comfort him. It is fine, just a little money lost. We win next time. Before she finished, Tai Chin Hung cut her off, his victor voice cold. You think a few tens of thousands can bet with me? If you play, you accept the outcome. From now on, to NHU belongs to me. I heard Ta Young Master has never touched you. Let me verify. Hearing that, To NHU immediately snapped back. Were you hit stupid to spout nonsense? Sinister smile appeared on Tai Chin Hung lips as he spoke maliciously. You still do not understand. Having just gained another spoil, he smugly said, your boyfriend lost and wagered you to me. The words struck like lightning, making her drop her candy. What? On the other side, Bai Deep face turned pale in shock. He hugged the beauty tightly and arrogantly looked at the two losers. You know the rules of this circle. Now you are my slave, dare run and bear the consequences. She could not believe it and turned to question the useless man before her. You did not ask me and dared to bet me. Are you insane? Ta Chuang no longer pretended and revealed his shameless face. So what if I sold you? Tai Chin Hung even bet his girlfriend. I still feel at loss since you are not as hot as her. He poured out his long hidden thoughts, not even letting me touch you and acting valuable. To NHU angrily raised her hand to slap him. Her wrist was seized by Chin Hung, his predator eyes locking on prey. Without the master permission, you do not strike. He pulled her mercilessly. Get on the bike obediently, call me master. She struggled desperately, do not. Deep could not endure and shouted, "Release her. You are breaking the law, I will call police." Chin Hung was unfazed and taunted. "Aunt, do you not grasp the situation? Ask your daughter if she dares call police." Pinned onto the bike, Nhu dared not resist and could only grit her teeth. Seeing her daughter bullied, Bai Deep rushed forward, "Release my daughter." Before reaching them, she was slapped hard by a young thug. Chin Hung shamelessly glanced at her. "Do not be so heated, aunt. Looking closely, you are pretty too. How about mother and daughter both become my race models?" Nhu angrily shouted, "Do not touch my mother." Bai Deep, though weak, still comforted. Nhu, do not fear." Chin Hung looked at the two women with satisfaction. "This figure I like. Lift your head and call master." Suddenly a voice rang out, making everyone turn. "Excuse me, let me interrupt." Lam Tan, who had been silent, finally spoke. "By your rules to Nhu lost. But if you want the aunt to follow proper rules, how about I race you?" Chin Hung sneered. "Who are you to bet with me? Have money." Lam Tan confidently replied, "Name your price, I will match." Chin Hung greedy eyes stopped at the supercar behind. "That one yours." Seeing profit, he agreed. "Then wager that limited supercar and this aunt, I race you. If I win, both mother and daughter are mine." Nhu detested his vile demeanor and cursed through clenched teeth. "Tai Chin Hung bastard." Chin Hung, cruel by nature, immediately signaled his men to act. Lam Tan laughed mockingly. "Is that all? You are narrow-minded." The underlings rushed forward, hearing their boss provoke, but Chin Hung raised his hand, stopping them, and calmly asked, "How do you want to play?" Lam Tan took out a black card and stated conditions clearly. "Supercar, beauty, and 2 billion yuan, that is my wager. Do you have enough capital?" Chin Hung arrogantly replied, "I bet 1 billion plus to Nhu and my girlfriend." Hearing about betting, Ta Chuang rushed over. "I joined too." Lam Tan asked, "What do you wager?" He answered, 40% of Phi Chuang shares my father transferred to me worth over 1 billion. Chin Hung mocked, "Lost all money, so bring shares to bet. Win and get 3 billion. Your father must be proud of such son." Ta Chuang ignored it and confidently said, "Last times you were lucky because of this unlucky woman. This time I will win." Blame to Nhu angrily shouted, "Ta Chuang, I will not forgive you." I Deep looked at the enormous sum, worried. "Lam Tan, this is my family matter. You need not risk so much. What if you lose?" Lam Tan smiled reassuringly. "Do not think of losing. What if I win?" In his mind, he calculated quickly. If he wins, he gains 40% Phi Chuang shares, 1 billion yuan, and gratitude. Truly a huge gain. Nha, seeing no one mention her, asked, "What about me?" Three quickly took positions and rules announced. "Start here, race to summit, then return. Last to finish loses." Bai Deep stood anxiously, only able to thank him. Nhu began doubting. This man drives luxury car and casually wagers 1 billion. Is he really poor, as father said? Lam Tan mounted the large motorcycle and asked, "I borrow your bike to race, no objection." Nhu did not object and even warned, "You truly know how to ride, be careful." Remembering something, she loudly cautioned, "Beware Tai Chin Hung. He once won motorcycle championship and was suspected of harming people. Mountain roads are dangerous if not capable. Withdraw." Lam Tan confidently raised his hand. "Rest assured they call me Speed God." Chin Hung continued provoking, afraid, then quit. Lam Tan retorted, "Be a man, do not break." Ta Chuang only focused on road, convinced he would win. Countdown echoed urgently. Faces tense with resolve. 3, 2, 1. Nha waved the flag, and the start shout blended with engine roars. All three bikes shot off like arrows, colliding repeatedly. Chin Hung seized chance to accelerate and to lead. The scene excited Lam Tan even more, so this feeling is thrilling. Three motorcycles followed one another on winding mountain road with drones above. Lam Tan did not hesitate, twisting throttle fully, his body leaning forward. Underlings watching the screen mock. Curve ahead, yet he speeds up. Bai Deep and to Nhu behind showed worry. Instead, he leaned skillfully, preparing to corner. The sight made to Nhu eyes widen in shock. Lam Tan smoothly entered the difficult curve, bike and body pressed close to ground. Two ahead panicked, seeing him close in. Ta Chuang, unwilling to be overtaken, kicked out, attempting foul play. Die. But Lam Tan anticipated it, lifting the front wheel to evade in an instant. Nhu excitedly cheered, "Excellent." Missing his kick, Ta Chuang lost balance, the bike swaying. Damn. Seeing Lam Tan close behind, Chin Hung grew alert. He is catching up. Cunning by nature, he instantly thought of a plan. "Then I will send you to the west." As he spoke, he skillfully swerved, swinging the tail to block the road. Lam Tan saw through the intent and frowned slightly, trying to block me. Without hesitation, he twisted throttle, the two wheels nearly leaving ground. Bike climbed onto the cliff edge, gliding along rock face. "Let me see how you block this." The scene made Chin Hung eyes widen in horror. What he can ride on cliff wall, impossible. Tires rolled over rough surface as steadily as flat road. Lam Tan majestically soared over their heads, making Chin Hung think this is unbelievable. The distant crowd was stunned, the air freezing momentarily. Seeing all eyes on him, Lam Tan smiled arrogantly. "Why stare at me? Watch the road." Continued along cliff, accelerating, leaving the two still stunned. Ta Chuang focused on rival. and failed to react, almost crashing into rock wall. Once certain he overtook Lam Tan, let wheels touch road again. He sped away, leaving dust behind. Seeing the gap widen, Chin Hung gritted teeth angrily. "You forced me." He pressed a hidden button on the handle with his thumb. Immediately blue flames burst from exhaust, and the bike accelerated violently. In an instant, he surged forward like a gale, leaving afterimages. He stared ahead, sinister smile clear. "I do not only want you to lose, but to die." As he said so, he aimed at Lam Tan rear and rammed forward. "Die." NHU understood his cruelty clearly and cried out in panic, "No." But to Lam Tan, this move was too simple. He tilted the bike and dodged in an instant. At the same time, his wheel skillfully blocked the opponent's front wheel. Chin Hung failed to react in time. His whole body and bike were flung into the air. The sudden flip made that man only manage a shrill scream. Lam Tan was completely unaffected and immediately adjusted his direction toward the finish line. Calmly headed straight to the finish line, leaving Chin Hung still flailing in midair behind him. The road has countless paths, but safety always comes first. Driving recklessly against the rules only leaves loved ones in tears. At the same time, Lai Nha raised the flag high and announced the end of the race. The winner was Lam Tan. The crowd immediately surrounded him. Applause and admiration endless, too outstanding, beyond imagination, truly a racing god. NHU stood beside them in a daze, her eyes gradually sparkling, so handsome. The system screen displayed a notification at the same time. Favorability increased by 50%. Not long after, the ambulance arrived, the twisted motorcycle still lying near the cliff edge. Ta Chuang and Chin Hung were taken away amid loud whispers and discussion. As the ambulance was about to leave, Lam Tan hurried over and called out, "Doctor." Contrary to his earlier cold demeanor, he asked anxiously, "How are they? Are their lives in danger?" The doctor reassured him, "Are you family? They are very lucky. Such a serious accident, yet only broken bones and a mild concussion. They need further observation." Hearing that he finally breathed out, "That is good." Thinking he was truly worried, who would have expected it was only because of the bet, he immediately said, "Then sign the papers before leaving." Chin Hung, covered in injuries, trembled as he looked at him. "Are you a demon refusing to admit defeat?" Lam Tan handed over the paper. "If you play, you must accept the outcome. Is this not the rule you value most? Sign it." Having achieved his goal, he happily turned away. As for speeding and deliberate collision, let the police handle it. That man was about to beg when to NHU kicked him repeatedly. Truly trash. The doctors saw the two lying motionless and shouted, "The patients have lost too much blood. Emergency treatment now." Lam Tan held the bag of money in his hand and thought to himself that this girl was really hot-tempered. By Type's voice calling young Master Lam cut off his thoughts. She bowed gratefully. "Thank you so much. I do not know how to repay you." To NHU behind her also said, "Just make a request. My mother and I will try our best." But he did not calculate gains and losses. Returning the bag of money, "I have already benefited. Take this 1 million back. Do not come here again. I have something to do and will leave first. You two take a taxi home." Generosity made Lam Tan seem to shine among the crowd. The system notified. To Enhu's favorability increased by another 20%. Type looked at him with satisfaction. "Lam Tan is truly different. What do you think?" To Enhu's eyes sparkled as she said, "I have decided." The woman asked, "Decided what?" She answered firmly, "I will pursue him." By Type hesitated. "But he is La Nha Hai's boyfriend." To NHU insisted, "I do not care." Not long after, the food street outside the university gate was bustling with people. In front of the sausage stall, his friend cheerfully ordered 3. Lam Tan suggested adding eggs for better taste. Trin Hao beside them chose fried chicken. The vendor smiled brightly at the crowd. The group discussed playing games all night later, unaware that to NHU was standing behind observing. Figure suddenly rushed straight toward Lam Tan. She patted his shoulder and then bent down to bite the sausage immediately. The action was natural, as if the food already belonged to her. She chewed while smiling and greeting. Lam Tan looked at her in surprise. To NHU, "Why are you here?" The friends behind him gaped as well. A beauty came looking for Lam Tan. She licked the crumbs from her lips and moved close to him playfully. "When you go to the internet cafe later, can I come along?" The single men behind clutched their chests in despair. Another beauty seeking Lam Tan. But he bluntly refused. "Women only slow down my operations." The whole group stood stunned with mouths open, and he could still refuse. Rejected so directly. To NHU flushed red with anger yet could not find words to argue. Suddenly Lu En Hat Tran appeared, her eyes fixed onto NHU. "Who are you, daring to eat Lam Tan's sausage? That was my portion." As she spoke, she shoved the other hard, her voice full of provocation. "Get lost." Before she could step away, her arm was firmly grabbed. NHU reacted like lightning. In a split second, she had locked Lu En Hat Tran. She pressed close to her opponent and said coldly, "Who are you to raise your voice at me? When I was struggling in society, you were still obediently greeting your teachers." Lu En Hat Tran refused to yield and grabbed to Enhu's hair, pulling hard. Two lunged at each other in the middle of the street, struggling and cursing, "Let go, or your arm will break." The single men around were thrilled to the extreme, eyes nearly popping out, while Lam Tan helplessly thought he had to stop them. In an instant, his gaze turned icy. The advanced traditional medicine mastery skill activated. Wearing slippers, he still rushed quickly toward the two girls. Swift as lightning, he pressed acupoints on each of their arms. Both immediately let go, clutching their arms and crying out, so numb. Lam Tan frowned in annoyance. "Can you stop? Lu En Hat Tran, you followed me secretly again." Questioned, she pulled at her clothes to cover herself while acting seductive. "Do you not hate her? I was just driving that fly away for you." Lu Nhu stood aside and sneered. "Let me guess, ex-girlfriend." Lu En Hat Tran snapped back. "Better than someone who throws herself at him like you." To Nhu calmly replied, "With a girlfriend like you breaking up early is a relief." She angrily cursed fake student hooligan. "Lam Tan does not like you." To Nhu immediately revealed her trump card. "I do not need to pretend. I am a student of Jiang Film University." News struck like lightning. Lu En Hat Tran stood open-mouthed. Lam Tan and the others were also surprised. Under the strange gazes, she casually took off her coat and said, "It is nothing. I just rarely attend classes." Male students around were captivated by her beauty. "So pretty, exactly my type. Did you not like Lu En Hat Tran? The more wicked the woman, the more charming." She winked at Lam Tan teasingly. "Knowing you also study there gives me more motivation to go to school." He thought to himself it was just another money-swiping tool, only unclear about her relationship with La Nha High. Phone suddenly rang, the voice on the other end urgent. "Lam Tan, have you arrived yet?" He recognized Ngu Hyan's voice and asked where. She reminded him that today was the museum exhibition opening. Memories flooded back. He remembered the first day displaying the antiques purchased overseas, quickly making up an excuse. "How could I forget? I am changing and will head over soon." She breathed in relief. "You are the major shareholder. If you do not come, I would not know what to do." Because he had promised, he turned to his friends and apologized. Something urgent came up. "I have to go. Tonight the internet cafe is on me." His friends teased, "Go ahead. Do not ask us to carry your rank later." He looked at his phone, wondering whether to ride his bike. To Nhu suggested, "I can take you on my motorcycle." But he coldly refused. "No need. I will go myself." He tried to pull his hand. "Then when will you teach me acupoint striking?" Lu En Hat Tran shouted angrily. Let go of him. Surrounded by the two girls, he had a headache but still said, "If you want to learn, it depends on whether you have talent." Spoke seriously, setting conditions. "Make up all your classes, pass primary level exams and the level 4 foreign language certificate before coming to me." To Nhu could only groan. Even so, she kept chasing after him, begging to lower the requirements. The scene made countless young men envious. If only a beauty would pursue them. Lu En Hat Tran was completely ignored, trembling with anger. At the Veem Jiang Museum, the line of people was as crowded as a festival. Inside the main hall, it was packed with guests attending the opening ceremony. Many people surrounded Ngu Hyan, flattering her. Curator Ha, young and talented. The museum flourishing brilliantly. Truly admire Mr. Ha for having such an outstanding daughter. Duong Ho stepped forward, handing over his business card, inviting her to dinner, but she politely declined. "I have already eaten and I am dieting." The man still insisted on inviting her. "I have reserved a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Only such a place is worthy of you," calculating inwardly to show off. At that moment, Lam Tan appeared. Seeing her, he happily called Ngu Hyan. She curiously looked at his bag. "What did you bring?" He smiled and said, "Grilled sausage from the school gate. Would you like to try?" Duong Ho sneered. She is worth millions and would eat a cheap sausage. But Ngu Hyan immediately became excited. "I have never tried it. I really want to." She exclaimed it was delicious, making Lam Tan happily add that the stinky tofu stall next door was also good. She suggested, "Next time take me there." Leaving Duong Ho standing stiff, she pulled him to look around. "Let us go to the treasure appraisal area in the West Hall." He curiously asked what that was. She explained it was a regular activity organized by her father, twice a month, appraising antiques for collectors. The crowd, Tiu Heng livestreamed, while saying, "Everyone look, I am at the Veem Jiang treasure appraisal event." That man made disparaging remarks. "This museum is probably not even a corner of America." The audience echoed greetings to Brother Hang. In front of the camera, that man boasted about bringing a treasure for appraisal to sell at a high price, and then moved to America. The audience believed him completely. During number 174 called, that man hurriedly pushed forward, passing by Ngu Hyan, who was chatting with Lam Tan. He nodded, seeing it was quite lively. Upon meeting Kong Lu, he praised Ngu Hyan for doing well in bringing national treasures back home. She politely thanked him and said her father would arrive soon. Kong Lu continued praising her filial piety. She She modestly said she still had much to learn and thanked him for attending. He suddenly clutched his stomach, asking to use the restroom. She nodded in farewell. At the appraisal table, Tiu Hang complained loudly, "I have waited long enough. I am live streaming. Is this how your museum works?" Ngu Hyan quickly apologized and offered to appraise it herself if he could not wait. That man said disdainfully that she did not look like an expert, but she calmly asked to see the item. That man reluctantly handed over a pipe and boasted it had been used by an American president. On the live stream, the audience admired her focused expression, so beautiful, and a young appraiser as well. After examining it carefully, she said frankly, "Sorry, this is an industrial product, not an antique." That man immediately shouted in denial. A line of Chinese characters was revealed, leaving that man stunned. She asked if he understood its meaning. That man covered it up, saying it was probably a declaration of freedom. America stands for freedom. She calmly explained that the line only indicated origin from a perfume. The truth made that man unable to accept it. She suggested he try a translation app. The audience burst into laughter. Unwilling to concede, that man took out a porcelain vase to challenge her. "Today I must compete with you." That man asked where this vase came from and how many years of history it had, saying if she was correct he would not cause trouble. She observed carefully and said, "My knowledge is limited, so I can only make a preliminary assessment. This vase is too perfect." Hearing that man grew even more smug. Ngu Hyan stared intently at the vase and murmured, "Precisely because it is perfect to an unusual degree." He showed no hesitation and directly affirmed the glaze color and that unusual sensation, which is why I suspected this was very likely just a counterfeit. Tiu Hang stubbornly refused to face the truth, shouting nonstop about nonsense. "What do you know, calling yourself an expert? In the end, did you buy that title or sleep with someone to get it?" His aggressive attitude forced Ngu Hyan to warn him immediately, "Please mind your language, otherwise I will call security to escort you out." Yet that man brazenly provoked her. "Call security? I paid 500 yuan for this appraisal. Do you believe I will call the police right now?" Tense atmosphere drew Kong Lu over in haste to ask what was going on. Manager Ha quickly explained upon seeing him. This person brought a fake porcelain vase, yet his arrival only made Tiu Hang more furious. "Master Kong, finally you are here. Where did this brat crawl out from to dare call my vase and pipe fake?" Everyone looked. This tiny Jiang museum knows nothing about appraisal. I am famous with 30,000 followers. Do you know who you are offending? Witnessing the scene, Kong Lu gently pulled Ngu Hyan's hand and lowered his voice to admonish her. "Ngu Hyan, it is good that you dare to make a conclusion, but your way of dealing with people is lacking. As an appraiser, you must look at both the item and its owner. Without clear evidence that it is fake, just issue the certificate." His words left her stunned, almost unable to believe it, Master Kong. He smiled meaningfully and continued, "Do not show that expression. Back then I worked with your father to make money. This booth and my reputation in the appraisal world were built on shrewdness and flexibility." That blatant favoritism finally made Tiu Hang smug. That man puffed up and ordered, "See, I told you my item is authentic. Hurry and bow your head to apologize to me." The surrounding crowd even chimed in, piling pressure onto the young woman's shoulders. "A porcelain vase worth several million and you dare call it fake? Do you even know how to appraise, Ngu Hyan? I only want what is best for you. You are no longer a child. You must be more mature to shoulder running this museum. This is your family's years of dedication." Just when it seemed there was no way out, Lam Tan's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the noise. "What is all this commotion here?" Gently placed his hand on her shoulder as if to reassure her, his gaze stern as he continued, "Let me see who dares to bully my manager." Perhaps when she felt that sense of safe protection, Ngu Hyan finally curved her lips slightly, revealing a gentle and relieved smile. Even now, Tiu Hang still did not know what fear was, so he kept shouting noisily, "Who the hell do you think you are?" That man arrogantly pointed straight at himself and bragged, "Me, I am an expert among experts. Even Kong Lu once formally introduced me. Do not underestimate Brother Lam just because he is young. His ability to appraise treasures even surpasses mine." In his heart, he calculated non-stop. Earlier, when he went to the restroom to call old Ha, he learned Lam Tan was the new shareholder, moreover the sole shareholder of Jiang Museum, rumored to possess immense financial power. He must find a way to build a connection. Hearing that title, Tiu Hang's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really, then help me look at this porcelain vase." Lam Tan did not hesitate and immediately asked, "What era is this vase from?" He confidently replied at once, "From the Song Dynasty." Seeing the other party so certain, he coldly tossed out a sarcastic remark. "Song Dynasty? I think it came out of the kiln just last week." Yet that man did not understand the hidden meaning and even cheered happily. "From Kangju? Then that makes it even more valuable." The crowd could not help bursting into laughter. Lam Tan silently observed for a moment before asking, "Did you buy this vase or was it a gift?" Tiu Hang smugly showed off. It was passed down from my grandfather, a family heirloom. He merely gave a soft acknowledgement. Then he suddenly raised his voice and shouted straight at him, "Your grandfather." The livestream audience instantly exploded with comments. This scene was truly the funniest so far. Realizing he was being mocked, that man immediately flew into a rage and cursed. "You dare make fun of me?" But Lam Tan calmly replied, "You really are easy to fool, otherwise how could you spend money on such a fake? Tell me, how much did you lose?" Those words infuriated him to the extreme, and he growled a threat. "Fine, your tongues are sharp. Today I will make you completely convinced." Tiu Hang slammed a sheet of paper onto the table and arrogantly shouted, "Open your eyes and look carefully. I got this vase from Master Pham Qua Bao, and it even has a certificate. Do you know its true value?" He immediately seized on that flaw. "Oh, did you not say it was passed down from your grandfather? Since it already has a certificate, why come here for appraisal, seeking sympathy?" Though restrained tightly by security, that man still struggled to rush forward. "Bastard, let me go." Kong Lu took the chance to lean close and whisper, "Brother Lam, in the National Treasure Circle, people often take artifacts to multiple appraisals to obtain extra certificates and sell at higher prices. Pham Qua Bao is a well-known figure in Vientiane. I heard he is also here today. You should speak carefully." In contrast, Lam Tan merely sneered and declared, "No matter who he is, bringing fake goods here to exploit the appraisal event to raise prices is absolutely unacceptable." Tiu Hang remained stubborn and turned to perform for his fans. Everyone saw that. This is the attitude of the Vientiane Appraisal Association. They are tarnishing the image of domestic collectors. A patriotic person like me is truly heartbroken. I even wanted to go to America to eat donuts. Whether you can eat donuts in America is unknown. I only fear you will get fat. This time I am merely appraising for you." Lam Tan sighed helplessly. He waved his hand modestly to avoid further noise. "Forget it. I am too lazy to argue. If you want a refund for the appraisal fee, I will return it. Take that fake certificate and leave. Next time, find someone more reliable. Stop arguing all day and getting cheated." Suddenly a voice rang out to interrupt. "Wait." Pham Qua Bao slowly stepped forward, fanning himself as he introduced himself. "I am Pham Qua Bao, over 60 years collecting antiques. I always respect history. You say the item I appraised is fake. Are you not slapping me in the face? If another expert said it, I might consider it, but a young man like you." The old man laughed with half contempt and half mockery. "You do not even have an appraisal certificate, and you dare to speak." Faced with that attitude, Lam Tan suddenly fell silent. Tiu Hang felt as if he had found a savior and eagerly chimed in. "Exactly, you do not even have a certificate, yet you pretend to be an expert." Yuan Min, who had been silent all along, also spoke up. "Master Pham is a state-level appraiser. I have bought items from him. They are certainly genuine and have greatly increased in value." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kong Lu stood close and quietly reminded, "Brother Lam, I told you, Pham Qua Bao is not easy to provoke." Taking advantage of everyone watching, Qua Bao continued in a dignified tone, "Everyone calm down, let us reason. I understand this young man is interested in appraisal. His knowledge is limited, so mistakes are unavoidable. Even directly suggested, Curator Ha, the two of you should apologize to the owner of the artifact and issue him a certificate. Consider this matter settled." Standing behind Lam Tan, Ngu Haiyan worriedly called his name. Contrary to the tension, he suddenly burst into laughter. Holding the exquisite porcelain vase in his hand, he said gently, "I did not mishear just now. Many here have bought items from Master Pham, including your blue and white piece. May I take a look?" Yuan Min nodded but reminded, "You can look. Do not break it. If it breaks, you cannot afford to compensate." Lam Tan's gaze focused on examining every smallest detail. On the other side, Qua Bao grew more and more smug. Could that kid possibly see anything? For the crowd, he declared firmly fake. Hearing that resolute statement, Yuan Min angrily shouted, "You are the fake one. Do you have evidence? I used all my family's money to buy it. Now its price has doubled and many want to buy it. Today I plan to sell it at a high price." Qua Bao also snorted coldly. Young people are indeed arrogant. Ignoring the anger of the three, Lam Tan looked around and said, "Anyone else who bought items from Pham Qua Bao, bring them here for me to see." Tiu Hang crossed his arms and sneered, still stubborn, "Why drag it out?" The crowd immediately noisily brought out their items, Ming Dynasty vases and Yuan Dynasty boxes. Looking at the pile of antiques on the table, Ngu Haiyan began to doubt herself. These items looked rather new, but she could not find proof of forgery. Could it be even that vase was misjudged by them? Seeing he was taking too long, Qua Bao impatiently said, "Is that enough? Everyone is not free to wait. If you misjudged, then admit it. There is nothing shameful. Or are you going to say they are all fake?" Lam Tan calmly replied, All of them are fake, but crafted by a master, so the technique is nearly flawless. Almost no flaws exposed." That statement caused the crowd to burst into mocking laughter, saying that was the same as saying nothing. Such stubbornness was rare. Is his brain broken? Someone even asked if Tiu Hang was still recording. He raised his phone and laughed. I am still live streaming, truly the funniest farce of the year. Under public pressure, Ngu Hyen had to lower her head and apologize. I misjudged. I admit my mistake. Hua Bao pretended to be magnanimous and said, Curator Ha, a small matter has become big. An apology alone cannot settle it. She anxiously asked, then what do you want? He bluntly replied, he said my items are fake, so he must produce evidence. Tiu Hang's group grew even more agitated and echoed, that is right. If you cannot prove it, you must buy my vase at double the price. Yes, double and we will let it go. That situation made Hua Bao even more smug, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I ask for nothing, but being treated like this is chilling. If I can collect a few items, then consider it settled. As for him, he only needs to kneel and kowtow 3 times in apology. Seeing the other side go too far, Ngu Hyen angrily protested, Master Pham, that is too much. Lam Tan still calmly replied, fine. He smiled and asked back, if I produce evidence, then what price will Master Pham pay? In his heart he calculated, waiting for them to fall into the trap. That confidence made Hua Bao frown and remind, are you mistaken? Now you must prove it, not set conditions. Lam Tan replied leisurely, no, you are mistaken. Do you think I will hastily prove it? Self-proving is the easiest trap to be led by. The old man's irritation amused him even more. If you want me to prove it, then there must be something equivalent. Otherwise, on what basis? Tiu Hang rushed out cursing, yet he calmly continued, all right, I have not finished. For everyone, Lam Tan solemnly declared, I have evidence proving all of them are fake. Want to try? Tiu Hang's group immediately shouted, try then. Even Hua Bao raised his voice. It has been many years since I met someone so arrogant. I wager half of my collection. That declaration shocked the crowd. Someone worriedly said, half of Master Pham's collection is like a museum. He grew even more self-satisfied and bragged, worth at least 1 billion, more than enough to buy this place. Lam Tan did not hesitate to explain the method. Fine, let us begin. Carbon 14 is too slow. Today we do it fast. Bring me a hammer. The audience looked at each other in confusion. What is he going to do? Could it be checking the cross-section? Yuan Min in the crowd curiously whispered, have you heard the rumor about the master forger? Duck Kai disdainfully replied, you even believe that? I only hope he smashes my item. I will get double compensation anyway. Whatever Master Pham says is right. Tiu Hang laughed loudly in agreement. Holding the hammer, Lam Tan solemnly said, now I will smash the items I deem fake. If I am wrong, I will compensate double. Ngu Hyen anxiously called him. He winked reassuringly, do not worry. That single wink was enough to set her at ease. Lam Tan was always so miraculous. No matter the situation, he faced it calmly, as if nothing could trouble him. Because of that, her favorability increased by 8%, reaching 82. Tightening his grip on the hammer, Lam Tan repeated, I am starting. Yuan Min gaped, her face full of worry. Is he really going to smash them so confident? Even Hua Bao was momentarily startled by that determination. This brat has some skill, planning to use the cross-section to distinguish real from fake. If among them there were inferior goods, they might be exposed, but unfortunately, he lightly fanned himself, covering half his face, utterly confident inside. Unfortunately, they were all made by my own hands. How could there be flaws? Thinking of his identity made him even more delighted. On the surface, the most famous collector in Vientiane, but in the forgery circle of Hua Nation, I am the true leader. My forgery skills are so perfect that even national appraisers are helpless. And you, an amateur, dare challenge me, truly dreaming in broad daylight. Hua Bao still thought calmly. Saying there are no flaws is not entirely true, because he deliberately left a personal mark. Any top-level forger carries pride deep in his bones, always wanting to leave a unique imprint on his work, and he was no exception. The sinister smile on his lips deepened, calculation evident on his aged face. If he thinks smashing alone will find clues, he underestimates him. That mark is so tiny only he knows its location. Smashing blindly like this gives less than 5% chance of discovery, and he will extinguish even that slim possibility. Lam Tan swung the hammer and brought it down hard on the precious antique. Tiu Hang suddenly raised his hand and shouted, that Song Dynasty vase I bought for 3 million. The crowd buzzed as they passed pieces around to inspect. He really smashed it, shattered into countless fragments. Holding a shard, he turned to ask Yuan Min, can you see this cross-section? She shook her head vaguely. I am not sure, but Master Pham cannot be wrong. Now there is hope for my daughter's medical expenses. Hua Bao suddenly snatched the shard and loudly ordered, everyone look at this cross-section color, with that golden hue and proper thickness, clearly genuine. Tiu Hang immediately exclaimed, truly worthy of Master Pham. He turned to mock Lam Tan, this brat is bound to lose. Yuan Min also joined in. The market price is at least several million. That man acted knowledgeable and chimed in. Several million is too little. Selling to him for 100 million is fair. The others laughed in agreement. Each hammer strike from he meant enormous sums of money vanishing. One was 3 million, two was 5 million. The audience cheered even more excitedly. 4 was 2 million, 5 was 5 million. Hua Bao secretly sneered, smashing blindly like that. How can he find anything? I have already removed the marks. Only the last 3 items were not yet handled. He quickly picked up a shard and examined it carefully. He even pretended to be enthusiastic and handed the crucial shard to him, asking meaningfully, how is it? Found evidence yet? Lam Tan merely smiled calmly, almost. Shard in Hua Bao's hand was also lightly pushed toward him. Taking advantage of everyone not paying attention, he swiftly hid the crucial shard into his pocket. In the corner, his aged face revealed viciousness, joy in his heart. It is done. The only clue is in my hands. Victory is too easy. Hua Bao closed his fan and casually asked, my friend, have you seen enough? Where is the evidence? Lam Tan scratched his head, acting naive. The workmanship is too exquisite. Even after cutting it is hard to see obvious flaws. Truly met a master. He immediately retorted, so that means you have no evidence. Crowd immediately echoed, compensate, compensate now. My vase 100 million, so pay 200. My Qing blue and white 120 million, and my Tang pottery. He strolled slowly step by step across the floor. Leaning slightly, he asked, Master Pham, are these fake items truly worth what you say? Ngu Haiyan anxiously called him, while Hua Bao still insisted, worth that price. Waiting for exactly that sentence, he tossed the shard in his hand upward. This is the evidence. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. Cold sweat poured down his wrinkled face. Everyone present fell into dead silence. From Tiu Hang to Ngu Haiyan, all gaped in shock. Lam Tan calmly held the shard as if grasping Hua Bao's life, the corner of his lips lifting slightly here. Sudden reversal left the entire hall filled only with astonished gasps. Someone spoke first, and then everyone crowded to look. What is this? Why is there the character Pham engraved in Seal's script on the Song Dynasty shard? It is on the blue and white piece too. Impossible. Even the Tang tricolor pottery bears that mark. He frantically felt his pocket, his voice trembling. When did you take it? How is that possible? Lam Tan smiled and asked back, breaking out in cold sweat already. He leaned close and whispered, stop deceiving yourself. I just took it from your pocket. Your reactions are as slow as a sloth in my eyes. Hua Bao stammered, but how did you know? Lam Tan calmly explained, these items are too perfect, even surpassing the National Museum. It cannot be coincidence. It can only be that you were overconfident and forged them all yourself. Even now he still tried to deny. What nonsense are you saying? Not me. Even if I made them, how would you know about the mark? He replied disdainfully, I deliberately smashed them to see your reaction. Sure enough, you panicked and picked up the shards. First time I have seen someone gather evidence to convict himself. Hua Bao flushed red with anger. You mean if I had not picked them up, you would have lost? That pile is worth several hundred million. Lam Tan waved his hand like a tycoon. Just several hundred million. Smash them for fun. If the curator says they are fake, then they are fake. Ngu Haiyan emotionally called his name, her heart blooming with joy, just because she doubted he trusted her unconditionally. The system immediately updated. Ngu Haiyan's favorability increased by 3%. With the truth exposed, the crowd angrily rushed to grab him. I plan to sell to save my daughter. Now they are fake. What should I do? Do not even think of leaving without paying 100 million. I bought several items. Pay up. Lam Tan sighed and reminded, do not beat him to death. He still owes me. Amid the chaos, Ngu Haiyan ran over and tightly hugged him from behind. She rested her face on his shoulder and whispered, just now you scared me to death. Do not fright me like that again in the future. The system immediately displayed a notification. Favorability reached 90%. Phase 1 completed. Reward 680 million. All attributes +1 to level 7. Choose one of 3 skills, including mastery of 3 subjects, feng shui or horseback riding. In the blink of an eye, he had a huge sum of money, his heart overflowing with joy. 680 million. If he saved a little, he would not need to work for the rest of his life. Truly a dream goal. His cheerful mood made him gentler. He even took the initiative to wipe away her tears. I am fine. There is still something important to do. The two quickly headed to the Sa Hoa Si Hop courtyard residence. Standing in the room packed with antiques reaching the ceiling, he could not help but sigh. As expected of the #1 collector in Vientiane, everything here is top quality. Lam Tan smiled brightly. According to the agreement, I will take half. Hua Bao dropped to his knees and begged, Brother Lam, this is the effort of half my lifetime collecting. Please show mercy. He said nothing more, only smiled with hidden meaning. The old man turned pale and hurriedly corrected himself. No, no, Brother Lam, please choose as you wish. At that moment, a startled cry rang out. Lam Tan turned back and asked what happened. He saw Ngu Haiyan sitting beside the incense burner murmuring, so this artifact is here. He gave a graceful smile and suggested, later have tea with me. He followed the appointment and sat in a small pavilion amid picturesque scenery. While waiting, he scrolled through his phone and was drawn to a piece of news. It turned out the media reported that Yuang Tiu Hang, who intended to emigrate, had been arrested at the border of me nation and was currently detained there. Lam Tan rested his chin on his hand and sneered, "An American prison. I heard bragging culture is popular there. Wish you good meals and sound sleep." Waiting too long made him impatient. Why has she not come yet? Does drinking tea require such elaborate ritual? While he was still wondering, the main figure strode toward him in blue high heels. Ngu Hyen wore a bold kippa that highlighted her alluring curves, carrying the tea set as she approached gracefully. Lam Tan was momentarily stunned by that familiar face, his eyes unconsciously brightening in surprise. Ngu Hyen set down the tea tray and asked proactively, "Do you know the origin of this incense burner?" Calmly admired her figure and teased softly, "Lu Huang, I only see that your waist is too slender." She blushed and denied it. "Not at all. I bought this outfit back in high school. Wearing it again now is already difficult." He smiled and returned to the main topic. "This is a modern incense burner in Pham Qua Bao's collection, right? The era is not too distant. In terms of grade, it is about a level 3 artifact." She nodded lightly and recounted its origin. Before the year 180, when invaders attacked, the officer Tite Fong once saved the daughter of a wealthy merchant named Tyne and Ga. They fell in love at first sight, but her father despised Tite Fong's background and demanded that he become a general before marrying her. Before going to war, he left the incense burner as a token and threw himself into the battlefield. 10 years later, Tite Fong truly achieved merit, became a general, and married Tyne and Ga. Ngu Hyen could not help but feel moved. This incense burner is proof of their love, passed down through many generations, only lost during the turmoil 100 years later. I did not expect to find it. She carefully pointed out each detail to him. The words "longing without forgetting" on the back were carved by Tite Fong himself. After listening, Lam Tan also praised it. "The story is truly touching. The tea fragrance feels even richer." Saying that, he pulled the beauty into his arms and gently praised, "You are truly beautiful tonight." Taking advantage of his distraction, she moved closer and softly placed a kiss on his lips. Not remaining passive, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her firmly against him. Took the initiative to hold her face, slowly guiding the emotion as both immersed themselves in passionate feelings. Suddenly, the waist of her dress tore open, causing the heated atmosphere to halt abruptly. He covered it awkwardly. How did it tear like this? Without hesitation, Lam Tan removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders with consideration. Then he unexpectedly lifted her into his arms, his strong posture even more captivating. He said softly, "I will take you to the dressing room." She blushed and nestled against his chest, trying to hide her embarrassment. 2 days later, NHA Hai's car carrying Lam Tan slowly stopped in front of the gate of Long Iron Villa number 1. She got out and instructed, "Leave the luggage to others. Let us go in first." He was about to pull the suitcase, but hearing that, immediately set it down neatly. Bao witnessed the scene and could not help sighing. Wealthy and young with a beauty by his side, truly enviable. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, "Handsome guy." Nhat Tran appeared in a maid uniform, smiling, "Let me help you." Seeing the pretty girl, his eyes lit up. "Who are you?" She quickly replied, "I am the new maid recruited by Brother Lam." The corner of her lips curved as she smoothly passed through the gate. A Bao kept staring. The rich truly know how to enjoy. Even the maid is this beautiful. In the villa courtyard, NHA Hai happily linked arms with Lam Tan. "I had someone plant this flower garden. There are lilacs you like and hydrangeas I love." He smiled and replied, "If we raise a few dogs, it would be even better." After a few steps, all the servants bowed in unison. "Greetings, Mr. Lam." "Greetings, Miss La." Lam Tan thought to himself. This is truly the life of the wealthy. Imagined a luxurious lifestyle, meals and cleaning handled by others, playing games all day with no one managing him. With beauties by his side, what more could he want? He turned to praise NHA High. "The decoration is beautiful. How about I gift you another car?" She stammered, "You have already given me too much." He laughed loudly. "What is that worth? I can give a few 100 million more tonight." Nhat Tran watched from afar with jealousy. Wait until dinner and see who laughs. As sunset fell, orange light dyed the villa walls, creating a peaceful yet luxurious scene. Servants kept praising, "Brother Lam is so fortunate to have a capable girlfriend who cooks herself." NHA Hai only smiled. She said gently, "I like watching him enjoy the dishes I make. It is ready." At that moment, another unfamiliar figure quietly appeared in the kitchen. Nhat Tran tried to stay calm. "Miss La, let me carry it." NHA Hai suspiciously asked, "You are new, so why are you wearing a mask?" She covered her mouth and laughed awkwardly. "I have a slight cold, so I wear it for convenience." NHA Hai examined her. "Why is your voice hoarse? How old are you?" Nhat Tran blinked coyly. "I just turned 18. NHA Hai did not want to ask more. "Take the dishes to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor." She quickly answered, "Yes, miss." Once out of NHA Hai's sight, she secretly took out a bottle of medicine hidden on her. Without hesitation, Hat Tran poured the medicine into the food and rejoiced inwardly. She imagined that after eating the two would quickly fall asleep. Then she would be on that bed, right in front of her. She told herself men are easily tempted. Just give Lam Tan a bit of pleasure and it would be enough. The maid outfit covering her face. She believed that when he woke up he would accept her. Suddenly a loud voice called from outside. Has anyone seen that maid? Hat Tran looked down anxiously. The guards continued searching and blaming each other for not verifying her identity. Someone ordered the search to continue. Hearing that her heart pounded, she had been discovered. She hurriedly tried to escape, but found all the rooms locked. Finally, she opened the master bedroom door and thought the only option was to hide here. She quickly crawled under the bed to hide. At that moment, the door opened. Two entered. Nha said gently, taste it while it is hot. Lam Tan praised it looks delicious. Hat Tran under the bed whispered, it is really them. Nha suggested eating on the bed for convenience. She under the bed thought quickly eat the medicine and fall asleep. On the bed, Nha fed him deboned fish. Lam Tan praised it as tender. Lam Tan said, I will feed you a piece of sausage. She blushed and praised it as so sweet. He wondered sausage is usually salty. She smiled and replied, when you feed it everything tastes sweet. Hat Tran was stunned. Why have they not fallen asleep yet? Voice called Miss from outside. She panicked, why has the medicine not worked? Nha answered, come in. The servant reported the guards did not find the imposter, but discovered she left her handbag. Nha coldly instructed not to let it happen again. Hat Tran under the bed panicked about her bag. Nha opened the bag and saw a rabbit ear headband. Lam Tan curiously asked, is this cosplay? Nha looked carefully, then sneered. So it is Hat Tran. Daring to sneak into the villa, she must have bad intentions. Lam Tan said sternly, if caught she will be handed to the police. Under the bed, Hat Tran heard this and tears fell. If she goes to the station, she will not see him again for a long time. Nha turned to him and smiled meaningfully. Ignore her. I prepared something special for you. Seeing her light a peach-shaped scented candle, Lam Tan curiously asked, what is it? She replied, fragrant oil that creates a very interesting sensation. Hat Tran hurriedly covered her nose, while Nha slowly removed her outer dress. Seeing her in that alluring outfit, Lam Tan blushed slightly and asked softly, why are you wearing Hat Tran's rabbit costume? Hat Tran, hiding under the bed, heard this and widened her eyes in shock. On the bed, Nha moved closer proactively, narrowing her eyes with a meaningful smile. Since you want excitement, then go all the way. Hearing those words, Hat Tran clenched her teeth angrily, cursing endlessly in her mind. Lam Tan laughed with delight. So it is designed like this, there is even a tail. Reached out to touch the tail and teased. The feeling is indeed interesting. Under the bed, Hat Tran felt her whole body burn, breathing rapidly with jealousy. Annoying, that position should have been mine. On the bed, Lam Tan and Nha were still entwined together. Night fell, the moon hung high. Outside, insects chirped softly in rhythm with the quiet atmosphere. She saw the two gradually fall asleep. Hat Tran sighed in relief. Finally, it is done. She wiped her sweat and wondered how much time had passed. Hat Tran secretly crawled out, telling herself she must leave immediately. Suddenly, a foot stepped on her back, causing her to cry out in shock. Nha, wrapped in a towel, stood there looking down coldly. Want to run? Not that easy. Hat Tran glared with resentment. Nha placed her hands on her hips and whispered, keep your voice down. Do you want to wake Lam Tan and call the police? Hat Tran stammered, asking, since when did you know? Nha replied calmly, since you were 18, I already knew. Hat Tran turned pale. What? Nha smiled. I set a trap waiting for you, hearing us intimate in front of you. How did it feel? Very angry, right? Hat Tran lunged forward, intending to attack, shouting loudly in anger. Nha calmly took out her phone. Better to call the police. Hat Tran was instantly terrified at the sight. She grabbed her handbag and shouted unwillingly, just you wait. After saying that, she rushed straight toward the window. She fell from the tree, and a cry of pain echoed through the night. Nha stood by the window and waved calmly, goodbye. Hat Tran lay on the ground groaning in pain. Lam Tan asked drowsily, what happened? Nha glanced outside and replied gently, nothing, I just chased away a mosquito. Go back to sleep. Remember to hold me. Hat Tran cried as she thought, they are so happy while I am miserable. Could it be I am truly far inferior to Nha? Suddenly she saw something in her bag and exclaimed, this is Lam Tan's. She pressed it to her nose and inhaled deeply, her face flushing. His scent, I cannot leave him. Hat Tran told herself she had to try harder to keep him. System displayed a notification. Hat Tran's favorability increased by 0.5%, reaching 99.5%. In the room, Lam Tan was startled. Why did the favorability suddenly increase? There are even decimals. Wait, Where are my underwear? 1 week later, at the University of Phim Jiang Sports Festival, students stood in neat lines on the stadium field. Trin Hao stood solemnly on the podium, expressing his honor at representing the students and calling for unity, effort, and determination for the success of the festival. Then loudly invited each faculty to parade, and the history faculty students wearing traditional attire entered the field. Male students buzzed about the girl holding the history faculty sign, yet still believed her beauty was not equal to Lu Nhat Tran and La Nha Hai from the literature faculty. When Nha Hai appeared holding the literature faculty sign, cheers thundered across the stands. Someone even joked he had already thought of baby names with La Nha Hai, and his friend beside him told him to wake up from the dream. Suddenly, a female student behind shouted Senior Lam Tan, causing many male students to turn around. Girls waved enthusiastically, and Lam Tan smiled in response. La Ho frowned just because he saved a female student he became so famous. Another replied, "Who knows," while Peng Han acted indifferent. Cheers erupted again when Peng Han's name was called. He held the physical education faculty sign confidently. The female students kept praising him, and he declared that today he was the true focus. Lam Tan covered his ears and remarked the pitch was truly piercing. The person beside him asked who that was. Ngo Tri explained he was the new star of physical education, running 100 meters in 10.25 seconds, trained by the school like a national athlete. Lam Tan asked how he knew so clearly. Ngo Tri replied sadly that he had to run against him later, so he researched him. Lam Tan patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Just do your best. I will cheer for you," Ngo Tri nodded. When it was time for the race, the male students took their positions. Aha held the camera while talking on the phone, coaxing his girlfriend and repeatedly apologizing for the misunderstanding. He suddenly handed the camera to Lam Tan and hurried off to explain, telling his girlfriend not to leave the school gate. Kaha ran while flusteredly explaining. Lam Tan watched him and shook his head. Loudspeaker announced preparation for the 100-meter race. Lam Tan attached the lens and decided to film, also capturing Ngo Tri's starting moment. He aimed the camera at Ngo Tri and called out, "Look this way," just as La Ho called the cameraman. La Ho pointed at Peng Han and said, "Do not film unimportant people. Focus on the main character." Lam Nam, standing beside Peng Han, echoed that if the handsome starting shot was missed, he would be responsible. Others agreed. Lam Tan pretended to be surprised. "I have not even started recording." La Ho was furious, but Peng Han stopped him, saying, "Wait until I leave them several streets behind, then talk." That man looked toward the stands and commented that 3 freshmen were quite pretty. Perhaps he could ask them out tonight. Peng Han replied 3 was just right. Unfortunately, they all had boyfriends. While Miha blushed calling her boyfriend, La Ho laughed smugly. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out ordering the athletes into their lanes, the race about to begin. He shouted ready, and the male students crouched in starting positions. Starting gun fired, Peng Han immediately surged ahead leading the group. Bo Nhai marveled at how fast he ran. Lam Nam shouted excitedly, "Keep going," and Miha cheered non-stop at his firm legs. As for Peng Han, he smiled confidently, feeling in excellent form today, possibly reaching 10.2 seconds. Thinking of breaking the record thrilled him further. Camera panned toward him, giving him another chance to attract fans, while Lam Tan ran alongside filming and cheering enthusiastically. Peng Han was momentarily surprised at that sight. Lam Tan suddenly accelerated past him, turned the camera backward, and shouted encouragement to Ngo Tri. Peng Han was stunned upon seeing it. He glanced back, sweat pouring down. Clearly he had left the others far behind, so how was the cameraman running beside him? Seeing Lam Tan even surpass him, Peng Han could not believe it. That camera was so heavy, yet he ran faster. At the same time, the red ribbon at the finish line was struck. The referee shouted, "Finished. The champion is." He announced Peng Han achieved 10.55 seconds. The commentator noted a strong start, but a clear drop in performance later. This was his worst result. Lam Tan stood with hands on hips, telling Ngo Tri he captured a handsome starting shot, while that man panted, saying, "Let me catch my breath first." Someone patted Lam Tan, urging him to prepare for the 400-meter event. He asked in surprise, before realizing he had been called to participate. When it was time for the 400 meters, Lam Tan ran while filming, thinking being a good person is tiring. "When Kaha returns, I must make him treat me to a meal." Suddenly, Peng Han's group ran to the referee, accusing someone of using doping. The referee said sternly, if proven, there would be heavy punishment. The whole group pointed at Lam Tan, saying it was that cameraman. The referee looked at them as if at mischievous children, calmly told them if they were too idle, go take a walk. The 3 were left dumbfounded. Peng Han cursed angrily, Neither the referee nor the coach believed him. Forget it, let us find those girls to vent. The girls shifted their attention to Lam Tan. Miha admired his handsomeness. Bo Nhai blushed, saying he was versatile at many distances. Peng Han and the other two tried to appear charming, inviting the girls to leave after the competition. Miha immediately declined, politely saying another time. Peng Han was stunned because they had agreed earlier, but Miha interrupted, saying she still had to watch Lam Tan film. Nhai disdainfully told them not to block their view. The other two girls also showed annoyance. Peng Han clutched his head and shouted Lam Tan's name in anger. La Ho and Hok Lo were also disappointed. The loudspeaker continued announcing the women's 50-meter swimming event was about to begin. On the screen appeared Nha Hai and Nhat Tran in striking swimwear. Male students cheered endlessly at the beauty of the two girls, praising non-stop. Nha Hai turned to tease Nhat Tran, saying she knew she came to swim because last time she saw her dive well. Nhat Tran confidently replied she had to be well-rounded because Lam Tan liked independent girls. Nha Hai smiled, saying meeting Lam Tan was great fortune, and some things cannot be forced. Nhat Tran replied persistence is victory, and she would wait for her day. Nha Hai only said try hard not to lose to me. She tilted her head, saying she had been practicing daily in the villa pool, so her skills and stamina had improved. Nhat Tran challenged that whoever won would get to participate in the three-legged race with Lam Tan. Nha Hai laughed, saying do not use him as a wager, and even if she won he might not agree. To Nhu suddenly appeared, declaring the loser must leave the sports ground. The rest would depend on ability. Since she had entered, they should prepare themselves. The two turned to look at to Nhu. Nha Hai asked in surprise, why are you here? Nhat Tran frowned, asking, is that your sister? The audience buzzed again, because to Nhu's appearance was no less than the other two. The referee shouted, prepare. Nha Hai said this was between her and Lam Tan. To Nhu replied she listened to no one and had already set her sights on that man. After the signal, all three plunged into the water. Nha Hai said just see who Lam Tan pays attention to. To Nhu confidently declared she would make him fall in love with her. Nhat Tran sneered, advising her not to be delusional. Lam Tan's group outside looked over and remarked the swimming competition atmosphere was lively. A zone ran over shouting that Nhat Tran and Nha Hai were competing. Xiao Dong excitedly wanted to watch, while Lam Tan declined, knowing the two meeting was rarely peaceful. A zone hurried and pushed down a female student, then shouted move aside. Girl fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Dong ran over, asking if she was all right. She shook her, calling repeatedly in worry. Lam Tan checked her pulse and determined it was weak, suspecting a heart condition. He quickly pressed several acupoints to provide first aid. Lam Tan shouted to call an ambulance, and go try immediately dialed. The crowd gathered, discussing that someone had fainted. The girl let out a faint groan. Xiao Dong rejoiced, saying she was awake. He asked in surprise why she woke so quickly. Was it low blood sugar? Praising Lam Tan for knowing first aid. And Go Try wanted to learn. Lam Tan shook his head. He said seriously her heart condition was quite severe. He only temporarily revived her. She needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. Scene shifted to Dean Pho Hospital. A nurse handed over a consent form asking if he was family. Lam Tan awkwardly denied it. Yuan Min hurried over, calling her daughter's name. Lam Tan recognized her as the woman from the appraisal event. Yuan Min was surprised to see him. He explained he brought her because she fainted. Yuan Min emotionally thanked him for helping and for exposing Pham Qua Bao to recover her money, inviting him to her home for a meal to apologize. Lam Tan quickly waved his hands and declined shyly. Immediately afterward, Lo Da stepped forward and asked, "You are the patient's mother, right? Please sign here for confirmation." The woman trembled as she looked at the paper and asked again, "Doctor, I sign here correct. My daughter will be transferred to the intensive care unit, right?" He bluntly declared, "Your daughter's heart disease is a rare type. With the current domestic technology and equipment, there is absolutely no solution. Only the advanced GJC 888 machine imported from Europe offers hope of saving her. For now, you must pay 15 million as a deposit." Yuan Min stared at the number and cried out in shock. How can it be so expensive? While Lam Tan quietly walked away, thinking this matter likely had nothing to do with him. At the same time, Lo Da continued, "The cardiac synchronization method of this device is extremely advanced." As he spoke, his eyes were full of arrogance. Yuan Min looked up at him hesitantly. "But all my family assets total only 10 million, he coldly interrupted with annoyance. "Without money, what treatment are you talking about? 15 million is only the advance. The full course costs at least 30 million. Lam Tan suddenly interjected, "Doctor, that is not correct." Calmly explained, "Cardiac synchronization therapy is mainly for ischemic cardiomyopathy. This girl's condition is vascular blockage caused by cold energy coagulation. The treatment direction should be warming yang to dispel cold and clear the meridians." Hearing this, Lo Da frowned and asked, Who are you to dare speak like that? Yuan Min turned with hope. Master, you also understand this illness? Lam Tan did not answer directly, but quickly listed the symptoms. Does your daughter often feel stabbing heart pain spreading to the back, chest tightness and shortness of breath, worse when lying down? After hearing this, she nodded repeatedly in shock. Exactly. How do you know so clearly? After confirming, Lam Tan looked at Lo Da and said in a low voice, then it is clear, this doctor misdiagnosed. Insulted, Lo Da roared in anger. Where did this brat come from daring to question me? Do you know who I am? He replied calmly, just a doctor without conscience, using any means to squeeze money. Lo Da glared and shouted, when I practiced medicine you were still in diapers. Leave now or I will call security. Yuan Min hurriedly tried to calm him. Dr. Lo, please calm down. This master may truly have ability. Every symptom he mentioned was correct. At that moment, Yuan on the bed clutched her chest and groaned in pain. Yuan Min panicked and cried for help. Doctor, save my daughter. Lo Da crossed his arms and sneered. Did you not just trust that brat? If he is so capable, then ask him, why look for me? She stammered an explanation. I did not mean that, but he coldly replied, then what exactly did you mean? Yuan Min suddenly knelt down crying and begging. Lo Da mocked again. Is that brat not a master? Then hurry and invite the master to act. Lam Tan heard everything and merely curled his lips slightly. Truly ridiculous. Lo Da frowned unhappily and asked, what did you say? Lam Tan replied with a cold smile, I was talking about you. You speak of medical ethics like a kind mother, yet I only see a dark heart. A patient in critical condition and you treat it as a bargaining chip. Lo Da stepped back, noticing murmurs rising around him. He shouted angrily, dare to cause trouble in the hospital, I will. But Lam Tan immediately cut him off. I have no time to argue. Saving a life is more important. May I ask if anyone has silver acupuncture needles? Lo Da laughed disdainfully. Use silver needles, do not joke. This disease requires advanced European equipment. What can traditional medicine do? In that case, I also want to see the master's acupuncture skill, please. He leaned close and sneered. No one will dare lend you needles. If you cause a death, they become accomplices. Many people are watching. Even if you want to retreat, it is too late. Suddenly a voice rang out, Dr. Lam, I have silver needles. Lo Da was stunned and exclaimed, what? Lam Tan turned in surprise. You are an acquaintance of La Nha Hai? Taking the needle box, he smiled, so you are a nurse. Bok Type looked at him curiously. You also know traditional acupuncture. He smiled softly. Though I have no proof, my intuition tells me to trust you. You once helped me. If there are consequences, I am willing to share responsibility. Lam Tan nodded in thanks. Then I will begin. The nurses heard and crowded over, whispering nonstop. Did you hear someone is competing in medical skill with Dr. Lo? And it is a young man using silver needles. And Gao Dong also happened to hear. She patted Mimi's shoulder and asked softly, what is happening over there? Mimi pointed ahead and replied, seems the doctor and family argued with Director Lo. Which department are you from? Gao Dong avoided the question. Look, it is noisy again. Other nurses hurried out to watch. Let us see the excitement. She remained standing and observed with curiosity. Outside, Lo Da continued mocking. Master, do you need us to step aside so you can perform? Lam Tan replied calmly, no need. If you want to watch, you may. Hearing this, he cursed angrily. Gao Dong squeezed through the crowd, thinking in surprise. Why is it him? Lam Tan lifted his foot to steady his stance and activated the system skill. In an instant, he executed supreme acupuncture technique on Yuan's acupoints. The nurses behind widened their eyes in shock. One cannot judge by appearance. So young yet so skilled, the two doctors in front whispered. The acupoints are common, but the technique is extremely exquisite. Javiet looked at Ma Loi in disbelief. Dr. Ma is the hospital's top traditional medicine expert and acupuncture master. Yet a young man made him sweat in shock. He pondered the technique, and he uttered a renowned name. Dragon roaming tiger leaping needle technique. Though the nurses did not fully understand, they were still stunned. So he is that formidable. The more Ma Loi observed, the more certain he became. Indeed, a lost ancient needle method. Only fragmentary records remain today. When executed, the wrist vibrates lightly at high frequency. The same acupoint but different needle withdrawal methods yield different effects. Could he be a descendant of some traditional medicine family? In a short moment, Lam Tan withdrew all the silver needles, completing the temporary treatment. He wiped sweat from his forehead and breathed in relief. Everyone was astonished by the speed. Is it finished already? Bok Type immediately checked again. The heart rate returned to normal. Blood pressure also stabilized. Adjusting his clothes, Lam Tan instructed, I will perform acupuncture once a week, about a month, and she will fully recover, plus a prescription for 5 days. Yuan Min knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Master, such great kindness is hard to repay. Please accept all 10 million, but he shook his head. I save lives not for money. Lo Da trembled in anger, yet still twisted the facts. It only looks fine now. Who knows if there are after effects? Perhaps later you will use that to blackmail the family. He pointed at him threateningly. You have no medical license. That is illegal. I already called the police. They are coming. Prepare for prison. Lam Tan remained calm. Even better. I also want to report the hospital for using fake imported equipment to swindle money. Oda laughed confidently. Report then. He had backing, so was arrogant. How would ordinary people know how powerful Dean Pho Hospital's support is? Thinking this, he immediately called. Hello, I need to report to the police. Come to the hospital. The nurses and doctors whispered more. Is Dr. Lo wrong, or was that young man just lucky? But the treatment fee is indeed too high. Many patients before spent their fortunes without recovery. Stop talking. Gao Dong took the chance to secretly contact teammates through an earpiece. This place hides more than it appears. I am undercover to investigate. The appearance of that young man changed the situation. A voice responded on the other end. She lowered her voice and ordered, next follow my instructions. Here Yuan Min held her daughter and assured, Dr. Lam, rest assured we will testify for you. Bok Type also encouraged. Student Lam, do not worry, the police will investigate clearly. And he replied calmly, it is fine, I will make a call first. Stepping outside, Lam Tan thought he should inform Trin Hao about the situation. The school must be worried. Suddenly he saw Gao Dong in a corner speaking on the phone. Is that not that girl? Thinking so, he walked over to greet her. What a coincidence, you are in disguise again. No longer a waitress, but now a nurse. Lam Tan ignored her displeased look and continued teasing. Being a nurse is good. A proper profession spreading love, good progress. Who would think a worldly girl could reform? Inside, Gao Dong cursed angrily yet forced a smile. Yes, thanks to you. Inwardly panicking at being seen through. He did not stop and teased more. You change jobs often, must be short of money, family, and debt. If you do not want to work, I can pay you. I am just enthusiastic. Gao Dong angrily grabbed his collar, warning, shut up. Shortly after, the police arrived asking who reported. Both of you come with us for statements. Since both sides want to accuse, you must cooperate. Loda said resentfully, fine, let us go. He walked while consoling himself. It should not affect anything. I am used to this. How would police know? Not noticing behind him Bok Type calling out, Mr. Lam. Said worriedly, do not be afraid. If money is needed, I will help. Lam Tan asked in surprise, you want to bail me? Bok Type realized she misspoke and hurriedly said, sorry, I spoke nonsense. You have money like that, why would you need my help? Held no resentment, only smiled as if seeing off a friend. It is fine, I did it for justice. The police even gave me a banner of commendation. See you, Bok Type nodded quickly. Yes. Watching Lam Tan's carefree figure fade away, she felt regret. She had intended to invite him for a meal yet could not speak. Next time she must. The sun still shone brightly as usual before the city police station. Oda sat alone in the interrogation room, loudly urging, are you not taking my statement? Hurry up. I am the one who reported. Even at the station, he remained arrogant. Otherwise, I will call my lawyer. Meanwhile, Lam Tan stood outside behind the glass observing, sensing something unusual. Why was only he brought in and not himself? The treatment was completely different. At that moment, the officer beside him whispered, please answer the phone. The captain wants to speak with you. Confused, Lam Tan took it. Hello, Captain, what is the matter? A clear female voice sounded, Mr. Lam. Speaker was Gao Dong. She hid in the restroom whispering, we need your assistance. He asked in surprise, assistance. In his heart, he vaguely realized the captain was female, and the voice sounded familiar. The next words struck like thunder. Your accusation against Dean Pho Hospital is grounded. We discovered complex ties behind the hospital with many forces and enterprises. Among them, one company shows you hold 40% of the shares. Crescent Moon night at the headquarters of Phi Chuang Company. Shareholders gathered, chatting lively. How has the recent luck in vehicle betting been? Ah Dai Than, holding 15%, pointed to the girl beside him, boasting, my latest trophy. Suang Thuk, holding 25%, smirked sinisterly. That young, is it legal? Retorted, and in your hands it is legal. He snorted coldly, I like playing outside the law. Nga, holding 20%, crossed her arms, watching the two coldly. Suang Thuk, will that Lam fellow really come? He laughed confidently. Already contacted, he will arrive soon. Lam Tan is just an ordinary student, thinking holding 40% means sharing money. Imagining Phi Chuang a small company, how laughable. After speaking, he mocked again. The most laughable is old Ta. Once held the largest shares but raised a prodigal son, losing 40%. Now penniless. Gang Dang added, the higher-ups want to pursue thoroughly. Father and son of Ta will not escape. Dai Than laughed, saying later, do not go too far and scare the new shareholder. That moment the door opened, and a familiar voice rang, who is scared stiff. Lam Tan entered holding a coconut and introduced leisurely. Greetings everyone, I am Lam Tan. Heard there is a shareholder meeting to divide profits. Taking money for nothing feels awkward, so I brought coconuts for you. The old chairman looked at him with hostility. Arrived just in time, new shareholder. Before he could sit, Ha Dang pushed a contract before him. Sign here. Lam Tan glanced over and calmly read, this is a share transfer agreement. You want me to transfer unconditionally. They had prepared long ago. Seeing his reluctance, they threatened, if you do not sign, do not expect to leave. He swept his gaze over the three old men and said coldly, so it is a hangmen banquet. And he changed tone, tossed the contract aside and smiled provocatively. I will not sign. What can you do to me? Ha Dang angrily swung his fist, refusing the toast and demanding punishment wine. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan easily seized his wrist. Not only that, he tightened his grip, causing Ha Dang to pale and tremble in pain. Seeing this, Dai Than gritted his teeth in shock. Ngang Dang also realized this young man could not be underestimated. Only Suong Thuk remained confident and disdainful. Humph, reckless brat. As soon as he finished, a group of underlings with weapons rushed in, charged together, hold his right hand and make him sign. Lam Tan merely sighed helplessly. He lamented his misfortune. Originally, he cooperated with police to gather evidence from Phai Chuong. Indeed, things were not simple, saying that he threw the coconut at them like a bowling ball. Since that is so, come on. Coconut shot toward Dai Than, then halted. Because quality was insufficient, the lackeys decided to overwhelm by numbers and rushed together. With agile movement, Lam Tan effortlessly avoided every attack. The three leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. He immediately counterattacked, throwing a heavy punch into the ribs of the nearest man. Another man seized the chance and swung a knife toward his head. He tilted his head to dodge. The blade still grazed his cheek and blood seeped out. Lowering his body to grab one man's legs, he thought that if the system had granted him Chinese fist and sword mastery, he would not be struggling like this. Then he spun around, using that man's body as a weapon to sweep the rest to the ground. They were knocked flying, crying out in horror, how could this be? After clearing the lackeys, Lam Tan turned to the remaining three. Now only you are left, right? Seeing him approach with killing intent, they still tried to act tough. Brat, I have roamed the underworld for 30 years. Do you think I fear you? Than grabbed a coconut and rushed forward shouting, as if ready to risk his life. Yet halfway he changed his tone and smiled obsequiously. Mr. Lam, you are too polite. Even bringing me a gift, I am the first to welcome you. Such quick wits made Lam Tan laugh in satisfaction. Ma Dai Than is indeed clever. The other two hurriedly echoed, yes, yes. Immediately he took out 3 new transfer contracts and said coldly, surely you know what to do. The 3 did not dare object. Yes, we understand. An unexpected harvest. Lam Tan officially held 100% of the shares, happily declaring the meeting over before leaving. Behind him, resentful stares. Suong Thuk unwillingly threatened with his backing. Boy, you think Phai Chuong is just a small company. Can you bear the consequences? Lam Tan asked with interest, oh really? Gang Dang lowered his voice and revealed the hidden forces behind the corporate facade. Phai Chuong is only a subsidiary. The real parent group is based in Myanmar. Chain of interests behind it is larger than you can imagine. Hearing Myanmar, Lam Tan immediately calculated, a tropical country with exotic scenery. To find key evidence, he likely had to go there. Wonder if the police reimburse expenses, perhaps even meet foreign beauties as money-making tools. Just thinking about it felt interesting. Thinking this, he burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful, leaving the 3 behind stunned, thinking he had gone mad. Lam Tan instantly shifted to an icy tone, his gaze fixed on the 3 men. He calmly proposed something unbelievable. I am busy. From now on you manage the company for me. Reacted as if their tails were stepped on, immediately bristling. In this world, loyalty matters most. Betraying the boss is taboo. Who do you take us for? I have taken a knife for my leader. Lam Tan merely smiled and delivered the decisive blow with tempting terms. 5 working hours per day, full weekends and holidays off, salary double. Instantly they knelt at his feet swearing, from now on you are our boss. I am willing to take bullets for you, to be your ox and horse gladly. The 3 who were arrogant moments ago flushed red with anger. You white-eyed wolves, you dare take this job. Unexpectedly the subordinates flipped completely, competing to flatter Lam Tan. It should be us serving you. He enjoyed VIP treatment while calculating silently. Once enough evidence is gathered, he will deal with each of them. A few days later at Myanmar airport. In simple clothes, Lam Tan stepped off the plane scanning around. Myanmar at last. He clenched his fist, excitedly telling himself to fully enjoy the trip and foreign scenery. Suddenly a man held out a paper. Hello, entry form fee 20 yuan. At customs someone smiled and extended a hand. Hello, processing fee. At stamping he was asked for an extra charge. Without some tip it is hard to pass. His initial joy vanished. Lam Tan thought irritably, why are there fees upon fees here? though not much it was annoying. He called a taxi asking to go to the Golden Pagoda. Soon the luxurious car stopped before the Golden Pagoda area. Beauty and her bodyguard stepped out hearing an argument. 50 yuan. Someone else paid 25 for the same distance. In Myanmar, that is the price everywhere you must pay in full. She added sarcastically, drawing attention. Such double standards truly broaden horizons. The driver shouted, without 50, do not think of leaving. Lam Tan replied firmly, bullying foreigners again. I pay 25, take it or not. At that moment, a clear female voice sounded, stop. Girl gently persuaded, let him go. The driver said in surprise, Madam, bye, but she raised her head with gentle eyes. Consider it accumulating merit for my husband. The driver bowed quickly, yes, madam. At that moment, the system chimed. Detected goddess target. Counterattack mission activated. Immediately, Shu Man's personal information panel appeared before him. Current favorability 0%. Lam Tan was surprised and intrigued. She is a mission target, called Madam by the driver, dressed as if attending a funeral, somehow linked to reincarnation. Immediately used the newly obtained reward to test the SS level Feng Shui skill. In an instant, he saw her near fate, darkened glabella indicating recent bereavement, and today entangled with financial loss. Indeed, SS level skill is overbearing. With slight amusement at seeing someone in trouble, he followed quietly, bankruptcy. The heavier the loss, the more opportunity for me to profit. Entering the stone market, Lam Tan was stunned. Jade displayed like vegetables in a market. Two men stopped before a stall pointing to a stone, asking the owner to examine it. The owner shone a light, boasting, you have sharp eyes, this is high-quality Muna stone, my store treasure. You like it but hesitate since not 100% certain, and money is tight so must buy correctly. Seeing her hesitate, he tempted further. This green depth at least half a finger worth several 100 million Myanmar currency. The bodyguard urged, if you like it, buy it. Shu Man began bargaining. Several 100 million, surely not. 80 million and I will consider. The owner first snapped, then changed tone. Lowest 100 million, but for beauty 80 million is fine. Grinned lewdly, reaching out, but you must play with me first. That hand was stopped before touching. Bodyguard gripped his wrist, shouting, your pig hoof dares touch madam, making him cry for mercy. Shu Man stopped them. Do not break his hand, he still needs to move the stone for me. Hearing her address the owner realized, you are Chuna of Fei Bang's woman, right? Continued crudely, pity Chuna died early. Heard Fei Bang is collapsing, so you come gamble stones because out of money, right? His words angered Shu Man and she slapped him. He fell back, accidentally cracking a stone. She said coldly, I already gave you face. The owner immediately framed her. This woman deliberately broke my stone because she cannot afford 100 million and wants to smash my stall. He shouted louder, Chuna bankrupt still dares gamble stones. No money, then buy it for 100 million. Surrounded by onlookers, Shu Man grew anxious. If not desperate for funds, she would not be here. But if she did not pay, they would cause trouble. That moment, Lam Tan stepped out like a hero, saving beauty. 100 million Myanmar currency, about 350,000 yuan, right? Swiped the car. The owner and his men glared, asking, who are you, Tai? Lam Tan answered calmly, my name stands unchanged wherever I go, citizen of Hua. Hearing this, they sneered, no place for Hua people here, get lost. The owner raised price. Since Hua double priced 200 million Myanmar currency to take the stone. During that, Lam Tan's face darkened, his brows knit. He muttered, I intended to counterattack and profit. Spending some money was fine, but now money can wait. His eyes flashed killing intent toward the owner on the ground. First teach him a lesson. Shu Man said irritably, who are you to interfere? Here rules mean Hua like you cannot handle it. Lam Tan replied coldly, what does this have to do with you? Those words she blushed unexpectedly, eyes widening. He declared loudly, you want double right. Fine, I buy more. Bring out all stones in the stall, I take them all. The owner rejoiced, ordering his men to bring all stones, thinking the fat fish delivered itself. He secretly laughed since the batch was appraised. Beautiful outside, worthless inside, specialized to cheat fools. Later see him lose face. He did not know Lam Tan had system support. He quickly used skill to select promising ones. This has good structure, that smooth shell that may yield purple mixed green. Sitting cross-legged, Lam Tan calculated carefully. Finally chose 8, but appraisal skill sees only surface, so not fully certain, only increasing probability. Fortunately, he was cautious with backup plan. Moreover, Feng Shui technique could compensate. Next, Lam Tan closed eyes, clasped hands, and used divination skill on each stone. 2 coins were tossed into the air. For the first stone, 1 head, 1 tail appeared. He exclaimed in satisfaction, sacred cup stable. The second showed 2 same sides, negative cup discard. The next yielded good omen, positive cup can choose. The owner's men watched him test each stone nervously, still mocking, playing ghost tricks. Shu Man also focused intently on his every move. After deliberation, Lam Tan concluded, take these 5, cut them now. The owner shouted sky-high price. Pay first, total 700 million Myanmar currency, about 2.3 million yuan. He transferred without hesitation. Ding received 2.3 million. Crowd laughed gleefully. Foolish brat fooled again. Those good-looking stones are fake. Best to see Hua pretending expert get nothing. The owner laughed, denying I did not cheat. This golden pig paid over 2 million yuan, judging clothes likely emptied fortune. Lam Tan remained calm, curious then open and see. Open eyes wide. Staff quickly brought stones to cut. The owner still believed his judgment. Waste of time, planning to curse foolish Hua. Sheng besides sneered, not knowing his confidence source. Suddenly an employee trembling shouted, "Boss, they all." The owner without turning yelled what all thrown away right. But wrong, the employee lifted halves shouting all increased in value. He widened eyes, 2 purple, 2 glass green, and 1 imperial green. All witnesses gaped, jaws dropping. Those who mocked rushed to buy. Purple 2 million yuan. I 3 million. That green 4 million, glass green 6 million sell to me. An elegant gentleman offered boldly. 75 million yuan I buy all. Shu Man also about to speak. Lam Tan was faster. You offer high prices, but I decide to gift all to this destined beauty. Not only she but the crowd were stunned. Jade worth over 70 million given free. Surely to curry favor with Fei Bang cast bait for big fish. Shu Man regained composure and looked at him. I do not know your purpose, but right now I truly need this favor so. After saying that, she reached behind her neck and unclasped it. She gently removed the jade necklace from her neck. He handed it to him and said, "Consider this jade token my IOU. In Myanmar, if you run into trouble, just present it and someone will show respect. The jade you gave me will be converted into money and repaid double later." Lam Tan gladly accepted it. Once everything was done, Man left with her bodyguards, leaving behind a farewell with no promise of meeting again. The system notified that Man's favorability had increased by 10%. On a brilliant morning, sunlight shone upon the gold-plated building, making it sparkle even more. Lam Tan stood high above, observing the surroundings through binoculars. From this position, he could clearly see that the tall building ahead was the headquarters of Phi Bang, where today's major event would take place. He understood that he had to know himself and his enemy, so he carefully studied the situation based on the documents obtained from Phi Chuang. Phi Bang controlled 4 major markets. Phi Chuang was only one branch. The management consisted of the boss and 8 elders. They had once tried to go legitimate, but recently had committed many crimes again. Recalling earlier, the police officer had been surprised when hearing that Lam Tan wanted to go to Myanmar to attend the Phi Bang assembly. The evidence he provided had already helped them greatly. He replied seriously that he was a young man with ideals. He hated this scam operation and wanted to contribute a little. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. No one knew his true purpose. The police were moved and praised him, saying they needed passionate young people like him. But safety must come first. If it was dangerous, he must retreat immediately. He smiled to reassure them. Back to the present, Lam Tan even fantasized that after completing the mission, he would stay a few days to have fun. Perhaps there would be a romantic encounter. As he turned his head, he caught sight of a slender figure. Ameng, unafraid of heights, climbed up to take selfies, giving him below a chance to admire her. That alluring scene made his eyes widen in amazement. Suddenly she slipped from the high ledge. Seeing her fall backward, Lam Tan rushed forward to catch her. Fortunately, he caught her in his arms in time and anxiously asked if she was hurt anywhere. Ameng stood up, breathing hard, saying she was fine, and luckily he saved her. Yet his gaze accidentally dropped to her full chest, thinking that women here dressed very boldly. She took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Ameng, what is your name?" He replied, "I am Lam Tan." Seeing that he did not look like a local, she asked if he was here for travel. He nodded. Hearing that, she excitedly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "You cannot miss this, follow me." Before long they arrived at a bustling, crowded place. Lam Tan exclaimed, "Is this the water splashing festival? It is truly spectacular." Suddenly he was splashed straight in the face without warning. Ameng mischievously held a basin of water and laughed. At this festival, anyone who does not attack will be attacked by everyone. Having been provoked, he immediately retaliated, snatching a basin of water from someone nearby and laughing loudly. The two of them blended into the cool atmosphere filled with laughter. Because of her seductive figure, Ameng was constantly splashed and teased by others. At times he mischievously dodged aside, causing the water to pour straight onto her face. He even laughed heartily and teased her. As evening fell and the sunset dyed everything orange, Ameng hooked her arm through his and complained that he still laughed when she was soaked and did not protect her. Lam Tan laughed and replied with her own words, "It is either attack or be attacked." Then she suddenly asked if he was happy today. He said with satisfaction that he was very happy and thanked her for taking him around. But then he realized the road ahead was a dead end. Ameng remained calm and said being happy was enough. Suddenly, from the end of the alley, a van sped out. Several men stepped out with sinister smiles. One of them adjusted his gun and praised Ameng for doing well. She revealed her true face. saying she was a professional, the golden pig was here, and the reward would be double. He turned to tease Lam Tan like merchandise. Disappointed, there was no show you expected, and your little life was about to be gone. He remained calm, not very surprised. Everyone knew that traveling to Myanmar carried the risk of losing a kidney. It was just a pity that such a beautiful woman did this kind of work. She changed to a seductive tone and lightly tugged at her clothes to show off her figure. How about you give me 100 million Hua currency, and I will let you enjoy yourself before dying? That man impatiently urged Amang. If he dares to give money, do you dare to take it? If the boss finds out you embezzled money from the fat pig, he will skin you alive. Hurry up. After saying that, she immediately used zip ties to tightly bind Lam Tan's hands. That man looked at him with satisfaction. Quite obedient, Amang sneered. With a gun pressed to his head, who would dare not listen? Lam Tan sat quietly in the car without the slightest panic, already calculating in his heart. It was said that Myanmar was full of scams, and it was indeed true. Although it deviated from his plan a little, there were still a few hours before the assembly. He would play with them for a while. Before long, many people gathered in front of a large warehouse. Akan lowered his voice and ordered, "We are here, get out of the car." Stone stall owner seized the chance to flatter. "The boss is truly efficient." Dowda sneered. "Your stone stall was wrecked by this brat. He looks so weak." Lam Tan glanced and recognized him at once. Was that not the annoying stall owner at the stone market? That man cursed, "You Chinese brat, still arrogant. Now you have fallen into my hands. Boss, let me handle him." Dowda raised his hand to stop him. "What is the rush? There is still this deal. After squeezing all his money out, you can deal with him however you want." Lam Tan's face turned serious as he silently cross-checked the information. According to Phai Chuang's documents, Dowda was one of Phai Bang's elders. He did not expect to meet him here, the man behind the black market organ harvesting. With backing, the stall owner became even more arrogant, laughing loudly and threatening. "Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Prepare to taste the greatest suffering of your life." Inside the holding area, shouts rang out. Men to the left, women to the right marked the pretty girls. The henchmen brandished weapons, threatening the trembling victims. Deep inside was a crude operating room. Victims lay scattered with tubes tangled everywhere. The smell of disinfectant could not mask the thick stench of blood. They deliberately led Lam Tan through the corridor to intimidate him. The stall owner even threatened, scared yet, "Give up your card password and call your family to borrow money. Maybe it will hurt less." Seeing that he was still smiling, Akan snapped, "You can still laugh at a time like this." Lam Tan calmly replied that he was thinking of something interesting, inwardly calculating that handing these human traffickers to the Myanmar police would be too lenient. Remembered the special device the police had given him, a locator disguised as a metal butt. When in danger, he only needed to open the cover, and they would determine his position and send rescue. But he had not activated it yet. Filled with anger and wanting to deal with them personally first before informing the police, he would let them taste 10 cruel tortures. Shortly after, the group entered the torture room. Dowda impatiently shouted, "Enough talk, do it." Stall owner chimed in, "Yes, boss, I also want to hear him scream." Amang held a red-hot iron bar in front of him. "What is the card password?" Lam Tan deliberately spoke ambiguously. "Come closer and I will tell you." Amang warily shouted, "Dare to try anything and I will press it against your head." Akan locked an arm around his neck and pointed a gun to threaten him. "He cannot do anything." Lam Tan remained calm. "Come a little closer. Just 3 seconds and everyone here will." Suddenly, the emerald jade token on his neck fell down. It hit the ground with a clear sound. Amang froze in shock, her eyes wide. Lam Tan was also briefly surprised. Amang bent down to pick it up and asked in a trembling voice, "Why is this thing on you?" Dowda's face changed as he rushed over. "This jade token is." At that moment, the sound of a door being forcefully pushed open came from outside. Their man walked in calmly, followed by a large crowd. "Who dares touch my man?" The two sides raised their guns at each other, the air tense as a drawn bowstring. She coldly asked if Lam Tan was hurt. He looked at her in surprise. The next second he sighed, "You came at the wrong time. I was about to start a massacre and you interrupted." Their man glanced at him teasingly. "So I ruined your good deed. Are you not afraid?" He waved his hand dismissively. "They are just small fry." That chivalrous attitude earned a hint of admiration from her. The system notified that favorability had increased by 1%. Only then did Dowda understand. So he was the boss lady's man, and that was why he was so bold. The stall owner still refused to yield. "So it was this woman backing you. You came to deal with me, boss. Stop showing mercy." Both sides immediately raised their guns at each other, ready to fire. "How dare you speak to the boss lady like that? Do you want to die?" Her man shouted loudly, "Lower your guns, all of you." Have you forgotten the rules set by Brother Chana? Dowda signaled to stop, putting on a righteous front. Today I will give face to the boss lady. The conference is about to begin. I hope you can still keep that position. We will meet again shortly. Immediately pulled Lam Tan away. We are leaving here. On the way out of the den, she whispered, find a chance to slip away. She stepped into the car waiting outside and asked softly, is everything all right? Sitting in the car, Thurman was filled with grievance. Chanu died too easily. When I chose to be his woman, I knew this day would come. At worst, we perished together. Suddenly, Lam Tan opened the door and got into the car, sitting beside her. He angrily shouted, why are you still getting in? Do you want to die? He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. This place is unfamiliar. Where would I go? Let me ride with you for a bit. Thurman shouted, do not misunderstand. I saved you only to repay the favor at the stone market. I am heading somewhere even more dangerous later. Get out now. He leaned back calmly and replied, if you drop me off now, will Dowda and the stall owner spare me? Staying with you is safer. She drove reluctantly. Suit yourself, pray for your own luck. At night, Phi Bang's headquarters was brightly lit as day. Inside the hall, many powerful figures were already present. Godengui, representing the raw mines sector, said impatiently, what is Phi Chuang doing that he cannot be contacted yet? Does he not know there is a meeting today? Gang Thai, representing the real estate sector, rested her chin on her hand and said, it is only an overseas branch. If it does not work, then replace it. Send word that if he does not show up today, he need not appear again. Alda retorted, why worry about trivial matters? The main character today is here. Lam Tan swept his gaze around the room excitedly. The actors were all present. The second act was about to begin. Shortly after, Thurman stood up and solemnly announced, since everyone is here, let us begin. This is the annual meeting to divide the benefits of Phi Bang. Originally chaired by Chanu, but 5 days ago he died in an explosion on a ship. He went straight to the point. Today is a Hongmen banquet and you elders are targeting me. You want to seize power, do you not? Godengui laughed loudly. I like the boss lady's frankness. Brother Chanu's death pains us greatly, but for the stability of Phi Bang, we must elect a new leader today. Ngang Thin continued to press his opponent, claiming that this power seizure tactic should have been used against the Grand Leader instead. He emphasized that the three of them were elders who had built Phi Bang alongside the boss, and with Chanu's unfortunate death, it was only natural for them to step up and replace him. Those words made Thur Mang unable to remain calm. She suspected that the explosion on Chan Nu's yacht was not an accident, because the only ones who knew his itinerary and had the ability to act were the three men in front of her. Therefore, she asserted that the culprit must be among them. All three burst into scornful laughter, their eyes filled with undisguised contempt for the person before them. Auda clapped loudly and spoke in a mocking tone. He said that if he were to sit in the leader's seat in the future, he would mobilize all of Phi Bang's resources to cooperate with her in tracking down the one behind Big Brother Chan Nu's death. The entire hall immediately erupted into uproarious laughter, the sound of ha-ha echoing without end. Standing silently to one side, he calculated inwardly. So Chanu had been their leader but was now dead. The plan to capture the mysterious boss and hand him to the police no longer seemed appropriate. Since there was no solid evidence yet, he temporarily held back and decided to observe further. Refusing to be ridiculed, Thur Mang raised her voice in rebuttal. She reminded them that Chanu had built Phi Bang from nothing. This empire was the result of countless times the brothers had faced life and death together. He continued recalling the past in a resolute tone. So many had died, been injured, or imprisoned because of violence. And in this new era, Phi Bang needed to abandon the path of plunder to protect its foundation and seek a more righteous direction. She declared that Chan Yu's dying wish was to bring Phi Bang back to the right path, and she would complete that wish in his place, while also finding the one responsible for revenge. Subordinates immediately responded enthusiastically, shouting their support for the Grand Leader. They agreed that the era of bloodshed had passed. He could not help but feel surprised as well. The boss lady's aura was truly overwhelming. Ngang Thin hurriedly cut in, fiercely opposing the idea of changing Phi Bang's long-standing stance just because of her words. Go Dan Hai seized the chaos to accuse that Thur Mang had been married to Chan Du for less than a year, yet already demanded to whitewash the gang, urging everyone to think carefully because she was the most suspicious one and had intentions of sabotaging Phi Bang. Thur Mang slammed her hand down on the table, her anger flaring fiercely as she demanded that he repeat what he had just said. That man curled his lips into a disdainful smile and mocked her without restraint. He asked whether she had gone to the jade market today to gamble on stones because she was short of money, and stressed that all transactions were for the sake of making a living. So what could she use to guarantee everyone a prosperous life, relying only on her meager stone appraisal skills? That man was brazen without the slightest restraint, openly humiliating Thurman, belittling women, and even mocking the gang's business affairs. In my opinion, whichever of the three of us becomes gang leader, she will follow that person. she can still retain her position as senior matriarch. Ka could no longer endure it. He sprang up to shield his master and shouted that Ngang Thin dared to speak so insolently to the senior matriarch. Before his words could finish, a dry and chilling gunshot echoed through the hall. Ka was shot and collapsed before everyone, fresh blood spurting in waves, the metallic stench spreading everywhere. Turned out the one who pulled the trigger was Ngang Thin, a mere small bodyguard who still dared to put on airs before me. Danhai calmly stepped into the center of the grand hall, frankly admitting that because of Thurman there was no need to investigate further. I personally killed Chanu. That old man was about to enter his grave, yet still wanted to cleanse the gang's name. If he did not die, how would several thousand brothers survive? He moved closer, his filthy hand lifting her chin, smiling faintly as he said such beauty becoming a widow would be a waste. If she became my woman, in just one night I would make her forget Chanu completely. Suddenly Thurman pulled out a detonator, her face darkening. So you finally admit it. She coldly declared that she had secured the evidence, knowing clearly that the three of you were all involved in Chanu's death. Did you think I used the money elsewhere? It all went to buying explosives. Thurman tightened her grip on the trigger device, her sharp voice threatening. Explosives have been placed throughout this building. Either we die together or you withdraw from the gang. I will give you 10 seconds to choose. The underlings turned pale, shouting and cursing loudly because no one wanted to die. Lam Tan behind her was also startled, thinking to himself that this woman was truly ruthless. But if the building exploded, it would spare the police trouble. Perhaps I should jump out the window. With a level 7 physique falling from the 5th floor, I could probably endure it. However, Danhai showed no fear at all, instead loudly provoking her to go ahead and detonate it. At that very moment, Thurman's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The subordinates who had once been loyal to her turned their backs one after another, apologizing to the senior matriarch, but saying Elder Danhai offers us greater benefits. He shook his head in boredom, saying that if you sent people to plant explosives, then I could bribe your people to dismantle them. The money was well spent. In this era, anyone who wants to be boss must have cash. Danhai quickly won over the hearts of the gang, waving his hand with smug satisfaction. Although Chu Ka was still the gang leader in name and still held prestige, if the three of us join forces, the decision-making power lies in my hands. More importantly, follow me and the brothers will have money and meat. Relied on his raw stone quarry business to compete for the top seat, boasting that he earns 870 billion each year with nearly 30 billion in commissions, so becoming gang leader would be easy. Dowda grinned sinisterly in agreement, and even made lewd remarks about dividing Thurman among themselves. Danhai sneered that she would take turns serving them, making them laugh crudely and flatter one another. Hearing those filthy words repeated again and again, Thurman trembled with rage. Dowda admitted he had coveted her since the day she married Chanu, mocking that Chanu squandered his youth and had long been ruined. Thurman was probably barely used and almost untouched. Since the gang leader seat was taken, she should yield to him first. Her hands clenched so tightly from indignation that they turned pale. Suddenly Lam Tan softened his voice to reassure her, making her pause. It is not time for despair yet. Later, no matter what I say, you must cooperate with me. After speaking, he leaped over the desk. Then he calmly walked toward the three elders, declaring that I also want to compete for the position of gang leader. Danhai was interrupted and furiously shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Faced with the sudden situation, the other two could only stare at each other in confusion. Dowda hurriedly introduced him as someone newly recruited by Thurman, arrogant by nature. He pointed straight at Lam Tan and ordered that he be killed immediately. Lam Tan remained composed as he took out a stack of contracts, claiming to be one of Thurman's people and telling them to open their dog eyes and see what was in his hand. The crowd gathered to read and were collectively horrified. It turned out he was a new shareholder of Fei Chuang Company. That discovery shook the entire hall, cries of astonishment rising everywhere. Gang Thin confirmed the copy but said the contract was real, slamming the table and standing up to declare that even if you are a Fei Chuang shareholder, the gang leader seat will not be your turn. Lam Tan stood still amid the torrent of mockery. They scorned the foreign company for earning petty money and said this place does not welcome you. If you do not crawl back to your country, your legs will be broken. Replied calmly that as long as one earns more money, one can become boss right. Then I support sister-in-law, and that settles it. That statement made Thurman flustered, her cheeks flushing slightly. Danhai frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Lam Tan explained that if the criterion is helping the brothers have money and meat, then choosing me together with sister-in-law is best. As he spoke, he raised his hand high and affirmed that I hold a large piece of the pie. and enough strength to lead everyone to make money. Dan Hai's men burst into laughter, mocking that your Fei Chuang company dares compare with us. Dao De resentfully bragged that his organ processing facility earns 1.8 billion in commissions each year, telling Lam Tan to open his eyes and look. Gang Thin also chimed in, boasting that his real estate exchange brings in 2.5 billion in commissions annually. Dan Hai refused to be outdone, loudly declaring that his Gordon Vidao district earns the most among the 4 districts, with annual commission revenue reaching billions. Hearing this, Thurman grew even more anxious because Fei Chuang's financial report at best showed only a few hundred million in commissions. Seeing Lam Tan remain silent, Go Dan Hai immediately shouted for the brothers to rush forward and seize him. Lam Tan calmly beckoned the person in charge of finance to come closer. Then he requested the bank to confirm before everyone a transaction of 5 billion in commissions. Afterward, Lam Tan raised the power card high, mocking that these 5 billion are for the brothers to drink tea. Everyone gets a share. Crowd was stunned in shock, Thurman overjoyed beyond measure. The underlings calculated excitedly. 5 billion divided among more than 3,000 people meant each would receive over 1.4 million in commissions. Being a lackey for a lifetime might not earn that much. Lam Tan continued pressing toward the 3 elders, forcing them to answer whether they dared to take out several billion to treat the brothers to tea. He declared that if you cannot produce it clearly, you are only drawing empty promises. Follow the sister-in-law in the future and you will eat meat. No more being arrested or imprisoned. No internal strife. High salaries and prosperous lives, that is the path Chanu and the sister-in-law wish to lead. Now everyone choose for yourselves. The subordinates immediately turned to beg Thurman, acknowledging her as the true sister-in-law and swearing to follow her to the end. 3 men ground their teeth in fury. Thurman was surrounded like a star at a fan meeting. He looked toward Lam Tan, her mind full of questions. With just a few words, he reversed the situation. What kind of person is he? Lam Tan swept his gaze across the hall, thinking that the so-called brotherhood of the underworld was empty talk. Once money appears, their true nature is revealed. Auda felt as if he were being spun around, nearly going mad, believing that the sister-in-law had long arranged Lam Tan to scheme against us. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself was completely clueless, not understanding what was happening. Gang Thin lost patience and decided to act, believing that only violence could resolve this now, brothers charged. Lam Tan stood there smiling in satisfaction. The timing could not be better. He raised 5 fingers, calling on the brothers to avenge Boss Chanu. The lives of those 3 are each worth 100 million in commissions. The sister-in-law has spoken, so act immediately. In an instant, the hall turned into a battlefield, the sounds of hacking and killing echoing endlessly. Lam Tan immediately pulled the beauty into his arms to shield her, reminding her in a low voice to be careful. But losing balance, they both fell to the floor, their overlapping posture filled with ambiguity. A scramble, Lam Tan's knee accidentally touched her sensitive area. He looked straight into her eyes and seriously instructed that at this moment, I may not be able to protect you. Take care of yourself first. Thurman only managed a brief cry. Dan Hai suddenly appeared, aiming his gun at the 2 and roaring that you adulterous pair go die. Lam Tan hurriedly pulled her aside while flicking 2 coins toward his opponent. Under immense force, the 2 coins embedded into his hand like silver bullets, causing him to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the gun. Then he crazily fired at Go Dan Hai, his body riddled and torn apart like a rag. When it was over, he calmly removed the magazine to check it. That heroic image was completely captured in her eyes. The system immediately notified that favorability increased by 20%. Lam Tan glanced toward the door and saw Dao De and his group sneaking away. He stomped hard to gain momentum. Then he dashed forward, his gaze locked on the target as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Lam Tan chased them all the way to the stairwell. Akan turned back in panic, drawing his gun while cursing. Unexpectedly, Aming suddenly stabbed him in the back, blood splattering everywhere. He angrily tried to question him, but collapsed before finishing his words. Lam Tan shouted a warning. Hey, stop, do not kill anymore. Aming immediately, obediently handed over his weapon. She knelt down like a loyal dog, saying that if you hate me, then deal with me however you wish. Lam Tan looked at the scene in confusion. Hate you, why? Her eyes were filled with infatuation, asking if you do not blame me for deceiving you before. Thank you, sir. I want to follow you as your most loyal dog because you are truly too cool. Hearing that he could only sigh, this girl's personality is truly unusual. He softly said that following me can wait. Right now you have something more important to handle. Suddenly the sound of a door being kicked open rang out. Police here. Everyone raise your hands. The Ngao Dong team appeared in time to control the chaotic scene, discovering Dao De among the people of Fei Bang. Spy A located. Immediately take him into protective custody. He searched for Lam Tan's figure, her heart full of worry. I should not have let him join this dangerous mission. I hope nothing happens to him. Favorability, therefore, increased by another 10%. At that moment, Lam Tan rushed straight into the hall. Urgently reported that the police have surrounded the lobby below. Leave quickly. Thurman replied in panic, then we leave at once. Lam Tan shook his head, saying I and the brothers will hold them off from behind. You go to the rooftop helicopter and leave first. The underlings immediately shouted, vowing to die protecting the sister-in-law. Thurman's eyes were filled with emotion, seemingly completely conquered by him. The system updated another 10% favorability, totaling 41%. Truth behind that righteous appearance was cold calculation. He thought, sorry brothers, but none of you are clean. Having committed crimes, you should stay and face the police. If Thurman is arrested, she will be in danger. Besides, I already spent $5 billion on her. Once in prison, how could that money be used? That smile sent chills down the spines of those behind him. While he was still thinking, Thurman suddenly grabbed his clothes and pulled him along. Two quickly boarded the helicopter and successfully escaped the scene. Once they were safe, she said, sorry, I cannot leave my life-saving benefactor behind in danger. She looked at the Fei Bang building through the window with a trace of regret. Consider the gang erased. That is better than detonating it with my own hands. Right after that, she turned and asked directly, no matter what, I want to know why you helped me. Who exactly are you? Lam Tan answered vaguely that it was not important, thinking to himself that if she knew I am a police spy, she would probably panic and jump off the helicopter. Thurman nodded slightly, the tension still clear on her face. Yes, it is not important. Stepped closer, her gaze burning as she said, do you know why I married Chano? Because I like men who are truly strong, ambitious, and crazy enough. I, Vi Thurman, was born to belong to that kind of man. After speaking, she pushed him away to keep her distance. It is a pity we met at the wrong time. Lam Tan also sighed and said once we get off the helicopter, we may never meet again. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the atmosphere, black smoke billowing upward. Thurman cried out in panic. The helicopter has been hit. The helicopter lurched and got caught in tree branches, flames raging all around. The two raised their heads and stared in shock at the scene before them. Lam Tan sighed helplessly. This time the trouble is serious. Turning back a few hours earlier, while they were still talking, an earth-shaking explosion had already sounded outside. Ngang Thin crazily fired at the helicopter, roaring that even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Fortunately, Ngao Dong appeared just in time. She fired and took him down, sending him to hell. The tail of the helicopter was already on fire. Thurman cried out in horror that the tail rotor is damaged. Lam Tan looked out the window and saw the pilot had also been shot, a flicker of alarm crossing his eyes. Immediately after that, the helicopter shook violently. She said in despair, it is over. In the next instant, Thurman tightly grasped his hand and would not let go. He pulled Lam Tan closer. The atmosphere suddenly taut as a drawn bowstring. Perhaps we cannot escape this calamity today if death is unavoidable. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to press a passionate kiss to his lips. Outside, the situation grew more critical as the helicopter swayed violently in the air. As their lips parted, Thurman softly said, if we die together like this, then even as ghosts it would not be a loss. Lam Tan refused to accept that fate. He lifted her in his arms. Whether we live or die is not yet decided. The system immediately reported a 10% increase in favorability. Vi Thurman's total favorability reached 51%. He held her tightly and repeatedly instructed, hold me tight. I am about to jump. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped straight down, her face turning pale with fear. Jumping from such a height, even falling into the sea, would make survival difficult. I do not want to be crushed against the water surface. He calmly reassured that it is now less than 30 meters. Thurman screamed and shut her eyes tightly, not daring to look. What difference does less than 30 meters make? Ah, ah, ah. With a loud splash, the two plunged into the deep sea. Long after, Lam Tan exhausted himself, bringing her ashore. She slowly opened her eyes and caught sight of his captivating profile. While running through the forest, Lam Tan asked if she was awake. Thurman stammered, are we not dead? He nodded, saying, luckily we fell near a deserted island. Inwardly thinking he must not let her know about his level 7 physique and superior swimming skill. Before long, the two found the wreckage of the helicopter. He looked up and said, the helicopter is completely ruined. Look at the upper section over there. Returning to reality, the two checked the remaining supplies. Lam Tan felt a headache over the survival problem. The pilot was dead, the radio broken. Only a signal gun, bandages, medicine, a small knife, and a bottle of water remained. No food. Perhaps they would have to endure for a long time. Thurman compared the map with the flight route and judged they were on an island northwest of Lai Lan Island where fishing boats sometimes passed by. Thurman continued speaking, but her breathing grew heavier, her face flushed red. We only need to go to the shore and send a distress signal. Lam Tan stepped forward to check and realized she was weakened, cold energy invading. Yang energy depleted due to fright and falling into cold water. He immediately stood up and surveyed the surroundings. First, they needed to start a fire, but she still tugged at his hand to call him back. He asked in confusion, "What is it?" "I'm only going to gather some firewood and food. I will return soon." Before he could say more, she suddenly kissed him, that moment becoming strangely gentle. The man looked at him with blazing eyes and softly said, "Now go." Kiss left him briefly stunned, his hand unconsciously touching her cheek. She confessed, "When life and death are so close, why keep propriety? Since fate let me meet you, I want to do what I desire. I only want to become your woman." The system continuously reported a 20% increase in favorability. The total reached 71%. Lam Tan gently kissed her forehead and said, "If you want to be my woman, you must wait until you recover. Your face is so red, yet you still force yourself. Stay here and wait for me obediently." She blushed and replied softly, "All right. Remember to come back quickly." After a while, he brought back a large bundle of firewood, muttering that the tracking device was probably damaged by seawater, but the police would search along the fall direction. Perhaps they would be rescued in a few days. Meanwhile, gather more materials. Lam Tan approached a bamboo grove, recalling survival videos he had watched. Thumb-thick bamboo was suitable for making traps, but he did not know danger was lurking behind him. Meanwhile, Thurman sat sipping water. Feeling somewhat better, she told herself she could not lie still. She had to do something to help. Soon she took a branch and drew on the sand. Wiping her sweat, she focused on her work. From above, the large letters SOS could be clearly seen. She was satisfied that this signal would surely be noticed. Making use of the time, she went to the sea to wash leaves for later use. Right after that, she unbuttoned her clothes because they were too dirty, taking the chance to bathe. Sitting by the rocks washing her clothes, her fair skin stood out against the blue sea, turning the deserted island into a fairyland. Suddenly, a large wave crashed over, making her cry out in fright. Seaweed wrapped around her scorching body. Her man cried out in alarm, "My clothes have drifted away." She hurriedly searched for leaves to cover herself, just as Lam Tan appeared behind her, finally finding her. "Are you bathing?" She shouted in panic, "I lost my clothes. Do not look." He teased back, "Did you not just say you wanted to be my woman? Now you are shy." Suddenly, he noticed the materials on the rock and asked, "Did you prepare these? You are still feverish yet doing this." Hiding behind the rock, she replied, "I grew up by the sea since childhood. From a poor family, I had to manage housework myself. This is nothing." Hearing that, he fell silent in thought. She asked, "Why were you gone so long?" Lam Tan calmly raised his spoils. "This python is truly long." The rear part was even longer than imagined. Dragging it back was quite laborious. She curiously peeked out and then screamed in shock, "What is that?" Realizing she had overreacted, she quickly ducked down. He laughed and said, "That will not do. I will make you an outfit." He immediately began handling the python, swiftly chopping it into sections. Lam Tan carefully skinned it and divided each part. After a while, he handed the finished product to her. "Try it. I have cleaned it." The outfit made of snakeskin clung to Thurman's body, accentuating every alluring curve, unexpectedly fitting so well. Stood with hands on hips in pride, because this large python was strong enough to swallow an adult whole, and she praised him without reserve, saying he was truly capable. The system continued to report another 10% increase in favorability. As dusk fell on the deserted island, Lam Tan said, "Tonight we will eat grilled python with seafood." While enjoying dinner happily, Thurman curiously asked, "I truly want to know what kind of person you are." Resting her chin on her hand, she looked at him inquisitively. "You suddenly took over Fei Chuang Company, pretended to be a tourist to enter Fei Bang with me, reversed the situation, and then did not care that the gang was destroyed. Who exactly are you?" Lam Tan smiled and replied, "I am just an ordinary man with a bit of money." After hearing that, she asked no more, only leaning against his shoulder with a smile, thinking that a strong man should keep some mystery to be worthy of affection. Suddenly, the sky darkened and rain poured down. The fire outside was immediately extinguished. She anxiously called out, "Our fire." Lam Tan said calmly, "Tropical islands have unpredictable rain. This was expected. Since we are full, let us rest." Long after lying down, Thurman began to shiver. "I am so cold." Lam Tan helplessly pulled her into his arms to warm her. "Let me hold you." That tenderness made her body heat up, her breathing gradually becoming rapid. Her hand unconsciously brushed over his firm abs, whispering, "You are so warm." Her reason seemed to fade, her actions growing more intimate. So warm indeed. Lam Tan quickly reminded her she was ill. An instant, she took the upper hand, placing her hand on his lips to signal silence. "Do not speak, just hold me." The night on the deserted island passed quietly, heavy breaths intertwining, as the two sank into each other in the darkness. 3 days later, a cargo ship passed by. Someone shouted, "Captain, there is a distress signal on the island." They immediately lowered a lifeboat to approach. "Hurry, the stranded people may have been starving for days. Bring them aboard to eat and drink." Contrary to expectations, the two on the island looked radiant as if returning from a vacation, repeatedly thanking them for the help. Everyone stared in astonishment. Are these people who were stranded for days? Lam Tan scratched his head, inwardly thanking his luck for upgrading in time. The system also announced that Thurman's favorability increased by another 20%. The total favorability reached 91%, completing the first counterattack stage, refunding 10% of the 5 billion commission currency equal to 500 million into his personal account. Additional reward of 1 point to all attributes, advancing to level 8, and the option to choose one of 3 skills including a level cooking, level rope skipping for a limited time. In another development at Dean Pho Hospital, a patient emotionally thanked Dr. Lo for his miraculous hands. Loda smiled smugly as he watched the mother and child leave, squeezing money from fools again. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed throughout the corridor. The police presented a warrant and announced that according to public reports, the hospital director and Dr. Lo exaggerated illnesses to commit fraud, coerced transactions, and colluded with Fei Chuang Company in organ trafficking. Upon hearing this, he panicked and shouted, "What?" Clutching his head and bursting into tears, Lo cursed that acupuncture brat from the other day. 1 week earlier at the Yanjiang City studio, someone informed President Thai that Boss Truong wanted to discuss cooperation. He calmly replied, "All right, I will meet him." Going outside, she politely greeted Boss Truong and asked what project he wished to discuss. Truong shook her hand while a lewd thought arose in his mind. So saw. Immediately after, he changed his expression and criticized the filming set as unworthy of a major project. He even deliberately compared it to another crew to apply pressure, saying the other side was far more upscale. Inwardly, Truong despised her, thinking she only relied on hot searches to earn a bit of money. Outwardly, he said her film budget was probably only 2 million, hard to profit. But Lac Bang did not waver at all, directly asking what Boss Truong meant. He had been waiting for the chance and immediately proposed investing 8 million as promotional funds, asserting that publicity was what mattered. With his money, she would earn big, the figure making her pause briefly. Truong pretended to be generous, saying the money would arrive promptly, split 30-70. She takes 3 and he takes 7. He also smiled sinisterly, implying that if she wanted a higher share, they could negotiate privately. Lac Bang only responded with a faint smile. Then she casually stated that her film investment had reached 50 million. That number left him speechless. Not wishing to waste time, she signaled Xiao Lam to see him out. Truong angrily shouted that she was inflating the price to scam money, yet he was still escorted outside. Xiao Lam explained that the entire studio had been booked by the company. All sets served their film. If you do not leave, it counts as trespassing. Hearing this, he could only stare in shock. At that moment, Lac Bang leisurely sent a message to Lam Tan, asking whether he would attend Xiao Han's rap ceremony tomorrow. Her eyes fixed on the screen, thinking that someone of his status must be very busy. Perhaps he had to travel around the world. How could he attend the rap party of this small web drama? Recalling his encouragement, she told herself she must do well and not disappoint that trust. Her fingers unconsciously scrolled back through their chat history. She stood still, reading each old message, till Xiao Lam repeatedly called President Thai. She snapped back and asked, "What is it?" Seeing her smile, Xiao Lam teased that it was sweeter than candy. "Is it your boyfriend texting?" She hurriedly denied it, and then heard that once the last 2 scenes were finished, they could wrap for the day. She walked away, but her heart remained unsettled, reminding herself to focus on completing the film. When entering the scene, she still briefly thought of Lam Tan and the money she would repay him. Reading the script, she grew even more determined because this was a long-cherished project. She personally checked every camera angle to ensure everything reached perfection. Time flew. On the 5th day before the film's release, host Mai Kai introduced Thai Lac Bang on television, praising her growing beauty and professionalism. After greetings, Mai Kai mentioned Vu Nhat Pham's contract-tearing incident and called her an uncompromising female warrior. Lac Bang modestly said she only pursued her dream and was fortunate to meet benefactors. She now had her own film company, though small, but would strive to make good movies. She enthusiastically promoted her upcoming work, Strong Xiao Han. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Someone had thrown a wine bottle at the screen. Jiam Tang was enjoying himself with a beauty when he angrily cursed because the prey about to reach his hand slipped away. He was rough with another girl, but was suddenly stopped by Fu Hao, who appeared. Ai Dao knelt beside him, trembling, reassuring that this time the boss had won, receiving 100 million in compensation. Thai Lac Bang was not worth that much. Jiam Tang sneered, saying Lac Bang pretended to be pure but had already relied on a wealthy man. and the targets he set his sights on had never escaped. As he spoke, he yanked hard on the chain in his hand. He dragged Lai Dao closer and coldly ordered that the 100 million be used to crush any tycoon daring to compete for his woman. Whoever dared to snatch her, he would use their money to slap them back. Lai Dao trembled and replied, yes, yes. 2 days earlier in the editing room, Lac Bang was still restless because the film would air tomorrow. Everything had to be checked carefully. Suddenly, Xiao Lam rushed in anxiously shouting at his bad President Thai. Quickly look at the latest news. She looked at the screen. Twitter was flooded with malicious rumors. There was even a live stream video of 2 girls crying and accusing Lac Bang of abusing her power to bully them, ordering them around, deliberately framing them to seize opportunities, using unspoken rules to obtain roles, and then smearing them to ruin their reputations. Below were countless vicious comments. Lac Bang was stunned, unable to understand how things had turned out this way. Xiao Lam held the phone with trembling hands. Even Enhan Din Din had stepped forward to testify. In the video, Enhan Din Din affirmed the accusations were true, saying they once had dreams but were suppressed by dirty tactics. She would be their support, and below were waves of comments attacking Lac Bang. After watching, Xiao Lam still could not believe that an A-list star who had won many awards would involve herself. Moreover, many top actors had liked the posts. Lac Bang's voice suddenly trembled. It is President Engim, she murmured. She remembered him, a major force in the entertainment industry. When Enhan Din Din had just debuted, it was President Engim who supported her. So this must have been arranged by him. I knew he would not easily let me go, but did not expect him to strike right before the release. Xiao Lam contacted the best PR team immediately. After asking the price, she was stunned to hear 20 million, and even that did not guarantee a solution. The PR representative frankly said the matter was too explosive. With many A-list stars involved, money alone might not sway public opinion. They could only try their best. Lac Bang had no choice but to entrust it to them. She still felt uneasy. She thought of Lam Tan and told herself she could not drag him down. She had to overcome this on her own. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller informed her that her film had been removed from the platform, and according to the contract, if it failed to air due to her fault, she must compensate 1 billion. Xiao Lam added in panic that other platforms had also canceled contracts. The film would not air, and they still had to pay compensation. Immense pressure made her collapse to the floor. Xiao Lam hurriedly called President Thai. Lac Bang locked herself in her room. Hearing that the film had been completely removed, the company nearly bankrupt due to fines and employees resigning. Urgent knocking sounded outside the door. Lai Dao stood outside saying, I know you are in despair. The whole world has turned its back on you. You do not even have a single coin left. He tempted her by saying President Engim could still give her a chance. Lai Dao said President Engim was willing to take her into Tian Hong Company and give her a new role, asking if she was happy. But Lac Bang only felt disgust. Failing to persuade her, Lai Dao left, saying think it over and call President Engim. In the room, Lac Bang opened her phone and typed a few lines. Replayed the video of her kiss with Lam Tan, feeling helpless that she might still be forced to become a plaything. She told herself if she could not escape that fate, then at least she would give her first time to the man she loved. Elsewhere, Lam Tan cheerfully sang on his way back to the country. Earlier, Thurman had invited him to take refuge in Phi country with suggestive allure, but he refused because he was not wanted, making her admire him even more. Returning to the present, he thought about having given her 200 million when his phone suddenly rang. Lam Tan answered happily saying Xiao Bang called just as I returned home. On the other end, she urgently asked him to come to her house because something important had happened. He did not ask much and agreed. Soon he arrived at her apartment building, Unit 306 on the 3rd floor. While searching for the room, a suspicious shadow appeared at the end of the corridor. He turned around, and the person immediately fled. Lam Tan chased without hesitation. At the corner, he nearly collided with an obstacle. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge. The man dashed into the elevator. Before the doors closed, he raised a finger in provocation. He looked contemptuous, as if daring him to catch him. Lam Tan blocked the door in time with his bare hand. He pulled the door open, his cold gaze forcing the other to explain clearly. The man turned pale with fear. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, he confessed his name was Tao Wai, a paparazzo hunting news because Thai Lac Bang had not left home for 2 days. He stammered that there was a huge scandal, so he thought he could dig up secrets. Lam Tan asked what exactly happened, and he recounted everything. After that, he knocked on the apartment door. Xiao Bang, it is me. Lac Bang hurriedly opened the door. Her shy demeanor made him slightly surprised. His gaze stopped on her alluring red dress and slid down to her slender and captivating waist. She choked with emotion, saying, you trusted and invested so much in me, yet I disappointed you. That money I may never repay in my lifetime. So she was willing to use herself to repay him, I have nothing left but myself. If you want, I can give you my first time. Lam Tan struggled between reason and instinct, thinking her figure was truly alluring, but he had to stop her. While his mind still hesitated, his body reacted first, making him flustered and reproach himself. Tao Wai caught the scent of hot news and peeked out, so the two of them had never used unspoken rules. Lac Bang jolted in fright, hurriedly raising her hands to cover her body by reflex. He immediately thrust his hand straight into the other man's line of sight and shouted, "Do not look," making him clutch his eyes and cry out, "Ah, ah, ah, my eyes." Right there in that apartment, layers of hidden secrets were gradually unveiled. So this was the truth. Tao Wai suddenly realized that the young man was the real financial backer behind Dai Lac Bang. Yet the two only invested together. While the room collapse incident had been orchestrated by President Engim of Thien Hong Entertainment, Lam Tan admitted he was a well-known paparazzo and asked whether he could release this story. The payment would certainly be generous, though it might offend the boss of a major travel company. He began to seriously consider it, because this was a rare opportunity. The old materials he had once suppressed out of fear of Engim Jiam Tang's power could finally be put to use. Hawaii emphasized that this was a huge gamble. He still held a series of dark evidence against Engim Jiam Tang and Enhan Din Din from years ago, but releasing it meant direct confrontation. The price would not be cheap, and money would also be needed to handle pressure from the platforms. Lac Bang felt uneasy hearing this, but Lam Tan's eyes lit up. How could such a good opportunity be missed? Buy it immediately. Anything that can be solved with money is not worth worrying about. He hurriedly tried to stop him. Lam Tan, do not rush. Even Tao Wai was stunned by such decisiveness without hesitation. He even added that if there were dirty materials on those two minor starlets, then sell them all to me. Whatever the price, I will take it. Phone on the other end immediately confirmed receipt of 60 million transferred from Lam Tan. The enormous sum left him speechless. 60 million transferred just like that without bargaining. On the contrary, Lam Tan inwardly dismissed it, thinking it would take 100 million to be worthy, yet it was only 60 million. Somewhat disappointing. Once the materials were enough, hire people to spread them and buy online influencers to steer public opinion. The more uproar, the better. Lam Tan also did not forget to arrange matters for his woman. As for Bang, push another wave of publicity and invite major media outlets to release it together. However, Lac Bang sadly admitted, I have run out of money. Because of this incident, I must compensate the streaming platforms, and more than half the staff have resigned. That news immediately made him frown. What? She grew even more flustered and ashamed, stammering, I. No one expected Lam Tan to become even happier, praising her for spending over 300 million in 2 days as truly capable. He needed exactly this kind of bold talent. He continued with the aura of a domineering president, injecting another 1 billion to renegotiate with platforms, recruit more staff, and buy more online influencers. No need to save money, deliver a fatal blow. Lac Bang was both delighted and frightened. 1 billion, am I worth that much? While Tao Wai began to question life over such a figure, he replied with composed bearing, who is talking about money with you? I am talking about dreams. That sentence was like a warm breeze through her soul, heating her heart as she looked at Lam Tan. System immediately calculated. Favorability increased by 30%, reaching 82%. Tao Wai quickly steadied himself and accepted the task, promising to handle it properly. Lam Tan teased, was it not you who wanted to sever ties just now? He immediately changed his tone and declared that compared to Engim Jiam Tang, that man was not frightening. After speaking, he eagerly rushed off to work, telling the two to wait for news. They would see results tonight. Before long, night gradually fell. Gossipers reacted swiftly. Tao Wai released new explosive news. Everyone hurry to Weibo and see. Sensational headline shot straight to the top. A shocking reversal. The one who rose through unspoken rules was not Dai Lac Bang, but Enhan Din Din. The video blared with her coquettish voice, saying, President Engim, be gentle. The other side responded aggressively. Suspicions surged, and the presence of Engim Jiam Tang was temporarily confirmed. In the later segment, she turned to beg, promising to offer everything in exchange for the female lead role and center position in Ha Thur Sun. That man immediately agreed to arrange costumes for other actors. The true faces of both were exposed to the public. It did not stop there. Another scandal erupted as 2 minor actresses were photographed spending the night with Tycoon Fu Hao and leaving the hotel at noon the next day. Netizens were furious and demanded all 3 be banned as an example. 2 girls panicked and begged Sister Din, saying she had promised good resources if they cooperated, who knew the consequences would be so severe. She immediately vented her anger and told them to get out because she had not resolved her own crisis. Before she could calm down, she received news that the 200 million spent on online influencers still failed to sway public opinion. The technical department reported the opponent had spent at least 500 million, using advanced AI and hackers that crippled many of their influencer companies. Enhan Din Din finally truly panicked. Rage finally erupted, shouting for everyone to get out so she could have peace. Elsewhere, a call from Enhan Din Din appeared on the phone. Engim Jiam Tang calmly answered. On the other end, she frantically begged, saying she had tried everything and it was useless, hoping he would intervene. The reply was only coldness. What benefit do I gain from saving you? He asserted he was not part of the entertainment circle and feared no scandal. Enhan Din Din was so enraged she fainted after cursing his shamelessness and calling him a bastard. The chaotic scene. The two pitiful girls had already suffered under the filthy hands of that man. He clenched his phone until it trembled, killing intent spreading, vowing to make the one behind Die Lac Bang pay dearly. Lac Bang's new film titled Zio and Never Falls achieved a Dubbin score of 8.3 with numerous 5-star reviews. Audiences and fans were proud, offering abundant praise for her outstanding performance. Zio Lam excitedly reported that revenue reached 100 million in 3 days, predicting total income could hit 1.5 billion with net profit around 300 million. Contrary to the excitement, the one who created this achievement merely smiled calmly and said, "Is that so? That is good." Seeing that reaction, she could not help wondering why President Dai did not seem truly happy. Therefore, Lac Bang pretended to ask about a friend who had been greatly helped by a man and wanted to repay him, but did not know how. Zio Lam curiously asked to what extent, and she replied that money or gifts could hardly express full gratitude. She sincerely advised to learn that person's preferences and prepare a heartfelt gift, which would be more precious than expensive items, making Lac Bang ponder. He suddenly recalled her boldness before and worried he might misunderstand, resolving to change his impression. At her private apartment, he proactively messaged him good news about the film and asked Lam Tan to advise on a new script. He immediately congratulated and agreed to meet. He quickly appeared at her door with eager mood, thinking that investing without system refund and still dining with a beauty was truly profitable. In his mind, he imagined the door opening with a seductive invitation that made his heart race. He kept imagining what she would wear, since last time he had not looked carefully. Soon the door opened from inside, yet before him stood Lac Bang modestly covered from head to toe, gently greeting Lam Tan. All romantic fantasies instantly shattered as harsh reality struck. She politely invited him to sit, saying the food was almost ready and asking what fruit he liked, while he noticed she was overly covered and asked if she felt cold. Lac Bang, though sweating, still forced a smile, saying, "It is indeed a bit chilly today." Lam Tan believed her and worriedly reached out to check if she had caught a cold. At such close distance, her heart pounded wildly. This is bad. Any closer and she might not endure. Lac Bang's brain seemed overloaded, burning hot and freezing instantly. He hurriedly took her pulse, thinking she must have heat stroke, sweating like that was clearly abnormal. Without much thought, he pulled down her zipper. First, he had to lower her body temperature. Unexpectedly, once the outer layer opened, inside was a limited edition more alluring than imagined. Lam Tan could not look away and blurted that she was truly adorable. He seriously used a warm towel to wipe the sweat from Lac Bang, every movement careful, not missing any spot. After a while, she gradually regained clarity and slightly opened her eyes. Yet her mind still had not adjusted to what had just happened. He stepped closer and asked, "Are you awake? You had heat stroke, so I helped cool you down and changed your clothes." Only then did Lac Bang realize in shock, "So you changed my clothes." Belated sense of embarrassment overwhelmed her, and she wished to disappear, while Lam Tan wondered why she had dressed so tightly only to overheat and faint. She gathered her courage to confess that, because she dressed boldly last time, she feared he would think her frivolous. This time, she intentionally wore more, never expecting it to end like this. At that moment, a bowl of hot porridge was placed before her. He gently said, "I understand. You were so stirred then anyone would struggle to stay calm, but I think you are very strong." That simple comfort raised favorability by another 3%, reaching 85%. She moved and embraced the sturdy figure before her, softly saying, "Luckily I met you." The next morning he took a taxi to another location. The driver said they had arrived, and he calmly responded. As soon as he got out, the grand scene before him made him marvel. Casually opened the chat with Tich Engin, whom he highly regarded before. She had invited him to the Jiang Film Science Museum to find a level OC cleanroom product, so he was now here. The vast scale of the place broadened Lam Tan's horizons. Inventions and technologies displayed inside fascinated him. He had not expected technology to develop to this extent. After touring around, he read the materials Tich Engin sent. The area was too large, so he had to check carefully. The required products all had foreign names with complex data. Terms like wafer fab, class 1 cleanroom, and unit filters sounded like alien language. Just then, beside him, an argument broke out about whether the filters met standards. He was immediately drawn and turned to look. At a glance, he saw Walter bullying others. Ha-Thien hurried to support Ha-Ban, who was being pushed back. Under that pressure, Ha-Ban still refused to yield, accusing Walter of going back on his word after the goods were packaged, and now forcing a 50% price cut. Walter twisted facts, claiming the products did not meet requirements, so it was not his fault, leaving Ha-Ban aggrieved and unsure how to refute. A sudden heart pain made him clutch his chest. Ha-Thien tearfully urged her father not to get too agitated. Walter coldly said, "Do not pretend to be pitiful. If no deal, then forget it," and turned to leave. Unable to endure, Ha-Thien stepped forward in protest, saying according to the contract he was the one who breached first. Hearing a woman speak, that man sneered that this was adult business and she had no right to interfere. Ha-Thien bravely cited the contract clauses about micron standards and filtration rates exceeding requirements, demanding they purchase the full 2,000 sets at the agreed price. But in Walter's eyes it was child's play. He sneered that aside from him no one would buy. Selling at half price was better than a total loss. Not selling meant losing everything. How could a college student like her outwit an old cunning merchant? She questioned whether America did not always value contract spirit. That man immediately made a racist remark, saying yellow people were unworthy of discussing contractual spirit. Ha-Ban forced a smile, saying he had taken the foreign order to save the factory, only for it to become a burden. Ha-Thien cried, while insisting the fault was not theirs. Walter arrogantly declared Americans never make mistakes, and asked again whether there would be a deal. At that moment, cold air emanated from Lam Tan, making Walter shiver without understanding why the atmosphere suddenly turned icy. In another area, the broadcast announced that the new OC-level cleanroom had achieved a yield rate of over 98% at a lower cost than before. Edison excitedly introduced the 300 million project, along with world-leading supporting technology. Engin took the chance to hand over her business card, introducing herself as a representative of Tan Engin Technology Company from Hua Nation, wishing to purchase a cleanroom. The old man took the card with a disdainful look, assuming she was just some young lady from Hua. Before even finishing reading, he tossed it away like trash, saying the lowest cleanroom cost 3 billion for 1,000 square meters, not including maintenance fees. She immediately asked him to wait. He retorted that 3 billion was inconsistent with the 300 million quoted to foreign clients earlier. Edison arrogantly replied that the other party was Western while she was Hua, so there was no comparison. He had not expected him to be so blatant, and asked whether that was how he conducted business. The old man declared he only did business with valuable people. Trading with Hua people was no different from charity, and those around him echoed in agreement. She bluntly pointed out that using prejudice in business would only make others question his competence and character. Those words made Edison frown slightly in displeasure. He raised his voice, boasting that the technology in his hands was true strength, while his companions mocked Hua people as inferior and said women should not discuss business. She still tried to remain calm and rebutted that such behavior was no different from barbarism when a voice suddenly said enough. Huang Tha stepped out to stop her, blaming her for causing a scene and making him lose face, demanding she leave even though she still wanted to argue. Tich Engin pointed at Edison, accusing him of deliberately inflating prices for Hua people to gain support. In return, she was scolded for privately negotiating with foreigners and embarrassing the nation. Laughter of ridicule echoed everywhere, making her feel suffocated. Her pride would not allow silence. She questioned why he defended them when they mocked Hua people. The two sides argued fiercely. He said Hua Nation lagged in both money and technology, while she insisted Hua people would not always lose. Bernard and his partners laughed, saying a Hua woman daring to anger Edison did not know her limits. He held more than 2,000 patents while Hua had nothing. At that moment, a drone descended right above Huang Tha's head, instantly freezing the lively atmosphere. No one expected the person behind the drone to be Lam Tan. He did not bother to answer and bluntly mocked that the drones from your country are truly low quality, suddenly losing control so dangerously. What if it hit someone? Luckily, it only struck trash. When he stepped forward to face them directly, I just heard someone say that we Hua people have no money and no technology. Edison lifted his chin and admitted, yes, I said it. Do you have an opinion, or can you prove otherwise? Lam Tan sneered that today I will enlighten you. Even a small factory with limited funds, though suppressed, can independently develop a Class 1 filter. Under doubtful gazes, he decisively said, fine. Simulated screen rose around them, astonishing the crowd into exclamations. His figure standing against the light within the technological shield looked even more imposing. He advanced up the steps unhurriedly. The star he chose to support today was Ha-Thien. Bernard clutched his stomach laughing. A little girl daring to show off a unit filter Edison, look at this. More people gathered, discovering that key parameters matched, and even included internal data never disclosed by Silic. Edison immediately accused them of stealing Silic's research achievements and threatened to sue at the International Commercial Court. An indignant voice refuted that if you have not even developed it, how could I steal it? Haban stepped forward demanding their procurement staff testify, asserting this was the result of hundreds of workers' labor over months and entirely independently researched. Did not retreat under pressure. If you dare, then sue. We Hua people do not steal. Edison stubbornly insisted it was his, but at that moment Walter appeared and admitted failure, making it seem like a slap to his face. That man also blamed being ambushed, which caused the filter acquisition to fail. Furious, Edison shouted, "Useless fool," while the surrounding crowd was stunned by the sudden turn. Lam Tan bluntly exposed that Silic had actually purchased technology from their small workshop and registered patents as their own. That final statement was like the decisive blow, revealing the familiar trick. The crowd immediately condemned them harshly, calling them shameless thieves. Tense atmosphere made everyone walk hurriedly. Edison turned to Haban, still maintaining superiority, saying the contract remained valid and he would purchase all at the original price. Haban was resolute. "Even if you want to buy, I will not sell." Edison broke into sweat and threatened that if he did not sell, then no country would dare buy their products. Lam Tan calmly interjected like a savior, "If I buy them all, what can you do?" Edison was instantly speechless. He then doubled the price to $2 billion, hoping to regain control, but still received no response. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan was even more forceful. "I offer $4 billion, sell to me." Once again, Edison was so enraged, he blurted out a curse. Lam Tan continued provoking, "Your technology is inferior to ours. Your money is inferior too. What else do you have to boast about?" Edison trembled, asking who he was, having never heard his name in the tech circle. Lam Tan gave Tich Engin the chance to introduce Tan Engin Technology Company. This name will soon be known worldwide. The entire hall erupted with pride. Hua people had reclaimed their honor despite a late start and suppression. Lam Tan generously presented a gold card containing $5 billion, $4 billion to purchase 2,000 products, and $1 billion for long-term investment cooperation. Hathin and Haban were moved to tears, thanking him and agreeing to transfer their latest technology. Lam Tan said there was no need for all 2,000 units. The rest should be sold domestically because national strength lay in tens of thousands of enterprises. He also warned foreign merchants that cooperation was still possible, but quantities would be limited and price suppression would not be tolerated. When another foreigner tried to cut in to buy, Lam Tan coldly refused, making the crowd even more chaotic. He protected Tich Engin while maintaining order, and those who had flattered Edison earlier hurriedly switched sides, begging forgiveness. In his eyes at that moment there was only her. He asked if she was all right, and she nodded softly. A system notification appeared just as she embraced him. Favorability increased by 5%, reaching 92%. The system announced completion of the first stage, spending $6 billion, refunding $600 million, and rewarding attribute increases along with a skill choice. Lam Tan was overjoyed, finally having the chance to learn the Go skill he had long desired. He immediately chose Go Mastery as he wished. The incident quickly appeared on the LED screens. Silic was accused of stealing technology and disqualified from the exhibition. Even while being escorted out by security, Edison stubbornly declared they would meet again. Lam Tan calmly replied he would settle accounts for what had been stolen. When everything settled, Fuang Tha woke up clutching his head in pain. He looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened or why everyone had dispersed. He saw Tich Engin standing close to Lam Tan and was stunned. Fuang Tha could not believe the girl who only focused on chip research would embrace a man like that. After recovering from shock, he quickly took out his phone to capture evidence. He sent a message saying he had taken photos at the exhibition and asked whether he should go over and scold her. The recipient gritted his teeth, asking who the man beside her was, looking like a poor student. He immediately called his subordinate Lao Tran to receive instructions. Lowering his voice, he ordered an investigation into Lam Tan's identity. Unwilling to accept the girl associating with such a person, Lao Tran obeyed and left. After arranging everything, he adjusted his expression and resumed socializing. Uncle Chuang, may our cooperation proceed smoothly. President Miu cheers. Since both sides had reached an agreement, Miu and Gao went straight to the point. Uncle Chuang, we have known each other for years. You know my family background and the pressure for marriage. My standards are high, so ordinary people do not catch my eye. But I sincerely like Tich Engin. Chuang Lin had similar intentions. President Mew, though romantic, was still young. Tich Engin being slightly rebellious was acceptable. The key was that the two families matched well, strengthening their alliance. Looking at the outstretched hand, he believed victory was certain. Uncle Chuang Yu agreed. Just as the two were about to shake hands in confirmation, Chanbong hurriedly rushed in shouting. He scolded irritably. "What are you doing? Can you not see I am talking with President Mew?" But before finishing, he froze at the news presented. Take a look at this personal file. Mew and Gao, standing beside still, did not understand what was happening. Chuang Lin did not explain, but pulled him aside, saying, "President Mew, wait a moment," making the other think they were discussing an auspicious date. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped outside, his attitude completely changed. "Goodbye. We will discuss cooperation another time." Mew and Gao stood bewildered, knocking and calling after him, while Chuang Lin turned to Fuang Tha, saying Tich Engin's love life was her own choice, and he fully supported it. He even reminded Fuang Tha not to interfere in his family's private affairs. In his mind, he envisioned countless scenarios. It turned out Lam Tan was that president. His daughter had secured such a talent. Even the chip company was funded by him. Quickly bring out the 30-year aged wine to entertain the guests. Chanbong lowered his head, replying yes, and immediately carried out the order. In the exhibition area, the two strolled chatting happily and entered the experience room, causing Tich Engin to exclaim excitedly. Lam Tan only nodded lightly, not overly surprised. But immediately, Tich Engin activated a 3D projection, making him widen his eyes. He enthusiastically introduced a project integrating 3D technology, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence into an intelligent Arab system developed by leading domestic companies. Lam Tan curiously tried it, requesting sunlight and a gentle breeze. The scene instantly appeared vivid, delighting him. She explained the system could generate environments as required and allow direct interaction. She expressed great hope, because as long as domestic chip technology grew stronger, they could lead the world in this field. Lam Tan praised her endlessly. She blushed and told him to try more of Arab's functions. He thought for a moment, then suggested creating a truly romantic scene. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were standing in a luxurious wedding hall surrounded by guests and a priest. Even more surprising, their outfits automatically transformed into wedding attire. Lam Tan laughed and said he had expected cherry blossoms or a starry sky. Who would have thought the AI would set up an entire wedding like this? Priest solemnly asked the bride whether she was willing to stay by the groom's side in wealth or poverty, in sickness or in health. She was so flustered she had not answered yet when the crowd around them shouted in unison for her to agree. Amid the music and lively atmosphere, Lam Tan casually joked around, while Tich Engin seemed swept away and softly said she agreed. Lam Tan did not hear clearly and asked what she had just said. She did not repeat it. Instead, she took the initiative to respond with action. Two of them shared a passionate, fiery kiss like the summer sun. When they parted, she was still dizzy and softly called his name. After a while, she blushed and apologized for her impulsive act, while Lam Tan saw it as an unexpected gift. System notification sounded, and the wedding scene gradually faded away. The program shifted to the bridal chamber phase, making the situation even more awkward. The AI even changed their outfits accordingly, which made her panic even more. Her embarrassment reached its peak, her face red as fire. She hurriedly logged out of the system, apologizing repeatedly because she had not expected the AI to be so bold. Lam Tan had not even had time to comfort her before she had already run off without a trace. He sighed, then decided to return to school first. At Tich Engin's luxurious villa, servant had not even greeted her before seeing her rush past like the wind. As soon as she entered her room, she clutched her head and cried out to the heavens over her bold behavior. She even blamed the AI system for putting her in such an awkward situation. Thinking of it made her even more flustered, not knowing how she would face him tomorrow. She texted her best friend Ngu Hyan, confessing that ever since she started liking him, she had not been the same. Ngu Hyan asked what happened, and she gathered her courage to admit that she had kissed him today. Her best friend congratulated her, but she complained that she was too embarrassed. Ngu Hyan comforted her, saying anyone who liked someone had done something reckless like that before. At the university dormitory, a tray of fragrant, sweet candied hawthorn was placed in the middle of the room. Chao Dong excitedly called everyone to come and eat. His friends complained that they had been eating it for 3 days straight and told him to handle it himself. Chao Dong pleaded, saying he could not finish that much alone. The other three pressed him, asking why he bought so much every day. Chao Dong scratched his head awkwardly, then confessed. He talked about Tiu Hoa, a freshman at Jiang Film University, who worked part-time selling candy to help her family because her father had a broken bone. He spoke dreamily about their first meeting, how her gentle smile had made him think as far as naming their future child. He sighed and said that just to talk to her, he bought candy every day and added her on WeChat, while his friends coldly told him to eat it himself and stop wasting money. The golden hue of the tree-lined street, was usually a poetic scene in many people's eyes. But today that peaceful scene was shattered when Aka and his underlings appeared. The surrounding vendors continued selling, while nervously fearing they would be targeted. Other stalls also quietly stopped working to observe the situation. Yahello was unaware, still smiling as she handed a strawberry candied hawthorn to a customer. At that moment, Aka shoved the customer aside and stepped forward, teasingly demanding a skewer called First Love. A sense of unease rose within her, but she forced a smile and introduced the sweet and sour hawthorn flavor to him. Her politeness only made him press further, forcing her to feed him directly, making her turn pale as she begged him to let go. Only after growing bored did he finally release her. He brazenly ate without paying, praised the taste, then asked what she really intended to do. Aka slowly laid out his demand. If she wanted to set up a stall, she had to pay 2,000 yuan a month as a sanitation fee. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Yahello bravely asked what right he had to collect such a fee. Two underlings immediately joined in, asking what gave her the right to argue. He scolded her for not knowing her place, saying she dared to sell without greeting boss AK first. She trembled but still insisted she was operating legally, and they mocked her, saying this area belonged to them. Aka turned to the shop owner beside him and asked what legal meant. The man trembled and said that here boss AK was the law. Yahello could only beg, saying she sold goods to earn living expenses and did not have that much money. Aka threatened that if she did not pay, he would come every day to harass her stall. Tears streamed down her face from the grievance caused by such tyranny. People around whispered indignantly, but everyone knew that group had backing. As the tense atmosphere thickened, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Chao Dong rushed over to shield Yahello, scolding them for daring to bully a girl in broad daylight. His thin body was lifted off the ground by Aka, while the two underlings sneered and asked how long he could play the hero saving a beauty. Chao Dong struggled weakly and shouted for them to let him go. Yahello cried out that she would call the police. Aka sneered and brushed off responsibility, saying he was only dusting off the boy's clothes, then asked if anyone was hurt. Threatening words about lawsuits and the police station gradually shook her confidence. They brazenly warned that if she dared to report to the authorities, they would take it to the end. Yahello helplessly watched Chao Dong endure pain on her behalf and sobbed uncontrollably. Surrounding people were furious, but still advised each other not to act rashly, fearing disaster. Aka even provoked them, saying that if anyone was angry they could come and hit him. He was confident, thinking poor students had neither money nor power, and collecting a small fee was already lenient. After saying that, he waved for the crowd to disperse. While pushing someone aside, he met the only pair of eyes that showed no fear. Lam Tan calmly continued eating candied hawthorn, which irritated Aka enough to shout at him to get lost. He grabbed Lam Tan's shoulder, but could not budge him at all. Cold aura emanated from Lam Tan. He calmly asked whether that man had eyes yet did not know to step aside. He warned that if that man did not leave, he would taste something unpleasant, which made Aka curse about a strange foul smell. Insulted, Aka threw a punch at him, yet Lam Tan stood firm like a stone statue. Only Aka clutched his hand in pain while his underlings panicked and asked what was wrong. Lam Tan immediately pretended to be seriously hurt, while Trin Hao raised his phone to record the entire chaotic scene. The thugs did not expect the students to shamelessly act like that. Trin Hao was the student union president, and the one lying on the ground was senior Lam Tan. Lam Tan threatened that he was carrying a collectible bottle worth 2 million. If it was damaged, it would be enough to send them to prison. Hearing that, the group cursed and prepared to retreat. This time, the crowd was no longer afraid. Everyone gathered and surrounded the three thugs. Aka began to panic and asked what they wanted to do. Lam Tan continued his performance, claiming he had been shoved to the ground. Aka hurriedly argued that he had not pushed him at all. The students coordinated and accused him of assault at the school gate, even pointing at him in front of the camera. Furious, Aka knocked the phone away, which only made the situation worse. More people pretended to be injured and demanded compensation, leaving him increasingly flustered. Aka was enraged and wanted to strike again. Just then another student joined the live stream, playing stirring background music that spread the incident further. As soon as she started the live broadcast, she attracted a large audience concerned about the violence. Many people took photos of her and posted them on social media. Engagement skyrocketed in a short moment. The thugs' bad reputation quickly spread far and wide. Aka was surrounded more densely than a celebrity. Not only unhappy but panicked, move aside, step back. Do you people not understand human language? Crowd immediately showed them what true online backlash meant. Of all people to provoke, they had to mess with university students. Back in the Republican era, we even dared to storm the presidential palace. Students could fight invaders and reform society. Touching us was like kicking solid steel. In the end, Trin Hao stepped forward on behalf of everyone to demand justice. If you do not give us a satisfactory answer, then do not dream of leaving peacefully. Driven into a corner, Akka decided to counterattack. Damn it, do not think we are afraid, brothers, charge. At that moment, Visa arrived with the police to disperse the chaos. Who gave you permission to bully my students? Only then did that group begin to tremble. Are you the principal of Veem Rang University? He spoke firmly. I do not care who you are, but Jiang Film University is a legitimate institution funded by the state. It is absolutely not a place for illegal fee collection. From now on, aside from licensed stalls, no selling is allowed around here. Anyone who violates will report to the police station. The police handled it swiftly and immediately took the three involved away. The thugs turned away in humiliation amid curses. Get lost and stay far away. Do not come back here. This is Jiang Film University territory. Open your eyes and see clearly. Seniors in the school warmly showed concern. Do not worry. All the students will protect you. If those thugs dare return, we will continue to confront them. Tiu Hoa was moved to tears. Thank you all so much. Among them, Chao Dong was especially worried for her. Principal, how do we apply for a stall permit? Tiu Hoa. The Veen family elder coughed lightly and cast a meaningful glance. This matter has already been properly handled. Quickly issued reasonable regulations. As long as the procedures are completed and an application to open a stall is submitted, the school will assign teachers to guide entrepreneurship. Students in hardship will also receive financial support. All the students cheered in unison. Amazing. The principal is truly impressive. But no one knew he had his own calculations. Handling it this way should satisfy Lam Tan. Tiu Hoa responded generously. Thank you all so much. Without everyone, I probably could not have sold anything. Her mouth fumbled, and she could not fully express her gratitude. Today, Candied Hawthorne is free. She immediately received countless cheers. Wow, thank you. Such a pretty girl. Your business will surely prosper more and more. Chao Dong seized the chance to act gallant. Let me cook syrup for you. She neither refused nor objected. Thank you, brother Chao Dong. Luckily you were here today. He hurriedly hid his embarrassment. It was nothing. Lam Tan also wanted to contribute on this joyful day. Let me help. I know a bit about cooking techniques too. Tiu Hoa quickly recognized it. This is osmanthus. He nodded while washing it. Yes, the road was lined with osmanthus trees, and it is right in blooming season. Then he proceeded to the next step, placing the washed osmanthus on kitchen paper to dry, then adding it into the syrup to cook together. Lam Tan's skills had a chance to shine. His movements as proficient as a veteran chef while cooking syrup. At the same time, frying a portion of osmanthus separately with a little oil. Tiu Hoa and Chao Dong kept sniffing. The osmanthus fragrance is so wonderful. Even the people around were drawn in. It smells amazing. While working, he shared the recipe. After brushing a thin layer of osmanthus syrup on, he sprinkled the stir-fried dried osmanthus on top. The finished product was quickly completed. Osmanthus syrup Candied Hawthorne was ready. 1 skewer free for each person. If you find it delicious, you can support with some money. Free delicious food was truly a treasure for students. Give me 1 skewer, I want one too. It smells so good. I have never eaten osmanthus-flavored Candied Hawthorne before. Tiu Hoa slowly tasted 1 piece. The moment it touched her tongue, not only her taste buds, but her whole body seemed to explode. How can it be this delicious? Everyone felt elevated while savoring the flavor. So delicious. Crowd effect erupted. Give me another skewer, I will pay. Give me 3 skewers, 6 yuan each is fine. I will pay 30 yuan for 2 strawberry skewers. Do not push, I have not eaten yet, let me try. At that moment, a powerful voice rose above the noise. I will pay 100 yuan. Give me 1 skewer. Yu Yen raised her screen to show the transfer, and the phone also notified that 100 yuan had been received. Tiu Hoa kept her promise. The first skewer is free, I will refund you, but she firmly refused, no need. She took the skewer and leisurely enjoyed it. The flavor instantly melted Du Yen's cold expression. What kind of Candied Hawthorne is this to taste so good? The thin osmanthus sugar layer was crisp without sticking to the teeth. The heat was precise. The dried osmanthus sprinkled on made the strawberry even richer. She quickly asked, did you make this candy? So young yet already so skilled. Tiu Hoa shook her head and explained, not me. Someone taught me. He was just here earlier, now I do not know where he went. Someone replied, it seems he went to the opposite side. Du Yen handed over her business card and left with the demeanor of a big sister. Thank you. If you meet that person again, tell him to contact me. He stared at the information on the card in shock. Michelin, that globally renowned culinary rating organization. Meanwhile, Du Yen walked away secretly determined. If it is this person, there may still be a chance. Miss must find him. Inside a cargo hold on a ship out at sea. Harsh scolding echoed inside, useless trash. Not only failed to collect the fee, but also got arrested. causing such a scene. Enham Tai flaunted his authority in warning. The higher-ups have noticed. From now on, be careful in everything. Do you know how much I paid for bail? Aka hurriedly tried to explain. Usually small vendors and students are afraid of me. I do not know why they went crazy today. Sorry, Uncle Enham. Next time I will pay attention. Submissive attitude eased that man's anger somewhat. HMPH, this time you take all responsibility and did not expose me. The handling was fairly quick, but there must not be a next time. He bowed and agreed, completely different from his earlier ferocity. Thank you, Uncle Enham. Immediately after, he revealed a sinister smile. Uncle Enham, do not be angry. Actually, we have already thought of a plan. He intended to use the tactic of bullying the weak with numbers again. Later, I will lead 10 brothers to wait for that girl to pack up and leave. Find a chance to tie her up and bring her here to talk. By then, whatever we demand, she will have to nod. Aka felt victory drawing nearer as he thought about it. The sanitation fee would still be collected steadily. Those students were just a mob, talking about protecting a girl. They will soon know the consequences of opposing us. Enham Tai rarely showed satisfaction, not bad. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared right on their turf. Not bad, truly worthy of being the villain faction. You did not disappoint me. He was startled by the unexpected arrival. Who is it? Simple outfit like an old man in his 80s. Could not hide Lam Tan's confident aura. I came to sweep away the scum of society. As soon as Aka saw his face clearly, he hurried to accuse. It is him, Uncle Enham. He deliberately provoked us to make us hit him, then brought students over, overestimating himself. There are 20 people here. Since you came, do not dream of leaving. But the large number did not shake him. The more the better, just enough for me to stretch my muscles. The group immediately drew weapons and charged. Still laughing, grab him. Dead or alive does not matter. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan did not spend much effort before knocking them all down, letting them know what true strength meant. Even their weapons were scattered across the ground. He stood proudly among the unconscious bodies and coldly declared, not a single one could withstand a single blow. At this moment, only Enham Tai remained, trembling so badly he wet himself. Hero, no, great hero, we did not know you were a master and offended you. We will compensate and apologize. 500,000 is not enough, then 1 million. From now on, we will disappear. He desperately racked his brain to flatter and save his life. To be honest, although we do small business, there are people backing us. Harmonious cooperation brings wealth. Is that not better? All words were meaningless before Lam Tan. Today I beat you only to teach you a lesson. Money can be earned, but if you have money and lose your life, it is useless. After speaking, he did not hesitate to deliver a knockout blow. If this world is a place where money lets you do anything, then I am the nemesis who punishes beasts like you. The police officer standing at the door reported coldly, Captain Shen, we did not find the caller. At the scene, there are only a few unconscious suspects and the evidence. Among them is Enham Tai, captain of the Market Management Bureau. He treated this warehouse as his private lair, hiding part of the confiscated goods here and now caught red-handed. Gao Dong turned back and suggested, the emergency call was recorded, right? Let me hear it. As she raised the phone, a familiar voice came out. Hello, I want to report an incident at the Riverside warehouse. She unconsciously widened her eyes, already certain in her heart that it was Lam Tan's voice. Looking up at the moon outside the window, she sighed softly. He is acting as a knight in the city again. After he left the safe zone, I have always wanted to meet him to say thank you. Just that thought triggered a system update. Affection increased by 10%. Shen and Gao Dong is now at 37%. Next morning, loudspeakers at the Disneyland entrance announced, ticket buyers please go to the left counter. Guests with free tickets please proceed to the right inspection gate. Ticket staff smiled brightly as she handed over the tickets. Hello, 5 honored guests. Wish you all a wonderful day at Disneyland. Trin Hao and Ngo Tri took turns teasing the friend in front. What a grand opening, even a lucky draw. Winning 5 free tickets must have used up 10 years of luck. Chasing Tiu Hoa might cost you a lifetime. When the group stood before the giant Ferris wheel, gasps blended into the lively crowd. Wow, it is huge. Brown Bear approached to greet Lam Tan, while behind him everyone was still busy filming with their phones. Welcome to Disney. Ngo Tri pointed to the crowded ice cream stand to divert him. It is so crowded over there, it must be delicious. Lam Tan, please line up and buy for us. We will look for something else. The other two echoed, that is right, Lam Tan. He did not understand but still nodded in agreement. In front of the ice cream cart, Hai gently coaxed the little girl. Hold tight or the balloon will fly away. The girl sweetly thanked her when he spoke in confusion. He turned around and blushed deeply. Lam Tan, what a coincidence. He had not responded yet when a familiar voice sounded by his ear. What a coincidence, I am also at Disneyland. Who would have thought? She lifted the brim of her hat and smiled in greeting. Hello, Koa Triwang, Lam Tan, what fate. He was still processing the two unexpected encounters. Nhu rushed over and bumped into him with a scream. She stuck out her tongue and pretended to scold affectionately. I almost bit my tongue. Lam Tan, you came to play too. The four looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and silent. He held his forehead helplessly, muttering, "Why are you all here?" Then fell speechless. Three girls understood and boasted of their achievements. I sent Chow Dong 100 yuan to help create a romantic surprise. I gave and go try 200 yuan to know where you would be today. Lam Tan, do I look pretty today? HMPH, I did not spend a dime. I blocked Trin Hao and directly asked your schedule. Thinking of them shouting together, Lam Tan, hurry and thank us for creating this opportunity. We are truly considerate. He was so angry he blurted out a curse. Hai even took the initiative to start the battle. Sister NHU may be 2 years older than me, but in love there are rules. As for Tran, take advantage of Lam Tan not being angry yet and leave. NHU immediately raised her middle finger provocatively. Who do you think you are? I heard you are not even the official girlfriend. Tran cleverly hooked his arm, scolding his affection. Lam Tan scolding me proves deep feelings. Can you get that? He cried out helplessly. She continued attacking. Hai as two gentle men get bored easily. They need novelty and excitement. Can you provide that? NHU was also targeted. A clingy girl like you only makes men play around for fun then leave. NHU was not inferior. She pushed the other aside and retorted, you flirt, get lost. You and La Hai both cling to anyone with money. Unlike me, once I choose someone, I do not change. Lam Tan, come ride the roller coaster with me. Hai also dropped her gentle facade to rebut. Tran, you should wear glasses. Can you not see Lam Tan's disdainful gaze? Lam Tan, let us ride the carousel. Surrounding youths watched as if it were a live palace drama and marveled. What is going on? 3 beauties fighting over one guy? Each is stunning. It is truly enviable. Lam Tan felt blessed yet miserable beyond words. Enough, you are too noisy, let go of me. But when he saw the signboard beside him, his attention was drawn. Quickly read the content, deadly thrill current. The most dangerous ride in this area, warning there is danger. Those with weak physical strength should not try. A life and death waiver must be signed before participation. He immediately exclaimed, this is good. He shouted, stop following me, then rushed into the ticket gate, leaving the waiver behind, making a Hong think the guest was rushing to reincarnate. Staff member grimaced and explained to the 3 girls, sorry, to participate you must sign the life and death waiver. They shouted in unison, sign then sign. It is just a piece of paper. The 3 chased after him while running and shouting. For Lam Tan, even mountains of blades and seas of fire we will follow. Leaving a Hong collapsed yet wryly smiling. So this is the feeling of being trampled by beauties. Lam Tan lay on the rubber mat, rarely feeling so satisfied. Haha, let me see how you follow now. Finally some peace for a while. Joy did not last long when 3 figures dropped down from above, startling him. Ah, you also came up here. He patiently advised. Are you not afraid it is about to start? It is still not too late to withdraw. Hai and Tran trembled but still stubbornly said they were not afraid. He absolutely could not let NHU feel proud. Yet she alone smiled calmly. How could that be? You knew I like thrills, so you deliberately chose this ride, right? At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Affection increased by 3%. NHU has now reached 73%. Suddenly realized he had forgotten that NHU was never like ordinary girls. She was unusually bold. The countdown 3, 2, 1 blared from the loudspeaker, making the 2 sisters at the center position grow more and more breathless with tension. Soon as the starting command ended, the 4 of them immediately split into 2 opposite states, each side enjoying the thrill in their own way. Only Nhu even spread her arms and let out a long cry of exhilaration. The inflatable boat slowly left the dock, officially opening the thrilling adventure. The timid man and woman clung tightly to each other from the very start. 2 beauties completely abandoned their image, eyes squeezed shut as they screamed hoarsely, their mouths constantly shouting that they did not want to die. Panic screams rang out non-stop. It was truly terrifying. Only Nhu remained calm, laughing loudly and teasing them with ease. In the tense situation, Tran still managed to grab his leg precisely and whine, Lam Tan, save me, I am so scared. Blinded by jealousy, she directly unfastened her safety belt to prepare a counterattack, not forgetting to scold the other for pretending to be weak to win men over. Nhu removed all restraints and boldly declared that when pursuing a man, she always chose the most direct approach. Lam Tan turned pale and tried to stop her too late. Doing that is very dangerous. When the raft shot off the waterfall, even though she was thrown off course, she still tried to shout that she was not afraid at all. As she hung in midair and looked down at the vast water below, her heart suddenly skipped several beats. With no other choice, he had to unfasten his belt, preparing to act as an unwilling guardian. The moment he spread his arms, Lam Tan had already calculated Su Enhu's landing point precisely. Even though she was saved, she still swallowed a bellyful of cold water. Though he pulled her up in time, she still flailed like a duck plunged into boiling water, shouting that she could not swim and was about to die. Only when she felt an obstruction against her chest did Su Nhu fall silent and let out a doubtful breath. Lam Tan poked his head up within her embrace and quickly explained that the water was not deep. He was only afraid she might faint and cause trouble. He did not care about the reason. That closeness alone made her heart bloom with joy, her trembling voice saying that he had saved her. At the same time, the system coldly updated. Affection level increased by 2%. Su Nhu wrapped around him like an octopus and boldly gave him a French kiss. The other two girls screamed and pulled at her hair, yet still could not separate them. The onlookers' faces twisted with envy, their sour voices sighing that the man was truly fortunate to be surrounded by three beauties. Unable to endure it any longer, he immediately slipped away and told them not to make trouble or follow him. Yet loud calls still chased after him from behind. After running for a while until he was out of breath, a gloomy haunted house building appeared before his eyes. Carefully read the frightening advertisement sign, claiming this was the most realistic and terrifying haunted house. Those with weak hearts should not participate and must sign a liability waiver. After a quick calculation, he thought this place was perfect to see if they still dared to follow. 5 minutes later, his escape plan failed. He had no choice but to ask if they were afraid. Nha Hai and Su Nhu, each on one side, softly said they were scared but felt at ease with him here. In his heart, he only wanted to lament that a haunted house was indeed an ideal dating spot. Hat Tran trembled behind them, aggrieved for being one step late signing the paper and losing both spots to the other two. Not far in, a female ghost suddenly appeared to fulfill her duty of scaring them. Startled and fell to the ground, but after looking closely at the other's feet, she realized it was just someone in disguise. Regaining her composure, Hat Tran stared at the ghost with bright eyes. She took out money to negotiate, offering 500 yuan to borrow the ghost costume and conveniently ask a few things. Up ahead, Nha Hai collapsed and shouted that a ghost was pulling her leg. Immediately after, Su Nhu was also dragged away by a pair of mysterious hands and disappeared. Lam Tan not only was not worried, but secretly rejoiced that the haunted house had inadvertently rescued him, thinking that whoever fell into the trap would surely be taken straight to the end point so he could tour peacefully. He casually opened the door to a pitch-dark room, stepped inside, and wondered whether a Sadako scene was about to appear. On the static-filled screen, a vaguely familiar figure appeared, and the words as expected flashed in his mind. Standing still as he watched the female ghost reach her hand out of the screen, he could not help admiring how realistic the effect was. The other moved deliberately, not stepping out immediately but slowly crawling down like a snake. Seeing a hint of curves, he blushed and his heart pounded, secretly praising the perfect figure. When the female ghost stood before him, he still calmly raised his hand in a friendly greeting. Only when her hand slid down to his rear and made him cry out in shock did he realize it was Hat Tran in disguise. Lam Tan's expression changed, frightened enough to drop onto the chair. But when she lifted her skirt, he found excuses to reassure himself, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Before Hat Tran could act, two female zombies rushed in to disrupt. Su Nhu held her tightly, while Nha Hai brandished a giant syringe, threatening that it was time for an injection. She was so frightened her face twisted. She screamed and threw herself into Lam Tan's arms, while he excitedly shouted about the grand battle between the horror nurse and Sadako. But when he saw the face clearly, he cursed upon recognizing someone familiar. Nha Hai immediately exposed that she had bribed staff to pretend to be ghosts to drive them away in order to monopolize time alone with him, then recounted how another staff member saved them, and they decided to return the favor in kind. Hat Tran, tears brimming, explained that it was only because she loved him too much and wanted to hug and breathe in his scent to her heart's content. The system again announced that Liu Hat Tran's affection level increased by 0.1%. In his heart, he could only curse that this woman was truly dangerous. Just then the room door was shoved open forcefully, freezing everyone in place. It turned out Achak was disregarding everything, dragging his plump body in pursuit of the female ghost. Drool dripped from his mouth, yet he still pleaded for the ghost lady not to run so he could touch her once, because he was too scared. Maikai panicked and demanded he stop, saying that was harassment. His pride wounded, he spoke even more shamelessly, claiming he was frightened and slipped, hurling insults at the service profession. The girl could only keep screaming for him not to come closer. When he saw the three beauties in the room, Achak grew even more excited, praising how considerate the haunted house was and suggesting he play with them for a while. Su Nhu turned around and gave the lecherous man a wild smile, "I am afraid you cannot handle this game, sir." He was still immersed in his fantasy, unaware she already held a weapon, even pretending to cry out that it was so scary she frightened him to death, but he would enjoy it very much. Before he could finish speaking, the sight before him turned his face pale like a gravely ill man. All words vanished, and only a single A escaped. Chalk clutched the swelling lump on his head and screamed, "Save me. A ghost wants to kill someone," while Su Nhu held a stick and chased after him, laughing loudly. "I am just playing a chasing game, sir, do not run." He dropped to the ground trembling and threatened, "Do not come closer. You deliberately caused injury. I will report you and call the police." She raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Really? Do you have evidence?" Achak pointed to the corner of the room and shouted, "In this haunted house, there are cameras everywhere. You hitting me was all recorded. Not only will you lose your job, but I will sue you into ruin." Su Nhu leisurely bent down provocatively and stuck out her tongue in mockery. "So what?" She took out her phone and clearly read his filthy record. "The cameras have also captured your face. Those perverted bragging posts on the dark web were all uploaded by you. You often cause trouble at many haunted houses, live in the Western District, have a wife and work as a minor manager. Do you want me to send the video to your company, to your wife, or post it all over your neighborhood?" Chalk stood stunned with his mouth agape. "How do you know?" She pointed the iron stick at him in warning. "I have been around for years. Dealing with trash like you is easy. If you dare harass women again, I will let rats gnaw that thing of yours." Su Nhu angrily kicked the coward toward the door. "Why are you not getting lost?" He pretended to bow and apologize, but secretly drew out a knife. "I was wrong. I am leaving now." The moment he turned around, Achak gritted his teeth and stabbed straight forward. "Bitch, go to hell." Contrary to his expectation, the knife tip was blocked midair by a steel pipe. It turned out Lam Tan appeared like a hero, saving a beauty, rushing in just in time and casually correcting Su Nhu's grip on the weapon. That technically precise move left Achak standing stiff as a statue. Still dazed from being protected, she softly called Lam Tan's name in a much gentler voice. Decisively threw a punch that sent the man tumbling, teeth and blood mixed together. Su Nhu flushed red and called out Lam Tan once more. Amid the chaos, her infatuated gaze remained undisguised. She used the octopus move to cling tightly to him, intending to force a kiss. "Oh my, you are both handsome and strong. I have fallen in love with you." Even though the favorability increased, Lam Tan still awkwardly dodged. "Hey, let go of me." After a while, the haunted house staff finally rushed in to handle it, quickly restrain him. He dared use a knife to harm someone, escort him to the station. Su Nhu looked at the chaos and sighed that was truly messy, while Achak regained consciousness and still shouted, "Let me go." Everyone was busy watching the commotion and did not notice one person missing. Only when she suddenly asked did they realize, "Where is Lam Tan?" He was just here. But Su Nhu quickly comforted herself. After all, Lam Tan had intimate contact with her just now. He must have been moved. Nhat Tran angrily grabbed her hair and scolded, "You shameless flirt, daring to seduce Lam Tan in front of me again and again." She refused to swallow the anger and without hesitation rushed into a heated argument. "You cling to Lam Tan all day. Have you ever looked at yourself to see if you are worthy?" The two struggled and crashed into a secret door. Naikai screamed in panic, "Be careful. There is a mechanism behind that." In response came a dull thud. The door closed and the wall immediately returned to normal. Nha gathered her courage to push the door open, and after one glance stammered awkwardly, "This." In the pink-tinted room before her eyes were the two rivals entwined together, exchanging kisses. She reflexively covered her mouth and exclaimed that she had not expected to witness such a scene. Nha did not miss that shocking moment and immediately took out her phone to record it. Two struggled and shouted at the same time, "Nha, do not film, do not move. You are pressing on me. Where on earth is Lam Tan?" The person they longed for was now sitting on the Ferris wheel, finally enjoying a bit of peace. As soon as the thought ended, a message asking for help arrived. "Lam Tan, can you help me?" He glanced and recognized someone familiar. Oh, so it was her. He left all the troubles of the amusement park behind and quietly headed to the Go tournament hall. Tiat Nha held his hand and explained her purpose. She had finally met Ju Hyun in real life. Back when doing charity, she promised to fulfill fans' wish of getting an autograph from this genius Go girl. He chuckled that he had not expected her to participate in charity activities. She eagerly continued, "Since meeting you, I want to live more positively, so I switched my live stream to rural charity to help many people. Do you think this change in me is good?" He nodded in praise. "Very good. If you have difficulties, just find me." He giggled, "I heard this Go tournament was sponsored by you, so I came to find you." Lam Tan recalled that just because he liked Go, he transferred tens of millions to sponsor it, so he could conveniently watch the masters compete. The loudspeaker sounded, cutting off his thoughts. "Next, please welcome the contestant from the Bong Kwok team to the stage." The moment Du Hyun appeared, Tiat Nha immediately recited her biography. That was the genius girl of Bong Kwok. At 13, she entered the national team and repeatedly broke winning streak records, adored by countless fans. That genius was in turmoil after being pushed aside by a teammate the moment she left the stage. Ju Hyun stumbled forward out of reflex, quickly reached out to steady her, his voice full of concern. "Are you all right?" She blushed and replied softly, "I am fine, thank you." That very moment the system chimed. Ding. Female lead Ju Hyun detected. Favorability 0%. Surpass 90% to receive 10% cashback. Reach 100% to change identity and reverse the relationship. He rubbed his chin in calculation. Another new mission. But this girl was a professional player from Bong Kwok, so she would not be easy to approach. Meanwhile, Tyat NHA seized the chance to ask for an autograph. "Hello, Ju Hyun, could you sign for me? A fan from Hoa Kwok truly admires you." The coach darkened his expression and blocked the way. "Our player needs to rest." "Ju Hyun, why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow me," she softly said, "if it is only signing a name." He gripped her shoulder and whispered a warning. "Did you not hear what I said?" Ju Hyun flinched and could only compromise sorry. Scratched his head in confusion, leaving just like that. This coach was indeed strict. Si-hun noticed him looking and reminded, "Coach Choi, that young man is wearing a guest badge. He must be someone important. Perhaps he knows the person we want to meet," the coach asked with interest. "You said he knows President Time." Choi Eung-huk hurried back to explain. "It is not that I am harsh, but our player just arrived in Hoa Kwok and needs time to adapt. However, if a true fan wants an autograph, we are willing to support." As he spoke, he pushed Ju Hyun forward to give a benefit. "Hurry and sign for the fan." She could only nod reluctantly, yes. Then Eung-huk smiled ingratiatingly and handed over a business card. "I heard you know President Time." He answered ambiguously that they could be considered acquainted. The man immediately asked for a favor, hoping for an introduction, as he was the head coach of the Bong Kwok team. Politely accepted the card and said no problem. Yet doubt rose in his heart when he heard President Tyne mentioned. Over there, Ju Hyun had finished signing. "Thank you for your support. I will do my best in this tournament." Tyat NHA cheered enthusiastically. "On behalf of the fans, thank you, fighting." Having achieved his goal, Choi Eung-huk quickly pulled her away. "We will take our leave. Let us go, Ju Hyun." She only responded softly, yes. One tall and one short figure walked side by side out of the hall. He watched them for a long while, his mind filled with question marks as he sensed something was wrong. He quickly returned to the Bong Kwok team lounge. Eung-huk stood solemnly before the lineup of players and declared with vigor that this time they must seize the championship in Hoa Kwok. If they won, they would set a record of 3 consecutive seasons, and the recognition of their national go as World Heritage also depended on this result. "Do you have determination?" Below came an immediate unified shout of affirmation. Seeing the effect matched his calculation, he immediately shifted his target to Ju Hyun. Eung-huk leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Ju Hyun, you are the one I place the most expectations on. This campaign will not encounter any obstacles, will it?" He flinched and avoided the contact, stammering that everything was fine. Afraid it was not convincing enough, Ju Hyun hurriedly added that she would train diligently and absolutely not disappoint the coach guidance. Not missing the chance, he placed his hand on her shoulder again and said since she was so determined that in half an hour she should come to the private room in the hall for him to guide her step by step. The male players exchanged meaningful glances and let out strange laughter. Yujin even called out loudly in teasing, "Coach Choi, remember to teach her thoroughly. After all, Ju Hyun is the team hope for the championship." Eung-huk only left a brief remark before dismissing the crowd and reminding Ju Hyun not to be late. Once the leader left, the female players immediately gathered into a circle around her. Seo-jin began in a mocking tone that Ju Hyun was lucky to receive private instruction. The two beside her echoed that the coach had never placed such expectations or given them personal guidance. How could they compare to a genius like her? She awkwardly waved her hands in explanation that it was not like that. She was still far inferior to her seniors. IA lost control and grabbed her collar, shouting, "Do not pretend to be modest. Receiving private guidance from the coach is your blessing. Remember it well." Ju Hyun trembled and could only answer yes. After they had their fill, she covered her face and rushed out of the suffocating circle. Looking at her sobbing figure, they gloated and discussed whether she knew what was coming. She only buried her head and go all day, so how could she understand? Whether she knew or not, they had all gone through it. Why should she be an exception? The World Go Championship proceeded as scheduled. He walked beside Tyat NHA, inwardly sighing that only by watching Go Live could one truly feel the tension hidden beneath the calm. It was indeed a duel of gentlemen, competing with intellect truly admirable. Lost in thought, he was pulled back by a voice asking whether Coach Choi would succeed this time. Pretending to pass by, he accidentally overheard gossip saying the matter was already obvious. Every time he faced female players, he used that trick. They told each other to lower their voices, yet there was no one around. Slowed his steps, thinking that without the system enhancing his hearing it would have been hard to catch clearly. Filthy words entered his ears. They said they had never practiced with Ju Hyun and tomorrow was the match, yet they were not afraid she would collapse, because in competition she would not dare resist. As long as that method was used, the championship would still belong to them. Thinking no one could hear, they spoke even more excitedly that Ju Hyun figure was truly eye-catching. After the coach finished his business, they would also, laughing loudly. He turned back and guessed the person they mentioned was Ju Hyun. In another lounge, Lee Young-huk was holding her hand and pointing out each move to the championship seat. He took the chance to place his hand on her shoulder, saying her recent form had declined and tomorrow match was crucial. Do not be nervous. Du Hyun weakly replied that she was grateful for the concern and would adjust. His vile hand continued sliding down, saying she was young and inexperienced. He could not feel at ease letting her adjust alone, so he would massage her to help her relax. For once she showed firmness and decisively brushed his hand away. Afraid of angering him, Du Hyun lowered her head and said there was no need. She would certainly adjust her condition well by herself. Young-huk flew into a rage and slapped her without hesitation. He pressed close, revealing his true face, asking if he had been too lenient that she dared to fantasize. She stared in shock and asked what he meant. He stopped pretending and said he knew clearly that before departing she had secretly reported him to the association. In the morning she reported, and in the afternoon the chairman called to inform him, even instructing him to keep her under control and not let her speak nonsense. He grabbed her hair, forcing her to look straight at him, and hissed word by word that the entire Bang Kwak Go world was connected to him. What could she use to resist? Young-huk continued manipulating her, saying others were all willing. The whole nation and her family were counting on her to win the championship. If she lost, would they still dare raise their heads? She did not want her family to be ashamed either. Her face turned pale as she trembled, listening to the persuasion mixed with threats. He told her to think about her dream, why she learned Go, obediently listen, and she would be comfortable. Young-huk pinned her tightly onto the Go board. Du Hyun finally snapped awake and resisted, begging him to stop. The feeling of her clothes being torn made her cry and call for help, but he ignored it and coldly said no one could save her. She had better obey. Just before he could go further, the door was kicked open from outside. He appeared like a savior, raising his phone and saying he had recorded everything. Young-huk hurriedly pulled up his pants and forced a smile, saying there must be a misunderstanding. He was only teaching Go. He sneered that teaching Go by pulling a female player clothes was truly an eye-opening tradition. Thanks to his appearance, Du Hyun escaped danger though her body still trembled. He placed a hand on Lam Tan's shoulder to negotiate, saying it was only a small discipline, hoping he would stop recording and step outside to talk. He flew into anger and drove his knee upward, calling him a pervert. The evidence was clear, yet he still dared deny it. Even hitting a girl was truly disgusting. With superior strength, he kicked repeatedly until that man could only cover his face and lie on the ground. Just as he was about to continue, someone grabbed his hand. He turned with suspicion. Du Hyun trembled and sincerely urged him not to hit anymore, telling him to leave quickly. Before she finished speaking, the players rushed in shouting what happened, saying a Hoa Kwak man had beaten their coach, hurling insults and demanding to call reporters and post online. Hearing reinforcements, Young-huk clutched his stomach and ordered them to call security and the police, saying he was the head coach leading the team in competition, yet was humiliated in Hoa Kwak. He pointed at the two and brazenly slandered that while he was training, Lam Tan kicked the door open to smear him. The others chimed in saying Hoa Kwak feared defeat, so they sabotaged and defamed the Bang Kwak team honor. The female players turned to pressure Ju Hyun, saying the coach cared for her so much she could not betray him, demanding she prove his innocence and not disappoint the whole nation. He was so frightened she could only stammer a few words. He let out a cold laugh, saying their brainwashing skills were indeed impressive, bullying others while forcing the victim to clear a pervert name. Minyi, unable to argue, turned to attack, saying do not slander. The coach was not that kind of person, urging Ju Hyun to speak clearly, yet she only covered her face and cried. With support behind him, Young-huk regained confidence and openly reminded Ju Hyun to remember well what he had just said. In her mind echoed her family and friends encouraging her that she loved Go and should not feel too pressured in competition. They once said she was a genius and must win. Everyone hoped she would claim the championship. Knowing this weakness clearly, he pressed harder, asking if she wanted to destroy her dream with her own hands. Tears poured like rain as she stammered only the word I. At that moment, he spoke that he could take her away. She stared in shock. He patiently said he could help her leave the Bang Kwak team and start over. If Go was her dream, then it could be realized anywhere. The important thing was to keep her original heart and not let filthy people ruin her. During that, Du Hyun froze and even forgot to cry, her face gradually flushing unusually red. The system immediately notified that Ju Hyun favorability had increased by 30%. She gathered all her courage to ask if he could take her away. He gently replied yes as a final affirmation. Just as the tense atmosphere peaked, Young-huk suddenly pulled out a contract as long as the Great Wall and threw it before them. Relying on the contract in his hand, he raised his voice. If you want to play hero before me, you need real strength. Do you think you are truly President Tyne? This is Ju Hyun contract. Try swiping your card and I will tear it immediately. The players echoed that the penalty was 2 billion. Even tycoons would hesitate, let alone a poor Hoa Kwok man like you. He silently took out the powerful black card, then casually added a remark as if just remembering. Decisively swiped the card through the POS machine and calmly reintroduced his identity. The President Tyne you begged for recommendation from seems to be me. The machine immediately sounded confirmation that 2 billion had been successfully paid. Bong Kwok Group stared in horror. How was that possible? Was he truly that rich? Was it not said Hoa Kwok was poor? How could someone casually swipe 2 billion? Could he really be President Tyne? Ignoring all whispers, he coldly snatched the contract from Young-hyuk's hand. Before everyone's eyes, he tore apart the paper that had bound Ju Hyun. 2 billion contract was shredded and scattered into the air. He firmly declared everything was over. Hearing that confirmation, she could not hold back her tears. From today, she was truly free. The system immediately updated that Ju Hyun favorability increased by 20%. She rested her head against his back. Countless words, she wished to say, finally choking into 3 words, thank you. He led her away, still raising his phone in warning that if there was nothing else, they would take their leave, and reminded the coach to know his place, because the video just recorded was enough to make him pay if any slander appeared online. Afraid the other did not understand, he turned back and emphasized that the most important thing was that you are not qualified to provoke me. Understood. Young-hyuk sat blankly muttering in disbelief that he was actually President Tyne. Jai Chang, still clueless, asked whether they should contact reporters. Furious, he slapped the face of the one who suggested it and shouted, contact what? That is President Tyne. He alone once drove the Kamda Group in Oa to bankruptcy. What could he use to oppose him? Jai Chang held her cheek trembling and asked, then, are we to swallow this anger? Young-hyuk relied on forces behind him to act arrogantly. How could he accept defeat? He reminded them not to forget behind them stood the 2 tin conglomerate wishing to befriend President Tyne. Now Lam Tan dared take Du Hyun away. He had offended both sides. After the competition, they would make him pay. Someone worriedly asked if Du Hyun left, what about tomorrow match? He calmly replied to rest assured because he had plans. Raised his hand and confidently declared that this championship would certainly belong to Bong Kwok. While they plotted schemes, the taxi sped swiftly through the streets. Inside the car, he gently told her to stay at the hotel he arranged and rest for a few days. Du Hyun curiously asked why he helped her when she had nothing to repay. He looked out the window and said he only hated how they had sullied a fair competition. Winning and losing were normal, but character was what deserved respect. That coach looked dignified on the outside, yet was rotten within. She admitted sadly that she had once tried to report him. Du Hyun said the coach was famed and had trained many champions, revered as the godfather of Bong Kwok Go. Everyone shielded him. How could she alone expose him? He said generously that if she needed help, she could call him. She replied shyly that he had already helped too much. Tomorrow she would return to Bong Kwok and would find a way to repay the contract penalty. She looked at him for a long time and then softly added another thank you. System continued to report that favorability increased by 8%. At the arena, the MC announced that the international final had reached its decisive moment. Bong Kwok player Gu Jai Chang had won every match like a tiger descending the mountain, his momentum soaring. Every move he placed was fast, fierce, and precise, as if to prove the praise. The MC introduced Hoa representative, the young genius TGI Van with outstanding skill, a great hope of the Go world. Yet this match seemed full of challenges for her. The Bong Kwok team immediately shouted that Bong Go ranked first in the world and deserved its intangible heritage title. Even without Du Hyun, they were strong, while Hoa was merely mediocre. Pressed by such arrogant words, the Hoa side could only grit their teeth and endure because they were at a disadvantage. He stood at a distance observing, finding it strange that the Bong Kwok team was ordinary in practice, yet transformed in official matches, their offense flawless without gaps. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt, as if they had a third eye assisting them. Before he could think further, Ji Van lowered her head and conceded. Dai Trang clenched her fist in triumphant celebration. The stand split into 2 extremes. Ho was sorrowful while the opposite side mocked them as trash and told them to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Ha Ban loudly declared that Gu Jai Chang had won the final victory with overwhelming strength. Van still politely extended her hand to congratulate him, admitting defeat but promising to continue striving. He slapped her hand away and said disdainfully that a loser was not worthy of a handshake. Trang gave a thumbs down and arrogantly said Hoa claimed to be skilled, yet was trampled under their feet. Van stared at her reddened hand, her lips trembling without words. She covered her face and ran off while Dai Trang sat arrogantly by the victorious board. In her haste, she bumped into him and then into Ju Hyun. Even after being bumped, Ju Hyun instinctively said sorry. In that brief moment, she saw tears at the corner of the other eyes and thought she was crying. Van returned to the comforting embrace of her coach and teammates. They told her not to pressure herself. She had surpassed her limits, and regardless of victory or defeat, she was worthy of pride. Encouraged, she cast aside negative thoughts and promised to try harder. Seeing the person beside him staring that way, he could not help calling Ju Hyun's name. He stepped closer and asked why she had not returned to Bang Kwok. She awkwardly said she had been discovered despite hiding carefully. He then asked what she came here for. Hyun gathered her courage and said she had not slept well for days because there was something she wanted to say. So she came, though she had hesitated. She looked again toward the Hoa team, her voice as light as wind when mentioning them. Finally, she decided to speak. He asked in surprise what it was. Du Hyun revealed that Gu Jai Chang won thanks to a bead-like electronic device hidden in his body, a top secret known to only a few. She leaned close and whispered more about the one controlling that device. Having said this, she told everything. Because of cheating, the Bang Kwok team was rotten inside. As long as one pleased the coach, they would get a competition slot. He then asked whether inserting such a bead did not hurt. Du Hyun replied wearily that truth or falsehood did not matter. As long as they kept winning, the whole Bang Kwok would continue protecting the team and that pride. Just as the MC invited head coach Lee Hyuk to receive the award, he passed by the two and mocked President Tyne for sponsoring and said he would go take the trophy. Even after walking away, he turned back to sneer that money could not help Hoa win. Go was Bang Kwok tradition while Hoa merely imitated. Knowing the scheme behind it, he no longer wished to tolerate him and called out for him to stop. He strode forward and blocked Lee Hyuk path, snatched the microphone from Ha Ban, and declared that if the Bang Kwok team was so confident, he wished to learn from Lee Hyuk coaching talent. The Bang Kwok players reacted fiercely at once, asking who he was to dare challenge. If not an official player, he had no qualification. The match had ended, and where was the organizer? Ignoring the protests, he taunted that even the top coach in the world feared him. If the previous match was over, he would open a new one now. The system suddenly announced that 1 billion had been spent. At the same time, he raised his card and declared this was a World Go tournament he organized for Ju Hyun. The champion would receive 1 billion prize money. Did Coach Choi dare let his champion team play against him? Reporters were stunned by the lavish spending and immediately aimed their microphones at him. A tycoon appeared challenging the world champion, causing shock. If the Bang Kwok team did not dare accept, was it not fear that 1 billion might fall to Hoa? Du-ha pushed forward, asking whether he feared losing that money to Bang Kwok and what his true purpose was in organizing this match. He replied without hesitation that the goal was clear: to expose the truth that the Bang Kwok team used bead-like devices hidden in their bodies to cheat. Today, even if they played dirty, he would still win. The stands exploded at the shocking information. If Bang Kwok did not dare fight, it would be admission. Ju Hyun anxiously ran up, urging him not to risk it because Wu Jai Chang had AI assistance. Lee Hyuk stood aside, grinding his teeth. Certain Ju Hyun had revealed the secret, thinking clinging to a higher branch meant escape. When she returned to Bang Kwok, he would make her pay. Cornered, he forced a smile and accepted, saying wealth could not buy Go, and for Bang Kwok honor they would compete. If he lost, he must kneel and apologize and admit they were number one. He agreed that if he won, the same would apply to him. Lee Hyuk pushed Jai Chang to the board and loudly declared the match began. Du Hyun anxiously called his name, but he did not turn back, only reassuring her to be at ease. In his heart, he was certain because his Go skill had never been displayed. This time he would open their eyes. The band took back the microphone and excitedly announced the Jaehyun International Tournament officially began. Jai Chang made the first move with contempt, taking the corner and mocking that if he begged now, he could lose with less shame. He played while replying that Bang Kwok only imitated Hoa culture without understanding its essence. Go was mindset and wisdom. Until the final moment, no one knew the winner. Jai Chang cursed about playing mysterious tricks. He continued mocking that premature pride would only lead to a worse defeat. Provoked, Jai Chang said through clenched teeth that when he knelt begging, he would see if he could still talk tough. Yet before he finished, the board situation shifted and his face turned pale. Sweat poured as his mind fell into chaos. The opponent saw through his intent and blocked his plan. he did not know how to respond. While Dai Trang was still thinking, he had already placed another stone in the center, capturing pieces and locking the formation. He glanced at his opponent meaningfully and asked whether he could endure the deadlock he created. Dai Chang was shaken, his hand freezing midair because despite AI assistance, the opponent still held advantage, even surrounding and fixing gaps as if to end it in one strike. In the control room, the technical team was horrified seeing his thinking speed surpass the AI, each move unbelievably precise. Ian Hyuk felt inner turmoil, realizing Jai Chang was completely outmatched before the man who could defeat even AI. Trembling, Jai Chang forced himself to continue and told himself he must not lose. On the big screen, a violent red warning suddenly appeared that data was overloaded, demanding the match stop immediately. Chip hidden in his body also began malfunctioning. Dai Trang's face turned green as he gritted his teeth, enduring unbearable discomfort. He calmly placed the final move and concluded that he had lost. Dai Chang could not endure any more and screamed. A metal object fell out, leaving everyone stunned. Collapsed trembling on the floor, stammering for the coach to save him. The sight disgusted the audience. They had not expected the Bong Kwok team truly cheated. Curses echoed everywhere. Ian Hyuk frantically denied it was a Hoa conspiracy, but was immediately refuted because the device fell from his own player. Pressed further, he shifted blame, saying Hoa framed them, and Ju Hyun colluded with outsiders to harm the Bong Kwok team. Aimed without cause, she angrily shouted how shameless. Ju Hyun removed her cap and mask, revealing herself before the entire hall. She stood straight and declared she was a former Bong Kwok member harassed by Choi for years. Cheating had long occurred, and she wanted a fair match to return justice to female players. Direct accusation left the entire arena silent. She called on other victims to stand up and expose the truth, and warned that anyone covering it up would destroy their own future. Seo Jin was the first to bravely confirm her words. A domino effect. Many other female players also testified about being threatened and forced to use cheating devices. The furious crowd threw trash at Ian Hyuk, condemning Bong Kwok for cheating and violating others' honor. Security announced they had traced the signal to the AI development team, and they admitted acting under Choi Eung-hyuk instruction. Overwhelming evidence left him speechless, every mask shattered. The organizers declared all Bong Kwok achievements void, placing them on a blacklist and banning them permanently. Eung-hyuk knelt crying for mercy, saying he could not lose his career and honor and begging for one chance. His pleas were drowned in the crowd's satisfaction at justice served. He crawled to cling to Lam Tan begging, promising to return the championship and admit Hoa as #1 in the world. He coldly kicked him away and uttered a single word, "Get lost." A few days later in the apartment, a polite voice said clearly she invited him to dinner yet now had to ask for help, truly embarrassing. From behind the kitchen door, he replied that if she made him sit and wait to eat, that would be embarrassing. He stood in the kitchen asking whether to slice the cucumber or shred it. Bok Type turned and said shred it for mixing. Then she hesitated and said actually, he could call her by name. Her face flushed as she introduced herself as Bok Type. He immediately changed his address to Sister Bok Type and asked where the soy sauce was, feeling the name somewhat familiar. Whether by accident or intent, she splashed soy sauce onto his shirt. She hurried to wipe it with a towel and blamed herself for being clumsy. He only smiled and said it was fine. That gentleness made Bok Type momentarily dazed. Realizing she overreacted, she quickly found an excuse to fetch other clothes for him to change. Returning with a brand new outfit, she asked him to try it and explained she could not let him wear someone else's old clothes. He calmly changed on the spot, while her eyes unconsciously followed the fit body before her. She looked at him for a long while and suddenly blushed, thinking his figure was truly captivating. After a few busy minutes, a refined and radiant Lam Tan appeared. "All right, Sister Bok Type, let us continue in the kitchen." Bok Type adjusted his collar while praising, "This outfit makes you even more handsome than NHU father." For some reason, the distance between them suddenly shortened. Their eyes met and both flushed red. Fortunately, a knock at the door sounded just in time, helping the flustered pair regain composure. Hearing the urgent knocking, she hurried to open the door. Engaimai appeared covered in injuries and blurted out rapidly, "Aunt, please find Big Brother Lam Tan quickly. Sister NHU is in trouble." He had just stepped over when he heard Bok Type cry out in alarm. What? A few hours earlier, 500 of them roared onto the highway, revving loudly and even openly provoked the police, daring them to try and catch them. Engaimai chimed in beside them. Those useless fools would not catch the boss even in 50 more years. NHU led the group and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. To shake off the police cars, she ordered that there was a dark alley ahead without lights. Turn off all headlights and turn in immediately. The response came at once, understood boss. He hid silently in the darkness, watching the siren-blaring convoy speed past. The underlings exclaimed in admiration that move was brilliant. Boss is so cool. We admire you completely. Just as they were celebrating, Su Nhu suddenly heard whispering nearby. With so many in the male dormitory, can we even find Lam Tan? She slowly approached and heard the two discussing. Maybe we should go straight to the gate and ask, are you looking for a friend? We are here to catch someone. If we expose ourselves, we are finished. But I am afraid of mistaking him. Lam Tan looks so poor, how could we mistake him? Su Nhu suddenly spoke behind them, startling them stiff. What do you want with Lam Tan? Fan Nhi turned pale, seeing the motorcycle wheel close to the tea set, and begged tearfully. Do not. I will confess everything. After a few minutes of intimidation, she sucked on candy while listening to him confess. That is everything. I have told you all. Please spare me. Su Nhu asked coldly. I know you belong to Song Than Hoi. Tonight you came to scout under the cult leader order. Why does he want to capture Lam Tan? Fan Nhi replied frantically that he truly did not know. He only followed orders and was not told the reason. She signaled her men to rough him up to verify. Fine, I believe you. Mimi, who had been watching, asked, Boss, what do we do next? Su Nhu decided to strike back immediately. Daring to touch Lam Tan means they are tired of living. Tonight we capture the cult leader and conveniently find out his purpose. Hearing this, Bok Type trembled and clasped her hands worriedly. Has that girl gone mad to storm a cult lair? We should call the police. Guy Mai honestly replied, there is no need, Aunt. The boss is very strong. One baseball bat is enough to sweep them clean. Matters in our circle we handle ourselves. No need to trouble the police. Standing silent from the start, he finally spoke. Continue. How was Su Nhu captured? He snapped irritably. Who are you? Bok Type quickly introduced him. You said you were looking for Lam Tan. This is him. In Mimi mind, the image shattered instantly. Boss said her boyfriend was handsome, rich, and skilled in martial arts. Why does he look so ordinary? He was speechless, thinking, so that is how she sees me. She brushed that aside and said directly that they intended to wipe out the cult but were trapped and lost the boss. Outside they pretend to run healing yoga, but inside it is terrifying. He said at once, Bok Type, I will teach you some self-defense moves. Change clothes and come with me. Worried, she nodded. All right, he continued. Tell me everything you know. At the Song Than Hoi Villa, noon was always the most radiant moment. Song Kayat finished meditation and preached that the universe was filled with light energy. As long as one absorbed that energy regularly, there was no need for hospitals, and all illnesses could be cured. Before he finished, Ada rushed in shouting cult leader. He leaned close to whisper, there is a big guest arriving. Heard they came in a long John Royce limousine. Song Kayat kept calm and said invite them in. He walked out beside Bok Type, dressed luxuriously like top stars. Song Kayat half opened his eyes, observing and assessing the prey that came willingly. Ada introduced both sides. This is our cult leader. He asked kindly, do you two have troubles hard to resolve? Bok Type immediately acted. Cult leader, please save us. She clutched her chest, sobbing. My husband and I have been married for years without a child. We heard you possess healing energy and beg your help. He replied indifferently, is that so? Female believer interjected, Madam came to the right place. I was once declared infertile. Thanks to the cult leader, I gave birth. Song Kayat feigned humility. My contribution is only half. The rest is the power of faith. The two combined create miracles. On the surface, he was calm, but inwardly cursed. What boasting, anyone could guess his trick. He continued playing the wealthy, helpless husband. Cult leader, please save my wife. Any amount is fine. He glanced suspiciously. Are you truly husband and wife? He retorted. My wife is a few years older. Is that a problem? Bok Type quickly kissed him lightly to calm him. Do not be angry. Before the cult leader, we must be sincere to be healed. He casually wrapped an arm around her waist, then released. She pretended shyness. The cult leader is watching. Bok Type lowered her head, apologizing. My husband is sensitive about age because he married into my family. Song Kayat mostly believed and said the energy fee is 3 million, twice a week for 1 month, and you will recover. Do you agree? He immediately took out the black card. Money is not an issue. I will pay 5 million. Can the time be shortened? Rejoiced inwardly but spoke loftily. Money is unimportant. I see strong faith in you. Let Madam stay 1 week and I guarantee full recovery. Song Kayat led Bok Type to the right, saying, Madam, please follow me. Ada guided Lam Tan to the left to pay and suggested staying for vegetarian lunch and a tour. Hearing him agree, he thought happily another big fish, both money and beauty gain. Standing before Bok Type, Song Kayat removed his shirt, saying he would transmit cosmic energy. His actions might cause misunderstanding, but she must not question, only trust absolutely. Blindfolded, she softly replied, I understand. He licked his lips and reached out, saying he would touch her shoulder. Do not be afraid. That moment, Bok Type also raised her hand proactively, making him praise her inwardly. But before he could act, she swiftly struck the pressure point behind his ear. Song Kayat groaned once and collapsed, a suspicious liquid seeping from his mouth. Seeing him motionless on the floor, Bok Type clenched her fists, thinking finally it worked. Before acting, he had instructed carefully. Sister Bok Type did very well. In minutes she grasped the secret. She practiced several times and exclaimed excitedly that pressing this point could render someone unconscious, but only when the target stood still could she strike accurately. He tied up that lecherous man and followed instructions carefully, so we must act convincingly, deceive the cult leader. Deal with him, then find the surveillance room to locate Su NHU. Upon finding the monitoring room, Bok type was shaken. It was true. He was too sharp and guessed the cult nature correctly. Cult leader trusted no believer. So besides the security room cameras, there had to be a larger secret control center. Outside the building, he calmly followed Ada as if without any guard. That moment the phone rang, stopping him. "Hello, boss Lai, what is it?" Bok type spoke rapidly. "The plan succeeded. I entered the surveillance room and saw NHU. She is locked in the west wine cellar." Looking at the screen, she reported urgently, "They are torturing her before many people. Should we call the police?" He immediately assigned tasks. "Police would take 15 minutes and be too late. I will rescue her first. You report now and record everything as evidence." He knocked Ada unconscious and rushed off. "How many people are in the cellar, and are they armed?" Bok type answered honestly, 18 men. "The image is blurry, so unclear what they hold. Even their faces are indistinct." In the sealed room, a band beat her while interrogating. "Do you know Lam Tan?" The one beside him joined in, still refusing to speak. Though covered in injuries, Su NHU remained tough. "What is wrong? Did you not eat? Call the rest up. Bullying my underlings is nothing impressive." He raised steel pliers, threatening, "Do you believe I will pull out all your teeth?" She laughed, opening her mouth. "I happen to have 2 wisdom teeth. Help me pull them." Duthan angrily kicked his accomplice useless. He switched to dialect, saying, "Are you tired of living?" Su NHU shot back, "I do not understand dog language. Speak human." He smiled wickedly and snapped his fingers. "Dying is not easy. My brothers and I will take turns playing with you until you are ruined." The man beside him pulled down his pants, adding, "Your underlings are not idle either. Everyone will join, male or female, none spare." After threatening, he pressed again. "What background does Lam Tan have that a student is so wealthy?" A chalk cried in pain, "Boss, just tell them I cannot endure. He does not even treat you as girlfriend. Sacrificing is not worth it." Su NHU glared at him like a blade. "Useless. I misjudged you." She curled her lips, proposing a bet. "If I reveal half a word about Lam Tan, I call you father. Otherwise, you call me grandmother." Than grabbed her collar. "Fine. I will start from the top." Before he could act, the door behind was kicked open, knocking down the 2 nearest men. They all turned in shock and fear. He flicked a few stones in his hand and smiled. "Lively crowd. Is Song Than Hoi hosting a party? Let me join." She had not cried under torture, but seeing him appear, Su NHU burst into tears. Lam Tan. Before tears fell, she regained sense and shouted, "Run quickly. It is dangerous here." Song Ha, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Did not expect you to come yourself." He stood between 2 rows of disciples, pretending dignity. "Saves me trouble. Thank you for coming to die." He paused, intending to speak. "Are you not?" The old man also froze, his face hardening. As if recalling something, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. He spread his arms theatrically. "I am the representative of the cosmic holy realm, the embodiment of universal energy. I can appear everywhere and know everything." He glared at him. "Earthling, what do you use to fight me?" A stone answered, flying straight into his forehead. "Strong enough to draw blood, but not gruesome." Shook his head in boredom. "If you are twins, just say twins," pretending divinity. I was startled for 2 minutes. So Song Than Hoi has 2 identical cult leaders. Seeing the leader struck down, the disciples went mad and charged. Daring to touch the cult leader means death. He used his long legs in a sweeping arc. Several fell before touching him. Duthan and Kayat drew 2 automatic crossbows and shot sharp bolts toward him. Su NHU could only call his name helplessly, Lam Tan. But with protagonist momentum, those bolts were like child play. He caught them barehanded. Her eyes shone brightly as she cheered proudly. "So cool." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Kaido immediately ordered, "Control the hostage." They pressed a blade to Su NHU neck and waited arrogantly for him to surrender. He remained calm and picked up large stones to hurl at them. Stones flew swiftly, striking each man as if calling roll, sending them sprawling in her astonishment. He said coldly that he would give them 1 chance, the air freezing as each word rang clearly. "Leave Song Than Hoi immediately and never return." His gaze was icy. If they insisted on staying, then do not blame him for showing no mercy. Hearing that, many followers panicked and fled, but 2 still stood firm. He asked lightly, "Not leaving?" One lifted his chin and replied, "Interesting. We swept through Hua Zia gyms and none dared fight. Make your move." He said no more and charged with a flurry of kicks. Duthan rushed in as well. "No matter how you dodge, you will take a hit." Their blazing momentum did not last long before both received a decisive blow from him. His ears still ringing from their insults, he spun and added another kick that sent Duthan crashing down. Seeing his fellow disciple fall, Kaido angrily rushed to assist. His powerful kick became meaningless when he lightly sidestepped to evade. Thinking he aimed for the head, Kaido confidently raised his arm to block. Instead, he punched straight into his abdomen and flung him toward the wall. Disdainful of their flawed style, he remarked that their leg techniques were full of gaps, good for show but not to compare with Hua Zia hand combat. Su looked at the man untying her, her eyes shining. "Thank you for saving me. You are so cool." Hearing that while bending to loosen the ropes, he paused slightly. Her beautiful face, stained with a bit of blood, still made his heart stir inexplicably. He brushed her hair aside to examine the wound and apologized for letting her suffer, making her blush and whisper, "Lam Tan." Moved by the hero saving the beauty, Su suddenly lunged and kissed him passionately. Before he could break free from the kiss, the unusual sensation at his rear made him instantly alert. He quickly pulled away and muttered, "Stop." Even in danger, he had to protect himself. The system suddenly displayed a notification that NHU favorability increased by 8%. Boys witnessing the scene had eyes shining, faces like they had won a group prize. He swiftly pressed the Tianjing acupoint on her to escape her clinginess. The sudden numbness made NHU cry out in pain. "It tingles." Yet he coldly reminded her to untie her girlfriends. The police were coming. Still not fully out of her infatuation, she teased, "Lam Tan was my kissing skill, all right. That was my first kiss," leaving him to sigh in exasperation that one must guard oneself outside. The phone in his pocket vibrated insistently, forcing him to answer at once. It was Bok type. Just hearing her voice, he knew something was wrong. She said worriedly that she feared the cult leader would wake, so she pressed the unconscious point several more times. Now he was convulsing uncontrollably. Hearing that he almost lost his footing, before he steadied himself, she continued. More importantly, during the convulsions, he muttered, "President Engim, rest assured I will capture Lam Tan." Who is President Engim? Song Than Hoi Villa. The sunlight still shone brightly as if no storm had occurred. Seeing her daughter return safely, Bok type hugged her tightly. NHU. NHU choked out, "Mom." After hugging her, she scolded gently, "Are you hurt? Why be so reckless? Do not do this again." She pouted, saying it was just a slip, if not for them having. Before she finished, Bok type hurriedly asked Lam Tan to persuade her, but he changed the topic and asked where his computer was. She answered in the surveillance room. NHU suddenly switched to rare curiosity mode. Seeing him enter the room, she tilted her head and asked her mother, "Are you close to Lam Tan? He even calls you by name." She blushed and stammered it is nothing. After waiting and seeing no one come out, she quietly stepped into the surveillance room and asked, "Did you find it?" Seeing him focused on the screen without replying, she leaned closer. "What are you watching?" On the screen were clear messages between Song Kayat and President Engim, maliciously demanding Lam Tan be delivered. "I want Lam Tan alive. Rest assured I will succeed. As for slow development because Hua Zia people are harder to deceive, I brought you here to make money, not to hear excuses. Even Secretary Tiu Lam of Dai Lap Bang is more useful than you." NHU read in shock, speechless. Scrolling down, she saw them discussing staging a grand act for Lak Bang. They laughed, saying tomorrow auction was a trap for that toy. They would play with her, then sell her abroad, making NHU shiver. Lam Tan this is. He immediately left, telling her to stay and wait for the police. He had to prepare for tomorrow auction, then strode off without looking back. The next day at Jiang Cinema Center, the fresh air made people alert. Tiu Lam knocked on the dressing room door, reminding Dai Tong to hurry for the auction. Lak Bang had not emerged. She revealed a calculating smile. Everything was ready. "Do not blame me, as President Engim gave me too many benefits." Hearing the call, Lak Bang zipped her dress and replied, "Coming." She walked out holding her phone, thinking if she won the bid she would earn more for Brother Tan. He would surely praise her. Seeing the caller named Lam Tan, she happily answered, "Brother Lam Tan." On the other end, he spoke sternly that something important required her to listen carefully. Lak Bang walked while coolly telling Tiu Lam to prepare for the auction, while Tiu Lam quietly informed President Engim she was on her way. Lai Dao reported breathlessly that the plan was proceeding smoothly. Dai Lak Bang would go bankrupt buying overpriced land. Song Than Hoi also said Lam Tan had been captured. President Engim excitedly hugged the person beside him and ordered the car prepared. He wanted to see Dai Lap Bang despair. He laughed wildly and ordered Lam Tan eyes gouged first. When Lak Bang returned, he would torture him before her. After finishing, he changed into luxurious attire to attend the meeting with Lai Dao. Upon arrival, someone approached, greeting President Engim, also here to bid. He shook hands with President Thian, saying he came just to observe. The other flattered that Engim Group operated in many fields worth billions. President Engim smiled faintly and asked which land they targeted. They awkwardly replied they were only looking as prices were too high. Responded indifferently, "Is that so?" Seizing the moment, they shifted attention to the noisy reporters. Lak Bang's appearance stirred the hall. Reporters bombarded her with questions about the project and why she joined the auction. She smiled at the camera, saying vaguely she wanted land for a film studio. Details could not be revealed yet. From afar, President Engim gazed at her greedily. The more he looked, the more he desired to possess. Li Dao came, saying the private box was ready. He nodded, yet kept glancing at the beauty. Before entering, he saw Thian High Group move into the adjacent room. He overheard them discussing using back channels to secure prime land in Jiangtai district. Key project N931. He was shocked because N931 was a national project, rumor he himself had fabricated. Recalling Tiu Lam words about Tay district planning and N931 skyrocketing, Lac Bang had believed the report and resolved to bid. He even presented numerous fabricated analyses, convincing Lac Bang N931 would yield huge profit, and she must go all out. President Engim began connecting the dots. Why had the fake news leaked and been believed as true? Listening outside, he heard them lament that the prime land would fall to Dai Lac Bang, and none dared compete except President Engim. Sensing something wrong, he hurriedly called Tay District for clarification. A familiar teasing voice answered, "Old Engim, what wind brings you?" Went straight to ask about N931 updates. The other irritably asked what he meant. President Engim shouted, "Stop joking, what is happening? Do you still want your position?" The other hurriedly explained the once rumored bad land now had new planning documents from higher authorities. The news over the phone made his face pale. N931 had been designated a key development zone with value multiplied. He roared angrily that if he had not called, how long would they hide it? Or were they afraid of the one behind Lac Bang? A district lay sprawled on the cold floor, pleading for him to listen. But before finishing, the line roared and hung up. "If that land falls into others' hands, I will take your life." Looking at the dark screen, he raised his bruised face toward Su Nhu fearfully. "Is that enough?" She stomped on him and twirled the stick in her hand threateningly. "Not bad, your acting was convincing." Tay District trembled, asking if he could leave. She coldly turned away, ordering the people behind to rush in and teach him a lesson. Let the director sleep. The bribery evidence was planted. After calling police, disperse. In the spacious auction hall, the MC signaled to display images of land N931 at the foot of Jiangtai District Mountain. Starting price 20 million with promising prospects. After a brief overview, he loudly announced the opening bid at 20 million, each increment minimum 5 million. The crowd considered briefly, then called out 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. Lac Bang made a bold move, decisively raising it straight to 50 million. Before enjoying the advantage, someone immediately bid 55 million. Tiu Lam whispered that the opponent seemed aware of the land value and would not give up easily. Lac Bang calmly replied then she would state her estimated price. She raised her hand and firmly declared 200 million. The entire hall buzzed at that number, 200 million. The man who had bid eagerly earlier now fell silent, staring at her, as if she were insane. Not only him, but many murmured scornfully that the location was poor and traffic inconvenient. Even planting sugarcane might not recoup costs. Why would Dai Lac Bang buy land instead of filming? Tiu Lam hurried to reassure that they did not know the true potential. If they understood, even hundreds of billions could not buy it, making Lac Bang hesitate slightly. The MC quickly pressed on. 200 million once, 200 million twice. Hearing that, she smiled in satisfaction, thinking the assigned task was complete. At that moment, President Engim interrupted, startling everyone. 300 million. Hearing the familiar voice, Tiu Lam froze, unable to react. Seeing President Engim appear, her throat tightened and her heart churned. Why is he here? Looked at Tiu Lam and lowered his voice. "I want this piece of land." Just as Tiu Lam was about to speak, Lac Bang held her shoulder. "We cannot lose." She raised the price to 600 million, startling Tiu Lam into crying out for her to wait. General Manager Engim gritted his teeth and followed with 800 million, then growled at Tiu Lam. "Did you not say Lac Bang only had 200 million? Lac Bang immediately called out 1 billion, making him furious as he demanded an explanation. Tiu Lam hurriedly explained that she truly did not have much money, then turned to beg Lac Bang not to raise it further because they lacked funds. The two sides argued fiercely like a ping-pong match, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. People behind mocked him. Could it be that General Manager Engim also misjudged, throwing a pile of money away for a nameless plot of land? Thian Hai even chimed in, asking what he was doing. Faced with the ridicule, General Manager Engim calmly replied, "Do you think I know nothing?" His meaningful words leaving them stunned. Thought everyone was hiding something and let it pass. Then turned to Lac Bang and threatened her to withdraw immediately, or she would not see the person she wanted to see. Struck at her weakness, Lac Bang panicked and asked what he meant and what he had done to him. Seeing her flustered, he sneered and told her to think for herself. Countless terrible scenarios flashed through her mind, her voice trembling as she begged him to spare him, saying she would accept anything he wanted, just do not touch him. She hardened her tone. "Is it not this land you want? Release him and I will stop." He laughed coldly and said she dared to threaten him. Without another word, she slapped him hard, snapping his head to the side. He clutched his cheek and cursed in the hall, "You bitch, what do you want?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, as if a storm was about to break. Lack Bang stared straight at him. "Even if I stop, you will not spare him. Then I am no longer afraid. If he dies, I will drag you down with him." She continued the duel between the two of them. 1.5 billion. Number shook the entire hall. General Manager Engim shouted in rage. He stepped forward to face him. "I would rather destroy what you want than let you threaten me. Release him." Tiu Lam came to her senses and quickly tried to stop her. "But our account does not have enough money." Bang said coldly to sell the film rights. "Sell the company, sell the house, sell all the jewelry. I must save Lam Tan at all costs." In front of everyone, General Manager Engim roared curses, unable to maintain his dignity. He said resentfully that if she lacked money, he could lend it to her. Thian Hai and the others also offered to contribute 500 million, 300 million, 600 million, saying they owed her a favor. Forced into a corner, General Manager Engim could only grit his teeth and glare at them. Host called out 1.5 billion once, twice. Lack Bang decisively raised it to 2.9 billion. Hearing that number, General Manager Engim turned pale without a trace of blood. The entire hall erupted. 2.9 billion just for one man. Dai Lack Bang was truly that resolute. Remembering what Quan Tay said about its future value multiplying many times, he gritted his teeth. "Do you think 2.9 billion can scare me?" He shouted 4 billion, boasting that the Engim Corporation lacked no money. Lai Dao hurriedly tried to stop him because it was nearly all their capital. Before she could finish speaking, he angrily slapped her. "What right do you have to question me? Or do you want to stand with Lack Bang?" Frightened, she knelt down and opened her tablet to mobilize all the corporation funds. He coldly urged her to hurry. The host loudly called 4 billion once, twice. "Is there anyone else bidding?" Because Lack Bang remained silent, no one dared to speak. The host finalized the price at 4 billion. The land belonged to General Manager Engim. He laughed triumphantly. The crowd whispered, General Manager Engim was truly wealthy. How dared Lack Bang compete with him? He lifted her chin in contempt. Unfortunately, her resistance was still a failure. Seeing her silent, he grew more smug. "I like that stubborn look. Behave obediently and I will spare him." Forcing down the nausea rising in her throat, she sneered and shoved his hand away. "Really, I doubt it. He is not in your hands at all. You are just putting on a show to anger me." Before she could react, he instinctively dialed a familiar number. "Is this your last hope? What I enjoy most is crushing other people's hope. I will let you see him, but I cannot guarantee he will remain intact. I have already had him dealt with. Why can I not get through?" That moment, a strange sound echoed through the hall, inviting everyone to look up. Seeing Lam Tan appear, he was speechless, his face ashen as he stammered his name. The gossiping crowd was also stunned. He lost control and shouted, "How are you still safe? Could it be?" Lam Tan calmly looked at the man before him like a beast driven into a corner. "That is right. Everything was just a play prepared for you. You acted very well, Bang Bang." Hearing the praise, she smiled and replied that she had been afraid of overdoing it and making him suspicious. When he informed her of the plan, she had been very worried. Amid bursts of laughter, General Manager Engim stood like a villain who had forgotten his lines, trembling with anger. Impossible, since when? He turned and scolded Tiu Lam. "You colluded with her to harm me," making her burst into tears in fear. "I know nothing." Even at the end, he remained aggressive. Lam Tan said coldly, "You must taste the full consequences to understand." The unexpected trump card was Tich Engin, who publicly revealed evidence before everyone. Her company hacked his phone in just minutes. Tracing the secret contact was not difficult. She looked meaningfully at Thian Hai and said, "You are suspicious yet arrogant. If we tell you directly, you would not believe it, but what if you deduce it yourself?" Crowd chimed in with mocking laughter. "Did we not advise you not to buy it? You decided yourself." Lam Tan's words were like a fatal blade that made him grit his teeth. "At first you only suspected, but after hearing Director Bao speak, you completely believed that Plot N931 had great value." Under the coordination of experts, Director Bao had been restrained. To NHU held a baton and led people away from Quan Tay. "I will handle the rest." With the backing of Ngao Dong, Lam Tan declared like thunder, "You will not go bankrupt over a few billion, but because of a series of charges such as tax evasion, violence, even murder." General Manager Engim's face darkened, but he still forced a rebuttal. "Impossible. Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I will believe it? My enterprise is so large, and you say it can be handled in a few hours." Lam Tan turned to Tich Engin and said it could begin. She smiled with interest. "It is time for you to see reality." A light clap was enough to make his phone ring incessantly. Bad news flooded in. Stocks plummeted. Losses of hundreds of billions. Factories were sealed, working capital vanished, the board of directors fled. He stood frozen. Lam Tan added that spending billions to buy land worth 20 million was his own doing. Now he had nothing left. His life's foundation collapsed. He clutched his head and wailed, "Impossible, I have not lost. I still have money and connections. I can borrow from the bank." Lam Tan pointed at the screen. "If you are still unconvinced, then keep watching." Large screen showed Tayat NHA live streaming. "We are publicly exposing the illegal acts of General Manager Engin. Your act of threatening Lac Bang has already been exposed. Many other matters will continue to be uncovered." Each secret was laid bare. Netizens immediately clipped and spread them. This time he was truly finished. There is no saving it. The police have been notified. When footage of the factory being sealed appeared, netizens cheered with joy. Lam Tan reminded him softly that the live stream had begun the moment he stepped into the hall. Partners and banks successively announced the termination of cooperation and demanded repayment. Insurance companies also liquidated assets. He smashed his phone in fury. Losing control, he lunged toward Lac Bang. "If I die, you will not live in peace." A kick from behind struck his leg. Lam Tan's blow forced him to kneel before her. Seizing the chance, Lac Bang kicked him hard in the face. "You will pay for the rest of your life." He began rambling like a madman. "I am not finished. I will start over." He rolled on the ground, screaming revenge. The police approached and demanded cooperation with the investigation. Guests retreated in fear. The police reported that General Manager Engin had been arrested, ignoring his continued rant about Dong's sun rising again. Ngao Dong let out a breath of relief. No further support was needed. The case was over. Subordinates seized the chance to flatter. The screen went dark. She reflected on how smoothly the case had been solved because someone had provided detailed evidence, as if everything had been prepared. She suddenly thought of that man. Her face flushed. Who exactly was he? The system reported that Ngao Dong's favorability increased by 15%, reaching 52%. Glass of red wine was raised, its crimson glow shimmering in the joy of victory. Lam Tan stepped forward to announce the end of the celebration, thanking everyone. Wrap up. Clinked glasses with Tich Engin to thank her for her help. She politely replied that it was an honor to assist. Her phone rang repeatedly. There was a new breakthrough in the project. "Sorry, Lam Tan, I must leave first." He watched her go and sighed that she was truly a decisive female president. Lac Bang spoke up to invite him for a drink. She suddenly threw her arms around him, making him freeze. Scent of alcohol softened her voice. "Thank you for everything. With General Manager Engin arrested, I am truly happy." The system continuously notified that Lac Bang's favorability reached 90%. Phase 1 completed. She received 1.66 billion in return. He received 10%, corresponding to 166 million. All attributes increased by 10. The system allowed him to choose one of 3 skills: beer mastery, dancing, or chess. Lac Bang staggered as others said she could not drink. Lam Tan said he would take her to rest in room 18. She still acted coy and said she was not drunk. Soon after, he helped her into the luxurious room, thinking to himself that the owner was truly considerate. He reminded himself that between him and Lac Bang, it was not that kind of relationship. Before he could step back, she grabbed tightly at his waistband, making him stand still. The rich scent of alcohol brushed his face. She pouted and said he was not allowed to leave, leaving him stunned as he softly called Tiu Bang. Suddenly, Lac Bang raised her voice noisily like a young girl whining for milk, making him struggle to hold back laughter as he nodded and indulged her. "Fine then, I am not going anywhere. I will go warm the milk for you." While the microwave hummed softly, Lam Tan took the chance to glance around the room. Even the drinking cup carried the shape of Fong like an exquisite jade carving. The theme was truly luxurious. He wondered if she was turning herself into part of the matching set as well. A few minutes later, he lifted the still warm bowl of milk and stepped out, then froze at the unexpected sight. The milk is ready. At some point, Lac Bang was already lying on the bed in form-fitting lingerie, a gentle fragrance spreading through the air and making the atmosphere sway. The enchanting scene left the young man rooted in place, unable to move forward or retreat. Lac Bang's shimmering eyes followed every change in his expression, her voice soft and alluring. "Do I look beautiful dressed like this? It is only for you to see." Lam Tan tried to suppress the desire rising within him, gently holding out the bowl of milk toward her. "Very beautiful, drink it." She obediently took small sips, the faint trace of alcohol blending with sweetness, making every curve of Lac Bang even more captivating. He kept swallowing dryly, forcing his mind to stay clear before the overly provocative scene. Suddenly, her slender, smooth legs wrapped tightly around him, as if an intimate scene had naturally begun. She lifted her head, slowly revealing a charm meant only for the man before her. "Kiss me." The final thread of reason within him seemed to snap, his straight back quickly surrendering to the sweet temptation. They shared a deep, breathless kiss, as if pouring their entire heartbeats into that single moment. 10 fingers intertwined tightly on the bedsheet. trembling lightly to the private rhythm of the only two people in the room. To keep the jade cup from falling to the floor, a few drops of leftover milk spilled onto the wooden boards, releasing a strange fragrance. The next morning, sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, gently settling over the lingering atmosphere in the room. Black Bang woke from a long sleep, stretching lazily, a soft sound escaping her throat. Her toes accidentally brushed against Lam Tan's lips, and she immediately became fully alert, all traces of drowsiness gone. She jolted awake, catching sight of their tangled sleeping positions, her heart pounding wildly, her blood pressure soaring, her mind almost numb. Luo Bing hastily drew her legs back and pulled the blanket over herself. So flustered she did not know how to react. How had things turned out like this? Brother Lam Tan. His sturdy body marked with red imprints was exposed before her without warning, and her memories came flooding back. Though the alcohol had left her dizzy, each image with those crimson kiss marks surfaced clearly one after another, making her heart burn with every rapid beat. She could only stare wide-eyed with tears brimming, not daring to look at the chaotic battlefield on the bed. So she had truly spent the night with Lam Tan, and it was not a dream. What on earth had she done? Recalling how she had taken the initiative last night, hugging and kissing him, Luo Bing was so ashamed she wanted to hide. How could she behave like some kind of pervert? She felt she had no face to see Lam Tan again. He even had a girlfriend. How could she do that? She should never have gotten drunk. A moment later, the wooden door was yanked open and slammed shut, the heavy sound echoing. Loud noise startled Lam Tan awake from his hazy dream. Where was Luo Bing? Before him, there was only a strange letter placed on the table, making him suspicious. The first thing he saw were Luo Bing's tearful lines and a bank card tucked inside. Brother Lam Tan, I know you will despise me for this mistake. Apologies are useless. There are 500,000 in the card as a token of my sincerity. Take it and do not look for me. I need time to calm down. Tear-soaked letter stirred a strange feeling in him, just like those love stories online. Something about this felt wrong. That same day at the entertainment center, an excited shout from an unknown young man stirred the whole place. It was rare to have a day off, so they had to play to their heart's content. Jai turned to Lam Tan and shouted resentfully, I won the whack-a-mole game just now, but this time I will not lose. Lam Tan only smiled faintly. Whoever loses buys the milk. As he was about to enter the virtual motorcycle race, that man accidentally noticed a phone lying alone on the floor. Rhinestone-studded back glittered dazzlingly, yet could not hide the sharpness in his eyes. Hey, whose phone is this? Though looking bored, he still turned to ask his friends to calm Wu Zhai's excitement, who would even use a rhinestone phone like this. That man stared at the phone with a mix of worry and doubt, muttering it must belong to some girl who dropped it. The screen suddenly lit up, revealing Lulu's doll-like face filling the frame. The moment they saw the beauty, all grudges vanished and brotherhood returned. 3.5 seconds later, everyone clutched their hearts. This must be the owner, really pretty though the filter was a bit much. Before they could do anything, the mysterious phone began vibrating repeatedly, startling Wu Zhai. Hello, a soft voice came from the other end. Did you pick up my phone? That gentle question melted his heart. Yes, I picked it up in the game area, you can come get it. Your voice is really pleasant. Lulu opened her second phone and deliberately spoke in a coquettish tone. Thank you, you are so kind. I am in the PA room nearby and cannot leave. Could you bring it over for me? I will treat you to a drink. Bewitched by the beauty, Wu Zhai agreed without thinking. Sure, no problem, I will bring it right away. Then turned to brag to his friends that girl invited me for a drink. Seeing his hurried manner, Zheng Hao called out worriedly, hey, slow down. Another corner of the building, Lulu leaned against the PR desk and sneered. That fool really wants to bring the phone over. She twisted around like a vine, clinging tightly to Zhang He. Worthy of young Master Zhang, even playing games is different. That man raised his head proudly. Remember his expression when he gets teased, it will be hilarious. Ignoring the losers sprawled in front, the two openly flirted without restraint. Zhang Xiaoying was both rich and handsome. His PA skills ranked first in Jiang. Playing that well, who would not be impressed? Impressed from the heart or just by words? Later I will make you convinced by words. All right, it is a deal. Seeing Wu Zhai rush over, she curled her lips in a cold smile. They are here, so what should we act next? Judging by those losers, they are probably just students. Before the fun could begin, my low passed by and the atmosphere cooled. Your time is up, do you want to continue? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang He turned cold. Without another word, that man shut off the machine right in front of her. That man shoved his hands into his pockets and cursed at her face. Just got here and already asking for money. I am about to become a shareholder of this arcade and you still charge me. Are you blind? Get lost. Lulu did not care and simply waved to Wu Zhai, over here. Drenched in sweat, that man still smiled brightly and handed over the phone. Here it is. Just one sweet thank you was enough to satisfy Wu Zhai. But right after that she changed her expression. You are covered in sweat and dirtied my phone. Do you not feel disgusted? The sudden turn left that man frozen. not understanding what was happening. Before he could react, he heard her act spoiled toward young Master Zhang that the phone you gave me is dirty, what should I do? Making him snap back to his senses. Zhang he snatched the sparkling phone and loudly accused in front of everyone. Are you sure it is only dirty? There is the pendant on the case. Wu Zhai froze and stammered, what pendant? That man confidently said there had originally been a diamond pendant on the case. It was my birthday gift to Lulu, worth more than 100,000. Lulu calmly twisted black into white. Yes, there was a large diamond there. You did not take it, did you? Zhang Hao angrily retorted that it was already like that when we picked it up, and we never saw any pendant. But Zhang he ignored all explanations and focused only on demanding compensation from Wu Zhai, either pay or buy Lulu a new one. Falsely accused for the first time, that man could only stammer in defense. I really did not take the phone and did not touch your pendant. That man dragged the crowd into it. If you say I took it, then let everyone here judge. The onlookers immediately gossiped like keyboard warriors. You can tell at a glance he is dirt poor. Stealing a pendant is nothing strange, truly polluting the air. Zhang Hao stepped forward angrily to confront them. We picked it up and brought it over right away, and did not expect to be bitten back for doing a good deed. But those people insisted the pendant had disappeared as a fact. Only Lam Tan remained calm and suggested, why argue, just check the surveillance cameras. However, Zhang he immediately rejected it. That area has many blind spots, maybe you stole it, and pretended to pick up the phone. Hearing that he shot back, then, are you trying to extort money? The whole room sided with young Master Zhang. With his status, why would he scam you? A few PA rounds earn tens of thousands, it is obvious you stole it. Backed by her sponsor, Lulu became even more boastful. Young Master Zhang is a 3-time national PA champion, and his appearance fee is already several million, enough to feed you for generations. Crowd pointed at the F4 group and chanted like a spell, pay up, pay up, pay up, without stopping. Suddenly a voice rang out, stunning everyone that is not true. Yahello pointed straight at the couple and stepped out to testify for Lam Tan. It was not these students who stole it. I clearly heard them deliberately teasing others. Zhang he gritted his teeth in anger, his face dark as he spat out a vicious curse. Lulu tried to argue but was cut off by the furious Wu Zhai. Exposed, so now you want to hit someone. Seeing himself cornered, that man changed his tone and said she was in league with them. Lulu was no pushover and kept turning white into black. She failed to flirt with young Master Zhang, so she turned to slander us. How shameless. Yahello could only say aggrieved that she truly did nothing. The frenzied crowd grew even more vicious. Why talk so much if you have guts, then pay? Just a bunch of poor trash who only know how to deny. Seeing his side dominate, Zhang he leisurely provoked. Looking at those broke students, even emptying their pockets would not amount to much. I will give you one chance. Play a game of billiards with me. 10,000 per ball, the black ball 100,000, whoever loses pays up. If I do not skin you today, do not even think of walking out. Lam Tan felt strangely calm inside. Since he was free, he might as well play with that man for fun. Lam Tan smiled lightly, his voice calm yet laced with sarcasm. So it is young Master Zhang. I am also somewhat interested in billiards. That man thought he was flattering and sneered. Do not think a few words will spare you from paying, or are you afraid to bet? Seeing his suspicion, he emphasized again, it is just one PA round. What is so frightening about playing a match with young Master Zhang? Seeing Lam Tan's serious look, Zhang he grew slightly interested, then warned coldly, I have said it first, if you lose, do not cry. And he firmly replied he would not regret it. His friends immediately pulled him back to stop him. The opponent is a PA champion, but he only reassured briefly, do not worry. A moment later, Lulu happily stepped out to rack the balls, looking like someone certain of victory. She twisted by the edge of the table and said coquettishly, young Master Zhang, it is set. Remember to make me convinced. Lam Tan slowly adjusted his stance, gripping the cue steadily, his eyes icy. Before anyone could hold their breath, the white ball rolled lightly and stopped. He softly said, slipped a bit. Seeing his calmness, Zhang he secretly despised him. One look and you can tell he is an amateur, then called Lulu closer. That man let her hold the cue for fun while he stood behind guiding each movement. Dealing with a rookie like you, Lulu, is enough. One ball after another dropped neatly into the pockets, drawing constant exclamations. Lulu blushed, her infatuated eyes fixed on him. Young Master Zhang is truly manly. When it was his turn, Lam Tan struck decisively, not rushing as he kept his rhythm. But the blue ball stopped right at the pocket's edge, just short of going in, making the spectators sigh in regret. Zhang he frowned and smiled faintly. Not bad, just lacking practice. The spectators immediately echoed him. Daring to show off before a PA champion, truly overestimating yourself. Be careful, you might lose so badly you sell yourself. That man wrapped an arm around Lulu while teasing and preparing his shot. Bear with it a little. She lightly scolded young Master Zhang, you are annoying. With a powerful strike, the white ball spun far and dragged 3 others into the pockets. Seeing that display, Wu Zhai leaned over and whispered advice. Maybe just stop Lam Tan. Leaning on his cue, Zhang He sneered, "You have lost 30,000. Kneel and beg me and I will give you a 20% discount." Lam Tan calmly replied, "So this is how billiards is played. Watching for so long is enough. Now it officially begins, young Master Zhang." Bring that challenging tone. Zhang He ground his teeth and shouted at him. Lam Tan ignored it and leisurely added, 10,000 per ball is not interesting. Change it to 1 million per ball. The final black ball 10 times that, 10 million. His friends immediately cried out, 1 million. I have never seen that much money in my life. He only gently reassured them. Do not worry, I have calculated it carefully. Seeing the profit before him, Zhang He demanded they sign a written agreement, and he nodded without hesitation. The agreement was quickly drafted for both sides to sign, young Master Zhang and Lam Tan. That man even held up the paper for everyone to see. This is voluntary. Do not say I forced you when you lose. His eyes looked at him like a fat prey, thinking only that he had caught a fool today. Pushing Lulu aside, Zhang He burned with momentum. Come on, continue. Lulu pressed close to the table again, cheering wildly. So thrilling, young Master Zhang. With a decisive strike, the white ball shot straight into the yellow ball. After the collision, it rebounded to another corner and pushed the purple ball waiting at the pocket. The series of impacts drew cheers. Young Master Zhang is amazing. At this rate, that kid will be in debt for life. Amid the praise, that man sneered and told him to call his family to bring money. Lam Tan only replied, keep playing, I am not short of money. Hearing that made him even more smug. Unless you can sink the black ball in that dead corner, even a world champion needs 3 shots. Admitting defeat early will hurt less. Even a bystander chimed in like an expert. This round young Master Zhang is sure to win. When it was his turn, Lam Tan stepped forward slowly. Thank you for the reminder. Today, I will show you what it means to broaden your horizons. Without another word, his eyes turned sharp and he struck after calculating every trajectory. The balls kept rebounding off the cushions, tracing spinning paths so fast the naked eye could hardly follow. In the blink of an eye, the colored balls were swept along that trajectory and scattered across the table. Lam Tan's side was stunned at first, then their eyes gradually lit with hope. In contrast, Zhang He's side stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unbelievable scene. When the swirling motion stopped, the balls dropped back onto the table's surface. Unbelievably, they rolled one after another into the pockets, leaving only 2 pale balls still. The black ball kept spinning, as if unwilling to accept its fate. White ball shot forward coldly and knocked it straight into the pocket. The action movie-like finish made Wu Zhai and the others shout. We won, Lam Tan won. Lulu's side stood frozen, clearing the table in one stroke. How could this be possible? Lam Tan calmly calculated and said, young Master Zhang, deducting the initial 30,000, you still owe me 10 million. I will waive the small change. When do you plan to pay? That gentle voice cut into his pride like a blade. What 10 million this round does not count. He immediately asked, are you planning to default? He shouted threateningly, in Vim Jiang, my boss is President Li. Offend me and do not expect peace. Someone nearby tried to persuade them that young Master Zhang has powerful backing. All billiards in Vim Jiang belongs to President Li, the mysterious tycoon. A student like you should back off. Zhang He laughed arrogantly, thinking he was afraid. But Lam Tan only looked at him provocatively. If you have the guts, call President Li here. I will wait. Swallowing his anger, Zhang He called for help. Wait until my boss arrives and you will see. When the call connected, he instantly switched to a flattering tone. Boss, someone is causing trouble in the PA room. Please come handle it. Just minutes later, a group of men in neat suits strode in, their cold aura silencing the entire room. Li Nan stormed straight inside, his voice full of authority. Which brat dares cause trouble in my PA room? Zhang He immediately rushed over like he had found a savior. Boss, it is him. Hearing the commotion, Lam Tan slowly turned his head. Before he could say anything, he saw the man's pale and panicked expression. In the silent room, only Zhang He's complaints could be heard. Boss, he made me lose more than 10 million. You must get it back for me. Before he finished speaking, Li Nan angrily kicked him to the ground. What owner nonsense, useless trash. He hurried around the billiards table and shook Lam Tan's hand respectfully. President Xian, why are you here? Had I known, I would have sent a car to pick you up. He asked calmly, is it true that he claims to be a shareholder backed by you? Li Nan immediately denied it. He is just a gambler who owes me money. How could he be qualified as a shareholder? President Xian, today I have troubled you. This billiards hall I will gift entirely to you as an apology. Lam Tan closed his eyes and replied, I am not interested. Then he turned to my low. You spoke up for us earlier. Consider this PA room a gift to you. The icy voice rang out. From now on, I do not want to see them appear in any VR room again. Li Nan hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Not only this billiards hall, but even Vim Jiang, they will disappear from your sight. Those words left Zhang He and Lulu stunned. After handling the main matter, he turned and barked at the crowd who had sided with him, standing here dirtying my floor and President Xian's eyes. Get out, they paled, bowed in apology and hurried away. Lam Tan looked at Zhang He calmly and asked anything else to say, pay up. He immediately dragged his girlfriend to kneel, stammered begging for mercy. I was blind, please spare me. I have no money, how about I give her to you instead? Hearing those heartless words, Lulu did not hesitate to slap him across the face. He cursed, you still want to use me to settle your debt. You pretended to be rich and slept without paying and still owe me 10 million. Pay up now. Zhang He, having been slapped, flew into a rage. Get lost, you escort girl. I am broke now, blame yourself for chasing tycoons. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Lulu turned to clutch Lam Tan's leg and cry, President Xian, I know I was wrong, let me follow you, I will do anything. The only response was a cold kick and the word get lost. Lam Tan's friend standing outside shook his head, photoshopped like a fairy but rotten inside, only knowing how to use others for amusement. Li Nan shouted for security to drag them out. Make sure to collect the full 10 million to repay President Xian. Then he smiled at he, leave this to me. Lam Tan did not bother and left the scene. Watching his figure fade away, Lulu cried out in despair, President Xian, I truly know I was wrong. In a corner of the city, several cars were stopped at a red light in the sweltering heat. Blaring horn behind startled Lan Nam. A man in a luxury car stuck his head out and shouted, why are you parked there, move aside? Lan Nam could not help replying, look carefully, this is the non-motor vehicle lane. That man remained arrogant. Do you not know how to move aside? Lan Nam said irritably, this is the electric vehicle lane, you are violating traffic laws. Without another word, Ha Ban stepped on the gas and sped forward, making his car sway. He even threw out a stack of cash. Here is 1,000 yuan for repairs. Next time be sensible and stay away. People nearby rushed over indignantly to help Lan Nam. Just because you have money, you look down on others. Remained cocky. I can do as I please, and you poor fools dare lecture me. My car has million yuan insurance, I am not afraid of crashing. In the speeding supercar, the girl beside him cooed, you are so cool. He laughed loudly saying, let me show you what real cool means. Laughing smugly, he suddenly fell silent when he saw a familiar motorcycle shoot ahead. Exhaust smoke blew into their faces, leaving the girl stunned, while he went furious. That poor delivery guy dares overtake me. He floored the accelerator, and the speed quickly shot up to 120. The supercar sped like an arrow, as if powered by a jet engine. After chasing for a while without seeing the motorcycle, he fumed. How is that delivery worker so fast? Hurry, catch up. Provoked repeatedly, he turned and shouted at the girl to shut up. Looking at the car's map, he sneered. There is a red light ahead that guy cannot escape. While he burned with anger, the delivery rider calmly stopped at the light. Ha Ban roared from behind, breaking the calm, hey you delivery guy. Lam Tan turned his head in confusion. He continued revving and roaring. Move aside, if my 100-mile supercar hits you, do not blame me. Lam Tan did not reply and focused on the vehicle ahead. Sharp eyes clearly saw the driver inside, grinning smugly. Just then the light turned green. Ha Ban immediately accelerated forward. Sensing the malicious intent, Lam Tan quietly twisted the handlebar and changed direction. He sped forward just in time to avoid the dangerous collision. Not wearing a seatbelt, Ha Ban was thrown out of the car like an exploding firecracker who ran the red light. In Lam Tan's eyes, the crash was like fireworks, one driving in the wrong lane and one running a red light, truly the same kind. In your next life, remember to obey traffic laws properly. All the chaos was left behind as he continued toward a quieter place. His phone notified him he had arrived. Lam Tan stopped and looked at the building ahead, recognizing it as a restaurant, serving only residents of the Lac Nhat Pham Villa area near Long Nguyen Villa, where La Nha Hai lived. He called Wu Zhai to say he had arrived. The other side exclaimed, only 10 minutes, how so fast? He replied using his own electric bike. He did not believe it because the bike had a speed limit. Lam Tan explained the speed limit could be manually adjusted with some driving skill reaching over 130. Wu Zhai sighed in relief and mentioned breakfast tomorrow would be on him. He laughed, saying that is more like it. Lam Tan leisurely walked into the luxurious restaurant inside the building. Inside, a group of well-dressed young ladies were posing and taking photos to show off. As soon as he appeared in the frame, Than Hong frowned in annoyance. Hey, delivery guy, can you move out of my camera? Lam Tan looked confused and pointed at himself, asking me. Tu Lin and Hong Ho immediately chimed in. This is a high-end restaurant costing 2,000 yuan per person. How can we take photos with you blocking us? You are even affecting our dining experience. Lam Tan slowly glanced at the dishes on their table. He curled his lips and replied, is your dining experience affected or your staged photos? Tan Hong slammed the table and stood up. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is staging? Lam Tan did not bother arguing and turned away, leaving a sarcastic remark about those who love gathering to flaunt. Flushed with anger, she called the manager over. Just a delivery guy daring to be rude. Throw him out. Huang Kai came over and asked what happened. They immediately blamed Lam Tan, saying he ruined their appetite and spoke crudely. This is a 3-star Michelin restaurant, not a place for stray cats and dogs. He silently listened and then snapped his fingers to signal the staff. The 3 girls thought they had won. When Huang Kai coldly said, "Please, the 3 of you leave," the staff immediately approached and surrounded their table. Huang Kai turned to Lam Tan and bowed apologetically. "I am sorry you had to encounter such trouble." Than Hong screamed, "I told you to kick him out. What are you doing?" Huang Kai said sternly, "Mr. Lam is the owner of Dalak Nhat Fam and our Golden Dragon member. You ordered a pot of tea and sat for hours, yet dare cause trouble. This is not a place for internet celebrities to gather." Hong Ho gaped upon hearing about the 100 million villa. Tu Lin was also stunned to learn he was a Golden Dragon member, unable to understand why someone like him would deliver food. Realizing his identity, the 3 immediately changed attitude and rushed forward to befriend him. "You were looking at me just now, right?" Another pushed in, "You were looking at me. Delivering food, yet so stylish. Give me your number." Surrounded, Lam Tan's face turned cold, telling them to stay away. Huang Kai shouted for staff to pull them away. Security dragged the 3 girls out amid their screams about designer bags and shoes. After handling it, Huang Kai bowed apologetically. "Mr. Lam, I guarantee it will not happen again." Lam Tan replied, "It is fine. I am here to pick up order 86. Is it ready?" He awkwardly said the kitchen is in chaos. The kitchen, Du Yen was scolding the chef furiously. Paid so much yet unable to cook a satisfactory dish. She scolded them for being given the best ingredients, yet still failing to satisfy the second young lady. Today was the deadline, and if she still refused to eat, they would bear the consequences. Seeing the tense situation, Lam Tan asked how much longer they had to wait. Huang Kai replied, "Perhaps a little while more." Anxious about time, he asked where the kitchen was and walked straight in after receiving a nod of confirmation. Looking at the fresh premium ingredients, he rolled up his sleeves. 15 minutes left. Crab roe egg noodles would be quick enough. The moment he entered the kitchen, he moved with the fluency of a professional chef. Just a few minutes, a fragrant box of noodles was completed under his satisfied gaze. Placing the box into a bag, he brushed past Huang Kai, muttering that he had almost been late for the order, and hurried off to deliver it. Catching the unfamiliar aroma, Du Yen immediately turned to the manager, who just went into the kitchen. "You let an outsider cook on his own." Huang Kai lowered his head and explained that a Golden Dragon member had come to pick up an order, saw the kitchen empty, cooked by himself, and then left. Du Yen froze and asked, "What did you just say? I do not understand." He looked at the crab roe portion and curiously picked up a bite to taste. The flavor shocked her, even better than real crab roe. She immediately asked who the person was that had just cooked. Huang Kai hurriedly said he would inform her at once. Long Iron Villa Number 1. The vast house shone brightly under the sun. Nha Hai lay on the bed and sweetly asked Lam Tan if he had to return to school. He put on his shirt and said there was a level 4 English exam this morning. Nha Hai, still drowsy, insisted on seeing him off. Gently told her to rest after a tiring night, making her think happily that being by his side was wonderful. Just after leaving the villa, he heard Du Yen calling out loudly that she had finally found him. Introduced herself as Du Yen, secretary of the Xiao family head and steward of Xiao Hop Lao, hoping to invite him to cook a dish for the young lady. Any price was acceptable. Lam Tan recalled the previous incident and understood that a wealthy family could be particular because the young lady was picky. He refused because he had to take the exam. Du Yen hurriedly said if the young lady could eat, she would reward him 1 million. He replied that he did not lack money. She anxiously asked him to wait. She apologized for her earlier attitude, saying a life was at stake, and begged him to hear her explanation. Lam Tan stopped and told her to speak. Du Yen said Xiao Hop Lao had a 50-year history. Once a single shop, now developed into a 3-star Michelin establishment, thanks to the talent of the family head and the eldest young lady. The eldest young lady possessed an exceptionally refined palate, detecting every flaw in dishes and helping the Xiao family rise. Because of that, the family lived prosperously, and ordinarily old Master Xiao personally cooked for his daughter. 10 days ago, he passed away from illness, changing everything. Since then, the second young lady had been unable to eat any dish. The eldest young lady forced the chefs to constantly research new dishes to find something suited to her sister. Du Yen said sadly that despite trying many dishes, they all failed because they only wanted the second young lady to eat. Lam Tan fell into thought. She finally admitted that the second young lady had relied on nutritional infusions for nearly a week and begged him for help, which moved him. Lam Tan said he could not guarantee success, but would do his best for humanitarian reasons. Du Yen gratefully thanked him, having tasted his cooking and believing he could succeed. Waved his hand, saying he would go after finishing the exam, and whether the young lady ate or not, the 1 million must still be paid. Du Yen reluctantly agreed. Later at the Xiao family estate, Du Yen politely invited the chefs to leave. Watching them trudge out the gate, she sighed that even three-star chefs were helpless. Their last hope now rested on Lam Tan. While she was thinking, a cheerful voice rang out that the main character always appeared last. From afar, the two young masters of the Shi family strode over arrogantly, stirring murmurs. Du Yen inwardly despised them, because the second young master had once proposed to the second young lady, but was rejected as she did not like him. Shi Huan stood with hands on hips, complaining that the two families were close, yet they were not informed when Yunai had trouble. Truly too cold. Du Yen, though displeased, lowered her head, explaining it was a private matter of the Xiao family, and they did not dare disturb him. That man waved his hand and introduced them. I heard you offered a 1 million reward for a chef. No need for trouble. These two are French and Japanese head chefs invited by my brother. Casually walked inside, saying, hurry up lest Yunai go hungry. But Du Yen immediately blocked them, apologizing that she was still waiting for someone. Huan frowned and asked who else she was waiting for. At that moment, a teasing voice sounded saying how troublesome. Lam Tan strolled in, leisurely asking whether all the previous chefs had failed. Seeing him arrive, Du Yen was delighted. Mr. Lam, you have finally come. Please follow me. The Shi brothers looked at each other in surprise. Everyone quickly entered the kitchen area. Du Yen introduced that behind them was a storeroom of fresh ingredients from home and abroad. Anything could be prepared. Her respectful attitude made Shi Huan uncomfortable. That guy did not look like a chef. Shi Kai sneered that he was just an unknown nobody. Shi Huan lamented that if he could win Yunai's heart, the Xiao family fortune would be his. Shi Kai smiled, saying he had long planned something. At that moment, a servant loudly announced that the second young lady and eldest young lady had arrived. The red curtain was drawn aside, revealing two figures on the balcony. The sisters Huang-on and Huang-vu appeared, the elder looking weary. Seeing the woman he fancied, Shi Huan hurriedly waved, saying he had brought skilled chefs. Huang-on coldly replied that they were not close, so do not address her so intimately. Shi Kai laughed that once acquainted they would become close. She ignored him and announced there was no limit on ingredients. Whoever made her sister eat would receive 1 million. At the signal, the two foreign chefs placed their ingredients on the table. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the result. Huang-on commented that they had indeed chosen premium ingredients. The French chef made caviar, while the Japanese chef prepared elaborate sashimi, while Lam Tan carried simple ingredients. He only took eggs and rice, astonishing everyone. Shi Huan burst out laughing, saying, did you come here to cook cafeteria food? Shi Kai also mocked that using such things for the second young lady was insulting. Lam Tan only looked at them meaningfully, without replying. Soon a pot was placed on the stove. He casually played with his phone while Du Yen grew anxious. After the exclamations of the two chefs, their elaborate dishes were completed. Shi Huan intended to carry them upstairs, but Du Yen stopped him, saying she had to taste first. She explained that afterward it would be presented to the eldest young lady. Only with their approval would it be given to the second young lady. Shi Huan asked unhappily why. Du Yen replied that the second young lady was weak and absolute safety must be ensured. Arata and Victor smiled confidently, believing they would pass. Du Yen scooped a spoonful to taste. He coldly commented it was merely average. The fine ingredients resulted in a bland product, leaving everyone stunned. She even said it was truly disappointing, making Shi Huan angry. But Du Yen ignored him and called for the next dish. Lam Tan brought forward his bowl of egg-fried rice. Shi Huan shouted, what is this cheap bowl of rice brought here for? Du Yen ignored his words and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The taste astonished her. The rice rich and the egg fragrant, simple yet reaching perfection. That reaction made the Shi brothers stare wide-eyed. They shouted, accusing unfairness. How could gourmet dishes be criticized while egg-fried rice was praised? Huang-on affirmed that Du Yen was a trustworthy judge. Perhaps she could not distinguish good from bad. Du Yen handed the bowl to them, saying, if you do not believe, then taste it. The two reluctantly ate, saying they would criticize it at once. But after one bite, they froze at the unexpected flavor. Shi Huan stammered, asking whether any secret was added. Lam Tan calmly said Western dishes focus too much on ingredients and forget basic skills and common taste. Suddenly, Huang-on's cold voice sounded, saying that sounds impressive. He arrogantly believed ordinary people could not understand expensive delicacies and refused to let her sister eat such a common dish. Lam Tan replied indifferently that he did not intend to let her eat egg-fried rice, because the real dish was not that. Those words made Huang-on frown, asking what he meant. The only response was the sound of his footsteps ascending the stairs. Huang-on shouted, who allowed you up there? But he said I was paid to help the second young lady eat, not to please you. Du Yen hurriedly explained. She believed in Mr. Lam's ability and asked the eldest young lady to let him try. Lam Tan stood before the two sisters, saying, "Do not blink." Huangvu curiously asked, "What is that?" The lid of the tray was opened, and a golden glow shone out. Those below nervously wondered, what dish could be better than egg fried rice? Huang guessed it might be an Italian specialty, or French foie gras. Lam Tan opened the lid decisively and said, "Eat." Everyone was stunned when they saw century eggs. Politely presented the tray to Huangvu, telling her to try a bite. Huang rushed over to stop her, angrily saying, "I spent millions researching without success, and you dare bring century eggs." She frowned, saying that if her sister later awakened a gourmet tongue, eating such cheap food would ruin her palate. As soon as she finished speaking, the familiar system voice rang out announcing detection of a high beauty woman. Counterattack mission was officially activated. Her profile and conditions appeared before his eyes one by one. Unfortunately, the current favorability had been deducted by 20%. Lam Tan twitched at the corner of his mouth, silently cursing THIS Chinese letter system, deliberately assigning him such a difficult girl. Huan stood below, pointing at him and scolding him for being dirt poor, saying the dishes at Zio Hop Lao must rely on high technology because they looked unimpressive. Shikai also chimed in, saying it was just an oversight earlier, and if their 3-star Michelin chef did it again, the small shop would be nothing. Lam Tan sighed calmly and analyzed that he had eaten 3-star and 4-star meals before and found them nothing special, too focused on appearance while forgetting that the essence of cuisine was deliciousness and satisfaction. Those words made Huang even angrier. She sneered that a common mindset dared judge Zio Hop Lao, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. He immediately retorted that if it was so good, why had profits dropped more than 25% in 2 years? And why did they have to start delivery services? Perhaps her so-called delicacies no longer attracted anyone. But in her pride, she could not hold back and tried to strike. "How dare you question dishes researched by me and my father?" But before she could touch him, her wrist was firmly seized. Lam Tan leaned closer and whispered that it was not questioning but completely denying her dishes. Huang angrily shouted at him. At that moment, the sound of chewing interrupted the tension. It turned out Huangvu was happily picking up pieces of egg and eating. Huang rushed over in panic, gripping her shoulders. "Tiu Vu, what are you doing?" The other three were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Lam Tan then calmly explained that without even taking a pulse, observing Du Yen and her sister was enough to infer the second young lady's condition: weak spleen and stomach, deficiency of stomach yin, qi stagnation from bereavement causing mild depression and anorexia. Century eggs rich in amino acids, minerals, and vitamins with alkaline properties to neutralize stomach acid were suitable. Huangvu looked at the clean plate longingly and said it was so delicious. Lam Tan quickly brought 2 more dishes. If she could eat, that was good. Try smashed cucumber and mung bean soup. Du Yen emotionally carried the tray over with tears streaming. Finally, the second young lady was willing to eat. Seeing he was no longer needed, Lam Tan turned to leave. The mission was done. Remember to transfer the appearance fee and reward. Du Yen hurriedly agreed while Huang muttered it was just luck. He coldly pointed her thumb downward, saying these dishes had no real technique. If not for Tiu Vu's health, she would never let her touch such common food. Lam Tan curled his lips and proposed that since he had received the money, they should gamble. He would cook a simple dish, and if she disapproved, he would lose and return 1 million. If he won, she would add another 100,000, did she dare. Huangvu quickly set down her chopsticks and intervened, saying, "Do not." Her sister had a gourmet tongue twice as sensitive as normal people, and he would struggle to satisfy her. Huang fumed, asking why she sided with an outsider. She arrogantly accepted. Such favorable terms, why would she refuse? He was bold but foolish. Mockery did not shake Lam Tan. He smiled and took out a pot, saying he would begin. Looking at the boiling water, Lam Tan solemnly introduced that today's dish was hot pot. Huang covered her mouth and laughed scornfully. Hot pot lacked etiquette with splashing broth and mixed ingredients, ruining original flavors, yet called delicious. The others exchanged tense glances, but her attitude did not slow Lam Tan's movements. Seasoning was added to the clear broth at the right moment. He stood silently watching the aroma spread through the air. Huan abandoned his composure and drooled with the others, exclaiming how fragrant it was. Huang and the women blushed with racing hearts, wondering where the aroma came from. He inhaled deeply and analyzed fennel, cinnamon, nutmeg, dill, licorice, camphor, coriander, and over 30 rare ingredients like monk fruit, patchouli, angelica, which normally neutralized each other, yet here blended mysteriously with layered complexity. Looking at Lam Tan, she secretly admired how the spices supported and amplified each other with precise balance. At that moment, he completed the final step and announced it was done. Heavenly Harmony Hot Pot. He looked directly at her, emphasizing each word. Miss Zio, do you refuse or taste? Unable to resist, she cautiously reached with chopsticks as the boiling broth intensified the aroma. Sweat dotted her face as she struggled, mentally imagining the consequences of tasting. As her will wavered, she shook her head, telling herself not to admit defeat. Unsure of Tiu Vu's thoughts, Du Yen and she were staring at the pot, making Huang own gasp. She steadied herself, deciding to taste a small bite. Trembling, she brought a tiny piece to her lips. Before swallowing, her eyes widened in shock. She clenched her teeth, swallowing the explosion of flavor. Ordinary meat elevated to luxurious taste. Her body trembled, but she told herself not to lose. Even lowering her head, she stubbornly said it was acceptable, though far from delicious. She quickly declared herself the winner. Lam Tan scratched his head, reminding her to look at what she was doing. She saw her chopsticks soaked in broth and herself chewing greedily, freezing instantly. She warned herself to stop or her tongue would burn. She blurted out the spicy mix ingredients, accusing him of setting a trap. Losing composure, she stuck out her reddened tongue to cool it. Lam Tan stared in astonishment at her tongue. Du Yen whispered it was a gourmet tongue twice as long and sensitive, amplifying flavors. Huang Vu said softly that since she lost, let them eat. Du Yen agreed, urging the second young lady to eat. As they fed each other, Huang On tried to stop them. She warned the hot pot was dangerous and would enslave them to his cooking, but the aroma overwhelmed them, and they exclaimed it was delicious. Lam Tan seized the moment, raising his finger, asking for the 1 million. Gasping, she protested, unwilling to lose to a commoner. The system immediately exposed her denial, as favorability increased by 50%, making Zio Huang On's 30%. Elsewhere, Shi Huan cried, saying they lost, and his cooking was formidable. Shikai smirked, saying he had another perfect plan, then paused in surprise. Applauded the performance, but said it was time to end. Shikai produced a fatal contract, stating Zio Hop Lao owed 1.5 billion to Shi Import-Export Company facing bankruptcy. When Du Yen checked, the sisters denied it. He coldly confirmed it was true, signed by old Master Zio, with 1.5 billion debt. Huang On panicked, while Huang Vu proposed repaying with half profits from over 50 branches. Shikai revealed the trap, saying Zio Hop Lao had lost over 2 billion, and without profit, they must pledge themselves to him to repay 1.5 billion. Stepped forward, offering protection to Vu Nhi. Huang Vu avoided him, telling him not to come closer. She hid behind her sister, begging for help, while Huang On declared she would sell everything, but never to them. Shikai mocked them, saying they were penniless beauties and must pay within 3 days. Amid the suffocating air, a voice interrupted, saying anyone could buy, he would. Lam Tan placed a bank card on the table, stating it held 2 billion, buying Zio Hop Lao for 1.5 billion with 500 million for development. Yen swiped it, and confirmation of 2 billion stunned her. The Shi brothers were shocked. How could a commoner produce such cash? Even Huang On wondered who he truly was. Huan angrily tried to attack, asking who he was. Shikai restrained him, saying retreat first. Dragged away, he still shouted that Vu Nhi was his. Huang Vu thanked Lam Tan, saying he saved her twice. Huang On cautiously asked why he helped. He replied casually, seeing injustice. She suspected he wanted Tiu Vu and would never agree. Du Yen brought the contract for review. Reading it, her face brightened as management remained with the sisters, and Lam Tan took only 20% profit. Huang Vu rejoiced, calling him their benefactor. Huang On pondered why he did so without seeking reward. He angrily pointed at an additional clause, refusing to sign, but he said it was not her decision alone. She saw her sister had already signed. Lam Tan smiled, saying it required both signatures. Now only hers remained, as Huang Vu coaxed her to sign, trusting him. Reluctantly, she signed for the family's future. Seeing the fresh signatures, Lam Tan smiled at the ideal counterattack target and her unwilling obedience. In the departing car, the brothers argued about confronting him. Kai plotted to worsen losses, yearly over 2 billion, to see if he could sustain it. Elsewhere, an ancient courtyard glowed warmly at night. Huang On was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. She lay exhausted, muttering that Lam Tan intentionally made her addicted to common dishes. She clenched her teeth, thinking eating that insulted her gourmet tongue. Resented being made his secretary, while the system increased favorability by 5%. Lam Tan, gaming in his room, was surprised at the late-night increase. A message popped up saying he would come to Vientiane tomorrow from high school friend Peng Du. Group chat buzzed, arranging a reunion, promising to drink without leaving sober. A rare peaceful night passed gently. Next morning at Vientiane Station, the air was fresh and calm. Lam Tan's F4 group waved at the familiar figure, calling out, "Here, brother Du." Peng Du appeared with dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted as if he had just gone through a battle. The group crowded around, asking why he suddenly came to Vientiane, whether he missed them, why his eyes were so dark if he stayed up late. They heard he was a somewhat famous streamer. He only smiled, saying he was just making a living. Actually, I came because of Tiu Lian. I am about to meet my future in-laws. The news excited the whole group more than the main character. Such big news, yet you hid it from us. You met online and still made it work. Come on, we will help you dress up. Dormitory echoed with the lively noise of young men. Lam Tan enthusiastically stuffed a set of clothes into Peng Du's hands. Try this one. Chao Dong handed over his favorite belt and shoes. Wear these and your aura will soar. Wu Zhai refused to fall behind, spraying his treasured perfume. Smelling good scores points immediately. From an ordinary young man, Peng Du transformed into a confident office heartthrob. Chao Dong crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. Dressed like this, meeting Tiu Lian and her family is perfect. Peng Du looked at himself in the mirror and thanked everyone. Earlier, because Tiu Lian did not reply to messages, he had to transfer 5,000 yuan to get a response, only to receive a breakup. He resolved to come to Vimjiang to change her parents' impression and properly marry her, even though she tried to stop him. Around 9 o'clock, Peng Du finally arrived in Vimjiang. He looked at the building ahead, thinking Tiu Lian lived upstairs. Perhaps she had not read his message because she was still asleep. While rereading the message, he grew excited. Going up to find her immediately, she would surely be surprised. Inside the room, the phone kept vibrating, but no one answered. Because the owner was busy with Van Thieu, she coquettishly teased that he was naughty making her dress like this. That man laughed, saying it was more fun that way. Your phone is ringing. Your boyfriend Peng Du is here, answer it. He hesitated, but that man tilted his head and ordered, I told you to answer. Tiu Lian dared not disobey and picked up hello. Peng Du said excitedly, Tiu Lian, I am downstairs at your building. The other end remained silent without any response. The silence made him anxious as he hurried up the stairs. Tiu Lian, what is wrong? Do you feel unwell? Wait for me a bit, I am coming up. Her broken voice replied she was playing lol and being crushed. Their ultimate was terrifying and she could not hold on. Hearing the strange, fragmented sounds of his girlfriend, Peng Du could not help but doubt why her voice sounded so odd today. Wang Yun sneered and whispered how long she planned to string along that poor guy. Tiu Lian immediately denied it, saying Van Thieu was the only one in her heart, and she had not cut ties because he clung to her. That man nodded in satisfaction, telling her to make him completely despair. She softly replied she would follow his lead. Peng Du was already at the door, knocking repeatedly. Tiu Lian, I am here, open the door. I even brought gifts for your parents. Before he finished, the door opened, and Wang Yun stood there. Looking inside, she sat calmly on the bed, her body still marked with fresh traces. The bouquet and gift bag in his hands fell onto the cold floor. The sight froze him. Tiu Lian, you. Wang Yun deliberately wrapped an arm around her waist provocatively. Now you understand. Peng Du felt his world collapse and fell to his knees, saying it was impossible she had said she would marry him. Tiu Lian replied indifferently. She only said that for fun and mentioned her parents to keep him from giving up. She did not expect him to be foolish enough to come. Now he saw she belonged to Van Thieu. Tears streamed down his face as he asked if he had not treated her well, staying up all night gaming and saving money for her. She coldly said there was no future with him, while Van Thieu was a famous streamer earning hundreds of millions, and he was just a cheap booster. Peng Du laughed bitterly, saying so that was all he was in her eyes. Why did she care before and make him love her deeply only to say this now? Pretended innocence, saying she was just kind to friends, and he could not give her a future, so they should break up. Even though he had anticipated it, he did not expect the breakup to hurt so much. Moon hung high, casting silver over the quiet river. In the dormitory, Lam Tan waited without reply and wondered why Brother Du had not responded. He planned to treat him tonight. Group kept messaging in the chat, asking about the situation. He rubbed his forehead, thinking, as his right eye twitched with a bad premonition. Phone rang with a familiar name. Finally, Brother Du called back, but a stranger spoke, asking if he was the owner friend. He attempted suicide and was taken to Vimjiang Central Hospital. Come quickly. The group froze in shock at the word suicide. Peng Du lay in the hospital bed, and the doctor announced he was out of danger. Chao Dong sighed that seeking death over such a girl was not worth it. Wu Zhai cautiously asked Lam Tan what they should do. Lam Tan's face darkened cold as an abyss. Of course, they would repay both principal and interest. Days later, a lavish banquet filled with guests was held. Wang Yun swirled his wine, mocking that her ex-boyfriend attempted suicide. Tiu Lian replied indifferently he was probably acting pathetic, and her heart now belonged to Van Thieu. He enjoyed the flattery, praising her sweet words. She boasted the banquet was hosted by President Chu, celebrating player P joining team. Divine Will and only VIPs were invited. Van Thieu had a ticket showing his status. He confidently said no one dared disrespect him, and he could even get Player P's autograph to sell. The grand doors opened amid anticipation. Player P had arrived. Tiu Lian excitedly looked toward the entrance, where influential figures walked out. The one who stunned her was Peng Du. She blurted out in shock why he was there. Before she could say more, security pushed her aside, asking not to block distinguished guests. She stood there foolishly forcing a smile. Leaning on Wang Yun, she declared she would not return to Pengdu. And that man mocked this was a high-end banquet, not a place for someone like him. Leave before being thrown out. Pengdu replied coldly. He did not understand what she meant. The words made her flush with anger. Wang Yun saw Chu Ha and stepped forward to greet him. President Chu, long time no see, I am Wang Yun. Chu Ha politely asked what he needed. He accused Pengdu of lacking identity, saying only millionaires could attend, and a poor man could not have an invitation. Pengdu calmly said he had no invitation and was brought by a friend. Wang Yun told him to stop arguing and leave before being thrown out. Lam Tan behind him said perhaps the ones thrown out would be them, angering Wang Yun. He threatened that with one shout they would be slammed to the floor. Lam Tan replied that every villain said that line and he was tired of hearing it. Wang Yun was speechless with rage. He turned to President Chu for help, who calmly said it was time, confusing him. The banquet officially began, as the host thanked everyone, enthusiastically introduced Player P joining Team Dragon Soul. Wang Yun still interrupted, asking who Player P was, and Tiu Lian wanted an autograph. Chu Ha smiled, saying they would see soon. Guests discussed that the player had won 3 U.S. championships and retired, and President Chu paid a huge sum to recruit him without trials. The host announced, please welcome Player B, and the one who stepped out waving was Pengdu. Tiu Lian frowned and shouted that was not his place, and he should step down. She looked around wondering why no one stopped him. She even imagined he was confessing to her publicly, which would be awkward. After the welcome, Chu Ha announced that with Player P joining Dragon Soul, the team was stronger, with an annual salary over 50 million, making him the most valuable young esports star. Wang Yun was stunned, and Tiu Lian shook her head, unable to believe a top player earning tens of millions could be Pengdu. He kept questioning if Pengdu was really Player B. Tiu Lian denied it, saying he was just a cheap booster staging this to win her back. The crowd surrounded him with offers of villas and 100 million contracts. Tiu Lian suddenly lost control and shouted enough. She tried to expose him, saying that though he was not capable before, at least he was honest. He claimed he hired people to act just to keep her, and told him not to dream of reconciliation. Wang Yun sneered, telling Pengdu to stop acting, and he would pay 10 times to make them leave. Chu Ha interrupted, asking who he told to leave. Wang Yun stammered that Pengdu was just a booster, and President Chu was deceived. Chu Ha laughed, saying recruitment required defeating all candidates, and Pengdu earned his spot by skill. Wang Yun stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Pengdu was that skilled. Lam Tan patted his friend, explaining Pengdu had talent and boosting was just for extra income. He only introduced the opportunity. He stepped forward coldly, saying Wang Yun was just an ad-dependent streamer with poor skills, daring to insult team members, making him retreat in fear. Wang Yun schemed, thinking as a big streamer, he could slander Pengdu on livestream to ruin him. He grabbed Tiu Lian to leave, saying they should go. Suddenly blocked, he asked who stopped him, and was shocked to see President Wang and President Li. Wang Ho frowned, holding photos, asking Van Thieu to see what they were. He scattered the photos, saying they were leaked online, violating contract and damaging. Use image, requiring tenfold compensation. Posts were flooded with attacking comments. Wang Yun stared at the falling photos in shock, wondering how hidden files were exposed. Tiu Lian opened her phone to read the news and collapsed in despair, asking what was happening. Because she did not cover her face, all her personal information was exposed, drawing countless criticisms. She hugged her face and trembled. How did it end up like this? I am finished. Wang Yun hurriedly knelt down and begged, Yahello, it is all because of you. If you had not betrayed Pengdu, he would not have treated us like this. He still likes you. Quickly go ask him to help. As if hypnotized, she muttered, that is right, Pengdu still loves me. Now he is a star with a boundless future. As long as he marries me, my life can still be saved. He rushed over and clung to his arm ingratiatingly. Pengdu, congratulations on your success. I know you worked hard because you wanted to marry me. She shamelessly claimed she was beautiful and pursued by many, that she had only been testing him before. Now that he had passed, he could propose. The people around them were disgusted. It was the first time they had seen such a shameless girl. Yahello closed her eyes, her lips searching for his as she softly called Pengdu. Pengdu angrily shouted enough, and she fell to the floor by reflex. He bluntly said she was vain and shameless. You make me sick. Get out of my sight immediately. Without looking back, Lam Tan slung an arm over his friend and invited him out for a late-night meal. Two left quickly, without noticing the figure behind them. At the gate, a driver was already bowing and opening the car door to invite them in. Yahello's eyes lit up with ambition, her mouth murmuring what a luxurious car. She threw away all dignity, clinging to Pengdu's leg and begging him not to leave. You still love me. Chu Ha ran over and ordered the bodyguards to drag her away and remember her face. From now on, she was not allowed within half a step of Pengdu, and they all answered in unison. Watching the car drive away, she screamed and cried, "Let me go, Peng Yu, look at me." Only now did she regret it, crying like a child. Those 50 million were originally mine. How could I be so stupid? Peng Yu, come back, I was wrong. Peng Yu sighed, before I still had a bit of lingering attachment. Tonight, after seeing her true face, I have completely let go. He forced himself to say she is not worthy of me. Lam Tan smiled in satisfaction and said thinking that way is right. Peng Yu was moved and thanked him. If it were not for you, I might still be sinking in a dark corner. Lam Tan replied, it was thanks to your own strength. I only opened the door of opportunity. He promised that no matter what he would cherish this brotherhood. Next week at the competition on Ice Island, I will definitely win the championship. Lam Tan clasped his hand in encouragement. I believe brother Yu will definitely succeed. A few days later, Lam Tan returned to the men's dormitory. He lay on the bed watching a live stream. Thank you, President Chu, for the support. I will perform with all my heart. Chu Nha displayed her professional dance moves while calling for donations for charity. The comment section erupted with excitement. He was mesmerized by her graceful figure, thinking that when he had time he would ask Cha Cha to dance just for him. The favorability had reached 92%, and he had to continue supporting her. As soon as he exited the live stream, he saw a notification about the West River Music Festival. Remembering that Zhu Nha would also be there and had a performance, Lam Tan messaged to ask, since she would usually inform him of any new activities. This time she was silent, so he wanted to see if there was a chance to spend money. Zhu Nha replied that she had intended to invite him to watch, but her performance was only the opening act and had been pushed aside because the sponsor gave the central spot to someone else. Without hesitation, he immediately transferred 50 million. She was surprised and asked why he sent so much. He confidently said others may have sponsors, but you have me. This amount is enough to buy back the central position with some left over. Her heart trembled slightly, her face flushed from the attention. She was determined to win back the central position, and her favorability rose to 95%. Zhu Nha said emotionally, you are so good. I will practice hard and hope you come watch. I will even take you around West River. Lam Tan happily agreed. A week passed quickly. Setting foot at West River Airport, he was full of excitement because she had booked the ticket and they would stay together for a few days. Zhu Nha waved and called out loudly, Brother Lam Tan, I am here. The car sped along the long road, carrying the two of them breathing in the same rhythm. Lam Tan looked at her without blinking. Are you wearing sportswear like this to practice? Zhu Nha frankly explained that it was yoga attire, used to stretch before dancing. Later, I will show you how flexible I am. After speaking, she slowly drove to an old apartment complex. I am renting a place in this rather run-down neighborhood. Suddenly, she spotted someone she knew and called out, Zio Jin, why are you throwing away so many things? Zio Jin excitedly replied that she was preparing to move and cleaning up to discard some belongings. Zhu Nha felt a little reluctant when she heard that and asked again, you are really moving soon? She hugged her friend to comfort her. The conditions here are poor, and the landlord has issues, so I cannot endure it anymore. And in a few days you will move too. Zhu Nha said coquettishly that she could not bear to part. Iojin recognized Lam Tan and exclaimed, is this not the top big brother that Cha Cha always mentions? So handsome. Zhu Nha introduced, this is my neighbor Zio Jin, who always helps when there is trouble at home. Zio Jin laughed and said every time she cooks I get to share a meal. Zaiho appeared from behind at some unknown time and reminded them that before 12 they had to check out. After that, extra charges would apply. He stepped closer to Zio Jin, his vulgar gaze roaming over her from head to toe. He retreated in disgust and said, rest assured I will leave on time. I do not want to stay even a minute longer. Zhu Nha turned to Lam Tan and said, let us go upstairs. The key turned softly and the door slowly opened, revealing the space inside. Though the room was small, it was fully equipped with modern devices, serving work needs while maintaining a warm, private feeling. She walked in and took off her coat. We talked too long downstairs earlier, so there is not much time left to stretch. Lam Tan asked, so you will skip practice. The coat slipped off her shoulders, revealing her slender figure. She smiled and said, I cannot skip it. Doing a few simple moves quickly is fine. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved into position, her long legs stretching straight up, her weight shifting to her hands as she arched her body. Lam Tan had an idea and stepped forward, saying, stretching by yourself is not enough. Let me help you stretch your whole body. Without waiting for a response, he wrapped his arms around her waist to assist. Lam Tan's strength. Zhu Nha's legs slowly lowered, forming a curve nearly 180 degrees. He continued pressing each leg, his movements precise, just a little more. Zhu Nha was covered in a fine sheen of sweat yet full of excitement. It is really effective. Just 2 moves stretched my whole body. Brother Lam Tan, why are you so professional? He smiled and said he had learned before at Station B and Station P. Zunha immediately acted coquettishly. Teach me a bit more. Lam Tan indulged her. Then let us continue pressing your legs. The movements grew more difficult. Her legs pressed close made her frown and say it hurts a little. He reassured her that pain brings results. Suddenly she moved close and lightly kissed his lips. Just then the alarm rang, shattering the sweet atmosphere. Zunha cried out in alarm that it was time for rehearsal. He hurried to get ready and reminded Brother Lam Tan to come watch her perform on time. This act was prepared for you. He happily agreed, of course. Lam Tan planned to go out to find something to eat because he had heard that food at the electronic music festival was very expensive, when suddenly fierce arguing sounded outside. Curious, he stuck his head out to look and recognized the voice of Cha-Cha's neighbor. The corridor was noisy. Manhwa kept pointing and saying, "Step aside so I can assess the damage for the landlord." Seeing many people watching, Zaiha shouted, "Stop staring. Later I will come to collect money from each household." Everyone was frightened and immediately dispersed. Manhwa told her son to hold Zio Jin back and not let her cause trouble. Zio Jin fearfully warned, "Do not touch me." Lam Tan appeared behind them and coldly said, "Daring to act like this in broad daylight. Do you need me to call the police?" Zyke angrily asked, "Who are you?" Zio Jin said in surprise, "The top big brother." Hearing that title, the whole Zai family sneered. Is he not that stupid rich guy who specializes in donating to streamers? Lam Tan asked what happened. Zio Jin indignantly said that when checking out they were assessing damages, but the landlord deliberately nitpicked and even pushed her. He wondered, is it not just a normal inspection? She explained that this landlord is very perverted. Before she could finish, Zaiha shone a long flashlight into their faces, his expression gleeful. Lam Tan asked what that was for. He replied disdainfully that it was to assess damages. Do you not even know that? Manhwa examined every corner of the room and said there are 2 scratches here. She stuck a red label on the cabinet, as if afraid she would miss the chance to make money. Lam Tan felt displeased at such excessive behavior. Zaiha pointed at the chair and said there are 3 dents. He even checked the bed and declared that out of 10 slats 4 were cracked. Mother and son acted in coordination. From the window and faucet to the refrigerator and air conditioner, everything was labeled. The entire room was covered in red labels, leaving Lam Tan and Zio Jin stunned. It looked like a sealed crime scene. Zaiha brazenly calculated a total of 365 damaged spots and demanded 57,400 yuan in compensation. Zio Jin angrily cursed, more than 50,000. Why not just go rob someone? He thought to himself that robbery would not even be as profitable, but outwardly said that all items were recorded in the contract and the tenant must pay according to the extent of damage. Insisted that all of it was pre-existing damage. I will not pay a single cent. Zaiha crossed his arms and said, if you have a rich boyfriend, then let him pay. Lam Tan stepped forward and asked, how do you know I have money? He laughed and said, everyone knows the top big brother donates a lot. Stop wasting time, hand over the money, I am busy. Manhwa shouted, I am exhausted from assessing damages and do not have time like you two. Zaiha chimed in that renting a house only requires paying money, while the landlord has to consider many things. Zio Jin raised her hand angrily and said, I will not pay, and you must return the deposit. His face darkened as he said, you will not pay. Fine then. Meanwhile, Zyke had already secretly dragged the suitcase. Seeing that she rushed over, but was blocked by Manhwa and Zaiha, who said, I have the right to inspect your belongings. If you touch me, I will call the police. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zyke rummaged through her personal items and made lewd remarks about her underwear. Zaiha even rudely groped around, making the situation worse. Do not touch recklessly. However, she fought back fiercely, her nails raking straight across the other man's face as she shouted, let me go. He immediately flew into a rage, striking out while growling, you have some nerve daring to scratch my face. That very moment, Lam Tan had already grabbed my arm in time. The two sides resumed their heated exchange. So the top-ranked big brother is finally willing to pay up. Keep dreaming. You will not get a single cent of that outrageous compensation. Ha ha. Every tenant talks tough when they first move in. In the end, do they not still obediently pay in full? So you have tricks to force people. A mocking look spread across Zaiha's face. This entire building is mine. I did not spend a single coin, think about it. That provocative attitude only made him act more decisively. He screamed in piercing agony, ah. I hurried forward to stop him. You dare lay a hand on my father. But Lam Tan merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged his blow. I lost my balance and pitched forward onto the ground. Fall knocked a front tooth straight out of my mouth. At last, Zio Jin snatched back her suitcase and prepared to leave. Big brother, let us go. Just treat the deposit as thrown to the dogs, that bunch of crooks. I truly cannot deal with them, and I do not want to drag you down. but Zaiha still refused to relent. Do you think you can leave whenever you want? After saying that, he pulled out his phone and shouted loudly, "Get over here, someone is causing trouble." The once hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan responded in the same way, calling people. "Do you think only you can do that? Brothers, listen up. Does anyone know West River Slum?" Zaiha and Manhwa still looked arrogant. An outsider daring to call people on our turf. How ridiculous. Call as many as you want. If you dare cause trouble here, do not even think of leaving without paying a price. Xiao clutched his arm in fear and whispered, "Let us leave quickly." Seeing the fierce-looking men appear behind him, he grew even more smug. Now it is too late. They quickly surrounded the two of them. Yet Lam Tan folded his arms and calmly observed, "In an age of law and order, you can still gather this many lackeys. Truly impressive." In the middle of the crowd, Dong Guo stepped forward and introduced himself. "Ha ha, I am the head of this area. Young man, do not be so hot-tempered." With backing behind him, Zaiha immediately pointed at them and loudly accused, "Director, it is these two. They rented our room, damaged things, refused to compensate, and even hit someone." Xiao lowered her head and did not dare look up, while Lam Tan calmly pointed at him. "You are the director. This landlord demanded an outrageous damage fee of tens of thousands of yuan. You had better discipline him. Do not let one person affect this entire place." However, Dong Guo clearly had no intention of being reasonable. "The reputation of our village does not need an outsider like you to worry about. Worry about yourself first. Hand over the compensation so everything can settle peacefully." Seeing that attitude, he suddenly understood why the landlord was so arrogant. So there was someone backing him. "Are you not afraid we will report to the police?" Dong Guo and his men showed no fear and even sneered, "Report to the police. This is our land. Even market officials must show respect to Dong Guo village. If you are smart, pay up. Besides the compensation, you must also pay 20,000 yuan to each brother here for their effort." As they pressed closer, Xiao trembled and clung tightly to Lam Tan's hand. "I truly have no money." Even surged in her heart, coming alone to the city to make a living, working from dawn until late night just to save a little for her grandmother's medical treatment. Yet she encountered such a landlord. She still tried to argue, "How can you openly bully people like this?" Manhwa sneered with ridicule, "You were quite fierce just now. Now you are crying, scared already too late. No matter how much you cry, you still have to pay." Ta Kuk chimed in, "People who work for others like you are the easiest to squeeze. If not take from you, then from whom? Ha ha." Iha grew even more arrogant as he stepped closer to Lam Tan. "Hey, top-ranked big brother, you should take out your wallet. Compensation plus the delay fee for the brothers here totals 200,000 yuan. If it pains you, then have Xiao spend a few nights with you to repay the debt." "Right, ha ha." Dong Guo added impatiently, "Hand over the money quickly. My brothers and I are busy. The longer you delay, the higher the cost." Driven into a corner, she could only stand there and burst into tears. "I am sorry. I dragged you into this." But he gently took her hand and reassured her, "It is fine. Do not be afraid." Looking at the scene before him, that man clutched his stomach and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha. So the big shot at the top of the rankings still does not understand what situation he is in, little brother. Let me help you clear your head a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Ta Kuk rushed forward and kicked the suitcase to the ground, making Tiuken scream, "That is my suitcase." Then stomped hard on the suitcase several times. "Now do you understand the situation clearly?" Lam Tan's gaze was as cold as a blade sweeping across the room. The one who has not grasped the situation right now is probably you. Suddenly the floor shook violently, causing the aggressive group to look around in panic. The door burst open with a loud bang. Tran Bok led his men inside and shouted firmly, "Everyone stay where you are." The sudden turn of events left them stunned, their faces filled with terror. As soon as the police arrived, Lam Tan immediately explained clearly, "Hello, officers. I'm the one who reported the case. These people are threatening and extorting money. They are also threatening others and are suspected of illegal construction along with many other violations. There is sufficient evidence and witnesses." After saying that, he opened his phone and played the recording. "You dare to call the police? Even the police here cannot do anything. If you know what is good for you, then hand over the money quickly." The air became suffocatingly tense. Manhwa, Ta and Ta Kuk stood frozen in place. In contrast, Dong Quach revealed a meaningful smirk. The old man hurried forward and familiarly draped an arm over Tran Bok's shoulder. "Oh, Captain Tran, long time no see. I was just thinking of inviting you for tea." Seeing this, Taha regained his composure and mocked, "Sorry, is this what you call backup? How ridiculous. Our connections are beyond your imagination. I already said that no matter who comes here, they still have to." Unexpectedly, he angrily brushed Dong Quach's hand away. "Do not try to act familiar with me." Then he bowed seriously and reported, "Mr. Mayor, The situation has been brought under control, please. Mayor Ha finally stepped forward with authority. The village committee is shielding evil landlords, colluding with malicious forces to oppress the people. Arrest the suspects immediately and take them back for investigation. As soon as they saw him appear, Dong Quach and Ta Ha widened their eyes and cried out, Mayor. Mayor Ha stood straight with his hands clasped behind his back and coldly announced the dismissal of Dong Quach from the position of village committee director effective today. Escort him back for investigation with no bail during the inquiry period. Upon hearing this, the old man hurriedly bent over and begged, Please do not. He quickly offered a pack of cigarettes with both hands, his voice flattering. Mr. Mayor, 2 years ago I offered you a toast. Have you forgotten? The vice mayor is also my close brother. The mayor sternly rebuked him, daring to slander state officials, adding crime upon crime. Dong Quach trembled and explained, That is not true, Mr. Mayor. Please listen to me. He caught Lam Tan's indifferent smile and gritted his teeth in a curse. Bastard. Furious, he lunged toward him under Tiuken's horrified gaze, while Lam Tan calmly crossed his arms. Following Mayor Ha's order, the police rushed forward with electric batons. The suspect is committing violent acts and resisting law enforcement. Restrain him. Dong Quach was struck by the electric shot, and his whole body convulsed on the spot. Taha fell to the ground and was also hit, screaming miserably, Why are you shooting me too? Nihoa cried out for her husband, dear, while Ta Kuk stood stiff before shouting, Dad. She rushed in front of Mayor Ha and questioned him, Stop it. My husband has done nothing. How dare you fire? Lam Tan crossed his arms and sneered, Done nothing. You were so arrogant when you forced prices down and exploited others. But when you suffer losses yourselves, you start talking about reason. If you use money to measure damages, then I can also use words to determine guilt. Nihoa was speechless with anger, while Ta Kuk twisted his face and cursed, You outsider coming here acting arrogant, who do you think you are? But when surrounded by police pointing guns at him, he panicked and raised both hands high. Mayor Ha continued handling the matter. The homeowner's family deliberately destroyed property, caused injury, threatened and intimidated others, and inflicted mental harm, and also delayed work. Therefore, they must compensate this young woman 200,000 yuan. Taha and Dong Quach frantically cried injustice. Mr. Mayor, please listen to our explanation. The assistant respectfully handed documents to him. Mayor Ha read aloud, This house has been identified as illegal construction. There are also accusations of unpaid wages and material costs. A fine of 1 million yuan is imposed, and the illegal structure will be forcibly demolished. The group writhed on the floor and wailed, How did it turn out like this? We always managed to deceive others before. Why did we fail this time? With everything settled, Lam Tan spoke to thank him. Fortunately, the mayor stepped in. Otherwise, we would have been oppressed. Mayor Ha warmly extended his hand. President Tyne, I have long heard of you. Only then did the others realize in shock. Ta Kuk stammered, President Tyne, who exactly is he that even the mayor treats him so politely? Over here, Mayor Ha shook his hand apologetically. It is rare for you to visit Taijiang and yet encounter such an unpleasant matter. I apologize. My goal is to build this place into a famous tourist city. He smiled and held Lam Tan's hand tightly as he asked, Are you interested in investing in a cultural tourism project? He replied calmly that he could consider it. Once I survey whether it has profit potential, I will contact you. In his heart, Mayor Ha thought, if President Phaya Vien Jiang and Third Daya had not called in advance, I might have offended this tycoon. To develop Taijiang, we greatly need capital like his. Lying on the ground, the group finally understood and lamented. It turns out we brought disaster upon ourselves. Afterwards, they were escorted out of the building under strict supervision. Tiuken and Lam Tan silently watched the entire scene. Tu turned to chat, not noticing Mayor Ha waving nearby. She said, Thank you for helping me. Let us add each other on WX. He nodded in agreement. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a transfer notification. Were you not short of money? Why did you send it to me? She blushed and explained, I know this amount is nothing to you. It might not even buy anything. But thanks to you stepping in today, it was resolved. I must show some gratitude. Even in hardship, I understand the principle of repaying kindness. Lam Tan smiled and accepted it, because that landlord was too vicious. He could not simply stand by. All right, then I will accept these 800 yuan. He was even surprised when Tiuken gently kissed his cheek. She smiled brightly and waved. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of coming between you and Cha-Cha. I just wanted to thank you. We will probably not meet again. Bye-bye. Watching her figure leave, Lam Tan happily thought she was truly straightforward. Now that there are no more concerns, time to head to the hall to watch the performance. Upon arrival, He was overwhelmed by the grand scale and lively atmosphere. The stage was larger than imagined. It truly was an electronic music festival jointly organized by 4 major platforms. Amid the pounding electronic music, he saw a couple in front cheering wildly. He wondered when Cha-Cha's performance would begin. Looking at the affectionate couples around, Lam Tan excitedly remarked that the atmosphere was truly exhilarating. Raising his head toward the stage, he noticed a couple sitting right in the front row. Two seemed extremely excited. Lam Tan thought to himself, though seeing this he found it inappropriate to say aloud. Amid the wild cheers, Kundi's name echoed loudly. He appeared stylish and charismatic, greeting everyone. The MC introduced him as a guest of the finals, ranked in the global top 100 DJs. Suddenly the barrier was forcefully shoved open by someone. The fans immediately surged forward shouting, "We finally get to meet you in person. Kundi, I love your music so much." He pressed close and flirted, "You are so handsome. I have a gift for you," making that man laugh with delight. "Oh, I am very happy to receive gifts from you all." Lam Tan also noticed the excessive behavior of the crowd. Suddenly someone angrily rushed forward and shouted, "Take your filthy hand off her." The man roughly grabbed the girl's wrist. Tao Wai forcefully pulled her back and pointed straight at that man, shouting, "You bastard! Are you trying something with my girlfriend?" The girl immediately defended her idol. "A kiss on the cheek is just basic etiquette when meeting abroad. Only you would think dirty thoughts. I never agreed to be your girlfriend. Stop talking nonsense." Tao Wai was left speechless. After venting, she turned and chased after Kuni. "Kuni, wait for me," leaving him standing there swearing in frustration. Only then did Lam Tan step forward and pat his shoulder softly. "Tao Wai, is she really your girlfriend?" He turned in shock and called out President Tyne. He held his head in pain and recounted, "I used to date her. I did not expect her to worship the West to that extent." Tao Wai was nearly losing control. That Kuni only made it into the global DJ Top 100 list just because he is American. Seeing he was about to explode, Lam Tan gently advised, "Let it go. Seeing her true nature early is not necessarily bad." On stage, the MC excitedly announced, "Next, please welcome the performance of 5 famous female streamers from the Leopard platform." Lam Tan smiled inwardly. It is almost Cha-Cha's turn. Yet after waiting for a long time, no one came out, causing the entire audience to fall silent. The crowd began murmuring, "Why is it taking so long to perform, whereas everyone hurry up? The stage is completely empty." The MC awkwardly tried to calm them. "Sorry everyone, please welcome Sexy Fox." But the crowd grew angry. "We want to see Kuni, where is Cha-Cha? If she does not come out, we will demand refunds." Lam Tan's expression darkened. "What is going on? I need to go backstage and check." Soon he stepped into the backstage area. There was not even a security guard in sight. Tayat Nha stood before the door and said irritably they must be in here. She was about to break it down when the assistant hurried over to stop her. "Wait, I have the key." Just then Lam Tan also arrived. "Cha-Cha, what happened?" He seriously explained, "Lam Tan, our team has a member named Hakmwa." Just before going on stage, she suddenly disappeared. It turns out she ran into Kuni's room. Hoda opened the door while complaining, "I knocked for so long and no one answered. What are they doing inside?" The scene inside left everyone stunned. Kuni was embracing 2 girls on the bed, looking utterly depraved. Suddenly, that man realized someone had barged in, jumped up and shouted angrily, "Who are you people to barge into my private room? Get out immediately." Tayat Nha asked in confusion, "Kuni, you are about to go on stage." "What is this then?" she urged. "Hakmwa, get dressed quickly. You are about to miss the performance," but she lazily complained, "You are so annoying. I still want to stay with Kuni." She even shamelessly giggled, "We have not had enough fun yet." Sahi beside her chimed in, "That is right. After she is done, it will be my turn." Thick smoke filled the entire room. Sensing something unusual, Tayat Nha asked, "Hakmwa, what did you use?" Lam Tan pulled her back and reminded softly, "Do not go near. The room is full of substances that if inhaled too much will affect the nerves." Hakmwa arrogantly bragged, "Are you jealous that I get to be with Kundi? He is American. He even promised to take us to America in the future. Right, Kundi?" That man replied with a lewd smile, "That is right, baby." He leaned against him smugly. "Once I become famous, I will go to America and make money from Chinese fans. I used to admire you, but compared to Kuni, Chinese men are worthless." Sahi echoed, "I even want to have a child with American blood." Lam Tan looked at them with contempt. "Do you truly believe that mixed Western superiority nonsense? You have been brainwashed to this extent." Then analyzed bluntly, "The average IQ of Chinese people still ranks among the highest in the world. To even limit numbers, many American schools raise admission scores specifically for Chinese students much higher, yet they still preach equality. It sounds ridiculous." Hakmwa stubbornly argued, "That is just smear news online. I do not believe it. You all get out. Do not interfere with me and Kundi." While Sahi remained infatuated and muttered, "Kundi is amazing." At that moment, Kundi suddenly said, "Wait." He stepped closer to Tayat Nha and teased, "Pretty girl Cha-Cha, You are very beautiful, I like you a lot. Do you want to stay and have some fun together? That man made obscene gestures and bragged. You have not tried my premium goods yet. So he coquettishly complained. Kuni, you are so bad, you already have two, and it is still not enough. Kuni confidently said, I can help you calm the audience. Just tell everyone you were coordinating rehearsals so you were late. The fans will definitely forgive you. What do you say? Quiet NHA replied coldly and directly, sorry. You are not worth my attention. She even mocked him. Compared to Lam Tan, you are far inferior. Kundi widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Went mad and was about to rush forward to hit someone. Chinese men are better than me. I will show you how weak they are. He pointed at Lam Tan and sneered. I already said, Chinese men are just cowards. When they see me, they do not even dare to resist. But before he could finish speaking, he took a solid punch straight to the face. The blow was so strong that it made him spit out saliva. His body was sent flying into the chair behind him. He and Hakmwa screamed in panic, Kundi. They ran over to help him up. Are you all right? While he clutched his face and hissed, it hurts to death. This damned Chinese broke my nose. Cursed loudly, you dare hit a top-ranked DJ in America. Call the person in charge here. I will call the police and ruin all of you. At that moment a voice rang out. There is no need to make it so troublesome. President Lei appeared with a stern expression. I have already called the police. Quiet NHA was astonished. President Lei, the boss of Leopard, why did you personally come here? Kundi still strutted arrogantly toward President Lei. Now do you see what international class looks like? Even flaunted his wealth. If you want, I can invite you to America as my honored guest. The two girls behind him had sparkling eyes. Palm Beach is a famous wealthy district. Setting foot there once would be worth it. President Lei raised his hand to stop him. Sorry, sir. I do not even know how to address you yet. He continued. I just said that the moment the incident occurred, I called the police. He pointed straight at that man. You publicly used illegal substances, assaulted Chinese citizens, disrupted the festival, and violated the contract. Those charges alone are enough to put you in prison for a long time. Everyone present stood there with mouths agape in shock. After dealing with Kundi, President Lei turned to shake Lam Tan's hand. I have long heard of President Tyne. I did not expect to meet under such circumstances. Leave the rest to me. You do not need to worry. Lam Tan smiled politely. Then I will trouble President Lei. Kundi protested unwillingly. You are mistaken. He barged into my room and hit me. Why arrest me? President Lei's face darkened as he shouted. Arresting you is correct. In China, you must obey the laws here. Look at what you have done. You even dared use illegal substances on my premises. Hakmwa and saw he were still in a dazed state. Kundi crossed his arms arrogantly. That stuff is legal in America. Only backward China bans it. I am a world top DJ invited here with a large sum of money. President Lei replied coldly. Wherever you go, you must respect the laws there. As an American, you do not understand this. If your manager had not begged, we would not have invited you. Do not think you are noble. Sahi rushed out regardless to defend her idol. What nonsense are you saying? Kuni is a global top 100 DJ with billions in assets. He is American. Coming to a small place like this is already giving face. Instead of being grateful, you even want to call the police. Lam Tan let out a faint sigh of exasperation. Girl, if you assume Americans are nobler than others, then open your eyes and watch carefully what is about to happen, Tao Wai. She turned her head blankly to look behind her. Tao Wai walked in confidently holding his phone. I am here, President Tyne. The 200 million you gave has been used to arrange everything. I have also investigated all of Kundi's confidential information. During that, Kundi panicked and retorted, what confidential information? Do not talk nonsense. Tao Wai held out the screen filled with evidence before them. Open your eyes and look carefully. The three turned pale with fear. Hakmwa hurriedly demanded an explanation. Kundi, these things are fake, right? While Sahi tried to comfort herself, I do not believe it. They must be fabricating it to smear you. Seeing them still stubborn, Tao Wai produced more evidence. This is the public American credit rating page. Kundi is currently rated D for severe violations. Anyone can check it. Hakmwa nearly went mad. I do not believe it. You colluded to frame Kuni. While Sahi began to waver, Kuni, can you return my 100,000 for the green card? I want to reconsider going to America. Kundi revealed his greedy nature. Once money enters my pocket, there is no such thing as returning it. The two girls went crazy and rushed to punch and kick him. So everything is true. You are not only poor but also sick. Give me my money back immediately. Kundi shoved them away roughly. Get lost. Not long after, the police arrived, who reported the case. There is suspicion of illegal substance use here. President Lei raised his hand and said, I called. The evidence is here. These two girls are also involved. Take them back for investigation. Three were immediately handcuffed and escorted to the station. Hakmwa cried and explained, I was wrong. I was deceived by this American. I am innocent. Tayat Nha stood behind and sneered. Knowing an American is really wonderful. In less than a day, you received free silver bracelets with food and lodging included. Bundy still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Wait, I want to make a call. I have the right to call. Where is my manager? Tell the embassy to save me. I need immunity. The voice on the other end replied helplessly. I watched the live stream. I cannot help any more. Think about it. If China were easy to bully, why would we be wary of them? The person continued to scold. Of all people, you had to offend President Tyne. I told you not to cause trouble there, but you did not listen. Kundi trembled as he looked at Lam Tan. What, he is President Tyne, the mysterious tycoon of China. He clasped his hands and begged, President Tyne, I spoke foolishly out of ignorance. Please do not make things difficult for me. Lam Tan replied indifferently. Who is punishing you? Do not talk nonsense. You brought this upon yourself. What does it have to do with me? And he mocked. Who would bother getting angry with a clown? Outside, so many people are waiting to watch you perform, or go to prison and create diligently there. President Lei announced the festival would continue. We have live-streamed the incident so the audience knows the truth. Once the news spreads, no one will defend such a person. The internet was flooded with news that Black DJ Kundi was arrested for using, possessing, and luring others to use illegal substances, fraud, and organizing illegal immigration, facing up to 30 years in prison. President Lei hesitated and said, President Tyne, everything is settled. I have something to discuss. Lam Tan asked coolly, what is it? Elsewhere, Tayat Nha confidently warmed up to go on stage. Tao Wai encouraged her, with President Tyne backing you. Cha-Cha will surely become an internet star. He added, if that man had not ruined the performance, President Tyne would not have spent 200 million to investigate him. Truly a CEO silently supporting the heroine. Hearing this, Tayat Nha blushed and wondered whether Lam Tan liked her. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted their conversation. Lam Tan. Tayat Nha rushed into his arms and sweetly confessed, I love you. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Favorability reached 100. Congratulations, host, on a successful reversal. Will be absolutely loyal. 25 million will be refunded from the 250 million fund. All attributes increase by 1 tier and 1 skill of your choice may be selected. Lam Tan was excited. Another success. Tayat Nha whispered in his ear, tonight I have prepared a big gift for you. You will know soon. On stage, the MC stirred up the atmosphere. Thank you everyone for waiting. Next, please welcome the performance of 4 famous female streamers from the EA platform. Music started and the performance began. Relax and move with the rhythm. Lam Tan stood below the stage smiling and raising his hand to cheer. Tayat Nha responded with a heart gesture and moved seductively to the beat. The male audience shouted her name enthusiastically. The entire event was live-streamed. Cheers echoed everywhere. In a private room, a man and a woman were entwined together. The sound from the television shifted gently and passionately along with the music. Tayat Nha reenacted seductive movements on another stage. She swayed her body softly in harmony with the enchanting melody. Men shouted excitedly, while Lam Tan immersed himself in emotions he had never experienced before. The song gradually ended in thunderous applause. Beads of sweat dotted Tayat Nha's skin as she looked at him and asked if he liked it. Lam Tan kissed her in reply, of course. You always surprise me. Quiet night held only music and the sweet aftertaste of a perfect day. A few weeks later, on a beautiful morning, cheers rang out. Come on, shoot it down. Fingers swiftly flew across the keyboard, immersed in the game. At that moment, Lam Tan and Trin Hao were ranking up together. Suddenly, an alarm popped up and Trin Hao panicked. I forgot I still have to take an exam. Lam Tan asked what subject requires using a computer. Trin Hao explained it was an international physics exam for students. Taken online with a student card. Top 10,000 earns extra credits. Top 1,000 also looks good on a CV. After hearing that, Lam Tan became interested and joined. Entering top 10,000 also adds credits. Let me try. Half an hour later, Trin Hao sighed. The questions are too difficult. I could not solve many. He glanced at Lam Tan. Did you give up? Today's exam is really hard. Lam Tan yawned and thought the exam was too simple. Answering casually would probably still be enough for top 10,000. Suddenly, he noticed the last question was somewhat interesting. I wonder if it can be solved. Let me challenge myself. Fresh morning unfolded at Shikazu University with an unusual atmosphere. A group gathered discussing. Professor, the last question seems beyond students' ability. That is Professor Nottingham's question, and I think it is too much. Hearing his name mentioned, he spoke up. Yes, I deliberately increased the difficulty. He stepped forward to explain. Times have changed, so students need higher challenges. That question does not need to be solved completely. As long as the direction is correct, it will receive high marks. Benedict smiled in admiration. Indeed, Professor Nottingham, the exam was meticulously designed. Suddenly, a student rushed in and reported, Professors, the results are out. Benedict looked at the rankings and exclaimed, AI grades so fast now. Who are the top 5 this time? Alistair beside him smiled and guessed it must still be students from Shikatsu and Shisen. Every time the top 10 belongs to them. Contrary to expectations, 5th place was Lam Tan from Jianghua Film University of China. Stunned them. Who is Lam Tan? What is Jianghua Film University? We have never heard of it. Nottingham gritted his teeth and checked the system. He got many basic questions wrong above. Logically, he could not enter top 5, yet the last question was solved completely correctly. Everyone immediately grew suspicious. The 4 ranked above could not solve it. How did he? If the basics were wrong, how could the hardest be right? Could there be cheating? Nottingham angrily insisted it was cheating and could not be tolerated. This concerns fairness of the competition. Immediately put pressure on the Chinese Institute of Physics to find that person. Soon the news that Lam Tan of Jianghua Film University entered top 5 of the international physics competition, climbed to top 1 in searches. Thousands of heated comments appeared below the post. Vehicles from the Yanjiang Institute of Physics quickly entered the campus of Yanjiang University. Leading was Professor Duong, followed by teacher Truong from Yanjiang University of Science and Technology. Passers-by whispered, "What is happening? Is some big figure here? I heard they are looking for a male dorm student. The principal is receiving them." Duong Hak said sternly, "Principal, we are here to find someone. If you continue to conceal, it will not be good." The principal still smiled kindly. Professor Duong calmed down. "It may just be a system error with hundreds of thousands of candidates." Duong Hak frowned. "Shikatsu University has contacted us directly. Give us 2 days. If we do not find the cheating, then Yanjiang and even China will become a joke." Principal showed cooperation. "If it involves a student of my school, we will certainly cooperate. But if it is a misunderstanding harming reputation, what then? We should discuss carefully." Inwardly, he worried, not knowing why Lam Tan participated. Thinking of his identity as President Tyne, he grew more uneasy. A figure like that cannot be investigated casually. If offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then Lam Tan passed by, saw the crowd and asked, "What is going on? Why is it so crowded?" 2 students behind hurriedly said, "Lam Tan, you are here. Did you really solve the last question of the exam?" The Institute of Physics came to investigate. The principal is holding them back. You should avoid them. Lam Tan was stunned. What? Truong and Go pointed straight at the principal and shouted, "You are deliberately stalling. Maybe you are the one aiding the cheating." He even sneered, "With a principal like this, the reputation of Jiang Film University is finished. Lam Tan should be stripped of qualification and reported to the police." Lam Tan stepped forward calmly. "You are looking for me, I am here." Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. The principal was also surprised. "Lam Tan?" Duong Hak asked. "You are Lam Tan." Truong and Go stepped forward to question him. "You are just a literature student. Average grades, yet top 5 in international physics. Who would believe that?" Principal of Yanjiang stopped him. "Enough, this is our matter." Truong and Go retorted, "I belong to the Yanjiang Institute of Physics. Even outstanding Shikatsu students did not achieve it. A normal student entering top 5. Do you understand the value of this competition?" He looked at Lam Tan with contempt. "Believing he entered top 5 is harder than believing I am Qin Shi Huang." Lam Tan replied indifferently, "I only tried the exam for fun. Why are you so agitated? Are you the chief examiner of Europe?" Truong and Go angrily scolded him for being rude. He demanded an on-the-spot retest immediately. "If you do not dare, then it is cheating." Lam Tan shrugged. "At worst, cancel the result. I do not care." Truong and Go laughed loudly, saying, as expected, he feels guilty. Gu Haiyan stepped up and said, "I believe Lam Tan. What school you attend does not determine talent. Nationality does not make anyone superior." She looked at him with admiration. "Lam Tan is the most outstanding person I know. He always works hard quietly, so I believe his result comes from real ability." Her words made everyone waver. Gu Haiyan is both campus beauty and talented. If she believes, then Lam Tan must have capability. Truong and Go snapped, "You are just a pretty face, what do you know?" Duong Hak immediately stopped him. "Teacher Truong, that is too much." Lam Tan crossed his arms and said, "Since you do not believe, why come at all? I accept the test, but if I pass, you must apologize to Gu Haiyan and students nationwide. Dare or not." He sneered and agreed. Truong and Go laughed loudly. "Then let us watch the show." Duong Hak announced, "Time is tight. The venue is ready. Begin immediately." Everyone followed arrangements to the lecture hall. Hat Tran ran over excitedly. "I heard Lam Tan accepted a test from the Research Institute professor. Is it true?" Seeing him, she exclaimed, "It really is him." He clenched her hands and thought, "Lam Tan excels at everything. The more difficult to pursue, the more fascinating." Hat Tran's eyes were full of admiration. "He is so outstanding and will attract many people. I must protect him. If only I were still his girlfriend." Che Hai beside her said bluntly, "Lam Tan might accept anyone except you. Why are you still not awake?" Hat Tran stared at his figure obsessively. "I was blind before. I will not give up. Lam Tan, I love you." The system notification sounded. Lu Nhat Tran favorability increased by 0.1 now at 99.7%. Lam Tan was startled and thought, what is wrong with her now? The fanaticism of the female students annoyed others. He does not look that outstanding, yet so many girls worship him. Ignoring the gossip, Duong Hak presented the test question, leaving everyone stunned. The difficulty far exceeded students, even harder than the final international question. Truong and Go laughed smugly. Professor Duong spent 3 years solving this question back then, much harder than that last one. The 3 girls protested for Lam Tan. This is too unfair. Duong Hak clarified, I know it is difficult, so only proposing a direction counts as passing. Lam Tan focused on the question, indeed similar to the last one, very interesting. Truong and Go continued pressuring. If you cannot solve it, then quit school. The principal could not stand it and asked him not to overstep. Students also objected, but he snorted coldly. Domestic students are inherently inferior, this is obvious. Truong and Go's noise made Lam Tan mock. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is, making him furious and curse. Not making everyone wait long, Lam Tan began to demonstrate his ability. Short time, he said decisively, done. Everything happened too fast for anyone to react. The space fell silent. Students around were stunned. What did he do? Only a few minutes and finished. Writing so fast, can it be correct? Is that answer right? Immediately, Duong Hak's astonished reaction gave them a clear answer. Completely correct. Unlike the students and lecturers, the truly panicked one was Truong and Go. What? Lam Tan ignored their gazes and turned to the one who defended him. Ngu Hyan, come here. Stand here and look clearly. Those words were like thunder striking Truong and Go, reminding him of his promise to apologize. At this point, he had no way out but to admit fault, yet kneeling. Unfortunately, the sharp eyes from the audience had no intention of letting him off easily. After pondering, he reluctantly said to Ngu Hyan, I am sorry. I was hasty and spoke excessively. Also, to preserve the face of our physics field, you will not take it to heart. His face darkened. His ambiguous tone made others guess Ngu Hyan's attitude. He secretly thought ordinary students are shy. Just soften a little and it will pass. Ngu Hyan was not easily fooled. Sorry, teacher, but the one you need to apologize to is not me but Lam Tan. Her words were like cold water poured over him. She continued firmly, you insulted him and promised to kneel and apologize. If you just say it lightly, I do not accept. The crowd shouted as well, that is right. Do you look down on Chinese students? Many even moved toward Truong and Go. Apologize, kneel. He panicked and shouted, stop. Chaos, Lam Tan smiled lightly and praised Ngu Hyan. I did not expect you to be so strong, making her blush and say it is nothing. Duong Hak regained composure and excitedly shook Lam Tan's hand. You are truly a rare genius. The result will be sent to the European Physics Authority and media. You must attend the final. I want to award you. He looked at him expectantly. Your level surpasses many professors. Do you want to research under me? But Lam Tan firmly refused. I only want to be a normal student. I took the exam just for credits. Duong Hak was stunned, then secretly resolved. Such talent must be persuaded later. He turned to instruct his students. We must protect Lam Tan's honor. The group responded in unison. The Yanjiang Research Institute issued a statement confirming the achievement was not cheating. Social media exploded. I said Lam Tan is excellent. Where are the slanderers? Hurry and apologize. I am a Yanjiang alumnus, so proud. Shikatsu University anxious voices rang out. Professor Nottingham, about that cheating matter. A subordinate reported public opinion is leaning toward China. The school forum is flooded with criticism. Nottingham replied coldly, I know. He slammed the table angrily. This must be a trick by the Yanjiang Institute of Physics, saying verification is real yet claiming not to attend the final. Is that not guilty? Online, there were also challenges for China to compete truly. Thousands of negative comments attacked Yanjiang and called to attack the website. Duong Hak sat in deep thought before the computer screen. Reports sounded around him. The website was hacked down. The hotline received countless abusive calls. The official account had to disable comments. He slammed his fist on the table. The director demands inviting Lam Tan to the final at all costs, but he does not want to. Forcing him will backfire and harm a future genius. The person beside him still tried to say, but golden sunlight stretched across Jiang Film University campus. The negative comments finally caught Lam Tan's attention. As he walked, he thought, I did not expect it to escalate so much. The academic honor of China is affected. Do they think we are easy to bully? Ngu Hyan asked, what will you do? He tapped his phone. The corner of his lips curved. Since they provoked me, I will respond directly. The homepage of Jiang Film University quickly shared Lam Tan's statement. He confirmed participating in the final and openly stated his goal is to prove ability to doubters. Duong Hak heard the news and was thrilled. great he is participating. He resolved to watch live. He enthusiastically called on the entire institute to support Lam Tan. This concerns the academic honor of China. We cannot let him fight alone. Night fell under a star-filled sky. Gu Haiyan lay on her bed telling Tich En-heen. Tomorrow he goes to Shikatsu for the physics final. Impressive, right? Tich En-heen was surprised the person you like studies literature yet competes in physics. Hearing that she pouted, I have been talking and you did not notice. Why are you still working? The assistant reported new data. Tich En-heen explained the research is progressing so she cannot stop. Gu Haiyan understood why she did not know about the online incident. They teased each other. You work overtime too much, you will get wrinkles. She replied, do not miss the one you like. Tich En-heen confidently said, as long as she has achievements, confession will be smooth. While Gu Haiyan, if not proactive, may never dare to speak. Gu Haiyan jumped up determined. Then let us see who leaves single life first. She smiled, accepting the challenge, secretly hoping her plan would work. The next morning, Yanjiang Airport bustled with people. For departure, the principal said whatever the result it is fine. Lam Tan thanked the school for sponsoring costs. He said you represent the glory of the school and country. Duong Hak also declared he would accompany him. You are our hope. We cannot let anyone bully you. Lam Tan was grateful. Thank you for the support. Let us depart. Suddenly, Gu Haiyan, wearing a cheongsam, ran over. Wait, I want to go too. She explained she studied at Shikatsu for half a year, so is familiar there. Requesting to support Lam Tan, the principal agreed immediately, smiled praising her intention, and assigned her to guide. Gu Haiyan happily thanked him. Watching the plane take off, the principal silently prayed for Lam Tan's success. Duong Hak handed him past exam materials and predicted content for review. Lam Tan activated the system level 11 rapid learning skill. With this skill knowledge others need years to learn, he only needs half a day. Soon he felt uneasy because Gu Haiyan had gone to the restroom and not returned. He stood and called, Gu Haiyan, are you there? Inside came a panicked voice. Lam Tan, save me. She said the restroom door was stuck and would not open. Hearing that, he immediately activated level 11 strength to break the door. This door is designed to be pushed open easily from the outside. Let me try it. With just a light wave of his hand, he rescued Gu Haiyan from her predicament. The door swung open at once. He asked sternly if she was hurt, having just gone through an awkward situation that left her flustered. She said she was fine, just embarrassed that he had to come rescue her in such circumstances. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, an incident occurred that strongly affected her. Lam Tan revealed a look of alarm and immediately reached out to Gu Haiyan, carefully catching her. Kong Ha quickly reassured the passengers outside, announcing that the plane had encountered severe turbulence and asking everyone to fasten their seat belts. When she noticed Lam Tan and Gu Haiyan were nowhere to be seen, she could not help but wonder where those two passengers had gone. Two in question had already fallen into a situation so unexpected it was hard to describe. Once things stabilized, he calmly asked if she had been bumped anywhere due to the turbulent airflow. Gu Haiyan blushed like a tomato and stammered that she was fine, inwardly lamenting the embarrassing posture. But another jolt struck suddenly, making her cry out softly. Long after, Gu Haiyan was firmly held in Lam Tan's arms. He gently told her that before the turbulence passed, staying seated like this would be safer. In that intimate moment, she suddenly remembered Tich En-heen teasing them about being a perfect match. Gu Haiyan silently retorted that she was not some bookworm. Thanks to that sudden incident, her favorability increased by 3%, reaching 93%. Even though they could be discovered at any moment, Gu Haiyan boldly took the initiative, leaving Lam Tan to go along with it, wondering why she was so daring. Of course, he did not stop easily, even daring to go further with teasing and provocative fingers. The contact made her tremble slightly, warm breaths blending into the stifling air of the restroom. Just as things were about to cross the line, Kong Ha, who was searching for them, knocked urgently on the door, asking if the two passengers inside were all right. The sudden knocking startled Gu Haiyan. It is over. What if the flight attendant discovers us? Lam Tan remained calm and reassured her. Do not worry, let me handle it. As soon as he stepped out of the restroom, he questioned Kong Ha in rapid succession about the aircraft quality and how his friend had been trapped during turbulence. Kong Ha could only bow her head and apologize, since the situation was indeed as he described, promising appropriate compensation. Lam Tan maintained a stern expression and demanded a satisfactory explanation, making Gu Haiyan beside him giggle softly. Time flew by quickly, and before long they arrived at Shikatsu University in England, where the final of the international physics competition was held. For numerous global contestants, a voice slowly welcomed everyone to the 30th final round. The speaker was Professor Nottingham of Shikatsu University, a physics judge, emphasizing that this was a prestigious individual competition organized by the European Union to seek talent. He declared that the top 3 would have the opportunity to join the European Physics Institute, while the champion reward would be announced by the previous winner. As soon as he finished speaking, last year's champion appeared as introduced and also served as a proctor of the competition. Akfai, heir of his family and a physics genius, announced that first prize would include joining his research team along with $5 million, the topic being geocurrents and earthquakes, which was also the final question. His appearance stirred the hall with fans calling his name, but he only coldly wished everyone good luck and left. The crowd kept discussing the huge prize money and his wealthy background, everyone dreaming of joining that team. Nottingham humbly asked whether AI too then would like to become his student to receive more resources. With the pride of a genius, he firmly refused, leaving the other party silent. Finally, Nottingham sighed in acceptance. Geniuses are often arrogant. Then his gaze suddenly paused. Lam Tan had barely walked away when people spoke ill behind his back, saying the Chinese contestant would hardly make it, and that the final question was being used as leverage, making the professor displeased. Those words restored Nottingham's superior demeanor, asserting that after the competition everything would be clear. The professor showed obvious contempt, believing the academic world would not tolerate opportunists. Hearing that, Ngu Haiyan could not hold back and was about to retort. But Duong hacked together with 3 research institutes mocked in return, warning that slander without evidence would have unpredictable consequences online. Cao Cao immediately responded that the competition relied on real ability. Ngu Haiyan shot back that they should not lose too miserably tomorrow. Seeing the tension rise, Nottingham intervened and reminded the European geniuses to use tomorrow's results to prove themselves. The group left arrogantly, declaring they would show China what it meant to be crushed, and Duong Hak responded just as fiercely. After they left, Lam Tan cheerfully thanked Professor Duong, and he reassured him to focus on the competition. Everything else would be handled. Ngu Haiyan believed wholeheartedly, saying she had a feeling he would achieve high results, making Lam Tan smile in thanks. Gathering her courage, she said that after he finished the competition she had something to tell him, making him curious. Lam Tan decided to leave, thanking everyone for their support and promising that tomorrow he would broaden his opponent's horizons. Vu Nam and De Nhi cheered in unison. Time turned swiftly, and the exam day arrived. The hall was spacious, but there were not many contestants. Then the announcement to distribute the exam was heard. Start signal was given. While everyone was tense, AI2 then pondered, as the difficult question still had no solution. He looked at the contestant in front and sneered at the thought that someone could solve it, while Nottingham secretly thought he would not let Lam Tan have a chance. Someone reported that inspectors had been arranged to check thoroughly to ensure no one carried cheating devices. Nottingham asked again about the cameras. He confirmed that Lam Tan had been seated in the middle with 4 360-degree surveillance cameras and 3 proctors constantly patrolling. Those preparations made Nottingham even more satisfied, believing the cheater would have no way out. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was completely unaware of that scheme, and even if he knew, it would not matter. The sound of his pen scratching drew Dao Ka and Du Ho's attention. They thought he was writing nonsense to finish quickly. Being stared at for too long, Lam Tan reminded them not to peek lest their qualification be revoked, startling Dao Ka, who retorted. Because he spoke too loudly, the proctor had to remind the contestants to follow the rules. Even after the reminder, Dao Ka remained resentful, telling himself to focus and recalling AI Tuthen's words that the final question related to geocurrents and earthquakes. He was confident because he had contacted a professor researching this topic all night, believing if anyone could solve it, it would be him. He even curled his lips arrogantly, convinced the answer would belong to him. But reality was harsh. The question exceeded the curriculum and he could not understand it. Even AI Tuthen struggled. In contrast to that confusion, Lam Tan commented with interest that the final question was quite challenging, making Dao Ka glare disdainfully. Lam Tan carried no cheating devices, only the pen in his hand, which seemed to heat up as he used level 11 willpower. His handwriting flowed powerfully like dragons and phoenixes, filling the exam page. Before the clock even reached the end, Lam Tan stood up announcing he had finished. He was the first to submit, leaving other contestants stunned. Not even 30 minutes had passed did he give up. Chok looked in shock at the sheet filled with answers, while Nottingham still wore a disdainful look, saying he would personally grade this Chinese contestant's work. Lam Tan did not mind, calmly replying that grading on the spot was fine. That man did not expect those lines to deliver such a staggering shock. Nottingham examined not only the front, but carefully flipped to the back to check. The more he read, the paler his face became, his hands trembling clearly. He immediately demanded the surveillance room confirm the entire process to ensure there was no cheating. Bai Chok hurried to comply. Judge's sudden change of attitude caused the remaining contestants to lose focus. Seeing that, AI2 then also stood up, an unbelievable speculation flashing in his mind. He nearly snatched Lam Tan's paper, urgently asking to see it, his eyes behind the glasses fixed on the final question he himself had said. At the same time, Nottingham received confirmation from surveillance that there had been no cheating, forcing him to admit the truth. His face burned with embarrassment. He had to state that all previous answers were correct. The entire hall was shaken. After finishing reading, AI2 then hurriedly left, saying the idea in the final question was highly feasible and needed immediate lab verification. That confirmation made the arrogant contestants collapse. Could this Chinese male student truly have earned his score by ability? Nottingham still could not believe what he had seen, unable to understand how Lam Tan did it. While everyone buzzed with discussion, the protagonist stretched leisurely, thinking that after the exam he could go back to sleep. Ignoring previous conflicts, Nottingham declared he had achieved a perfect score and proactively invited him to join the European Physics Academy. That offer surprised Lam Tan slightly, confidently asserted that with academy status, no one would dare doubt him. Had he not studied physics for this goal all along? Nottingham grew more convinced he was offering a precious opportunity many scientists dreamed of. He even promised to help him change nationality if he made outstanding contributions. Unexpectedly, that heartfelt speech became a joke in Lam Tan's eyes. He burst into laughter, causing Nottingham's momentum to falter. After a moment, he replied that his ability needed no one to certify it, and he had no intention of changing nationality. The answer enraged Nottingham, who claimed that without their backing, he would not be recognized globally or receive funding. But for Lam Tan, that was not worth concern. He said their rules did not apply to him, and he came only to prove his strength. After speaking, he turned and left, his indifferent attitude infuriating Nottingham, who thought they were not short of geniuses. While he was still shouting about AI2 then being both wealthy and talented, news from the lab reported that the experiment had succeeded, and the data was completely accurate. AI2 then froze, then looked at Lam Tan with astonishment. Suddenly he knelt before him, asking to be accepted as a disciple. That scene stunned the crowd, the #1 genius kneeling before someone else. Nottingham was horrified, not understanding what AI2 then was doing. Even Lam Tan was surprised, while AI2 then repeatedly praised his creativity in solving a problem they had struggled with for a year. His dark-circled eyes still shone with determination, saying that meeting Lam Tan made him realize his shortcomings and desire to improve. Even though Lam Tan said he had no time to teach, AI2 then offered another $5 million as a disciple gift and promised his family would support everything. He even bowed respectfully, declaring himself AI2 then Lak Kok Phi the 5th generation, seeking to become his disciple. Lam Tan was about to speak and refuse, but AI2 then smiled brightly, saying that he was not qualified yet and would work harder before returning to formally take him as master. Before he could say more, reporters swarmed over asking about his university and requesting exclusive interviews. Research corporations also pushed forward, offering an annual salary of $20 million to invite him to join. Other nuclear research agency eagerly extended an even more attractive offer. Nottingham, once praised by all, was now pushed aside amid the chaos. Unable to endure it, he shouted for everyone to move aside, but his words were cut off midway. AI2 then coldly reminded them that there should be order. If Master chose a research group, it should be his first. Duong Hak and the delegation from the Chinese Physics Institute also appeared to protect Lam Tan, declaring he was their talent. However, the invitations kept pouring in, many believing whoever paid the highest salary deserved to have him. Ngu Hyan stood beside him, her eyes sparkling with pride, feeling Lam Tan was truly impressive. 2 female reporters even slipped him their hotel room numbers, inviting him for private interviews at night and asking about the Zhendong research. Watching that scene from afar, Ngu Hyan could not help feeling displeased. Surrounded tightly by the crowd, Lam Tan shouted irritably that he did not want to go anywhere and demanded everyone move aside. Suddenly he rose onto his toes, preparing to act. Then he leapt and performed a graceful flip over the heads of the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes as he landed lightly, astonished at how he did it. Someone knowledgeable shouted that it was Chinese kung fu, causing admiration all around. AI2 then squeezed through the crowd, excitedly asking to learn that move. Lam Tan glanced back at him in boredom, asking if he wanted to learn everything. Just then, a small hand suddenly gripped his arm tightly. Ngu Hyan pulled Lam Tan and ran, saying she knew Shikatsu well and knew an exit, while Duong Hak blocked behind to help him leave quickly. Soon the scene shifted to the drama department office. A Dao and a Kayat searched everywhere with flashlights, but found no one, reporting over the radio that the target might have escaped through the back door and needed pursuit. Little did they know Lam Tan and Ngu Hyan had disguised themselves as mannequins embracing, cleverly deceiving everyone. Once safe, Ngu Hyan let go. Lam Tan praised her cleverness for thinking of pretending to be mannequins to fool the guards. Lam Tan gently opened the door to check once more for safety. Returning, he said no one would likely come back soon and they could stay here for a while. As soon as he finished, she burst into laughter. Seeing that, he asked in confusion what she was laughing about. Gu Haiyan joked that this situation was like a wicked dancer seducing an innocent scholar. Those words intrigued Lam Tan, as if the scholar wanted to test whether he could hold his ground. Receiving silent consent, she pushed him down onto a chair. Her finger lifted his chin, teasing that she heard Mr. Lam was a gentleman and wanted to see if she could change that. Saying that, she placed a sweet kiss on his lips. Gu Haiyan hurriedly began to undress herself. Lam Tan softly called her name. Interrupted, saying today she was not a good girl but dancer Haiyan Haiyan, and he was a frail scholar. Lam Tan could only let her tease him, feeling Gu Haiyan was truly different today. Before she finished undressing, she climbed onto him, making him ask what was wrong with her. At the crucial moment she suddenly froze, confessing she did not know what to do next, making Lam Tan laugh. He immediately reversed positions, saying he was not a scholar but a special agent. Looking down at her, he teased that Haiyan Haiyan could not escape. Gu Haiyan softly replied that she never intended to run. They quickly immersed themselves in emotion. Within the kiss she whispered that she loved him. Her favorability increased by 5%, officially reaching 100%. The system announced this was the third conquest achievement, and Gu Haiyan would be wholeheartedly devoted. They became so absorbed they lost track of time, only realizing it was already evening. Lam Tan brought a can of drink from the vending machine, telling her to drink to quench her thirst. Gu Haiyan paused her texting, turned and took it, saying thank you. Seeing her cheerful, he curiously asked who she was talking to. She smiled, saying she had just won a bet with her friend about who would confess first. Seeing the displayed name, Lam Tan was momentarily startled, realizing that person did not yet know he was dating Gu Haiyan. He suddenly kissed his cheek, saying when they returned home they would meet her friend and tease her. Lam Tan secretly worried about the meeting between the two best friends when one already had 100% favorability, wondering if the system was reliable. Just then Tyat Nha messaged asking if he had seen the news. After returning home, Kim Joo-hee was scolded online for betrayal. That news made him frown in confusion. At the female dormitory of Songkuk University, Gu Haiyan sat by the bed, leisurely putting on her socks. The thin fabric accentuated her fair, smooth legs. After finishing, she took her book and left the room. When she turned back, she froze, seeing the door smeared with threatening red words. Two female students nearby merely curled their lips in disdain, thinking she deserved it. Gu Haiyan showed little reaction and quietly walked away. Fortunately, she reached the cafeteria safely. Just as she sat down, a paper ball suddenly flew toward her. It hit her tray, splashing soup everywhere. She did not need to turn around to know there was laughter behind her. So aggrieved, she could only endure. Just then her phone rang. Seeing a message from Lam Tan congratulating her on graduation and asking how she was, she quickly opened it. That concern made her smile, replying that she was fine and telling him about the black cat under the dormitory. Busy texting, she did not realize someone was secretly filming her. From leaving the room to arriving at the cafeteria, every action was recorded. That person opened the album to check the newly obtained materials. The HD video of Jai Jun throwing paper at Gu Haiyan appeared clearly on the screen. Even the bullying remarks were fully recorded. They even said they wanted to see her collapse and cry. Zizu laughed sinisterly, saying he had prepared a plan to humiliate her, the graduation ceremony, in front of the entire school. The recording continued with excited voices, while Taha standing behind the wall looked very satisfied. He immediately messaged his employer that the task was completed and requested the remaining 100,000 payment. A second later, his phone notified him of receiving 1 million yuan, making his eyes light up. With money in hand, Taha flattered his boss in thanks and thought his cousin had introduced the right client. On the other end, Lam Tan spoke sternly, thanking him for efficient work and proposing another task. Taha immediately agreed. After arranging everything, Lam Tan tightened his grip on the phone, thinking as expected Joo-hee would be bullied. Fortunately, the private detective helped verify it. Looking at her situation, he could not help sighing in a place valuing face like Bong Kwok. Kim Joo-hee exposing a famous coach, even if he was wrong, was still seen as shaming the nation. After some thought, Lam Tan frowned and decided to go there personally to resolve it. He messaged that he would come to Jongguk University for the graduation ceremony. At first, Gu Haiyan felt shy, but knowing he had business there, she happily agreed. Looking at the phone screen, she suddenly realized aside from family, only he treated her so well. The next day in Bong Kwok, Lam Tan stood before Songkuk University gate calling Gu Haiyan that he had arrived, surprising her. She hurriedly put on her shoes and ran out, telling him to wait a moment, and she would be down immediately. After meeting, she asked why he came so early. He smiled, saying he was also a student and wanted to tour the university here. His appearance drew surrounding gazes, some whispering that Kim Joo-hyun finding a foreign boyfriend was truly betraying the nation. Hearing that she tried to pull him away, suggesting going to the pedestrian street and eating at a famous restaurant, but Lam Tan smiled, saying they could eat in the school. She tried to persuade, further fearing he would discover the bullying, saying she had already reserved a table at that restaurant. However, Lam Tan quickly changed the topic when seeing the black cat she had mentioned before, praising it as cute. The cat seemed friendly too, obediently letting him pet it. While she was not paying attention, Lam Tan asked nearby students where the cafeteria was. Coincidentally, it was Jai Jun's group. They warmly directed him and boasted the cafeteria was rich and cheap, even mocking that in China even kimchi was rare. Lam Tan politely replied that indeed his school cafeteria did not have kimchi, but had many other dishes, making them laugh, thinking he was praising them. He coldly turned away, calling Joo-hyun to eat. In his heart, he had already planned how to handle Jai Jun's group, wanting them to expose themselves before striking back as a warning. Two walked into Songkuk University cafeteria together. Looking at the price board, Lam Tan calculated that 6,000 bong currency was about 31 Hua currency. Buffet at that price with meat seemed acceptable. Joo-hyun offered to pay since he did not have bong currency. He readily agreed. Lam Tan carried his tray to get food, unaware that the surrounding gazes were making Joo-hyun tense. When he reached the counter, he realized most of the dishes were kimchi. Suddenly, students rushed toward the chef carrying a special tray, saying it was only available once a week. Curious, Lam Tan squeezed in to see what dish everyone had been waiting for. In front of him were only a few dried, hardened pieces that looked like salted watermelon rinds. He turned away in confusion, thinking that in his hometown watermelon rind was an ordinary dish, yet here it was being praised so highly. Suddenly he noticed a golden tray and thought it was fried chicken. Joo-hyun told him it was only fried potato cakes. Noticing his disappointment, she pointed to another counter and said there was one fried egg per person and seaweed soup with a bit of meat. When he arrived, the pale pot of soup made him even more disheartened. A buffet with only one egg and a little boiled meat completely ruined his appetite. Thinking the main purpose was not the food, he sighed and casually took a few dishes. As he ladled soup, he complained that there was nothing else, unaware that someone had secretly recorded him. Sitting down at the table, he showed Joo-hyun a move, placing the white stone here to form a configuration. That move created a perfect formation, increasing her favorability by 10%, and she admitted that her teacher had always said not to play at the center. Lam Tan explained that one must adapt depending on the opponent. Without strong calculation, it would be difficult, and he felt pleased that she had finally smiled. Just then, every student phone on campus received a notification at the same time. Joo-hyun also received the notification and froze briefly. Immediately after, her expression turned to panic. The notice, written in 3 languages, clearly stated that each person was allowed only one bowl of soup and one piece of meat, and that a male student from Hua Nation had taken too much and caused waste. The echoing comments below left the two of them stunned, not understanding what was happening. This absurd development made him both annoyed and amused. He had not expected it to be exaggerated to such an extent. It did not stop there. A photo of Joo-hyun from a few days earlier was also posted online. Other students rushed in to criticize her for using 2 pairs of chopsticks at once as wasteful, demanding her expulsion. The phone continuously received messages from teachers and many others. The barrage of accusations made Joo-hyun tremble. He burst into tears and apologized, saying she had lied about being fine because she did not want him to worry. Lam Tan patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying it was not her fault but that they were too extreme. Before he could finish speaking, 2 male students dragged a large board in front of them. It was an enlarged printout of the notice with illustrations, and Lam Tan angrily asked what they were doing. His shout attracted a group of aggressive students who surrounded them. Jai Jun and her group began placing the blame, saying Kim Joo-hyun had brought people from Hua Nation to cause trouble and demanding compensation. They even pointed their phones at him, threatening to post it online to humiliate him. The crowd joined in, demanding that they pay a fine and leave the school. Normally, Joo-hyun would endure it, but this time it involved the man she loved, so she retorted that taking a few extra pieces of meat did not warrant such a big fuss. Words left Jai Jun and her group stunned for a moment. Then she angrily grabbed a bottle of soy sauce and threw it over, shouting that she would teach her a lesson. Lam Tan pulled Joo-hyun into his arms and drew her back. The glass bottle smashed against the wall and shattered. He looked at the stain and mocked their double standards, restricting others while wasting an entire bottle of sauce. Jun was speechless, then rushed forward intending to hit him, shouting for the Hua Nation man to shut up. Lam Tan did not dodge. Instead, he calmly slapped her across the face, making her stagger, and coldly told her to step aside. Then he turned to the people holding up their phones if they wanted to record, then record the whole thing. Do not cut it halfway and then not dare to post it online. With Lam Tan backing her up, Du Hyun was no longer afraid. She also turned on her camera so they would not be able to edit the video and distort the truth. She looked at him with complete trust. No matter what you do, I will stand by your side. As if strengthened, Lam Tan declared loudly that the cafeteria had no such restriction, and that local students had previously taken plenty of meat. Jae-jun held her face and sneered, saying there was no need to belittle Hua Nation people. They could not even handle kimchi, so of course they craved meat. Lam Tan replied calmly that differences in perception could not be explained in a few words. Then he took out his phone and called someone in. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Baha led the way, pushing 3 carts piled high with watermelons into the cafeteria. Lam Tan generously announced that this was 50 jin of watermelon and invited everyone to eat. Students were stunned as they calculated the price. 50 jin of watermelon at the local market price was indeed a considerable sum. Jae-jun and her group, though tempted, still tried to argue that it was probably cheap imported melon, surely bought as an apology. Lam Tan did not care. He laid all the melons out on the tables and called everyone to eat freely. Surrounding students stopped holding back, rushing in to eat and exclaiming that Hua Nation watermelon was far sweeter than any they had tried before. He smiled and said this was only lower-grade produce in Hua Nation, sold cheaply to pig farmers, costing less than 200 yuan in total. His words left the entire crowd stunned. He asked in astonishment that if lower-grade produce was already this good, how good the premium kind must be, and whether pigs really got to eat something like this. Despite their doubts, they continued competing to eat, some even saying not to throw away the rinds so they could make kimchi. Chaotic scene made Ju Hyun shake her head. But Lam Tan was not finished. He snapped his fingers to signal to continue. 3 other carts of luxurious food were pushed in. They immediately attracted the attention of the students, who were eating watermelon. The lids were lifted, golden reflections dazzling everyone. A variety of Chinese meat dishes were laid out, their aroma so rich that everyone swallowed hard. Some thought they were dreaming when they saw so much meat, the fragrance spreading everywhere. Jae-jun wiped her mouth and sneered that he must have brought a state banquet to apologize to them. Lam Tan laughed and said this was only everyday food in the northeast of Hua Nation. The crowd looked at the feast suspiciously, saying they did not believe it was everyday food and that just a few bites would reveal the truth. He waved his hand, allowing them to enjoy freely. Some praised the beef as extremely delicious while eating, while Jae-jun stubbornly claimed she only liked kimchi. Lam Tan stepped forward and said the media had brainwashed them. 90% of the kimchi here was imported from Hua Nation. Offended, they retorted that Bong Nation was an Asian powerhouse, while Hua Nation was only a developing country. Lam Tan smiled coldly and said what he liked most was precisely their stubbornness. Then he ordered the watermelon and meat to be taken to feed pigs, and to buy another 30,000 pairs of disposable chopsticks for them to use as much as they pleased. His subordinate responded, while the students frantically begged him not to take it away. Jae-jun tried to stop them but was powerless. The video of the entire incident quickly spread online and attracted comments from many countries. The matter became so serious that the board of Dongguk University had to hold an emergency meeting. The teachers debated how to handle it, as the school forum was under attack, and without changing the regulations, their reputation would suffer. In the end, Wang Ha proposed that there was only one option left. As Lam Tan and Du Hyun were about to leave, someone called them back. Wang Ha led the board and reporters forward, asking them to wait. Ju Hyun was surprised to see the principal appear, while Lam Tan remained calm, knowing he would come once the matter spread. In front of the cameras, Wang Ha accepted responsibility on behalf of the cafeteria and asked Lam Tan to consider deleting the comments. Lam Tan said coldly that the video had not been posted by him, but by their own students, pointed toward Jae-jun, and stated that the root cause lay in the bullying behavior. His sharp words left them silent, as this group had repeatedly violated and humiliated Kim Ju Hyun. Lam Tan brought Ju Hyun before the cameras and said the person who deserved an apology was her. Ju Hyun looked at him emotionally, understanding that he had come here because of her. Go Nam claimed to be the supervising teacher but said there was no evidence, so he could not take action. Before he could finish, Wang Ha slapped him. Principal ordered the expulsion of the bullies and called the police, and Go Nam lowered his head and apologized. Security restrained Jae-jun and informed her that the police were on their way, but she still screamed that she had done nothing wrong. Just then her phone rang. It was her father calling. As soon as she answered, she was scolded harshly because her personal information had been exposed. Her family had lost their jobs and trash had been thrown at their door. Jae-jun collapsed to her knees, unable to believe what had happened. Lam Tan stepped forward and said coldly that the bully had finally tasted what it was like to be bullied. When everything settled down, Du Hyun led Lam Tan to her favorite place to enjoy the view. Breathed in the cool air and praised the scenery as pleasant, with its breeze and mist. She introduced it as Thin Iron Waterfall, the stream flowing as if from the sky. Lam Tan almost spat out water because the waterfall was only about 20 meters high, even smaller than the artificial one in his own residential area. He silently felt sorry for the petite flower forced to remain buried in such a cramped space. How pitiful it was. In a tiny place like this, how could one's gaze ever reach far? He gently stroked the kitten beside him as a form of comfort. Next time I will take you to Hua Nation for a visit. The waterfalls in An Province are worthy of being called wonders. Those words were like a switch being flipped on, suddenly adding a radiant aura to Lam Tan in Ju Hyun's eyes. His gentle gaze brimming with affection along with the promise to take her out sounded unbearably romantic. Was it not just like a date? Thoughts drifted away. Oh heavens, I have never gone on a date with a male student before, should I accept? But no, in Lam Tan's eyes I am only a younger sister. How could a younger sister harbor feelings that crossed the line toward her older brother? Ju Hyun turned to look at Lam Tan, her cheeks flushed red. She once thought that leaving the national team and escaping that strict coach would bury her dark memories. Yet after returning to school, she still had to endure such mistreatment. She stepped forward and hugged him to express her gratitude, because all this time he had quietly stood behind her, shielding and encouraging her. She was truly moved. Without him, she might never have overcome the shadows of her past. Immediately, the system released a series of notifications. The favorability level increased by 22%. Upon reaching the 90% mark, the first phase of the comeback mission was officially completed, and countless rewards poured in. The money had barely warmed his hands before Lam Tan was already planning to move it elsewhere. The past was over, let us go. When the mood is bad, one must spend money to ease it. This sudden decision left Du Hyun stunned. Hey, phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated, cutting off their conversation. As soon as she answered, a panicked female voice cried for help from the other end. Ju Hyun, save me. Her eyes widened as she anxiously pressed on. Sumi, what happened? Where are you? Sumi hurriedly replied that she had been forced to Ba Thiu Nhat bar to drink with a big boss. But sensing something was wrong, she pretended to go to the restroom to call for help. Before she could finish, a loud crash came through the phone, followed by screams and Sumi's resistance. Sob, I do not want to go, I am in VIP room 1. Lam Tan stood beside her listening to the entire call but still did not grasp the full situation. What is going on? Who is the caller? Ju Hyun anxiously explained that Hasumi was her only childhood best friend, discovered last week as an idle trainee, and now she was being forced to follow unspoken rules. He immediately pulled Ju Hyun along to save her. Call the police at once. We will head there simultaneously. She did not hesitate to seek help. Hello? Is this the police? My friend is being restrained at Ba Thiu Nhat bar. Please send someone quickly. Night gradually blanketed the sky. Streetlights cast their glow onto the asphalt, illuminating each car speeding along the streets. Sitting in the car, Du Hyun could not calm the unease in her heart. Meanwhile, Lam Tan thought more carefully, wondering what kind of place Ba Thiu Nhat bar truly was, then texted his cousin to inquire. Aha quickly replied that it was a bar where female celebrities entertained guests, and the VIP area even provided special services. As long as a client fancied a girl, V. Lian would force her to serve. Upon hearing this, Lam Tan clicked his tongue in displeasure. He looked out the window at the dazzling, brightly lit city, silently judging that the prosperous place he was about to step into was certainly no good ground. Not long after, they arrived at Ba Thiu Nhat bar. The flashing blue and red lights spilling outside made the atmosphere even more noisy and lively. Lam Tan held Ju Hyun's hand as they wove through the crowd swaying to the pounding music. Yet he did not realize that two strangers had already set their sights on him, their sly smiles hiding unfathomable schemes. He had not yet noticed anything unusual and hurried toward the room Sumi mentioned. Meanwhile, he remained extremely vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings. In the VIP area, there was not even a guard in sight. The moment the door opened, the sight of two men forcing Sumi onto the sofa struck her eyes. Ju Hyun screamed in terror. Sumi. She rushed forward and shoved the two men away. Let her go. Without daring to delay, she grabbed Sumi's hand tightly and pulled her along. Come with me. Yet Sumi stood motionless, leaving Ju Hyun utterly confused. Sumi kept her head lowered in silence, then softly uttered a single sentence, I am sorry. Ju Hyun was horrified beyond measure. What is this? A premonition warned her that things were far from simple. She turned and whispered, Lam Tan, something is wrong, we should leave first. He remained standing there calmly, It is too late. At some point, a group of men in black had silently surrounded him from behind. Each of them aimed a gun straight at Lam Tan, and she screamed in panic. Jaehyun turned back, her lips trembling as she softly called, "Sumi, you." She rushed forward, grabbing her best friend's shoulders and questioning her in resentment. "Sumi, why did you do this? Were all our years of friendship worth nothing?" Sumi's tears streamed down, her voice choked. "I'm sorry, Jaehyun. I had no other choice. If I didn't obey them, my whole family would have died. They took nude photos of me and forced me to entertain guests for many nights. I really couldn't endure it anymore. I also." Suddenly a rough hand yanked her hair violently, cutting off that pitiful wailing. "Shut up, Sumia. You are too noisy." Ho Zeung tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand and shamelessly greeted them. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Forced to tilt her head back, she begged in panic and pain, "It hurts. Please let me go." Though furious, Jaehyun could not stand by and watch her friend be abused. She stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you? Let Sumi go at once." That man ignored the trembling girl and casually threw back a question, worthy of being a world-go prodigy. Kim Joo-hee-un so kind that even after being betrayed by her best friend, she still worries about her. "But she betrayed you. Shouldn't she be punished?" Without waiting for her reply, he turned to Sumi and ordered, "Say it yourself." Understanding his meaning, she immediately dropped to her knees on the freezing floor. Not stopping there, she slapped herself repeatedly, continuously admitting her fault. "Yes, I was wrong. I deserve punishment. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Ignoring Sumi lying on the ground in pain, he raised his wine glass and slowly introduced himself. "Greetings to you both. I am Lee Hok-seung. Since you are here, relax a little, have a drink." Jaehyun naively warned, "I called the police before coming. They will be here soon. What you are doing is illegal." Burst out laughing as if hearing a joke, then leisurely replied, "The police in Bong Nation are nothing more than dogs I raise." Even after being doused with cold water, she remained firm. "What do you want from me? I would rather die than bow my head." Ho Zeung calmly revealed the cruel truth. "You are just a minor Kim marriage pawn, not worthy of me appearing in person." Patiently extended the wine glass toward Lam Tan, who had been silent. "President Tyne, won't you sit down and have a drink with me?" Under her astonished gaze, he calmly walked toward him at the invitation. Ignoring the gun barrels aimed around him, he politely replied, "It is an honor to be invited for a drink by the chairman of the 4-star group, Lee Ho-seung." Lam Tan leisurely sat with his legs crossed and took the swirling glass, his voice steady as if chatting with a confidant. "Then I cannot refuse." He raised his glass in satisfaction. "So President Tyne knows me. Indeed, no acquaintance without conflict." His hawk-sharp eyes followed every movement as he lifted the glass to his lips. The fiery liquid slid down his throat. The system immediately notified, "Aphrodisiac detected. Activating level 1 passive physique." The drug's effect was quickly neutralized. Cooled on 5 minutes, Lam Tan curled his lips slightly, just as expected. Seeing the prey had drunk the wine, Ho Zeung confidently stood up. "Worthy of President Tyne, extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. I invited you here today to discuss cooperation." Bent down toward him to create pressure. "The laws of Hua Nation are too strict, making it hard for our capital to enter. After much searching, I chose you. Just help the 4-star group enter Veem Jiang. You may name your conditions." His eyes flashed with greed, his voice sweet as honey. "Whether it is women, money, or power, I can satisfy you." Ho Zeung's blind confidence came from the unfavorable past information about him already in his hands. According to the investigation, President Tyne was merely a playboy heir who flaunted wealth, foolish and without backing. If he could control this chess piece, the plan in Hua Nation would begin smoothly. Listening to his endless rambling, Lam Tan finally let out a mocking laugh. He waved away that empty promise. "Sorry, I already have too much money. I'm not interested in cooperating with your small company." The gun-wielding bodyguards were speechless. The 4-star group controlled 25% of Bong Nation's economy, yet was called a small company. Zeung patiently continued to entice. "President Tyne, you once caused my go-coach to suffer an accident. I did not pursue the small financial loss. Just cooperate, and I will elevate you to the #1 position in Hua Nation's finance." As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled meaningfully and subtly signaled for the next performance. At that signal, the door opened slightly, revealing several pairs of slender legs stepping in. Young and beautiful girls appeared just as he had advertised. "After drinking, you must feel fine. I will gift you the idol group from my company. Just cooperate, and the nightclub of 100 celebrities will be yours to enjoy. Kim Joo-hee-un will also avoid trouble." Standing beside him, she was stunned to recognize the most famous girl group in her country, yet they were merely playthings in the hands of tycoons. Surely Lam Tan would not. Contrary to expectations, he calmly criticized, "Your girl group is beautiful, but after looking for a long time, I cannot tell one from another. As if molded from the same template, completely not my type." The system chimed in. "All have undergone cosmetic surgery, unable to activate counterattack mission." He suddenly stood up and knocked over the wine glass, bluntly exposing the truth. "It seems Lai Ho Zyung's wine is still not strong enough." His face turned pale. He was speechless and could only utter the word "you" before falling silent. A tense atmosphere, the girls competed to prove themselves. No President Tyne. "My eyes are 0.2 millimeters bigger than hers. My lips are 0.5 millimeters fuller. How could we be the same? Their hair parts at 4.6 while mine is 3.7. That noise made him furious as he shouted, "A bunch of useless trash, get out." Suppressing his anger, Ho Zyung continued to reassure, "Do not rush your decision, President Tyne. Stay in Bong Nation for 3 days to consider. During that time, you may come here to enjoy yourself for free." After the sweet persuasion came a cold threat. "But if your answer displeases me, I guarantee you will not leave Bong Nation." After a tense standoff, he led Ju Hyun away from that dangerous place. She walked, her tears fell uncontrollably to the ground. She choked with self-blame. "Bong Nation is in the hands of the 4 great conglomerates and 4-star is the strongest. We cannot fight them. It is all my fault. If you had not come to see me, you would not have fallen into this situation." Lam Tan wiped her tears and gently said everything was still under control. "In the end, they are just a group with money. Whoever has more money is the master. Coincidentally, I am richer than them." He seriously declared, "Meeting again for the first time and you look so gloomy is not acceptable. I want you to be happy every day. Spend money like water. Live among gold and splendor and help me spend a lot of money." Kim Ju-hyun. She movedly hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Lam Tan. I am very happy," the deep thoughts she hid in her heart. He did everything just to make her happy. Even if he only saw her as a younger sister, being able to hold him like this was enough. She only wished time would stop. As if understanding those feelings, he tightened his arms around the slender waist leaning against him. And he pulled Ju Hyun to run. "Let us go, we will not sleep tonight." She startled and asked, Go where?" In Lam Tan's mind, the plan was already clearly mapped out, choosing finance as the breakthrough point. He decided to act that very night. After careful calculation, he pointed to the skyscraper for Ju Hyun to see. Dawn broke. The two had already appeared at the trading floor. Buyer and seller quickly signed, signaling the deal was completed as planned. Lam Tan looked at the string of numbers deducted from the account without blinking. Transfer contract clearly stated the name would change to Hyun Tan Company. The legal representative was Kim Ju Hyun. After signing, she stared blankly at his back. "Lam Tan stayed up all night to buy the company, yet put my name as the legal representative. What are you planning? Can this really overthrow Lai Ho Zyung?" After completing the final procedures, Lam Tan turned back and declared everything was ready. "Next, we will seize the 4-star group from Lai Ho Zyung." She cried out in shock, her face pale with fear. Ju Hyun sprang up, stammering in disbelief. "Seize the 4-star group? How is that possible?" He calmly explained the key point. "Li Ho Zyung is arrogant because 4-star backs him. As long as we buy enough shares to become the largest shareholder, we can take control. Then 4-star will naturally fall into our hands." Even hearing that she remained uneasy, "I do not understand business, but is it really as easy as you say?" Lam Tan softly reassured her. "Trust me, every step has been carefully calculated." Through the camera hearing the plan clearly, Ho Zyung laughed loudly in ridicule. "I thought President Tyne had some brilliant trick. Turns out it is just this." Rang Hai standing beside him echoed, "A clown from Hua Zia dares to compete for shares with us on Chairman Lee's own territory." Not knowing his every move was under the chairman's control, he grew impatient and ordered, "I gave him 3 days, but it seems unnecessary. Tonight you handle him directly." Before he finished speaking, the rapid ringing of the phone interrupted. As soon as he picked up, he spoke respectfully. "Greetings, Chairman Choi of K's group." Upon hearing that name, he immediately told them to let him in. Once the large screen connected, Choi Guk coldly questioned, "Chairman Lee Ho Zyung, are you planning to run away?" He asked blankly, "What do you mean?" The other party sneered. "Perhaps you do not know that Hua Zia man is using Hyun Tan Company to gather shares and fight you. I advise surrender. If you transfer your shares, I can help. After all, 4-star is already declining." His face turned livid, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "Thank you, Chairman Choi, for the reminder. At this point, I must preserve my dignity. If I am not mistaken, the chairman of Kandai Group and GL are also watching the show. Then I will broaden your horizons." Ambition surged fiercely as he declared he would crush that Hua Zia tycoon and conveniently swallow all his assets. On Monday morning, the stock war officially began beneath a calm surface. But inside the trading floor, rumors spread like wildfire. People buzzed in discussion. "Have you heard? Someone is offering an extremely high price to buy 4-star shares. Really? Yes, double the price. Code 69.879 has risen to 38, equivalent to 200 yuan. Unbelievable. Thanks to Lam Tan's capital flow, retail shareholders sold in droves. At such a high price, sell immediately. I have 200 shares. Thought I would lose but made a big profit. I have 500 shares and am selling too. After years of investing, I finally hit it big. The chart line on the screen shot straight up without cooling down. Sunai reported, Chairman Kim, with abundant funds the acquisition is going smoothly. At this rate, within less than an hour, we will hold 10% of the shares. Lam Tan nodded just as expected. Continue maintaining this pace. Ho Zyung observed through the screen while the other 3 chairmen lurked like tigers in the corner. Choi fired the first shot. Indeed, you have controlled the cameras over there. Want to fight Li Ho Zyung? Regarded such sneaky lurking as nothing more than a light breakfast and coldly concluded, these dirty tricks are not worth mentioning. The mocking words did no harm. He even laughed back. Do not pretend to be noble. Sitting in that position, you are no cleaner than me. My camera system is more than you imagine. All 3 instinctively glanced around the room. In their minds, the same 2 words flashed. Damn it. Could it be our offices are also bugged by him? He shook his legs smugly. A small President Tyne wants to stir waves here. Today I will show you the outcome of opposing me. And by the way, warn those within the company who always block my path. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. After the boast, Ho Zyung moved to the next step, calling in the shareholders. Rushing footsteps sounded along with a shout, Li Ho Zyung, what are you doing? All 4-star shareholders were present. The former chairman questioned on their behalf. Have you not caused enough trouble? Why summon everyone? I should not have handed power to you. Calmly replied, Father, you are old and the global economy is declining. If we stay only in the small Bong Nation market, 4-star cannot go far. Expanding into Huazia is the wise choice. The old man was speechless with anger while he spread his arms and declared, after this battle, I guarantee for the next 20 years 4-star will remain at the top of the tycoon world. On the other side, looking at the electronic board jumping numbers, Sunai excitedly reported, Chairman Kim, we have acquired 10% of 4-star shares through Hyan Tan. Lam Tan popped the bottle cap to celebrate the first step. It is indeed too easy. Victory is only a matter of time. Open the champagne. Hyan raised her glass, her eyes full of admiration. Lam Tan is truly impressive. 200 billion yuan withdrawn as if it were nothing. He drank it all and explained, 4-star's total value is currently about 100 billion yuan with 5 billion shares. Li Ho Zyung holds 35%, and the money I prepared is enough to buy 36%, 1% more than him. Those words transmitted directly into the listening device. By then I will be the largest shareholder. Li Ho Zyung will have to obey. After hearing this, he burst into wild laughter. Pointing at the screen, he laughed arrogantly. How ridiculous. That Huazia man has only gone halfway and is already celebrating. Enough for me to laugh for a whole year. Ho Zyung decided to throw out a big lure. Issue another 5% of my shares, but raise the price 5-fold. If he wants to buy, let him buy to his heart's content. Trang Hai immediately replied yes. Ju Hyan looked at her phone and asked, Lam Tan, the retail shares are almost bought up, so the speed has slowed. 4-star just released another 5%, but the price has surged. 1 yuan per share should we buy? He stroked his chin, calculating. Although the price is high, it means Li Ho Zyung will lose another 5% of shares. He decisively said buy. This is the chance to seize shares from him. She immediately replied yes. The chart shows we have reached 15%. He merely nodded slightly. Seeing his face tense through the screen, that man sneered. As expected, he cannot laugh anymore. In his mind, Ho Zyung had already calculated. To secure 36%, he needed 700 billion. He has spent 450 billion, still short 250 billion. I still hold 30%, brat. Your money is not enough. Imagine tightening a financial noose around Lam Tan neck, slowly squeezing out every last coin until he could no longer breathe. Then both his money and his life would belong to me. Ju Hyan looked at the price board, brother Lam Tan. They released another 5%. Now only 25% remains. He asked again, is that true? She nodded, but the price this time is 7 times the original. That means 1,400 yuan per share. He calculated rapidly. Buying this 5% would require 350 billion, and I only have 250 billion left. Ju Hyan grew anxious. So what do we do now? Lam Tan turned toward the door, leaving a single sentence. I will go raise the money. The camera, he was seen on the balcony making a call. Mortgaged 29 properties in Mado and 3 companies in Udo. A lower price is fine. Speed is what matters. After hanging up, he said briefly, it is done. She asked excitedly, is the money enough? Secretary Sunai immediately replied that she would arrange to purchase that 5%. With the funding issue resolved, Ju Hyan continued, then we will have 20%. Are you all right? He rubbed his forehead and said he was fine. She boldly voiced her doubt. The price has been pushed too high and can only fall. Could this be a trap by Li Ho-zeung? Should we stop? He slammed the table decisively. No, I will not stop. He dared to threaten me, so he must pay the price. The money is only temporarily short. Once we seize 2 tin, the profits will make up for it. Ho-zeung curled his lips. Want to kill me? Fine, release another 5%. Trang Hai replied yes. Former chairman shouted, Ho-zeung, think carefully. If Hyan Tan buys another 5%, they will have 25%, and you only 20%. He turned and mocked. Do you think I do not know something that simple, that Brat has run out of money? If he wants to raise more, there is only one last way. Everything is within my plan. His words struck like thunder, leaving shareholders and partners stunned. From the screen, Lam Tan voice continued. They released another 5%, as expected. Li Ho-zeung forgot his own ratio for the sake of money. He does not know the one secretly buying shares is me. He calmly concluded, as long as I gather the final 5%, I win this battle. Although Ju Hyun remained worried because another 350 billion was needed, and his funds seemed exhausted. He stared at the chart and slowly revealed he still had one ultimate move not yet used, reserved for this decisive moment. Jiu Bok exclaimed in shock. What, that Chinese man still has a move? At this stage, he can still raise money. Ho-zeung replied calmly, I saw that long ago. Almost simultaneously, both he and Lam Tan thought of one possibility, cyclic share pledging. Choi Woo leaned forward in surprise. Cyclic share pledging means mortgaging wholly owned companies in rotation to secure loans. This was a financial strike layered upon another. High interest and enormous risk, like a double shell concealing danger. Anyone hearing it would call it reckless. He analyzed. He must own many companies in Hua Nation, so it is feasible. But if any bad news leaks, that capital chain will collapse instantly. Imagining Lam Tan being led by the nose, everyone believed every move lay within Li Ho-zeung's grasp. That Chinese man was nothing more than a puppet. Choi Guk rubbed his forehead and concluded, he is bound to lose. The person beside him sighed, truly lacking realistic vision. AOK coldly remarked, a waste of time. The three left the meeting. Trang Hai lowered her head and reported, Chairman Choi, and the others have all disconnected. Ho-zeung revealed a sinister smile. This game should end now. On the other side, Sunya calmly announced, Chairman Kim, 350 billion has been used to acquire another 5%. We now hold 25% of 2 tin. Ju Hyun hugged Lam Tan and shouted, we won. Seeing their joy, Ho-zeung snapped his fingers. Time to draw in the net. At his signal, the shares in his hands surged at an astonishing rate. Jiu Bok looked at his phone and shouted, why did so many shares suddenly appear? He glanced at the other shareholders and suddenly understood. He could not restrain himself from confirming, these are all your shares. You released them for Li Ho-zeung to repurchase at a low price. Jiu Bok's mind appeared the image of his son crushing his opponent, even if each person's share was not large. But together they amounted to 15%. Once Li Ho-zeung gathered them, he would surpass President Tyne 25% and reach 35%. Old Li said emotionally, Ho-zeung, you truly have ability, which is why I chose you as successor. But the stock price has risen to 150,000 won, equal to 800 yuan per share. Where will you get the money? He replied calmly, I am very familiar with cyclic share pledging and have prepared already. Trang Hai immediately reported, Chairman, when shareholders released their shares, I had mobilized 600 billion to acquire the full 15%. We now hold 35%. Ho-zeung spread his arms and shouted, the game is over. But at that moment the screen sounded with congratulations, Chairman Kim. Sunya jumped up cheering. We have reached 32% of 2 tin shares. Ho-zeung and Trang Hai stood stunned, as if drained of blood. Both sprang from their seats in shock. The shareholders were equally shaken, mouths agape in disbelief. Pointed at the camera and shouted, what nonsense is she saying? Is there a mistake? Trang Hai frantically checked the tablet. Wait, how is this possible? After verifying, she confirmed it was true. Kim Joo-hoon somehow acquired another 7% from retail investors, totaling 32% and still buying. In less than an hour, he will surpass us. Shareholders panicked. Did he not run out of money? Surveillance was still recording. Where did he get the funds? Could it be he previously raised more than 350 billion? Ho-zeung slammed the chair and immediately ordered the monitoring team to thoroughly check his source of funds, while continuing to buy shares. Absolutely do not let him surpass us. A fierce argument erupted, but 60 billion was already the limit. The stock price rose to 170,000 won, equivalent to 900 yuan. How much more money was needed for another 1%? He snapped, if he surpasses me, can you keep your shares? We will all sink together. In the end, they gritted their teeth and agreed. There was no way back. Each reported the funds they could raise. I have 3 companies. I can contribute 1.6 billion. After a while, the ticker showed Li Ho-zeung 45%, Kim Joo-hoon 40%. Ho-zeung stared at the screen. Hearing 45%, he exhaled in relief. The shareholders relaxed as well. Shanghai summarized, High and Tan shares have stopped at 40% and are no longer increasing. Perhaps they have run out of money. He laughed gleefully. Ho Zyung threw his head back and laughed. I have won. Seeing his opponent on screen seemingly defeated, he grew even more arrogant. No one has ever beaten me. Your money is trapped in my shares. He even boasted of his plan. I have countless ways to make High and Tan, as the second largest shareholder, depend on me, turning him into a tool for profit. Suddenly, a noise drew everyone's attention. Lam Tan calmly pushed the door open and reminded, wake up, stop dreaming. Seeing him appear, the entire group broke into cold sweat. Ho Zyung panicked. Was he not still at the company? Did surveillance fail? Yet he reassured himself that the situation was settled. He arrogantly pointed, you came at the right time, no need to call, kneel, and pledge to work for me. I still value talent and will grant you a position in 210. Lam Tan replied slowly, which 210, that corporation no longer exists. Ho Zyung was stunned. What are you saying? Behind Lam Tan, big figures such as Director Choi, Director Jung, and Director Kang entered one after another. Ho Zyung was horrified. You all, were you not? Lam Tan smiled. Director Lee does not grasp the situation. Please explain. Choi Guk spoke. Sorry, President Tyne contacted us proposing cooperation, so we disconnected from you. Ho Zyung clenched his teeth, recalling that moment. They said as long as we join him against you, after winning the shares would be evenly divided. So we agreed. Now the four of us hold 55%. You lost. Ho Zyung could not believe it. I monitored you constantly. How did you contact them? Lam Tan replied calmly. I knew you were monitoring long ago. He further revealed, you relied on authority to monitor. I used hacking technology to counter-monitor. My hacker team controlled your footage effortlessly. Ho Zyung looked back at the screen. Was that pre-recorded footage? How could it sync with real transactions? AI. Lam Tan sneered. What era is this to still pre-record? Now AI can generate real-time imagery. I only needed to dub remotely. Seeing his expression, Lam Tan mocked. I did not expect Director Lee to enjoy the feeling of being fooled. He switched camera segments one by one, causing Ho Zyung to scream in terror. The crowd erupted. What is happening? Unbelievable, my heavens. Lam Tan said calmly, I have so much money that I do not even need to raise funds. I only staged this to make the story more interesting. At this point, Ho Zyung nearly lost his mind. Damn it. Shut up. How could I lose to you? No one can spend endlessly like you. His words were immediately cut off by Choi Guk, Director Lee. You have reached a dead end. If you do not sell shares, how will you repay debts? KO coldly added, you are ruined, but we are not. Will you hand them over willingly or try other amusements? Cornered, Ho Zyung suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone confused. Ha ha ha. Threatened viciously. You dare act arrogant on my territory. You truly do not know life from death. As his words ended, a squad of armed bodyguards rushed in. Choi Guk instinctively stepped back. You think we came unprepared? KO warned further, if you dare act, the consequences will be unbearable. At that moment, Ho Zyung bodyguards had already subdued Lam Tan's side. Seeing his opponent fall into disadvantage, he excitedly shouted, Trang Hai. Hearing her master command, she immediately rushed forward. With a single kick, she knocked down a bodyguard on Lam Tan's side. Upon landing, Trang Hai punched the wall hard, the force far beyond ordinary people. The three chairmen were stunned witnessing that scene. Ho Zyung proudly introduced, open your eyes. The living weapon I spent hundreds of millions creating, my trump card, Trang Hai power. Choi Guk cursed in panic, damn it, fire. Bodyguards immediately opened fire repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Trang Hai was so strong she could block weapons with her bare hands. Two bodyguards pulled the triggers simultaneously. Gunshots thundered. She merely twisted lightly and deflected the trajectory, then delivered a precise knee strike, followed by an extremely skillful elbow strike. The three chairmen watched in utter terror. Ho Zyung grew even more smug. She was the queen he selected from thousands of Special Forces soldiers, equipped with a Titan alloy arm. Your bodyguards are nothing. He turned and ordered Trang Hai, do not injure the three chairmen. As for the others, deal with them all. He revealed a charming smile and replied, understood. In an instant, one bodyguard was taken down. In the blink of an eye, the rest were sprawled across the floor. The chairmen panicked and dropped to their knees. What kind of monster is this woman? Ho Zyung praised her, worthy of being my treasure. Trang Hai let out a faint sound of satisfaction. He slipped his hands into his pockets and said arrogantly, you demanded my shares earlier, and even claimed there were many ways to have fun. Now it is your turn to try. Holding the advantage, he laid out his condition. With your status as tycoons, each of you pay 40 billion to buy your lives. What a bargain. Three chairmen could only grit their teeth in anger. Ho Zyung turned to Lam Tan, kneel obediently and signed, the game is over. You are still too inexperienced. Otherwise, this gun will speak. From beginning to end, Lam Tan had remained cold. Suddenly, he reached his hand behind him. He calmly snatched a gun from a bodyguard and pointed it straight at the opponent. That action only made Ho Zyung more furious. Trang Hai face clearly showed shock. Surrounding shareholders were also horrified. Only the three chairmen awaited a reversal. Lam Tan slapped Ho Zyung across the face and said calmly, "Rest assured, with your value I will not let you die easily." By reflex, he called his trump card again, Trang Hai. She immediately unleashed a thunderous strike. Steel fist slammed straight toward Lam Tan, yet he blocked it with just one hand. The entire room stared in astonishment. Ho Zyung could not believe it. A heavyweight boxer can punch with 360 kilograms of force, and Trang Hai Titan arm reaches 500 kilograms. How could he stop it with one hand? After blocking the blow, Lam Tan even mocked, "If this is a massage, add a little more strength." Then he loosened his grip. Ho Zyung tried to reassure himself. "She held back because she feared killing you, that must be it. If you dare provoke her, you are dead." This time Trang Hai increased her speed and launched a flurry of punches. She threw an iron punch, but Lam Tan countered like lightning. Not only that, he easily sent her flying. Trang Hai miserably spat out a mouthful of blood, her body going limp. Moments later, she lay flat on the ground. Seeing her defeated, Ho Zyung panicked. "Impossible, Trang Hai, get up. I spent so much money on you and you lose like this, useless trash." Lam Tan stepped on his head and said coldly, "It seems you have no more cards left, Chairman Lee, or should I call you a failure drowning in hundreds of billions of debt?" Even with his face pressed to the ground, Ho Zyung still shouted, "I cannot lose. I am the symbol of victory. 4-star belongs to me, half of Korea belongs to me, and you are just a minor Chinese tycoon." Hearing those arrogant words, Lam Tan grew annoyed and kicked him again. That kick pushed Ho Zyung to the brink of life and death. He burst into tears and begged as Lam Tan approached. "What did you say? I could not hear clearly." He could only plead, "Save me, I was wrong." He picked his ear and teased, "The wind at the top of this 100-story building is too strong, so I cannot hear clearly. My leg is tired too. Perhaps I should let go." Ho Zyung's face was covered in tears and snot as he trembled and begged, "President Tyne, I was wrong. I was blind. Do not let go. Please just keep stepping on me." At this moment, Ho Zyung completely collapsed. "I will hand over all my shares to you. I admit defeat. Just spare me." Lam Tan gave a cold smile. "Signing is of course necessary, but," said slowly, "take another look. Those ordinary people you once looked down on from above, perhaps now you must learn to look at them differently." Below the building, the crowd gathered in commotion. "Why is the glass shattered like that? It is too dangerous. Could it be Lee Ho Zyung? What happened? I heard he had an accident. Trash like that is better off dead." Ho Zyung did not dare look down again and could only shut his eyes tightly. The phones of the people below simultaneously received emergency notifications. What is going on? Social media exploded with news that the 4-star group had changed hands. Lee Ho Zyung was removed. The shares went to Kim Joo Hyun. 4 new chairmen appeared. A video of Ho Zyung's statement spread rapidly. "The police. In Korea, the police are just dogs I raise." Public opinion surged. Lee Ho Zyung is finished. Before, a female star was forced to death and left an accusation letter in vain. Now everything is exposed. Korea is about to change. He has truly been kicked out of 4-star. In the end, he could only bow his head and leave with the police. At the gate of 4-star, the moment he appeared, he was photographed non-stop by the press. At last, this day has come. Trash like this does not deserve forgiveness. The crowd shouted, demanding punishment for Ho Zyung. Someone so furious even kicked him. The scene was chaotic. Lee Ho Zyung fell down. "Do not let him stand up." The police shouted for calm. Yet the rage drove people to rush forward and stomp on him. Curses rang out. "Think about what you have done, bastard." Driven into a corner, Ho Zyung cried for help. "Police, save me. I do not want to die." He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you not promise to spare me after I signed?" From above, Lam Tan watched indifferently. "Did I not call the police and your close friend as well? Who would have thought it would end like this?" Ho Zyung said weakly, "I am not reconciled." Lam Tan held the contract and said leisurely, "Young people are truly sturdy. One fall and he sleeps forever. Thank you, Chairman, for signing the transfer so that Kim Joo Hyun holds 100% of the shares." The 3 chairmen hurried to flatter him. "President Tyne methods fill us with admiration. Our shares are insignificant, so we wish to befriend you and gift them all to you. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Lam Tan merely smiled faintly. "Do not rush." Even as they turned away, they felt chills down their spines. His methods are too terrifying. What if we become the next target? Perhaps each of us should offer another 20 billion for peace. Yes, that is right. Looking at Lam Tan's smile, they felt this man was far too dangerous. After the 3 left, Lam Tan was elated. "Kim Joo Hyun now holds 100%. 4-star is in my hands, and I gained another 60 billion. Those 3 even offered 20 billion each as life-saving money. A complete victory." A few days later, a press conference was held. Reporters eagerly asked, from a Go player to a group chairwoman, "Do you have anything to share?" Joo Hyun replied, Even now it feels like a dream, but since I have been trusted, I will not disappoint. Lam Tan smiled in satisfaction at her answer. Ju Hyun took a deep breath to steady herself. She announced, 4-star will restructure into 5-star, and we will investigate all wrongdoing of Lee Ho-zeung and his accomplices. We will also establish a charity fund to improve public welfare, especially for the vulnerable. Reporters below were delighted upon hearing this. Ju Hyun turned to Lam Tan, her cheeks flushed. I will do my best. I have also found what I truly want to do. At that moment, the system appeared. Favorability increased by 10%, reaching 100%. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Hearing that, Lam Tan felt exhilarated. 11 billion in hand, enough to retire for life. Yet he thought to himself, the system granted tens of trillions of yuan, and I have only spent over 1 trillion. The remaining money cannot be wasted. It must all be spent. A few days later, it was the graduation ceremony at Dongguk University. Ju Hyun looked beautiful in her bachelor gown. Friends gathered to take commemorative photos. Girls exclaimed, Ju Hyun, you are so beautiful. Can we take a solo photo? How are you so talented? Be friends with us. Spotting a familiar figure, she hurried over. I have something to do. I will go first. Someone called from behind. We have not finished taking photos. The other side, Lam Tan was neatly dressed, holding a bouquet of congratulatory flowers. Ju Hyun smiled brightly in thanks. I am so happy you came to my graduation. Lam Tan praised her, saying she looked very beautiful in this outfit. Her face flushed red as she was about to confess. Do you know, actually I... Before she could finish, a gust of wind tore her skirt. Lam Tan caught a glimpse inside and blushed. Ju Hyun. Some male students in the distance whispered. Her skirt flew up just now and something white was exposed. Another said you must have seen it wrong. From that far, how could you see clearly? Ju Hyun quickly covered herself. You did not see anything. She blamed herself for listening to Sumi. She recalled last night. Ju Hyun had a headache choosing clothes. How could she make Lam Tan see her as a woman? Sumi laughed. He gave you the entire 4-star and spent hundreds of billions. And you say he does not see you as a woman. Ju Hyun explained he always treats her like a younger sister, though very gentle. But she truly likes him. Ju Hyun worried. After today, he will return to his country. If I do not confess, there will be no chance. What should I do? Sumi leaned close and suggested, he will attend the graduation tomorrow. Then you should try. Ju Hyun blushed. Are you crazy? With so many people, how could I dare? Sumi urged further, if you like someone but do not dare act, do not regret it later. Back on campus, Ju Hyun's face burned with embarrassment. Behind her, Lam Tan secretly glanced and murmured, I did not see it wrong. The thin fabric accentuated her alluring curves, making it even harder to look away. Lam Tan raised his thumb in silent praise. Truly excellent. At last, Ju Hyun gathered her courage and said, Brother Lam Tan, may I stay by your side? He stepped closer and said he understood, and there was no need to say more. Let us go. She nodded softly. At the magnificent 4-star building, the two sat by the swimming pool. Lam Tan laughed. So you wanted to play chess with me? He scratched his head at the not-so-innocent thoughts that had just crossed his mind. It seemed he had let his imagination run a little too far. Hyun stammered that she simply hoped for a chance to go out with Lam Tan. Since the first time they met was at a Go tournament, her heart far more restless than her calm appearance, wanting to confess everything, yet the words stuck in her throat. So Ju Hyun only dared to quietly watch the man she loved. He was breathtakingly handsome, and always carried an unwavering aura that feared nothing. The longer she looked, the more Zahyun had to admit his charm was truly irresistible. Lam Tan's slender fingers gently lifted a chess piece and set it down. Ju Hyun hurriedly composed herself. Oh heavens, what nonsense am I thinking? Kim Ju Hyun truly has no shame. At that moment, Lam Tan reminded her, Ju Hyun, it is your turn. She sprang up in panic and stuttered that she needed to use the restroom. Unfortunately, Ju Hyun accidentally knocked the entire chessboard over. In the commotion, she slipped and fell, revealing a moment that made her face burn red. Realizing it, Ju Hyun frantically pulled her clothes to cover herself. Just then, Lam Tan walked over and asked Han, are you all right? The situation made Ju Hyun wish she could sink into the ground. She stammered that she was fine. But before she could steady herself, she slipped into the pool again. Ju Hyun cried out in panic, I cannot swim. Lam Tan did not hesitate for even a second before diving straight into the water. He pulled Ju Hyun into his arms and gently reassured her not to be afraid. He was here. He looked straight into his eyes and softly called his name. Then she suddenly pressed a sweet kiss to Lam Tan's lips and confessed that she liked him. Only then did Ju Hyun notice her dress, while Lam Tan paid no mind and simply told her to ignore it and hold him tighter. On the surface of the water floated not only Ju Hyun's dress, but also Lam Tan trousers. Two sank deep into the cool water, exchanged their sweetest emotions. Their legs accidentally entwined together. Lam Tan reminded Ju Hyun to come up for air. In the office, the shadows of the two stretched long across the floor. Two were discussing work. The chief secretary asked where President Kim was since there were documents to review. The other replied to let him look at them first. At that moment, Zahyun felt overflowing happiness. As if seeing a brilliant seven-colored aurora, she whispered that she loved him very much. When they surfaced, Lam Tan asked Do Hyun if she was all right. She blushed and said she did not expect it to feel so special, like he had taken her surfing across the open sea. He gently lifted her chin and said his flight was tomorrow, and he had to return to Hua country, asking if she wanted to go with him. Trace of sadness flickered in her eyes, and Ju Hyun regretfully refused, though she longed to follow him. The massive investment in five-star group required her to stay and supervise to ensure profit. Seeing her worry, Lam Tan kissed her forehead and comforted her not to pressure herself. If there were losses, she could come to him. Deeply moved, Du Hyun whispered in his ear that he was so good to her, then shyly asked to experience that floating sensation underwater once more. Lam Tan smiled and said of course, they still had the whole night ahead. That joy quickly ended when he had to return to the city the next morning. Lam Tan excitedly opened the dorm door and called out, "I am back. Did you miss me?" Contrary to expectations, his roommates complained in unison not to interrupt their game. He laughed and asked where their brotherhood had gone, then invited them out to dinner on him. During that, they immediately shut down their computers and ran over happily agreeing, suggesting the famous ice cream and some barbecue, ready to ditch the game for a brother like this. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, giving way to the gentle night. On the street, Trin Hao enthusiastically talked about an exciting game. Ngo Tri eagerly added that he had to fight the boss more than 20 times before defeating him. When they reached a crowded stall, they exclaimed this is the place. The stall sold the famous smoky ice cream, owned by Tiu Can. Smoking dessert fascinated Chow Dong, and Ngo Tri excitedly urged everyone to line up and try it. 20 minutes passed without their turn. Tiu Can busily prepared each portion and reminded customers to hold it carefully, the girl receiving it full of anticipation. They patiently waited and hoped the taste would match the time spent in line. Only Lam Tan felt the stall owner looked somewhat familiar. When it was finally their turn, Ngo Tri quickly said we will take 4 servings. But just then Tyne Nhu cut in demanding a grand jam ice cream. Lam Tan frowned and reminded her to line up, asking her to stand at the back. She arrogantly repeated her request, as if no one else existed. Tiu Can awkwardly said everyone had waited over 20 minutes and asked her to keep order. Tyne Nhu glanced at the long line and disdainfully thought who has time to wait. She carelessly dropped her phone onto the person behind and snapped watch where you are looking. Pointing at the screen, she loudly declared herself a food vlogger. On the phone appeared her post titled, "Experiencing the hottest smoky ice cream." Crowd murmured seeing her many followers, thinking the stall might gain fame, while Tiu Can looked bewildered. After a few seconds of silence, Lam Tan said even a vlogger must queue. Even invited reviewers have no right to cut in line. Recognizing him, Tiu Can widened her eyes in surprise. Tyne Nhu placed her hands on her hips and looked disdainfully at the people she deemed rustic. Twirling her blue-dyed hair, she urged that she had over 100,000 fans and stopped by out of interest, so the stall should be grateful and serve her first. Faced with such rude behavior, Tiu Can could only sigh helplessly. Still, she politely replied, "Thank you for coming, but please follow the rules and queue," making Tyne Nhu retort irritably. Everyone immediately supported the stall owner, telling Tyne Nhu to go to the back and not obstruct them just because she was a so-called hot girl. Criticized by the crowd, she trembled and stammered speechlessly. Her anger peaked as Tyne Nhu shouted she did not care. Being this beautiful, why should she queue? Was that not allowed? Hearing that, everyone froze in shock. Few seconds later, the crowd burst into loud laughter. "You call yourself beautiful? Are you some fairy descended from heaven?" That arrogant attitude made her grind her teeth in fury. Tyne Nhu pointed at them and cursed, "What are you laughing at? How dare you mock me? I am a hot girl with hundreds of thousands of fans. Apologize at once." The crowd had to cover their ears from her shrill shouting. She even yelled that if she could not line up, then none of them would. Not stopping there, Tyne Nhu turned to attack Tiu Can, threatening that this ice cream stall could forget about continuing business. "I will post an expose video to shut it down." And the owner dared to side with them to bully me, surely jealous because I am so beautiful. Tiu Can was speechless and could only utter. Lam Tan stepped forward to defend her, saying that since she could not cut in line, she became angry and threatened to smear the owner. There were many witnesses here. Do not think a few 100,000 fans are impressive. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. She remained arrogant, saying these country bumpkins dared to challenge her online, boasting she was not an ordinary vlogger but the exclusive experience ambassador of Lao Tiu Dai. Hearing that name, everyone looked at one another blankly. What Lao? Seeing their confusion, Tyne Nhu grew more smug, saying Lao Tiu Dai was a 3-star Michelin restaurant present in every first-tier city, not even in second-tier cities. That ambassador title could not be bought with money. She continued bragging that a single live stream of hers could generate billions in revenue for the restaurant. These poor people meeting her was fortune from several lifetimes. Not finished, Tyne Nhu even threatened that if she wanted this small stall closed, she could easily do it. Crowd began whispering that Lao Tiu Dai was indeed famous. Many celebrities and million-follower bloggers had dined there and praised it. Perhaps the stall owner should just give her an ice cream to avoid trouble. Seeing opinion tilt her way, Tyne Nhu pushed further, demanding Tiu can kneel and apologize and give her 20,000 yuan if she did not want a video posted, also ordering the crowd to bow and apologize. Xiao Dong immediately objected. Why should they? Trin Hao worried that if they did not apologize, she would harm the stall owner. Ngo Tri angrily asked whether they had to bow to someone like her. Tyne Nhu threatened to count to 3 and livestream if no apology came. She shouted 3, 2, 1. Soon as she finished, Lam Tan calmly said he knew Lao Tiu Dai, then called Butler Du and told the secretary to come handle some trash immediately. That action made her sneer, asking if he meant Du Yen of Lao Tiu Dai. He continued mocking that she had seen many people pretend to know powerful figures. A few words were enough to reveal their lowly status. Ngo Tri grew somewhat worried and whispered to Lam Tan not to boast too much, or she would ridicule him. Unexpectedly, Tiu Can softly suggested they leave first and let her handle it. Tyne Nhu overheard and stopped them, saying the 4 of them must apologize one by one or she would live stream and have her fans track them down, then challenged Butler Du to appear. Just then, a luxurious Audi suddenly stopped in front of the stall. The splendor of the car stirred the crowd into excited murmurs. Car door opened, and Du Yen stepped out with imposing presence. Everyone was astonished to recognize Du Yen, the branch manager of Dalac Nhat Pham under Lao Tiu Dai. They did not expect that student to truly summon her. Tyne Nhu reassured herself that Du Yen was probably just passing by to sample food, since she was a Michelin judge who often evaluated cuisine. Her attitude changed instantly, as she smiled and greeted Sister Du Yen. What a coincidence. Du Yen coldly replied, "Who are you?" Tyne Nhu hurriedly introduced herself as the experienced ambassador, but Du Yen indifferently said she had contacted many bloggers and could not remember each one. The scene made the crowd cover their mouths to keep from laughing. Inside, she burned with anger, thinking that a mere manager dared to embarrass her. Once she secured ties with the true owner, she would make her pay. At that moment, Du Yen respectfully opened the car door and announced that the young lady had arrived. The appearance of Huang-on instantly turned the ordinary atmosphere into something as dazzling as a runway. The crowd marveled that she was the beautiful female owner of Lao Tiu Dai, previously seen only in the news, never expected to meet her in person. Tyne Nhu was also stunned, but quickly calculated that she must seize the chance to get acquainted, since this woman possessed immense wealth. He confidently stepped forward to greet her and introduced herself as the ambassador of Lao Tiu Dai. However, Huang-on walked past her as if she did not exist. He stopped in front of Lam Tan and called out loudly. Huang-on asked irritably why he had called her here. Everyone around them stood stunned at the scene. Lam Tan calmly reminded her that the contract clearly stated she had to call him boss. So unwilling, Huang-on reluctantly addressed him as boss and asked what he needed since she was very busy. At this moment, Tyne Nhu was completely dumbfounded. Rin Hao, Xiao Dong, and the others stared in shock and called out Lam Tan's name. Lam Tan continued questioning why a high-end brand like Lao Tiu Dai would be associated with someone of such poor character. He pointed out that her cutting in line and threatening the stall owner had damaged the restaurant image. Huang-on turned to Du Yen for an explanation, and Du Yen stated that Tyne Nhu had never been invited as an ambassador. She was only on a promotional contact list and still pending screening. Those words struck Tyne Nhu like a bolt from the blue. She felt as if her soul had left her body. Crowd mocked her, so it was all bragging. Bringing in billions in revenue sounded like fiction. Du Yen added that an investigation had revealed she often used the brand reputation to pressure stores. If a store refused to pay, she would give low ratings and smear them, forcing many places to spend money to avoid trouble. Finally, Du Yen declared they would issue a statement and file a lawsuit since she had also used Lao Tiu Dai name for fraud, leaving Tyne Nhu unable to believe her ears. Only minutes later, an official notice was posted exposing vlogger Tyne Nhu intimidation tactics and calling on affected stores to seek justice together. Reading the news, The crowd whispered that her account followers were plummeting from 100,000 to 70,000. NHU panicked and stammered, begging them not to do this. She abandoned all dignity and clasped her hands pleading, "Everyone, I only misspoke. I am young and ignorant. Please spare me. I have depression and cannot control my emotions. Do not sue me. I will post an apology video immediately." The crowd showed no sympathy and mocked her. "You have princess syndrome and say you cannot control yourself. Go see a doctor. You call yourself a beauty. Why apologize?" Tyne Nhu rushed toward Huang-on and desperately begged, "Sister Tiu, I admire you so much. Please forgive me." Huang-on replied coldly that this was her boss' decision and begging her was useless, then ordered that this person be taken to the police station. Her subordinates obeyed at once. Seeing that pleading with Huang-on failed, she turned to Lam Tan. The longer she looked at him, the less she could believe it. "You are the boss. Impossible. My fans, my traffic, all gone." Immediately she was dragged away by Huang-on people, still shouting that she knew she was wrong. When everything settled, Lam Tan returned to his original purpose. "Finally quiet. Owner, what are you waiting for? Keep making ice cream, we have not eaten yet." Tiu-kan jumped and replied, "Yes, yes." She smiled as she handed out ice cream and gratefully said, "Thank you for helping me. These are free as a small token of appreciation." At first, Lam Tan paid no attention but suddenly sensed something odd. "Thank you, owner. What did you just call me?" Tiu-kan pulled down her mask and laughed. Only then did he recognize the familiar face. It was her, the friend from the other day. Two looked at each other for a moment. She was about to speak when she let out a soft cry. Suddenly a hand gripped Lam Tan's wrist. Huang-on decisively pulled him away, ignoring his puzzled question about what she was doing. She simply said, "Stop talking and come here." In a secluded spot, Huang-on confronted him. "You called me here just to handle this trivial matter. Do you take me for a real secretary?" Lam Tan replied calmly that she was indeed his secretary. When called, she must appear. Was there a problem? That remark made her furious. She turned to Du Yen and said, "Let us go." Behind her, Lam Tan called out, "Secretary Tiu, wait. Since you are here, try this ice cream." Huang-on said disdainfully, "It is just ordinary ice cream. Do you think it is worthy of me?" Seeing this, he deliberately provoked her. "I am only afraid you will crave it after one bite." Those words pricked her pride. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, Lam Tan turned to Tiu-kan and asked if he could borrow the kitchen tools. She immediately nodded, of course. Began to show his skill. "All right, let us begin." Watching him, Huang-on told herself that no matter what he made, she would not eat it. Just something ordinary, not worth tasting. Lam Tan skillfully poured the ingredients into a bowl. His hands handled the mixer with remarkable finesse. The only simple ingredients. He added fresh strawberries and shook vigorously. In the blink of an eye, thick cold smoke rose, signaling the ice cream was complete. The graceful sequence of movements made Huang-on's heart tremble slightly. Final product appeared stunning and surprised everyone. Lam Tan confidently lifted the plate and announced it was done. Smoky strawberry ice cream. The crowd marveled hungrily. Just looking made them want to eat. Even Tiu-kan praised how beautiful it was. Huang-on alone coldly refused. "I do not touch such common food." Lam Tan still asked, "Are you sure you will not try?" She blushed and said, "Since you are the boss and insist, I will reluctantly taste it." Even so, Huang-on hesitated before the plate. Finally, she resolved to place a piece of smoky strawberry into her mouth. That instant, her body seemed to freeze, a thin layer of ice covering her. The ice gradually cracked and melted away. The strawberry flavor, blended with the crisp, cold cream from carbon pressure, sent her into ecstasy. Sweet and sour intertwined, as if eating strawberries while savoring ice cream. Seeing her intense reaction, Du Yen anxiously reminded, "Young lady, your nose." Huang-on started and realized that from the cold her nose was puffing white mist, utterly embarrassing. Lam Tan's smug smile made her more annoyed. He must have done it on purpose to embarrass her. Her mind was in turmoil, too cold, too overwhelming. She could only breathe through her mouth. Suddenly she shivered as her tongue went numb with cold. The tingling spread from her tongue to her brain, yet it was irresistibly delicious. Truly a marvelous experience. The system suddenly displayed a notification that favorability increased by 10%, total with Huang-on reaching 45%. Seeing her approval, people crowded forward asking for more. Tiu-kan excitedly asked how he did it and whether he could teach her. Lam Tan readily agreed. "Once you learn this, your stall will attract more customers." Tiu-kan happily thanked him. Unexpectedly, she kissed his cheek lightly and said, "You truly are my lucky star." In the distance, Huang-on thought if such a technique were easily taught to a street vendor, registering a patent could earn millions. She even pouted and criticized the vendor for shamelessly kissing a man in public. Unable to bear it any longer, Huang-on headed to the car and told Du Yen to leave. Du Yen obeyed, but wondered why her young lady expression was so strange. Looking in the rearview mirror, Du Yen thought she had only eaten cold ice cream. The more she looked, the more she found her young lady face flushed inexplicably. Night fell, yet the roadside stalls remained lively. Calls for more skewers and beer rang out endlessly. Ngo Tri was completely drunk, muttering this is bad, while Lam Tan remained unusually sober. 5 bottles of beer had no effect thanks to his level 14 physique-enhancing metabolism. The other 3 were drunk, yet demanded another round, and invited each other back to the dorm to continue before curfew. Lam Tan helplessly shook his head and said, "Let me pay the bill and buy some sobering tea for you." Even drunk Trin Hao shouted, "What tea? I want wine." Chow Dong echoed, "Hurry up, we will wait at the dorm." In the end, only Lam Tan turned off in another direction alone. As he walked, a convoy of supercars sped past, making him glance back. He stopped one after another before the splendid Jiang Yanmi Huan building. A grand opening banner hung outside advertising that for the first 3 days, beautiful women received free drinks. The owner Barry warmly welcomed ladies to enjoy the offer. Thanks to that promotion, the place quickly attracted many stylish young men and women. A group of girls passing by exclaimed, "Are the drinks really free? Tonight we will party hard. Waiter, do we qualify?" Staff politely replied, "Sorry ladies, you are beautiful but not eligible for free drinks. If you enter, I can offer a 10% discount." Suddenly, a striking girl stepped forward and gently said, "Please make way." This time, the staff immediately bowed warmly, "Welcome, honored guest." Special stamp was marked on her shoulder certifying entry eligibility. The men behind excitedly whispered, "This place is strict. Inside must be full of beauties. Let us go, tonight will be fun." They rushed in. Lam Tan could only shake his head in admiration at the marketing strategy. Suddenly his phone vibrated. A message appeared. "Hello, President Tyne, it is Lao Nhi, remember me?" Lam Tan recalled she was the lively young lady from the noble circle who ran a chain of bars. Chatted back and forth. She sent him a VIP card for the newly opened Jiang Yanmi Huan and said his presence would be her honor. Since he was free, Lam Tan decided to go in and take a look. Inside, the bar was lively. People swayed to the energetic music. In the middle of the floor, someone raised a bottle to hype the crowd, asking who wanted a drink. Countless hands shot up. Liquor was poured straight into a girl's mouth amid cheers. The girl beside her was unwilling to lose and grabbed a mouthful as well. That wild scene intrigued Lam Tan. No wonder everyone liked coming to bars for entertainment. Beyond the fiery music, the bar also created a romantic atmosphere with lighting effects. Those petals drifted down, making the girls gaze up in fascination. In another corner, Kin Ka targeted the most beautiful long-haired girl determined to get her WeChat, while Luke Dao set his sights on the girl with a ponytail. The two quickly moved toward their targets, greeted them confidently, and Lam Tan realized they were Lu Nhat Tran and to NHU. Helplessly wondered why he had to run into these two, yet had to admit they were the most outstanding tonight, especially to NHU, who looked completely different from usual. To NHU bluntly refused, saying she wanted to drink alone, but Luke Dao stubbornly insisted on sitting with her. She felt annoyed inside, having tried to maintain a gentle image to impress Lam Tan, yet still being harassed by this nuisance. To NHU face turned icy as she enunciated each word. "If you do not leave, I am afraid I will not be able to hold back." That man misunderstood again, thinking she implied something else, so he laughed and said he would find another place and promised not to resist. At that moment, Nhat Tran's cheerful voice rang out calling Lam Tan. Both girls immediately walked over, to NHU smiling brightly as she asked why he was here. Nhat Tran boldly tried to hug him, but was directly avoided. She felt heartbroken, while to NHU sneered, saying she did not even know her own place, making Nhat Tran angrily shout back. Lam Tan hurriedly asked to NHU why she was drinking alone. Where were his juniors? When asked, she mischievously replied that she came to work, making him surprised and think she was serving drinks. NHU burst out laughing and explained she was hired to liven up the atmosphere. As long as she sat for 2 hours, she would earn 1,000 yuan. Only then did Lam Tan understand why so many beauties in the bar were actually hired. Nhat Tran hugged his arm and disdainfully said fees for livening things up depended on looks. "I am worth 1,000 yuan, while she is probably only worth 250. Being sandwiched between the two girls gave Lam Tan a headache, fearing they were about to argue again. To NHU suddenly shyly moved closer and asked if she could treat him to a drink. Lam Tan was surprised and did not understand what was wrong with her today. From afar, Kin Ka and Luke Dao saw this and felt furious that both beauties were surrounding him. On the other side, a group led by young Master Engi of Yu Du walked in, remarking that this bar was quite decent. That man ostentatiously ordered the most luxurious VIP table, and the staff immediately thanked him for his generosity. The attendant leading the way introduced that Table X had a minimum spending of 88,000 yuan. A subordinate said dissatisfied, who asked about the minimum, "Does young Master Engi look like he lacks money?" Watch your words. Waiter hurriedly apologized, and the young master waved his hand and ordered 8 bottles of Ace of Space. Before long, a stream of beauties and expensive liquor was brought over. Whenever they wanted to drink, someone poured it for them personally. Many admiring gazes from the girls were directed toward them. A subordinate praised the bar for having many beautiful girls, while the young master disdainfully said with just a beckon they would come on their own. That man's gaze suddenly stopped in another direction. Hat Tran and to NHU caught his eye because they showed little interest in the expensive liquor. The 2 beautiful girls' indifference to Ace of Space made young Master Engi even more intrigued. Without hesitation, that man walked straight toward them. That man politely interrupted, apologizing to the 2 beauties and saying he was at table X. I lost a game and was punished to randomly invite a beautiful girl to drink champagne. I hope you 2 will give me face. Subordinate praised the clever way of inviting drinks. Once they finished, it would be easy to bring them to table X to continue chatting. However, contrary to expectations, Hat Tran and to NHU coldly said, "Get lost." That rejection was like a bolt of lightning striking Dao Du's stunned face. That man thought to himself they really had personality. This type of girl was worth conquering. Tonight he would definitely make the 2 women drunk and then do whatever he wanted. Unwilling to give up, that man continued chatting. "Let me teach you how to have more fun." To NHU immediately showed an incredulous expression. "I have been hanging around bars since before you even knew how to wipe a board." Hat Tran also lost patience and said, "Where did this guy come from? Stop interfering between me and Lam Tan." Dao Du remained thick-skinned like a city wall, waving the Ace of Space bottle to show its value. Lam Tan coldly cut him off. "Hey buddy, they are not interested in you, stop bothering them." That man arrogantly asked who he was to dare speak up, inwardly mocking naive female students who only liked poor boys and did not understand the class of the wealthy. Immediately after that man flaunted his money and loudly called for the manager to come, thinking that as long as he displayed his strength, they would automatically admire him. Soon Manager Daka hurried over respectfully to greet the boss and ask what assistance he needed. Dao Du put on the act of a standard rich second generation, declaring he would spend 1 million to cover all the drinks for the entire bar tonight. The crowd erupted in shock. How generous that Kim Long card must require several hundred million yuan in bank deposits to obtain. Seeing the prophet, Daka flattered him with thanks and was about to swipe the card, but Dao Du stopped him, saying there was one more condition. That man pointed at Lam Tan, demanding that he be thrown out of the bar immediately. The manager approached with a polite smile, inviting Lam Tan to leave, promising this time would be free and offering a 20% discount next time. Dao Du glanced at Hat Tran and to NHU triumphantly, believing they had clearly seen his strength. Instead, the 2 girls only giggled. To NHU laughed uncontrollably at his attempt to show off in front of Lam Tan, while Hat Tran covered her mouth and subtly reminded him to stop before it was too late. Dao Du's face immediately darkened. 2 subordinates quickly bragged that young Master Engai was the eldest heir of the Engai family in Yu Du. Even the GT racetrack in Lam Thien district was just his toy. After showing off his wealth, that man slammed the bottle on the table and declared he did not need to use money to pressure people. Better to compete in drinking to show the girls true manly style. The crowd cheered in response. Good idea. Deciding superiority through drinking was what real men did. NHU frowned. "You plan to compete in drinking with Lam Tan?" Hat Tran said angrily. It was clearly using numbers to bully the few. Dao Du proposed 3 against 3 for fairness. Whichever side collapsed first would lose. "If you win, I will leave immediately and pay for the drinks." In their hearts, they smugly thought, how could these students know the alcohol tolerance of people from the real world? They had to let them taste what experience meant. That man even imagined Lam Tan drunk and collapsed, then conveniently taking the 2 girls to a hotel to enjoy himself. The young men behind excitedly cheered. "Accept it. Even if you lose, you still get to drink premium liquor for free." NHU suddenly thought that if she drank for Lam Tan, she would score points, so she declared she would take down all 3. Hat Tran also clenched her fist, determined to teach them a lesson. Dao Du tilted his head and sneered. "You beauties plan to protect that weak boy. How touching." To NHU was about to retort when Lam Tan interrupted. "Tonight, my brothers and I have not had enough to drink. With free liquor, why not play?" Calmly added a condition that if that man lost, he had to roll out of the bar. That man's subordinates sneered, thinking their defeat was impossible. Dao Du generously nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, the beautiful waitresses brought out the liquor one after another. Dozens of strong liquor bottles sparkled under the lights. The crowd was dazzled. All were expensive brands like Sashikai A at 20,000 yuan a bottle, Isla, Hennessy, Henry IV. Competing with such extravagance truly broadened their horizons. Hearing the praise, Dao felt even more delighted. 6 moved to a long table, and the area around them quickly filled with onlookers. To NHU grabbed a bottle, declaring she would take them down first. Nhat Tran refused to fall behind, but Lam Tan placed his hand onto NHU's shoulder, telling her not to push herself. The contest began. Liquor was poured to fill each glass. The 3 on Daodu's side raised their glasses and drained them in one gulp. The audience gasped. 40-degree liquor drunk like water, truly impressive tolerance. While they were still drinking from glasses, Lam Tan had already lifted the bottle and gulped directly. Everyone gaped. Could it be he was finishing an entire bottle of Hennessy in one breath? On the other side, they hurried to imitate to save face. Drinking from the bottle was nothing special. That man tilted his head back and gulped continuously, face flushed red yet forcing himself to swallow. After finishing, that man slammed the bottle on the table, boasting he had done 3 bottles. But the crowd pointed toward Lam Tan in shock. He said in astonishment that while you were busy drinking, that student had already handled 3 bottles alone. The 3 turned back wide-eyed in disbelief. NHU and Nhat Tran had only taken a few sips and already felt the burning heat. Lam Tan remained composed and asked if they wanted to continue. Dao gritted his teeth and replied, "If we continue, then we continue. What am I afraid of?" The table was littered with empty bottles like a battlefield. Tichma whispered, "That guy is like a monster." Dao irritably said, "Even if he is a monster, we must take him down." The subordinate nodded, understanding the hint. They switched to acting, patting shoulders and praising that only young Master Ngai was strong enough to compete. But no need to be too serious or accidentally entering the wrong password when paying would be embarrassing. Inka immediately calculated and asked if young Master Ngai lost who would pay, then volunteered to drink 1 or 2 glasses in his place. Seeing them trying to change the rules, to NHU angrily asked, "What tricks are you trying to pull?" Tichma laughed mockingly, saying in a drinking contest one could have a night drink on their behalf. Only they had to drink double. You girls could also ask someone else. Looking at their smug faces, to NHU worriedly turned to Lam Tan. He only smiled and said it was fine. No matter how many people joined, it would not change the outcome. Lam Tan calmly filled a large glass with 2 full bottles of liquor and said shortly, "I will drink 2 more glasses of vodka. The 4 of you can split 4 glasses. That should be perfect." Dao and his group turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. 1 liter of strong liquor was no joke. 2 knights and the rest could only groan inwardly, their faces twisted as if about to cry. In contrast, Lam Tan remained composed, raising his glass and draining it decisively without the slightest hesitation. NHU and Nhat Tran watched him gulp down the liquor, their insides burning with anxiety. The people around were stunned and shouted, "Is he even human? That is an entire bottle of 50-degree vodka. How is he still standing?" On the other side, Dao subordinates could not endure it. One ran to a corner and vomited violently. Another clutched his stomach and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Lam Tan remained steady as a rock, lifting his glass and mocking, "Your knight is too weak. 4 glasses and he only finished 3. You handle the last one." Crowd began to jeer. "Just admit defeat. Do not ruin yourself for pride. What is so impressive about a few extra glasses? Hurry and collapse already." Hearing that, to NHU angrily shouted back, "What are you yelling for? If you are capable, then come over here and drink yourselves." Dao sneered and bragged, "See, everyone wants you to lose. You can drink yourself to death, but do not make everyone lose their free drinks." Lam Tan remained indifferent. "Are you done talking? If so, then continue. The winner has not been decided yet." Seeing he could not shake him, that man ground his teeth in fury. More 50-degree vodka would cost him his life, but he absolutely could not lose to this poor brat. That man suddenly stood up, turned around and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone else who dares to be my knight?" Only evasive gazes answered him, making him even more irritated. Truly a bunch of useless trash. Finally, he threw out bait. "Whoever helps me drink that bastard under the table, I will give him my car, I mean it." The group buzzed with excitement, asking what car. "A top-tier GT supercar worth over 9 million yuan each. For a supercar, I will risk it." Lam Tan was already tired of this game. No more pretending. "Fine. Spend money to call for reinforcements. But if you lose, leave the car and get out of my sight." Dao slammed the table and roared, "You think you can win my car? My money is enough to buy your life. But today I just want to see you drink yourself to death. I accept." Unexpectedly, a group of old Phi rushed over. "Brother, listen. Let me help you drink." Dao was overjoyed. "Good. He probably only needs 1 more bottle to fall. I am counting on you." The bunch arrogantly took turns provoking. "Kid, prepare to die. Each of us can handle 2 bottles of vodka." Yet as soon as it started, Lam Tan chugged 3 bottles in a row without pause. Meanwhile, the others collapsed unconscious after just 2 bottles. Dao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is he still standing after drinking like that? Is he even human? Did I lose? Is there anyone left to save this? You still owe me 1 bottle of vodka. Lam Tan calmly pressed him. If you cannot drink, then admit defeat. Leave the car keys and leave obediently. Under the scornful gazes of the two beauties, Dao Du clutched his head in fury. That man was unwilling. How could he lose? Absolutely not. Enraged, he grabbed a bottle and leapt onto the table. Go meet the king of hell. But to NHU moved faster. The one going to the underworld will be you. Everyone stood frozen in shock at the scene. She had already torn her skirt. Finally feeling free, pretending to be a lady all night had made her unbearably uncomfortable. He rushed forward, slammed Dao Du to the ground, and pummeled him relentlessly. How dare you show off? How dare you sneak attack Lam Tan, acting arrogant on my turf? See if I do not beat you until you cannot crawl. Afraid things would escalate. Several people hurried to stop her. Stop. Do not hit him anymore. Lam Tan laughed with delight. Keep hitting him. I will cover the medical bills. Beaten without the chance to fight back, Dao Du howled, damn it, just wait. I will call my brothers to deal with you. Pulled out his phone to call for help, but the reply was cold. Bar 3 is blocked. We cannot get in. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in disbelief. Outside, to NHU subordinates led by Mimi had sealed off the entrance. Today, Big Sister is in a good mood. No one is allowed to ruin it. The reinforcements could only sigh. Even a strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Inside, Dao Du rolled on the ground crying out, are you saying I lost? Stop hitting me in broad daylight. Call the police. Lam Tan smiled and stopped her. That is enough, NHU. She replied lightly, it is nothing. Suddenly a shout rang out, stop. That man raised both hands to mediate. Give me face. Everyone calmed down. His appearance immediately drew attention. It was King Hai, the owner of Jiang Yenmi Hone. Whispers spread that this kid was finished. Seeing him arrive, Dao Du felt like grabbing a lifeline. Save me, deal with him. The response was a thunderous slap that knocked out his front tooth. He cursed loudly, but King Hai pressed his head down and whispered, shut up, I am saving you. King Hai repeatedly forced his head to the ground and said, drinking too much only ruins things. Hurry and apologize to President Tyne. After that, he stepped before Lam Tan. President Tyne, my friend was foolish and drunk and offended you. Let him bow and apologize. I will discipline him properly. During that title, the crowd fell silent. President Tyne. Dao Du trembled. Could the student before him be the legendary wealthy President Tyne? He looked up at Lam Tan in awe. Rumors said President Tyne wealth rivaled a nation. He once forced the Zai Tin group to change owners. Everyone in Veem Jiang wanted to befriend him, yet he had dared to offend him. Thinking this, he hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly. President Tyne, it is my fault. Please be magnanimous and spare me. Treat me as a passing breeze. Lam Tan only responded with a cold gaze and a faint snort. He grew even more frantic and clutched his leg. Besides the car, I will also offer the 100 million yuan racetrack. If you do not accept, I will not get up. King Hai added, President Tyne, I think he truly regrets it. Perhaps give him a chance. Seeing he knew his place, Lam Tan nodded. For King Hai's sake, I will spare you this time. Do not rely on money to show off again, understand? Dao Du nodded repeatedly in thanks, secretly rejoicing at having made a connection. But immediately Lam Tan turned to NHU. I do not need the race car or the racetrack. If you like them, I will give them to you. Dao Du stood there speechless. Hearing that, to NHU beamed with joy. While Lam Tan, you are amazing. System immediately added 2 favorability points, bringing the total to 89%. Enhat Tran was furious, biting her nails. Why does she get such favor? Dao Du stood there heartbroken, muttering regretfully about the racetrack that had just slipped from his hands. Seeing his unwilling expression, Lam Tan frowned slightly and stepped closer, asking what is wrong. He hurriedly covered up, saying nothing. Giving the racetrack to President Tyne woman is a small matter. I will take my leave. With that, Dao Du almost crawled out of the door, leaving behind wide-eyed stares of astonishment. King Hai also stepped forward and respectfully said, President Tyne, I sincerely apologize for the incident. Tonight all expenses are on me. People who had sided with Dao Du immediately changed their attitude. President Tyne, I have long heard of your name. I was blind not to recognize you. I will punish myself with 3 drinks. Could you sign for me? Seeing them crowding over, to NHU immediately stood in front blocking them. Did you not see how much he just drank, and you still want to invite him for more? When the crowd finally dispersed, Lam Tan leaned back into the chair, let out a soft sigh. Although his special physique helped him sober quickly, drinking that much strong vodka still left him slightly dizzy. At that moment, all the lights in the bar suddenly went out. A female DJ excitedly shouted into the microphone. Next is the most anticipated show. The glow party begins. Show off your luminous makeup and dance your hearts out. As her words ended, the space sank into a hazy, enchanting glow. Symbols on the girl's hands lit up brilliantly. Without any urging, everyone rushed onto the dance floor, opening a wild night. Amid the blaring music and flashing lights, to NHU looked around anxiously. Where is Lam Tan? Taking advantage of the darkness, Enhat Tran quietly pulled him away. President Tyne, King Hai has prepared a private show for you. Please follow me to the VIP room. Lam Tan replied blankly. Oh, her voice was shrill. Inwardly, he thought this King Hai really knew how to please. After bringing Lam Tan into the room, she pretended to excuse herself. President Tyne, please rest on the sofa. I will go to the restroom to freshen up a bit. He slowly nodded and walked in, all right, sweeping his gaze across the mysterious enclosed room. He could not help but wonder what kind of performance required such a private setting. Very faint sound echoed as the bathroom door slowly creaked open. From within, a dim glowing figure stepped out unhurriedly, slowly moving forward. Because the light was too weak, Lam Tan had to squint to see clearly it was. Enhat Tran appeared in a striking luminous outfit, the patterns on it shimmering dazzlingly. The scene before his eyes instantly stirred his interest, his excitement rising. He wore a seductive cat cosplay and leisurely approached where he was sitting. Then she raised her hand and decisively flicked the thin round garment aside. Without saying a word, she lightly traced her fingers along Lam Tan's body with unmistakable intent. Not stopping there, Enhat Tran swayed coquettishly. Honored guest, take this glowing lollipop. If I perform well, remember to support me. A thought flashed through his mind. With such a fiery dance, it was truly hard for him to resist. Her next action was both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. Long hair was in the way, forcing her to lower her head and tie it up neatly. After that, she displayed seductive tricks that seemed long prepared. She slipped her hand in to seize that object and calmly put it straight into her mouth. Bold scene made Lam Tan blush slightly yet filled him with excitement. It was indeed a novel experience. Seeing that reaction, Enhat Tran rejoiced inwardly. Lam Tan really likes it, I knew it. She immediately invited him. President Tyne likes it. I have an even more special act. But in her excitement, she accidentally revealed her real voice, leaving Lam Tan stunned. That voice. As if realizing something, he immediately moved away from her and stood up to leave for another spot. He quickly walked to the switch and turned on the light. Light suddenly flooded the room, and Enhat Tran cried out in surprise. Oh. Lam Tan's face darkened, anger evident, so it was her. Without hesitation, he pulled up his pants and turned to leave, truly unlucky, leaving Enhat Tran behind calling after him in vain. Lam Tan. She could only comfort herself. Lam Tan's scent still lingers here. That alone was enough to make Enhat Tran feel endless delight. At the same time, the system announced that favorability had increased by 0.1%. Liu Enhat Tran's affection level reached 99.8%. Just then, To Nhu stormed in aggressively, finally finding her. What did you secretly bring Lam Tan here for? It seemed a confrontation between the two women was about to erupt, giving Lam Tan a headache. Enhat Tran immediately provoked. Did Lam Tan take the initiative to look for you? Sure enough, in his heart you have no place. To Nhu replied with a smug smile. Lam Tan risked his life to break into the evil cult's lair to save me, and even gave me a race car to enter the track. Isn't that enough to prove my position? Or is it that a hateful person like you has no place at all? Enhat Tran merely shrugged calmly. So what you received are only external things, a bit of trivial money, while I have the man himself. Those suggestive words made To Nhu lose her composure. What did you do with Lam Tan? The one who gets angry first loses. The advantage temporarily tilted toward Enhat Tran. So what if you know my charm is something you can never learn? That sentence infuriated To Nhu to the extreme. Damn it. Next time I will make Lam Tan belong to me and see how long you can remain arrogant. Few hours earlier, and Gao Dong was speeding her motorcycle along the avenue. Suddenly her phone rang, signaling an incoming call. She immediately slowed down and pulled over to the roadside. Her face showed obvious joy as she answered, "Hello, Mom." From the other end came a reproachful voice. Do you still remember your mother? How many days has it been since you called home? And Gao Dong stammered an explanation about being busy on business trips. But Du Kai remained dissatisfied, always busy yet not earning much. Before her mother could continue, and Gao Dong hurried to soothe her. Don't be angry, I bought you a coat. She sighed inwardly because her mother did not know she was a police officer. If she knew, she would surely force her to quit. Kai shifted to the main point. I asked an immortal to obtain a peach blossom necklace to attract romance. Just wear it for 24 hours, and you will meet a good man and marry and have children. And Gao Dong had to pretend excitement. How much does that necklace cost? Her mother's voice was full of excitement. Very cheap, only 200,000 yuan, and Gao Dong thought she had misheard. What, 200,000 yuan? Du Kai scolded her again. Why are you shouting so loudly? If 200,000 yuan can exchange for a happy future, then it is worth it. But Gao Dong sternly asked the immortal's name and demanded the money be returned. Otherwise, she would call the police. As soon as she finished speaking, her mother burst into loud tears. I raised you, and now you are ungrateful. I struggled to beg before obtaining a magic artifact from Hong Tran Time. Do you want to anger me to death? Seeing her mother react so intensely, Gao Dong anxiously tried to persuade her. Mom, calm down. But before she could finish, she heard a panicked shout. Someone is about to jump into the river. The commotion ahead immediately drew Ngao Dong's attention. What is happening? In the crowd, a girl stood precariously on the bridge railing. Don't come closer. My life has no hope left. People hurriedly tried to persuade her. Little sister, don't think foolishly. Think about your family. In that instant, my Enhai's eyes flashed with deep pain. My family. Then she let herself fall amid terrified screams. Don't. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Ngao Dong rushed forward in time. Those around were stunned by the scene as if from a movie. Afterward, Ngao Dong gently comforted my Nhai. If you have any difficulties, tell me. The girl burst into sobs. I am from Hakha City. In the past, my Enhai's family was not wealthy but still harmonious. Only her mother was somewhat superstitious. Since her mother spent 180 yuan on someone named Hong Tran Tine to pray for a wealth-attracting monster, she gradually became strange and said the family could not prosper because her father committed grave sins in a past life. Hearing that name, Ngao Dong could not help but be startled. Hong Tran Tine. Enhai's younger brother believed that man had made their mother abnormal, so he followed her to meet him. But after returning, he became dull and foolish. Their mother instead believed the true immortal had helped her son resolve his karma. In the end, her mother handed all the family assets to Tran Tine. That man only said one sentence. Only by placing oneself in death can one be reborn. When my Nhai returned home from school, she discovered her family was gone. Due to the lack of witnesses and evidence, the Hakha police could not open a case. My Nhai painstakingly tracked down Tran Tine's friends and followed the clues, but he lived in a luxurious villa with many disciples, so she could not approach. The more she spoke, the more her emotions collapsed. I truly have no way out. No one believes me and no one helps me. I would rather die. As she sank into that despair, a stern voice rang out. I am a police officer. Now that she knew about the matter, Ngao Dong would certainly not ignore it. Trust me, I will help you seek justice and make that so-called true immortal receive proper punishment. Because if that was true, then her own family was also in danger. Mom, I have thought it through. I want to meet that true immortal to pray for career success. Can you take me to see him? The night sky was clear tonight, a gentle breeze carrying a cool sensation. Ngao Dong followed her mother to a luxurious villa with strict security. The splendor outside made her suspicious. Hong Tran Tine lives here. This villa is estimated to cost 80 million. In contrast, Du Kai looked devout. How could Tran Tine stay fixed in one place? This villa was offered for him to live in free of charge by a tycoon in Dimjiang. From the moment she set foot there, Ngao Dong's intuition warned her something was wrong. Her mother seemed somewhat abnormal, but she could not pinpoint it. While she was still thinking, the door in front suddenly opened. Just a glance, one could sense the lively atmosphere inside. All kinds of people gathered here, with all sorts of expressions on their faces. The scene made Ngao Dong momentarily stunned. So many people. Could it be that they all came to ask Hong Tran Tine for magic artifacts? Since the situation was unclear, she decided to observe first before taking further action. After that, Ngao Dong pretended to stroll calmly like an ordinary guest, secretly recording to use as evidence if illegal acts were discovered. That moment, Bat Engia appeared, drawing all attention. Thank you, fellow believers, for waiting. Hong Tran Tine has finished his meditation session. As soon as he appeared, the crowd went crazy and rushed forward. Finally, we get to see Hong Tran Tine. He has read fortunes for many stars and important figures and helped them avoid disasters. Such an extraordinary person is willing to divine for us. It truly moves me. Tam hurriedly knelt before Bat Engia. I have a major contract that I must win, but my opponent is too strong. Is there any magic artifact that can help me eliminate them? I will pay any price. Ngao Dong could hardly believe what she heard. What kind of master openly provides such evil artifacts? What was more unbelievable was that those around remained calm. Over there, he feigned difficulty. Whether you can obtain a magic artifact depends on fate and merit. Ha Tam immediately replied, money is not an issue. Before Bat Engia could continue, Dahai cut in, true immortal. This is the golden arrow I requested last week. His face was full of pain. You said the golden arrow would cut off the bad peach blossoms around my goddess and prevent any man from clinging to her. But I still saw her get into another man's car. To avoid affecting the crowd, Bat Engia deliberately let out a loud sigh. He put on a helpless look. I already said the effectiveness of the golden arrow is related to wealth. How much wealth did you offer when requesting it? Have you forgotten? Despite such shameless words, Dahai still believed completely. So I misunderstood true immortal, but my wife controls the money too tightly and I cannot dissipate my assets. What should I do? Hearing this, Ngao Dong was speechless. Already having a wife yet wanting to use a magic artifact to cut off the romantic luck of the woman he secretly admired. Bat Engia spoke sternly. Spending wealth to accumulate virtue is a great matter. If your wife does not agree, it proves she is blinded by karma. Once blinded, it must be resolved. He then put on a compassionate expression. If your family members are also clouded by karma, bring them here. I will remove it for free and absolutely not charge a single coin. Aside from Ngao Dong, it seemed no one else remained clear-headed. Hong Tran Tine truly is the living Buddha of my family. We must bring our relatives to resolve karma. I told you my wife is heavily burdened by karma. At this moment, Ngao Dong was almost certain that the so-called true immortal was a dangerous criminal who needed to be arrested. But without solid evidence, she could only wait for the right opportunity. While she was still distracted, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Thanks to professional reflexes, Ngao Dong immediately became alert. What are you doing? Bat Chung shouted loudly. Not bad skills, sneaking into the true immortal's villa and secretly filming with your phone. Did you think we would not notice? Who are you? In Ngao Dong's mind, only two words appeared. It is over. Sure enough, her mother rushed forward. Dong Dong, why are you doing this? I already noticed your strange attitude. So you came to cause trouble for the true immortal. Quickly kneel and apologize to him. In this situation, the only option was to retreat. She could not allow herself to be captured. Although she was confident she could defeat several disciples, without evidence she could only escape. Disciples did not yet know Ngao Dong's strength and were careless. Catch her and close the door. Unfortunately, the main gate was never her choice. They only saw Ngao Dong use her familiar escape technique. This time she encountered an unexpected mishap. What met Ngao Dong was not the ground, but an innocent person. He had not anticipated this at all. Sorry, are you all right? Lam Tan could only sigh. Having just escaped from Liu Nhat Tran and returned to school intending to take a shortcut, he was hit by someone climbing over the wall. Truly, misfortune never comes alone. After regaining her composure, Ngao Dong exclaimed in shock, "It is you again." Lam Tan also widened his eyes. "It is you." Since they already knew each other, things were easier to say. "Why were you climbing over the wall?" Lam Tan looked at her meaningfully, changing careers again, knowing he misunderstood but too lazy to explain. Ngao Dong said, "It is nothing. You should leave quickly." Inwardly she sighed. "Why do I run into him every time I go undercover?" At that moment, a voice rang out, cutting in, "Female believer." Ngao Dong inwardly groaned. Her mother had arrived. Bat Engia pretended to be concerned. "Why did you run? Your mother is very worried." Despite many guesses, Lam Tan did not expect this situation. A Taoist priest has a temple opened here. Ngao Dong lowered her voice to explain. "This is a scam group pretending to be spiritual to extort money. Those people absolutely believe him." Hearing that, Lam Tan tried using his ability, physiognomy, aura observation. With just one glance, he was shocked. Mind-seizing technique. Several people had already been affected. This was an evil art combining suggestion, hypnosis, and drugs to control the brain. Fortunately, with software assistance, he could determine who was influenced. This moment, Bat Engia ordered his disciples, "Go, invite the female believer back." Having confirmed the presence of evil arts, Lam Tan could not ignore it. "Let me handle this. People like this cannot be reasoned with normally." No one knew that every move they made was being watched. No one knew when Lion Gayat had appeared. She calculated correctly. The southwest position of the villa belonged to the Kun sector. It could reveal Hong Bat Engia's weakness. Gaze rested on Lam Tan and Ngao Dong. This pair of man and woman seemed to be the key to breaking the situation. Bat Engia had no idea he was being watched. Hong Bat Engia. Lion Gayat glared at him angrily. "Hong Bat Engia, you traitor. At first you pretended to be honest at Sun Jiang sweeping the grounds. I paid no mind. You took advantage of my absence to steal 3 magic artifacts and used them for evil. I must retrieve them and bring them back to Sun Jiang." He carefully observed the situation, but unfortunately, he had hired quite a few guards. A plan flashed through Lion Gayat's mind. As long as she used this breaker of the situation, she could retrieve all the magic artifacts. On the opposite side, Lam Tan had already lightly taken down 2 of Bat Engia's disciples. The sight left everyone present utterly astonished. Even Ngao Dong could not help but admire him. He merely tapped the backs of their necks and subdued them. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Bat Engia immediately shouted, "Those 2 are possessed by minor ghosts to avoid going out and harming others. We must keep them here. I am willing to expend cultivation to exorcise evil. Bring all the magic artifacts here quickly." A closer look revealed that the weapons in their hands seemed to conceal something unusual. The crowd was clearly easily incited by him. "Dong Dong, what little ghost have you offended? Fortunately, the true immortal mercifully protects us. Come here quickly. Capturing evil spirits accumulates virtue. Only with virtue can one request magic artifacts. I will help as well." Ngao Dong tried to remain calm but still looked flustered. "I am a police officer. I warn you, kidnapping carries 5 to 10 years in prison." Lam Tan did not expect her to rattle it off like that. Pretending to be police is useless with them. "You run first. I will hold them off." Ngao Dong immediately shook her head. No, my mother is still here. While she hesitated, Du Kai tightly embraced her. True immortal, I have held my daughter. Ngao Dong looked at her in confusion. Mom. That moment, a fierce-looking disciple suddenly rushed forward. But before he could act, a voice rang out to stop him. Solar Genesis. Water position stabilizes emotion. Incense responds to sincerity. Turtle and serpent unite in form. 6 harmonies move together. Might shakes myriad spirits. Profound sect of heaven and earth. 10,000 energies return to the root. Suddenly a call sounded, junior brother. The tone rose and fell like zither strings echoing. Cultivate through countless kalpas. Boundless divine power. Only the Tao Supreme, within and beyond the 3 realms. This moment Lam Tan seemed like a different person. Your strength is still inferior to mine. Possession by a minor ghost is barely passable. As he spoke, he continued chanting, miasmic force surging, movements interlinked and penetrating. True person guarding the chrysanthemum, golden light appear swiftly. His words stunned the entire crowd, junior brother. Even Lion Gayat was momentarily dazed. Junior brother. After a brief shock, Bat Engia regained composure, pretending to be mysterious. Seize him. Such threats did not concern Lam Tan. Why rush? Wait for me to perform a bit and it will be clear. He secretly activated the skill mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, targeting Ngao Dong's mother. You suffer from cold dampness, weakened kidney qi causing career setbacks, body aches, difficulty sleeping at night, correct. Du Kai, who had been agitated, suddenly froze. How do you know? Lam Tan calmly borrowed a weapon from a nearby disciple. Do not worry, I will use the demon subduing staff to draw a Vajra evil suppressing formation for you. He swiftly performed several practiced movements. When finished, Lam Tan returned the item to the disciple and asked, now see if your knee still hurts. Everyone thought he was stalling, but Du Kai suddenly exclaimed, it really does not hurt anymore. My knee problem of many years eased instantly. Young master so profound. Are you truly senior brother of Hong Tran Time? Crowd immediately erupted. He is also a master, revealing strength with a single move. Even hospitals could not cure it, yet he handled it in moments. Ngao Dong was almost convinced. How did you do that? The hospital said my mother's meniscus tear was hard to treat. How could you? Do you truly know magic? Lam Tan winked playfully. I only know a little traditional medicine. I just sealed a few acupoints to temporarily relieve pain. Talking science and law to them is useless. Use magic to defeat magic. Realizing she had been fooled, Ngao Dong pouted in annoyance. Fine, you even fooled me. The system reported another increase of 5% favorability. Shen and Ngao Dong's affection reached 57%. Lam Tan resumed a serious demeanor. This concerns the reputation of our sect. I am Kaian Du, Taoist originally of the same school as Hong Tran Time. But he cultivated evil arts and was punished by our master to face the wall in reflection. Later, he betrayed and fled. I descended the mountain to capture him and bring him back for punishment. His fabrication skills left even the fraud Bat Engia momentarily speechless. What nonsense. A few still defended him. Master, we acknowledge your ability, but what you say is too hard to believe. Lam Tan knew that if he could not convince them, it would be hard to resolve. Then let us compete on the spot. Try and truth will be known. I only fear he does not dare accept. Provocation angered the followers. The true immortal is a supreme immortal descendant. How could he use evil arts? If you are fellow disciples, can you help us change fate and avoid disaster? I want a magic artifact to make my career smooth. Bat Engia nearly lost patience. He hit on some truths. Could it be master accepted another disciple? No, that exorcism was merely acupoint sealing. He is a fraud. If I win this time, fame and money will be mine. Having calculated, he lifted his chin. Why would I not dare you slander my reputation? I will never let it go. Bat Engia confidently declared, 3 rounds, win 2 to win overall. If I lose, I will withdraw from the martial world. If you lose, you are at my disposal. Dare or not. Lam Tan did not hesitate, agreed. Such recklessness made Lion Gayat shake her head inwardly. This brat dares challenge Hong Bat Engia, truly inexperienced and eager. He calculated that Hong Bat Engia was vicious. He would likely struggle to win, but this was also an opportunity. As long as he showed an opening, she could act to retrieve the artifacts. Lion Gayat's gaze turned icy with determination. The first round was soul summoning technique. Randomly choose a guest on site. Summon the soul of a deceased relative to answer private questions. The guest verifies correctness. The crowd eagerly watched as Hong Tran Tine began first. Bat Engia cast his spell under Xiao Fang's expectant gaze. Grandma, can you hear me? Your granddaughter Zhang Xiao Fang is calling you. His body suddenly trembled, as if swept by an invisible current. Then Bat Engia collapsed as if possessed. He hugged Xiao Fang emotionally. My good Fang Fang, why are you so thin? The girl trembled. Grandma. Xiao Fang choked as she told everyone. Grandma always called me Fang Fang. I was very chubby as a child, but she always said I was thin. Though the crowd gaped, Lam Tan and Ngao Dong remained calm observers. That Engia continued acting. It is truly Grandma, good Fang ask anything. Xiao Fang sobbed. Grandma, that year I did not make it in time to see you one last time, did you hear me? His face suddenly turned gentle like the deceased grandmother. I heard everything. You said you felt sorry for me. What I wished most was to see you marry and have children, but I could not wait. Hearing that, Xiao Fang burst into tears. Grandma. Everyone was deeply moved. The knot in the girl's heart for years was finally untied. Truly touching. The true immortal is indeed true. How could that Kyan duo Taoist accomplish this? Ngao Dong began to worry. It must be acting. How could he truly summon a soul? But the situation was unfavorable now. Lam Tan stepped closer and whispered, help me with something. Over there, Xiao Fang was still immersed in emotion. Grandma, do you remember my favorite dish? I do not eat it anymore. Bat Engia faltered briefly, then stepped back. How would the dead know? Inwardly he sighed in relief. Who knows what she likes? I chose someone who writes diaries and gathered information thoroughly. I win this round. He raised his chin toward Lam Tan. Taoist Kyan duo, it is your turn. After thinking, Lam Tan turned to my ho. Female believer, recently you had a relative pass away, correct? She was slightly surprised, but answered, yes, my useless father died last month. You want to summon him? I advise you think carefully. He was hateful. If you call him up, we might argue. Crowd immediately mocked. Nice choice change to someone else you are sure to lose. I even want to see them argue. Lam Tan remained firm. It is fine, perhaps resentment can be resolved. Hearing that my ho no longer refused, she obediently stood before Lam Tan. Fine, go ahead. A disciple stepped forward eagerly. Taoist, please begin the summoning. Lam Tan did not accept and merely pointed aside. I have already called your father. He is standing beside me. The statement stunned everyone. What? Calmly spoke as if to himself. You left something for your daughter, truly, at the Lotus Pond in the Jiang Villa district near the southern bridge. All right, farewell. After speaking, Lam Tan looked at Bat Luan and requested, find me a shovel. Only then did the crowd regain senses and protest. That is it. You admit defeat. Wait, what trick are you playing? You call that soul summoning. No need to continue, deal with him now. At that moment, Ngao Dong, who had disappeared, suddenly reappeared. Taoist Kyan duo, I found a shovel. He winked subtly at Lam Tan, signaling everything was ready. Lam Tan immediately understood and coordinated seamlessly. Pointed toward my ho, come beauty hand over the shovel. You must dig it up yourself for it to work. My ho frowned. Do not tell me you think I will believe you and carry a shovel to the Lotus Pond to dig mud. Do you take me for a fool? You dig it yourself. Lam Tan had to provoke her. Is that so? Your father said he left you 200 million. If you do not want it, I will dig. Hearing about money, my ho's eyes lit up brightly. After a while, she dug until panting. The onlookers grew impatient. Dream on, there is no 200 million. He is just stalling. Watch him, do not let him run. If she digs up money, I will jump into the pond. As the words ended, my ho suddenly screamed, I see it. She stared in disbelief at what she unearthed. A bank card. Lam Tan had already prepared a POS machine. Minutes later, the cold mechanical voice sounded. Balance 200 million. The atmosphere exploded instantly. Impossible, am I dreaming? My ho was ecstatic. 200 million, I am rich now. No need to do that job anymore, thank you, Taoist Kyan duo. Lam Tan hurriedly stepped aside. Do not come close, you are covered in mud. Despite the truth before him, Bat Engia still argued. How is that soul summoning? You just named a burial spot and dug it up. She just said her father was worthless. Why would he leave money for her? Obviously fake. With money in hand, my ho no longer cared whether he was immortal or ghost. If he left me 200 million, then he loved me most. Why do you not summon someone to leave me 300 million? The sarcasm left Bat Engia speechless. Crowd began discussing the original purpose. How to decide victory. Hong Tran Tine only spoke, while Taoist Kyan duo helped the girl find 200 million. Maybe the money was hidden beforehand, but I still believe Hong Tran Tine. Bat Engia suddenly shouted loudly, silence. He looked at Lam Tan provocatively. Since no winner is decided, it counts as a draw. There are 2 more rounds. Truth will surface sooner or later. Fakes can only deceive once. Taoist Kyan duo, am I right? Lam Tan replied calmly, right. Second round is gold, dividing Feng Shui determination. At Zich Ha Ridge of Veem, Jiang choose the best geomantic land for descendants. Whoever chooses accurately wins. The whole group trailed behind Bat Engia. He held a compass, pretending to pinch his fingers and mutter like a master. Disciple whispered, Master, in such a desolate place it will be hard to deal with them. He smiled confidently. The female officer's mother obeys me completely, and that Kyan duo does not dare run. Bat Engia even fantasized about the young policewoman. Once he dealt with that half-baked Taoist, his fame would soar. Stroking his goatee, he laughed sinisterly. He would also take the policewoman as a disciple and turn her into a loyal follower. The disciple beside him flattered. Master is truly brilliant. Everything is under control. At the back of the group, Ngao Dong asked her mother, how did you meet this true immortal? He has not even resolved your karma yet. She recounted meeting him at a hair salon. Lam Tan, walking behind, suddenly stopped after hearing movement. From the bushes, Lion Gayat stepped out like a fairy and warned Hong Bat Engia is not simple. The first round was a draw only due to luck. With a cold expression, she continued, he is about to use more vicious methods, especially with magic artifacts in hand. Lam Tan was surprised. Who are you? His real name is Hong Bat Engia. Lion Gayat did not answer. She only handed him a small object. Keep this carefully. His hand was a triangular folded talisman. The wind brushed her white hair. Before leaving, she said, if he casts a curse, the talisman will heat up. Throw it back at him and retreat immediately. You may save your life. System suddenly notified. High beauty value female detected. Unlocking counterattack mission. Lam Tan grimaced. Where's the system trying to send me? Counterattacking even a Taoist nun. Even so, looking at the talisman, he smiled. Could she be from the same sect as Hong Bat Engia? The story I made up actually hit the mark. Interesting. The scent of incense mixed with white tea and a faint floral fragrance. Green hills, Bat Engia's voice rang out. Back against the mountain facing the Zun direction. This is the best feng shui spot of Zich Ha Ridge. He confidently declared, move your ancestral graves here and I will arrange it according to the 8 characters to create blessed land for 3 generations. The superstitious crowd drooled at the thought, is this truly feng shui land? I want it too. Blessings for 3 generations. The head of Zich Ha village appeared aggressively. How dare you outsiders enter our village to look for land, planning to pressure us to sell the mountain. This is Zich Ha village land. Tension rose as villagers murmured. The village head is greedy, do not dream of buying it. Who would give outsiders feng shui land? He shouted, get off our mountain or do not blame us. His men waved hoes threateningly, causing panic, let us leave. Before the hoe fell, Bat Engia caught it between 2 fingers. Holding the hoe firmly, he acted profound. Believer, calm down and listen. The village head still shouted, no matter what you say, I will not sell. He leisurely analyzed, that forest will form a green dragon formation within 10 years. The village head sneered, then I will chop it all down. Bat Engia curled his lips, do you have enough money? He continued, building graves on the mountain requires road construction. The cost is enormous. You can divide some plots to others, relocating graves to pool funds. Both sides benefit. In the end, the village head was persuaded. Fine, 5 grave spots for outsiders, no more. Hearing there were spots, people bid frantically. I offer 2 million, 5 million, 8 million. This is all my assets. Seeing the village head concede, they worshipped him more. Hong Tran Tine truly is an immortal descendant. He humbly said he merely helped casually. Turning away, he showed a dark expression. Vu Oi acted perfectly. No one will doubt now. The village head smirked. Great script. A small mountain sold for tens of millions, split 50-50. After profiting, Bat Engia turned to Lam Tan. Taoist Kyan Duo still here. Your turn. Inwardly he gloated, money secured and contest won. What can you use to compete? The followers cheered. No need to compare. Hong Tran Tine leads in cultivation and compassion. Kyan Duo Taoist has some skill but not the same level. Lion Gayat hid observing foolish villagers. The village head clearly colluded with Hong Tran Tine, yet she saw no opportunity from Kyan Duo. Could he not be the breaker? Ignoring mockery, Lam Tan calmly tapped his phone, calculating. Too miserable. A disciple mocked, talking about yourself. The true immortal reads feng shui while you check your phone. Is that accurate? He calmly put away his phone and pointed at the ground. I say buying graves here wastes money. This mountain is about to be zoned as a landfill. Whoever buys is truly foolish. The crowd burst into laughter. Thought you would say something profound. Turns out this. You are just ordinary. If you want to deceive, at least be credible. I once thought you had ability. Bat Engia's disciple cracked his knuckles. That counts as forfeiting. You lost this round, or planning to skip the third, contest oversees him. Gao Dong immediately stepped forward, blocking. No one touches him. As both sides argued, a helicopter suddenly appeared overhead. The aircraft landed quickly, causing commotion. Which big figure arrived? Who is that? Cannot recognize. The helicopter stepped out well-dressed men in suits with elegant demeanor. Some business-savvy people widened eyes. Is that Shu Dai, CEO of the largest real estate group in Vientiane? Beside him is President Fei and his private jet. Then who is the man accompanying the 2 tycoons? Shu Dai ignored the crowd and introduced. Director Luo, this is Zich Ha Mountain that President Fei and I plan to develop into a landfill. Do you find the location suitable? Hearing landfill, Vu Oi and Bat Engia shouted together, what? The crowd panicked. A landfill, really turning this place into garbage, is Director Luo from the Land Bureau. They recalled the young man's accurate prediction. Could Kyan Duo Taoist truly have calculated it? This possibility was unbelievable. What is going on? Does the Land Bureau truly plan to turn this into a landfill? What about Feng Shui Land? Ngao Dong beside him was stunned. How is this possible? Could he know people in the Land Bureau? Bat Engia and Vu Oi exchanged glances. Village head immediately acted angry. I am head of Zichha, Director Luo Right. You privately plan a landfill on our mountain without informing me. Luo Han calmly replied, today we intended to discuss this project with you. Before he finished, Vu Oi interrupted, this is Feng Shui treasure land of our village. How can it become landfill? Superstitious crowd incited shouted. Yes, rare Feng Shui land turned into landfill is waste. Facing baseless anger, Shu Dai sighed, if so it is regrettable. Behind us is a major investor. Budget allocated for Zichha village is 1 billion yuan. Hearing the number, Vu Oi's eyes nearly popped out. 1 billion. Shu Dai turned to leave. The boss said if negotiation succeeds, the amount can increase. Seeing money slipping away, Vu Oi hurriedly called, wait. Without discussion, Vu Oi decided, I sell. His words made Bat Engia stare you. Luo Han was surprised. Did you not claim this was Feng Shui treasure land? Why sell now? Vu Oi argued, not about money. Feng Shui is superstition. How could I believe? Inwardly, he calculated to sell to highest bidder. Lion Gaiet observing was slightly surprised. Bat Engia was furious, veins bulging. What? Lam Tan calmly gave a thumbs up. The village head speaks wisely. Vu Oi instantly became respectful. Our villagers are easy to negotiate. Price can be discussed. Shu Dai smiled. The boss will be satisfied. Before leaving, Vu Oi even bowed. Fei Nan and Shu Dai signaled Lam Tan, confirming the plan succeeded. Lam Tan subtly responded with his gaze. Ngao Dong stepped forward worried. I know you are rich, but would you really spend 1 billion to win this contest? He lightly embraced her, whispering, those two CEOs are my friends. They only acted to help. The village head will not get a cent. Hearing this, she felt relieved. Plan ruined, Bat Engia roared angrily, fake all fake. It is their play. There is no landfill project, do not believe. Lam Tan confidently replied, fake, true immortal, do you have evidence? Show everyone. Though his words had merit, the people did not listen. Shu Dai and President Fei are real tycoons. How could Kyan Duo Taoist control them? Crowd turned with the wind, making Bat Engia grind teeth. I see he relies only on money, no magic. Both rounds he used money to win. He pulled a Bagua mirror from his sleeve. Driven to the end, do not blame me. Bat Engia raised the mirror, shouting, you are deceived. Kyan Duo Taoist is possessed by evil sect. Those two tycoons also had their minds controlled. Everyone gaped. What? Lion Gaiet was startled, seeing the artifact. That is my Bagua mirror. Over there he held a staff in one hand and mirror in the other, chanting, summoning the great sage to descend. Golden cudgel flame suppress demons. Divine weapon heed my command. Dazzling light radiated, causing gasps. Summoning deity, only seen online, now witnessed. Could Kyan Duo truly be possessed? Lion Gaiet did not hesitate and jumped down from the tree branch. He rushed forward, glaring at the artifact. Home Bat Engia dare use my 2 items against someone ignorant of Dao arts. Truly despicable. Lion Gaiet worried inwardly. The talisman I gave cannot withstand this strike. Kyan Duo is in danger. The mirror's beam shone directly at Lam Tan. The limitless Bagua mirror can suppress house and expel evil, but shining on a person suppresses fortune and drains energy. Mild weakens, severe immobilizes. White smoke rose from his pocket. Lam Tan hurriedly pulled out the triangular talisman. It ignited on its own. Is this the curse blocking effect? Burning too fast to throw back. Fanatics cheered, look his legs smoke. Hong Trantine was right, he is possessed and reacts to incantation. Trantine destroy the demon. Taking advantage, Bat Engia swung the staff, shouting, take this strike, and demon turns to ash. Ngao Dong behind cried out in panic, Lam Tan. Even Lion Gaiet showed worry. The ghost interrogation staff, if it hits, will scatter 3 souls, 7 spirits. Kyan Duo in grave danger. In that tense moment, Lam Tan suddenly pulled off his slipper. He showed no mercy, slapping his face. What fake deity nonsense. Slipper strike stunned everyone, including Ngao Dong. Even Lion Gaiet froze. Lam Tan grabbed his collar and continued beating with slipper. I also summoned spirits. Even your ancestors came, lying like you, yet summoning great sage. Bat Engia was beaten until his face twisted, crying in pain. Rubber slipper kept striking, making his nose bleed. Let us see you boast again. May you be unlucky for life, broken bones and stroke. He could only beg to stop. Watching the scene, even cold Lion Gaiet was surprised. Is this not the petty person beating style from Hong Kong? The disciples, seeing their master beat, drew knives and rushed. Insolent demon. Before reaching, they were kicked away by Ngao Dong. Seeing 2 others charge, she shouted, Lam Tan, be careful. Lam Tan turned and shouted boldly, how dare you? I am in fair duel. What do you intend? The warning made them pale. If you interfere, I will move the duel outside. Do you still want your master's reputation? Liangayat observed with doubt. Why is Kyan-du unharmed after being struck by artifact? The Bagua mirror aside. The ghost interrogation staff I forged from lightning-struck wood, brass, and exorcism talismans. She reached into her sleeve and took out a small tortoise-shell fragment carved with ancient patterns. That woman had called out Lam Tan's name correctly. That much information was enough for her to cast a divination. Immediately after, she pinched her fingers and unleashed a fire spell, flames bursting brightly. Lines of ancient characters gradually emerged, revealing a destiny already ordained. Liangayat was suddenly shaken, her eyes widening in shock. Abruptly looked up and murmured softly, Xiao Liu was wrong. Behind Lam Tan seemed to coil a golden dragon around gleaming coins, the bearing of an emperor revealed. Why would he carry such a divine fate? His fortune was abundant and paired with wealth destiny. No wonder the magic artifacts had no effect on him. Who exactly was he? Gao Dong ran over in panic asking if he was hurt. I was too slow just now and could not stop him from using the bronze staff to strike you. Lam Tan only smiled and said it was fine. He held her hand that was brushing his hair and said I let him hit me on purpose. That way I had justification for self-defense to retaliate. The closeness made Gao Dong blush and turn away. That was reckless. Such a thick staff, and you dared let him smash it on your head. It must be that Hong Tran Tine was weak so you were not hurt. He only scratched his head and said perhaps. In truth, he already knew the answer. His current physique had reached level 14, his body incomparably sturdy. How could a small bronze staff swung with one hand harm him? Hong Bat Engia lay bruised at his feet, drooling and mumbling for mercy. Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. I should not have harmed others nor betrayed my sect. Those words made the followers stare wide-eyed. True immortal, master, what are you saying? Seeing him so miserable, Lam Tan guessed the blow had left that man dizzy and took the chance to interrogate. He sternly said, Hong Bat Engia, victory and defeat are clear. You lost, so confess how you deceived everyone. That man grinned foolishly and admitted I am only a half-baked Taoist. I learned a few tricks and made up scripts, hired people to act along to stage shows, then fooled many idiots into giving me money to spend. Like a madman, he exposed everything. With a bit of fame, you all praised me as powerful. The village head colluded with me to squeeze all your money. The confession pierced everyone's ears like needles. Master, stop talking, or we are doomed. Fury erupted as the crowd rushed forward demanding money. You deserve death. My child was crippled after he exorcised karma. Give my child back. Bat Engia was kicked until he cried in pain. Did you not say if I confessed I would not be beaten? Bronze staff rolling on the ground was suddenly picked up by a slender hand. Tears streamed down my Enhai's face. Mom, Dad, little brother, I can finally avenge you. After speaking, she swung the staff hard down onto Bat Engia's head. Gao Dong hugged her and gently comforted that everything was over. The police were coming. It was finished. My Nhai leaned on her sobbing thanks. Kai also ran over hugging her daughter and crying that she was wrong. That Taoist had made her drink tea last time, causing her to become dazed and obey him. The story made her blurt unconsciously. Lam Tan smiled in relief, seeing the family reunited. Bat Engia was exposed. The crowd suddenly remembered to ask, so Kyan-du, Taoist, is the true immortal, yes. They immediately swarmed around him like bees. Accustomed to flattery, they pulled out money asking all sorts of superstitious questions. Seeing they were still deluded, Lam Tan sternly warned that even with gods and Buddhas one must keep a righteous heart, do good and strive personally. Deities do not save the lazy. But blind faith was too strong, and they did not listen. Some girls even boldly tried to kiss him because of his looks. Knowing words were useless, he used lightness skill to leave, truly hopeless. Lam Tan ignored the noise behind him, swiftly passing through bushes. The crowd shouted, chasing like fans after an idol. Taoist, he is flying, wait for us. Gao Dong stood behind sighing. You just preached science, then flew away. Kai excitedly grabbed her daughter's shoulders, asking, Kyan-du, true immortal, is your friend right? Such a good young man must be secured. If a semi-immortal becomes my son-in-law, I would die content. She denied with words, but her face reddened. Mom, what nonsense. How could he and I? That moment, the system notified favorability increased by 8%. Shen and Gao Dong's favorability reached 65%. On the way back, Gao Dong still worried, asking if her mother needed hospital checks, fearing side effects from the tea. Her mother teased to bring Kyan-du, Taoist, home. Neither noticed Liangayat still behind near Bat Engia. She picked up items from the ground and casually took his keys. The 2 magic artifacts were recovered. Fortunately, he had not carried them, or consequences would be dire. Lam Tan had returned at some point, silently watching the white figure leave. Night slowly descended, covering the vast mansion. A shadow fell upon the door, sealed with warning tape. Liangayat inserted the key into the lock. Holding a compass, she cautiously entered. That object was not here. Liangayat calculated silently, then went upstairs. Among the keys was one for a safe. Perhaps it was in the second-floor study. Upon entering, thick black cheek coiled around iron bars. She immediately knew she found it. Inside the safe was Tam Thai, emitting dense evil aura. After being taken by Hong Bat Engia, it had grown more dangerous. Liangayat sat holding the artifact, chanting to dispel evil aura. Heaven and earth natural, primordial vastness, mystery within motion, Lingbao protect life. But the situation worsened instead of easing. The protective white bamboo robe ignited, causing alarm. All protective charms on her body burst into flames. At the critical moment, a stream of water poured from above, extinguishing the fire. The one who saved her was Lam Tan. Luckily I was here, or you would be ashes. Liangayat widened her eyes, asking how he appeared here. Lam Tan did not answer and leisurely approached, saying, "Your talisman burned on its own. I thought you tried to harm me. Turns out poor quality." She retorted, "It burns only when blocking curses." He teased, "Are you Hong Bat Engia's junior sister wandering here at night?" Then he casually reached to touch Tam Thai, asking, "What is this?" She panicked, shouting, "Stop, do not touch that evil object." Contrary to her worry, Lam Tan was unharmed and asked, "What is wrong?" Liangayat's moon-bright eyes widened again. Lam Tan said, "Hong Bat Engia stole your artifact, yet is only outer disciple." She replied, "A master need not be old," and explained they cultivate mind and Tao. He asked, "If master, why not retrieve directly?" She said, "He reads too many novels." Hearing that, Lam Tan joked, "Then I should call you master." Understanding her awkwardness, he explained, Kyan Du, Taoist, is senior brother of Hong Tran Tine, leaving her speechless. Liangayat lowered her eyes, recalling Tam Thai is ancestor relic guarded at sect gate. She often chanted to suppress its evil. Hong Bat Engia mistook it as treasure and stole it. Finally she turned and earnestly said, "This is an evil object. Ordinary people touching it will be tainted and harmed mentally. Even I must be cautious to avoid backlash. So I have a favor to ask." Lam Tan calmly asked, "What favor?" Receiving his reply, Liangayat bowed, requesting, "Please purify this evil object and restore clarity to heaven and earth." Thinking he misheard, he asked her to repeat what. She explained, choosing him because his fate is extremely prosperous, not only suppressing it, but eroding and eliminating evil aura gradually. Lam Tan looked at Tam Thai in shock, hearing that carrying it for months would dissipate its evil aura and render it harmless. After speaking, she clasped fists, promising she would not let him work for nothing. "State your condition, I will fulfill it." Though saying so, she worried. For him, perhaps easy, but ordinary people fear involvement. Even if he asked excessive conditions, she would accept for the greater good. Instead, Lam Tan readily agreed. No reward needed, this is rightful duty. Inwardly delighted, thinking of staying in contact, an opportunity arrived. Tam Thai could be a keychain. His quick consent stunned Liangayat. "You truly have no other request." She thought he did not know the burden. Suddenly Lam Tan leaned close, saying, "I have one request, but strange. Hope master does not refuse disciple." Liangayat's cheeks reddened. Could he want something unspeakable? But for the world she endured. He clasped her hands, shyly saying, "As long as not excessive, I can agree." Lam Tan smiled, meaningfully extending his hand, as if to do something, saying, "My request is." Before finishing, he stuffed a gold card into her hand. "Master, this is 500 million. You must accept and spend it for me." Bizarre request left Liangayat bewildered. His face was serious. "Later disciple will honor master more. Please spend money for me, not too much, right? You have worked hard." She was about to say wait, but before she spoke, Lam Tan had leapt away. "I must return to school. Goodbye, master." Rapid turn left her stunned. What exactly happened? At that moment, the system notified favorability, increased by 15%. Under the same night sky, at Jiang Zuren's home, she stepped in exhausted, intending to rest. Suddenly, the house erupted with confetti and cheers congratulating her. Zuren looked at balloons and flowers, bewildered. Jiang Ling gently said, "We never cared about your dreams before." Cairo Hua held her hand, reminding, "Your birthday approaches. Many tech CEOs will attend. You can seize cooperation." Hearing that, Zuren moved and thanked her parents. Within 3 seconds, he added, "Remember to invite President Kyan." Realizing intent, she angrily asked, "Is this excuse to support career to meet President Kyan?" Bang Thoa hurried to soothe, saying they truly are proud. Though annoyed, Zuren secretly thought, if Lam Tan attended her birthday, he would stand out. Blushing, she said, "Let everyone arrange it. As for inviting President Kyan, I am not certain." Seeing plan succeed, Jiang Ling whispered to Cairo Hua that the tactic was brilliant. She smugly replied, "It is supreme strategy." Under warm yellow lights in the second-floor room of Luo Yahai's villa, Hai lay prone on the bed, hair spread on soft pillow, thin nightgown accentuating curves, leisurely bringing melting cheesecake roll to her lips. She bit lightly, smooth sauce spilling at the corner of her mouth. She wiped it with her finger and sucked it clean seductively. Lam Tan lay below, his gaze sweeping her hot figure before speaking. He propped his head on his hand, leisurely watching, and asked why she massages while eating. Hai licked her lips contentedly, saying the cake he made was delicious, never tiring. Moreover, catching dragons is exhausting, so she must replenish energy. The phone suddenly rang, interrupting. Lam Tan sat up, answering. Need more money I can transfer. The day after tomorrow is your birthday. I will attend. On the other end, Zurin excitedly said, wonderful, my best friend is coming too. I will introduce you. She is a great beauty. Hearing that, his face stiffened, yet he still replied, that sounds interesting. After hanging up, he sighed and accepted it. After all, what must come will come. But causing waves at such a grand birthday banquet would be troublesome. Yahai gently massaged his temples without knowing what happened, telling him to leave it to her. Tonight she would help him forget all worries. Lam Tan softly called her name. The villa was soon filled with sweet sounds. Yahai truly was his treasure. Time quickly passed to the birthday. The party was held at a luxurious seaside estate. Grand Gate had strict security checks. Guests in formal attire walked along the red carpet. Lam Tan walked while observing. Indeed, all upper-class elites. The Jiang family dealt in real estate and was famously wealthy in Vientiane. Near the fountain, several young masters discussed that this was no different from a son-in-law selection. Whoever married into the Jiang family would inherit the fortune. Such a beautiful heiress would bring enormous gain. He mentioned Han Engi Thong, the internet celebrity, saying with Zurin's discerning eye everyone would know whom she liked. Some even frowned at others. Lam Tan recognized Lam Tan and sneered. Is that not the notorious gigolo? Better stay away from him. They openly mocked that he was just a small model who seduced wealthy women for money. Infamous everywhere, now even eyeing the Jiang family to become son-in-law. President Ha Van of an Indian tech company and oil tycoon Day it approached, confidently saying ordinary people also came to join the fun, but choosing a son-in-law required wealth and strength. Her appearance caused a stir. That was Ha Van, ranked in the global top 500. Beside him stood a Saudi oil billionaire. Han Engi raised his glass, greeting them, praising their achievements yet inwardly mocking that the heiress lacked neither money nor needed old men with dark circles. Van laughed, saying young people like him were commendable but implying immaturity. In this world, one ultimately bows to money and power. The two exchanged words, then clinked glasses. Lam Tan watched in boredom. Forget it, just eat first. Yet peace avoided him. They all turned and called for service to bring wine, dragging Lam Tan in without reason. Coldly replied, I am not a waiter. If you want a drink, go get it yourself. They deliberately provoked, each blocking one side and mocking that if not a waiter, then perhaps a janitor. My shoes are dirty, wipe them. I say you must serve. Lam Tan had intended to endure for Zurin's birthday, but faced with such arrogance, he let out a disdainful laugh. He looked at the two like trash. Han Engi and Ha Van correct. Luckily, I know a bit of fortune-telling, so I can assert one thing. I dare guarantee Miss Jiang will never choose to marry either of you. They were furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you to judge? That moment, Lam Tan shifted his gaze. She is here. Everyone realized Jiang Zurin had appeared. Zurin wore a dark blue, elegant yet seductive gown with a refined blazer, slowly descending the spiral staircase under hundreds of gazes. Everyone stared wide-eyed at her striking beauty. Her face instantly brightened when she saw Lam Tan. She naturally raised her hand to wave at him. Crowd immediately misunderstood. She smiled at me. Han Engi confidently winked, thinking he impressed her. But Zurin walked straight toward Lam Tan. Han Engi hurriedly smoothed his hair, blocking her path to introduce himself, calculating that career women like her would fall for gentle charm. Then Jiang family money would be his. Yet she treated him like air and brushed past, leaving him frozen amid the crowd. Those around struggled to suppress laughter. His appearance was truly pitiful. Han Engi, flustered, turned back, his tall body blocking her again. Boldly tugged his shirt, revealing six-pack abs that made him a viral hotboy. Han Engi, famous for 60-centimeter shoulders. Zurin ignored him and coldly pushed him aside, telling him to move, causing him to stumble backward. Losing balance, he fell straight into the fountain. When he crawled up, mascara smeared, wig fallen, revealing bald head, shoulder pads floating on water. Laughter erupted. 60-centimeter shoulders thanks to pads. He panicked, covering his face, screaming. Ha Van sneered, a clown remains a clown. Miss Jiang is clearly heading toward me. Zurin's eyes still searched for Lam Tan, yet Ha Van politely stepped forward, introducing himself. She shook his hand courteously, saying, pleased to meet Mr. Ha Van of Rockway. Ha Van snapped fingers, signaling his secretary. Hearing she started a tech company, he brought a new product to present. A fourth-generation smart glasses was unboxed and displayed before the crowd. Besides basic functions, it integrated immersive virtual interaction, operable without touch like phones and wristbands. Business elites admired, Indian technology truly impressive. One pair replacing multiple devices simplifying life. Havan proudly proposed cooperation since her company researched chips. International alliance would yield limitless profit. Zurin raised her hand asking if the glasses suited nearsighted and astigmatic users. He replied custom lenses required extra cost. She continued asking continuous use likely under 40 minutes. Havan stunned, asking how she knew. She calmly revealed her company also had similar products. Glasses not only matched functions, but auto-adjusted prescription and ran 8 continuous hours. Havan and Dayet gaped, internally shaken since they believed their tech led the world. He hastily claimed their 10th generation also had that function but not brought today. And he pointed upward, declaring their flagship product researched 7 years. Numerous drones lined up neatly before astonished eyes. Havan proudly introduced high-speed drones, reaching 200 kilometers per hour. They conserved energy, flew 100 minutes, and possessed precise long-range dropping ability. The crowd murmured that the drone was powerful, far beyond domestic products. A female founder would struggle to compete. Representatives from American and British firms approached to place orders. Havan raised his chin, declining since Miss Jiang had priority. He even hinted that if becoming family, finances and technology could be shared. In his mind rose vulgar thoughts despite already having 4 wives. Zurin merely smiled, asking, is that so? Suddenly more drones of entirely different design appeared in the sky. People buzzed, realizing they flew out from the Jiang villa. She smiled, saying, coincidentally, I prepared a drone light show for everyone. Havan staggered, asking, you also research drones? Suddenly, all drones dived into the water. The crowd was shocked, thinking it an accident seeing them plunge into the lake. Glowing dots soon lined brilliantly beneath the surface. A fiery red phrase appeared, stunning everyone. These drones operate both underwater and in air. Then a vivid dragon burst from water, soaring into the sky. It circled the night sky amid endless exclamations. This technology surpassed Havan's drones by far. Havan stood petrified. Zurin seized the chance, introducing it as her company's latest amphibious drone and expressed desire for cooperation. Tan among the crowd looked at her proudly. Truly amazing. Everyone enthusiastically agreed to cooperate since the product was outstanding. They discussed strategies to dominate the market. The future belongs to drones. Whoever controls better will rule. Hearing that, Dayet decided to act first, declaring intent to acquire her company. Havan had not reacted when murmurs rose since Dayet was a century-old royal tycoon, perhaps targeting not only technology but Zurin. Contrary to speculation, she politely replied, sorry Mr. Dayet, I cannot accept. Arrogant old man raised his hand to stop her. Do not refuse yet. Miss Jiang, hear my conditions first. 110 billion to buy your company. 2 exclusive opening of the entire Saudi market. 3 you bear me a son. Even men around were shaken. Heaven's ZX willing to let Jiang Zurin bear his child. If that child inherited vast Saudi fortune, it would be terrifying. Such conditions, who could refuse? They almost believed she would agree to marry Dayet. Zurin covered her lips, laughing mockingly. She maintained composure. Sorry, Mr. Dayet, I cannot accept this kindness. He looked at her like priced goods. 10 billion not enough, then add 5, making 15 billion, marry me. He calmly brushed past him. Before everyone, she walked straight to Lam Tan, saying, the reason I refuse is because of me. And she intimately held his arm, gaze firm, because I already have someone I love. Dayet frowned, stunned. Havan blurted insults. You like that trash? The crowd incredulous, is that not the waiter? Zurin calmly replied, I am not joking. Besides technology showcase today, I also want to introduce my boyfriend. He whispered, apologizing for not asking first. Lam Tan smiled, saying, it is fine. I cannot let you bear that old man's child. She blushed, replying softly, I will only bear yours. The crowd erupted. With Miss Jiang's ability, why choose someone like him? Perhaps I am seeing things. Lam Tan wrapped his arm around her waist, looking at Dayet. Sorry, Saudi tycoon, my girlfriend cannot follow you. Tan Engin lacks neither money nor needs your investment. Dayet suddenly realized, a strong woman like her prefers handsome youth. Tan Engi, jealous, squeezed in thinking that place should be his. Yet the old man still trusted the allure of money. Loyalty exists only because the price of betrayal is insufficient, and he believed he understood that best. Standing atop piles of wealth, he arrogantly thought no one could resist his 20 billion. People around mocked that the kept boy would eventually flee. Before money, love means nothing. Miss Jiang agreed quickly. Amid pressure, Lam Tan's voice rang clearly, 30 billion, making him pause. What did you say? He pulled out a black card declaring investment of 30 billion into Tan Engin as a birthday gift. You may use it, however, without conditions. Her cheeks flushed red. Ermai confirmed the transaction was successful. The system notified that 30 billion had entered the account. Havan and the group of merchants broke out in cold sweat. Was he not just a gigolo? How could he throw around 30 billion like that? So he was actually a tycoon. Dayet still maintained a calm expression. He did not expect you to have some capital, but that old man sneered and raised his card. I also have some pocket money, 35 billion, dare to follow. Lam Tan replied indifferently, 45 billion. Keep going, but do not give up too soon. Only then did everyone realize in shock that he was the legendary President Time, the mysterious tycoon of Hua Nation whom everyone talked about. EX was no longer calm. You are the one who defeated the Japanese conglomerate and intervened in the Purple Star Group of Korea. Lam Tan modestly waved his hand. Just rumors. Hearing half of it is enough. Dayet gritted his teeth. He did not expect to run into such a terrifying tycoon, but he still had his last 5 billion. I bid 50 billion. Lam Tan yawned lightly and said, I have been waiting so long I am sleepy already. If you do not raise, then I will raise 50 billion. Veins bulged on his forehead. How can you have up to 60 billion? Lam Tan tossed the card to Thermine, not continuing anymore. Then consider it your loss. Enheen's heart pounded rapidly when she saw the confirmation of the transferred money. Ha Van stammered. Adding the previous 30 billion makes it truly 60 billion. Everyone admired President Tyne for investing 60 billion without conditions. The crowd mocked Dayet. With that little money, he wanted to buy Tan Engin, and even wanted her to bear him a child. Truly ridiculous. The taunts made him so furious that foam formed at his mouth before he fainted. Fell and crushed Han Engi beneath the fountain. Ha Van panicked and called for someone to save Dayet. Crowd turned to flatter President Tyne, apologizing for failing to recognize Mount Tai. Miss Chuang having such a boyfriend was truly formidable. Ha Van tried to pull that man up. Wake up, you are too heavy. And Engi sank in the water and stammered for people to move away. Tich Enheen looked at Lam Tan with trust and said she would lead Tan Engin to break technological barriers to prove his investment was worthwhile. Lam Tan smiled and replied he believed her. She gently tugged his hand. Boyfriend, let us go out for a walk by the sea. System notified that Chuang Tich Enheen's affection level increased by 3, reaching 95%. Lam Tan asked, is it fine to leave the guests like this? She replied, just let father handle the reception. Huang Lin appeared with a polite smile, apologizing for being busy. The guests scrambled to curry favor. He humbly replied he did not dare. In truth, he was secretly laughing because the party was such a success. His daughter truly made him proud. Tich Enheen led Lam Tan to a quiet place and introduced the yacht prepared in advance for them to sail out. The yacht cut through the waves under the moonlight, the sea surface shimmering silver. After changing clothes, Lam Tan realized even the swimwear had been prepared, clearly intentional. Stepped onto the deck where Tich Enheen was waiting. He suddenly halted, eyes widening in astonishment. The seductive sight before him made him unable to hold back his admiration. He praised her for being so beautiful. She blushed and replied his figure was also very attractive. Took her hand and placed it on his abdomen teasingly. Want to touch? She shyly tried to pull her hand back. Though her mouth protested, her hand still clearly felt the firm muscles. At that moment, a strong wind blew in. The gust of wind swept a nearby parasail into the air. Parasail rope tightly wrapped around Tich Enheen's ankle. Carried by the strong wind, she was pulled up into the air. Lam Tan anxiously called her name in worry. Yet she was blown farther and farther away by the wind, screaming in panic for help. Lam Tan tensely realized something was wrong. Damn it. At this spinning speed, the parasail would soon curl up completely. He forced himself to stay calm and calculated. If she fell from more than 10 meters into the sea, she would be severely injured, if not dead. Although his 1A level strength could pull her back, it was now too late. He immediately opened the hidden compartment beneath the boat. His eyes darted, quickly searching for any tool that could save Nguyen Bao. Just then the rope holding Tich Enheen snapped from the wind. The situation became extremely critical as she began to free fall. The roar of the engine blended with the pressure of water spraying everywhere. Lam Tan rushed in time to hold her tightly in his arms, reassuring her. Engin Bao, it is all right. Tich Enheen gradually steadied her heartbeat and trembled as she opened her eyes. He steadily controlled the flyboard, carrying her in a princess hold. She was still frightened. Moved to tears, Lam Tan, you truly came to save me. That action increased her affection for him by another 3%. He gently set her down on the flyboard and softly said, with me here, I will not let you get hurt. Now we return to the boat. Suddenly she wrapped both arms and legs around him and coquettishly said, I do not want to go down, making him call out softly in surprise. She looked at him with longing, feeling as if in a happy dream and unwilling to wake up. Can you hold me a little longer? Lam Tan smiled and agreed. Then we will stay here a bit longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and pressed a wet kiss onto her lips. The kiss gradually moved lower, making her body tremble softly. He teased softly, your heart is beating so fast. She blushed and panted lightly in plea. He adjusted the water pressure of the flyboard to a rhythm that made her unable to suppress her cries. Taking advantage of the momentum, he spun once in midair. Under his control, the flyboard glided professionally like a true athlete. Tich En-heen's mind seemed to sink into a thin mist, leaving only her body to guide her. At the end, Lam Tan gently asked for forgiveness for going a bit too far. Are you still all right? Her warm breath brushed against his chest. Her trembling voice replied, do not worry about me. As long as you are happy, it is enough. Continue. Replied excitedly, then leave it to me. Lam Tan once again brought her to another peak. Two clung to each other, unwilling to part, immersed in intimate emotions. In the silent night sea, there were only the two of them, the space both ambiguous and romantic. Cheers rang out as they soared upward. Hour later, Lam Tan changed back into his usual clothes, supported Tich En-heen down the boat, and reminded her to watch her step. A clear voice rang out, making both of them start and turn around. It was unclear how long Ngu Hyen had been standing there, and how much she had witnessed. Ngu Hyen was stunned when she saw Lam Tan and Engin Bao appear together. She was slightly surprised, so they had known each other before and even. Her gaze stopped at the two arms tightly wrapped around each other intimately. She lowered her eyes sadly. Engin Bao was her closest friend. Their taste in men was the same, and Lam Tan was too outstanding. Ngu Hyen's heart was in turmoil. Had she unintentionally become the third person? She did not want to let Lam Tan go, but also did not want to hurt her best friend. While she was still dazed, the two had already come closer. Ngu Hyen, you are here. Chen-heen curiously asked, do you know Lam Tan? The question made Ngu Hyen flustered and stammering, secretly regretting calling his name so naturally. System displayed a notification to Lam Tan that Ngu Hyen's affection had reached 100%, and she had become a loyal fan. No matter what he did, she would accept it. So seeing him with Nguyen Bao, she would not be jealous. While the two were tense, Tich En-heen cheerfully said she had planned to introduce her boyfriend to her, not expecting the two to know each other already. Ngu Hyen stammered, not knowing how to explain. Lam Tan quickly covered by saying he and she were university classmates. Tich En-heen laughed, saying the world was truly small, recalling that Ngu Hyen once said the person she liked was a university classmate, and they even went to Japan together for a math competition. He gradually frowned. The Japanese conglomerate defeated by President Tyne was at that exact time, and when Lam Tan went to England for a physics competition, she was still in contact with him. Tich En-heen trembled slightly. She should have realized earlier. Everything matched perfectly with the identity of President Tyne. She turned to look at Lam Tan, making him slightly tense. Ngu Hyen stepped forward, intending to explain that she and Lam Tan had loved each other, but did not want to lose her best friend because of it. Tich En-heen suddenly pushed her away, shouting, do not come near. Ngu Hyen stared at her friend in shock, unable to say a word. Lam Tan hurriedly spoke up. Engin Bao, actually. Their tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. Tich En-heen ran away in heartbreak. Please do not follow me, I need to calm down. Only the two of them remained silently, watching her figure disappear. Ngu Hyen sadly asked if she should not have come, but Lam Tan stroked her head to comfort her, saying it had nothing to do with her. She choked with sobs, saying, let me go explain clearly to Nguyen Bao. She truly likes you and is my closest friend. I do not want to hurt her. Tears kept falling. If she minds it, I am willing to leave, as long as the two of you are happy. Lam Tan hugged her into his arms to soothe her. Do not overthink anymore. Leave everything to me. His heart surged with absolute confidence without the slightest wavering. Nguyen Bao's affection bar had reached 98%. He only needed to find a way to fill the remaining gap, and nothing would stand in his way. The sea at night rose and fell with gentle rolling waves. From the direction of the villa came a panicked cry. What, Engin Bao has already left? Tich En-gin's parents anxiously said their daughter left a message telling them not to worry. She was just going out for a few days to relax and would return. Yet not even a single phone call came, which left them restless. Lam Tan stroked his chin in thought. Perhaps she feared being tracked, so she deliberately left her phone behind to avoid having her whereabouts discovered. Yet at that very moment, he received an unexpected message. The message came from the Thien Kim Tai 2 Veem Jiang group chat. Bai Nam said he saw Tich En-gin at the airport, but she completely ignored him and looked very sad. When Lam Tan asked whether she was still there, he was told she had already boarded the plane. He immediately informed everyone that Engin Bao had flown to Tayat Than, and he would head there to check on the situation. Hearing this, her parents were overjoyed, and said as long as President Tyne went personally, they could rest assured. Ngu Hyen was still uneasy, and reminded him to be extremely careful and bring Tich En-gin back safely. Lam Tan nodded and said he understood. Throughout the flight until landing, he kept thinking non-stop. Tayat Than was a famous tourist destination, but located in the highlands. if Engin Bao became too agitated and something happened. Thinking of this, he could only blame himself for reaping what he had sown. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, Lam Tan wondered where Engin Bao might be. A trace of helplessness flickered across him. Tiat Than spanned 15,000 square kilometers. Amid this vast sea of people, finding one person was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Fortunately, he still had a way. In truth, he remained very calm as he cast a divination, murmuring the incantation Jayep, then at Lai Bin Tan Khan, Din Kan Mao Kam Kai Uok Mo. In the end, the hexagram showed red Mao, pointing toward the west. Even after determining the direction, the city's sheer size and crowds still gave Lam Tan a headache. A single direction was not enough. Was there a more precise divination method to find someone? Suddenly, the act of someone nearby tossing trash sparked an idea in him. Right. Within the art of divination, there was also the ancient Zia-era bone oracle method. With that thought, Lam Tan immediately chanted to gather energy, quickly reciting Du Sat Lak Mu Jia Ma Dichan. And he kicked hard at the bone box lying on the ground. The bone fragments scattered and arranged themselves into two meaningful symbols. Lam Tan stared for a long while, yet still did not understand. Before his eyes were only the letter X and the number 7. Just then, a group of people surrounded him, warmly promoting tour. 5 days for 100 yuan. 3 days 900 yuan including airfare and hotel. 2-day sightseeing or rooms for 20 yuan with 24-hour service. Lam Tan shook his head and refused them all. Not going anywhere, do not block my way. I still have someone to find. Suddenly, he noticed tour information marked X7 and realized it was actually a license plate number. He asked the girl holding the red flag if she had seen this woman, but only received a reply that she had never seen her, along with enthusiastic promotion of a 5-day 100 yuan tour at a 5-star hotel, including meals that sounded extremely tempting. Lam Tan thought perhaps the bone oracle implied he had to follow this vehicle to find Nguyen Bao, so he nodded and agreed to board. The girl continued to boast that out-of-town visitors joining their group would surely not suffer losses. After boarding, Lam Tan went straight to the last row. He chose a seat, then closed his eyes to rest and catch up on sleep. Coach slowly started moving amid the tour guide's greetings. At the front, Tiu Bayen and Tiu Hoa introduced themselves. My surname is Hoa, just call me Brother Hoa. Her surname is Bayen. In the next 5 days, we will accompany and wholeheartedly serve everyone for a memorable trip. After speaking, he went down collecting identification cards for group registration and to conveniently buy tickets at a 20% discount. The tourists were excited, while Tiu Hoa sweetly said serving them was their responsibility. After finishing the collection, she returned to announce that the back had completed the process. Next, Tiu Hoa took out 2 packs of beef jerky and smiled, saying Chinese people value reciprocity. Since I serve everyone, could everyone help me a little? The two kept smiling, but their words carried hidden meaning that each person only needed to buy 2 packs of beef jerky to help them meet their quota. Anyone who did not buy might find the trip lacking attentive service. Immediately, their smiles turned cunning. If anyone did not cooperate, it would affect the whole group's experience, and if service fell short, then do not blame them. A male tourist asked if this was forced buying, and was immediately slung by the shoulder as the man said there was absolutely no coercion. Traveling is for fun, and to have fun you must spend money. Would you ruin your mood over a few dozen yuan in a strange place? Some reluctantly compromised and bought 2 packs, earning praise for knowing how to enjoy themselves. Then everyone paid one after another, while Tiu Bayen promised excellent service. The passengers whispered that they would treat it as buying souvenirs. Afterward, Tiu Hoa announced the next stop was the ancient Miao village, famous for tea and silver. Silver combs cure illness, and tea relieves stress, so the more you buy, the more beneficial it is. Hearing this, many were puzzled and asked why they had to buy more when the itinerary stated a snow mountain trip, not an ancient Miao village. He laughed, falsely explaining the main road was blocked, so they had to detour. This place had no phone signal, so anyone dissatisfied could get a refund and get off in this desolate area. Seeing the barren plateau outside, the tourists panicked, asking if she intended to abandon them since their identification cards were still with her. But she only replied that everything was voluntary, and once in a group, they must not make her lose face. She even shook the bag of documents, threatening that if they did not spend enough when buying tickets, trouble might arise. If anything was lost, it would be hard to say. A girl finally realized she had been deceived and accused them of being fraudulent guides, threatening to call the police. She sneered that a 100 yuan tour demanding 1,000 yuan service was pure fantasy. Poor yet wanting to travel, go ahead and try calling the police. The tourists in the back fearfully advised each other not to escalate since they had many ways to make things difficult. Better to pay and be done, though they felt resentful at being called poor. As she walked, she urged everyone to finish buying beef jerky, then go down to the ancient village to continue shopping. If the total did not reach 200,000 yuan, they should not expect to leave. Just then, Lam Tan had just woken and stretched when he was shouted at to get up quickly. Not understanding what was happening, he calmly said, "Thank you, I do not eat." Liu Baiyan angrily shouted that money had to be paid who was giving free food. This student really looked irritating. He also noticed Lam Tan had not submitted his identification card and demanded it immediately for attraction registration. Lam Tan calmly refused again, saying he would not enter tourist sites and would get off upon arrival. Tiu Hoa pressed close to his face and sneered that now it was not about whether he wanted to or not. If told to hand it over, then hand it over. At the Miao village, behave yourself, or it would look bad. Saying so, he reached out, intending to strike him. But Lam Tan seized his hand with one grip, making him panic, and shout to let go, asking if he dared to use force. Lam Tan casually slapped him once and said he had not intended to act, but he kept forcing. Seeing the other still arrogant, he coldly said if he did not respond, it would disappoint the onlookers, making Tiu Hoa stammer in pain. Tiu Baiyan, more rational, leaned over and whispered they were about to reach the village. This person seemed skilled. Do not cause more trouble, deal with it there. After discussing, the two swindlers left, yet not forgetting to threaten, just wait and see how long you can remain arrogant. Lam Tan simply replied, just wait and see. Afterwards, some praised his courage, but worried what if they truly attack. Lam Tan calmly said, with such people one must be tougher than them, and advised everyone not to fear. If you do not want to buy, they would not dare do anything. Hearing this, some still doubted and asked again, truly. He said leisurely, these people only bully the weak, treating customers like sheep awaiting slaughter, but sooner or later they would bring disaster upon themselves. As for the two swindlers, Tiu Baiyan had already called their boss, reporting there was a troublesome man on the bus and asking for preparation to handle him upon arrival. The person on the other end slammed a cup onto the table in fury. Then he turned and signaled his underlings to prepare tools to welcome the guest. Convoy finally stopped at the gate of the ancient Miao village. Waiting outside was Dai Ha along with his group of lackeys. On the bus, Tiu Hoa loudly ordered everyone to get off quickly. The tourists trembled, glancing at the fierce-looking group gathered outside. Each one wore a lewd smile with vicious glints in their eyes. Only Lam Tan calmly stepped off first, making the others anxiously remind him to be careful. To those who showed him goodwill, he always responded gently, "Rest assured, nothing will happen." The moment he set foot on the ground, Lam Tan sank into thought about how to find Engin Bao. Bone divination usually produced an image, and one relied on it to comprehend fate, which meant a crucial link was still missing. Lam Tan's composure left many passengers stunned. They could not understand why he could remain so calm. Dai Ha darkened his face and stared at him. So it turned out this brat was the one causing trouble. Lam Tan swept his gaze over the crowd with disdain. This ancient Miu village had such poetic scenery and abundant spiritual energy, yet it produced cunning people like them. Truly bad luck. Provoked, they immediately crowded in aggressively. It seemed they would have to invite him back for tea. If he knew what was good for him and bought 100,000 yuan worth of goods now, he might consider taking him in as a lackey. He looked smart enough to know what choice to make. Lam Tan glanced lightly at the crowd and asked calmly, "Buying goods, right?" His gaze suddenly paused behind them when he saw a little girl sitting on the steps with a small basket beside her. Io-cha cupped her hands and blew warm air into them to chase away the biting cold. Seeing Lam Tan walk straight toward her, the girl grew flustered when he asked how much the tea cost. He raised his hand to stop the thugs and gently asked the price, telling her not to be afraid of them. Zio-cha replied softly, "Sir, this is regular cloud mist tea at 18 yuan per half kilo. Maojian tea is a bit more expensive, 38 yuan per half kilo." A lackey shouted at the girl, "Hey brat, who allowed you to sell here? Get lost now." He was immediately blocked by Lam Tan. "What are you doing? Little girl, do not be afraid. Tell me why you have to sell tea here." The girl trembled as she answered, "My grandmother is seriously ill and needs money for medicine. I already left the main street. I heard this place allows stalls, so I did not mean to disturb you." Before she finished speaking, a vicious man kicked over the basket of tea. "Whether you live or die is none of my concern." That action made Zio-cha panic. With tears brimming in her eyes, she hurriedly picked up each fallen tea leaf. Lam Tan also bent down to help. He lifted a tea leaf to his nose and nodded in praise. "The fragrance is pure, truly good tea." Right after that, he took out his phone and scanned the payment code. "I will buy all this tea." The notification sounded, announcing 300,000 yuan had been transferred. That number made everyone present stare in shock. What is this? After paying, Lam Tan turned to them and said calmly, "Did you not say I had to buy something? Then I have bought all her tea." Xiao Cha panicked at the huge sum. "Sir, it is too much. This tea is not worth that. Let me return it to you." Lam Tan smiled reassuringly. "No need. Treat it as credit on my VIP card. When you have new tea, send it to me and deduct it from these 300,000. The girl stood stunned. Xiao Cha's face gradually brightened with gratitude. "I understand. Thank you very much." In contrast, the scammers ground their teeth in anger, daring to toy with me. They were about to rush forward when a shout ordered them to disperse. The whole group turned around in surprise. "Boss." Iha put on a fake smile as if lecturing them. "Dragging people like this on the street is disgraceful." That man carried several packs of tea to Lam Tan with a fawning attitude. "Brother, today I did not receive you properly. Please forgive me. If you like tea, this is the premium type from our shop. Please have a taste." Then he turned and scolded Xiao Hua and Xiao Bian, leading the group without manners. "Where did you put the slogan that the customer is God? And you two truly useless. Return the customer identification card at once and serve properly." Leaving the woman stunned, yet still worried that without forcing purchases, this trip would be in vain. As soon as she tried to argue, she received a thunderous slap from Dai Ha. "In vain what? I think you are too greedy." That man continued to snap. "Stop talking and do as I say." Xiao Bian could only murmur agreement and ran to the bus. He announced to the tourists, "Everyone get off, no need to shop anymore. Identification cards will be returned. The itinerary remains as planned." Her words left the tourists both relieved and confused at the sudden change in attitude. Daiha turned and smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother, is this handling satisfactory?" Lam Tan replied calmly, "This is good." Seeing that, he hurried to flatter him. "One look at your move, and I know you are no ordinary man. Our trade values sharp eyes most. I want to befriend you. Just say what you need." Lam Tan immediately showed him a photo of Engin Bao and asked if he had seen this woman before. Daiha looked carefully and pondered. "I seem to have some impression but cannot remember where I saw her." Xiao Cha leaned over to look and exclaimed, "I have seen this beautiful sister before," startling Lam Tan truly. She pointed to the distant mountain and said about 2 hours ago that sister asked for directions to Mount Hut Kai. She looked very sad. People here believe climbing Mount Hut Kai can wash away worries and heal the soul. Hearing that, Lam Tan saw a glimmer of hope. "Thank you." As he was about to leave, Xiao Cha tugged him back, reminding him he was dressed too lightly. Though winter had not arrived, the temperature on Mount Hut Kai could drop to -10 degrees with fierce snowstorms. Daiha immediately inserted himself to recommend. "The mountain road is difficult and Hut Kai is high. I have climbed it hundreds of times. Let me be your guide and I guarantee we will find her." Lam Tan nodded at once. "Fine." Daiha then arranged to fetch professional equipment from the hotel before setting off, calling a lackey to lead him in. The man answered, "Yes, boss." On the way, Xiao Bian curiously asked what the boss intended to do. Daiha laughed greedily and said killing a skinny pig is not interesting. If you kill, then kill a fat pig. The fake friendliness turned into sinister scheming. Someone who can casually throw out 300,000 is certainly not ordinary. I will lead him onto a less traveled path. A city dweller with smooth skin cannot endure the cold and altitude. When he is exhausted, he will have to pay whatever rescue fee we demand. Xiao Bian chimed in about earning a few million. Daiha laughed viciously, saying at least tens of millions. The snow-covered peak, a small figure walked silently. It was Tich Enhin with a face full of sorrow. Countless tangled thoughts tormented her, as she did not know which path her life should take. She looked up at the sky heavy with emotion. Lam Tan was the only man who made her heart flutter. As long as she could be by his side, she cared for nothing. Yet Ngu Haiyan was her only soulmate since childhood. Thinking of that, she lowered her eyes sadly and decided perhaps she should let go. She continued climbing higher and prayed before the mountain deity that if possible, please let them be happy forever. Suddenly, a fierce snowstorm struck, causing Tich Enhin to lose her footing. She tumbled down the snow-covered slope. Her hands desperately clawed at the steep cliff. She struggled to climb back up, but heaven did not seem to stand on her side. Her body kept sliding deeper down. Panic, she burst into tears. "Am I about to die? Someone save me. Lam Tan, I want to see you. I am sorry for lying. I do not want to leave you." At the foot of the snowy mountain was a small village. Daiha and Lam Tan prepared to set off. He asked, "Brother, are you fine wearing so little?" He only replied, "It is fine," and urged them to move faster. His mind focused solely on finding her. There were many paths up the mountain, and no one knew which way Engin Bao went, so he decided to cast another divination. After speaking, he closed his eyes and calculated using Nuyen Bao 8 characters. After finishing the calculation, he staggered, then fixed the direction. Today, Engin Bao still has a calamity, and he must find her immediately. He immediately dashed off, startling Daiha, who shouted, "Where are you going? Is this not the path? Wait for me to lead." As he walked, he sneered inwardly. This fool must be crazy. But it does not matter at that speed, he will be out of breath within 10 minutes from lack of oxygen. At 4,000 meters, the phone signal will vanish. In his mind, he pictured Lam Tan collapsing in exhaustion among the snowy mountains. Then even if he called to heaven, heaven would not hear. Called to earth, earth would not answer. The one panting and staggering was actually him. Damn it, is he still human? I have always been proud that no one can match my climbing speed, yet even giving my all like this, he still keeps up. At 4,000 meters, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago, let alone wearing only a thin shirt without even shivering. Not only that, Lam Tan even surged ahead, urging him to hurry, causing Dai Ha to scramble after him. Slow down and wait for me. Another hour passed. Footprints stretched into a deep trail across the white snow. Dai Ha trembled and dragged his heavy steps. I am exhausted and cannot keep up at all. What kind of monster is he to move like the wind without any altitude sickness? His breathing is not even rapid. This cannot continue. Seeing Lam Tan still intent on moving forward, he quickly called out, "Wait, brother, it is dangerous ahead. Stop for a moment. What is wrong?" He pointed at the jagged terrain ahead. "This section is full of ice crevasses. We cannot get close. How about taking a safer detour?" Inwardly, he only wanted to push him into danger rather than risk himself. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan brushed it aside. The detour is too far and wastes time. We go straight this way. In his heart, he vaguely sensed Engin Bao was nearby. Dai Ha was about to argue again when Lam Tan signaled him to be silent, tilted his ear to listen. There seemed to be a very faint sound. In the desolate snowy expanse, a voice faintly called Lam Tan. As if catching a signal, he immediately shot toward the source of the sound. It was Engin Bao. The cliff edge Tich En-heen had run out of strength. "I cannot hold on. I do not want to die. Lam Tan, if I can see you once more, then I." And then her hands slipped from the icy edge. At that life and death instant, a strong hand firmly grabbed her in time. The young man appeared like a ray of light amid the white snow and saved Tich En-heen. Who was it? It was Lam Tan, who arrived just in time. His presence left her both astonished and overjoyed. Lam Tan slowly pulled her up and called Engin Bao. She, still in shock, could only utter his name. Once safe, he held her tightly and asked if she was hurt. Even if her leg hurt and she could not walk, he would carry her down the mountain. With him here, she should not be afraid. She wrapped her arms around him in happiness mixed with disbelief. Is this a dream? How could Lam Tan appear? Perhaps the snow god took pity and let me see you before death. Those words puzzled Lam Tan as he called her name. Tich En-heen still not recovered from the brink of death. Do you know, when facing death, you were the only one in my mind. Life is short. I want to follow my heart and hold the one I love most. Tears streamed down as she confessed, "I love you, Lam Tan. I want to be by your side." At the same time, the system notification sounded. Favorability increased by 2%. Tich En-heen favorability has reached 100%. Then came congratulations on completing the 5th conquest. Relationship with Tich En-heen changed. She will be absolutely loyal and never betray. The mission to spend 6.5 billion reversal funds completed and reward granted. All attributes increased to level 15 plus 1 skill selection. 4 selections remaining. Hearing her confession, Lam Tan gently kissed her forehead and softly told her not to be afraid anymore. Tich En-heen. He hugged him tightly and asked emotionally, "You are not an illusion." Lam Tan calmly replied, "Think about it." Her voice trembled, "You really came to save me." Tich En-heen sobbed non-stop, so Lam Tan gently coaxed her. "Enough. If we do not go down the mountain, it will get dark. Let us leave here and talk later." Hearing that she leaned weakly against him with a soft agreement, Lam Tan immediately carried her on his back, reminding her to put on the oxygen tank first. Taking advantage of their lapse, Dai Ha suddenly shoved them hard from behind. Push made them both stagger and nearly fall into the abyss. That man laughed sinisterly, thinking he had succeeded. Obediently fall into the ice crevasse. "If you want me to save you, pay 500,000, otherwise lie there and become an ice statue." However, Lam Tan managed to grip the ice edge and regain his balance. At the same time, he swept his leg and knocked Dai Ha off balance. Everything happened in a flash. Even as he fell, he had no time to change expression and only let out a cry. Lam Tan steadied himself, his eyes softening when he saw Tich En-heen safe on his back. As for Dai Ha, he managed to hook his equipment onto a rock and dangled in midair. Lam Tan mocked calmly, "My skills are excellent. I never fall easily." Dai Ha, face drained of blood, hurriedly begged, "Save me, brother, pull me up." It turned out Lam Tan had been on guard from the start, knowing that man always sought a chance to strike. "No more pretending now. I have been wary of you for a long time. Tell me, do you want me to save you or push you down?" That man still pleaded frantically, "I was only foolish for a moment. Please spare me." Suddenly the ground shook violently, terrifying Dai Ha, who cried out that something was wrong. Lam Tan also sensed the tremors growing stronger and turned his head. This sound was an avalanche from the mountain peak. Enormous masses of snow thundered down, shaking the entire space. Tich En-heen was fully alert as she looked at the horrifying scene and anxiously said, "It is an avalanche. Lam Tan put me down. Alone you will have a better chance to escape. At the same time, Dai Ha struggled up to the cliff edge and laughed madly. Who can escape an avalanche? Perhaps I have done too much evil, so heaven has come to punish me. The two of them had no mind to pay attention to him. Tich En Heen urgently urged him to run. In contrast, Lam Tan remained calm and replied, if we run then we run together. That single sentence was enough to make Tich En Heen heart tremble as she called his name. After that he raised his phone straight toward Dai Ha. He said coldly, if you promise to surrender at the police station and confess all your crimes along with that boss, I will save you. Dai Ha sneered when he heard that. You cannot even save yourself. What will you use to save me? Lam Tan did not waver and asked one last time, do you agree or not? There is little time left. Oh, half doubtful. Seeing that confident gaze, he wavered. Fine. If I survive, I will turn myself in and confess the entire tourism racket. The evidence is in the office safe. Password 233,167. I swear before the Snow Mountain God. Immediately, Lam Tan took the rope from his backpack and at the same time exchanged with the system for skiing mastery. The notification panel displayed activation successful. 3 selections remaining. 4 long waves of snow crashed down, sweeping away everything in their path. In the dense white haze, a few small figures staggered faintly. Lam Tan held Tich En Heen tightly in his arms, eyes fixed on the escape route ahead. She tried to open her eyes and look around amid the chaos. No one expected him to be bold enough to use Dai Ha himself as a snowboard. As for that man, he screamed miserably in agony amid the surging torrent of snow. He was so cold that the tears that had just streamed out instantly froze into tiny beads of ice. Without a trace of mercy, Lam Tan skillfully used Dai Ha like a board, gliding past obstacles like a professional athlete. Tich En Heen looked at him with admiration. To still ski during an avalanche, truly a miracle. Right after that she gave him a passionate kiss. Lam Tan, I will never leave you again. Such a life and death situation. The two of them being affectionate drove Dai Ha mad with rage. He could only grit his teeth and curse resentfully. Damn it. In the end, Lam Tan calmly maneuvered Dai Ha across the icy slope through the blizzard, ignoring his miserable cries about his prostate. That evening, police cars filled the front of the hotel. The villagers applauded and cheered. At last, the vicious boss had been arrested. Dai Ha and his accomplices were handcuffed and taken away amid desperate wails. Crowd buzzed with discussion. It is said it was all thanks to the mysterious young man today. Well done. Get out of Snow City. In the quiet resort, a delighted cry rang out. Ah, that feels great. Lam Tan and Tich En Heen leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool. After a tiring day, they finally relaxed. The misty steam parted slightly as a slender figure appeared and softly asked, is the water very hot? She only loosely wrapped a thin towel around herself and shyly stepped out. Do not look at me like that. Lam Tan widened his eyes at Engin Bao. You were very cold on the mountain today. Hurry and soak to warm up. As soon as her foot touched the water, she drew back in surprise. It is so hot. He moved closer and said gently, let me scoop some water and pour it over you so you can get used to it. Saying that, Lam Tan used a ladle to scoop some hot water. He gently poured it over her shoulder, making her softly exclaim, it is really warm. Then Tich En Heen stepped fully into the pool and leaned close to him. Lam Tan, I am very happy. If only Ngu Hyen were here too. I miss her so much and wonder how she is now. He held her in his arms and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. No one noticed behind a large rock a girl silently watching them. Suddenly Ngu Hyen rushed out and hugged Tich En Heen tightly. Engin Bao. She froze and called Hyen, why are you here? Before she could finish, Ngu Hyen apologetically said sorry. Tich En Heen gently replied, do not apologize, we did nothing wrong. She looked at Lam Tan with infatuation. He is so outstanding. It is not strange that we both like him. After speaking, Tich En Heen hugged her best friend. From now on we will never be apart again. Ngu Hyen also tightened her embrace. The two girls leaned against each other, watching the snow fall in the night. Suddenly, Ngu Hyen heard a strange sound. In the distance, several furry animals were leisurely soaking in the hot spring. Are those monkeys? Ngu Hyen excitedly tilted her head to look closer. Really was a troop of monkeys. It turned out they also knew how to enjoy the hot spring. No one noticed that Lam Tan behind them had taken in the entire spring scenery. Unable to hold back, he slowly reached both hands forward. The two girls immediately blushed and screamed. Cry made the monkeys turn to look. Tich En Heen shyly reproached him, why are you like this? Lam Tan replied calmly amid the white snow, hot spring and beauties like this must be enjoyed. Who has time to watch monkeys? The monkeys curiously widened their eyes to observe. Ngu Hyen flusteredly called Engin Bao, stop him quickly. He is too strong, I cannot take it. The two of you are bullying me together. Some monkeys even mimicked their movements while laughter echoed everywhere. Do not pin me in the middle like that. Do not bite my hand, my ears are my weak spot. If you bite them, I cannot resist. Lam Tan and Tich En Heen were already immersed in a passionate kiss. Caught between them, Ngu Hyen gradually sank into that gentle emotion as well. After a while, she grabbed Tich Enheen foot and lightly tickled it, then revealed that Engin Bao weak spot was the soles of her feet, making her laugh uncontrollably and beg for mercy. Hearing that, Lam Tan immediately had the idea to tease further. Then I must try it. Shenheen hurriedly begged, do not. Lam Tan, I am very ticklish, I cannot bear it. Not only did Ngu Hyen not save her, she even held her friend tightly. Just now you bullied me, now you know fear. Lam Tan immediately tickled the sole of her foot, making her burst into endless laughter. Monkeys still innocently imitated them. Laughter rang out. I am sorry I was wrong, do not tickle anymore. Then she complained why he turned to tease her too. After the playful bout, each girl gently placed a sweet kiss on his cheek. Snow still fell thick and white, but their hearts were strangely warm. I am tired. Why are you still so energetic? The night is still long. Next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed where the three lay side by side. Lam Tan gently kissed Ngu Hyen hair and said good morning. She lazily replied, let me sleep a little longer. Not until noon did they walk hand in hand, enjoying sweet moments. Trip finally came to an end, truly a wonderful journey. In the male dormitory, a long yawn sounded. That sleep was satisfying. Lam Tan stretched and thought about the trip with Hyen Hyen and Engin Bao. Fun was fun, but several sleepless nights in a row. Even with level 15 physique, he felt drained. He wandered around the streets and realized it was late, so he looked for something simple to eat. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew off the hat of a nearby girl. Lam Tan swiftly caught the hat midair. The girl named Zyro May stepped forward to thank him and asked if he was a student nearby. He only replied indifferently it was nothing. Then a car sped over and honked loudly right beside them. A man got out with a dark expression and pointed straight at Lam Tan. What are you doing? How dare you touch my woman? The girl quickly hugged that man's arm and sweetly explained, darling, you misunderstood. The wind blew away my hat, and he only helped pick it up. But that man still looked at Lam Tan with a threatening gaze. For the surrounding stares, he brazenly declared, kid, pay attention, and do not look around. She is a woman I spend 100,000 yuan to keep. Those words left Lam Tan stunned, not understanding what was happening. That man suddenly acted worldly and lectured arrogantly. Do not think I do not know what you are thinking, relying on your youth and strength to flirt when you see a pretty girl. Unfortunately, women only fancy rich and powerful men like me. Lam Tan could not be bothered to argue and coldly turned away. If you are sick, then go to the hospital. That man lifted Zyro May chin and boasted, a man must have a car, a house, and tens of millions in assets like me to be worthy. She immediately leaned on his shoulder and sweetly said, you are truly the best. At that moment, a shiny luxury car sped over and stopped abruptly before everyone. The driver stepped out and respectfully opened the door. Second, young miss, we have arrived. Huangvu appeared with a bright smile. Brother Lam Tan. That man Bong widened his eyes at the beauty and blurted out, so beautiful. She walked over and naturally hooked her arm through his. I guessed you were here. My intuition is accurate, right? Lam Tan asked in surprise, why are you alone? Huangvu said half-jokingly that my sister misses you very much but is too shy to say it. So I came to invite you home for dinner. That man Bong heard the whole story and was dumbfounded. This student actually knows a rich young lady. Lam Tan looked at her suspiciously. Your sister misses me. That sounds unreasonable. If it is just dinner, then I can go with you. Huangvu continued to plead. My sister is cold outside but soft inside. I will stay by your side and not let her make things difficult for you. Get in the car. Seeing her sincerity, he nodded. Sitting in the car, she still spoke coquettishly. Brother Lam Tan, cook that dish for me again, and do not let my sister know. He looked at her dotingly and replied, no problem. That man Bong watched as smoke nearly rose from his anger. Such a lovely girl being so intimate with him. On what basis? And even involved both sisters. Truly unbelievable. The car had gone far. Lam Tan seriously asked, Zio Vu, tell me honestly, what happened at your home? She started and admitted you saw through it. Actually, it is like this. She recounted that a week ago in Lian, and Hu Duck came to visit. That man greeted Zyro, eldest miss, saying it has been long since we met. Hu Duck shook hands with Huang On and smiled, saying he was busy and could not attend Mr. Zyro's funeral. Truly sorry. She politely responded and asked if he had any cooperation in mind. He then mentioned the 6th Tongue Art God competition to be held in Vientiane and invited Tiu Hop Lao to participate as well as invited her to be a judge. Huangvu explained that this is a national-level chef competition. Each restaurant sends only 1 or 2 of their best. Her father once participated, but her sister had no intention of joining. At that time, Huang On bluntly refused because Tiu Hop Lao business had declined, and she was busy managing it, so she did not want to participate yet. Before she finished, Hu Duck interjected, reminding her that her father had co-founded the competition with them. Now that she inherited it, how could she refuse? Vientiane is her territory, and it is also a chance to promote the brand. Huang-on still hesitated, but saw Du Yen discreetly nod. In the end, she agreed to provide the venue and send 2 chefs to compete, who Duck happily said happy cooperation. Seeing their cunning smiles, Huang-vu felt uneasy, and indeed in the very first round they played tricks. Memory returned to the scene of the 6th Chef God competition, with the MC voice resounding in welcome to the audience. Hong Lam introduced 30 restaurants participating in 4 days and 4 rounds. The first 3 rounds were direct elimination, with only 1 winner each round. The chefs listened attentively to the rules and knew that 3 winners would enter the final to compete for this year's Chef God title. The MC continued to introduce the judges, including Hu Duck, the founder, and a 3-star Michelin judge, Lian, the owner of a large restaurant chain and a renowned food critic, and Tiu Huang-on, the owner of Tiu Hop Lao, who possessed the god tongue with taste twice that of ordinary people, and more than 59 branches nationwide. The audience buzzed at her beauty and grew curious about the divine tongue with double the normal sense of taste. A few minutes later, the MC announced that the main ingredient of the first round was venison. Chefs immediately began cooking. After a tense period, all dishes were presented before the judges. Hu Duck tasted the dish of Quan Diet Lao and gave 8 points, and Lian also agreed with 8. Tasting the dish of Chuang Van Veen, and Lian appeared fascinated and praised the braised venison with milk for its rich aroma spreading through the mouth. She gave 10 points, and Hu Duck echoed that this dish was more outstanding. In contrast, Huang-on frowned in dissatisfaction after just 1 bite. The result was announced that Chuang Van Veen narrowly defeated Quan Diet Lao. The MC called for congratulations. Huang-on gently commented that the scores were somewhat emotional, and judges should evaluate more objectively. Hu Duck adjusted his jacket and replied that they had been very objective and the next round would rely on her god tongue, and Lian covered her mouth and sneered. She called out as they intended to leave that I have not finished speaking. Indignant, Huang-on slammed the table, questioning the fairness and demanding a clear explanation. Hong Lam turned back and said it seemed Judge Tiu Huang-on was questioning the result of Chuang Van Veen. The audience murmured loudly, saying she only gave 5 points because she was picky and had a divine tongue, so she differed from others. Hu Duck mocked that since she doubted them, he doubted her tongue had degenerated. And Lian said such a perfect dish deserved 10, and she even wanted to give 12. Huang-on pointed out their identical scores were abnormal and made her suspect collusion. And Lian counterattacked, saying because the chef of Tiu Hop Lao lost, she was dissatisfied and questioned the result. Hu Duck even sneered that Tiu Hop Lao had suffered losses for 2 years due to declining chef skills, and mocked her as a pampered young lady unable to preserve the inheritance. Insulted, Huang-on angrily retorted, "How dare you say that?" Public opinion again stirred noisily, saying if Tiu Hop Lao lost, then accept it. Do not shift blame. Poor management raising prices and lowering quality drove customers away. Seeing the situation worsen, Du Yen hurried up amid gossip that Huang-on was ruining her own brand and beautiful but thoughtless. She advised the eldest miss to leave because there was no evidence of fraud and the situation was unfavorable. Huang-on suppressed her anger and turned away when Hu Duck called her back. That man threatened that if she abandoned her role as judge, she would not only compensate, but the reputation of Tiu Hop Lao would be damaged, so she should think carefully. Hu Duck smugly said even if she withdrew they could find another judge without impact. Every word made her tremble with anger. Huang-on clenched her fists to remain calm, then walked away despite the mocking gazes behind her. At the Tiu residence, someone reported that the livestream had topped trending searches. Reviews of Tiu Hop Lao were extremely negative, and netizens called for a boycott. Hu Duck and Lian even declared they would reevaluate with greater transparency. During this, she angrily swept everything off the table and cursed the 2 shameless people. Huang-on took a deep breath and asked Du Yen whether she had found anything. Du Yen replied, "I heard that this competition is not judged by skill, but whichever restaurant pays more receives higher scores." Hearing that, she widened her eyes in shock. What? Du Yen sighed helplessly, explaining they had secretly colluded to manipulate results behind the scenes. We cannot confront so many restaurants alone. Huang-on blamed herself for agreeing to be a judge, causing Tiu Hop Lao, which had just revived, to face turmoil again, and felt guilty toward her father. Huang-vu hurried to comfort her. "This is not your fault. They are too much, and father will surely support you." Stressed by the situation, she said, "I will go find Lam Tan." Huang-on immediately raised her voice, calling Xiao Vu. She stopped her, saying, "This is our family matter. Why are you looking for him?" Huang-vu remained resolute. Lam Tan is an investor of Tiu Hop Lao, so of course he must be informed. With his ability, there will surely be a solution. Huang-on stayed firm, saying he only invests and does not participate in management. "I will resolve it myself because father entrusted this responsibility to me. Do not let him know more." She intended to continue but was interrupted. Hyung-on shouted there is no, but it is late already, go rest, then slammed the door and told her not to come to her room in the next few days unless necessary. Hyung-woo stood outside the door, worriedly calling sister open the door. Back to the present, Lam Tan already knew the chef competition was manipulated. Tiu Hop Lao was smeared and trending. Just after getting out of the car, Hyung-woo worriedly said, my sister has not left her room for 2 days. I am very worried. He placed his hand on her shoulder reassuringly, do not worry. She will not starve herself. Let me go up and see. Hyung-woo immediately smiled in relief. With you here, I feel no difficulty is frightening. She lightly kissed his cheek as thanks. Though pleased inside, he pretended to be stern. Girls should not kiss people casually. Hyung-woo laughed. You are not an outsider. Upon entering the hall, Du Yen was already waiting and reported that the eldest miss had locked herself upstairs and did not know he had arrived. He curled his lips slightly and said it is better she does not know. In the room, Hyung-on sat silently despite constant knocking outside. He replied tiredly, I do not want to see anyone now. Suddenly, a firm voice sounded, this is not your decision anymore, followed by forceful pounding. The door was kicked open by Lam Tan, and light flooded in, making her shield her eyes. Seeing clearly the person before her, she forgot to wipe her tears. Why is it you? He stepped closer and softly asked, have you been crying? Hyung-on turned away in embarrassment. This has nothing to do with you. Lam Tan reminded her that if she admitted defeat so easily, then she had fallen into the scheme of those 2 siblings. He asked in surprise which 2 siblings. Lam Tan said he had investigated and found behind Hu Duck were the Su brothers who once tried to acquire Tiu Hop Lao unsuccessfully and now resorted to tricks. Hyung-on angrily intended to call the police, but Lam Tan asked, do you have evidence? She replied, do you not already have it? He coldly said, I have evidence, but I did not say I would give it for free, making her choke in anger and ask, what do you want? Realizing she was too agitated, she lowered her voice. Boss, what will it take for you to hand over the evidence? Lam Tan smiled in satisfaction. He handed her a bun and said, I am hungry. Cook for me first and fill my stomach. Hyung-on frowned and said, I cannot cook. Lam Tan insisted, if you cannot, then learn now. Reluctant, she still agreed, thinking that for Tiu Hop Lao this little embarrassment was nothing. Entering the kitchen, Lam Tan was surprised by the vast space. Hyung-on introduced that her father had renovated half the house into a kitchen. This was only area number 1 with 2 more areas and a storage of over 2,000 ingredients. She rolled up her sleeves and said, I will start cooking. Are you going to just watch? He did not answer and instead asked Hyung-woo to show him around. She happily agreed, making Hyung-on snort lightly. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded, making them both turn back. They saw Hyung-on trapped under fallen utensils. In his mind, a strange thought flashed, as if some magic was involved, then he quickly dismissed it. He told himself, why am I thinking nonsense? He stepped forward and said, let me help you. Hyung-on was both embarrassed and flustered, but still said, no need. I can stand up myself. Ignoring her refusal, Lam Tan lifted a plate aside and said, if you could stand, you would have already. I will clear the heavy items first. Endure a little. He asked worriedly, are you hurt? Is it hard to breathe? She avoided the question and instead asked, is it true that I am very useless? While clearing things, he reassured her, who said that you have tried your best to protect Tiu Hop Lao amid encirclement. Hearing that her face flushed, are you concerned about me? Vulnerability increased by 10%, currently 55%. Lam Tan checked the shelf and found a broken screw, so he had to remove the rack first. The close proximity made Hyung-on flustered, not understanding what he intended to do. She blushed and exclaimed, how can you take advantage at a time like this? Lam Tan hurriedly said, do not move. I am supporting the rack. Hyung-woo stood at a distance, covering her eyes, and shouted shyly. Lam Tan called Zio-woo to bring a 4-sided screwdriver. She said, I have a cross wrench. As soon as she finished speaking, the wrench slipped from her hand. Coincidentally, it fell straight into Lam Tan trouser pocket. Hyung-woo awkwardly apologized for her clumsiness. Then Du Yen walked in and asked, do you need me to cook instead? But seeing the scene before her, she was speechless. The thin glasses on her nose slid down, almost breaking. Du Yen panicked and muttered, the eldest miss, the second miss, and the major shareholder in the kitchen like this. What should I do? Her consciousness gradually blurred, ignoring Hyung-woo's anxious calls behind her. While later, Du Yen woke up on the bed and apologetically said sorry for suddenly fainting earlier. So that was what happened. Fortunately, Mr. Lam helped in time. I will immediately have people inspect and reinforce all the kitchen equipment. It will never happen again. Hyung-on continued handling unfinished matters. It is good that you are fine. I will go continue cooking. Suddenly he spoke up to stop her. Forget it. Next time is fine. There are too many things to prepare tonight. Tomorrow you need to cooperate with me to put on a play. The next morning at the Chef God stage, Hong Lam enthusiastically opened the show. Welcome back to the 6th season of Chef God. Today, 10 chefs from renowned Cantonese restaurants, Diet Lai Hotel, Phi Thai Tri, Texas Hotel, and Tiu Hop Lao will compete. To predict your favorite restaurant to win, scan the QR code below. In another corner, Who Duck had just pulled out a chair and sat down when he glanced sideways, his tone dripping with mockery. Oh, the eldest miss of the Tiu family also obediently came to be a judge. How nice, ha ha. Huang-on replied calmly, I am a professional judge. Naturally, I must abide by professional standards. Lian immediately added sarcastically, then we look forward to Miss Tiu Golden Tongue selecting a worthy champion. In his heart, he felt smug. A little public uproar meant nothing. She probably would not know until death that this outcome had been arranged by young Master Su. Thinking of Tiu, Huang-on being spun like a top in his hands made him even more gleeful. In the observation room, someone had been watching attentively from the beginning. Big brother will always be my big brother. When Tiu Hop Lao goes bankrupt, Xiao Vu will fall right into my hands. Su Huan burst into loud laughter. In contrast, Su Zhai remained calm and cold. Foolish younger brother, your vision is truly too narrow. That man continued ruthlessly. When Tiu Hop Lao collapses, not only Xiao Vu but both sisters will become our playthings. We can handle them however we wish. Just imagining that scene made the two men laugh in delight without stopping. This moment the competition was about to begin. Hong Lam announced for the chefs to enter the hall. He also appeared because Tiu Hop Lao still had one chef competing. Moreover, the personnel and venue were provided by them, so he blended in without arousing suspicion. Earlier, Du Yen had discussed with the contestant of Tiu Hop Lao. Today, Mr. Lam would replace him to compete, and that person gladly agreed. Yes, Butler Du. Hong Lam began announcing the rules. Today's theme is shawarma, a dish seemingly simple because it can be combined with countless ingredients. Though the flavor is often appealing, to create a shawarma truly outstanding among the crowd is extremely difficult. And now, the competition officially begins. As soon as the signal was given, he immediately operated skillfully, preparing the dish with confidence. Huang-on's gaze followed him, and the way he cooks does look quite proper. At that moment, favorability increased by 5%, raising the total to 60%. After the cooking time ended, Hong Lam announced time was up and invited the chefs to present their dishes. Who Duck tasted first. The shawarma from the Cantonese restaurant is fairly good. I give 8 points. And Lian seemed satisfied with Diet Lai Hotel portion. More outstanding, 9 points. When it came to Phi Thai Try, Huang-on gave 7 points with a stern expression. Hong Lam introduced the next dish. Next is the shawarma prepared by the chef of Tiu Hop Lao. He smiled and presented it, respectfully inviting the judges to taste. However, the rising smell made the two judges immediately cover their noses. What is this unpleasant smell? What did you put in it? Faced with the criticism, he grew even more confident. This is 3-layer flavor shawarma that I painstakingly created. I guarantee whoever tastes it will never forget it. Who Duck bluntly mocked. What kind of messy dish is this? Is Tiu Hop Lao giving up? Or is this already your best chef? In the audience, the spectators were also dissatisfied. Competing yet being so careless, is Tiu Hop Lao trying to create another hot search? Truly unprofessional. And Lian immediately refused to taste. Take it away. He promptly spoke up, wait. Corner of his lips curled in challenge. Both of you are top culinary experts of Hua Nation, yet you refuse to taste just because of the smell. Is that not violating the rules? That easily makes people doubt your professional ability. What does the MC think? Hong Lam scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, according to the rules, judges are not allowed to refuse competition dishes. Then the three of you should try it. Maybe like stinky tofu, smells bad but tastes good. Cheerfully introduced, this is the first flavor, shawarma 9-turn intestine. Please enjoy. The faces of Lian and Who Duck turned pale. Who Duck reluctantly brought a piece to his mouth. He swallowed with difficulty. The taste made tears stream out. There is still that inside. You did it on purpose. Calmly admitted, yes, I deliberately kept the natural filling to enhance the richness of 9-turn intestine. Does it not taste more distinctive than the usual version? Hearing that the audience was horrified, did the judges already eat it? Who Duck might not be well. Ignoring the whispers, he smiled dangerously. Next is green bean shawarma, please. After one bite, Who Duck immediately spat it out. What beans are still raw like this? He pretended to be surprised, really. In contrast, Huang-on ate quite happily. Who said they are raw? This shawarma is excellent. She softly covered her mouth and smiled. The portion he gave her was actually normal shawarma. He could not hide his delight. Finally, is stinky tofu shawarma. I even stuffed in Iceland dried shark to intensify the pungent aroma. This dish completely broke Who Duck down. The sharp smell like urine, could it really be that? And Lian also felt tortured, both body and spirit submerged in the horrific stench. He shed tears while slamming the table angrily. You have great guts, daring to use such disgusting things to retaliate against us. 0 points, absolutely 0. I will blacklist you. Do not even think of working at any restaurant in Hua Nation. Her eyes were bloodshot. Tiu Hop Lao cannot win, so you play dirty, such despicable tricks. This is live-streamed nationwide. You are only ruining your own reputation. He immediately took off the chef uniform. Enough acting. No need to pretend anymore. He pulled down the projection screen and loudly declared everyone has been deceived. This so-called chef competition is actually an internal score auction. Whichever restaurant bids higher gets higher points. In the video, staff kept answering calls and reading prices. Thin Lat Fu paid 300,000 to raise points. Tai Tine Lao offered 550,000, and Chuang Van Ian bid up to 1.5 million. His gaze was sharp. Chuang Van Ian champion was only because the owner paid the most. The organizers collect money from both sides, taking from restaurants and profiting from traffic. Truly skillful. The exposure stunned the crowd. So we have been deceived all along. The most fair competition in the country is like this. Then Tiu Huang's own suspicion was right. We wrongly blamed her. Cold sweat broke out on Hu Duck's forehead. How did the strictly confidential auction documents fall into Tiu Hop Lao hands? This cannot happen. Huang spoke up. Where is your ability to twist black and white? Were you not very eloquent? Now I give you that chance. Suddenly a voice rang out. The one who needs to explain is Tiu Hop Lao. Following the sound, he turned to look toward the door. When they saw the leader, the audience buzzed. That is Hao Wei Dao, the first Hua Nation chef to achieve 3 Michelin stars, multiple champion and senior international judge. Beside him were the 2 young masters of the Su group. Distinguished backgrounds. Are they siding with the program? It seemed his plan had succeeded. The person behind the scenes finally appeared. The Hao Wei Dao group entered and stood with Lian and Hu Duck. Do not be misled by Tiu Hop Lao. The auction on the screen is merely normal competition among major restaurants. It does not affect fairness. Su Huan also spoke. The Su group is the biggest sponsor this year. We cannot allow you to smear the competition. Su Zhai appeared righteous. Because Tiu Hop Lao's skills are inferior, you stole the legitimate auction process and spread it to distort the result. With my many years of honor and expertise, I guarantee the competition is fair. Chuang Van Ian and Diet Lai Hotel victory is deserved. Those firm words made many waver. I almost believed Tiu Hop Lao. Luckily, Hao Wei Dao credibility stepped in. Yet some said their dish was so mediocre, how could it win? If it does not affect results, why hold auctions? I still doubt. Whispers spread across the hall. Though auction sounds wrong, if there is no cheating, perhaps acceptable. Some believed Tiu Hop Lao lost due to poor skill. Others suspected the Hu Duck group was oppressing them since no one truly tasted the dishes. Suddenly he clapped, cutting through the noise. Do not forget, this is a cooking competition. Whoever cooks better has the right to speak. Let us compete one more round. This time invite audience representatives to directly score. Do you dare? The Wei Dao group on the other side hesitated slightly upon hearing the proposal. After weighing pros and cons, that man nodded. Fine, chefs must determine superiority by skill. That is also the stance I always uphold. This time the judging panel will include me, Tang Hu Duck, and Lian, Tiu Huang and 2 qualified audience members nominated on site. In the audience, Tu Kai and Luke La stood up to introduce themselves. We are food bloggers with many years of cooking experience, possessing millions of followers on Station 13, and volunteer to taste. The screen quickly switched to the new scene. Hong Lam announced this round theme is seafood. Hearing that, the remaining chefs immediately went all out, determined to crush Tiu Hop Lao so they could never rise again. In only a few minutes, 2 fragrant seafood plates were completed, named Seafood Paradise Stew, along with gold and silver full house. Everyone tasted in turn, Lukla exclaimed while eating. Truly the level of top domestic chefs. Just one bite is enough to move people. Freshness spreads, aroma rises, and richness reaches perfection. Even so, she felt uneasy. The opponent's strength is too strong. Does Tiu Hop Lao still have a chance? The person beside side probably lost. Only he remained calm. Is that so? Finally, his dish was completed. Looking at the plate, everyone had different opinions. Stir-fried crab and octopus in spicy sauce sounds ordinary. Appearance not outstanding, but the aroma is extremely captivating. Let us try. In contrast, Huang had been silent all along. Now her eyes shone with anticipation to taste the dish personally cooked by him. The dish was brought to the mouth. The moment the tongue touched it, the hall seemed to explode. Rich fragrance awakened every sense, tender meat with slight chewiness. Fresh sweetness surged like great waves, delicious to the point of making one float. Huang felt immersed in the ocean. Crab meat soft yet firm, roe rich and melting, octopus crisp and springy wrapping around the tongue, spiciness blending with richness striking straight to the heart, making her like a small crab tightly clasped, unable to escape. Her expression nearly lost control, so delicious that her tongue trembled uncontrollably. Favorability surged by another 12%, raising Huang affection to 72%. Wei Dao was stunned. How can this Tiu Hop Lao chef be so skilled? You did not tell me beforehand. Su Hyun lowered his voice in warning. You took my 20 million, so perform your role properly. Do not talk too much. Huang Lam stood on stage awkwardly waiting to announce the result. The winner is. Huang decisively said, I give Tiu Hop Lao 10 points. Hu Duck immediately retorted, we give Chuang Van Ian 10 points and Tiu Hop Lao 0 points. Tu Kai could not believe it. Earlier when you ate the crab and octopus, you did not react like that. Duck fabricated an excuse. The Tiu Hop Lao chef must have used some technology to create unusual flavor. You two lack experience and were misled. Eating more will harm health. And Lian echoed, Chuang Van Ian dish is truly authentic and safe. Lukla angrily refuted, what technology or cheating we know by tasting. You are clearly lying. Wei Dao relied on reputation to reverse black and white. Do you have 3 Michelin stars? Do you have international certification? My words carry weight. This round Tiu Hop Lao loses. Huang On mocked, a 3-star chef working for such people. Are you worthy of your medals? The crowd was confused, not knowing whom to believe, eventually leaning toward the more reputable side. Suddenly he laughed. The laughter echoed in the tense space. Su Hyun turned sharply, trying to use laughter to cover failure. He did not respond, only said you may come out now. Immediately hurried footsteps sounded. All eyes turned to the door. 3 figures appeared, including the current chief inspector of Michelin standards, the president of the world-renowned Chefs Association, and leading was the chairman of the International Royal Chefs Association. The audience buzzed. Is that not the chairman of the International Royal Chefs Association, the top culinary organization of the country? Truly astonishing. Du Yen calmly introduced, the Frenchman is the current chief inspector of Michelin standards. The American is the president of the world-renowned Chefs Association. The presence of the 3 largest culinary organizations stunned the crowd. The chairman stepped forward to shake his hand. President Kayan, thank you for donating 300 million yuan to the Poor Children Meal Fund. The Michelin representative thanked him for the 100 million sponsorship, and the renowned Chefs Association expressed gratitude for the 100 million worth of equipment and ingredients, all unconditional. A Dao face turned pale, so that truly is the Michelin chief inspector. Su Zhai and Su Hyun were stunned speechless. 500 million to 3 major organizations. And Lian was speechless. Hu Duck panicked. The legendary President Kayan is actually the chef of Tiu Hop Lao. Exchanged words with them. Surely you have seen the entire backstage process. Everything has been arranged properly, and the handling order has been issued. The next decision changed Wei Dao expression drastically, revoking Hao Wei Dao 3 Michelin star title. At the same time, his international culinary expert certificate previously granted to that man was revoked. The president of the renowned Chefs Association declared his certification officially invalid for tarnishing the honor of the association. They also announced evidence that the Su Corporation smuggled protected animals and used illegal additives, coordinating with food safety authorities to suspend operations indefinitely for investigation. Zhai and Su Hyun were so shocked they spat out mouthfuls of blood. He said coldly, and you still dare accuse me of cheating? Truly a thief crying thief. The audience furiously threw objects and cursed, scammers, staining the honor of national cuisine just to suppress Tiu Hop Lao. Su group panicked and ran to dodge, crying out in pain. But the police rushed in and immediately restrained Tang Hu Duck and Lian Su Zhai, Su Hyun, and Hao Wei Dao. They were charged with false advertising, defamation through live stream, illegal fundraising, smuggling, and many other crimes, and were officially arrested. Each of them was handcuffed with cold metal cuffs. They wailed and cried, I do not want to go to prison. You harmed me. My lifelong reputation is ruined. I will confess all the crimes of the Su family to seek leniency. He only looked down at them with a mocking gaze. Hu Duck kept screaming until being dragged away. It is all because of you brothers causing trouble. I did not want this. He ignored it and turned to Huang-on saying he had told Du Yen to seize the chance to buy back the Su supply sources while they were suspended, ensuring ingredients for Tiu Hop Lao were both high quality and low price. His words made her cheeks flush. Tiu Hop Lao had taken another steady step on its path of development. Favorability increased by 8%, reaching 80%. He turned and said, come to my house, I will cook for you. He teased, so confident, not just instant noodles. She lifted her chin, I do not make such ordinary dishes. She murmured that she would cook abalone, secretly thinking ingredients costing 20,000 per piece could not taste bad. A small cheat he would not notice. Unaware of her thoughts, he only smiled and asked, why are you blushing? Have not eaten abalone in a long time and forgotten the taste. She firmly insisted it is the best. In the detention room, Lian turned pale and screamed from stomach pain, suspecting the green beans were poisonous and demanding gastric lavage, while Hu Duck could only cry for help in despair. A few days later, the school bus sped along the road. Hao sat inside chatting animatedly. This time the whole class is going to Yaodu to hear teacher Luo Xiang lecture. Consider it combining travel during the holiday. Joe Tonglian tilted her head, reminding, we still have to submit a report after returning. Do not think about slacking. She excitedly proposed, I heard the zoo there is interesting. How about we visit? He appeared indifferent. I just want to find good food to eat. Suddenly the bus braked hard, causing everyone to sway. What happened ahead? It seems there is an accident. Is anyone in danger? He immediately stood up and looked outside clearly. His gaze suddenly caught a familiar figure. He did not hesitate, opened the door and stepped down. Sister Bai Type. Seeing him, Bai Type rushed forward and hugged him. Lam Tan. Realizing her impropriety, she quickly stepped back. Sorry, I was too emotional. He gently wiped her tears. Are you all right? Bai Type choked. I am fine, but NHU father. Hearing that, his heart skipped a beat. Could something serious have happened? Bai Type continued. My husband drives to deliver valuable goods. Today he had to transport goods to Yaodu. And since he heard you gifted NHU a racetrack, he brought me to see it. It was meant to be a happy trip. Turning off the highway, the car on the left likely missed its way and suddenly accelerated recklessly, crashing close into us. Recalling it, she burst into tears. Then the collision happened and NHU father broke his leg. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening. The way you spoke startled me. After understanding the situation, he patted her shoulder to comfort. Consider it misfortune within fortune. Think positively. Bai Type calmed slightly. But the partner urgently needs this shipment delivered immediately. I cannot drive. The car overturned here. I do not know whether to follow my husband to the hospital or stay to wait for rescue. He inspected the scene. It turned out to be a Wuling divine vehicle, unexpectedly damaged like this. Where is the other car? Looking aside, he saw the other car was even worse. Truly, the name Wuling divine vehicle is not given lightly. He tried using strength to lift the front of the car. Perhaps it could still run. Unexpectedly, he easily pushed the car back into a stable position. The surrounding people exclaimed in amazement. Truly strong. Thanks to you, traffic will not jam. Many thanks. Type was also stunned. Lam Tan, you are so strong. While he checked and concluded the car could still run. Let me deliver the goods for you. Just give me the address. She emotionally thanked him for helping so much, not knowing how to repay. He smiled. Small matter. If you want to repay, then later. Bai Type happily replied. The next time I. At that moment, Joe Tong ran over asking what happened. He answered, just a small incident. I need to help deliver goods. You go ahead. Hearing they were going to attend a lecture, Bai Type apologized for troubling them. Everyone waved it off, saying it is fine. Helping others is what should be done. The bus departed. Bai Type waved, reminding him to be careful. Among the crowd, someone was surprised. The car without a door can still run. He checked the order. Address at Yaodu Yunbai District. Summer Pharmacy. Goods are small blue pills, extremely rare. Urgent delivery required. Navigation system ready. The map displayed the shortest route. Welcome to use Xiaoda map. Optimal route set, he replied. Let us go. After speaking, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, in the car ahead, Huang Fei smugly thought today is lucky, driving a newly bought supercar and dating a beauty. That man glanced sideways with delight. Huang Fei shouted excitedly in his heart, truly like a dream. In contrast, Du Nhu Meng sat beside him cold and expressionless. Huang Fei boasted inwardly, the Du heiress hardest to invite is now sitting in my car. Later I must show off to my friends. He rambled about the 10 million yuan car, 350 horsepower, V9 engine 6.5 liters, specs far beyond normal cars, but she felt bored because flaunting money or experience is no different. A bus passed by and passengers inside exclaimed. Huang Fei grew more proud, right? Whenever my car appears, it becomes the center of the whole street. Nhu Meng casually said it is ordinary, making him freeze. Before he could react, his car shot past, attracting Huang Fei attention. He seized the chance to show off. Look at that old Wuling ahead. I only need to press the gas to overtake. Huang Fei immediately shouted, hey, driver of that Wuling. He turned back puzzled. Are you calling me? Huang Fei sneered, yes, poor guy. Remember, next time when you see a luxury car like mine, keep your distance. Ignored it and accelerated to overtake, leaving Huang Fei furious behind. That man gritted his teeth, a car worth tens of thousands daring to act arrogant in front of Nhu Meng. Angrily gripping the wheel, Huang Fei said, introductions are done, now let you see real power. While he was still boasting, the old car had already pulled far ahead. Unfamiliar with the winding mountain road, Huang Fei grew irritated. Why are there so many curves? He thought as long as there is a straight stretch, I will overtake. Suddenly the car ahead turned onto grassland, making him think it was a dead end. Nhu Meng mocked, why not chase anymore? Huang Fei tried to recover pride. My car has 42 cm clearance, body height 2.2 meters, waterproof doors, off-road is its specialty, watch this. On the other side, his navigation kept reminding go straight, then turn right after 500 m. He grew annoyed. What kind of road is this? Is the map tricking me? He had to open Google to rescue. and finally got out of the grassland. But ahead was a road crossing a dam and reservoir. Before he could understand, the phone coldly instructed go straight 500 m, then turn left. At the checkpoint, staff blocked him. Sorry, outside vehicles are not allowed. Please take another road. He angrily looked at the phone, truly trapped. Turning back would waste more time. At that moment, the supercar behind accelerated out of the grassland. Wang Fei sneered at him, caught up now. Paid no attention, his eyes still searching for a possible path. Finally, he decided to risk it. No time to change route, charged straight. He steered into the forbidden lane, causing the guard to shout in panic, "Hey, what are you doing?" The old car used inertia to leap off the road. Immediately after was an unbelievable sight. The car raced along the slanted barrier wall like in a movie. The three witnesses were stunned. They gaped in shock, and that battered car seemed to be racing with death. Wang Fei asked Nhu Mong in horror, "Is he committing suicide?" She calmly replied, "Chase him." That man thought he misheard. What? She continued, provoking, "Did you not want to overtake him? Your car is so powerful, surely it will not lose." Wang Fei's face turned pale with anxiety. Nhu Mong had never shown such concern for anyone. Could it be she cared about that poor guy? Holding his resentment, he gritted his teeth and risked it. "It is only a damn small matter, Nhu Mong, watch me." After speaking, he sharply turned the wheel, causing tires to screech. The security staff hurriedly dodged. Another reckless one. Calmly glanced at the rearview mirror. That car is still keeping up. Interesting. Time seemed to slow as the car behind gradually approached. He seized the moment and pressed the accelerator hard. The small car once again soared under the sunlight, flying across the gap. That jump put tremendous pressure on the car behind. The two inside were so frightened, they did not dare blink. With superb skill, he controlled the car to land safely on the distant road. He briefly thought, wonder if that car can make it. If something happens, it has nothing to do with me. Luxury car tried to imitate and rushed forward, but only reached the edge of the road. It lost balance and tilted completely to one side. Wang Fei's face drained of all color. It was over. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed the swaying car body. A shift in gravity left the two people inside the car frozen stiff. Lam Tan said coldly, "Get out of the car quickly. I cannot hold it much longer." Car door slowly opened with a click. Du and Nhu Mong calmly stepped out. Lam Tan was surprised that she was not afraid at all. While she leisurely walked closer, Hong Fei screamed in panic, "I am not dead. I do not want to meet my ancestors yet." After that man got out safely, Lam Tan casually let go. The luxury car before Hong Fei slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Seeing Nhu Mong get into his car, Lam Tan was surprised. "What are you doing?" She lifted her chin. "Are you not in a hurry? Why are you not driving yet?" That moment, the system announced that a beauty had been detected, and a mission was activated, along with her detailed profile. He was puzzled. They had just met for the first time, and he had even saved her. Yet her favorability was only 0%. Ending his thoughts, he drove off, leaving Hong Fei shouting Nhu Mong's name behind. Stopping at a red light, Lam Tan took the initiative to speak. "Your friend's car is gone. Are you not staying to comfort him?" He replied calmly, "It was only a 10 million car, nothing worth mentioning. I am more curious about how you did that just now." Shrugged, "Just basic technique, nothing impressive." His answer changed Nhu Mong's gaze. "For you it is just an everyday matter." Favorability immediately increased by 10%. She said with interest, "Then perform it again." Lam Tan looked at her thoughtfully. She had just escaped danger yet felt no fear. Truly a pampered, rich young lady. He found her sudden change confusing but remained polite. "Sorry, I cannot comply with that request. Please get out of the car." Nhu Mong was used to being pursued, so she suspected he was deliberately acting aloof to attract her. She said arrogantly, "Then pull over so I can get out," convinced that he would return to beg her soon. But reality was not a dream. Lam Tan decisively left her standing there in the wind. Abandoned in the middle of the road, Nhu Mong was stunned, speechless. Upon arriving at the delivery point, the boss cheerfully praised him. "Such a big accident and you still delivered on time. The customer has been waiting anxiously." Customer in a wheelchair urged loudly, "Is the goods here yet? Sell it to me immediately." Lam Tan sighed inwardly. With such poor health and still using Viagra, truly bold. After finishing the delivery, he stretched and looked across the street. It was time to refuel. Drove the old car into a nearby gas station. Seeing the shabby car, several people whispered and mocked, "That wrecked Wuling can still run." The captain even used it to lecture his juniors. "If you do not train hard, you will end up like that man, driving a broken car to make deliveries." That man deliberately raised his voice. "Without effort, you will not even have money to repair your car." Lam Tan retorted, "If your eyesight is bad, then do not try to drive, or you will become a joke." That man angrily tried to argue, but Lam Tan had already answered the phone. "Su Nhu, what is the matter?" On the other end, she said, "Are you in the Van Bach area? The racetrack you gave me is also there, and there is a repair shop too." He asked if she knew her father was hospitalized. She said calmly, "It was only a broken bone, not serious." She did not even want to visit because he only valued his son. That man brought a fleet of luxury cars to show off. Poor delivery boy just keeps shipping. We are going into the racetrack to compete. Do you know how much one race earns? Whole group started their engines loudly, dust swirling everywhere. Lamtan smiled faintly. Fine, I will go to your racetrack and take a look. Yudu racetrack was vast with breathtaking open scenery. Old Huang the guard pointed straight at his car and shouted, "Hey, stop. What are you trying to do?" Lamtan calmly explained clearly that he had come to repair the car for the owner here. But the man waved dismissively. "Do you think I am stupid? Our Yudu racetrack is high class. How could it know someone as shabby as you? That old wooling does not qualify to enter. This is not a scrapyard. Get lost." Holding the steering wheel, he sighed. "I just arrived at Yudu and already met all kinds of unpleasant people. If you keep this up, you will lose your job sooner or later." Old Huang sneered, daring to threaten me. I am so scared. At that moment, the young man Luke Dao recognized him. "Captain, look. It is the one who drove the old wooling before." Ota, still not venting his anger, mocked. "Did that delivery boy hear me say I would come here and abandon his deliveries to watch me race? Unfortunately, this place is not for the poor." Old Huang immediately fawned. "Young Master Ko knows him. If you say the word, I can let him in for a while." Ko Ta pretended to think. And that man grinned wickedly and pointed at the ground. "Kneel down, and I will let you in to look around." While calling, Lam Tan said, "I am too lazy to argue with you. Tell Su Nhu to come out and see me." That man stepped forward. "Do you know who the owner of this racetrack is?" Leaned close to the hood with disdain. "Quite cunning. You even dare to casually call Miss Su by name." Lam Tan replied calmly, "Why would I not?" That man went on endlessly. "Miss Su is the famous beauty of Veemjiang. She manages an entire gang. Her driving skills are superb. Her backing is unfathomable. You are not worthy to carry her shoes." Lam Tan was surprised. "Su Nhu is that formidable," Hung Ka reminded the captain. "It is 4 o'clock. That man nodded right. That man said arrogantly that every afternoon at 4 the young lady goes onto the track. This is the only chance for her to see my skills. His subordinates flattered that she would surely approach him. Over here, Old Huang pointed his stick at Lam Tan's face. "Did you hear clearly? The boss's name is not for you to call casually. I am in a good mood today, so I will not hit you. If you do not get lost by the count of 3, do not blame me." His face flushed red as he counted 1, 2. Suddenly, Su Nhu appeared and kicked him hard in the groin. Old Huang collapsed, crying out, "Boss!" She shouted angrily, "You have great guts to dare touch Lam Tan." She crossed her arms and ordered, "Drag him away from me. Fire him immediately." The subordinates answered in unison, "Yes, boss." Old Huang was dragged away crying for mercy. A subordinate said coldly, "You offended Lam Tan and still expect peace. Boss spared you from a severe beating out of respect for him. You should be grateful." He was stunned. Who is that man for Miss Su to treat him so specially? I have provoked the wrong powerful figure. He tried to beg once more, but Lam Tan merely waved his hand indifferently. "Already warned you, but you did not listen." Su Nhu happily pulled his hand inside. 2 others drove the wooling into the garage. A large displacement motorcycle roared forward amid cheers. Ko Ta stuck his head out of the car to show off. Luke Dao praised loudly. "Captain, you are amazing. Today's record is yours. Miss Su will definitely notice." That man flicked his hair and stepped out to applause. Thought to himself that Miss Su must be looking at him with admiration right now. When he turned back, he froze at the sight of the two being intimate. Lam Tan and Su Nhu were talking when that man interrupted. "Wait." That man pointed at him and scolded. "Who are you to dare stand so close to Miss Su?" "Go at once." Lam Tan replied coldly. "Are you insane?" Ko Ta became even more aggressive. "A poor man dares to speak here. How do the guards work to let him sneak in? Get lost, or I will throw you out." Su Nhu grew angry and slapped him. The 3 other young masters broke out in cold sweat. She raised her hand in warning. "Daring to speak about Lam Tan like that means you want to die." That man tried to explain. "Miss Su, you have been deceived by him. He is just someone who drives a broken wooling to make deliveries. Not worthy of your attention." Su Nhu laughed. "Poor and lowly, are you talking about yourself? This entire racetrack was a gift from Lam Tan to me. Showing off money in front of him is ridiculous. Moreover, even if he drives a wooling, he is far beyond you." Ko Ta refused to accept it. "He drives a wooling and is better than me. Dare to race me. Do not hide behind a woman." Su Nhu slapped his arm. "You are not qualified to compare with him. I will race you. If you win, you can race here for free forever. If you lose, you leave your car and kneel to apologize to Lam Tan." That man laughed arrogantly. "Free is not enough. If I win, you become my girlfriend and the racetrack belongs to me." Su Nhu replied curtly, greedy and not afraid of choking. "Fine. But if you lose, I will break your 3 legs." Before long, the 2 cars stopped at the starting line. Su Nhu shyly asked if Lam Tan wanted to join. He sat in the passenger seat saying he would teach her to drive along the way. making her happily say she loved him. In his heart, he was still worried that the opponent would not play fair. The green light lit up and the race began. Both cars accelerated at the same time and left the line. Seeing the Wuling pull ahead, Kota panicked. How is this possible? Left behind at the corner, that man realized there was something wrong with that car and that Su Enhu's technique was very good. He gritted his teeth. If he fell behind here, he would never catch up. He changed tactics and closed in on the rear of Su Enhu's car. Seizing the moment, that man rammed hard into the rear quarter, determined not to lose. The collision knocked the tail off the track. Su Nhu in the driver's seat was violently shaken. She gritted her teeth and looked up at the car overtaking her. Bastard. Lam Tan asked worriedly if she was injured. She remained tough and said it was fine. She could still win. Despite saying so, her hands on the steering wheel were trembling slightly. He reminded her that deliberate collision was enough for disqualification. She replied she had seen dirty tricks many times. Losing only meant being inferior. He asked again if she needed help. She insisted on handling it herself. The car quickly stabilized and silently closed in on the supercar ahead. Because her arm hurt, she accidentally touched the boundary line. Lam Tan immediately turned the steering wheel and saved them both from danger. The sharp turn created burning tire marks and dust billowed behind. In the rearview mirror, Kota's eyes widened so much her jaw nearly dropped. Are you joking? And you still cannot get the car back on track like this? Lam Tan grew worried and moved closer. Step aside and let me handle it. But I firmly brushed his hand away. I can handle it myself, just trust me. Unable to endure any longer, he lunged into the driver's seat and shouted loudly, "Enough, be quiet." Ignoring the closeness between them, he focused on the steering wheel. I drive, you follow my lead, press the gas hard. His decisiveness completely conquered her. My goodness, Lam Tan looks truly captivating when he is domineering. Su Nhu happily enjoyed the feeling of sitting snugly in Lam Tan's arms, her heart brimming with joy. Thanks to his superb driving skills, he quickly overtook the opponent at the corner ahead. She frowned slightly when she accidentally bumped into the steering wheel. In just a moment, the seemingly battered car crossed the finish line ahead of the supercar. When the car stopped at the finish line, the opposing team sighed in frustration. Captain, we really lost. How can a Wuling worth a few tens of thousands be that fast? There must be a problem. On the other side, she held her head and cried out, no, my GT 500 worth several million. Even the juniors lost their cars. Big brother Lam Tan, let me drive the car into the garage for you. Driven mad by anger, that man turned to question Lam Tan. I refuse to accept this. What does one lap prove? If we race officially by the rules, you cannot win. You are not even on the same level as my team. His brothers chimed in. Professional racers treat these little tests as warm-up. The official tournament fee alone is 25 million. Can you even afford it? Suddenly, he let out a soft laugh. Oh. Lam Tan arrogantly pulled out a black card and flaunted it. I was just worried about not knowing how to spend money. NHU. There is 1 billion in here. Take it and form a racing team. No need for the best configuration, just the most expensive. He swiftly swiped the card through the machine. The system voice announced that 1 billion had been received in full. Su Nhu hugged him tightly in excitement. Lam Tan, you are amazing. At the same time, the system updated. Su Enhu's favorability had reached the standard. Rewards and skills were increased. Kota and the others froze for a moment. 1 billion. That man collapsed mentally, clutching his head and muttering, impossible, was he not a pauper? Did he not just drive a Wuling for deliveries? Su Nhu lifted her chin and looked down at him. Hey, trash, it is time to kneel. The loyal subordinates immediately grabbed his hair and yanked hard, laughing loudly. They showed no mercy, pressing his head down repeatedly and even kicking him a few times. Lam Tan curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes full of disdain. The sound of the impact is quite crisp, not bad. His head is rather hard. After that scene, the young men laughed and drove him away. Remember this. If you see Big Brother Lam Tan in the future, you must bow your head in greeting. Night gradually fell. The sound of clinking glasses echoed in the air, bottoms up. The group gathered around the bonfire sipping beer. The party ended. Lam Tan pulled Su Nhu toward the supercar. After eating, his hands felt itchy to drive a few laps. She replied excitedly, I want to drive too. Seeing her sit in the car boldly, he gently reminded her, you have not fastened your seatbelt. She cast a seductive glance. With your superb driving skills, why need safety measures? Lam Tan felt slightly embarrassed and tried to stay calm. Fine, then sit steady. Su Nhu moved closer again. Lam Tan, let me tell you a secret. I may look strong and carefree, but in truth, she blushed slightly. It is just that I have not met a man who makes me willing to give everything. Leaving Lam Tan stunned. What are you trying to say? Su Nhu whispered seductively. What if I want to give my most precious thing to you? Seeing her hands begin to wander, Lam Tan held them back. I am driving. Do not mess around. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted gears and pressed the gas hard. The engine roared fiercely. The car shot forward, leaving a trail of dust behind. The sudden acceleration made Su Nhu slam painfully against the door. But just a few seconds later, she clenched her hands, her eyes determined. This time she would not let Lam Tan escape. Before long, the heavy car executed a heart-stopping drift. Taking that chance, she leaned and fell toward Lam Tan. Oh, I almost fell. She used her beauty to tease him. Lam Tan, do you want to try something thrilling? Faced with that bold reaction, Lam Tan blushed and swallowed unconsciously. Seeing him silent, Su Nhu pouted provocatively. Lam Tan, could it be you cannot? As a man, hearing that made him burn hot. Pressed further, her voice teasing. Even if you cannot, I will not dislike you. I still love you. I will keep this secret for you. Su Nhu's words were like a spark that burned away the last bit of restraint in Lam Tan. The car immediately roared and surged forward, as if venting his fury. He held her shoulders and spoke sternly. Remember this. Never say a man cannot understand, but she stubbornly replied, I do not believe it unless you prove it. His face darkened, exuding danger. I will give you one last chance to take that back. Otherwise, you will regret it. But Su Nhu did not retreat at all. She even stuck out her tongue in challenge. I will not. The word regret does not exist in my dictionary. As soon as she finished speaking, her lips were sealed by Lam Tan's proactive kiss. Yet her hands did not stay still and responded passionately. Not to be outdone, he tugged at a corner of her clothing while pressing the gas, causing the car to lurch forward. The sudden motion made Su Nhu scream in shock. Long legs swung out the window, a thin piece of fabric fluttering at her waist. Inside the car, a chaotic struggle unfolded amid sharp cries. Finally unable to bear it, Su Nhu turned her head and shouted, Stop, I cannot anymore. Contrast, Lam Tan kept a steady grip on the wheel and teased. You admit defeat so soon. Where is your earlier momentum? She covered her mouth, her whole body trembling lightly. I have not lost. It is just Right then the car sped past the spot where the juniors had been drinking earlier. As soon as they saw Su Nhu flash by, the group began whispering, Strange, did you notice? It looks like Big Sister has her legs up on the dashboard and is still driving. Not Tan usually hold the wheel. Maybe the young lady is in a playful mood. But looking carefully, they could not see Tan anywhere. Inside the car, Su Nhu's sobs blended with each intense jolt. I admit defeat, I really lost, sob. Seeing her so limp, Lam Tan lowered his head and kissed her as a warning. Do you know your mistake? Will you dare again in the future? Unexpectedly, she murmured. I know I was wrong, but I will still dare next time, making him both annoyed and indulgent. The struggle made the car shake as if exercising in the middle of the road. He shouted loudly. If I do not make you wholeheartedly convinced it will not end, watch me. Su Nhu cried out. Are you not tired? Save me. At that moment, the phone rang repeatedly. The vehicle management app reported abnormal vibrations at 0:24, 0:55, and 1:17 in the morning. Ko-ta was stunned. Could they be in his car? His goddess Su Nhu. On the other side, Nhu sat quietly alone amid the lively party. Everyone surrounded her with flattery. Young Master Chi, your factory earned 2 billion, truly admirable, but still not as impressive as Nhu. Look at this diamond lipstick. Is it beautiful? Shall we go on the private yacht tomorrow? She only responded with a polite smile. Yes, that is fine. But inside, she felt only emptiness, boredom, and dullness. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter caught Nhu's attention. I heard your warhorse lost to a wooling at the dam. Ha ha. Hong Fai hurriedly argued. Look, that old wooling even beat the Yudo GT captain. It is not that I am inferior. Curiosity stirred. Nhu stepped closer, making that man stammer Nhu. On the screen was still playing the race between Lam Tan and Ko-ta. Witnessing that intense scene, her heart suddenly trembled violently. Yes, this is the feeling. Watching again the moment the car soared into the air, she seemed to relive the sensation from years ago. Indescribable excitement surged, so it was all because of the thrill of speed. The man beside her sneered. I told you investing in a racing team is not worth it. Pouring in so much money and still losing to a wooling, only a fool would continue. Before he could finish, Nhu stood up and declared, I will establish a racing team. A few weeks later at the blazing racetrack, cars sped like the wind. 3 young racers raised the trophy amid booming announcements. Congratulations to Miss Du Nhu's team for breaking the Yudo record. The chance of winning the international championship this year has reached 90%. Female reporter immediately stepped forward. Miss Du, how do you feel right now? The seemingly simple question received a shocking answer. I want to disband the racing team. Everyone's eyes widened as they cried out in unison. What? But Du Nhu paid no attention to the stunned gazes and turned to leave. Reporters crowded like a broken hive despite being blocked by security. Why, Miss Du? The team has such potential. Why disband it? That night in her villa, Du Nhu tossed and turned amid chaotic thoughts. Why is it like this? Her body lay stretched out on the bed, yet she kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Why from beginning to end could she not rediscover that feeling? The man who once pursued her passionately like a dream had done everything she wished for. No matter how fast the pace was, it could not ignite that excitement. Perhaps the problem was not the speed, but something else. Thought lingered in her mind until dawn broke on the other side where the man was. And at that time, Lam Tan had already arrived at Vientiane Airport. His friends along with Trin Hao came to see him off with worried looks. Lam Tan, are you really going to Kep District in Africa as an exchange student? They say security there is terrible. He nodded to reassure them. Do not worry, I will only stay a month and then return. I will treat it as a free trip and take the chance to observe wild animals. He even excitedly promised to gather more material for his thesis and conveniently put the dorm brothers' names in as well. Hearing that, they were moved to tears. Truly a generous godfather. Chao Dong pushed his glasses up his nose and turned to ask, but is there not supposed to be only one exchange student? Who is that girl? For everyone's eyes, Vien De and Nhu Mong suddenly appeared right behind them. Lam Tan widened his eyes in shock. Was she not his girlfriend? How had she become an exchange student between Vientiane University and Kep University like this? Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. I just want a change of scenery to relax. Vien De's heart was in knots. What on earth was the young lady of the Du family planning? Not only did she insist on transferring to Jiang Film University, once she heard Lam Tan was going to Kep District, she immediately forced her way in to secure a spot. Thinking of her family's vast wealth, the Du Group was a major force in Yudo, owning countless companies at home and abroad. Even in Kep District of Africa, they had a timber factory. Watching them drag their suitcases onto the plane, Vien De's heart tightened. Kep District was still chaotic and underdeveloped. For the Du family's eldest daughter to go there was truly risky. After the two had taken their seats, he was still troubled. How had she convinced the old master at home? He could not figure it out. For takeoff, Nhu Mong leisurely made a call to instruct. You can remove the chains from the old man now. The voice on the other end immediately replied, yes, young miss. Seeing Lam Tan staring at her, she asked if something was wrong. He awkwardly said, over there, we are the only two exchange students from our country. If you run into trouble that is hard to solve, come to me. She shook her head coldly, leaving him confused. No need. You have already helped me deal with the problem. Outwardly calm, but inside Nhu Mong was in turmoil as expected, just being near this man. The plane soared into the sky. She suddenly realized she could feel that strange stirring again, finally breaking free from the dullness. Not long after, they landed at the airport of Kep District in Africa. Lam Tan stood in the main hall stretching comfortably, finally arrived at Kep District. Sitting on a plane for 10 hours straight made his backside numb. Before leaving the airport, he took a moment to read the guidebook. Kep District was one of Africa's most economically developed cities, yet its wealth gap was among the largest. Many international students came here for exchange and research, but unemployment was high and security was not very reassuring. After reading, he closed the book and told himself it should not be too serious, as long as he avoided remote places and did not go out alone at night. However, the moment he stepped outside, the chaotic gunfight before his eyes made his face turn pale. Heavens. Lam Tan immediately pulled Nhu Mong aside to dodge the whistling bullets. Be careful. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Bullets slammed into a stone statue, making him irritated. And this is called relatively poor security. Tourism ads truly deceive people. Turned back and asked if she was all right. But Nhu Mong only responded softly and hesitantly. That reaction made him even more confused. Was she frightened or excited? Sobbing sounded nearby, drawing Lam Tan's attention. It was several exchange students from other countries. Before he could speak, a yellow bus rushed over and screeched to a halt in front of them. Door flew open. Thabo stood there shouting, come on, I am a lecturer at Kep University. Exchange students get on the bus. Hearing the call, the international students immediately turned toward him. Lam Tan did not hesitate, grabbing Nhu Mong's hand and running straight to the yellow bus. Hurry up. As soon as everyone climbed aboard, Thabo slammed the door shut and told the driver to leave immediately. Outside, the chaotic battle continued. Someone roared, go to hell. How dare you steal my gold mine? Baraka carried a launcher on his shoulder and laughed arrogantly. The Baker family sends a declaration. All the gold mines now belong to us. When he pulled the trigger, the bullet veered off unexpectedly. His companion shouted, how did you shoot like that? He hurriedly explained, sorry, the next shot will definitely hit. That stray bullet shot straight toward the bus carrying Lam Tan's group. Manga glanced at the rearview mirror and panicked. This is bad. Before he could react, a fair hand had already gripped the steering wheel tightly. That person yanked the gearshift hard and decisively stepped on the accelerator. Under those swift movements, the vehicle swerved aside, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. A bullet exploded in the middle of the road within inches. The deafening blast made the entire bus shake violently. Amid the chaos, Lam Tan remained calm without the slightest fear. Nhu Mong trembled slightly, that feeling again. Like an electric current running through her body, she felt extreme excitement. The system simultaneously notified that Nhu Mong's favorability had increased by 8%. Seeing the data appear, Lam Tan turned to look at her. Why did her favorability increase again? After escaping danger, everyone cheered at once. "You are a hero, how did you do that?" "Thank you so much, I thought I would never see my family again." Thabo gave a thumbs up in praise. "You are outstanding, you saved all of us." Two beautiful girls approached with bright smiles. "What is your name, handsome guy? Want to have a few drinks tonight, tell me the details." Diana cut in. "How can you drink without me? We must celebrate surviving." Dukak was still sniffling with repeated thanks, while Lam Tan replied awkwardly, "I am Lam Tan, are you not afraid?" The two girls said casually, "In America there are thousands of shootings every year, and we from Mao fear no one." Hearing that, he could only force a smile, truly impressive. In those places without nerves of steel, it would be hard to survive. After a while, the group arrived at Kep University. As soon as they got off the bus, Thabo introduced, "Welcome to Kep University. Lecturers will take you to the dormitories." Dukak was still trembling as he asked if the campus was safe. He smiled and replied, "This is one of the world's top prestigious universities. At least inside the campus, it is safer than outside." Suddenly, a vehicle sped over, dragging dust and sharp gunfire behind it. The vehicle spun spectacularly and swept up a cloud of dust right in front of them. Finally, the tires screeched and stopped just a few steps away. Hassan stepped onto the hood and said loudly, "New international students, do not be afraid. I am Senior Hassan. I heard about the airport incident. Rest assured, with me here, those people will not dare come close." Hearing that, everyone gathered around in amazement. "Wow, Senior is so rich. Is that a heavy machine gun? So cool, you can bring weapons into school. In our country, we would not even dare think of it." H1 beside him added, "The Baker family has ties with many tribes and possesses the strongest armed force in the region. Even the leaders in Kep district must show respect, and Hassan is the only son of the Baker chief." Hearing of his power, the female students immediately crowded around. "Wow, a gold mine? Incredible. Senior Hassan, can you take me for a ride? Let me try holding that heavy machine gun." He ran a hand through his hair proudly. Once he revealed his identity, no girl could resist. Yet amid the excitement, two people remained completely indifferent, which left him stunned. He slammed the accelerator and sped off, causing the crowd to stumble in panic. Cries rang everywhere. Without greeting anyone, he pointed a Desert Eagle straight at Nhu Mong's head. Hassan laughed with delight as he coaxed, "Hey, little sister from Hua country, want Senior to take you for a ride. I will even let you try this expensive gun." But unlike the other girls, she replied coldly, "Thank you, I am not interested." That answer left him both surprised and furious. He had always been the center of attention, yet she alone was indifferent, making him irritated. Among the exchange students, that Hua girl was the most beautiful but also the hardest to approach. Who was the man standing beside her boyfriend? Lam Tan was still walking leisurely when a bullet suddenly struck the ground near his feet. It was clearly a provocation, yet he merely turned to glance back with displeasure before continuing on. Diana ran over from afar in worry. "What are you doing, Hassan? You almost shot Lam Tan." He stepped down from the vehicle indifferently and lectured, "Hey kid from Hua country, when you hear gunfire, do you not know to lie down or find cover? Let Senior teach you a lesson." Hearing that, NHI immediately believed him. So Senior Hassan was training Lam Tan's battlefield awareness. Diana also sighed in relief. "You scared me to death. I thought you were bullying him." Hassan walked up to Lam Tan and provoked him. "Well, you will not refuse my good intentions." He replied calmly, "All right, then I will trouble Senior to give guidance." Seeing the tension, Thabo intervened. Hassan stopped. "Lam Tan still needs to arrange his luggage and get familiar with the school. There are classes tomorrow." Facing the teacher, he still showed no respect. "Sir, I am doing this for his own good. You will not stop me." Seeing his gloomy expression, Thabo stepped back. No, continue then." He then acted generous. "Do not say I bully newcomers. How about this? That gold over there will be the reward for whoever completes the training." Everyone widened their eyes, so much gold. He pointed toward the obstacle course. "I prepared it especially. Whoever reaches the finish will receive 1,000 grams of gold bars. There is also gold along the way, but if you get hit by a single bullet, it will be confiscated. So choose gold or choose life." Dangerous, Diana was still greedy. "Of course I choose gold bars. Even if I get none along the way, reaching the end is still profit." Dukak worried, "Taking such risks you might lose your life. Do you think getting gold is easy?" Hearing that, he ordered his men to bring out body armor. "Do not worry, we have bulletproof vests. Junior Lam Tan can relax." In his heart he sneered, even if not fatal, being shot at close range would hurt enough to keep him bedridden for a week. With protective gear, everyone felt less worried. That is good. Senior Hassan's family is truly wealthy. With a wave he brings out so much gold, each bar must be worth over 300,000. I want to befriend this tycoon. He aimed his gun at Lam Tan in challenge. Well, Junior, am I sincere enough? Stop hesitating, put on the vest, and begin. But contrary to expectations, he calmly asked, when did I say I wanted to join your training game? Those words made him pause. What do you mean? Lam Tan shrugged mockingly. That bit of gold is not enough for me to perform, unless Senior Hassan dares to play around with me. What did you say? He stopped his men and probed. How does Junior want to play? Pointed at the obstacles. Since Senior is so formidable, you must be used to training. You demonstrate first, I will shoot. Then we switch roles and see who gets more gold. How about it? Add one more condition. The loser must pay double the gold and bow before everyone, calling the other big brother. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone was alarmed. NHI cried out in fear. Lam Tan dares to bet with Senior Hassan. Do you not know how good his shooting is? Hannam held his head. He must be crazy. Meanwhile, Mong felt that familiar sensation rising again. What Lam Tan had just said truly exceeded expectations. Seeing him make such a bold challenge, Hassan revealed even more cunning. Fine, if you want to compete, I will fight you seriously. Everyone whispered non-stop. Unexpectedly, Senior Hassan would personally accept the challenge. He trains every day. Lam Tan will surely lose this time. He took his stance, eyes full of determination. Lam Tan examined the gun in his hand. Is this a gold-plated Desert Eagle? It feels solid. Seeing him marvel, he became more convinced this country bumpkin from Hua had never touched a gun. He planned to show off before the junior girls, especially that girl, then pretended to remind, be careful, do not shoot yourself. Ignoring him, he cocked the gun. Rest assured, Senior, I trained shooting in PUBG, so I am called the little sniper god of Vimjiang. Later, do not hold back. Use your full strength. During that, he laughed mockingly. A chicken shooting game, and you dare compare. If you hit me once, I will give you another gold bar. He curled his lips. Then I will accept without courtesy. I will definitely shoot with all I have. Shout to begin rang out. Hassan immediately dashed forward. Let me open your eyes. The student's eyes widened. So fast, truly the strength of a local. If I joined, I would probably be hit immediately. Even though he ran quickly, the bullet from Lam Tan's gun was even faster. A precise shot struck him, making Hassan groan in pain. As he ran, he panicked. How could it hit? I am this fast, it must be luck. I will speed up more. Before he could celebrate, the next barrage of bullets poured in, making him cry out miserably. After a while, Lam Tan said in surprise, oh, out of bullets already. Everyone was stunned. Did he hit every shot? Watching him blow the hot smoke from the barrel, everyone was dizzy with shock. Was that really just skill from a game? Mong kept a calm face, but inside she was in turmoil. She did not expect him to shoot so accurately. This thrilling sensation was exactly what she had been seeking. Lam Tan strolled over to Hassan, who was kneeling. Are you all right, Senior? He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Switch roles and try 2 shots back. Tears streamed down his face from the pain. Damn. My ribs feel broken. Yet unwilling to lose face before his juniors and the exchange students, he forced himself up. This little pain is nothing. Now it is your turn. I hope you run faster than I did otherwise. Even threatened. If I misfire and hit your head, you will truly lose your life. Lam Tan laughed disdainfully. Senior jokes well. I hit 7 shots just now. Remember to calculate the gold properly. He added, you have not taken a single bar yet. Do not default later if you lose. If you win, not only will Hassan call you big brother, we will also acknowledge you as our leader. Hearing that firm promise, he said nothing more and put on the armor as he walked away. Then I am at ease. On the other side, Hassan sneered, big brother, we have prepared everything, look. Hassan turned to look and stroked his chin, nodding, not bad. Someone shouted, the new field is ready. Seeing the scene ahead, everyone buzzed in confusion. It is much more complicated than before. Is this not like military obstacle training? How can anyone pass without being hit? Lam Tan confidently stepped beside Hassan. Fine. So this is how we play. I am in the mood today, so I will compete with you. Inside, he was smug. Let me see how long you can keep talking big. The signal sounded, prepare. He immediately took a ready stance. Hassan raised his gun, excitement surging in his heart. Fool, 1 shot and your head will explode. No human can be faster than a bullet. The moment the start command rang out, Hassan immediately fired his first powerful shot. At the very instant, the bullet brushed past his face. Lam Tan stomped hard and burst forward in a sprint. No matter how Hassan kept pulling the trigger at him, he dodged every single bullet in an instant, as if it had all been calculated. In the end, only his cool silhouette shot up through the faint white smoke. All who witnessed it stared wide-eyed in shock. There truly was someone who ran faster than bullets. Lam Tan raised the gleaming gold bar high and smiled. Thank you, Senior Hassan, for yielding. I gained quite a lot from this training. Hassan's mind buzzed in disbelief. What the hell is this? Is he that fast? Was I careless? Why is he still unharmed? After finishing, he sighed as if troubled. This gold is useless to me. "Do, the principal asked me to look after you. Take it and spend it as pocket money." Her heart was just as shaken as anyone's. Could a human truly reach that speed? Then she excitedly tossed the gold bars lightly into the air. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Lam did not forget to remind him, "All right, it is your turn." Hassan was stunned. "What do you mean?" He smiled and repeated, "Call me Big Brother." Senior Hassan would not default on the bet. Diana's group whispered among themselves, losing gold and having to call him Big Brother, tragic. I dare not watch. But Senior Hassan has always been generous. He will probably keep his word. His hand holding the gun trembled violently, but he still forced out, "Fine, fine." Hassan and his subordinates bowed their heads and admitted, "I lost this round. From now on you are my big brother." Lam nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I accept you as my little brothers. Remember to pay me double the gold you lost." Loudly announced, "Whoever holds Senior Hassan's gold tonight, there will be a feast. I will cover everything." Everyone cheered happily. "Thank you, Lam, thank you, Senior." Late at night in Hassan's private dormitory, it was anything but peaceful. Curses rang out fiercely. Hassan was furious, shouting at the two maids beside him. Imani could not endure it any longer and pleaded, "Please stop hitting us, Hassan." He trembled as she knelt and offered him medicine, hoping to calm him down. As he exhaled smoke, he cursed, "That Hua country bastard dared to make me lose face before everyone, and even took all that gold. That Hua girl dared to ignore me too, damn it." The subordinate H3 stepped forward with a plan. "Hassan, I have a way to deal with Lam and conveniently seize Du Nhu Ma." He became interested. "Speak." H3 grinned sinisterly. "He runs fast, right? Then let us see if he can outrun wild beasts." Next morning, Thabo announced, "Exchange students, you are lucky today. Last night the dean decided to arrange for everyone to survey wild animals on the savannah." The whole group cheered excitedly. Coming to Africa without seeing wild animals would be a waste. "Thank you, sir." Another vehicle. Hassan's smug expression was impossible to hide. Thabo continued arranging. The male students in one vehicle, the female students in another. A few seconds later, he looked awkwardly at Nhu Mong. "You got on the wrong vehicle." She replied coldly, "I am sitting in this one." The students behind stared blankly at her beauty. Tan looked at her full of question marks. "Why does this girl keep following me?" Hassan's subordinate whispered anxiously, "The plan has changed." He remained calm. "No problem, it is even more convenient." Seeing wild animals with their own eyes for the first time, everyone was extremely excited. "Look, zebras." The whole herd immediately raised their heads toward the vehicle. Female students cooed, "So cute." Suddenly a cheetah flashed past everyone's sight. Lam said with interest, "This is the first time I have seen a cheetah in real life." Suddenly, the vehicle they were in turned sharply in another direction, and it accelerated straight toward a pack of predators. The hungry hyenas quickly closed in on the vehicle. Looking at the scene outside, everyone asked nervously, "Are we going through them? This is so tense. The glass is so thin can it hold, if bitten even bones will be crushed." The blink of an eye, the pack of hyenas had surrounded them completely. Manda cried out in panic, "This is bad," the engine stalled. The entire vehicle screamed, "What?" Ferocious hyena leaped at the window, making everyone scream, "Help." Lam looked at the one-eyed hyena and suddenly thought, what a coincidence. Suddenly the window near him popped open. The hyena seized the chance and lunged straight into the vehicle. Everyone screamed in panic, "It is inside." Amid the chaos, Manda secretly pressed the red button to open the window and whispered into the radio, "Hassan, the plan is going smoothly. That Hua man is doomed." He added excitedly, "Later, when you appear to save them, it will be impressive." Hassan laughed loudly in response, "Well done, I am coming." On this side, Lam delivered a kick that sent the hyena flying. The sight made Manda's eyes widen in disbelief. He immediately jumped out of the vehicle and stomped the beast to the ground. The others instantly closed in, surrounding the prey that had appeared on its own. Students in the vehicle were so worried they cried out his name, Lam Nhu Mong's face darkened. Deep inside, her emotions surged intensely. Not bad at all. Watching him fight outside made her blush. Indeed, following him is always thrilling. Lam thought with slight tension. So many hyenas it will be hard to avoid injury. Activate designated mastery. The item interface appeared according to Lam request. Consuming one designated exchange attempt, he obtained S-level beast taming mastery. 2 uses remaining. Immediately, a gloomy aura gradually spread around him. Lam tensed his body, as if borrowing power from the Lord of all creatures. His voice lowered and turned icy. "This area is under my control now." The one-eyed hyena sensed the pressure from him and trembled as it retreated. In just 1 second, the entire pack fled in panic. The students behind were once again left gaping in astonishment. They erupted in cheers. "That was incredible, lifesaver, thank you. Lam is truly a hero. Do you have superpowers? Just a few words and you scared off the whole pack of hyenas." Manda was so shocked that sweat poured down like rain. Is he really human? Suddenly from afar came the roar of another predator. Lam Tan felt trouble inwardly. Though he had anticipated it, he did not expect such a coincidence. Hyenas venturing too close to a lion's territory was no different from provoking them. Sure enough, on the opposite slope appeared an entire pack of fierce lions. The leader raised its head high and roared in dominance. Seeing them charge over, he quickly calculated, to resolve this the only way is to take down their leader. At that moment the fierce leader lunged straight at him. Lam Tan did not dodge at all, but grabbed its two front legs with his bare hands. The lion opened its jaws wide to bite off his head. He drove his knee accurately into it, stunning it and knocking it down. Nhu Mong's eyes shone brightly as she witnessed the scene. She recalled the many self-proclaimed heroes she had met who hunted beasts, yet none dared to confront them bare-handed as in her imagination, and she had been mocked for being unrealistic. Satisfaction surged within her. This was real hunting, truly thrilling. The system suddenly announced that Nhu Mong's favorability had increased by 28%. The abrupt change made Lam Tan snort in confusion. He cursed inwardly, damn. So Nhu Mong is already bored with ordinary things. Every time I perform beyond human limits she gets excited and her points rise. There is definitely something wrong. The lion leader was still dazed from the previous blow. He stepped over and patted its head. Sorry, big cat. Tell your wives to let us leave. It immediately shrank back obediently and nodded as if understanding. After taming it, he waved toward the vehicle. It is fine now. The big cats agreed to let us go. The students were still trembling in fear. Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle door opening rang out. Panda startled and shouted at Nhu Mong, "What are you doing?" Lam Tan led the lion leader forward and questioned, "Driver, I have a few questions for you." Driver's face turned pale and sweat soaked his body. He stammered without words. Meanwhile, Hassan was still unaware, calmly driving according to the locator. 300 meters, 250 meters, 100 meters to go. He revealed a confident smile. The hero is about to appear. 120 meters, 150 meters, what? Before his eyes was the sight of the driver tied up and hanging behind the vehicle. The driver cried with tears and snot streaming. "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Hassan saved me." Hassan's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? The driver is tied here. Then who is driving? He immediately sped toward that vehicle. Why is the driver tied behind? Stop the vehicle now. The students near the window hurriedly explained. "Senior Hassan, why are you here? It was too intense just now. We encountered both hyenas and lions. Extremely dangerous. Luckily, Lam Tan subdued them and even negotiated with the lions. It is a pity you did not see it." Then the driver suddenly knelt and confessed he intended to harm us. So Lam Tan tied him up. After that, we heard gunshots from the savannah, so he grew curious and ran in. Nhu Mong followed. We were too afraid, so we came back to seek help. Hassan heard the key words gunshots in the savannah. His face grew even more sinister as he sneered inwardly. Could Lam Tan have run into them, refusing the path of survival and walking into death? Even the king of hell cannot save him this time. In a nearby part of the savannah, gunshots rang out continuously. Nadia of the Kanda tribe ran while dodging the hail of bullets. Unfortunately, one struck her leg, causing her to collapse. Chagu laughed gleefully, hit. Another reminded him, aim carefully, do not shoot vital spots. Such beauty would be wasted if she dies. Seeing her try to flee into nearby bushes, he loaded his gun with excitement. Still running, let us see how far you can escape. Though blood flowed non-stop, Nadia forced herself forward. I cannot fall. I must return to warn my tribe. She thought in fear. I did not expect the Chagu tribe to launch a full attack on Kanda today. Since when did they have so many guns? The shouts of Spot the Scout, do not let her escape, still echoed in her ears. Nadia was extremely tense. If she failed to warn them in time, the entire Kanda tribe would be in danger. Thinking that, she accidentally crashed into Lam Tan, who stood ahead. Seeing them, she froze. Why are city people here? Lam Tan asked worriedly, heavens, why are you bleeding so much? Nadia did not answer, but looked back in panic. 3 members of the Chagu tribe stepped out. No more escape. Oh, there are 2 foreigners as well, look like tourists. How should we handle this? Their gazes stopped on Nhu Mong. Killing them all would waste this one. Another licked his lips and grinned obscenely. Deal with the boy first. Capture the foreign girl and the chief's daughter and take them back to enjoy. Nhu Mong immediately shouted, dare to touch me. I am the heir of the Du group of Hua country. The largest timber factory in Kep belongs to me. 3 men were not afraid and even laughed mockingly. Oh, a young lady, here you are like a native emperor's daughter. Enjoying 2 at once today would be delightful. Lam Tan casually took the bow and arrow from Nadia. Lend me the weapon. The system sounded. High beauty female target detected. Activating reversal mission. Nadia looked at him anxiously. Are you going to use a bow against 3 men with guns? She blurted out, are you crazy? The interface displayed a favorability bar at 0%. Lam Tan gaped in astonishment. What, even in the African savannah, a reversal target appears. The Chagu men burst into laughter. Look at that Hua guy. What is he doing with a bow, going to shoot us so scary? Nadia hurriedly advised him. It is useless. Our hunting bows are weak. They mainly rely on poison on the arrowheads. The effect is slow, and there is only one arrow left. Lam Tan calmly flipped the small knife in his hand. It is fine. Is there not still a knife? System exchange skill. The interface appeared immediately, consuming one designated exchange. He obtained S-level weapon mastery for one time. One Chagu man sneered and aimed his gun at him. I do not have time to play with you, go die. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tan dashed forward at high speed. He leapt into the air and drew the bow, aiming precisely at the target. The arrow pointed straight at the 3 Chagu men. He slightly adjusted the arrowhead for accuracy. He released decisively. The arrow shot out with force. It tore through the air at astonishing speed. Blood spurted crimson from their throats. One who thought he had escaped was struck by the knife embedded straight into his head. All 3 collapsed to the ground in stunned disbelief. Lam Tan calmly slung the bow over his shoulder. It is done, safe. Nadia's eyes shone with excitement. Incredible. Such archery is truly that of a hunting god. The system updated. Nadia's favorability increased by 15%. Nhu Mong was equally thrilled inside. It felt like watching an action film, exhilarating. The notification continued. Du Nhu Mong's favorability reached 36%. Lam Tan turned to look at the 2 of them. Saving someone and gaining points is reasonable, but Du Nhu Mong's sudden surge is truly puzzling. Nadia proactively held his hand and introduced herself. I am Nadia, daughter of the Kanda chief, called the Hunting Goddess. What is your name? He answered blankly, I am Lam Tan. Why are they hunting you? Only then did she recall the urgent matter. Chagu has launched a full attack. I must return to warn my father and the tribe immediately. Suddenly, the wound on her leg bled more heavily. Nadia groaned in pain. In this condition, even if I run, I will be slow. Lam Tan spoke up. If you have something important, let me help. He gallantly bent down and carried her on his back. Let me take you home. Nadia softly thanked him. We just met, and I already owe you so much. He replied gently, if helping, then help to the end. Nhu Mong stood nearby with a dissatisfied expression. Nadia looked at her and asked, is she your girlfriend? Nhu Mong paused that. Lam Tan answered casually, I do not know her. Hearing that, Nhu Mong felt a stab in her heart. He actually said he did not know her. Lam Tan continued, there is no time, I will speed up. Nadia give directions, 5 kilometers south. Nhu Mong hurried to follow. Wait. He crossed her arms and asked, are you leaving me here alone? Lam Tan replied impatiently, do you want me to carry you as well? That is exhausting. Nhu Mong smiled lightly. I will pay you 100,000, take me along. He turned away coldly. 100,000. Do you take me for a beggar? Maybe I will consider for 10 million. She was angry but had to concede. Fine, 10 million then. Hearing that, Lam Tan immediately turned back and lifted her up. Then let us go. She was still dissatisfied. How can you do this? He said sternly, stop talking, hold tight, I am running. Inwardly he rejoiced. Earning 10 million is truly worth it, and she volunteered the money herself. Before long, Nadia pointed ahead. Those pointed roof mud houses are my tribe. Upon arrival, all 3 were stunned by the chaotic scene. Nadia hurriedly jumped down. This is bad, they have attacked. Lam Tan reminded her, be careful. Chagu gunfire rang out rapidly. Villagers could only huddle in corners and pray. Jelani reported, Chief, they have guns. The prepared traps can only block part of them. We may not hold much longer. Uberi angrily cursed. Chagu is truly despicable to dare do this. Suddenly a noise came from the roof. Everyone looked up at once. Lam Tan carried Nadia and kicked the door open as he entered. Father, it is me. Luckily, you are safe. Uberi burst into tears and embraced his daughter, Nadia. But his joy froze when he saw the 2 strangers beside her. Nadia introduced them. They are students from Hua country. They saved me and brought me back. Lam Tan is very formidable. This moment, Lam Tan still casually stepped on the head of an unconscious man outside the door. His tone puzzled. They are determined to wipe you out completely. Is the hatred that deep? And how can a primitive tribe be using guns? The mention of that, Uberi grew furious. It is all because of those gold diggers. Kanda is one of the few tribes that still preserve ancestral faith, living in harmony with the savannah, taking only what is needed without reckless destruction. Chagu used to be the same, and the 2 sides maintained contact, until a few years ago when city gold diggers appeared. Discovered a gold mine on Chagu land, bribed the leader, taught modern ways of living, even provided tobacco. Since then, Chagu regarded Kanda as enemies, frequently raiding their territory, and today even brought guns. The Kanda warriors were caught off guard. More than half had fallen. If not for nightfall, they feared the entire tribe would have been wiped out. A man beside Uberi unwillingly suggested, Chief, we can only retreat and preserve the ancestral shrine. He fell silent and nodded heavily. Perhaps they were forced to abandon their ancestral land. After that bitter decision, the atmosphere grew heavy and gloom spread everywhere. As everyone fell into despair, Lam Tan suddenly spoke, shattering the heavy atmosphere. It is not over yet, we can still counterattack. Zuberi jerked his head up in shock and asked rapidly, "What did you just say?" Lam Tan calmly analyzed. If they have come this far, then they will not withdraw easily without achieving their goal. Either they are lying in ambush outside or blocking the retreat. I have observed it. At night, their advantage in firearms will be reduced even if their weapons are more modern. Continued applying tactical knowledge. You still have bows and arrows. Those are the true weapons in the dark. As long as an elite guerrilla team is well commanded, it is enough to turn the tide. After hearing that, he wavered slightly, his voice hesitant. At that moment, Nadia immediately supported him. "Father, I believe Lam Tan. He possesses the skill of a hunting god. I witnessed it with my own eyes." He looked at him with suspicion. A hunting god. Zuberi gritted his teeth and decided, "Fine, I will hand over the 8 strongest remaining warriors to you. From now on they will follow your orders. If we fail, we will die on our ancestral land." Everyone shouted in unison that they would die for their ancestors. Lam Tan rotated his wrist lightly to warm up, his gaze sharp. "Very good." He used a branch to draw a map on the ground. "Listen carefully. We are few but flexible. First, strip their radios and clothes for disguise." Great silence enveloped the Kanda camp. The Chagu hid behind obstacles with guns in hand. Alert to every movement, one soldier whispered, "Strange, why is the northern reinforcement unit silent?" Another replied, "Captain, perhaps they have run out of arrows." They excitedly surged forward, mocking in the night. "How can a backward tribe resist modern firearms? We still have plenty of bullets. Advance and eliminate them." At that moment, several of them in the rear were suddenly struck by arrows piercing their chests and fell without reacting. The rest panicked and fired wildly backward. There is an ambush behind. Arrows sliced through the air across their throats. Blood splattered. Where did they come from? One survivor hurriedly grabbed his radio and called for help. "Reinforce the east side quickly." They pressed against the ground, waiting for reinforcements. "Careful of the bushes over there, they are coming." The ones they thought were reinforcements were the very people sending them to hell. The Chagu fell into chaos. "It is Kanda disguised as us. Counterattack." "Counterattack? Captain, we are shooting our own men. Use the signal, forget it, just fire." Dawn broke. The Chagu had been wiped out. The Kanda people tossed Lam Tan into the air cheering, "We have won." The result was like a dream. Our chief won without losing a single person. This Hua man is truly formidable. Zuberi was stunned by the scene. Could he truly be a hunting god? Being tossed until dizzy, Lam Tan hurriedly shouted, "All right, put me down." Nhu Mong was moved by his strength. With only 8 men, he defeated dozens with guns, truly powerful. Nadia's cheeks flushed red as she gave him a quick kiss. "Thank you for not being afraid to save me, and for saving my tribe." The system reported Nadia's favorability increased by 50 to 68%. Suddenly, the radio at a Chagu man's waist crackled. A voice on the other side admitted, "It seems I underestimated Kanda." Everyone immediately focused on the radio. Zuberi gritted his teeth and grabbed it. "It is the Chagu leader." The deep voice continued, "This time we only deployed 30 men with cheap weapons. Next time it will be triple the numbers and more advanced equipment." Hearing that, his spine turned cold and sweat beaded on his forehead. The Chagu leader coldly threatened, "Out of neighborly regard, I will give you time to withdraw. Otherwise, on the ritual night tomorrow, Kanda will disappear." Zuberi asked in confusion, "Why do this? What hatred lies between us?" The cold reply came, "Your greatest crime is blocking others from getting rich." Zuberi stood stunned and repeated, "Blocking others from getting rich means what?" Nadia frowned thoughtfully. Could it be that Chagu colluded with poachers targeting elephants and rhinos in our territory? Lam Tan cut indecisively, "No, it is gold." The answer left everyone stunned as they asked in unison, "What did you say?" He calmly analyzed, "All signs are clear. They want to seize the territory because there is a gold vein underground. They fear you will discover it first." Anxiety showed on their faces. "Chief, what should we do now?" Zuberi gazed into the distance, then said firmly, "For generations, Kanda has lived by the savanna granted by our ancestors. We neither need nor want to mine gold." He declared resolutely, "The savanna is the priceless treasure of Kanda. We must protect this land and never allow Chagu to invade." Villagers were inspired, stamping their feet and beating their chests as they shouted to defend their homeland savanna. The scene made Lam Tan sigh inwardly, truly full of passion. However, Nhu Mong remained rational, observing that we are few and poorly armed while the opponent is 3 times larger. At that moment, Zuberi suddenly dropped to his knees. He grasped Lam Tan's hand and pleaded earnestly, "Please become the commander and lead Kanda to defeat the enemy. Name your reward as long as we can provide it." Lam Tan scratched his head awkwardly. "Fine, but there is one big problem." Nhu Mong calculated silently. "Fighting many with few is not easy. Is he going to demand resources or land?" Nadia also knelt sincerely. Hunting God, I know defeating Chagu is not easy, but whatever you request Kanda will try to fulfill. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan laughed and ran off. What reward are you talking about? I still have to return to school. If I am late, points will be deducted. After classes this afternoon, I will come back to help. Everyone could only stare blankly. A series of question marks filled their minds. What are points in school? At Kep University, the early sunlight shone across the lecture hall. Lam Tan and NHU Mong entered the campus one after the other. Abo ran over happily. Lam Tan and Du NHU Mong, you two are back. Du Kok asked with concern, are you both all right? We almost mobilized teachers to search. Ha Nam worried so much he nearly cried after looking all night and planned to call the police. Lam Tan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Sorry, it was urgent. I went to find the restroom and got lost, only finding the way back at dawn. Hearing that, they sighed in relief. So that was it. You scared us to death. You are our benefactor. If something happened to you, we would be heartbroken. Hassan pushed Du Kok and Ha Nam aside, curling his lips in a cold smile. Your luck is not bad. That man stepped closer, his tone mocking. After a night on the savannah, you still returned safely. But unfortunately, leaving the vehicle without permission violated school rules. The principal has just given you a serious demerit. Lam Tan acted as if he did not see him, covering his mouth to yawn before casually walking past. Half an hour until class. Better eat breakfast first. The dismissive attitude enraged Hassan. He ground his teeth and glared angrily. You. The subordinate H3 understood and raised his hand to block Lam Tan. Hassan is speaking. Stop. Lam Tan's face turned cold instantly, his sharp gaze fixed directly on him. H3 was frightened by that look and staggered back to the ground, his body trembling. That gaze was as fierce as a wild wolf. Anam and the others stood aside with folded arms and sneered. What is a wolf? Lam Tan once tamed a lion. In the end, the group ignored Hassan and his talkative subordinate and cheerfully headed toward the cafeteria. Lam Tan, come have breakfast together. Hassan's face darkened with killing intent. He gritted his teeth in fury. This Hua man grows more arrogant by the day. H3 leaned close and whispered a suggestion. Boss, if it is inconvenient for you to act, then inform Lord Hamza. He confidently believed he could handle it himself. My father is busy with the gold mine matters. No need to trouble him. We still have ways to deal with Lam Tan. From the top floor of the lecture building came a familiar voice. How long do you two intend to stand outside? Lam Tan and NHU Mong stood politely before the teacher's desk. Tonight there is dorm inspection, so I want to request permission to return late. Thabo nodded easily. All right, but what are you planning to do? He quickly gave a proper reason. I have a part-time job. Thank you, sir. Also, may I borrow the tricycle at the school gate? The teacher could only stare speechless. Instead, the male teacher wiped his tears emotionally. So you study and work at the same time. It is not easy. Do not worry, just take the vehicle. Shortly after, Lam Tan acted as the driver, carrying NHU Mong on the tricycle, excitedly shouting, let us go. Three heads poked out from behind a wall. Ha Nam twisted his mouth. What are Lam Tan and Du NHU Mong doing? Hong seriously speculated. I heard Hua people collect scrap to sell for money. Could they be doing that? At the Kanda camp, Jelani rushed in to report. Chief, the Chagu tribe has gathered over 100 men, all armed with guns and even rockets. He added urgently, I also saw the Chagu chief. He is personally commanding this time. Zuberi's face darkened. It seems they seek a decisive battle. He asked worriedly, Chief, what should we do? Even with Mr. Lam commanding, lacking weapons puts us at a disadvantage. Before he finished speaking, the sound of an engine approached from afar, causing everyone to turn. Lam Tan drove the tricycle in and confidently pointed to the crates behind where NHU Mong was sitting. Who says we have no weapons? I brought these for everyone. The equipment gap is no longer significant. Inside the crates were neatly arranged guns and ammunition, metal gleaming under the sun. All stared in shock. They did not expect so many. These must be expensive. Lam Tan glanced teasingly at the girl. Miss Du sponsored these for everyone. Hurry and thank her. Inwardly, he rejoiced that the Du family had a factory here which allowed them to transport a whole vehicle of supplies. Nadia excitedly hugged NHU Mong and kissed her firmly on the cheek. Thank you so much, sister. You are wonderful. The others also cheered and danced. NHU Mong looked at Lam Tan helplessly. When did he see through my intention? He just said anyone who wanted to join the excitement must pay. If not, then do not follow, forcing me to pay for these supplies. He grinned smugly at grasping her strange weakness. Lam Tan returned to seriousness and shouted, has everyone changed equipment? I will quickly instruct you on using the guns. Then follow my orders. The crowd roared in response. Not far away, Bajo also began launching the attack. Everyone immediately took their positions. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated continuously. He hurriedly answered respectfully, Lord Hamza. Deep, cold, authoritative voice came through. Do not disappoint me again this time. Bajo quickly assured him, Lord Hamza, rest assured, last time was just negligence. The Kanda tribe is nothing but savages with bows. This time I will wipe them out. Hamza coldly stated, "This is your last chance. If you fail again, you know the consequences." Bajo ended the call and shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge. Show those barbarians what real weapons are. Flatten the Kanda tribe." The Chagu roared and rushed forward. They scornfully swarmed toward the Kanda camp, laughing as they ran. "It would be disgraceful if we cannot eliminate these natives with advanced weapons." Suddenly they froze. One pointed to the roof and shouted in panic, "Someone is up there." Lam Tan observed calmly, his voice confident. "Your bullet resistance is decent. The Kanda tribe welcomes you." The sound of rapid footsteps pounded against the ground. Immediately, the position where the Chagu stood exploded violently, blasting them into the air. The scene descended into chaos at once. "What is happening? Why is there an ambush? We cannot advance." Ones in front were shot and fell, blood splattering everywhere. The rest panicked and fled in confusion. "There is an ambush, retreat, counterattack." Some were still stubbornly firing, shouting loudly, "My gun is an AK. In a few seconds it fires dozens of rounds. I will kill you all." The Kanda tribe was now fully equipped. Bullets struck their armor and bounced off uselessly. That man's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Next, they all hoisted rocket launchers onto their shoulders and aimed precisely at the enemy. The Chagu hiding place was bombarded violently, the firepower so intense they were blown away before they could resist. They fled in panic toward Bajo, repeatedly reporting that Kanda tribesmen were closing in from the flanks. The scene before him left him stunned. What is happening? Where did the Kanda tribe get guns, even armor and rockets? It is unbelievable. His subordinates frantically fought back, shouting as they turned to protect the chief. In less than a second, a bullet pierced through their heads and ended their lives. Bajo jolted in fright and hurriedly turned to find the shooter. Hidden among the nearby treetops was an archer squad commanded by Lam Tan. He aimed and asked calmly, "You are the chief of the Chagu tribe," trembled and replied nervously, "You, who exactly are you?" Yulani quietly approached and reported, "Strategist, your encirclement plan was a great success. We have eliminated more than half of them. The rest are scattering and fleeing." Bajo realized the danger and stood behind the moving vehicle shouting loudly, "Retreat immediately, retreat." The Kanda tribe did not let him off easily. Countless arrows thudded into the vehicle body while deliberately missing him, making him even more terrified. On the battlefield, only the bloody corpses of Chagu remained. The Kanda tribe danced in celebration. "We have won, long live the strategist." Bajo suppressed his fear and threatened, "You Hua brat, you dare ruin the Baker family's affairs. You have no idea who you are provoking. Wait for their revenge." The faces of the Kanda tribe tensed instantly. The Baker family and their mercenaries in Africa were notorious. Their strength, so powerful even regular armies might not defeat them. Lam Tan heard that name for the first time and looked puzzled. What family? Nadia was also confused. Are they truly that powerful? Dubari stepped forward and explained briefly. "The Baker family is the largest arms dealer in this region, but behaves like a warlord force. They control advanced arsenals and constantly seize gold mine exploitation rights from other companies. The real armed force of the Baker family relies not only on personal firearms, but also possesses heavy weapons such as artillery, military transport vehicles, and various advanced equipment." Bajo placed his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly, his voice echoing, "Now it is too late for regret. I want to see your trembling despair before death." Before he finished speaking, an arrow pierced straight into his knee, blood splattering. Lam Tan was the one who acted, his voice calm and contemptuous. "Losers should stay silent. Go tell the Baker family that the Kanda tribe is still waiting for you." Vehicle carrying Bajo sped far away, yet his painful scream still echoed my knee. Yulani asked worriedly, "Strategist Lam, what should we do now?" He jumped down calmly and replied, "Let me think." Nadia's face flushed as she looked at Lam Tan with admiration. "No matter what, our tribe defeated many with few thanks to him. Even the 36 stratagems he spoke must be wisdom granted by the gods." She gave him a deep kiss in gratitude. "Thank you, ancestral spirits, for sending Lam Tan to save the Kanda tribe. Thank you, great strategist." The others cheered and danced, continuously thanking the great strategist. When things settled, he climbed onto the tricycle and waved. "It is late. I must return to school. Zairo Meng, get on." Nhu Mong was stunned. "You are still going to school now?" He answered seriously, like a model student, "Of course. Dawn is coming. I cannot skip class." The strange turn of events left the Kanda tribe speechless. The atmosphere fell into awkward silence. Ignoring everything, Lam Tan accelerated and left. The people curiously asked whether the strategist would return tomorrow. Nadia replied firmly, "Certainly. I believe in the great strategist." The wind blew his hair back as he said, "Sit tight, I am speeding up." Nhu Mong clutched his clothes in panic, slowed down a little. Her heart trembled as she recalled his heroic figure. This man is truly unfathomable. The system announced that Nhu Mong's favorability increased by 6, reaching a total of 12%. Meanwhile, at the Chagu headquarters, Bajo knelt before a shadowed figure. A cold voice asked, You say the failure was due to a Hua strategist. Hamza's eyes flashed with anger. That absurd story sounds ridiculous. Bajo, drenched in sweat, hurriedly explained. It is true that Hua strategist not only supplied materials but personally commanded, moving on the battlefield like a ghost. That is why we lost. He even knows lightness skill and shoots with perfect accuracy. Without hesitation, Hamza punched Bajo in the face, knocking out a tooth. His body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Hamza flew into a rage and kicked him like a punching bag. So what if he is a Hua strategist? So what if he knows tactics or martial arts? It means nothing. Bajo trembled and cried out, everything I said is true. Hamza turned away with a cold sneer. The so-called Hua tactics are a joke before absolute power. He yanked the curtain aside, glaring sunlight illuminating his tall figure. Outside below stood a neatly arranged line of fully armed armored vehicles. Hamza smiled sinisterly and declared darkly, I will let him witness with his own eyes the Kanda tribe turning into a sea of fire. That late afternoon, soldiers gathered densely before the armored convoy. The entire army carried the most modern weapons. Bajo's face was bruised, but he still flattered. This time we will surely eliminate the Kanda tribe. Lord Hamza, just give the order. He rubbed his hands obsequiously. It is their honor that you personally lead the battle. How can that Hua strategist compare to you? You are a legend who once commanded the Leopard Special Forces to complete over 10 special operations. Bajo kept praising. When speaking of a war king, who else but you is worthy? Hamza snorted coldly. Do not think flattery will make me forget earlier matters. The military expenses I provide will be deducted from the gold mine profits. Bajo quickly nodded. After taking Kanda, you take 90%, I need only 10. Hamza analyzed confidently. Before me, the Kanda strategist has no chance. At most 20 minutes, and it will be over. Bajo still cautiously reminded him to beware of that elusive guerrilla team. Hamza grew more annoyed. Do you think I am like you? My army is battle-hardened and equipped with Africa's top gear. 4th-generation night vision and mine detectors with a 5-meter radius that cannot miss a single one. Within 500 meters, even a mouse cannot escape our military reconnaissance vehicles. Bajo was astonished. He did not expect such formidable equipment. Hamza arrogantly said each set cost 600,000, and I equipped 100 sets along with 5 radar vehicles. War is a game for the wealthy. What can Kanda use to resist me? As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted. The vanguard position was blown apart and the ground shook. Hamza was stunned, mouth agape in shock. Radio crackled urgently. Report the mine detector found nothing, yet the front lines suddenly exploded. Bullets rained from all directions, causing rapid casualties. The voice on the other end was chaotic. The rear is also under attack suspected from the air, but no enemy seen. The left flank ambushed. The enemy moves extremely fast with no engine sound, requesting urgent instructions. Hamza roared, fire flares immediately, but only static and fragmented cries for help answered. Kept calling but received only chaotic signals. Even communications were cut off. Suddenly beneath his vehicle, a violent explosion erupted, the blast lifting it into the air. A blood-soaked arm trembled out of the window. Hamza struggled out of the burning vehicle, choking on smoke. Just as he thought he survived, a gun-mounted robot appeared aiming at his forehead. Countless red lasers wove a net covering the entire Chagall force. The soldiers were too frightened to move. Some even cried, is this future warfare? Have we traveled through time? Hamza clutched his head in despair, only now understanding why they could not detect the enemy. Their technology far surpassed his, with advanced weapons, drones filling the sky, and even tanks. Lam Tan stood atop the central tank holding a loudspeaker and shouted, do you still want to resist? I prefer a peaceful resolution. Lower your weapons, remove your equipment, and surrender. First gun fell to the ground. The others followed without hesitation, morale collapsing. Hamza angrily shouted, do not surrender. Before he finished, a shot rang out and his right hand was blown apart, blood spraying everywhere. Lam Tan calmly advised, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Lord Hamza. Remember this, compared to pride, survival is the most important. The lasers pointed at him made him tremble, clutching his bleeding ear as he dropped to his knees. I surrender. The Kanda tribe cheered excitedly. We have won. Nadia burst into tears and hugged Lam Tan tightly. Thank you. Thank you for bringing so many weapons for us. Lam Tan smiled modestly. Not that many, about 2 billion only. With these you will no longer be bullied. Her eyes widened in shock, heart pounding as the favorability bar soared to 90%. The system continuously announced a series of valuable rewards, including cash and new skills. Hamza, now stripped to only his underwear, still forced a steady tone. Hua strategist, I have a proposal you cannot refuse. Lam Tan responded with interest. He began displaying his strength. The Baker family controls nearly all gold mines in this region, annual net profit reaching $800 million. Countless domestic and foreign forces want a share. Hamza continued confidently, if I am not mistaken, you must come from a top Hua family at the pyramid peak. Is your goal not also gold? He pointed out the key. Even if you deal with me, you cannot swallow the entire gold mine. There is still the government, the law, and local workers. Those are not easily manipulated by outsiders. Therefore, you need to cooperate with me. I am willing to share half the profits. Even the mine beneath Kanda tribe I will give to you. The only condition is eliminate the Kanda tribe. Nadia and the others looked at Lam Tan anxiously, but his confident proposal received only a disdainful laugh from Lam Tan. You think too far ahead. The unexpected reaction stunned Hamza, cold sweat pouring down. Lam Tan smiled coldly. Sorry, I have no interest in that gold mine, nor do I intend to betray my allies. Since you are so wealthy, first pay me a ransom. As Lam Tan considered the amount, Nhu Mong stepped forward. Let me calculate. He glanced at her curiously. She calmly analyzed. Baker's annual revenue ranges from $500 to $800 million. Profit converted to Hua currency is about 1.7 billion, not 800 million as he claimed. Lam Tan praised her, worthy of being the heir of the Du Group. Nhu Mong calculated professionally. Based on monthly gold output, the Baker family's total assets are around 150 billion. Therefore, a reasonable ransom should be 50 to 80 billion. Lam Tan nodded in trust. You have helped me greatly, Tiu Mong. Then take 75 billion. Hamza's face twisted in fury as he growled. The brat opened his mouth and demanded half of my fortune. On the surface, he still clenched his teeth and endured, veins bulging on his forehead. Young man, negotiation is not done like this. Lam Tan replied coldly. What right do you have to negotiate with me? 75 billion in exchange for your life. Otherwise, I will bury you on the spot. We do not keep prisoners. Hamza clenched his fists so tightly that his nails cut into his skin until it bled. His eyes were bloodshot as he ground out each word. You are right. My life is worth more than 75 billion. I will pay the ransom. After saying that, he operated swiftly on the tablet, and the notification of a successful transfer rang out. Lam Tan lightly shook his phone. It has been received. You may leave now. Nhu Mong admired him even more. 75 billion was not a small sum even for the Du family. Yet Lam Tan remained calm as if nothing had happened. This man was truly a precious enigma. Hamza still wanted to know the identity of the one who had humiliated him, so he could take revenge later. Young man, tell me which family you belong to. What is your name? Lam Tan answered casually. I am Lam Tan, just an ordinary student in Hoa Quoc. I saw injustice and stepped in to help. Hamza etched that name into his mind and muttered, a student, very well Lam Tan, I will remember you. He suppressed his anger and turned to leave. The Chagu group, left with only their underwear, hurried after him. In a hidden corner that Lam Tan could not see, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lam Tan let out a faint, disdainful smile, his attitude unmistakable. The Kanda tribespeople joyfully tossed him into the air and shouted in unison, strategist. Lam Tan turned to call Nhu Mong. Let us go, the bonfire feast tonight is ready. She only nodded indifferently. For long, everyone held hands and danced around the warm fire. Nhu Mong was not used to such enthusiasm and felt somewhat awkward. Nadia introduced the three charming girls beside her. Lam Tan, this is my close sisters. He was surprised. You have so many sisters. He replied proudly. They are all the most beautiful maidens of the tribe. Countless men wish to marry them. Lam Tan noticed they did not look very alike. She explained that in many African tribes men can take multiple wives, so we have different mothers. My mother is from Tay Quoc. He smiled in praise. So you are mixed blood. No wonder you are so beautiful. Suddenly Nadia grabbed his hand and pulled him away, her voice mysterious. Come with me for a moment. Nhu Mong also noticed the scene. The two stepped into a mud house. Lam Tan knew well yet still teased. Why bring me in here? Nadia pressed close, pushing him against the wall and gave him a passionate kiss. He lightly tugged her strap down seductively. Lam Tan pretended to hesitate. Is this appropriate? Nadia kissed lightly along his neck and softly asked, what is wrong? He deflected. Leaving your sisters in the middle of the feast like this, is it all right? He misunderstood again, her eyes shimmering as she whispered, I know what you want, so I have already told them. At her clap, the three girls gracefully entered one after another. They approached Lam Tan intimately. Nadia smiled mischievously. You heard of our customs, so you planned this, did you not? He blushed and explained, that is not what I meant. She lowered her voice softly. Then what does the strategist want? The three girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. Are we not beautiful enough, or do you want fewer of us? At this point, Lam Tan stopped pretending and said with a smile, in Hoa Quoc there is a saying, when it is all offered, there is no need to refuse. Outside, Nhu Mong secretly hid behind a bush to watch. She saw Lam Tan follow the chieftain's daughter into the house, and then three more girls joined. Beautiful illusions she had about him shattered. She thought he was special, yet he was just like any other man, truly hateful. She muttered whether he could endure it. Her favorability plummeted by 10 points to 32%. She held her phone and stood by the window. Let me see how miserable you will be. If you dare ignore me later, I will use this to tease you. When she saw the scene inside, the displeasure on her face vanished, replaced by wide eyes and flushed cheeks. She hurriedly covered her eyes and stammered, "What is going on?" Her mind seemed to blur the scene before her, and she unconsciously began to imagine wildly orchids. Nadia now revealed clear satisfaction, lightly biting her lip as if trying to restrain the surging emotions. Lam Tan's fingers moved deftly and lightly, skillfully touching sensitive spots as if plucking a flower. Chu Mong's eyes widened in shock. His hand trembled at an unbelievable frequency. Can a human even do that? It was like the wings of a bee beating nonstop. And that little bee was engrossed, diving straight into the sweet core of the flower without pause. The four sisters of Nadia simultaneously felt their minds go blank, all thoughts dissolving. The two continued entangling in a burning kiss, sweat soaking their skin. Lam Tan still attentively cared about the feelings of the remaining three girls. The air around them quickly grew stifling from hot breaths and constant friction. All of them sank deeply into the most intimate moment. Lam Tan's body seemed to split into four, each part belonging to a different girl. Chu Mong was so absorbed in watching that she forgot time. Muttering, he turned from a honeybee into a centipede. In my notebook, I have never seen a scene like this. Inside the house, ambiguous sounds echoed without cease. Nadia's eyes gradually grew hazy, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Her favorability increased by 5%. Lam Tan was briefly distracted, his gaze sweeping to one side. Chu Mong accidentally met that gaze. Her heart trembled. Just one look was enough to make her body heat up, her lower abdomen tingling. Just how many things about this man did she still not know? The system notified that her position had been discovered. Chu Mong's favorability increased by 5, total 41%. Next morning when the sun rose high and shone everywhere, Lam Tan had awakened early, yet still leisurely lay within the embrace of Nadia and her three sisters. Only when he glanced at the time did he startle. "It is this late already. I must return to school at once." Before leaving, he gently kissed her hair. Then he stepped outside and saw Chu Mong leaning against the truck asleep. Who knew what she was dreaming of? Her breathing quickened as she murmured softly, "Do not, you scoundrel." He laughed helplessly. What on earth is she dreaming about? Before he could think further, Zuberi led the Kanda tribespeople running over calling for the strategist. Having just gone through last night, he felt a bit guilty and thought if the chieftain knew about him and his daughters he might risk his life. But instead they respectfully knelt down, thanking the strategist for saving the tribe. "After a night of discussion, we have decided to yield the position of chieftain to you." Lam Tan was stunned. "What?" Understanding the situation, he quickly waved his hands. No, I am just an exchange student passing by and helping a little. I still have to return home." Lemba looked awkward, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Zuberi stood up and declared that the strategist is the legendary guardian god. "We cannot keep a god here, so we will only manage the tribe on your behalf." Everyone shouted in unison. He ignored Lam Tan's opinion and cheered in celebration of the new chieftain Lam Tan. He vaguely heard the local language, but seeing their joy guessed it was not bad. Ba grabbed his hand and raised it high, asking if I understand correctly. He awkwardly imitated a few ho-ho-ho sounds. Zuberi loudly proclaimed the guardian god has agreed. The villagers grew even more excited. He forced a smile and carried Chu Mong as he walked amid the warm welcome, truly unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. Lam Tan temporarily set that matter aside and jumped down. Looking at Chu Mong's sleeping face, he softly remarked that even her sleeping posture was rather cute. With one hand holding her and the other steering the three-wheeled vehicle back to school. "We are almost there, wake up." Chu Mong slowly opened her eyes, her mind still hazy as she looked around. Only when fully awake did she realize she was on the vehicle. She hurriedly sat upright, her cheeks flushed as she avoided his gaze. "Thank you." He teased that she slept like a pig. Even if someone sold her, she would not know. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a group of people rushed over aggressively. "Lam Tan, you finally show yourself." Hassan held a dagger and smiled sinisterly. "It was not in vain that I waited for you for days." The two lackeys behind rubbed their hands. Lam Tan called his name Hassan, growled that he would send him to heaven, but before finishing, he received a solid slap that turned his face aside. Hassan fell flat on the ground. The two lackeys panicked and called out. Hatmo pointed at him and shouted, "How dare you hit Hassan?" Hathai threatened that he is the only son of the Baker family who controls the largest gold mine in Kep. "You are finished." Lam Tan frowned, feeling the name Baker sounded familiar, and Chu Mong looked at him speechlessly. Hassan thought he was afraid and drew a gun with a smug grin. "Do you know my power now? Kneel within 3 seconds or else." Lam Tan calmly snatched the gun before he could react. He also kicked his groin mercilessly. Hassan's face twisted in pain. Lam Tan at this moment was like a demon as he spun the gun playfully. "Oh, I accidentally stepped on something. Could it be excrement?" Atmo hurried to support Hassan, who was clutching himself and trembling. Before he could finish stammering, Hat Hai had already pulled him away. Hurry, let us go. Lam Tan waved cheerfully. Drive slowly, safety first. Hassan still shouted that the Baker family would not spare him. Mong worriedly advised that he had offended Baker. Perhaps return home immediately. The airport may be monitored. The Du family can arrange a private jet. Lam Tan shook his head no need. He said calmly, let us return to school. She was surprised. Back to school. His eyes were full of meaning. This game is not over yet. At the same time, at Hamza's base, he angrily swept the documents off the desk. Hassan cried and said a new student was extremely arrogant and beat me like this. Father, you must seek justice for me. Hamza delivered another thunderous slap without hesitation. He shouted, I raised you and you turned out this useless. With a gun and men you still could not handle a mere student. You lose face and still dare to come back crying to me. He clutched his face and cried injustice, desperately trying to explain. But that Lam Tan is absolutely no ordinary person. My subordinates are no match for him. How about you lend me 10 soldiers? No, even 100 will do. I will surely finish him. The moment he heard that familiar name, Hamza jolted awake. Lam Tan. He hurriedly grabbed his son by the collar and interrogated him. The one who beat you is truly named Lam Tan. Is he from Hoa Quoc? Hassan nodded despite his confusion. Yes, do you know him? His expression shifted repeatedly before gradually turning sinister. Good. I was still thinking of how to find him. Who would have thought he is Hassan's classmate? Hamza realized the chance for revenge had arrived and smiled calculatingly. Bastard. So what if you have money? Even a mighty dragon struggles to crush a venomous snake. On my territory you will not escape. Immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Minister of Defense, I wish to discuss a deal with you. At Kep University, the morning sunlight stretched across the lecture halls. He walked leisurely with Mang. It seemed that after clearing away that troublesome bunch, the atmosphere at school was far more pleasant. His study abroad life would likely be easier. She looked at him anxiously, unease clear in her eyes. You provoked the Baker family and still remain calm. They will come sooner or later, but he replied indifferently, let them come. Suddenly Mang glanced around. Something feels wrong, he asked curiously. What is it? He pointed out the strangeness. Why is the campus so empty today? At this hour there is not a single person in sight. He smiled calmly, his gaze profound. You finally noticed. Mang frowned uneasily. What exactly happened? The answer appeared in the form of a fully armed troop with armored vehicles advancing in. The pounding of boots shattered the silence. After waiting so long, they had arrived. The grand spectacle left her stunned. It is Hamza. He brought the army into the school. Camouflaged soldiers quickly sealed off the area. Dozens of guns aimed straight at the two of them. Hamza strode forward triumphantly with a rifle slung over his shoulder. Lam Tan, we meet again. This time see where you run. Hassan followed smugly behind. He teased calmly, his sharp gaze sweeping over father and son. Father and son on the battlefield together. Quite a full house. Mang immediately exposed them. Mobilizing city troops against a Hoa Quoc student is illegal. I will inform the embassy. Hassan sneered. We planned ahead. Before acting, we informed the principal. All unrelated people were evacuated. Teachers and students are safe. Seeing Lam Tan surrounded by guns, he laughed with relish, savoring the sight of dozens of barrels aimed at him. Inside the sports equipment room, students trembled as they peeked through the door. Engai cried anxiously. It is over. Lam Tan is truly surrounded by the Baker family army. Thabo shook violently, face pale. We are finished. Offending the Baker family means certain death. The principal told me to hide everyone, yet the army still came to arrest him. Cowered in a corner, clutching his head and muttered. Hassan has always been unstable. This time Lam Tan has no way out. NHI and Diana clung to each other sobbing. No, Lam Tan. Outside, Hassan relied on the army's presence to feign persuasion. His voice dripping with mockery. Hiding is useless. Best surrender obediently. Mang suddenly stepped forward to shield Lam Tan, making him momentarily stunned. She declared firmly with cold eyes, Lam Tan is my man. No one is allowed to touch him. She turned back to reassure him. Do not worry. I have informed the police. Once the embassy intervenes, they will not dare confront Hoa Quoc openly. Hamza burst into laughter. Everything is prepared. No matter how strong Hoa Quoc is, your friend violated African law. No one can save him, seize him. Mang spread her arms to shield Lam Tan and warned loudly, let me see who dares step forward. At that moment, a well-dressed man in a neat suit stepped out, his voice steady. The granddaughter of the Du group is indeed courageous. Hassan looked at Cabello in shock. The Minister of Defense. The old man said with feigned courtesy, the Du group has long done business in Africa and deserves respect, but unfortunately, he declared righteously, I received a report that Lam Tan from Hoa Quoc committed war crimes. The evidence is clear. Neither a Hoa Quoc corporation nor international law can protect him. Hamza immediately chimed in. Yes, he joined the Kanda tribe in attacking the Chagu tribe and even served as their strategist. Hassan pointed at himself. I testify, studying by day, commanding battles by night. Is that not a war crime? Mang was speechless with anger at their shamelessness. You are truly despicable. Cabello stepped forward to accuse. What about it, Lam Tan? Did you do those things? Do you have any defense? He answered calmly. I indeed did. Baker, father and son, immediately beamed with joy, admitting so quickly, Lam Tan the strategist. I told you we would meet again in Kep. Our grievances will be settled today. This time you have no chance to turn the tables. Yet he remained composed, the corner of his lips lifting in challenge. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of rapid drums thundered. Ground trembled, causing the Baker troops to stagger. Dust billowed and covered the campus. All eyes turned toward it. A formidable force with armored vehicles emerged, voices roaring, who dares touch our chieftain? Everyone, including Lam Tan, was astonished. Why is it them? Students in the gym stared wide-eyed. What is happening? Did the tribe come? Hamza quickly steadied himself and aimed his gun at Lam Tan. As long as he controls him, even if the Kanda tribe is larger, it is useless. But before he could pull the trigger, he swung his hand and shattered the rifle stock, severely injuring his hand as well. He looked at Hamza coldly. Why use guns? Standing still and watching is better. His 5 fingers twisted and trembled. Duburi led the Kanda people forward. Apologies for arriving late, he asked in confusion. Why did you come here? Lemba knelt and presented the hat symbolizing supreme power. The Kanda tribe greets the chieftain. Everyone shouted in unison. Baker, father and son, stared in horror. Chieftain. The students were also dumbfounded. Lam Tan is actually a chieftain. The sudden news stunned him, and he unconsciously accepted the hat from Zuberi. Authority had been handed over. He still solemnly declared according to Kana ritual. From today, Lam Tan is officially the Kana chieftain. He still had not grasped what was happening. Before he could refuse, Nadia joyfully embraced him and gave him a kiss. She even frankly expressed her desire to receive the chieftain's favor, making him embarrassed. Tribal culture is truly direct. Zuberi proclaimed loudly, Lam Tan is our chieftain. All his actions are valid under prairie law. City or international law has no right to interfere. As he emphasized again, the students gasped in shock. How did Lam Tan become chieftain? Did we miss something? Finally having a moment, he asked, why did everyone come here and hold a ceremony for me? Zuberi replied, this will be reported later. Meanwhile, Cabello was drenched in sweat. Damn it. War crimes cannot override prairie law, but he still wanted the benefits Hamza promised. He quickly regained a stern look. Are you exploiting a legal loophole? Prairie law applies only to Africans. He is from Hoa Quoc and not qualified to be chieftain. Without giving anyone a chance to refute, he ordered the Kanda chieftain ceremony is invalid. The government does not recognize Lam Tan's identity. War crimes are established. Arrest him immediately. Naturally, the Kanda warriors were fully equipped. How could they remain passive? Whoever dares touch our chieftain, prepare to be crushed. Zuberi stepped forward with a desperate aura of protection, loudly vowing to dedicate his life to the chieftain. Warriors, follow me, charge. But he immediately interrupted. Calm down. His face showed no fear as he stressed each word. This battle requires no fighting. Without losing a single soldier, we can wipe out the villains. Hamza laughed arrogantly. People of Hoa Quoc love to boast. Even now you still pretend. All troops prepare to attack. Before he finished, a thunderous explosion sounded with a powerful gust sweeping the ground. When they looked up clearly, everyone exclaimed in unison, armed helicopters. Not only that, tanks and armored convoys appeared behind. The magnificent sight was suffocating. Hamza's soldiers in the yard could only look at each other. None dared act rashly. Finally, the central helicopter slowly descended under the watch of both sides. The man who stepped out with imposing bearing was President Siku. Hamza and Cabello immediately recognized their head of state, President Siku. The two subconsciously blurted out, I did not expect you to invite both me and the president here. Truly meticulous planning. Only after speaking did they realize the awkward coincidence. The atmosphere grew tense. Only then did they understand Siku's appearance was entirely outside their plan. Panic clear on their faces. More shocking was that he even knew Lam Tan. Tine Tong, I have long heard of you. The two shook hands warmly. President Siku, was your journey smooth? The crowd gaped, especially the Hamza father and son, their mouths wide enough to fit a ball. What is going on? Overseas students buzz. Why is the president shaking hands with Lam Tan? Who is Tine Tong? Is it the mysterious tycoon who defeated Kamda and Lee Hok Seung? Zuberi and the entire Kanda tribe were so astonished, they were momentarily speechless. Nadia's heart pounded, her eyes shining. Even the president respects him. Lam Tan is truly protected by the Great Prairie. Mang was also stunned and excited. So you are the legendary Tine Tong. This identity is beyond imagination. System displayed that her favorability increased to 62%. Without keeping everyone waiting, President Siku announced, I represent the nation in recognizing Lam Tan's identity as chieftain. All his actions comply with Great Prairie law. The accusation of war crimes is unfounded. He further listed numerous charges against Hamza and Yahello: collusion and abuse of power, illegal use of the military and unlawful mineral exploitation harming the nation. Arrest them immediately. Faced with the rapid turn of events, they hurriedly tried to explain, "Mr. President, is there a misunderstanding? We did not collude. He is from Hoa Quoc, how can he qualify as chieftain? I only acted for national security, and the gold mining is entirely legal." He cut in coldly, still pretending, "I have already decided to punish you." He leisurely exposed the laid plan. "When you invaded Kanda and mobilized troops, that was evidence. Did you think I spared your life out of mercy? In truth, I set a trap to capture all accomplices." He also clarified his connection with Siku. "Under the name of Kana chieftain, I donated weapons to the army, then contacted the president, seizing this chance to eliminate the Minister of Defense. That statement extinguished all hope of escape for Hamza. You only await your downfall." Not only Hamza and the minister, even Hassan had to endure the crowd's fury. Successive throws made him clutch his head and howl, "It hurts, who is throwing at me?" The ones accusing him were those he had bullied, led by Thabo. "We were often threatened and abused by Hassan. We asked the president to handle him according to law." Ground his teeth in rage, "You dare." Siku reassured them, "Rest assured, the Baker family and accomplices will not escape. The crimes are grave. Assets will be confiscated and compensation given to victims." Those firm words left Hamza utterly despairing. No. In contrast, Thabo's group rejoiced gratefully. "Thank you, President. Thank you, Tine Tong." Afterward, the president departed aboard the helicopter. Baker, father and son, could only cling to each other and weep. How did it become like this? Hong Ka exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought Lam Tan became chieftain, and even invited the president to topple the minister and the Baker family? Thabo announced the school would close for 3 days to celebrate. Everyone cheered excitedly. That evening at the Kanda tribe, bonfires blazed brilliantly everywhere. The overseas students who were invited also immersed themselves in the festive atmosphere. NHI and Diana tasted the local wine. The aroma was unusual, yet the flavor was surprisingly good, making them burst into laughter. While enjoying themselves, Diana still remembered Lam Tan and wanted to find him to drink together. Nia said that Chieftain Lam was conducting a special ritual in the cave with the former chieftain's daughters and would only come out tomorrow. Hearing that, NHI and Diana asked in unison with curiosity, "A special ritual?" At the same time, inside the guardian spirit cave, a radiant glow shone deep within. In the solemn space, Nadia and her 3 sisters surrounded Lam Tan and performed a ritual dance. They displayed movements that were both powerful and graceful, utterly captivating. As the sole audience of the entire performance, he quickly became immersed in that beauty. It was truly exceptional. After that, Diana stepped toward the area where the ritual offerings were placed. She carefully set down an item rich in tribal color. He asked in surprise, "Is this a fertility idol?" Nadia felt slightly embarrassed, yet replied proudly, "It is the Kanda hunting god and also symbolizes reproduction." She said she personally molded this totem today. It is a mandatory item for the ritual. Just as they were about to continue, NHI and Diana suddenly rushed in. "How could you leave us out of such a joyful event?" The 2 were tipsy and spoke boldly. "Are you planning to monopolize Lam Tan all night? We want to celebrate too." He quickly stopped them. "You 2 are drunk. This is an important ritual not suitable for outsiders. Go out first and I will meet you later." But NHI shook her head. "No, we want it now." That attitude intrigued Nailha. "So you are competing for the man you like? Our tribe has a custom of wrestling to decide. Do you dare?" Drunk, NHI eagerly replied, "Why would we not dare? My country also favors wrestling. I have tried it before." Diana confidently added that her school has a wrestling club and she even competed in mud wrestling. Thus a temporary ring was set up for a 2-against-2 match. Nalia acted as referee and sternly called out, "Begin." At the command, the 4 girls charged at one another fiercely, none willing to yield. Unfortunately, NHI was hooked by the leg and thrown stiffly to the ground before she could react. Even Diana could not avoid Nadia's powerful twisting hold. The one watching and benefiting the most was naturally he, who kept exclaiming in admiration, "This is truly a feast for the eyes. Just watching makes the blood boil." The contest quickly ended with the challengers NHI and Diana completely defeated. Diana was also slammed down at the same time, losing in utter embarrassment. Nadia barely used any strength to subdue them. How could city girls raised in luxury compete with the daughters of our tribe? NHI hurriedly shouted, "I lost. I admit defeat." The 2 girls then covered their faces and ran off in shame, leaving he feeling a hint of regret. The spectacle ended too soon. When Nadia turned back to continue the final ritual, Nabira suddenly spoke up, "Wait, while you were wrestling I noticed something." Before he could understand what was happening, a familiar voice rang beside his ear, "Let me go." The one being dragged out was Nhumong. Surprising Nadia, Miss Du. Have you been standing outside watching all this time? Caught red-handed, her face flushed, yet she still argued, "I only watched a little. Is that a problem? I did not disturb you." Nadia spoke sternly, "This is the most important ritual of the tribe. Outsiders are not allowed to peek." Then she paused thoughtfully. "However, Miss Du has supported us with many supplies if she wishes to watch then." Before she could finish speaking, they rudely rushed into action, leaving Nhumong utterly terrified. "What are you trying to do? Let me go right now." Lam Tan witnessed everything and shouted excitedly without pause, "Oh my God, so white, truly too white." Just a moment she was replaced by a series of other trays and tied beneath the statue's feet under Nadia's orders. She had effectively become a sacrificial offering, and Humong could do nothing but seethe in anger without being able to move. At this moment she stepped forward with a soft snort and reminded her, "Miss Du, the ritual is in progress. No one is allowed to disturb it." Then she turned inside and called out loudly to the three sisters who had left at some point, "Sisters, are you done changing?" Did not make everyone wait too long. Nadia appeared in an entirely new outfit and slowly walked forward. What caught attention was not just one special feature, the appearance of more than 3 different kinds of beasts. All of it created an incredibly impressive spectacle. That alone was enough to make Lam Tan's heart pound violently. "Wow, this is amazing." Nadia in her familiar leopard outfit stood beside him and explained carefully, "This ritual reenacts the tribe's mythology, telling of the hunting god confronting 4 beast kings." She excitedly clarified, "The 4 of us sisters will represent 4 different exotic beasts, each with our own ability. If you cannot win, the ritual fails and there will be no second chance." Hearing that, Lam Tan suddenly recalled what the sisters had said that night. "This is both a reward and proof that you are worthy of inheriting it. Because the ritual is only for those who have rendered great service to the tribe, we will go all out." After understanding everything, his blood boiled and he shouted excitedly, "Let's begin. Let's see how it goes." First to act was the eldest sister Nabira, who explained that when hunting African antelope, predators are easily misled by the lower body. Then the antelope delivers a powerful backward kick to knock down its opponent. Next was Heinaja representing the hyena, the most fearsome creature of the grasslands with terrifying bite force. It can crush cow bones and always targets the fatal weak points of its prey, extremely frightening. Third was Nalia with her sinuous figure, transforming into an African python, a mysterious predator that hides patiently before tightening around its prey and swallowing it from the head. Finally, Nadia, sharp as an African leopard, a silent assassin who can hide in trees and suddenly pounce down. When she clamps onto her prey's throat, escape is nearly impossible. Just hearing it made Nhumong breathe rapidly, so formidable, even fiercer than last time. She had never seen anything like this. Before long, Lam Tan fell into a 4-sided encirclement, causing her to sink into thought. In such a perilous situation, even strong stamina would be hard-pressed to endure. They were all beasts with their own abilities while he was only human. Fought alone fiercely amid Nhumong's anxiety and excitement. It could even be life-threatening. She was stirred as if she herself had joined the battle, wondering whether he would lose immediately or struggle miserably. So full of anticipation, create more surprises. Surprise occurred when Lam Tan switched to a counterattack, leaving Nabira stunned. A barrage of blows came crashing down, making her stagger. "He is too strong. My legs can barely hold on." She gasped while calling for help. "Sisters, hurry and help me." Fortunately, Nalia was still struggling with her part. "I am trying my best." He should have been out of breath by now. Why is he still talking like reciting poetry? "I can hardly hold on." Lam Tan's head was not easily subdued. In just a short while she cried out, "I lost. I cannot endure anymore." Without expending too much effort, he successively defeated the antelope and the African python. Still with strength to spare, he shifted his target to Nadia, clinging to him. "Your turn now, little leopard." Forced into a corner, she frantically tried to stop him. "Wait, my leg, don't." Unexpectedly, she fell right beside Nhumong, making her scream in shock. Nadia's ending was no different from her 2 sisters. She sobbed in surrender as the system announced an additional 5 points of favorability. Congratulations to the host for achieving 100% power for the 6th time and successfully turning the tables. From now on, she is absolutely loyal. At the same time, Phase 2 is unlocked. Spending and cashback reset to 0. All attributes rise to level 18. 1 skill can be selected, remaining selections too. After defeating the African leopard, Lam Tan as the hunting god did not spare the hyena Naja. "Only you are left." And she was still in shock as the battle flared up again amid pleas, but her weakness had already been seized. Begging for mercy now was too late. After this battle, Nhumong's favorability increased by 8, reaching 70%. The tense, bloody battle ended. The five of them relaxed on the soft animal hide. No one knew when Du Nhu Mong had untied herself. She quietly approached, where Lam Tan and the others were resting without making a sound, and slowly slithered onto him like a supple snake. Her eyes gleamed with infatuated desire. Lam Tan, I want it too. But before she could do anything, he opened his eyes as if he had never slept. Tiu Mong, what are you doing? Startled and flustered, she said nothing and turned to run, leaving him bewildered. Why did she run away? Time flew like a shadow through the window. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The exchange study program concluded at Kep Airport. Before parting, only members of the Kanda tribe came to see them off. Nadia delivered the news on behalf of them. The Kep government has deeply cooperated with the tribe and redivided the Chagu territory for us. Now Kanda is extremely busy. She even blushed in thanks. It is thanks to you that the tribe has developed like this today. Lam Tan smiled and replied, that is good, now you have money. If you miss me, come to Hua country to find me. Hearing that, she was delighted. Once the tribe stabilizes, I will come. The government has built many base stations on the grasslands. We have phones now and can video call you anytime. Even so, the sadness of parting lingered. Travel safely, she gently reminded. As if suddenly remembering, he turned to Chief Zuberi and asked, why did you lead people to rescue me that day even before the president? He replied it was the guidance of the guardian god. The explanation made him even more puzzled. He recounted that the night before he dreamed Lam Tan was harmed by the Baker family. So the next morning he immediately led people over. Spoke devoutly. Whether you believe it or not, that was truly the revelation of the god we worship. Lam Tan pondered, could there truly be a protecting god? But then he let it go since he was about to return home. He noticed Nhu Mong had sat far down in the lower row. Ever since the ritual she had been avoiding him. Could she really have been frightened? Even if it was a system mission, to him now it felt relieving. Before this young lady kept clinging and bothering him. Now the quiet was not bad. At the castle of the world of swords and magic, under the blazing sun, a sweet female voice rang out, darling, time to eat. Immediately after, Ha Nam spoke in a soft and indulgent tone. The foot-washing water is ready as well. Before them was an entire lineup of beauties. Than Han led the way complaining. Why did it take so long? I am starving. Then softened her voice, urging, hurry and bring it here. Shortly after, under Hung Ha's satisfied gaze, Nguyen Lam and Jian Hoa began to eat voraciously, the scene strangely ordinary. Of course, Ha Nam's preparation could not be missing. She carefully asked, is the water warm enough, darling? Unexpectedly, before she could do anything, Ngayat Lam struck her with pain in both body and heart. Bastard, using cold water like this and you expect to wash feet. Even Jian Hoa coldly revealed cruelty. Once the meal is cooked, you are worthless, making Hung Ha scream miserably. In an instant, the peaceful scene vanished, replaced by the eerie atmosphere of monsters. Goblins appeared, even werewolves were wandering about. Ha ha ha, the strongest hero squad, were they not toyed with by us like puppies? They gloated as they looked toward their leader. It is all thanks to the Deputy General that we captured this castle. Lan Hai, the Deputy General, disguised herself as a priest to set a trap for the hero, then used charm magic to control them. Truly a perfect plan. Before the demons stood Hai with the arrogant aura of a queen. She sneered. Those foolish heroes never expected the priest they trusted was a demon. They even discussed bounty money. Capturing one hero earns 100 demon gold, enough to change fate. Outwardly calm, inwardly she calculated. With this additional 200 demon gold, it will reach 1,500. Borrow 500 more and I can buy the hell crocodile leather bag I have dreamed of. Just as the monsters lowered their guard, an unexpected change occurred. A strange liquid suddenly spread out. When they regained their senses, they discovered the source came from Jian Hoa, who had been suddenly attacked. Their expressions changed at once, though it was hard to see on their gray skin. When he finally collapsed, a voice rang out, Hero Lam Tan has come to eliminate you. Provoked to his face, Lan Hai coldly ordered, seize him. Her subordinates immediately charged forward, shouting kill. But Lam Tan's speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, his gold-plated Excalibur pierced through 3 demons rushing toward him. Counting by the second, he completed the sweep of the enemy formation. Deputy General Hai could not endure it and instantly teleported behind Lam Tan. She unleashed her strongest move, Bewitching Spell. The space around them transformed into a scorching scene as she spoke in a soul-captivating, seductive voice. Darling, you have been tired all day. Put down your weapon, remove your armor, and come down here to bathe with me. It was unclear whether he was truly affected, but his sword fell to the ground. He smiled in satisfaction. Good boy, I will reward you greatly. Unfortunately, Lam Tan was not easily subdued. The scene quickly dissipated. He curled his lips confidently. Such a great reward, and only once, would never be enough. Hai turned pale. How can a human's mental power resist my charm magic? He replied disdainfully, my mind control is the true pinnacle. Want to try? If you can endure it, I will spare you. Challenge stirred her competitive spirit. As a born succubus, I am immune to all mind control spells. Wanting to control me is ridiculous. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan's next step was completely out of the ordinary. I do not need to chant or draw any talismans. True control is money. With money, anyone will bow. Have you seen my sword? Nha Hai arrogantly replied, human gold coins are like mud to the demon race. We use demon gold. 1 demon gold exchanges for tens of thousands of gold coins. Yet when he displayed what she longed for, she was stunned. Is that not demon gold? Demon gold poured down like rain, making her eyes and mouth widen beyond closing. He immediately used an appraisal spell to verify. Though unwilling to believe it, the result was clear. All of it was real demon gold. Lam Tan did not stop. He even showed off his tycoon skill. Demon gold is trivial. I also have demon platinum. Nha Hai cried out, demon platinum. 10,000 demon gold can exchange for 1 demon platinum. Only then did she understand what true pinnacle mind control meant. He asked, have you surrendered? Kneel and I will reward you with 500 demon gold. Lam Tan's provocation darkened Nha Hai's face. How dare you? She suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling. Very well, I admit defeat. She blinked adorably. Brave hero, sir. I struggled so hard to save up 1,500 demon gold. If you give me 2,000 demon gold, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. He snorted coldly. With 50 gold coins, I can hire a whole professional servant team for a month. What do you have that is better? She confidently introduced herself. I am Nha Hai, top of the Demon Council Academy, grade A in every subject, making him curious about that academy. He explained in detail. Every succubus in the human realm must undergo formal training at the academy. She listed it like an advertisement. Fine arts is compulsory. There are also classes on emotional care, providing emotional value, ear cleaning, foot washing, essential oil massage, and much more. Hearing this, he was already intrigued and truly wanted to experience it. Nha Hai smiled gently. I will satisfy you. Yet inwardly she calculated to wait for a moment of carelessness to charm him, rob him clean, and kill him. Before he could respond, another change suddenly struck. Even though she had just been an enemy, he still held Excalibur and stood in front of her. When the smoke cleared, the one who appeared was the tyrant general. Nha Hai cried out, General. That man ignored her and stared at Lam Tan, the last hero. I have searched for you for so long. I did not expect you to deliver yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, that man swung his sharp axe straight down. World-shaking battle of the sword and magic realm officially erupted. At first it seemed it would be an evenly matched fight enough to make Lam Tan struggle. Unexpectedly, he merely curled his lips and swung his hand to counterattack, ignoring the wound on his face. His counterstrike was even fiercer than the general's brutality. Only then did that man roar. Nha Hai, come help. If we capture him, I will request the Demon King to record your greatest merit and reward you with 1,000 demon gold. That promise rang like a tempting silver bell in her ears. No one knew what she was calculating, only that her hands continued to move decisively. Her next decision showed she had chosen to stand on Lam Tan's side, as she placed her hand on him and cast healing spell. The wound that should have taken a few more seconds to close sealed instantly. Under that powerful magic, no trace remained. She kept adding various support skills, making the Tyrant General roar in fury. Enhancement spell. Nha Hai, what are you doing? She looked embarrassed yet could not hide her excitement. Because he pays me more. Before that man could process the answer, he had already shot forward, the cold blade ending his opponent. The Tyrant General fell just like that, his life ending beneath the gold-plated Excalibur. Sight made Nha Hai realize in shock that even without her assistance, he was strong enough to defeat one of the 4 great generals. His strength was truly unfathomable. Yet before she could steady herself, he suddenly staggered, making her anxiously ask, Brave hero, sir, what is wrong with you? Lam Tan awkwardly explained, I do not know why my second golden sword suddenly became overly vigorous. Even as a succubus, Nha Hai blushed deeply. It must be a side effect of my bloodline when using healing on humans. I am truly sorry. Remained calm. It is fine. It will settle soon. Let's go. Yet she still hesitated. You must be very uncomfortable like this. She moved closer on her own. The bedroom is right next door. I can use the techniques I learned at the Demon Council Academy to help you solve this problem, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, he lifted her up in his arms. Hurry up, making her let out a soft cry. Before long, the two had changed clothes and lay on a bed wide enough for several people. Nha Hai operated skillfully, rubbing essential oil, while gently explaining its effects in promoting blood circulation and making the skin rosy. She added that it also helps unblock lymphatic channels and expel toxins. Is this pressure all right? He softly replied, yes, very comfortable. In truth, her heart was full of schemes. She had secretly used aroma spell to weaken his body and spirit. After knowing his strength, she could not be careless. Finally, the decisive moment arrived. She said she had to truly eliminate this side effect at its root. Lam Tan still noticed nothing, and even looked eager in anticipation. Excalibur beneath her slender hand seemed restrained. She whispered, "Reveal your true form." In an instant, he seemed drained of strength, and even uttered that he would hand over all demon gold and passwords, making her inwardly marvel at his obedience before coldly ordering the final strike. But Lam Tan's clear voice rang out, shattering the illusion. "Wake up." Hai snapped out of the illusion and asked blankly what had just happened. It turned out she had stiffened and fallen before doing anything, then been awakened by him, everything completely different from what the academy had taught. Quickly regained composure, telling herself she had not lost yet. There were still many tricks unused, her voice again sweet and coaxing as she asked him to go easy. The flattery made Lam Tan laugh, truly an outstanding student of emotional value studies. Without further delay, she continued trying. "There is plenty of time, you would not want to end early." He even praised her creativity. Clash between Excalibur and High going all out officially began. As time passed, he remained composed without a drop of sweat, even asking why she was already exhausted. Losing patience, he took the initiative to suggest switching positions. Panic was evident on her face as she had no choice but to unleash everything she had learned. In a blink, the space transformed into a floating dreamlike scene. She simply said, "Enjoy it." Series of spells were deployed, from pleasure spell to emotion control. Also used sensory enhancement, Tier 3 physical weakening, and many other skills. When the sky brightened, she leaned against him saying she was ready, while he remained vigorous and praised the effect as wonderful. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately seized the initiative. High gritted her teeth to steady herself. "I can lose many times, but he only needs to lose once. I will never give up." A powerful strike shattered the final barrier. Distance between them closed until no space remained. Her arms tightened like a cage. She had to face her own expression through the reflection and could not believe it was herself. Before she could adapt, the scene changed again beyond expectation. They appeared in a space both strange and familiar to High. It was the Demon King's palace filled with countless demon soldiers. Lam Tan calmly remarked that she even had such special tastes. The public scene made her blush in shame, as she denied it was her intention. He suddenly counterattacked, making her cry out. Tears of emotion and helplessness fell, as she had used all her techniques yet still could not win. At the final moment, High had no choice but to accept defeat. A surge of energy erupted, followed by a rain of demon gold falling down. The battle ended in chaos. Lam Tan sighed while looking at demon gold scattered everywhere. He stretched comfortably, his spirit more refreshed than ever, and invited her to adventure together in the future. He also assured her that the demon gold was enough for her to spend endlessly. Suddenly her body trembled, a change appearing on her abdomen that drew his gaze. High softly said it was the succubus demon mark, appearing only when both body and soul submit, meaning she would not leave him. Then on, hero Lam Tan and succubus priest High continued a new journey in the fantastical world. Kai drove the electric car to the front of the nightclub. The system announced he had reached the destination and ended navigation. Phone received a message saying they had arrived at the airport waiting for Lam Tan to land, and told him to come over immediately. He quickly replied, confirming he would go. Suddenly, a voice called from behind asking if he was the hired driver. Kai turned around and saw 3 drunken people walking out of the bar. He politely spoke, "Hello, sir. Are you the customer whose number ends with 59,167? But Meng casually tossed the keys over, "No time, hurry up," making try flusteredly reply, "Ah, yes." After settling in the car, that man signaled to the girl, "Gyu, play something lively for President Doan." She immediately nestled into Dronzer's arms and replied, "All right." She leaned forward comfortably, as if plotting something, pretending to hesitate on the surface. Which song should I choose? Ignoring that man's leering gaze. In his drunken state, he reached out and slapped the ample spot. Gyu turned back pouting, "You are so annoying, President Doan. I am still choosing music." Dronzer blushed and retorted, "Were you not the one teasing me first?" Try sat in front listening, without daring to utter a word. She playfully swayed on that man's lap, let you poke, making Dronzer cry out helplessly. That man leaned back praising, Gyu, you are amazing. I cannot take it anymore." Meng beside him chimed in, "Already cannot hold on, our club is full of beauties. Later I will call more for you to enjoy to the fullest." Gyu leaned close and whispered, "President Doan, we sisters are all top tier. Just the companion fee is over 20,000. Dronzer laughed excitedly. "What is 20,000? I have not even figured out how to reward enough." That man boasted, "Even a small project is over 2 million. Meng immediately echoed, "Later I will call 2 more, put all the money on my tab." She quickly thanked the manager. Suddenly Dronzer glanced at the driver in front. That man asked on a whim, Such a young hired driver still in university. Ngo Tri hesitated and replied, "Yes, about to graduate." Dronzer mocked further, "Got a girlfriend yet?" He grew more flustered, "Not yet." Could only stay silent listening to their teasing. "Have you not even touched a girl's hand?" "President Don, you are too cruel." A smooth white calf suddenly stretched out before Ngo Tri's eyes. Dronzer lifted his leg and asked, "Is this leg beautiful? Want to touch it?" Guo pretended to scold playfully. His heart was in turmoil, yet he remained calm. "Please do not joke. I am still driving." Meng sneered. "Students are indeed naive. If you will not touch, then I will." Dronzer burst into laughter, praising him for knowing how to play. Arriving in front of Tu Sac Tam Dong, the system announced the destination had been reached and ended the trip. They walked into the club together. Meng even praised his steady driving skills. Ngo Tri lowered his head to thank them and reported the fare as 52 yuan 6. He secretly hoped the generous guest would tip a little extra. Dronzer took out his phone and transferred the money immediately. "All right, I will send it to you." But when he saw that only 50 yuan had arrived, he was stunned. Ngo Tri hurriedly called after him, "Sir, wait a moment. The amount you transferred is not enough." All three turned back to look at him. "It is only short by 2 yuan 6. Meng burst out laughing. "You even fuss over 2 yuan 6. Dronzer also mocked this student for being stingy. Ngo Tri calmly held out the invoice. "This is the company system fee, not something I added myself. Price is already the most discounted rate. It cannot be reduced. Please transfer another 2 yuan 6. Dronzer's eyes were full of contempt. Earning hundreds in one night, yet arguing over 2 yuan 6. "No wonder you are single." He was left speechless with anger. Meng's face darkened as he told him to move aside. Though small in stature, Ngo Tri still stood in the way. "Please do not make things hard for me. Driving for hire is not easy." Meng shouted, "I'm a manager earning over 100,000 a month. Do you think I care about small change?" Ngo Tri replied firmly, "If you do not pay in full, you cannot leave." In the end, Meng shoved him to the ground, daring to argue with me over 2 yuan 6. Ngo Tri fell painfully to the ground, his phone dropping and the screen shattering. Looking at the broken phone, he felt distressed. Guo stepped forward to advise, "Forget it, manager. Do not cause trouble or it will get complicated." Meng continued to curse. "A healthy student pretending to be injured. Call the police and you will end up behind bars. I am busy having fun and have no time for a poor brat." She pulled them away. "Do not let this hired driver ruin the mood." Ngo Tri sat gloomily in a corner. Zhou Dong called. Zhou Dong asked if he was done. They had already picked up Lam Tan and were waiting at the old place. Ngo Tri resentfully recounted encountering a bunch of scum. Yandang Airport at night was still brightly lit. Zheng Hao angrily cursed them for going too far, refusing to pay and even hitting someone. Zhou Dong hesitated and said, "But he analyzed that people working at big nightclubs usually have complicated connections. We cannot easily provoke them. Just forget the 2 yuan 6. Lam Tan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "This is not just about 2 yuan 6, but about contempt. They must learn not to bully hired drivers." Saying that, he snatched Zhou Dong's phone. Lam Tan told Ngo Tri to go in and keep an eye on them. "We will come right away to seek justice. We will definitely make him pay the full 2 yuan 6. In the VIP room of the nightclub, Meng was urging everyone to drink. Guo had been forced to drink too much and turned her head to retch. Dronzer coldly told the waiter to bring another bottle. Unfortunately, the one handing it over and the one receiving did not coordinate well. Expensive bottle fell and shattered. Mimi panicked and apologized. Meng immediately slapped her across the face, useless. He pressed her head toward the pile of shards and ordered her to clean it up, even threatening to stuff glass into her mouth. She trembled and admitted fault. She looked at her cut and bleeding hand, while Fei and Luo continued dancing to serve President Dong. Ignoring what had just happened, Dronzer still held the two girls and laughed. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. The shadow of a man reflected on the glass. Meng shouted irritably, "Who is it? I said do not come and disturb us." The door swung open at the shout. Ngo Tri walked in resolutely. "Because you did not pay in full, I have already called the police." Dronzer laughed mockingly. "The fool is back again." Meng sneered that making a fuss over 2 yuan 6 was ridiculous. The police would not bother with it. Ngo Tri raised his phone with a video as evidence. "I recorded you soliciting prostitutes. The police will arrest you for that." Meng angrily rolled up his sleeves, daring to threaten me. The most tense moment, he appeared and blocked that man's punch. "The police are on their way. If you want another charge, then try it." That man's face darkened, yet he forced a sinister smile. "You even dared to call people here. I remember your face. Do not expect peace in the future. At most, I will be detained for 24 hours and pay a fine. What do you think you can do to me?" He smiled calmly and replied, "You think you can get out that quickly? Then I only need to make sure you cannot get out." Meng placed his hands on his hips and sneered. "Who are you trying to scare? Want to throw me in jail? I will wait and see what ability you have." treated that man as if non-existent, turned to ask Mimi if her hand was all right, and requested the card machine to gather evidence. Dronzer watched with interest and said this was fun. That man sneered that this was even more entertaining than earlier. Bring the machine and let us see what this student can do. Mimi trembled and answered yes. He brought the machine and quietly advised him to leave, because manager Meng was not easy to provoke. Meng lifted his chin in challenge. So what if you have the machine going to swipe 2 yuan 6 to pay me, or use it to smash me? Crowd whispered that this student was finished, daring to argue with manager Meng over 2 yuan 6. Ngo Tri worriedly called Lam Tan's name. He said nothing more and swiftly swiped the card, displaying a balance of 50 million. Both the opposing side and the onlookers were stunned and exclaimed what? Dronzer secretly guessed he must be some wealthy young master. He announced that he was collecting evidence of this manager's crimes. Anyone who provided solid proof would be rewarded 3 million transferred immediately. News left all the staff speechless. Meng angrily demanded who he really was. He simply replied someone with money who likes to defend the weak. That man still glared threateningly at the crowd. Anyone with the guts bring out the evidence. Under that intimidating gaze, the staff's initial excitement gradually faded. Meng continued loudly, "That dirty money cannot scare me. Whoever dares testify, I will reward 5,000 and sue you for violating privacy." As he ranted fiercely, a voice rang out, "I have evidence." Mimi gathered her courage and declared she clearly knew manager Meng's illegal acts. She raised her phone with a video, proving he often mixed leftover alcohol with water to resell. The customers were enraged upon hearing this. No wonder the liquor tasted so bad. We spent tens of thousands buying it. He must compensate and be sent to prison. Meng hurriedly denied it. "That is my own liquor. Are you slandering me? Tomorrow I will fire you and make sure you cannot find a job." Mimi trembled in fear yet clenched her teeth, enduring threats of having her legs broken and vicious curses. She choked with emotion, saying she had endured enough scolding and abuse. Even without 3 million she would report him. Today he must pay the price. He immediately took her phone and transferred 3 million to her. The room fell into heavy silence. He broke the silence by praising Mimi's courage and stating that this crime alone was enough to put that man in prison for several months. Meng's face turned pale as he could only curse. Staff looked at each other and whispered that this young master did what he said. If they reported together, why fear retaliation? One by one, they presented evidence such as wage suppression, forcing staff to do personal chores, selling banned drugs to customers. Meng was left speechless as his subordinates collectively accused him. He confidently stated that those charges were enough to send that man to prison for decades. That man lunged forward with red eyes trying to strike, cursing the traitors and vowing to drag everyone to hell. He stepped forward to shield them. "If you dare hit someone again, prepare for another charge in prison." That man cried and argued that perhaps competitors had instructed them to frame the club. Ngo Tri stepped forward and asked if he thought 2 yuan 6 was also a competitor's conspiracy. He choked with emotion, saying every coin was the sweat and toil of hired workers. "You trample on it without any remorse." Those words enraged the crowd as they shouted, "Answer us." Meng stepped back in fear. At that moment, several police officers entered and asked who had reported the case. The staff collectively pointed and accused manager Meng. In the end, he was fined 2.6 million, sentenced to 38 years in prison, and the club was permanently closed. The police department launched a crackdown on all bars in the city, ordering 3 months of closure with estimated losses of hundreds of millions. In prison, Meng despaired and wondered how it all came to this over 2 yuan 6. That man clutched the bars, crying to return the 2 yuan 6 and begging forgiveness. Late at night, the warm yellow lights and hot food created a cozy atmosphere. The dorm brothers happily clinked beers and shouted bottoms up. The brave staff tearfully thanked the god of wealth for helping them regain justice. Next morning, Jo Dong asked Yahello where she wanted to go for her birthday. She said she had not decided and would look for a new place. She showed him photos of a cafe and praised how beautiful it was. Yahello excitedly said the cafe had been very popular lately. Jo Dong nodded and agreed it was pretty, but she sighed that each drink cost over 200 yuan. Maybe they should choose somewhere else. He put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. "I just received extra salary. If you like it, we will go and I will treat." She happily thanked him. Nearby, Ngo Tri led the group across the street, inviting them to eat hot pot. He keenly noticed Jo Dong and teased that he was busy taking his girlfriend somewhere fancy. The 3 young men discussed taking intimate photos to post on their story to tease their friend. 2 walked into the luxurious cafe and gasped in admiration. Du Lac professionally greeted them and invited them to follow her, led them to their seats, Zyro Hua asked if they could switch to the table by the window. Dulac politely declined, because that table had already been reserved at a high price. Jo Dong pointed at his own face and tried hard to reassure her that there was nothing to worry about, saying he would use his phone flash to take a dazzling photo for her. Zyro Hua lowered her head as if agreeing and softly replied, "All right then." The middle-aged woman followed the staff inside. Ngo sighed in frustration. "It is so far away, how can we see clearly what they are doing?" Zhang Hao said irritably, "What kind of cafe even divides the seating into so many sections?" He, walking at the end of the line, suddenly glanced toward the entrance. Well-dressed man and woman exuding elegance strolled in side by side. 3 staff members immediately bowed warmly, enthusiastically asking whether they had reserved a table and offering hot towels. They also introduced a newly developed handmade cookie as a complimentary gift. Dulac replied that they had not reserved, yet she still handled it professionally, smiling and saying it was no problem before inviting them to follow her. She led them to the window table bathed in light with a full view of the bustling street. She handed over the menu and asked which coffee they preferred, offering to provide recommendations. Mi Chai rested her chin on her hand and praised that it was not bad. Sitting far away, Zhang Hao grew more displeased. The service was clearly different depending on the customer. Also treated coldly, Zyro Hua focused on her phone and softly said they could order a strawberry cake later. Jo Dong wondered why no one had come after such a long time, and there was no QR code on the table, so he raised his hand and called out, "Hello, I would like to order." Dulac tossed the menu onto the table with little friendliness and asked bluntly, "What do you need?" He had just opened the menu and turned pale at the prices, equal to half a month of his salary. Beside him came a voice asking what is wrong, Jo Dong. Zyro Hua leaned over to look and showed the same astonishment. The two leaned together to discuss. "At these prices, it is too expensive, maybe we should not eat." The staff member behind them mocked that they should order quickly because the cafe was very busy. Dulac frowned at their frugal and hesitant appearance, thinking they were probably poor students wasting her time from serving wealthy guests. Even so, Jo Dong did not want to lose face before his girlfriend, reassuring her that today she only needed to be the birthday heroine. Zyro Hua felt touched, while his heart ached at the thought of half a month's salary disappearing. Zyro Hua looked at him tenderly, thinking that since he treated her so well, she must prepare a special gift for his birthday. Jo Dong wondered why the other table had staff come to process payment while he had to go to the counter. The receptionist explained they were VIP guests and informed him his bill was 1564 yuan. He chose to pay by WeChat. He held his phone close to the scanner, but was surprised that the code could not be recognized. The receptionist impatiently mocked, "Could it be you ran out of money?" Jo Dong quickly refuted that it was impossible. His account still had enough. Seeing he had not returned for a while, Zyro Hua asked worriedly if something was wrong. He honestly replied that his phone had frozen and the payment code would not display. She suggested using her phone to scan, but his pride made Jo Dong refuse, saying he would try again. The staff urged him to hurry or go to another cafe. He angrily asked what she meant. Was she trying to drive customers away just because of a phone error? What kind of service attitude was that? He sneered that if he could not afford it, he should not pretend to be wealthy. The cafe had no obligation to cater to him. Moreover, this place served high-end customers, and his lingering affected others' experience. The elegant couple immediately changed expression and asked what she had just said. At that moment, a delivery rider rushed in asking whether his order was ready. The receptionist angrily shouted at him to get out and asked if he did not see the sign. The rider protested that he had waited half an hour under 40-degree heat and would be fined for late delivery. She coldly replied that his fine had nothing to do with the cafe. She only knew his dirty shoes had soiled the premium floor, so he should get out quickly to avoid affecting distinguished guests. Ryder was speechless with anger and only uttered "you." Suddenly, a voice from the stairs asked what the commotion was. Zyro James leisurely walked down looking toward the crowd. The receptionist immediately ran to complain to the owner, telling her to look at that person. He even exaggerated that he had dirtied the entire floor. The owner gasped in outrage that the shiny tiles had been dirtied by such a lowly person, asking if he knew how much the decoration cost and calling security. 2 guards aggressively surrounded the writer. One of them kicked straight at his leg without mercy, cried out in pain, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, asking why they were beating him. Seeing the injustice, Jo Dong spoke up to stop them. "You do not need to bully him like this." Several other customers complained irritably, demanding the manager resolve it quickly because it was too noisy and blocking their light for photos. Zyro James clasped her hands, apologizing to the customers, and promised to handle it immediately. He then coldly ordered the writer to wipe the floor clean and leave. Otherwise, she would file a complaint against him. He could not believe his ears, saying he had only come to pick up food and was now being forced to mop the floor. Dong continued protesting their bullying, while the owner angrily told security to throw out all those who were unpleasant to look at. That man brazenly declared that people without class daring to enter the cafe would be blacklisted. Security raised their hands to force the two to leave immediately, or they would use force. Dong shielded Yahello and worried her birthday had been ruined. Suddenly, a phone fell to the ground with a sharp crack. All eyes turned in shock toward the sound. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward, saying he had captured an interesting scene of a small cafe abusing power to bully honest people. Dong and Yahello were stunned to see Lam Tan appear. James angrily demanded to know who he was and ordered him to delete the photos. The receptionist suspected they were together. The owner contemptuously said poor students came to freeload on air conditioning and ordered security to snatch his phone. 3 guards immediately charged forward aggressively. He swiftly kicked the lead guard in the leg. Then he easily defeated them all, leaving them clutching their legs in pain. The owner shouted threatening to call the police. He calmly replied to go ahead and that he would also complain to the Consumer Protection Association about illegal discrimination and expulsion. James sneered that those with money were served, while useless people like him should get out. He crossed his arms and mocked that so long as someone had money they bowed like dogs. Did paying mean one could do anything? The receptionist covered her mouth laughing. Who would dislike money? Clearly you are just poor. His smile grew brighter as he asked how she was so sure he had no money. She laughed loudly, mocking his clothes worth only dozens of yuan, saying he did not look rich, and if he truly was, she would eat filth on the spot. Without further argument, he took the card machine from another staff member, immediately swiped the card, and the display showed 1 million yuan in the account. At that moment, the faces of the owner and receptionist turned pale, unable to believe the despised students possessed 1 million yuan. James still pretended to be calm, pointing behind her saying what was 1 million yuan worth boasting about. The chandelier alone was worth that much. Only poor students like him, who did not know how they earned money, would flaunt it. Several wealthy customers echoed, "Kid, let me tell you the truth. Money is not everything in this world. What matters most is connections and power." Encouraged, that man became even more arrogant. "Do you know who the most powerful tycoon here is? The investor of the whole street is Shu Dai, and he is my close brother. Shu Dai is formidable because he is also close to President Kian." He looked at that man as if watching a joke. Shu Dai and President Kian, I seem to have heard of them. That man sneered that he even dared mention President Kian. His 1 million yuan was nothing but sand before him. He rested his chin in thought and replied that she seemed to know President Kian well. Coincidentally, he happened to know both President Kian and Shu Dai. The crowd burst into laughter. They had seen boasting before, but rarely so blatant, pretending to be wealthy. "I once saw Shu Dai from afar," calmly suggested, "then call him here and see whether I know him." That man snorted that he would not call just because he was told. Shu Dai was not someone who came on command. He placed the card on the table as a wager. "If I do not know him, the 1 million in this card is yours. But if I do, then you must hand over the cafe to me. I will reluctantly accept." Such a bold challenge instantly drew all eyes in the cafe. Everyone laughed uproariously. This kid must be dreaming in broad daylight to think the manager would give him the cafe. Reading too many novels and thinking he was a tycoon. Do not return the money so he learns how cruel reality is. James joined the crowd and accepted. "But if you lose, you and your friends must kneel and kowtow to me." He turned to ask his friends if they dared. They stood firmly behind him. "What is there to fear? It is only kneeling." 4 of them spoke in unison. "Since we trust you, we will trust you to the end. We stand with you." He looked directly at that man. "You heard them clearly. Make the call." Deem picked up the phone arrogantly. "Since you want to court disaster, I will indulge you." Though speaking boldly, his tone turned humble on the call. "Hello, Shu Dai. This is Deem, the one who visited your office a few days ago." The voice on the other end replied indifferently that he did not remember and was busy. He hurriedly flattered and invited him to the cafe to discuss cooperation. The words "not free" made him freeze, but he quickly added that today a student claimed to know him and President Kian and was using their names to boast. That remark immediately piqued the other side's interest. "Which student dares claim to know me and President Kian?" He asked what the person looked like and his name. Deem described without hesitation. "Just an ordinary student look, t-shirt and slippers, seems to be named Lam Tan." The expression on the other end darkened instantly, telling him to send the location immediately, and he would come. Deem happily agreed repeatedly. In the meeting room, there was sudden silence. Someone coughed to break the tension. The elites whispered that the student named Lam Tan was not that very President Kian. T-shirt and slippers were exactly his style. "Let us go help." Group stood up together. If President Kyan was pleased, he might invest in a few more villas for them, so they set off. A convoy of supercars roared down the boulevard. I.O. James remained lost in fantasy, thinking Shu Dai would arrive soon, deal with the student and perhaps dine together and be introduced to President Kyan for promotion. That man stood with hands on hips, arrogantly telling Lam Tan to kneel and apologize. Perhaps he would put in a good word before Shu Dai. Several customers joined in threatening that if Shu Dai was angered, there would be no place left in Yanjiang. He laughed, "If so, I will also give you one last chance to admit defeat. Kneel and apologize to me, and perhaps I will speak for you before Shu Dai." Enraged, that man gritted his teeth, saying if he refused to concede, then wait. The countdown to despair began now. A long line of supercars stopped outside, drawing gasps. A Ferrari worth over 9 million yuan, and a limited Lamborghini with only dozens worldwide. Elite figures stepped out one by one from the luxury cars. Customers pressed against the glass in shock. All the wealthy tycoons of Yanjiang had arrived. Xiao Dim turned back excitedly. Besides Shu Dai, there were young Master Feng, President Duo, President Chuan, and even the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the female president of Xin Ran Group. Staff lined up bowing. He hurried forward to greet them, saying the small cafe was honored by their visit. Shu Dai walked straight and asking where the student was. Xiao Dim humbly pointed inside. That man muttered, not understanding what ability the student had to bring so many big shots. When they saw Lam Tan sitting there calmly, group stiffened slightly, recognizing that he was indeed President Kyan. He gave a subtle wink, as if it were a familiar signal from before. Someone coughed lightly and asked if it was really him. Xiao Dim nodded, confirming that Lam Tan had claimed to know President Shu and President Kyan. That man loudly declared that if they did not teach him a lesson, he would grow even more arrogant and smear their reputations. The crowd echoed that he must be dealt with severely. Without waiting for anyone to speak, that man arrogantly turned to Lam Tan and said now that Shu Dai had arrived, did he still dare claim acquaintance? If he had lost, he should kneel quickly. Lam Tan remained calm, who said, "I lost. President Kyan and I are very close. You have never met him, have you? If you beg me, I can introduce you." That man laughed disdainfully. Some ignorant guests continued to mock. "What kind of figure is President Kyan that a student like you would introduce him? What a joke." He said leisurely, "Then I will count to 3 and President Kyan will appear before you. 1, 2. The crowd laughed foolishly. He thought the big shots were about to punish this arrogant fool. When the word 3 ended, all the elites immediately bowed and greeted President Kyan. The crowd stared with eyes wide and mouths agape in extreme shock. Most stunned was Xiao James, whose face twisted in disbelief. The tycoons competed to ask Lam Tan about yachts, Rolls-Royce, or whether he wanted to switch to Bentley, and wondered why he had come to this small cafe. Letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, and G Tich Engin, the only woman in the group, stepped forward and hugged him intimately, saying she missed him. He gently replied that now was not convenient, and he would spend time with her another day. She nodded happily and waited. The half-informed guests widened their eyes, unable to believe he was President Kyan. Xiao Dim seemed petrified and collapsed to his knees, stammering whether he truly was President Kyan. He glanced down at that man coldly. "What do you think?" Young Master Feng immediately kicked that man in the face and scolded him for daring to offend President Kyan, accustomed to bullying the weak and now encountering someone tough. Xiao James still refused to give up, clutching Shu Dai's leg, begging him to speak kindly to President Kyan. Shu Dai showed disgust and kicked him again. "Offending President Kyan is like trampling my dignity into the ground, and you still expect me to speak for you." Kyan Hai disliked violence and only gently advised, "Junior, President Kyan has always kept a low profile and never liked flaunting his identity. He has never discriminated based on wealth. Today he sits here because he saw injustice. Take care of yourself." Chula held his head in despair, thinking he had provoked a poor student only to offend President Kyan. That man lay flat on the ground, bruised, and still unable to believe it had come to this. Finally realizing, he repeatedly kowtowed before Lam Tan. "President Kyan, I was wrong. I was blind to bully the weak. I am despicable. I offer this cafe to you. Please be magnanimous and spare my life." He coldly stepped on Xiao James's head. "Sorry. If you had admitted defeat earlier, I might have considered forgiveness, but now it is too late." That man trembled in fear, begging, "President Kyan, I was blind. Please take this cafe. If you refuse, my life is over." The onlookers instantly changed tone. "He is so scared he wet himself. Offending President Kyan and ending up like this is self-inflicted. Go change your clothes." Bloody and battered, he still cried, "If President Kyan does not forgive me, I dare not stand up." He sighed helplessly. "You are already this miserable. Fine, I will reluctantly accept the cafe." He pointed to the delivery rider and declared he would gift it to him. The man asked in shock if it was truly for him. Those words struck Xiao James like thunder. "Give it to him." He asked lightly if there was a problem. "Do you not want to give it?" Ziodim hurriedly shook his head, agreeing so long as President Kyan forgave him. The delivery rider was moved to tears, never imagining he would become a cafe owner. Two-faced crowd exclaimed that with a single sentence from President Kyan, the rider's life had changed. Today they witnessed a stunning reversal. Outside the cafe, the elites chatted with Lam Tan, asking if he wanted to dine together since they thought he had other matters. He waved with a smile. "We are brothers, no need for courtesy. In 2 days I will treat everyone to a meal, be sure to come." And he slung an arm over his young friends and left. "Today we celebrate a dorm mate's birthday with spicy hot pot. Goodbye." At the residence with an antique charm, a red lantern hung before the porch casting warm light. Hero Lam Tan roamed within the encirclement, decisively defeating each foe. The frail girl Lak Bang called out his name in panic. She anxiously asked if he was injured. Lam Tan reassured that the assassins had not even touched his clothes and asked if she was all right. Lak Bang blushed and lowered her head, saying her heart was beating fast. He immediately worried she had been poisoned. She raised her sparkling eyes, saying her heart raced because of him. He stiffened at once, asking her to have self-respect because he already had a girlfriend. Lak Bang ignored it and hugged him tightly. In an instant, the two rolled onto the bed. She sat atop him, shyly begging him to help her. He raised both hands to show innocence, telling her to stop because it could not continue like this. At that moment, another girl burst in angrily, accusing them of sneaking behind her back. Riot NHA held a timed bomb intending to throw it, declaring she would perish together. Lak Bang turned in panic. Clock on the bomb ticked down to 0. She stared in horror. The ringing phone pulled her out of the nightmare. Lak Bang steadied herself and answered. Director Du politely greeted and apologized for calling early. She recalled he had helped her before. Dudu said Season 6 of TQT's Island dating reality show was about to air. Invited her to participate and asked if she could arrange time. The famous dating show features 6 people living on a deserted island for 5 days, overcoming challenges to find romance, and successful couples leave together. The show invites both celebrities and ordinary people, has no script, and each season sparks heated discussion. Lak Bang wondered why Director Du was not in charge. He laughed, explaining leadership asked him to persuade her. She still refused, not wanting to pair with anyone. Director Du persisted, saying she was very popular with high appearance fees. If she did not want a pair, she just needed not hold hands. He added that only 1 male and 1 female guest were missing, asking her to help him as a favor. Lak Bang changed her mind, agreeing on conditions she could bring a male friend. Du gladly accepted. Lam Tan's image lingered in her mind. Perhaps missing him caused the strange dream. This was a chance to be closer to him for 5 days on the island. In the male dormitory, Lam Tan received Lak Bang's message inviting him to join the reality show. He lay with legs crossed, thinking of a free island vacation, and seeing Lak Bang, such joy could not be missed. Days later, the survival dating show, titled Love Adventure Island, officially aired. Hosts Daihak and Tiu Bok hyped the atmosphere, introducing main sponsor director Veen En-Huan of En-Huan Tri Cosmetics. The season followed 6 men and women surviving on a poor island, then overcoming challenges to reach a rich island. The winning couple would receive 1 million yuan, and daily audience votes would determine the leading pair. However, the winning pair might not hold hands successfully and vice versa, so romantic outcomes remained uncertain. The host introduced the first male guest, rising superstar Gi-1EADT Tran, then famous model Baek T-Dun. Sponsor Veen En-Huan covered her face, screaming as her idol appeared. Daihak sighed in relief. The camera did not capture it. If viewers knew the sponsor was a fangirl, there would be trouble. Tiu Bok laughed, saying it was fine since most screen time was for guests, and she probably sponsored for her idol. Online viewers surged with comments praising Gi-1EADT Tran's perfect looks. The host continued, introducing the third male guest from the literature department of Jiang Film University, Lam Tan. Please welcome the first female guest, Bo Lin, a fashion blogger with over 8 million followers. She waved brightly at the camera. Next was Dudia, a renowned contemporary dancer. She warmly greeted viewers. The third female guest appeared, award-winning actress Dai Lak Bang. She stepped out radiantly amid a storm of comments. Broadcast announced that island resources were scarce, so food was priority for survival and departure. But blind searching was unwise. Therefore, 3 tool cards were placed at the destination. Whoever arrived first would win the premium card. Lam Tan and the 2 male guests took their positions and began warming up. Outside, Bolin and Dudia kept praising tight Gi-1EADT Tran's sprint ability. Former champion with excellent speed and posture. At Gi-1EADT Tran's gaze was fixed on Dai Lak Bang. Her beauty and aura drew his attention. In his eyes, she was the perfect model. Only such a woman suited him. Lak Bang, however, did not care since she already liked someone else. She wanted to talk to Lam Tan, but had to follow rules not revealing outside acquaintance. Soon the ready signal sounded. 3 male guests dashed off like arrows. GI letter 1 EADT. Tran displayed confidence since this was his strength. Fangirls screamed before screens. GI letter 1 EADT Tran, I want to welcome you with my whole face. Comments flooded. Some criticized the fangirls for excess. Dense comments annoyed other viewers. At the commentary table, Vinen Huan cheered fervently since she designed the game to highlight her idol. On the field, a nimble figure prepared to overtake. He remained calm and suddenly accelerated past his opponent. Decisively seized the premium tool card. The scene left GI letter 1 EADT Tran and the audience stunned, not understanding what had happened. Only Lac Bang could not hide the admiration in her eyes. He was so fast. That unconscious remark made Bo Lin and Du Dia turn to look at her. The MC excitedly announced that the 3 male guests were invited to open the boxes and receive their corresponding tools. Lam Tan exchanged his premium card for a carbon fishing rod and high-quality bait. His task was to go out to sea and find food. Jayat Tran received a long pole with a blade at the end. He had to look for food in the trees. Jun received a pair of gloves. He had to find food under the grass within 1 hour. The winner would enjoy a grand feast and choose 1 female guest to join him. When the signal began, Jayat Tran swiftly picked fruit from high above, believing that within an hour he would certainly win. He wiped his sweat with utter self-satisfaction, while the comments section overflowed with praise for his abs and handsome appearance. Jun anxiously stared at the mushroom in front of him, unsure whether it was edible. After 1 hour, they had only gathered a few scattered items. Even so, the female guests still praised them. On a deserted island like this, it was already quite abundant. Lin and Du Dia were about to declare the winner when Lac Bang interrupted, because Lam Tan had not returned yet. Du Dia explained that perhaps in such a short time, it was difficult to catch any fish. Jun regretfully said that if he had a fishing rod, 1 hour would be enough to catch a whole kilogram of fish. At that moment, Lam Tan appeared and apologized for being late. Everyone turned their heads in unison. He walked forward confidently with his arms full of seafood. All of them widened their eyes in shock. Lac Bang was unable to hide her joy. He was amazing. Lam Tan placed lobsters, fresh oysters, scallops, and even sea urchins on the table, far surpassing the achievements of the other 2. Those who had once mocked him now stared longingly at the fresh catch of seafood. The MC cleared his throat and announced that the winner of the food-finding round was Lam Tan. Vinen Huan remained indifferent because she only cared that Jayat Tran's fan numbers had surged, believing this small victory was insignificant. The official result confirmed that Lam Tan had won and was allowed to choose 1 female guest for a luxurious meal. Without hesitation, he turned and said, I choose. Lac Bang blushed and stepped forward. The 2 female guests let out sighs of relief. Bo Lin and Du Dia whispered that fortunately they were not chosen because they did not want a private date with an unknown student. That way they would have more chances to approach Jayat Tran. Jun was disappointed because he thought Lam Tan also liked Lac Bang, while Jayat Tran showed his displeasure openly. Not long after, a lavish seafood banquet table was prepared. The dining location was breathtakingly beautiful. Lac Bang raised her glass of wine and said that soaking in the cool sea while enjoying such delicious food was truly special. Lam Tan nodded in agreement, politely asked whether the young award-winning actress felt pressured, reminding himself to keep the conversation normal. She shared that the greatest pressure came from investors, then asked about his studies and his romantic life. Lam Tan frankly said he was too busy to have time for love, making Lac Bang secretly happy because she thought he did not have a girlfriend. She noticed the ice cream in front of her and praised how delicious it looked. Lam Tan scooped a spoonful and held it out to her, telling her to try it. Lac Bang shyly accepted it and tasted it. The MC excitedly said there were sparks between the student and the award-winning actress, but many viewers objected, saying he was not worthy. In the distance, Jayat Tran watched them with an irritated gaze. Jayat Tran was so furious inside that he did not bother to hide his expression. Had he really thought himself impressive just for winning a trivial game? He and Lac Bang were worlds apart. She was only being friendly because the program required it. That was merely professional skill. Those who were not chosen only had a simple meal. Someone called out, Jayat Tran, come over and eat. Wanting to seize the spotlight, he proposed using the wood ear mushrooms he had picked from the trees and the mushrooms Jun had dug up to cook a mixed soup. He even criticized Lam Tan's seafood for lacking seasoning and utensils, saying that on a deserted island, eating raw lobster and oysters was only for show and not practical. Dia and Bo Lin were captivated by that confidence, continuously praising Jayat Tran for his knowledge and eagerly wanting to taste the dish he cooked. Being flattered like that, he acted even more like a star, believing that no matter the circumstances, he would remain the shining center. Finally, the pot of soup was ready. Everyone gathered around praising its fragrance and admiring his cooking skills. The whole group eagerly enjoyed it without any suspicion, constantly exclaiming how delicious it was. As a result, they had to take turns running to the restroom, while netizens laughed uncontrollably at the dramatic backfire of his showy act. Only Jayat Trans fans continued to defend him, saying he had good intentions, and perhaps the program's food was the problem. When the crescent moon rose high, the first day's ranking was announced. The top was tight Jayat Tran with 95%. The comments were filled with praise. The love for him had never faded. Fans promised they would always support their idol. Next was Bak Ti-jun with 70%. Fans marveled at his top-tier looks. Some even joked that they wanted to be caught between the double doors of his refrigerator like chess. Lam Tan was the lowest with 19%. Many people encouraged the senior to keep going. A student from the same university wondered why an unknown person got to dine with the goddess Bang Bang and hoped the program team would eliminate him. The female side, Bo Lin reached 80%. Fans called her a savior of beauty and poured all their votes into supporting her. Dudia received 70%. Admirers praised that even on a deserted island, she still radiated charisma and hoped to see her dance. Highest was Dai Lak Bang with 90%. The audience was captivated by her bare-faced beauty and sent countless words of love. On the open ground, the huts stood closely together. Late at night, despite being exhausted from digestive trouble, Jayat Tran still calculated that in the next round he would make Dai Lak Bang lean toward him. Lak Bang slept soundly. He grew even more determined, believing he was her only true choice. The next morning, the sun rose beautifully. The second day of the program began with the theme that water was the vital element. The new rule was announced. The 3 female guests had to find the clean water source arranged by the program team. Whoever found it first would win. The 3 male guests stood waiting by the sea. The reward was a cooling gift package, but searching randomly could lead them astray. The program team prepared a compass and the right to start 15 minutes early, but only 1 female guest could obtain it after a battle on the floating raft. The simple rule was to push the 2 opponents into the water. Whoever remained standing last would receive the priority card. First one stepped out in a refreshing swimsuit. The second was bolder with a striking design. The last one balanced between the 2 styles. The comments buzzed with praise for Bo Lin's figure and Dudia's defined abs. The reaction to Lak Bang was also explosive. Many people saw her in a swimsuit for the first time, and she was still stunningly beautiful. The 3 male guests cheered enthusiastically. Each of them had their own unique charm. The MC reminded them not to pull hair, not to tug clothes, and not to use hands or feet to attack, then shouted, "Prepare." Bo Lin calculated that the other 2 would eliminate each other, while she reaped the benefit. Dudia was determined to drag Lak Bang down first to have a chance to interact with Jayat Tran. As for Lak Bang, she was slightly flustered and had not thought of a strategy. As soon as the start signal sounded, she was targeted by Dudia. Dudia tightly hugged Lak Bang's waist. He apologized and then slammed Lak Bang onto the floor amid cheers. Scuffle thrilled the audience. The comments lavishly praised Dudia's figure. The 3 male guests blushed and cheered Bang Bang to keep going. About to be eliminated, Lak Bang called out to Bo Lin that if she went down, then Bo Lin would be next. Bo Lin hesitated for a moment, and she decided to rush in to help. She grabbed Dudia's leg. With her strength, Bo Lin managed to separate the 2. Lak Bang quickly grabbed Dudia's other leg. The 2 coordinated to try to push her into the water. They pulled in the wrong direction, causing Dudia to suffer the most. Lak Bang shouted to remind Bo Lin that she was pushing the wrong side, while she herself was already exhausted. Lam Tan could not hold back and got a nosebleed, joking that this scene alone was worth the ticket price. Being cornered, Dudia decided to counterattack. She used her explosive strength and flexibility to lift herself up. Lin lost her balance and slipped near the edge of the platform. In the end, she plunged headfirst into the water while her legs were still caught on the edge. Eliminated from the game, her fans still regretfully cried out for help. Now on the field, only Dudia stood face to face against Lak Bang. She suddenly spun around and swiftly clamped one of her opponent's legs. In the end, she successfully locked her leg, pinning Lak Bang down so tightly that she could not move at all. The MC was thrilled beyond measure at the intense chase. Oh my, they are rolling. Dudia is dragging Dai Lak Bang along with her. Such impressive strength. If Lak Bang cannot turn it around in time, she might be pushed straight into the water. Lak Bang fell into a dangerous position. She is fighting back fiercely. Suddenly, from outside, Lam Tan shouted loudly, "Bang bang, keep going, you will definitely win. I always believe in you." Dai Hak immediately seized the moment. Oh, is Lam Tan cheering so hard for Bang Bang? But Tiu Bok asserted that no matter how loud the cheering was, it would be hard to change the already decided outcome. Some even mocked him, telling him not to delude himself. The situation was clearly hard to reverse. Everyone thought Dia would win and choose him. Being fought over like this was unavoidable. Bang Bang, try harder next time. T-Jun sneered, shouting that loudly. Do you want to pair up with Dai Lak Bang? With me here, do not even dream about it. Yet those words of encouragement gave Lak Bang renewed strength. Lam Tan was still standing on her side. As if empowered, she suddenly turned the tide, leaving Dia stunned. What is happening? Lak Bang's eyes blazed with determination. She had to win. Dia refused to let go, trying to pull her leg free. Do not dream that I will let you off so easily. Using her foothold on the platform, Lak Bang gathered her strength and forced her opponent back toward the edge. In the end, she made Dia lose her balance and fall straight into the water. Except for Lam Tan, who cheered excitedly, "Bang Bang, you are amazing." Everyone else was stunned. Some even demanded to check whether Lak Bang knew martial arts. 1 second she seemed certain to lose. The next she had reversed it spectacularly. Dai Hak and Tiu Bok also burst out in excitement. Dai Lak Bang has won. It is unbelievable. From a dead end, she launched a stunning counterattack. Now the award-winning actress had a new title, Queen of the Water. Not long after, Lak Bang pointed toward the waterfall, and the MC announced the result. After half an hour of intense competition, the winner, as expected, was Dai Lak Bang. She obtained the water-finding tool and discovered the clean water source. Standing before the newly found waterfall, everyone marveled. Wow, it is so beautiful, so cool. The beach was scorching hot. Who would have thought this place would be so pleasant? Ah, over there is. Before the sentence was finished, the MC continued, that is right. That is a bathroom specially invested for the guests, with an independent water treatment system, so environmentally conscious friends can rest assured. Hearing that, Dia's eyes lit up. That is wonderful. We can finally bathe. T-Jun complained that not showering yesterday made him feel miserable. Lak Bang led the group forward according to the instructions, inviting Dai Lak Bang to follow the wooden path ahead. Before them was a small pool set beneath an ancient tree, the cooling reward specially prepared by the program for the winner. Dia and Bo Lin, one full of regret, the other in admiration. A hot water massage pool was truly indulgent, soaking while relaxing, sipping chilled fruit juice, watching the waterfall and listening to birdsong. It was unbearably enviable. The most exciting part was coming next. Please invite Bang Bang to choose one guest to share the reward. Dia secretly guessed she would choose Jayat Tran. Lak Bang blushed and hesitated. I choose. Jayat Tran was absolutely confident. Besides me, who else could she choose? She is an award-winning actress. I am top traffic. Wealth is not lacking. If we pair up, we will dominate the hot search rankings. T-Jun also pointed at himself repeatedly. Choose me, choose me. Lak Bang decisively gave her final choice, Lam Tan. That decision left Jayat Tran dumbfounded. Why choose an unknown person like that? Netizens were also surprised. It was hard to predict how the traffic would fluctuate this time. I thought she would choose Jayat Tran. Lin and Dia could only look at each other in confusion. At the MC's request, they had to leave. The remaining 4 guests were invited to return to the beach, leaving private space for Dai Lak Bang and Lam Tan. Jayat Tran felt humiliated and was furious. Dai Lak Bang did not choose me. Does she know she missed the chance to double the traffic? Only T-Jun remained confident. Bang Bang has a broad perspective. She chose Lam Tan because he chose her last time. Hearing that, Jayat Tran calmed down. It seemed she had her own calculations, considerate even between them. Thinking that way, Jayat Tran felt more at ease, believing that later Bang Bang would consider choosing the one with the highest traffic, namely him. That was what the program and the fans truly wanted. Over here, Lam Tan marveled at the poetic scenery. The program building a bathtub under this tree was truly romantic. The online community was once again in an uproar over his physique. A sports student with abs like that was undeniably eye-catching. Just then, Lak Bang's voice rang out, making him turn around. Sorry to keep you waiting. The title of award-winning actress was indeed well-deserved. Her mere appearance made viewers' hearts flutter. Bang Bang is so beautiful, rich, and generous, truly the goddess in fans' hearts. Lam Tan briskly stepped down into the hot pool. He reached out to help Lak Bang and skillfully praised her. Being able to see Bang Bang so beautiful and charming like this is truly worth it. Be careful. She pretended to be shy. I did not expect the program to have so many water activities. I only brought 2 swimsuits. In truth, she had prepared many, only daring to wear the bolder one when alone. Lam Tan raised his glass and politely said, "Thank you for choosing me." Lack Bang immediately replied, I should be the one thanking you for cheering me on. At that time, even I almost gave up. Amid falling petals, his sincerity stood out even more. My intuition told me you would definitely win. Those words moved her deeply. Lam Tan always believed in her unconditionally. Aside from him, it seemed no one understood her so well. Because of that, her favorability increased by 2%, reaching 92%. That moment, the surface of the water suddenly rippled, startling Lack Bang. Immediately after, both of them were delighted by the surprise. Wow, so many bubbles. It is my first time bathing in a tub full of bubbles like this. It would be a waste not to play with them. As soon as she heard the suggestion, Lack Bang eagerly agreed, that sounds fun. Seeing Lam Tan covered in white foam, she burst into laughter. But then water splashed onto her face, making her cry out softly. He cupped his hands like a water gun. Watch this move, continuously shooting water toward her. After her counterattack, Lack Bang pretended to pout. You are playing dirty. The bubbles went into my mouth. That sweet scene made Dai Hack and Tiu Bok sigh in admiration. Am I imagining it? These two really look like a couple. The scenery was heart-stirring, while Veen En Huan remained immersed in her fangirl role. Elsewhere, Bo Lin and Didya sheltered under the tree but still felt hot and stuffy. Not cool at all. The wind was scorching, so envious of Dai Lack Bang. Jayat Tran suddenly had a new idea. Cannot stand the heat, I have a way. He took the opportunity to show off his toned physique. This sea area is very clean, and it is the peak season for the fattest oysters and sea cucumbers. Lam Tan caught quite a few earlier. It should not be difficult. T-Jun and I will go down and get some for everyone. Fond of showing off and prone to delusion, some said Lam Tan gained support by flaunting his body. How ridiculous. How could he compare to me? T-Jun also joined in showing off his figure. I am the best swimmer, Jayat Tran, and I will definitely return with abundant spoils. You two just sit and wait to enjoy. Bolin and Didya were persuaded by their appearance. That is great then, thank you. Jayat Tran is truly capable. Yesterday, Lam Tan gathered so much food. Today we will probably have good fortune again. When they dived into the water, the comment section exploded. Jayat Tran is so handsome. What an amazing body. Some refuted, and that is called handsome. He is not even as good as Lam Tan. Where are your eyes? Only Jayat Tran's female fans were infatuated. Prefer this slender type. That is the standard figure. Once he takes action, the harvest will surely surpass Lam Tan many times over. The boys also argued fiercely. I do not believe it. Large oysters and sea cucumbers are usually at depths of 7 to 10 meters. Lam Tan has real ability. Those two might not manage anything. It must be admitted that the online war of words was extremely intense. Some demanded the platform block that man's account, daring to take jabs at Jayat Tran. Just wait to be exposed and banned. An hour later, the mixed soup was finished, stirring up netizens. What kind of cuisine is this? Where are the oysters? Where are the sea urchins? Was I seeing things earlier? After showing off now, it turned into a joke. Yet Jayat Tran still lifted his chin proudly. T-Jun and I thought those items were not safe, so we cooked this mixed seafood soup instead. The flavor is quite good. In truth, that was merely an excuse, because he simply lacked the ability to free dive into deep waters to catch sea urchins. He could only bring back a few simple things, but it was strange how Lam Tan managed to do it. Bolin and Didya reluctantly praised it. The aroma was quite appealing, perhaps even easier to eat than raw oysters and sea urchins. But in reality, they were still traumatized from the earlier incident. With such hot soup, who could swallow it? Just thinking about it made them pale. Just as things grew awkward, someone appeared to resolve it. It is now 5:30 in the afternoon, dinner time. Guests are invited to collect rations at the supply point. The two girls immediately slipped away, leaving Jayat Tran and T-Jun standing frozen for a few seconds. After a whole day of activity, they were starving. I'm about to faint from hunger too. Let us see who runs faster. The second day's voting results showed that Jayat Tran and T-Jun both dropped in ranking, while Lam Tan's score increased. On the female side, Lack Bang and Didya both gained support. Only Bo Lin declined. That number made someone so furious that she threw her tablet straight to the ground. Turned out to be Vuong En Huan, unwilling to accept it. Clearly, Jayat Tran had shown off an outstanding physique and gained many fans, yet the support rate had dropped so sharply. Dai Hack and Tiu Bok only dared to whisper, that physique really does attract likes, but perhaps it was because of the sea urchin incident that it backfired. They spoke softly. It was enough for her to shoot them a sharp and furious glare. Her mind immediately calculated. Jayat Tran was only unlucky to dive into an area without sea urchins. Otherwise, everything would have gone smoothly, and the support rate would surely be higher. Vuong En Huan slumped into her seat, then sprang up, making the floor tremble. I do not care. Tu hurried to reassure her. Miss Veen, please rest assured. The program has arrangements. Tomorrow will be a competition among the guests. Jayat Tran will definitely dominate with his score. Only then did she curl her lips and say she would reluctantly accept it. Even offered a reward. Do well, and I will give each of you 100,000 flower coins. Tomorrow you must ensure Jayat Tran is the center of attention and give him the best shots. Hearing about money, Daihak and Tiu Bok lit up and repeatedly thanked the sponsor. The sun rose high. The commentator's voice echoed across the island. The third day of Let Us Love, Idle Island officially went live. In the blink of an eye, it was a new challenge. The third rule of survival on a deserted island is building shelter. To withstand harsh weather, a fully functional dwelling is essential. Therefore, today's task is to build shelters. Whichever team completes it best will win. Everyone must have noticed it is a team competition, meaning you must cooperate with a partner. Choosing a compatible teammate is already half the victory. The winner also has the right to invite one more female guest to enjoy a luxurious wooden house for one night, with top-tier amenities, on a deserted island that is nothing short of paradise. T-Jun and Jayat Tran began warming up, while on the other side, Lam Tan maintained his usual calm demeanor. 10 years of experience with 3 guests did not shake him in the slightest. Just determine the winner. Whoever is the fastest will have the right to choose the companion he desires. However, this was no ordinary race, but a balance beam challenge measuring heartbeats. On the beam, the 3 female guests were already in position. The audience grew wildly excited just hearing the rules, even envying the male guests for getting close to Bang Bang. Were they really going to let them brush past each other like that? I love this scene so much. Do not stop it. Still in his old style, he jerked his leg forward and struck a flashy pose, signaling that he was ready to step onto the beam. That man even lectured Lam Tan. Hey kid, do not chase speed and bump into the female guests, making them fall into the water. After all, this show is ultimately about charm. Hearing that, he felt nothing but question marks filling his mind. Ijun, standing beside him, chimed in, saying that his first running victory was only luck. The balance beam required stability, not speed, so he stood no chance. Lam Tan immediately replied that his balance was not bad either. The man sneered that his leg jerk move had once won this event. On the other side, Bin and Hyun appeared very satisfied with this script. It seemed they had prepared carefully, knowing that Gi letter 1 EADT Tran had once won the University Balance Beam Championship. She was so excited that she generously rewarded them. I am about to witness Gi letter 1 EADT Tran elegant posture on the beam. If he wins again, he will surely attract more fans. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Reward 100,000 flower coins. Daihak and Tiu Bok repeatedly thanked the patron. Back on the field, T-Jun slung an arm over Lam Tan's shoulder and laughed mockingly. This round actually tests chemistry. You are just an amateur, so the girls may not cooperate with you. Take care of yourself. Right then the signal sounded. Prepare to start. Gi letter 1 EADT Tran immediately placed his hands on the beam. He sprang into the air, forming a beautiful arc. In the end, he landed steadily with masterful skill that left Bo Lin mesmerized. The netizens also erupted. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? Those legs truly stole my heart. Gi letter 1 EADT Tran embraced her and gently reassured her, trust me, I will not let you fall. Bo Lin softly murmured her agreement. Even if there was a slight collision ahead, he still delicately used only his wrist to support the other person. The comment section exploded at that action. Truly a gentleman hand, worthy of Gi letter 1 EADT Tran, not touching directly but using only his wrist to show courtesy. Exceedingly elegant. Soon he was only a few steps from the finish. Astonishingly fast. In an instant, tight Gi letter 1 EADT Tran brushed past the 2 girls with both speed and grace. But this time he deliberately moved closer to her. Relax and trust your whole body to me. I will not let you fall. The audience immediately filled the screen with cheers. Just pair them already. Clearly, he was no longer using his wrist. Anyone could see Gi letter 1 EADT Tran had feelings for Lak Bang. Satisfaction was evident on his face. The comment section must be exploding. 2 days ago, he had no chance to shine, but today was enough to send his popularity soaring. Thinking further, he even blushed. Compared to the previous 2, they were far less attractive. Only when beside Bang Bang could he feel true softness. Suddenly, Lak Bang forcefully pushed him away. Fans immediately gloated. It seemed Bang Bang was resisting Gi letter 1 EADT Tran. Did anyone ask her before trying to pair them? How ridiculous. Even so, Gi letter 1 EADT Tran still tried to hug her again. Bang Bang, do not resist. Without cooperation, you will fall. He even calculated further. At least he had to pretend to accidentally touch her butt to increase interaction. Only with such a scene could the couple effect be amplified. Unexpectedly, Lak Bang immediately drove her knee into his sensitive spot. The pain from his lower body turned Gi letter 1 EADT Tran face pale. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Lak Bang fell straight into the water. Despite the pain twisting his face, he maintained his composure. Bang Bang, are you all right? It was my carelessness. Inside, he was seething. It hurt like hell. She even dared to make him lose face on camera. The chance to pair up was right there, and she did not seize it. Though being taken advantage of, she still kept a gentle attitude. "It is fine, hurry across before time runs out." The audience speculated noisily. Was she about to knee him just now? Good, no one gets to force my wife. Although he finished safely, GI letter 1 EADT Tran lower body still trembled. He completed the beam in 15 seconds. The speed was indeed impressive. Next signal was for Park Ti-jun. Upon hearing start, he burned with competitiveness. Noticing the rules only required the men not to fall while the women falling did not count. Was that not too easy? Ti-jun then dashed across the beam, causing Bo Lin and Dia to fall in shock. Even Lak Bang standing there could not stop his plan. He had intended to take the chance to get close to her, but in the end pushed her away. As long as he won, he would have the right to choose. Sorry, Bang Bang. Before he could act, she had already fallen on her own. Just as he was about to move, he was momentarily stunned by that reaction. When pressing the finish button, he still looked toward Lak Bang. Ti-jun crossed safely in 12 seconds, even faster than GI letter 1 EADT Tran. Lin angrily scolded him. "What is wrong with you? Falling into the water hurts. Are you that reckless just to win? I do not accept this result." Netizens loudly cheered. Ti-jun still argued back. "I did not do it on purpose. The rules did not forbid it." "Brother GI letter 1 EADT Tran, you think so too? He was an accident while I let everyone judge. As long as the production team accepts it, that is enough." In the end, he was still penalized. After discussion, the production team determined Park Ti-jun violated the rules and canceled his result. He could only hold his head and cry no. They also issued a new rule that each female guest falling would add 5 seconds, hoping the men would take note. Tiu Bak agreed as well, since this was to protect everyone when men grew too competitive. They immediately turned to flatter the boss. "Do you find it satisfactory?" Vuong En-hyun was very pleased and praised their quick response, believing this champion would certainly be GI letter 1 EADT Tran. Bo Lin and Lak Bang discussed the new rule. Adding this regulation now seemed somewhat unfair. "I actually think it is quite fine." Dia winced because her butt had turned red from the fall. "Bang Bang, do you still want to fall again?" Finally, it was Lam Tan's turn. Invited to prepare. GI letter 1 EADT Tran beside him even mocked that as a passerby he had already had too much screen time and should know his place. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan retorted sharply, "You cooking 2 pots of soup was already enough to hog the spotlight. Who could possibly take it from you?" Leaving the other speechless. GI letter 1 EADT Tran tried to stay calm and wished him luck, hoping he would smile at the end, inwardly telling himself there was no need to be angry at someone bound to lose. Better to calculate what it would be like to pair with Bang Bang. Verbal sparring drew Dai Hack and Tiu Bak attention. They teased that it was probably just pre-battle declarations. Men remained like boys even when old. Unexpectedly, GI letter 1 EADT Tran also had such a cute side. En-hyun instead showed disdain. How could that roadside nobody deserve GI letter 1 EADT Tran declaration of war? He was merely offering a light reminder. Whenever the camera panned to him, she only wanted to fast forward. While Lam Tan was still calculating, the signal sounded. "Prepare to start." She still thought in her heart to hurry and fast forward. Instantly, he leaped high with remarkable lightness. Bo Lin could only lift her head to watch Lam Tan seemingly glide past her. When he landed firmly, she lost balance and fell backward. Knowing she was about to fall, Bo Lin screamed in panic. Fortunately, an arm promptly wrapped around her waist. With just a gentle pull, Lam Tan saved Bo Lin. Female fans were immediately captivated. While that classic spin was so beautiful, suddenly Bo Lin and Lam Tan also seemed to have great chemistry. The male fans were openly jealous. Hugging Bo Lin like that must feel amazing. How could an ordinary person jump so high? It also darkened GI letter 1 EADT Tran face. Even if he lost, did he still have to steal my spotlight? Frightened, Bo Lin tightly hugged Lam Tan neck, crying, "It is spinning too fast, do not let go." While he was far from pleased, if not for the time penalty, I would not want to save her. Now letting her go would cost even more seconds. He looked toward the stunned Dia and quickly made a decision. It seemed there was only one way. Seeing Lam Tan still holding Bo Lin and approaching, she panicked and shouted, "Hey, do not come over here." In the blink of an eye, a figure swept like the wind past Dia's waist. It turned out he had lifted both of them at once, and still calmly continued forward. That unbelievable sight nearly made GI letter 1 EADT Tran and Ti-jun slip. This was no joke. Bo Lin and Dia screamed loudly while Lam Tan remained composed. As long as he maintained balance and rotated around himself as the central axis, it would be the most stable. Not stopping there, he even decided to go big, making everyone gasp. "Bang Bang, jump up here." Lak Bang did not hesitate in the slightest and followed. Even in such an unstable posture, the two exchanged a deeply understanding glance. Thus Lam Tan alone held 3 girls at once, while still dashing swiftly along the beam, leaving the entire audience too shocked to speak. Oh my God! The moment he pressed the finish button, the result was announced. Lam Tan time was 9 seconds. The champion belonged to Lam Tan. Hugged Lac Bang to celebrate amid astonished cheers. It was truly unbelievable. Was this something a human could do? Lam Tan was simply outstanding. The MC continued. Please invite the male guests to choose in turn the companion they prefer. Lam Tan did not change his mind. I choose Lac Bang. While GI letter 1EADT Tran reluctantly chose Bo Lin. The rules for the next round were then announced. Pairs would receive tools to build a shelter within 3 hours. The winning team would gain the right to choose 1 female guest to enjoy the exquisite wooden house together. The audience excitedly discussed, meaning if female A worked hard to build the house, but the man chose female B to enjoy the result, what would the boys do? Truly worth anticipating. Amid the sun-drenched green forest, M. Tan and Lac Bang divided the tasks, one chopping wood, the other patiently carving each small wooden piece. He even carried her on his shoulders to gather vines from above. Watching their smooth coordination, GI letter 1EADT Tran gritted his teeth in anger. This guy steals the spotlight every time and keeps interacting with Bang Bang. A brief loss of control was noticed by Bo Lin. GI letter 1EADT Tran, are you unwell? You look frightening. That man immediately switched to a friendly expression. I am planning how to build the perfect shelter. Once we win, we will enjoy the wooden house together. Hearing that she was delighted, you will truly choose me. I will do my best to help you. Truth, she was only being used. GI letter 1EADT Tran thought to himself that no matter who he paired with, he would build the best. Tonight, Lac Bang would still stay with him. An hour passed. Lac Bang was still diligently tying wood, while Bo Lin behind them was sobbing softly. Hearing the sound, she turned around in surprise. The limping figure startled Lac Bang, Bo Lin. Two paused their work to talk. Why are you here alone? Lam Tan went to gather wood. What happened to your leg? Are you not helping GI letter 1EADT Tran? I accidentally twisted it, and he is not as perfect as people online say. Bo Lin lowered her head in disappointment. Before starting, he promised victory and said he would invite me into the wooden house. I was once very happy, but once we began, he changed to a cold, commanding tone. In her memory, GI letter 1EADT Tran was always irritable and constantly criticizing. Nothing she did ever satisfied him. It made me feel useless, and he even sent me into the forest to get wood, which caused me to twist my ankle. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. If not for fear of his fans, I would have scolded him directly. Lac Bang placed a finger on her lips, signaling silence. From afar, Lam Tan carried a large pile of firewood and walked over leisurely. Bo Lin, are you here to secretly learn or to scout? After hearing Lac Bang recount it, Lam Tan frowned. Letting a girl gather wood does not sound right. The wood is this heavy. Since we have extra, we can give her some. He readily agreed. But Bo Lin shook her head and refused. Thank you, but no need. If I use your wood, GI letter 1EADT Tran, and the production team will surely be unhappy. Those words stunned Lac Bang. What do you mean by that? Bo Lin poured out a stream of words. Is it not because GI letter 1EADT Tran keeps losing to Lam Tan that he is upset? In everything he excels at, he still loses. So he vents his anger on me. Just hearing it feels uncomfortable. Lac Bang refused to let it go. How can you say that? We only meant well. And Lam Tan began to realize the problem. Just then, GI letter 1EADT Tran walked over. Bo Lin, what happened to your leg? She complained that she had twisted her ankle. He pretended to be gentle again. I am sorry for letting you gather wood. Now rest and just sit to assist me. His sweet words softened her heart. So he was not as bad as I thought. Lac Bang and Lam Tan were left speechless. 3 hours ended. The MC announced time was up, and even if unfinished, they had to stop. Scoring began with Park Ti-jun and Dia team. The crude tent left them embarrassed. The two strongest had not even finished. Clearly poor coordination. The audience guessed they were still upset about being pushed into the water. The MC enthusiastically introduced GI letter 1EADT Tran and Bo Lin team. The shelter made good use of the terrain. The roof was sturdy. The interior fit 2 people. The comments exploded praising him for being good at everything. Hearing that GI letter 1EADT Tran arrogantly declared he was surely first place. No need to watch the rest. What could a student possibly achieve? But when the massive treehouse appeared, the MC invited everyone to see the final team shelter. Everyone was filled with question marks. GI letter 1EADT Tran stood frozen and stammered. How was this possible? Ti-jun ran over to inspect. How could this be done in 3 hours? This staircase would not collapse right. Bo Lin and Dia gasped in admiration. The windows could even open and close and block the wind. Dream House stirred the netizens. Was this really built by a person? Some suspected the production team prepared it in advance, but others believed in Lam Tan ability. In the comment room, Vinen Huan was furious. Such a large construction, and you did not film the process or report it beforehand. What kind of work is this? Daihak and Tiu Bok forced smiles and apologized, promising to check and disqualify Lam Tan if he cheated, though inwardly resentful because she had previously told them not to film him. Staff displayed the footage on screen. Cameras recorded the entire process. Almost single-handedly, Lam Tan completed the treehouse. After fast-forwarding, the three held their heads in shock. Was this truly human strength? Finally, the MC announced that after verification, Lam Tan truly built the tree house himself. So he and Lak Bang won. She happily threw herself into his arms. GI letter 1 EADT Tran face twisted in anger, yet he still clapped reluctantly. Impressive indeed, Lam Tan. I concede wholeheartedly. Backstage, Vinen Huan ground her teeth in fury. This Lam Tan kept stealing GI letter 1 EADT Tran spotlight. She could not let him win so easily. Lam Tan held Lak Bang's hand and looked deeply into her eyes. You will spend tonight with me in this wooden house. But before he finished, the production team stopped him. Sorry, you cannot choose Lak Bang. She looked blankly toward the director. Why? The show quickly explained. We know you both are very capable, but we must create opportunities for other guests. The audience also wants to see reactions when pairs change, so Mr. Lam, this time please choose between the remaining two. Understanding the situation, Lak Bang quickly whispered, I am fine, just choose them. As long as in the end we still leave here holding hands, that is enough. Lam Tan kept a calm face and replied, all right. Immediately he pointed behind him. Then I choose Bo Lin. The unexpected decision made her cry out in shock. Bo Lin instantly overthought negatively. Earlier I was annoyed with him, yet he still chose me. Could he be the type of man who enjoys conquest? How irritating. Did you felt hurt? In terms of looks or figure, I am not inferior to Bo Lin. Why did he not choose me? GI letter 1 EADT Tran and T Jun looked pleased instead. Corners of their mouths revealed calculation. Lam Tan stepped in front of Bo Lin and explained that since she twisted her ankle, she needed a comfortable space to rest to avoid worsening the injury. Hearing that, she blushed in embarrassment. So that was it, yet I misunderstood him. She softly thanked him. In fact, Lam Tan had realized the program intention through Bo Lin and T Jun words. These past days, they clearly favored GI letter 1 EADT Tran, treating the audience as fools. He also began to feel annoyed that his consecutive wins overshadowed GI letter 1 EADT Tran. Even though the production kept changing rules, they could not reverse it, so they must have prepared another move against him. No phones, no outside contact, kept on the island, and victory decided by popularity. The game was becoming more interesting. I will play to the end. With level 18 ability stats, Lam Tan was completely confident. Time passed quickly. Moonlight hung high over the wooden house. Bo Lin was carried upstairs, looking around in amazement. After 2 days in a tent, I can finally live decently. First thing Lam Tan noticed was the camera system arranged everywhere. She sat on the soft bed, thanking him for carrying her and apologizing for her earlier words. Lam Tan politely replied, it is fine, just rest, I can sleep on the sofa. But in his mind, he had calculated that, although Bo Lin spoke carelessly, she was straightforward, less scheming, and the easiest to influence. Preparing the sleeping area, he heard a fairly loud hiss. Bo Lin came out of the bathroom, saying perhaps the hot water made her ankles swell more. Lam Tan suggested, I know some therapeutic massage. Leaving it like this is not good, let me help you. She asked in surprise, you even know this, then nodded because of the pain. He gently lifted her leg, saying, fortunately it is not serious. It may hurt a bit during massage, bear with it. She kept replying, yes, yes. Immediately the skill activated. His eyes seemed to brighten. He pressed the acupoint under her soul, making her softly cry out. Lam Tan paused, asking if he pressed too hard. She quickly shook her head, just startled, please continue. His hands continued massaging flexibly and professionally. Her whole body trembled lightly. The sensation was numb and aching, yet her ankle clearly hurt less. Bo Lin lay stretched on the bed, causing comments to explode. What kind of ultimate technique is this? Master, teach me. This scene is both beautiful and captivating. Daihak looked at his phone as viewership skyrocketed within 2 minutes. Tiu Bok was startled hearing that. Back in the room, Bo Lin suddenly sat up, saying, wait. In her eyes, there was only Lam Tan focused figure. In just a few seconds, she was moved. He cared for me so attentively while I thought nonsense. Looking closely, he is quite handsome. Finally, he stopped. It is done tonight. Avoid too much movement. Tomorrow it will be better. She sighed, saying tomorrow might be hard to compete well, but still thanked him. She shyly suggested the bed is wide. You won this house, yet let you sleep on the sofa. I feel guilty. Before she finished, Lam Tan flopped onto the bed saying it is really comfortable. He even teased, if you need the restroom, wake me to support you. Bolin blushed, saying I do not have that habit. Another day passed, and the third day support rankings were announced. GI letter 1 EADT Tran and T Jun scores both decreased, while Lam Tan increased sharply. Among the women, Lak Bang rose slightly, while Bo Lin and Dia remained low. En Huan urged staff to find a way for GI letter 1 EADT Tran to interact with Dai Lak Bang because netizens expected it. Tomorrow it must succeed. After discussion, Dai Hak and Tiu Bok looked calculated. Tomorrow horse riding must arrange Dai Lak Bang on the same team as GI letter 1 EADT Tran. The next morning at the beach, 6 people gathered as the program loudspeaker announced the new game. 3 girls, Bo Lin, Lak Bang, and Dia eagerly awaited their challenge. Camera turned to the 3 men. Tiu Hak introduced the horse riding battle game. The female guests would choose a male partner, and since Bo Lin twisted her ankle, the rules were adjusted accordingly. While the girls were still excited, someone asked, what if multiple people want the same man? Dai Hak explained the man chosen by the most women would have the right to decide who to partner with. Comments immediately flooded, hoping Bang Bang pairs with Lam Tan. In the observation area, Dai Hak smugly said Bo Lin and Dia were GI letter 1 EADT Tran fans, so they would surely choose him. Tiu Bok added the initiative lay in GI letter 1 EADT Tran hands. Veen En Huan nodded satisfied. Just do that. Dai Lak Bang must contribute to raising GI letter 1 EADT Tran popularity. She even fantasized about fully exploiting Dai Lak Bang value. GI letter 1 EADT Tran reputation would reach a new level, and he would reward her handsomely. On the beach, Tiu Bok shouted, inviting the female guests to choose the man they wished to cooperate with. Slender legs immediately stepped forward in unison. GI letter 1 EADT Tran confidently raised his hand, inviting Bang Bang. The audience also thought everyone would choose him because his popularity was too high. In his eyes, there was only Lak Bang and intimate fantasies, but the name in her heart was Lam Tan. Jun gritted his teeth, knowing that even if Bang Bang chose him, GI letter 1 EADT Tran could still take her. More surprising was that Bo Lin happily walked towards someone else instead of GI letter 1 EADT Tran. Lam Tan, partner with me, Lak Bang exclaimed in surprise. What I also. Slightly flustered, she finished her sentence. I also choose Lam Tan. Hearing that, he curved his lips into a gentle smile. The entire studio fell silent, then collectively gaped. What on earth was happening? The online community exploded in outrage. Impossible. Why did Bo Lin not choose him? Yesterday, she was overjoyed to team with GI letter 1 EADT Tran. Meanwhile, some viewers laughed uncontrollably at GI letter 1 EADT Tran's stiff expression. Truly an unbearable comedic scene. Dai Hak hurried to smooth things over. Bo Lin is severely nearsighted, so she mistook. GI letter 1 EADT Tran is right beside their check again. This only made viewers more dissatisfied because it was too obvious. Without hesitation, Bo Lin emphasized each word. The person I choose is Lam Tan. She even jumped a few steps, proving her ankle had fully recovered thanks to last night's massage. Truly miraculous skill. Recalling last night, she flushed red. His hands were like magic. Circulation improved so well her whole body felt warm. Bo Lin continued, affirming this choice was based on her feelings. Dai Hak countered that choosing out of gratitude was excessive. She angrily replied, what is wrong with liking Lam Tan? Afraid the situation would spiral, he conceded. Lam Tan is currently the most popular, so he has the right to choose his partner. Just then, loud commotion erupted behind, interrupting. Ignoring it, Lam Tan politely said, sorry, I still choose Bang Bang. Bo Lin nodded as if expecting it. I understand. GI letter 1 EADT Tran had to accept reality and chose Dia, making her visibly delighted. T Jun gritted his teeth. Then only Bo Lin and I are left to team up. After waiting, there was no further announcement. The atmosphere grew awkward. Where did the MC go? Backstage, Dai Hak and Tiu Bok were trying hard to appease the furious Veen En Huan. Please calm down, do not harm your health. Yet she angrily strode toward the 3 posters before her. She snatched Bo Lin's photo and tore it apart to vent her anger. Her mouth kept cursing, daring to make GI letter 1 EADT Tran lose face. Do you know how hard he worked to reach today? He is my life. I will make you pay. Seeing that, Tiu Bok quickly comforted her. Actually, GI letter 1 EADT Tran partnering with Dia might be even better. Both were tall, giving them a great advantage in the horse riding battle. Once they won, they would regain their reputation. Dai Hak kept echoing in agreement. Veen En Huan did not think so. No matter what they had hurt GI letter 1 EADT Tran, I will absolutely not let this go. Call someone in here. The assistant immediately appeared. I am here, Mom. She gave the order at once, spread rumors to smear Bo Lin and especially Lam Tan. Let him taste the power of GI letter 1EADT Tran fans. I want him to regret offending him. After arranging everything, the two MCs returned to the stage. The female guests had put on all the props, and the rules were very simple. Whoever snatched the opponent wristband or fur tail would win. After hearing that, Lam Tan politely knelt on one knee. Come, let us win this match together. Lak Bang shyly climbed onto his shoulders. He did not forget to ask if she was seated firmly. He leaned down and softly replied, I am steady. When the three teams were ready, the MC reminded the men they could not use their hands to assist and could only act as support. The match officially began. Dia, with her dancer background, confidently declared this was her home ground. She and GI letter 1EADT Tran immediately charged toward Lam Tan team ahead. While they were distracted, Bo Lin seized the chance to ambush Dia, but the opponent was highly alert, not only dodging but counterattacking and causing Bo Lin to lose her advantage. Dia sneered, did you think that move would work a second time? Bo Lin, flustered, cried out my ear. Lak Bang rushed up to assist, but was also blocked by Dia. He was even restrained with both hands unable to move. The struggle above inadvertently put pressure on Lam Tan head below. The audience erupted again. Another day envying Lam Tan. The real protagonist was clearly him, not GI letter 1EADT Tran. At that moment, Lam Tan faced GI letter 1EADT Tran, glaring fiercely. Do not think being chosen by two girls means victory. You came as trash and you will leave as trash. He spoke while deliberately stomping hard on Lam Tan foot in retaliation. The stomp did not cause serious harm but drew his attention. There was something unusual about that man's foot. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he quickly spotted the only difference. He was wearing flesh-colored silicone socks with sharp shells attached underneath. Walking on sand left almost no trace. Using that to step on others could be blamed on shells scattered on the beach. GI letter 1EADT Tran continued provoking. Does it hurt? I want you to lose miserably. Lam Tan remained calm outwardly. No wonder he stayed in the restroom for half an hour, so he had prepared in advance. Seeing him attempt another stomp, he inwardly sneered. Even a titanium arm could be smashed, so what were a few shells? The next stomp missed, startling GI letter 1EADT Tran because Lam Tan foot was unharmed. Lam Tan seized the chance to lift Lak Bang and counterattack. Bang bang, hold tight. Dia was still confident. Fast indeed, but I have no weakness. Yet just when she thought victory was certain, an accident occurred. Lam Tan precise lean kept Lak Bang safe and allowed her to snatch the opponent tail amid cheers. Their coordination was flawless. Without giving Dia time to react, they quickly retreated, making her furious. Enraged, Dia turned to attack Bo Lin, who was eliminated before she could respond. After only a few minutes, only one team remained. Lak Bang excitedly said, we have a chance to win. Lam Tan replied, arrogantly, winning is not hard. What matters is how he will lose. Final two teams chased each other fiercely on the sand. The battle grew extremely tense. Soon after, an unexpected accident unfolded on the beach. The one who suffered was none other than GI letter 1EADT Tran, the man who kept trying to harm Lam Tan. The incident forced the match to pause. Comments split into two sides. GI letter 1EADT Tran fans claimed Lam Tan caused it, while others said the beach was full of shells and getting cut was normal. Without hospital, it would heal soon anyway. Lam Tan seized the chance to mock. GI letter 1EADT Tran, brother, why are you standing still out of strength? Let me cheer you on. Whoever loses is a dog. His taunt always worked on someone like him. Sensing trouble, Dia tried to persuade him. Calm down, do not fall for it. He is provoking you. Let us stay still to counter movement. GI letter 1EADT Tran waved her off. Shut up. That sentence in a dating show was like a blade cutting the listener. Disregarded his image and shouted that he had to win at all costs. The audience was shocked by his aggressiveness. His expression completely collapsed. Lam Tan even beckoned provocatively, come catch me, pushing him further into rage. Before running far, he tripped over something protruding in the sand and lost balance. His whole body plunged forward like a fallen dog, throwing Dia off his shoulders. Fortunately, Lam Tan caught her in time before a serious accident occurred. After regaining composure, she hurriedly thanked him repeatedly. The accident ended the match. Lam Tan even stepped forward to check on GI letter 1EADT Tran. Oh, did you faint? Turned him over by reflex out of humanity. Netizens laughed at the fallen idol. Some even blamed Lam Tan. The horse-riding battle concluded. Lak Bang sighed that this reward of diving was truly beautiful. But she was worried because she had never dived before and felt a bit afraid. Lam Tan reassured her, I swim very well and will protect you, making her eyes curve happily. Her heart brimmed with anticipation at possibly growing closer to him. Yet she remembered the cameras. She thought there would be private space, but drones and various cameras followed closely. The The production truly had many cameras. Even so, they still jumped into the water and began the mission. The underwater scenery was so magnificent that she forgot all worries. The audience also marveled at the beauty. Distracted by the view, Lac Bang fumbled with her snorkel, making netizens laugh. Bang Bang was adorable, being overwhelmed by the scenery. Luckily, the snorkel and drone supported her. At this moment, Lam Tan began to show his experienced guidance. Soon he led her swimming among floating jellyfish. Two leisurely explored the ocean beauty. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed by, startling Lac Bang. It turned out to be a dolphin, so she sighed in relief. Wow, a dolphin. Lam Tan recalled dolphins were mischievous, often called troublemakers of the sea, surprising her. Before she could react, the dolphin acted just as he said. Lam Tan treated it as provocation and kicked straight at it, leaving the audience shocked and cheering. The dolphin grew angry, causing Lac Bang to panic and drop her snorkel. The smart dolphin realized the item was important and retaliated by dragging it away. This made a novice diver like her panic from lack of air. Lam Tan immediately swam closer instead of chasing the snorkel. Chose another way, creating a romantic moment in the sea. The two sank into a warm kiss, forgetting everything around them. The audience screamed wildly. After the livestream ended, the fourth-day support ranking showed Lam Tan soaring. GI letter 1EADT Tran image was affected. Netizens declared Lam Tan was the truly perfect one. The female side, aside from Bo Lin being less favored, the other two both increased. Many felt Lam Tan and Lac Bang had clear couple chemistry. On the fifth night, the medical tent was still lit. GI letter 1EADT Tran woke with the name Lam Tan haunting his mind. Veen En Huan rushed over, delighted to see him awake. He was not too surprised, only coldly asking where this was. Veen En Huan angrily said Lam Tan caused him to faint, so she called the medical team. Luckily, it was only a mild concussion. That worried him more. Was my image broadcast live? She reassured that the live stream was cut in time. He even bought control over the production team, so all cameras were managed by her. Hearing that, he finally breathed in relief, but his competitive nature made him furious at being overshadowed by Lam Tan for 4 days. Even Lac Bang stood on his side. Veen En Huan said she had dug into Lam Tan past and spread various fake scandals to ruin him. He asked if it was true. She smiled viciously, promising to clear obstacles for her idol. On the final day, he only needed to be handsome and win the finale. GI letter 1EADT Tran understood. He had to rely on her, so he praised her as the richest and most understanding fan. Hearing that, Veen En Huan movedly said she loved him too. He almost cursed it out loud because he hated her being so close. Unaware that outside the tent, someone silently heard all their sweet words. That person was Lam Tan. Realizing there was a problem when she brought the medical team to the island, he thought it was time to end this game. The night passed quickly, and at 9 a.m. the next morning, the MC announced welcome to the final day of love on Island Idol. The magnificent panorama was captured by the drone camera. The final survival battle was about to erupt on Dream Isle 5 kilometers away, and Fu En Hiu Island officially appeared. Not only that, the next crucial point was the announcement of the rules. Who would be the first to use the wooden raft provided by the program to reach shore? Team that set foot on Fu En Hiu Island first would have priority in choosing weapons. The ultimate champion of this survival battle would take home a prize worth 1 million yuan. Of course, there were many other valuable rewards, and if a pair successfully matched, they would gain full rights to use Fu En Hiu Island for 3 days. The island was equipped with a top-tier service team and countless premium entertainment activities. Daihak and Tiu Bok hyped the atmosphere to the peak. Just hearing it makes your blood boil, right? Then let us set off immediately. The race officially began. The comment section roared with cheers. GI letter 1EADT Chan surged ahead. Lam Tan, keep it up. I bet on Lam Tan to win. While the pairs poured all their strength into rowing toward the finish, only GI letter 1EADT Chan leisurely glanced at Lam Tan partner and brazenly declared, Dai Lac Bang, you belong to me. Veen En Han waved a flag to cheer. GI letter 1EADT Chanji moved forward. Your handsome appearance makes everyone swoon. Youth comes only once and beauty fades quickly. If GI letter 1EADT Tran wins the championship, he will surely hold me tight. Yu Bok was speechless toward Daihak. If you cannot say anything proper, then better stay silent. The race reached its climax. The MC analyzed steadily. Lam Tan and Bang Bang's speed is outstanding. But rowing a raft requires more than strength. Without proper stamina distribution, the latter half will falter. Suddenly, the rope binding Lam Tan paddle snapped. Bang Bang panicked. Why did the paddle come loose? The livestream comments instantly exploded, accusing the production of dirty tricks. The conspiracy was obvious. Even so, Lam Tan remained calm and sought another solution. He had held back in previous days, but this was the final stage. There was no need for restraint anymore. From the raft across GI letter 1EADT, Chan did not forget to mock. Lam Tan, it seems your luck is truly terrible. I wanted to defeat you fairly. Unfortunately, heaven does not stand by you. Farewell. Veen Enhan's subordinate held up a phone boasting, President Veen, the rescue helicopter is ready and can respond at any time. She had planned ahead. No hurry. Let them struggle at sea a bit longer so the post-production team has footage to edit. Lac Bang hugged a log and suggested, my raft is slightly larger. Climb over here and continue rowing in time. I just do not know if it will count. Can not only win but win together, Lam Tan affirmed calmly. He tightened the two pieces of raft wood and said, bang bang, get on. Not fully understanding, Lac Bang still obeyed. Lam Tan, hold steady. I will start pushing the raft. Lam Tan legs kicked powerfully in the water. He worked like propellers slicing waves to generate thrust. Enhan people were stunned by the sight. Lao Bang watched and silently admired. Lam Tan is truly formidable. Favorability increased by 3%, reaching 95%. Me help too, Lac Bang said and extended her legs to assist. The two coordinated seamlessly, one acting as the engine, the other splashing water to accelerate. A blink, they closed a significant gap. Ahead, GI letter 1 EADT Chan was nearing the finish. Almost there, victory is mine. But an uneasy feeling made him turn back. What is happening? Lam Tan and Lac Bang were right behind. GI letter 1 EADT Tran panicked in disbelief. The scene resembled the tortoise and hare story. Online viewers laughed and continued criticizing the program. Seeing the threat of defeat, GI letter 1 EADT Tran angrily shouted at his partner, row faster, what are you doing, do you want to lose? Making her flustered and drenched in sweat. While they argued, Lam Tan raft surged ahead and crossed the finish successfully. GI letter 1 EADT Chan eyes widened in shock. The comeback was exactly like the tortoise defeating the hare. Even Veen Enhan's secretary exclaimed, Lam Tan has won. At the finish line, Lam Tan gently carried Lac Bang in a princess hold. You must be tired, let me hold you. GI letter 1 EADT Chan fans immediately switched to support Lam Tan because the moment was too sweet. Netizens furiously typed, the raft broke midway yet still finished first. This program has serious issues, I report with my real name. The reversal drove Veen Enhan mad. How could they be like this? The secretary trembled and asked, President Veen, is something wrong? Fan statistics fluctuated sharply. GI letter 1 EADT Tran fans dropped to 45%, while Lam Tan soared to 99%. Seeing her idol plummeting chart, Veen Enhan grew more furious. Where did GI letter 1 EADT Tran fans go? How could the numbers fall so disastrously? The secretary hurriedly reported, President Veen, public opinion online seems unfavorable. Negative news about GI letter 1 EADT Tran is spreading everywhere. Veen Enhan shouted, display it all on the screen for me. The trending search headline read, Ordinary Man Lam Tan crushes top idol GI letter 1 EADT Tran. An interview video went viral. In just 5 days, an ordinary man proved through strength what true masculine charm is. In contrast, GI letter 1 EADT Tran image nearly collapsed. A traffic idol defeated by an ordinary man. What kind of top idol is that? GI letter 1 EADT Chan trembled in anger. Trash, why did you not obediently lose to me? At that moment, Veen Enhan called, GI letter 1 EADT Chan G. The support rate has been completely taken by Lam Tan. Do not be angry. I have prepared the final move. It will definitely help you reverse the situation. The plan was outlined. GI letter 1 EADT Tran eyes darkened in calculation. However, that was still not enough. Now victory was no longer the only goal. Lam Tan, I want you to end together with this match. Entering the new round, the MC called names. The 6 guests were present. Lam Tan and Lac Bang ranked first. GI letter 1 EADT Tran and Dudia second. And Bak T Jun and Bo Lin last due to the broken paddle. According to ranking, the teams would draw lots in the armory. Lam Tan ranked first, so he had the right to choose first. He pulled with full strength, but only received a frying pan. Before he could rejoice, a mysterious voice mocked. Truly bad luck follows Lam Tan team drawing a flat bottom pan. Well, consider it both self-defense and camping cookware. Next, it was GI letter 1 EADT Chan team turn to draw equipment. Drew premium gear, making everyone wide-eyed. Heavens, what is this? MC excitedly introduced their reward included a sniper rifle, a color bullet rifle, 500 rounds, and high-grade protective armor. Not only perfect in image, GI letter 1 EADT Tran was favored by luck, truly leaving no chance for others. T-Jun team received 2 pistols and 7 color bullets, fairly decent luck. And then the survival rules were officially announced. The rules were clear. Anyone hit by a color bullet on head or body would be eliminated. The entire Fu Enhiu Island was the battlefield. However, the safe zone would gradually shrink. Only the area marked by drones overhead was permitted. The winning male guest would obtain a revival card to save any female guest. The saved one would automatically pair successfully and share victory with no right to refuse. GI letter 1EADT Chan gritted his teeth, thinking he would force Lam Tan to watch Thai Lac Bang belong to him. Nenhan secretly reminded GI letter 1EADT Chan through the earpiece that if Thai Lac Bang refused the rule, his fans would label her arrogant and unpleasant. She will certainly obey. GI letter 1EADT Tran, this is the perfect stage I painstakingly prepared for you. The game began. The three teams scattered. Online viewers nervously cheered for Lam Tan to defeat GI letter 1EADT Tran. GI letter 1EADT Tran team fired continuously toward Lam Tan group. Why hide anymore? Holding powerful weapons, he appeared arrogant. Are you not afraid of me? Can you run? Facing me head-on and dying properly would be better, coward. But while he was complacent, he was struck in the back by T-Jun Team Color Bullet. GI letter 1EADT. Chan immediately located and shot back, hitting the opponent chest. T-Jun, you are still inexperienced. I knew you were hiding behind me long ago. I was just waiting for you to act. T-Jun teammate suddenly rushed forward, aiming at GI letter 1EADT Chan head. An instant, Bo Lin was knocked out. GI letter 1EADT Chan changed target and warned, do not worry, I will not shoot you. I need you alive to witness me defeat Lam Tan and claim perfect victory. If you chose me yesterday, perhaps you would stand on the pinnacle now. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. It is too late for regret now. Did you let us go? He waved at her. Losing Lam Tan trail made GI letter 1EADT Tran furious. Lam Tan, how long will you hide? Come out now. He even forced his teammate as bait, removing armor and helmet to walk ahead to lure Lam Tan out. Udya protested blankly, I be bait. If Lam Tan snipes me, I am finished. He coaxed sweetly with fake tone. Do not worry, once we win, I will use the revival card to save you. Just listen. Veen Enhan office, she anxiously ordered to search the entire forest, mobilize all cameras and drones, find Lam Tan and Thai Lac Bang at all costs. The technician nervously reported all cameras checked with no trace. Drones found nothing. They seemed to vanish. Veen Enhan shouted useless, double the search manpower immediately. Meanwhile, Lam Tan leisurely soaked his feet by the stream, enjoying cool water. He was surprised the wild mangoes here were large and fragrant. Try it. Lac Bang hesitated, but let him taste first. Lam Tan took a bite and praised it delicious. I have bitten one side already, you eat the rest. Thai Lac Bang bit the exact place he ate and smiled, saying, I do not mind. Meanwhile, GI letter 1EADT Chan still frantically searched. Lam Tan, show yourself now. Veen Enhan angrily ordered, shrinking the safe zone to force them out. The technician reported the shrink's speed doubled the plan. Lam Tan and Thai Lac Bang still strolled leisurely in nature. GI letter 1EADT Tran raged like a madman, suspecting they hid on the hillside. His actions drew ridicule online. 1 hour later, the safe zone locked at a cliffside villa of 20-meter diameter. The loudspeaker ordered survivors to enter within 1 minute or be eliminated. Only then did Lam Tan slowly walk in with Lac Bang. GI letter 1EADT Chan sneered, so you finally stopped hiding. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lam Tan replied calmly, I thought you would run around like a headless fly looking for me. The mockery darkened his face. He immediately demanded the sound be cut. Veen Enhan ordered all livestream audio to be cut. The screen displayed a recording error notice and only kept the feed to her earpiece. GI letter 1EADT Chan took the initiative and fired first. Lam Tan still did not react strongly. GI letter 1EADT Chan arrogantly declared he could eliminate Lam Tan at any time, but wanted to intimidate him first. Lam Tan retorted that defeating him with a frying pan would be too lenient. GI letter 1EADT Chan went mad, insulting Lam Tan as someone who relied on luck to get screen time, unworthy of sharing the same frame and daring to steal his spotlight. Yidya worriedly reminded him to calm down since they were still live. Such words spreading would be extremely unfavorable. Her good intention was met with a shout telling her to shut up. The audience was confused, not understanding what was happening. It looked like a fierce argument. GI letter 1EADT Tran continued raising his gun to threat, claiming Lam Tan relied only on tricks, while he could crush him as easily as an ant. Lam Tan exposed his dirty schemes from competition to weapons all arranged. Aside from despicable tricks, what else could he do? GI letter 1EADT Chan boasted he could manipulate public opinion and create scandals to ruin Lam Tan's reputation, even threatening his family and future. He even forced Lam Tan to kneel and beg for mercy, promising an overseas ticket as alms, or to jump down and end himself to preserve his pitiful dignity. He turned to Thai Lac Bang to tempt her, telling her if she was smart, she should not die with the worm he called Lam Tan. Lac Bang replied coldly, worm, are you talking about yourself? Being countered by the woman of his dreams left Gi letter 1EADT Chan speechless. Black Bang turned to Dia urging her to see his true face. Gi letter 1EADT Chan quickly cut in asserting Dia would remain loyal and not betray like Bo Lin. Feeling her dignity trampled, Dia painfully questioned. Gi letter 1EADT Chan, stop it. How did you become like this? For one program you would do things that destroy families. What is wrong with you? Gi letter 1EADT Chan ignored all advice and roughly shoved her aside. Get lost. Even you want to betray me. The forceful push made Dia collapse to the ground. A long cut immediately tore across her hand, bleeding. Her endurance reached its limit. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and fired straight at Gi letter 1EADT Chan. Everything unfolded before Lam Tan and Lack Bang eyes. Gi letter 1EADT Tran cursed through gritted teeth. But Dia still cared. The game is over. Gi letter 1EADT Tran. Please return to being yourself. Lam Tan only helped those in trouble like any ordinary person. Yet you lost your sanity for a competition and are no longer the male god Gi letter 1EADT Tran of the past. Gi letter 1EADT Chan was completely indifferent, striking Dia head hard with the gun butt and hurling insults. The screen went black. A technical issue notice appeared as the signal was cut. Online viewers panicked. The live stream was cut. What exactly happened? Veen Enhan still fanatically supported Gi letter 1EADT Chan. With me cooperating, just do it. Anyone who touches you must pay. Dia was beaten until her head bled, and she fainted. Black Bang was furious at such cruelty. You are truly insane. Hurting others is a crime. Your career is finished. But to Gi letter 1EADT Tran, it was all a joke. He continued laughing arrogantly. He declared only ordinary people fear prison. He was a male god adored by millions with money and a powerful media team. Public opinion or law could do nothing to him. Aim the gun at Lam Tan and die Lack Bang, giving her one last chance. Choose to create peak traffic with me or stay with that worm. Lack Bang firmly replied that even if he were the only man left in the world, she would not choose him. Even if Lam Tan were attacked, she would devote all resources to protect him. And the story ends here. If you followed until the end, please like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts on the novel. See you in the next videos.